A few minutes ago, the man was a student on Earth who was about to take the college entrance examination. Unfortunately, a sudden car accident knocked him dozens of meters away. When his consciousness was on the verge of collapse, he vaguely heard a conversation. The taxi driver received an order saying that a candidate forgot to bring his admission ticket. The driver was ordered to travel between the examination room and the candidate's home within 10 minutes to save the candidate's fate. As to whether the fate of that candidate had changed, the man had no way of knowing, but he knew that his life trajectory had been completely rewritten. The man traveled to this parallel world. His parents were still the same parents, and his classmates and friends were still the same, except that the Earth had become the blue planet. 100 years ago, spiritual energy revived and aliens invaded Blue Star. When humans were in danger, Blue Star Heaven began to bless humans and gave them a career system. The original college entrance examination system has been transformed into a career awakening system. People who are 18 years old or older will have an opportunity to awaken their career. Life professions such as chefs, drivers, singers, etc. are responsible for logistics. Combat professions are mainly combat-oriented, including swordsmen, mages, archers, swordsmen, Taoist priests, etc. There are many types, up to hundreds of them. Once you awaken to a combat profession, you'll have a good social status and be respected. But at the same time, you must also go to the front line and fight against alien races. Today, under the protection of the will of the Blue Star Heaven, most of the alien races are sealed in secret realms. The task of combat professionals is to enter the secret realms and clear out the monsters. If the number of alien races in the secret realm gets out of control, breaks the seal, and descends on Blue Star, it will be a catastrophe. It is worth mentioning that this world is real, not a game. Once you die in the secret realm, there will be no chance to come back. That's why the man was so conflicted at the moment. The life profession was powerless, but the combat profession was full of dangers. This world was too dangerous compared to his original world. The man was still furious when he thought of this and cursed the idiot who forgot to bring his admission ticket to the exam. Before he could come back to his senses, the mechanical voice on the awakening stage sounded again. Number 9527, please come on stage. The man took a deep breath, calmed himself, and then stepped onto the awakening platform. A mysterious energy instantly enveloped him, and in just a moment, a brilliant golden light bloomed from his body. Number 9527, awakening combat profession, mechanic. Then, a career panel appeared in front of the man's eyes. Character, Yi-chun, occupation, mechanic level. Level 1, stage 1, health, 100 attributes, strength 3, agility 6, intelligence 6, constitution 5. Skills, mechanical heart, passive after the host reaches the corresponding rank. The current rank of hot weapons can be unlocked. Currently, the pistol has been unlocked. Firearms accuracy, passive when the host uses hot weapons. The hit rate is improved. System display. Note 1. Each time you increase your occupation level, you'll get 4 free attribute points. Mechanics are recommended to add points to both agility and intelligence. Agility affects the hit rate, and intelligence affects the bullet recovery speed. Note 2. Mechanics have unlocked, weapons never wear out. Yi-chun is quite satisfied with this profession. After all, it is a long-range attack type with strong lethality and relatively low risk. At the same time, a hot weapon equipment library appeared in his sea of consciousness. In the equipment library, the pistol was at the bottom and was shown as unlocked. However, after he stepped down from the stage, he noticed that the looks from his classmates seemed a little strange. Even the usually smiling little fat boy, Zhou Hai, showed a complicated expression. Yi-chun asked in confusion, "What's with that expression on your face?" Zhou Hai patted Yi-chun on the shoulder and said, "Brother, don't be too sad. I'll take you flying in the future." Yi-chun frowned and asked back, "Sad? Why should I be sad?" Zhou Hai looked at him in surprise and said, "Don't you know that mechanics are the least promising combat profession? A first-level pistol can kill a small monster with one shot. A second-level grenade can kill a whole monster with one shot. But Blue Star's thermal weapon technology has only developed to this point. With the invasion of alien races and the advent of the occupation system, thermal weapons stopped evolving. So after the third level, the combat power of the mechanic dropped significantly, far inferior to other occupations of the same level. Yi-chun was stunned when he heard this. No new thermal weapons? What about heavy machine guns? What about tanks? What about fighter jets? What about nuclear warheads? What about aircraft carriers? Shouldn't these high-level weapons belong to the field of high-level mechanics? He immediately used his mind to sense his equipment library. Sure enough, after the pistol came the grenade, and above that was pitch black. Hot weapons were forgotten by history because of the occupation system, resulting in a non-existence of weapons above level 3. Just as Ichan was worrying about this, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. It is detected that the host's memory can complete the mechanic profession. The host profession is advanced to Super God Mechanic. Super God Mechanic, the sublimated mechanic, the existence that destroys the balance of the version, can master a new weapon at each level. Because the host completes the mechanic profession, a special reward is that you can draw a Super God talent once at each level. Do you want to draw it? The system's prompt shocked Yi-chun. He didn't expect that he could complete the career settings and advance the mechanic just by relying on his own memory. Today's Super God Mechanic can not only draw a Super God talent once per level, but also master those ridiculously powerful future thermal weapons in his mind. No wonder the system said he was the one who destroyed the balance of the version. Thinking of this, Yi-chun silently said in his heart, "Extract the Super God talent." Then, 3 options appeared on his panel. 100% accuracy. After activation, all bullets will hit the target with a 100% accuracy rate. As long as the target is within range, it will hit the target. Lasts for 30 minutes, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Unlimited firepower. After activation, the number of bullets is unlimited, lasting for 30 minutes, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Comprehensive development. After activation, the host's all attributes are doubled, lasting for 1 hour, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Yi-chun stood in front of the 3 options. After weighing the options in his mind, he quickly ruled out all-round development. On the surface, this option seemed comprehensive, but in fact, it was not outstanding at all. Choosing it would be more troublesome. Next, he focused his attention on the 2 options of 100% hit and unlimited firepower. After a little thought, Yi-chun chose unlimited firepower without hesitation. The accuracy of hitting the target every time is indeed attractive, but for Yi-chun, unlimited firepower is more attractive. If 1 bullet can't hit the target, what about 5 or 10? With the blessing of unlimited firepower, there's almost no limit to the bullets. At the 2nd level, even grenades can be thrown at will, which is extremely exciting. Yi-chun whispered, "I choose unlimited firepower." As soon as he finished speaking, the options in front of him disappeared instantly, and the talent Unlimited Firepower was added to the attribute panel, which could be activated at any time. Seeing that Yi-chun did not respond for a long time, Zhang Hai thought that he was hit, so he patted his shoulder and comforted him. "Don't worry, you will have a chance." At this time, a clear voice came from the Awakening platform. Number 9528, Awakening Combat Profession Werewolf. Zhang Hai frowned and whispered, "Qin Kai is really lucky. The werewolf profession is not only strong in tankiness, but also has high damage. It is very popular when forming a team." When Yi-chun heard this, his eyes turned to Qin Kai involuntarily. Qin Kai just walked down from the Awakening platform, and his eyes met Yi-chun's with a hint of provocation in his eyes. Yi-chun glared back without hesitation. That's right, mortal enemies are mortal enemies. No matter what world they are in, the relationship between the enemies will never change. Looking back at the days before the time travel, Yi-chun and Qin Kai's relationship had never been good. Qin Kai liked the school beauty Su Qingning, but Su Qingning preferred to be close to Yi-chun. Because of jealousy, Qin Kai made trouble for Yi-chun many times. In this life, although the awakened professions are different, the contradictions still exist. Yi-chun is a mechanic, although there is no future, but he is not afraid of challenges. While Qin Kai awakened the werewolf profession, his strength and self-confidence are overflowing. No wonder he is so proud. After Qin Kai finished awakening, another student came on stage. Finally, it was Su Qingning's turn. After a moment, a loud voice came from the awakening stage. Number 9539, Awakening Combat Professional Physician. Hearing this, the whole scene was in an uproar. Su Qingning's choice was undoubtedly enviable. Doctor, one of the 10 most popular professions. Her awakening, both in appearance and profession, made the classmates around her look at her with new eyes. Many people talked about it. She is so amazing. Not only is she beautiful, but she is also so lucky. It would be so lucky if I could team up with Su Qingning. The doctor can not only heal teammates, but also cause poison damage to the enemy. It's really a two-pronged approach. Yichen also heard these discussions, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Resurrecting hundreds of thousands of people at once? This does sound a bit exaggerated. No wonder the profession of doctor is so popular. Looking at Su Qingning again, she is undoubtedly the top student in the previous life, and now in this world, she is still a dazzling existence. After Su Qingning stepped down, the head teacher reminded her, "Student Su, the medical profession is a heavy responsibility, so you must choose your teammates carefully." Su Qingning nodded and said softly, "I know." At this time, Qin Kai suddenly interrupted. "Student Su, from the current point of view, I may be the most suitable person to be your teammate." The class teacher also agreed. Although the werewolf profession is not one of the top 10 popular professions, its tankiness and damage are very high. It'll be more advantageous when combined with a medic. Qin Kai added proudly. Yichun, his mechanic profession is still somewhat useful except at the first and second levels, but it is really useless after the third level. Su Qingning didn't respond when she heard this, but walked straight towards Yichun. Yichun couldn't help but wonder, what is she going to do? Is she going to draw a line between him and her? Although the two of them have a good relationship, they're not boyfriend and girlfriend. If she looks down on him because of her job, he doesn't care. But Su Qingning walked up to him and suddenly said, "Yichun, I want to become your comrade. How about it?" As soon as this sentence came out, it immediately caused shock in the audience. Su Qingning, as a doctor, a high-end profession, actually wanted to become a colleague with Yichun. It is a very important decision for professionals to become comrades, and both parties will be protected by the professional system. Once they become comrades, Su Qingning must give priority to Yichun when performing multiplayer tasks, unless Yichun explicitly refuses. Although the mechanic was strong at the first and second levels, it gradually became weaker after the third level, and the werewolf profession would undoubtedly crush the mechanic at the third level. Su Qingning knew this, but she still chose Yichun, which was obviously a bold decision. The head teacher Chen Yuan hurriedly said, "Su Qingning, don't be impulsive. Although you and Yichun have a good relationship, becoming comrades is not a joke. Do you know what this means?" Qin Kai also said, "Teacher Chen is right, classmate Su. Only I am worthy of being your comrade." But Su Qingning still said firmly, "Daxia's iron law is that combat professionals have a right to choose their own companions. Teachers and parents have no right to interfere. This is a matter between Yichun and me. Yichun, do you agree?" Chen Yuan heard Su Qingning's words, sighed, and said nothing more. In this world, the emergence of the career system brought opportunities to form comrades, and a relationship between comrades was even closer and more reliable than that between husband and wife. Because a relationship between husband and wife is usually maintained by only a marriage certificate, but if there is a conflict of interest, betrayal is possible. The professional system will protect the relationship between comrades. When performing tasks, comrades must form a team first and cannot hurt each other. They're simply the closest comrades. Under the rules of Daxia, every combat professional has the right to choose his own comrades, and others have no right to interfere. The reason why Su Qingning chose Yichun was also very simple. She liked Yichun. At the age of 18, she was just beginning to fall in love, and her thoughts were completely dominated by love. As for her career prospects, those were not important at all. Her profession was a doctor, which was one of the top 10 popular professions with a bright future. Yichun's profession is a mechanic, and he will become very weak after the third level, and many team missions will reject him. But if she and Yichun become colleagues, then her profession of doctor will make her more popular and allow Yichun to improve together. Even if Yichun's profession will become weaker in the future, he can still get a certain improvement by doing tasks with her. In fact, Su Qingning's idea was very simple. She was willing to sacrifice part of her future to help Yichun, or even help him more. Yichun looked at the emotion in her eyes and understood her decision. He responded without any hesitation, "I agree." In the previous life, Yichun and Su Qingning had a very good relationship. Although their relationship was mainly focused on their studies, they supported each other and had a tacit understanding with each other. Until the eve of the college entrance examination, when the two were discussing their choices, they had already silently decided that regardless of whether it was their first or second choice, they would apply to universities in the capital. They also agreed to travel together after the college entrance examination. Although nothing was said, everyone knew that at that time, Their relationship would definitely be sublimated, and they would become boyfriend and girlfriend. Now, in a different world, Su Qingning did not choose to draw a line between herself and Yi Chun, but instead came to his aid. When Yi Chun realized that he had no future in the career of a mechanic, she resolutely chose to stand by his side and become his comrade. How could Yi Chun let her decision fail? The powerful firepower of the mechanic and the assistance of the physician will make them a perfect partner. Su Qingning heard Yi Chen's words and grabbed Yi Chen's right hand without hesitation. In an instant, a dazzling silver light burst out from the two of them, successfully establishing a comrade-in-arms relationship. This meant that as long as Yi Chun did not die, their relationship would never be dissolved. Qin Kai, standing aside, was full of jealousy. He had awakened a powerful werewolf class and could fight and fight, but he was no match for Yi Chun. Now, Yi Chun and Su Qingning's comradeship was closer than that of couple, so how could he compete? Chen Yuan looked at the scene in front of him and sighed. Su Qingning, it's done. It's useless to say anything now. I just hope you won't regret it in the future. Su Qingning responded firmly. Teacher, I will never regret it. Chen Yuan nodded. In that case, you can go to Jiangshang's secret realm number 3, which is the most suitable trial field for you. Take advantage of the strong period of mechanics to upgrade your level. Su Qingning said to Yi Chun, what do you think? Yi Chun said without hesitation, no problem. Let's go to secret realm number 3 for a trial. Invaders from foreign lands are sealed in various secret realms. These secret realms are like game copies, and invaders will be constantly refreshed. The higher the number of the secret realm, the lower the danger. Secret realm number 3 is suitable for first-level professionals to go there in a team. Yi Chun and Su Qingning quickly left the school. After leaving the campus, Su Qingning suddenly asked, Yi Chun, don't you want to ask me why I chose you as my comrade? Yi Chun looked in her eyes tenderly. Since I know, why bother asking? Su Qingning blushed as he looked at her. Do you really know? Yi Chun smiled slightly, reached out and held her hand, interlocking their fingers. I know everything. Su Qingning felt extremely sweet in her heart, with a blush of happiness on her face. Yi Chun couldn't help but smile, feeling very happy, and everything became brighter. Soon, the two arrived at the entrance of secret realm number 3, boarded the plane, and entered the secret realm. As a novice secret realm, the monsters in secret realm number 3 were very weak, and the danger to combat professionals who did not exceed level 5 was almost zero. The copy system of the secret realm is very interesting. Although there is only one entrance, copies entered by different teams will not meet. The environment of secret realm number 3 is quiet and pleasant, with green water, blue sky, and emerald green fields. The invaders here are wooden men, who are made of wood and hold various weapons. They're slow but powerful. Yi Chun picked up the unlocked Mauser P96 pistol and prepared to fight. Mauser P96 pistol, basic damage 200 points, capacity 20 rounds, range 50 meters. As a mechanic's exclusive weapon, the gun will automatically restore ammunition, so there's no need to worry about running out of ammunition. Moreover, Yi Chun has the talent of unlimited firepower and can shoot as much as he wants within 30 minutes. Start unlimited firepower, Yi Chun ordered in a low voice. The next moment, the properties of the pistol changed. The ammunition capacity was still 20 rounds, but the number of bullets became unlimited. At the same time, the countdown for unlimited firepower began. In 30 minutes, Yi Chun could destroy these wooden men as much as he wanted. The invaders of secret realm number 3 were facing an unprecedented storm. Yi Chun didn't waste any time. He raised his gun and fired at the group of wooden men. Bang, bang, bang. With the unlimited firepower, Yi Chun didn't even consider the hit rate. As long as he fired enough bullets, the enemy in front of him would have no chance to stand. Bullets poured out like crazy, and the wooden men were shot into sieves before they even got close. Su Qingning was a little nervous when she entered the dungeon for the first time. She currently only had the skills of a first-level physician, and could use 2 skills, poisoning and nectar, which could heal herself and her teammates. However, her output is relatively low, and it may take a long time to defeat the enemy. Seeing Yi Chun kill the monster easily, Su Qingning couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although her skills include healing and damage, they're somewhat insufficient compared to Yi Chun's powerful firepower. She also realized that the mechanic was indeed ridiculously strong. Yi Chun not only had powerful firepower, but also an incalculable number of bullets. He could fire 3 to 4 rounds per second with almost no pause. You know, the mechanic's strong period is before level 3. No wonder he becomes so weak after level 3. The balance between professions is indeed a bit unbalanced. As Yi-chun continued to kill monsters, the experience bars of the two were also rising rapidly. The mechanic was in a strong period before the 3rd level. Coupled with the talent of unlimited firepower, the upgrade speed was amazing. In less than 20 minutes, all the wooden monsters in the copy had been cleared, and Yi-chun and Su Qingning's levels also reached level 6. The two of them received 20 free attribute points each. Yi-chun added all these points to agility without hesitation. After all, with the talent of unlimited firepower, improving intelligence is of little significance, while improving agility can increase his shooting speed and hit rate. Su Qingning put all her points into intelligence, because her skills are mainly linked to intelligence. The monsters in the dungeon have been cleared and the mission is complete. The two decided to leave because it was no longer meaningful to continue playing this dungeon, and the experience rewards from the wooden monsters were no longer rich. After leaving the dungeon, Su Qingning looked at Yi-chun and said, "Is the mechanic so powerful? In less than 20 minutes, we have already reached level 6. Yi-chun smiled and replied, "Maybe it's not the mechanic who is awesome, but me." Su Qingning agreed without hesitation. It's indeed possible. Facing such blind trust from his beloved, Yi-chun couldn't help but feel warm. Then he suggested, "It's getting late. Let's go eat something first, and then we can change to another secret place in the afternoon." Su Qingning nodded in agreement. The two had just confirmed their boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, and there were many things to try between lovers, so they needed to get to know each other better. Yi-chun wanted to take Su Qingning to eat something while the infinite firepower was cooling down. After the cooling down time was over, they could continue to clear dungeons and upgrade their levels. Yi-chun knew that Su Qingning's decision today was very impulsive, and she was under a lot of pressure. Although teachers and classmates could not interfere, her parents would definitely have opinions. Therefore, Yi-chun decided to take Su Qingning to level 10 as soon as possible, and after completing the upgrade task, enter the 2nd level and master new skills. In this way, even if Su Qingning's parents were angry, they could understand her decision. After all, such a fast upgrade speed was unprecedented. The two came to a nearby restaurant and ordered some food. Most of the people in the restaurant were students from number 3 middle school. Everyone had heard that Yi-chun and Su Qingning had awakened their combat professions and had become comrades in arms. Although everyone was talking quietly, no one dared to say anything, especially Su Qingning. Her profession as a doctor and her family background made people dare not look down upon her. While Su Qingning was eating, she took out her cell phone and checked it. Her cell phone showed 3 missed calls, 1 from her father and 2 from her mother. Apparently, her parents had already learned about her comradeship and were ready to confront her. However, she had just entered the secret realm and did not receive a call. Su Qingning knew that if she called back now, her parents would first scold her and then ask her to go home and explain. This would not only make the meal unpleasant, but also ruin her plan to play in the secret realm dungeon in the afternoon. Therefore, she decided to switch her phone to flight mode and wait until she and Yi-chun finished browsing the secret realm in the afternoon. She thought that her parents would most be angry and beat her up. Anyway, she was with Yi-chun now and was very happy, so it didn't matter if she got beaten up. Soon after, the meal was over and Yi-chun's unlimited firepower cooldown time was up. The two held hands, left the restaurant, and continued to the next secret realm. This time, they chose a secret realm numbered at least 5 to ensure that they had enough experience. In the hotel, other students were talking about it. Doctors and mechanics are comrades. This is the first time I've heard of this. Did you see that? They're definitely a couple. Su Qingning sacrificed her own future for her boyfriend. Isn't Su Qingning too stupid? There is no good result of being in love. She will regret it sooner or later. That's right. It's so stupid to ruin your future for the sake of love. If you want to get married, it's better to form a comradeship. Although Yi-chun heard these discussions, he didn't care. He knew that Su Qingning chose him out of sincerity, and he would prove himself and prove that he was different from other mechanics. For him, Su Qingning's choice was right. Yi-chun brought Su Qingning into Jiangchang's secret realm number 7. This secret realm was different from the previous Wooden Man copy. It was a barren sand dune, and the only creature was a 3-eyed monkey. This monkey had 3 eyes, The third, I was located between the eyebrows and was extremely fast. If they were in a jungle environment, their advantage would be very obvious. However, the dune environment here has no trees or obstructions at all, which greatly reduces their speed advantage. Once they entered the secret realm, the three-eyed monkeys quickly noticed Yi Chun and Su Qingning. They made sharp hisses and rushed over quickly. Yi Chun activated the unlimited firepower without hesitation, and bullets poured out quickly. As his level increased, Yi Chun's agility and hit rate improved significantly. Even though the three-eyed monkeys relied mainly on speed, they still couldn't get close to Yi Chun and were almost knocked down one by one. Although the three-eyed monkey's attack speed is fast, Su Qingning's skills have limited damage to them. She created several patches of poisonous swamps, preparing to add blood to Yi Chun. But because the range of her skill was only 5 meters, and the range of Yi Chun's bullets far exceeded this distance, the three-eyed monkeys could only get close to 20 meters at most before being knocked down by Yi Chun's shot. Therefore, Su Qingning had almost no chance to use her skills, and the Ganlu Ju was never used. 22 minutes later, Yi Chun and Su Qingning cleared the entire secret realm, and all the three-eyed monkeys were defeated. The two of them also reached level 9, and the upgrade speed was amazingly fast. Su Qingning looked at her own level and said in surprise, "I reached level 9 in 1 day. Isn't this too outrageous?" Yi Chun smiled and said, "We will be even more outrageous in the future. Let them see it." Su Qingning nodded confidently. As a typical love-brain person, she completely believed what Yi Chun said. She was a little worried about facing her parents' blame, thinking that she had made an impulsive decision. But now that Yi Chun has brought her to level 9, even if her parents are angry, she has a reason to deal with it. My Yi Chun is so amazing that he can bring me to level 9 in 1 day. Who can do that? I was absolutely right to choose him. Just as the two were about to leave, Yi Chun suddenly stopped and said, "Wait a minute." Su Qingning was a little confused. "What's wrong?" Yi Chun looked at her beautiful face and smiled. "Can I kiss you?" Su Qingning's face instantly turned red to her ears. She was shy and nervous, but facing Yi Chun, she naturally couldn't refuse. She slowly closed her eyes, and Yi Chun approached carefully and kissed her lips gently. The soft touch made Yi Chun feel extremely comfortable, just like eating a bite of ice cream in the hot summer, very refreshing. Su Qingning's heartbeat accelerated, and she tasted the taste of love for the first time, and her heart was full of sweetness. Although the kiss was short, Yi Chun was still a little nervous. After all, he was a novice, and wet kisses and tongue kisses were too advanced for him, so he had to advance slowly. After the kiss, Yi Chun took her hand, and they left the secret realm. Su Qingning secretly glanced at Yi Chun, her heart filled with shyness and joy. After leaving the secret realm, although they were reluctant, they still went home separately. When he got home, Yi Chun's parents had already prepared a table of food. His mother Lin Susu saw Yi Chun and said with a smile, "Son, come and eat. It doesn't matter if you awaken the mechanic." Yi Chun's parents already knew his occupation and were worried that he would be hurt, so they specially prepared some delicious food for him to comfort him. Yi Zaiwu also said, "Son, your mother is right. Mechanics are also good. At worst, you could try to avoid going to the secret realm after reaching the 3rd level." Yi Chun's parents are both life professionals. They understand that combat professionals need to go to secret realms regularly, and the proportion of awakened combat professionals in this generation is much higher than that of the previous generation. The proportion of combat professionals in Yi Chun's generation reached 13%, which means that the number of invaders may be even greater. The reason why the mechanic is very strong at the 1st and 2nd levels is that the number of monsters in the low-level secret realms is relatively sufficient, and the monsters in these dungeons are accurately distributed. As long as low-level professionals are not too stupid, they can pass them smoothly. However, the situation in high-level secret realms is different. The distribution of monsters in these copies is not as precise as that of low-level ones. When combat professionals enter in teams, they may encounter powerful invaders, resulting in the annihilation of the entire army. Yi Chun knew that if he wanted to prove himself as a different mechanic, he needed to continue to improve in the next challenges. He was determined and must continue to work hard to prove that Su Qingning's choice was not wrong. Yi Chun's parents have always advised him not to advance too quickly, especially in the secret realms after the 3rd level. The casualty rate among combat professionals is very high, and the 3rd level ability of a mechanic is far from strong enough. Therefore, Yi Zaiwu asked him to slow down the upgrade speed appropriately to reduce the danger. Yi Chen disagreed and said firmly, "Mom and Dad, don't worry, my mechanic is not ordinary." He looked at his parents, and the strange feeling in his heart disappeared instantly. The people around him were more important to him than anything else. Yi Chun felt warm in his heart, because whether it was the love of his parents or the support of Su Qingning, these people were by his side, giving him strength. The parents breathed a sigh of relief, but soon, Lin Susu asked another question. "Son, I heard that you and Qingning became comrades in arms." Yi Chen nodded and replied, "Yes, she has excellent grades and is trustworthy. In this world, all 18-year-olds will awaken to become professionals. What they learn is different from the previous life. In this life, they have to learn knowledge such as secret realm exploration, combat skills, and career planning." Lin Susu asked worriedly, "Did something special happen between you two?" Yi Zaiwu also agreed, "Son, don't get into trouble. Freedom of marriage is more important in Daxia than the freedom of fellow soldiers." Lin Susu responded. Obviously, she believed that as long as it was the children's choice, she should support it. However, Yi Zaiwu was somewhat worried. If you awaken a popular profession and become comrades with a mechanic, will it be possible to sort it out? He was obviously not optimistic. Yi Chen hurriedly explained, "Mechanic is absolutely powerful, really." But his parents' doubts were not incomprehensible. After all, this choice was a little hard to believe. Yi Chun decided to wait until he reached the 3rd level and then show a stronger power. At the same time, Su Qingning was also facing pressure from her parents. She stood at home, facing the accusation from her parents and brother, with mixed feelings. Her father, Su Jian, is a swordsman, a powerful combat professional, so he is very dissatisfied with his daughter's choice of a fellow soldier. "Why did you choose a mechanic?" he asked bluntly. "Because I want to." Su Qingning insisted on her choice. Mother Zhao Yafeng was furious. "Your choice is to make us angry. It has already happened and cannot be changed." Su Qingning responded calmly. She didn't want to argue about meaningless things anymore. "So do you like him?" Su Jian asked. Su Qingning answered without hesitation, "Yes." Brother Su Qingfeng also interjected. "You are only 18. How can you make such a big decision about your future? It's better to marry him than to be a comrade." But Su Qingning's attitude did not change. "Yi Chun is amazing." The mother still didn't believe it. How good can a mechanic be? However, Su Qingning retorted, "He is better than you." The whole family was speechless for a moment. Su Qingning had already made a firm choice, and she also knew that she could not always remain calm when facing her family, especially when it came to Yi Chun. She would make an emotional choice. She challenged her mother's bottom line again. "If Yi Chun can prove that he is stronger than Dad, will you no longer object?" Her mother replied, "If it is not a subjective judgment, maybe." Su Qingning smiled. "Then let me ask you, Dad, how long did it take to reach level 9 after becoming a sword fairy?" Zhao Yafeng responded contemptuously. "Do you want to compete with Yi Chen in speed? You chose the wrong person." Su Jian also added, "At that time, I reached level 9 the next afternoon, which was very fast." Su Qingning responded, "You may have underestimated him." She then showed her professional level, LV9. Seeing Su Qingning's level, her parents and brother were stunned. "You are already level 9? How come it's so fast?" Su Qingfeng couldn't help laughing when he heard his sister's words. "After you awaken, do you go directly to the secret realm to kill monsters and level up? But even so, the speed shouldn't be so fast, right?" Su Qingning responded confidently, "Mom, Yi Chen's upgrade speed is faster than my dad's." "What you just said, you won't oppose us anymore, right?" Zhao Yafeng sighed. "Qingning, when you reach level 3, you will understand that the road will not be that simple." Su Jian also nodded. "Low-level secret realms do not allow high-level professionals to enter. When the time comes, you will find that no one is willing to team up with you." Su Qingning disagreed. "We don't need help. Yi Chun is very strong." Zhao Yafeng shook her head helplessly. "You are really in love. Husband, why don't we have another daughter?" Su Jian suggested. "Stop arguing and give her the things." Then, Zhao Yafeng took out 2 pieces of equipment, a Qingmu's staff and a Qingfeng ring. Su Qingning took the equipment, looked at the Qingfeng ring, and said in surprise, "Is this for Yi Chun?" "Yes, the Qingmu staff is for you, and the Qingfeng ring is for him," Zhao Yafeng explained. Su Qingfeng teased, "He is indebted to you. The stronger he is, the safer your journey to the secret realm will be. Su Qingning said happily, "Thank you, Mom and Dad. I will bring him home to meet you in a few days." She knew that even though her parents said they were unhappy, they were still preparing for her in their hearts. The next day, Yi Chun and Su Qingning met at the school gate. Yi Chun was stunned when he saw her wearing an apricot dress, with a graceful figure and a delicate and beautiful face. "What are you daydreaming about?" Su Qingning asked with a smile. "You are so beautiful." Yi Chen simidet. Su Qingning proudly showed the Qingmu staff in her hand and handed Yi Chun the Qingfeng ring. Yi Chun picked up the ring and was surprised. "Is this for me?" Su Qingning nodded. "Yes, my parents prepared it for me." Seeing Yi Chen's confusion, she explained, "They were unhappy at first, but after seeing my level, they became silent. I want to take you home to meet them." Yi Chen hesitated. "I'm a little scared." Su Qingning smiled and comforted. "Don't worry, I'll protect you." The two then began to carry out the upgrade mission and entered the secret realm. Here, they encountered many headless corpse monsters, whose heads were missing and eyes and mouths grew out of their bellies. Su Qingning saw this weird scene and cursed the intruders for being shameless. However, Yi Chen quickly activated his unlimited firepower talent and defeated the monsters one by one with his fierce firepower, demonstrating his powerful strength. As the monsters fell one by one, Yi Chun and Su Qingning entered the depths of the cave and finally met the boss of the upgraded mission, the Headless Corpse King. The Headless Corpse King was much larger than the ordinary headless corpse, with a sturdy body and a big axe in each hand, looking very strong. Yi Chun shot at it without hesitation, and the bullets shot out like raindrops. The Headless Corpse King roared, swung his axe to block some of the bullets, and tried to get closer to Yi Chun. However, each bullet had a strong impact, and even though it tried to get closer, it was still repelled. This scene reminded Yi Chun of the biochemical mode. The continuous impact of bullets prevented the monster from moving forward. Although the Headless Corpse King's axe blocked some bullets, Yi Chun's attack still ruthlessly consumed its blood volume. In the end, the Headless Corpse King was unable to fight back and fell within 3 minutes. Instead of exerting its power, it was easily defeated. At this moment, a rewarding voice came from the secret realm. "Congratulations to both of you for breaking the record for the shortest time to advance to the secret realm. You will be rewarded with a bronze treasure chest." A bronze treasure chest appeared in front of the two. Su Qingning said excitedly, "We broke the record." Yi Chen smiled and said, "Yes. Qingning, go and try to open the treasure chest." Su Qingning walked forward without hesitation and opened the treasure chest. Suddenly, a dress emitting blue light appeared in front of her. Wide sleeve, flowing fairy dress, required level 10 quality, elite. Su Qingning said in surprise, "This is a small top-grade item. This piece of equipment greatly improves physical fitness and is very helpful to Su Qingning, especially its life-saving effect." Yi Chen looked at her. "I told you, Qingning, you are very lucky." Su Qingning smiled and said, "This equipment works well. I think you should wear it." Yi Chen shook his head. "You are a doctor, and having you here is enough for me. You need it more." As he said that, he handed the equipment to Su Qingning. Afterwards, the two left the secret realm, and Yi Chen suddenly received a system prompt. "Congratulations to the host for reaching the second level, unlocking the grenade, and currently being able to draw super god talents. Do you want to draw?" Yi Chen chose yes without hesitation. At this time, 3 talents appeared in his mind. Hit the target every time. Every bullet fired will hit the target, lasting for 30 minutes, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Good things come in pairs. Unlock a thermal weapon at each level. King of Upgrade. The experience required for upgrading is halved. Yi Chen ruled out King of Upgrade because rapid upgrades might not be conducive to long-term combat development. Then, he compared the remaining 2 talents and finally chose Good Things Come in Pairs. Good Things Come in Pairs allows Yi Chen to unlock more hot weapons at each level, which is extremely important for his career as a mechanic. He said firmly, "I choose Good Things Come in Pairs." Yi Chen's eyes lit up, and he was excited about the super talent he had just obtained. Good Things Come in Pairs. The system rewarded him with a Mauser M1916 semi-automatic rifle, with a base damage of 500 points, a capacity of 60 rounds, and a range of 400 meters. It can also restore 1 bullet every 2.4 seconds. This was like a divine weapon for Yi Chen, and his attack range was greatly improved. Before, the range of the pistol was only 50 meters, and the throwing distance of his grenade was only 30 to 40 meters. Facing second-level monsters, many of which have the ability to fly, grenades are often difficult to deal with. Now, with a rifle, his attack range is as long as 400 meters, which gives him an advantage in the secret realm, and his hit rate is also very high because of his full agility attribute. Just as Yi-chun was immersed in the joy brought by his new weapon, Su Qingning's phone rang. She picked up the phone and heard Chun Yuan's anxious voice. Su Qingning, have you and Yi-chun refreshed the record of our Jiangqing secret realm upgrade? How did you know? Su Qingning asked in confusion. The career system has announced your career numbers. How could I not know? Chun Yuan smiled. This is good news. Your results have attracted the attention of colleges and universities. Su Qingning, many schools have already inquired about your and Yi-chun's records. Hearing this, Su Qingning felt excited and complicated. She turned to look at Yi-chun and then said, yes, we broke the record. Chun Yuan continued. However, you are a doctor and have achieved such great results, but unfortunately there is someone holding you back. I believe you also understand that without him, you might not be able to enter a top university. On Blue Star, awakening a profession is like taking the college entrance examination, and the goal is to enter major vocational colleges. Such a platform is crucial for professionals, as it allows them to obtain more resources and equipment and to improve together with more professionals of the same level. Hearing this, Su Qingning's expression became a little unhappy. She said firmly, Teacher Chun, Yi-chun is not a drag. I don't want to hear such words again. Chun Yuan sighed helplessly. Okay, you'll know when the college admissions office contacts you. He didn't argue anymore and hung up the phone. Su Qingning was a little angry. Teacher Chun doesn't understand at all. Yi-chun is the key to our success. How can he say that Yi-chun is a hindrance? When Yi-chun heard this, he smiled and responded calmly. Don't worry, I will prove to them that mechanics can also break prejudices. He originally thought that he would have to reach level 3 to break people's prejudice against mechanics, but now it seems that level 2 can make a difference. After all, with this rifle, the attack range is greatly improved, which is a clear advantage in any battle. Teacher Chun is right. Mechanics do face considerable challenges, but I will let them see a different side of me. Yi-chun said confidently. The two chatted for a while and then went home. Su Qingning's rank-breaking mission was completed, and according to the arrangement, she needed to go home. Yi-chun continued to wait for the cooldown of the unlimited firepower skill. He was dependent on this feeling of wanton explosion, but without it, he did not want to rashly enter the secret realm. However, after returning home, Yi-chun was surprised to find two uninvited guests at home, his father, elder brother Yi-haoed, and Yi-haoed's son, Yi-zong. Uncle, cousin, why are you here? Yi-chun was a little confused. I heard from your dad that you have awakened the profession of mechanic? Yi-haoed asked with a smile. Yi-chun nodded. Yes. Oh, what bad luck. How could it be a mechanic? Yi-haoed frowned and sighed. Yi-chun replied puzzledly. I think mechanics are pretty good. Yi-zong interrupted. Cousin, don't comfort yourself. When mechanic reaches the 4th level, he will basically become cannon fodder in a mandatory mission. This is not surprising at all. After hearing what Yi-zong said, Yi-chun looked a little ugly, but he still remained calm. What do you want to say today? Seeing this, Yi-haoed sighed and said, Xiao-chun, today I want you to introduce your fellow doctor to your cousin. Yi-chun was stunned. No Qingning? Why? Yi-zong's immediately responded. The doctor profession is one of the top 10 popular professions, especially in this era. It is basically difficult for a mechanic to advance after the 4th level. I want to establish a good relationship with the doctor in advance. In case something happens to you in the future, I can take your place and have a fellow doctor. When Yi-chun heard this, his expression suddenly changed. Yi-zong, are you crazy? He looked at the father and son in front of him helplessly, his heart filled with complicated emotions. This approach is completely another level of manipulation. His mood gradually became heavy. He originally thought that this was his own choice, but now he was forced to face such a difficult situation. Yi-chun knew that Yi-zong was only saying this for his own benefit. How could he not understand that Yi-zong meant that he was sure that he would die and wanted to take the opportunity to take over Su Qingning and inherit his comrades? This thought made Yi-chun's heart churn. He didn't expect that he would become their pawn. Seeing this, Yi Zaiwu also frowned, stood up, and said angrily, Brother, is this how you teach your son? Yi-haoed was slightly stunned. Then he said with a stiff upper lip, Second brother, although Xiaozhong's words are unpleasant, he is also doing it for the future. If Xiaozhong can have a fellow doctor, he can go further on the road of battle in the future. I let Xiaozhong swear that he will support you in the future." Before he could finish his words, Yi Zaiwu had already slapped him hard, and Yi Hao's face swelled up instantly. Just when the situation was about to explode, there was a sudden noise in the kitchen. Lin Susu came out angrily with a kitchen knife in hand, rushing straight towards Yi Hao and Yi Zong. She was so angry that she almost exploded. This father and son actually wanted to arrange Yi Chen's funeral, and even mentioned that Yi Zong should inherit his comrades. Isn't this saying that her son is destined to die? Seeing this scene, Yi Zong and his son panicked instantly. Although Yi Zong was a third-level professional, according to the iron law of Daxia, professionals were not allowed to attack ordinary people. Faced with Lin Susu's anger, they had to flee in a hurry. Lin Susu was quick-witted and threw the kitchen knife as a flying knife. Yi Hao was lucky. The knife only scratched his ear and flew away with blood. Yi Zong hurriedly pulled his father away and did not dare to look back. Lin Susu was panting, her eyes were red, and she was obviously extremely angry. She and Yi Zaiwu had always been worried about Yi Chen's future, but she didn't expect that the father and son would dare to challenge her bottom line with these words. How could she calm down? Seeing his mother's agitation, Yi Chen immediately walked over, pulled her to sit down, and comforted her. "Mom, don't worry about what they say. Your son, am different from other mechanics." Lin Susu looked at him with doubts in her eyes. "What's different about you?" Yi Chen chuckled and took out a rifle out of thin air. This made Lin Susu and Yi Zaiwu stunned. "What kind of weapon is this? We have never seen it before." Yi Chen smiled slightly. "This is the Mauser and 1916 semi-automatic rifle, with a basic damage of 500 points, a capacity of 60 rounds, and an effective range of 400 meters. Yi Chen demonstrated by opening the magazine of the rifle, revealing 60 rounds of bullets inside. Lin Susu and Yi Zaiwu were shocked. They had never heard of this kind of weapon after learning about the mechanic. Generally speaking, the mechanic can use a pistol at the first level, a grenade at the second level, and no new weapons will be unlocked after the third level. Lin Susu and Yi Zaiwu were not optimistic about Yi Chen's career, thinking that a mechanic would gradually fall behind after reaching the third level. But the rifle in front of them obviously overturned their perception. Where did this rifle come from? Yi Zaiwu and Lin Susu asked together. Yi Chen patiently explained, "Dad, Mom, my profession is not an ordinary mechanic, but a super mechanic. I am different from ordinary mechanics. I can unlock 2 new weapons at each level. After the third level, even at the 10th level, I can still unlock new weapons." As he spoke, Yi Chen took out another grenade and handed it to his parents. "This is the grenade I unlocked at the second level, and there is also a rifle." Yi Chen was not worried that the grenades would explode, because these profession-specific weapons must be used by the professionals themselves. Otherwise, they would have no effect at all. Okay. I knew our family wouldn't be so unlucky," Yi Zaiwu said happily. Yi Chen nodded gently. "Of course. Qingning and I are already at the second level. After the third level, I will definitely let them know how powerful the super god mechanic is." Lin Susu nodded. "Qingning is a good kid. When she chose you, she probably didn't know that your profession was so special, right?" Yi Chen smiled. "Of course she didn't know. Even now, she still doesn't know. But she still chose me." Lin Susu's eyes flashed with a deep light. "This girl has chosen you. You have to treat her well. If you dare to let her down or do something wrong in the future, Mom will not be polite." Yi Chen quickly assured, "Don't worry, Mom. I will never be a scumbag." At the same time, Su Qingning had just returned home and sat down on the sofa in anger. "Someone, pour me a glass of water." Su Qingfeng heard his sister's arrogant words and couldn't help but interrupt. "How dare you be so arrogant, girl? Do you know that a college came to inquire about your situation? And after learning that you and a mechanic had formed a partnership, they hung up the phone directly." Su Qingming replied nonchalantly, "That's because they are blind. They will regret it in the future." Su Qingfeng disagreed. "Really? How are you going to make them regret it?" "I'm afraid the upgrade speed alone won't make them regret it." Su Qingning placed the wide-sleeved fairy dress on the coffee table and sneered. "Look at what this is." Su Qingfeng was stunned. "Blue light? Is this elite equipment?" "That's right," Su Qingning said proudly. "Yi Chen and I broke the record. The career system rewarded me with a bronze treasure chest, which I opened with my own hands." Su Qingfeng was even more surprised. "Break the record? Is the mechanic so strong in the early stage? At this time, Su Jian walked out of the house and said after hearing the conversation, Qing Ning, you performed well in the secret realm. As a doctor, you originally had many choices. But because of Yi Chun, your choices will be limited. Su Qingning nodded. I know. My request is very simple. If you accept me, you have to accept Yi Chun. Is it possible for me to live in a different school and place with my fellow students? Su Jian frowned and said in a deep voice, in this case, you can only choose a second-rate university. You must understand that a first-rate university has contacted me before, and the condition is that you and Yi Chun must choose different universities and cut off contact with each other, completely blocking each other's contact information, so that you can form a team with other members and enter future missions. He went on to explain, if Yi Chun dies in the secret realm at the 3rd or 4th level, then you can choose new companions. In this way, the negative impact of the mechanic can be minimized, and the prestigious school may accept you. Hearing this, Su Qingning answered without hesitation, then I will choose a second-rate university. I absolutely cannot abandon Yi Chun. Su Jian was obviously well prepared. He continued, do you know how big the gap is between second-rate colleges and first-rate prestigious colleges? The survival rate of students from first-rate prestigious colleges 4 years after graduation can reach 95%, while that of students from second-rate colleges is only 80%. Su Qingning was silent for a while and said firmly, no matter what, Yi Chun and I will advance and retreat together. If he doesn't want me, I can't do anything. Su Jian sighed. You and Yi Chun do have an opportunity. It depends on whether you can seize it. Su Qingning asked curiously, what opportunity? Su Jian continued, the admissions officer of Yanbei University, the only first-class university in Yan Province, was once my best friend. We almost became comrades in arms. I said a lot of good things for you, and the other party promised that as long as you score more than 500 points in the 19th large-scale secret realm assessment at the unified recruitment meeting 7 days later, they will recruit you. Su Qingning became even more curious. Dad, what kind of monster is the 19th secret realm? At this time, Su Qingfeng interrupted and said, I know something. There are 2 kinds of monsters in secret realm number 19. The first kind is tree monsters. They're like big trees, moving slowly, but they have strong vitality and their branches can whip the enemy. For mechanics, tree monsters are not a big threat, but the real threat comes from the second kind of monster, the golden armored centipede. Su Qingfeng continued, the tree demon will produce peach-shaped fruits on its body. When the tree demon is defeated, these fruits will crack open, and a large number of golden armored centipedes will jump out. These centipedes are small and fast, and they're very effective against mechanics. After hearing this, Su Qingning said angrily, isn't this targeting the mechanics on purpose? Su Jian said calmly, the mechanics will become very weak after the 3rd stage, and you are still at the 2nd stage. Facing these monsters that restrain the mechanics, I'm afraid there is nothing you can do. No wonder Yanbei University is unwilling to make an exception for you. Su Yingming responded firmly, I understand. I will discuss this matter with Yi Chun. That afternoon, Su Qingning told Yi Chun about the famous school. After listening, Yi Chun was also somewhat moved. After all, they had dreamed of entering a first-class famous school since they were young, and now they had the opportunity to realize this dream. Yi Chun was originally restricted by his profession. Not only could he not go to a prestigious school, but Su Qingning was also dragged down by it. However, the opportunity was right in front of them, and Yi Chun and Su Qingning wanted to seize it. As for the monster in secret realm number 19, Yi Chun had already figured out a way to deal with it. He knew that the golden armored centipede was a monster in the tree demon fruit, but it was not a big problem because he had a rifle. He planned to use a rifle to shoot the fruits of the tree demon one by one, so that the golden armored centipedes would come out and Yi Chun could blow them up with one shot. Even though these centipedes were difficult to kill, the penetration power of the rifle was far greater than that of the pistol, and he was confident that he could break them. After the golden centipede is completely cleared, throw a grenade to kill the tree monster. This operation can not only avoid danger, but also ensure that there is no risk of error. Yi Chun said to Su Qingning, I'm fully confident about this secret realm number 19. However, we cannot hastily upgrade to the 3rd level before the unified recruitment meeting. Su Qingning nodded. After upgrading to the 3rd level, the upgrade speed will be much slower. Even if we upgrade with all our strength, It will probably be difficult to reach the third level before the unified recruitment meeting. Yi-chun smiled and said, "That's right. Let's go to Secret Realm number 11 first. Secret Realm number 11 is relatively safe and suitable for second-level professionals to enter." Su Qingning did not refuse and went with Yi-chun. The whole Secret Realm number 11 was drizzling, and the rain soaked Su Qingning's clothes, outlining her figure. Yi-chun couldn't help but look at her a few more times, and his heartbeat accelerated. Su Qingning was a little shy, but she felt a little proud in her heart. Although Su Qingning's figure is not conspicuous in her school uniform, her tall figure is fully displayed in this humid weather, especially in this rainy weather. Her beauty is even more difficult to ignore. At this time, several three-tailed firefoxes appeared in the field of vision and quickly pounced on Yi-chun and Su Qingning. They were flexible, and, after charging their tails, they released several small fireballs. However, under the influence of the drizzle, the power of these fireballs was greatly reduced, and they hardly posed much threat. Su Qingning frowned. The abilities of these monsters are restricted by the environment. It seems that the danger of this secret realm is not very high. Yi-chun nodded. Yes, the danger of this secret realm is very low. The ability of the three-tailed firefox is affected by the weather, so it is not a big threat. We can deal with it with confidence. Entire Secret Realm number 11 made them feel relatively relaxed. At this time, Yi-chun and Su Qingning were ready to face the greater challenges that were coming. Yi-chun looked at these three-tailed firefoxes and said silently in his heart, "Infinite firepower, start." As his words fell, a grenade immediately appeared in his hand, accompanied by attribute information provided by the system. Grenade, Infinity/5, basic attack 600, killing radius 10 meters. The damage decreases by 50 points for every meter away from the core explosion point. One grenade can be restored every 9 seconds, and a maximum of 5 can be stored. Yi-chun understood that the core explosion point damage of the grenade was very powerful, even higher than that of a rifle, but it was limited to a range of 2 meters. Beyond 2 meters, the damage would drop rapidly. Despite this, the grenade is still a powerful weapon because it not only has high damage, but also can hit a large area of enemies with one explosion, making it extremely effective in killing. Of course, grenades also have obvious disadvantages. They must be thrown by arm strength, the attack distance is limited, and its recovery time is also 9 seconds. So usually, grenades are mostly used to assist in combat. However, with the advantage of unlimited firepower, Yi-chun did not have to worry about the ammunition problem. He held a grenade, aimed at the group of three-tailed firefoxes, and threw it without hesitation. With a bang, 3 or 5 firefoxes were blown away and quickly lost their movement. Then Yi-chun did the same thing, throwing grenades one after another. The unlimited firepower greatly increased his throwing distance, reaching 30 or 40 meters. Even though these three-tailed firefoxes had strong durability, each explosion would cause fatal damage, and a second grenade was enough to end their lives. Su Qingning originally thought that she would be able to show her skills in battle after reaching the second level, but she found that she was still just a supporting role. More importantly, after Yi-chun's weapon was upgraded, the group damage of the grenade was very strong. In just a few minutes, the three-tailed firefox was almost cleared. Despite this, Yi-chun and Su Qingning's upgrade speed has become very slow. At the first level, clearing a secret realm can upgrade 4 or 5 levels, but now, even if the entire secret realm is cleared, they can only upgrade 1 level. Qingning, should we continue to upgrade or take a break? Yi-chun asked. Su Qingning answered without hesitation. Go ahead. These monsters are not enough for you to fight. Yi-chun smiled and decided to take advantage of the unlimited firepower to brush another secret realm. They soon entered the number 13 secret realm, which was an open desert. The monsters in the secret realm were huge vampire bats, which hovered at an altitude of 100 meters and weighed about 20 to 30 kilograms. My brother told me about this secret realm, number 13, before. Su Qingning looked at the vampire bats flying high in the sky and explained, before, this secret realm was not a desert, but a mountain. The vampire bats smashed the rocks, picked up the fragments in their mouths, and flew 100 meters high, throwing these rocks, and eventually destroyed the mountain and turned it into a desert. Yi-chun smiled and said, these guys are really smart. Su Qingning continued, however, this secret realm may be difficult for us to deal with. Vampire bats fly so high that pistols and grenades can't threaten them at all. We can only fight back when they actively attack. And they're also very fast, so it's not easy to hit them. After hearing this, Yi-chan smiled calmly. Qing Ning, do you remember that I said I wanted to change everyone's perception of mechanics? So King Ning noted, you remember. Yi-chan smiled and said, the greatest advantage of a mechanic is creativity. Before he finished speaking, Yi-chan's mind moved, and an automatic rifle suddenly appeared in his hand. He quickly aimed at the vampire bat in the air and then pulled the trigger. With a gunshot, a vampire bat fell down. Su Qingning asked in surprise, what kind of weapon is this? Yi-chan smiled and explained, this is the rifle I unlocked at level 2. It has an effective range of 400 meters and can accurately strike those vampire bats flying at an altitude of 100 meters. He continued to operate, and with the sound of gunshots, vampire bats fell from the sky one after another and quickly lost their combat effectiveness. Due to the many level upgrades, Yi-chan's current agility value has reached 50 points, and his hit rate is very high. Coupled with the advantage of unlimited firepower, his killing efficiency is extremely high and there is no difficulty at all. In the next few days, Yi-chan and Su Qingning almost cleared all the second-level secret realms, and their levels rose rapidly. 5 days later, their levels reached the upper limit of the second level, level 19. As long as they completed the upgrade task, they could enter the third level and become stronger professionals. However, the danger of the secret realm after the third level increases significantly, and the strong period of the mechanic will also end. Yi-chan and Su Qingning understand that there are not many opportunities in famous schools. If you miss it, you will never be able to enter again. The resources and platforms provided by famous schools are far beyond the reach of second-rate universities. The two had already made up their minds that since they had the chance, they would never give up. In order not to affect the enrollment of the prestigious school, the two decided not to enter the secret realm for the time being and use this time to go out and rest together. One morning, they went to the amusement park to play, ride the roller coaster and the pirate ship, and in the afternoon, they went to the cinema to watch a movie together. In the cinema, the lights were dim and the atmosphere gradually became warm. Yi-chan became bolder and asked softly, Qingning, can I kiss you? Su Qingning was a little shy, but nodded gently, yes. Seeing this, Yi-chan approached without hesitation and kissed Su Qingning's cheek gently. Although the environment was dim and Yi-chan's heartbeat accelerated, he still relaxed and kissed for a full minute before reluctantly leaving. The next day, the last day of the unified recruitment meeting, Yi-chan finally made up his mind to go to the Su family. After all, Su Jian had asked Su Qingning to bring a message to invite him to visit his home when he was free, so this matter could not be delayed forever. Yi-chan was actually quite nervous. After all, it was the first time he met his future father-in-law and mother-in-law. In the eyes of others, he, a mechanic, was associated with the doctor Su Qingning, which was not only considered high class, but also considered to have affected the other party's future. Naturally, the Su family had a hard time having a good impression of him. Su Qingning had been helping Yi-chan to speak well of him in front of his parents, trying to change their prejudice, which was why Yi-chan delayed his visit until the day before the unified entrance examination meeting. He bought some decent gifts on purpose, as he couldn't go empty-handed on his first visit. Although Yi-chan is not rich, he is not financially constrained. There are fewer combat professionals than life professionals, and they have to face the dangers of secret realms, so the subsidies from the state are sufficient. For high-level professionals like Su Jian, the annual subsidies are astonishingly high, so his family can live in a big villa and live a comfortable life. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Yi-chan arrived at the door of the Su family villa on time. After ringing the doorbell, Su Qingning came down to open the door and took him into the house. She knew that Yi-chan was nervous, so she walked beside him to share his pressure and support him. With Su Qingning by his side, Yi-chan was indeed much more relaxed. The two came to the living room, and Yi-chan saw Su Qingning's parents and brother. The three of them were looking at him with scrutiny. High-level professionals have the effect of delaying aging. Su Jian and Zhao Yafeng looked no more than 30 years old, but the vicissitudes between their brows revealed the traces of time. Su Qingfeng and Su Qingning are about 60% similar, with outstanding looks and sharp temperament, while Su Jian is like a sheathed sword, heavy and steady. Zhao Yafeng is mature and charming. Her appearance in her early 30s is the most attractive time for a woman. The Su family's first impression of Yi-chan was that he was very handsome, and they also understood why their daughter was so devoted to him, even though he was just a mechanic. After Su Qingming introduced both parties, Yichen hurriedly greeted them. Uncle and aunt, brother Feng, hello. Su Jian told him not to be polite and to sit down first. The Su family was still dissatisfied with Yichen's career, thinking that if it weren't for him, Su Qingming could have easily entered a prestigious school, and now she had to rely on Su Jian's favor to take the exam. But Su Qingming had set her sights on Yichen, and she had been speaking well of Yichen these days, so they didn't express their dissatisfaction openly. After a few pleasantries, Zhao Yafeng asked Yichen directly, "What are your plans for the future? How can you ensure that you can keep up with Qingning after the third level?" Su Qingning was dissatisfied with her mother's words, but Zhao Yafeng said, "This is a problem you must face. There is no point in avoiding it." Yichen responded, "Auntie, if I say that mechanic is the strongest profession, do you believe it?" Zhao Yafeng bluntly said she didn't believe it, so Yichen said, "Then at the unified enrollment meeting tomorrow, I will vindicate the reputation of mechanics. Let's wait and see." Zhao Yafeng immediately responded, "If you can really prove it, I have nothing to say. But if you can't keep up, I hope you won't drag Qingming down." Yichen simply agreed. "I agree." Su Qingming looked at Yichen worriedly. She had thought about it a long time ago. If Yichen couldn't keep up after the third level, she would use her advantage as a doctor to pull him along. Now that Yichen agreed to his mother's request, wouldn't her efforts be in vain? She turned to Zhao Yafeng and said, "Mom, if Dad got into trouble and became a disabled person, would you also think he was a burden?" Zhao Yafeng said anxiously, "That's different. He is your father." Su Qingming immediately retorted, "In my opinion, there is no difference. You have identified your father, and I have identified Yichen too." Yichen listened to Su Qingming's words. His eyes were full of emotion. He took her hand and said, "Believe me, that day will never come." Zhao Yafeng and his wife felt a little uncomfortable watching the two of them being affectionate with each other. They were clearly doing it for their daughter's own good, but they seemed to be the villains who broke up the couple. Seeing that Su Qingming had already begun to protect Yichen, they did not say anything to spoil the fun. They also gained something. Yichen promised to leave if he couldn't keep up, so as not to affect Su Qingming's development. If Yichen really had talent, then everyone would be happy. If he was mediocre in the future, young people would most likely keep their promises with their self-esteem. Yichen was also quite satisfied with this exchange. Zhao Yafeng's request seemed normal to him, just like when his father asked his mother if she would agree if her son, who had a popular profession, found a mechanic colleague, and his mother was speechless at the time. He agreed to this request, firstly because he had confidence in himself, and secondly because he wanted to share the pressure with Su Qingming. After Yichen stayed at the Su family for about half an hour, he said goodbye to the Su family. Su Qingming saw him to the door and waved goodbye reluctantly. After returning home, Su Jian looked at his sister and asked, "Qingming, are you and Yichen confident in getting 500 points in the unified enrollment meeting?" Su Qingming responded confidently. Of course, Yichen is not an ordinary person. Su Qingfeng couldn't help laughing and said, "What's so special about him? He is just like us, with 2 arms, 2 legs, and 2 eyes." Su Qingming rolled her eyes and teased, "What do you know? You're almost 25 and you've never had a girlfriend. You and I have absolutely nothing in common." Zhao Yafeng interrupted, "Qingfeng, your sister is right. Why don't you find a girlfriend? I should have asked you to go to another school instead of Sichuan University." Su Jian also laughed and said, "It is said on the internet that prejudice in people's hearts is as big as a mountain." "Son, you wouldn't." Su Qingfeng hurriedly explained, "What are you thinking? My sexual orientation is normal. I just haven't met the girl who makes my heart beat." Seeing that he had successfully changed the subject, Su Qingming showed a smug smile and quietly left. The next day, Jiangqing's unified enrollment meeting was held at the Education and Sports Bureau, and leaders from major universities gathered together to discuss enrollment matters. The Unified Admissions Fair is an important event arranged in advance by the heads of various universities. They will go to different regions to screen new students according to the arrangements of each city. As the first stop of the arrangement, Jiangqing has attracted the attention of surrounding cities. Yanbei University, as the only first-class university in Yan Province, has 2 persons in charge of admissions in Yan Province. One of them is Su Jian's best friend, Su Jinlong, and the other is Sun Xiaofeng. Sun Xiaofeng asked doubtfully, "Do we really want to recruit a mechanic? Will the principal be angry?" Su Jinlong smiled and replied, Su Jian is my friend. He said so I can't refuse. Although Yi Chun is a mechanic, his colleague is a doctor. Sun Xiaofeng sighed. It's such a pity for this girl. Doctor is a popular profession with a bright future. Why did she choose him? Like father, like daughter. Su Jinlong also laughed and said, yes, but if they can get 500 points, why can't they be admitted as an exception? During the meeting, a group of professionals from Jiangcheng gathered there. All candidates were divided into more than 20 teams, with a total number of thousands of people, and the atmosphere was lively. Yi Chun and Su Qingming stood hand in hand in the team of numbered 3 middle school. At this moment, Qin Kai looked at them, his eyes full of jealousy and unwillingness. He really couldn't understand why Su Qingming still chose to be his comrade after Yi Chun awakened the profession of mechanic. Qin Kai stepped forward and challenged, Yi Chun, I heard that the mechanic is quite strong before the 3rd level. Do you dare to make a bet with me? The classmates around him cast curious glances. Yi Chun smiled faintly. What do you want to bet? Qin Kai said confidently, let's bet on our score in Secret Realm number 19. I have a pair of blue wolf boots, and I'll bet you one piece of equipment. Yi Chun responded calmly. Okay, let's bet. Qin Kai said proudly. You and Su Qingming are comrades in arms. The output of the doctor is limited. After entering the secret realm, your kill points must be divided equally. How can you beat me? Yi Chun smiled. You will know soon. Qin Kai sneered. Don't cry until you see the coffin. Let's wait and see. A few minutes later, the 19th large secret realm was finally opened, and the candidates rushed in. The secret realm was not only vast, but also had many monsters. Huge tree monsters are scattered all over the mountains. They are huge and have ugly faces on their trunks. For each tree monster killed, the examinee can get 50 points. And for each golden centipede hidden in the tree monster fruit, the examinee can get 10 points. After Qin Kai entered the secret realm, he immediately transformed into a werewolf, standing 2 meters and 5 meters tall. His hands turned into sharp claws, and he pounced on the tree demon's fruit. When he attacked the fruit, a golden centipede crawled out of it and rushed towards Qin Kai. Due to his strong defense, the golden centipede's attack posed no threat to him at all. He easily killed several centipedes and continued to implement his strategy. Yi Chun was different. His approach was calmer. As soon as he thought about it, he summoned a rifle from the void and quietly aimed at a tree demon 200 meters away. This scene stunned everyone in the scene. A rifle? What kind of weapon was this? There was no such equipment in the world. Chapter 15. The rifle appears. The first shock. At this time, Sun Xiaofeng said, It seems that he is aiming at the tree demon 200 meters away. Is a mechanic's range that far? Su Jinlong explained, The effective range of a pistol is only 50 meters, and the distance of a grenade throwing is only 30 meters. As for the weapon in his hand, I have never seen it before. As they were talking, Yi Chun had already pulled the trigger. With a gunshot, a tree demon fruit exploded instantly. Not only that, when the tree demon fruit exploded, the golden-armored centipede in the fruit also fell to the ground. Its body was broken into 2 pieces due to the powerful penetrating power of the rifle, and it died on the spot. This is impossible. The admissions officer present was dumbfounded. From a distance of 200 meters, he could smash the tree demon fruit with one shot and kill the golden-armored centipede inside the fruit at the same time. Isn't this too outrageous? Even the strongest professions among the top 10 popular professions seem unable to do this. Su Jian and Zhao Yafeng were also stunned. Zhao Yafeng asked, Is your sword immortal class so powerful when it's at the 2nd level? Su Jian shook his head and said, I can't do it. How did Yi Chun do it? A 2nd-level mechanic should only have 2 weapons, right? How could he have a 3rd weapon? And it's so outrageous. Zhao Yafeng said, No wonder this guy is so confident, saying that mechanic is the strongest profession. With this weapon, he is not too weak even after reaching the 3rd level. Su Jian said, This weapon is indeed invincible at the 2nd level, but it is no longer enough at the 3rd level. The sword immortal class unlocks the ability to fly the sword through the air at the 3rd level. Although the flying distance is only 100 meters, the flexibility of the flying sword is not comparable to that of a bullet. Zhao Yafeng listened and smiled. Then he still has a long way to go if he wants to make mechanic the strongest profession. Although the couple was shocked by Yi Chun at this moment, they were still quite happy in their hearts. After all, The relationship between comrades is not so easy to break, and Su Qingning is devoted to Yi Chun. If Yi Chun is powerful, their daughter's future path will be easier. Then, Yi Chun continued to shoot. Every time he fired a shot, a golden-armored centipede was killed. Before long, all the golden-armored centipedes on a tree monster had been cleared out by Yi Chun. Yi Chun and Su Qingning also obtained more than 300 points together. Then, Yi Chun took Su Qingning closer to the tree monster. Next, Yi Chun threw 5 or 6 grenades at the tree demon whose golden-armored centipede had been cleared out. Amid the continuous explosions of the grenades, the tree demon fell to the ground with a bang. Yi Chun and Su Qingning got another 50 points. On the other side, Qin Kai used his thick skin and strong muscles, with the help of his teammates, to kill 6 golden-armored centipedes, but his condition also deteriorated significantly. The golden centipede's attack power is not high, but it has a poisonous attribute. If the werewolf tries to withstand it, he won't be able to hold out for too long. Therefore, with the help of the opponent, he withdrew from the battle and began to recover. While taking a break, he asked, "How is Ichin doing?" "I've learned about the mechanic. Although his grenades can restrain tree monsters, he can't deal with the golden-armored centipede. He should be running for his life now, right?" Qin Kai's teammates heard this and said, "You know the mechanic, but you don't know Yi Chun." Qin Kai was stunned for a moment. "What do you mean?" The teammate pointed in a direction, and Qin Kai looked over. Yi Chun was seen holding a strange gun and pulling the trigger towards the tree demon fruit hundreds of meters away. With a gunshot, the tree demon fruit exploded, and the golden-armored centipede inside was also broken into 3 pieces and fell to the ground. Then, another gunshot was heard, and another golden-armored centipede was killed. In less than 10 seconds, Yi Chun killed 2 golden-armored centipedes in seconds. His efficiency was much faster than Qin Kai's. Qin Kai was completely dumbfounded. How is this possible? Doesn't the mechanic only have a pistol and a grenade? What kind of weapon is this? Qin Kai knew about the lethality of the pistol. The pistol was enough to destroy the fruit of the tree demon, but could not kill the golden-armored centipede. Once the golden-armored centipede starts to run around, the hit rate of guns is extremely low due to its speed and size. But now, Yi Chun was only hitting the fruit hanging on the tree monster. He was hitting a fixed target, so his hit rate was naturally not low. He killed a golden-armored centipede with 1 shot. This was really outrageous. I don't know either. The person in charge of the admissions office should be very confused right now, right? Before long, Yi Chun and Su Qingning's team had accumulated more than 500 points, meeting the requirements for admission to Yanbei. During this process, Yi Chun was responsible for killing monsters, while Su Qingning released the 2nd-level physician skills to replenish qi and calm the soul. The effect of this skill is to restore the spirit of teammates. Generally speaking, when teammates are tired, using qi boosting and soul soothing can relieve fatigue and adjust their state. Generally speaking, Su Qingning basically just played a supporting role, assisting Yi Chun by his side. Outside the secret realm, Su Jinlong said, "Their points have reached the target." Sun Xiaofeng said, "This Yi Chun is too special. The weapon in his hand is also unprecedented. There is no problem in making an exception for him." After hearing this, Su Jinlong said, "I think so too. I just hope that the secret realm ends as soon as possible so that I can ask this kid where he got this weapon." Unfortunately, it was too early for Su Jinlong to be happy because the heads of several other universities had already informed their leaders about the secret realm. When the leaders heard that Yi Chun was so special, they immediately decided to let them try to recruit Yi Chun into the school. After all, Yi Chun and Su Qingning are colleagues, and doctor is one of the top 10 most popular professions with a bright future. Yi Chun is different from ordinary mechanics and possesses unique weapons. Yi Chun demonstrated his own value, and with a buy-one-get-one free offer, he could also recruit a doctor. Therefore, even top-notch universities were interested in snatching him away. Yi Chun and Su Qingning spent another half an hour in the secret realm to accumulate points. When the points reached 1,000, Yi Chun stopped. They are now level 19. There is not much point in continuing to kill monsters before completing the level-breaking task. Yi Chun came to the hungry Qin Kai and said, "Do you admit defeat?" Qin Kai looked at Yi Chun with an unpleasant expression. After being silent for more than 10 seconds, he took out the blue wolf boots and threw them to Yi Chun. Yi Chun took the blue wolf boots and looked at the properties of this equipment. Blue wolf boots. Level requirement, 15. Occupational requirements, none. Quality, ordinary. Attribut, agilité plus 8. Effect, lightness. Movement speed increased by 8%. This piece of equipment, like the Qing Feng ring, also increases agility. Since it is a level 15 equipment, the increased basic attributes are good. Although the value of the lightness effect is not high, it is also very practical and can be regarded as a good equipment. Yichen took the blue wolf boots and did not force the issue. He and Su Qingming left the secret realm directly. Chapter 16, Choice. As soon as they came out of the secret realm, a voice said, "Classmate Yichun, classmate Su Qingming, hello." Su Qingming and Yichun looked at the person who came. She was a plump young woman with rimless glasses and short hair. She looked quite charming. Su Qingming looked at the other person warily. "Who are you?" The young woman introduced herself. "I am Bai Jie, the admissions officer of Beijing Medical University. We welcome you both to join our Beijing Medical University." Su Qingming looked at Bai Jie in surprise and said, "Beijing Medical University? A top-notch university?" Bai Jie said directly, "That's right. We are not only a first-class prestigious school, but also our campus is located in the capital. You should know that Daxia's most precious resources are limited to the capital. At the same time, our Jingyao is also very suitable for your career, which will help your future development." Su Qingming listened and said, "But we have already made an agreement with Yan Bei." Bai Jie smiled and said, "That's nothing. An agreement is just an agreement. I guess they have some requirements for you, right? You have not only met their requirements, but also the requirements of our Jingyao. Good birds choose the right trees to roost in. This is normal." Su Qingming looked at Yichun and said, "What do you think?" After hearing this, Yichun said, "I think what Teacher Bai said makes sense, but you still have to ask your uncle for instructions." Su Qingming nodded and called her father Su Jian. "Dad, Jingyao has extended an olive branch to me and Yichun. Yichun is leaning towards Jingyao. What do you think?" Su Jian said directly, "Of course I'll choose Beijing Pharmaceutical University. As both are first-class prestigious schools, Beijing Pharmaceutical University ranks over 30 and Yanbei University ranks over 70. There's nothing to hesitate about." Su Qingming listened and said, "Dad, I understand." Then Su Qingming said to Bai Jie, "We are willing to join Jingyao." Bai Jie smiled and said, "This is the most correct choice. Come on, I'll take you to sign the letter of intent for admission." Doctor is a profession that is very compatible with Beijing pharmacy, and Yichun is such a special mechanic that he is also worthy of admission. Therefore, Bai Jie acted first and asked for permission later and came directly to snatch the student. As long as the letter of intent for admission was signed, Yan Bei could only watch helplessly. Of course, Jingyao, which ranks more than 30th, is basically the limit for Yichun and Su Qingming. Those top universities above the first-class level are unlikely to make exceptions for Yichun. Although Yichun's performance is very special, his potential after the third level is still unknown. The top universities not only require students to be in the top 10 most popular professions, but also to have excellent combat skills and psychological qualities. The selection of future comrades is done in the junior year. Based on 3 years of running in and professional matching, they carefully select the most suitable teammate lineup. Yichun and Su Qingming became comrades in arms before they even entered school. This alone made it impossible for them to be admitted to a top university. At the same time, at the Education and Sports Bureau, Su Jinlong and Sun Xiaofeng were still sitting in the bureau, waiting for Yichun and Su Qingming to come and sign the admission intention. After waiting for a long time, but seeing no sign of Yichun and Su Qingming, Sun Xiaofeng asked, "Why haven't they come yet? Could they have been intercepted by someone?" Su Jinlong said directly, "It shouldn't be that serious, right? Yichun is just a mechanic after all. Is there any need to intercept him?" After hearing this, Sun Xiaofeng said, "If you ask me, you should ask that peerless swordsman." After hearing this, Su Jinlong took out his cell phone and called Su Jian. Su Jinlong said, "Brother Su, Qingming has passed the assessment. Why didn't she come over to sign the letter of intent for admission?" After listening to Su Jinlong's words, Su Jian said directly, "Brother Su, I'm so sorry. Jingxing Medical University has extended an olive branch to Qingming, and this girl signed a letter of intent for admission without discussing it with me. I have to criticize this girl." After hearing this, Su Jinlong's voice changed. "This girl was really robbed by someone. Brother Su, you are being a bit rude." Su Jian said, "The child is grown up and is disobedient. If my daughter had listened to me, her colleague would not be a mechanic. Su Jinlong was stunned for a moment. He really couldn't refute this, so he said, "Okay, after the unified recruitment meeting is over, let's have a drink together." No problem. On the other hand, Yi Chun and Su Qingning also signed a letter of intent to enroll. Within a week, Jingyao will mail them admission letters, and after school starts, they can enroll with the admission letters. Then, Bai Jie said to Yi Chun and Su Qingning, "You should have reached level 19 now, right?" Yi Chun nodded and said, "That's right, as long as we complete the rank-breaking task, we can step into the third rank." Bai Jie said, "I suggest you don't break through for the time being." Yi Chun was stunned for a moment. Why? Bai Jie explained, "Yi Chun, the mechanic is a strong profession in the early stage. Now you have a special weapon, which makes you even stronger in the second stage. Now, it is not an exaggeration to say that you are invincible in the second stage. The high-difficulty secret realms of the second level are not too difficult for you. You can stay at the second level for a while, take advantage of your strong period, play a few high-difficulty secret realms, and accumulate certain resources. Once you step into the third level, your advantage will be gone." After hearing what Bai Jie said, Yi Chun said, "After the third level, I will only become more powerful." Bai Jie was stunned for a moment before she said, "If that's true, then we at Jingyao have really found a treasure. With a mechanic who can produce explosive output and the assistance of doctors, we may be able to compete with top schools in the future. The first and second levels can be called the novice period for professionals. At this level, the strength of the monsters in the secret realm is relatively weak, which can be called the novice protection period. Once reaching the third level, the chances of professionals encountering danger will increase significantly." Bai Jie asked Yi Chun to make good use of his strong period and also wanted them to have more time to get used to each other during the novice period. But Yi Chun was obviously a young and inexperienced person who was not afraid of tigers. In this case, Bai Jie did not want to persuade him any further. Bai Jie could only hope that Yi Chun's talent was worthy of her confidence. As for Su Qingning, it was obvious that she followed Yi Chun's lead. If Yi Chun wanted to break through, then he would break through. But getting stuck at level 2, there was no point. Chapter 17, Light Machine Gun. Afterwards, Yi Chun and Su Qingning bid farewell to Bai Jie and went to carry out the second-level breakthrough mission. In Jiangcheng, there are 7 second-level secret realms. The one chosen by Yi Chun and Su Qingning is the most difficult one, the Sword and Armor Secret Realm. The environment of the Sword and Armor Secret Realm is that of an abandoned city, with tall buildings, steel, and concrete. But all of these things have been destroyed. The tall buildings collapsed and fell into ruin, and even the concrete ground was covered with sword marks. Obviously, these were caused by the monsters in the Sword and Armor Secret Realm. Yi Chun held a grenade and directly activated the unlimited firepower mode. Finally, one monster after another appeared in the sight of Yi Chun and Su Qingning. The full name of these monsters is sword-wielding demon armor. Their bodies are pieces of metal armor. There is no body inside the armor, but is filled with strange black fog. Because they hold a big sword in their hands and use the big sword as their main method of attack, they are named sword-wielding demon armor. The main body of the sword-wielding demon armor is metal armor, so its defense is extremely high. The attack power of the big sword in its hand is also very strong. The attack and defense values are extremely high, but it has no long-range attack means. Even so, it is difficult to deal with. For Yi Chun, such a monster was like a living target and was not difficult to deal with at all. Yi Chun threw the grenades in his hand one after another. Continuous explosions sounded, and the already dilapidated city was filled with more smoke. The sword-wielding demon Kai was also blown to pieces in the explosion and completely destroyed. The mechanic was very restrained against the sword-wielding demon armor, and amid the continuous explosions, the sword-wielding demon armor was completely cleared out by Yi Chun. Then, the earth seemed to tremble, a crack appeared in the ground, and then a large sword-wielding demon armor broke out of the ground. It is 5 meters tall, and its magic armor and big sword are both scarlet red. It is obviously the boss among the sword-wielding magic armor. After seeing the sword armor boss, Yi Chun and Su Qingning immediately jumped onto the collapsed building not far away. Then, the sword armor boss held a big sword and smashed it heavily on the ground. Suddenly, the ground shook, and the ground where Yi Chun and Su Qingning were before cracked. In addition to its excellent attack and defense, the sword and armor boss also has a control skill that can create ground tremors and affect the opponent's ability to move. In order to restrict the sword and armor boss, the secret realm sets the environment here in the form of a city. The city is full of tall buildings, which are out of touch with reality, so the sword and armor boss's abilities can be easily avoided. The two were on the ruins of a high-rise building. Yichin continued to throw grenades. One grenade after another exploded near the sword armor boss, and its health bar was gradually decreasing. The sword-armored boss let out an unwilling roar and rushed towards Yichun and Su Qingning with a sword in hand. Grenades also kept exploding under the feet of the sword-armored boss. The health bar of this sword-armored boss is very thick, and each time a grenade explodes, it can only take away about 1/20th of his health bar. But even so, with the blessing of unlimited firepower, Yichin's grenades are like free of charge. Therefore, the sword armor boss was ultimately unable to rush to Yichun and fell to the ground unwillingly. Then, the system prompt sounded again. Congratulations to the two of you for breaking the record of the sword and armor secret realm and obtaining a bronze treasure chest. Su Qingming looked at Yichun in disbelief and said, I feel like you are more like a boss than it. You are really too bullying. Sword and armor boss. How majestic is his appearance. 5 meters tall, blood-colored magic armor, shaking the earth. What happened? The boss was killed in less than 2 minutes of showing off. The firepower was really too fierce. When Yichun heard Su Qingning's words, he smiled and said, Isn't this good? Your man is more fierce than the boss. Who dares to bully you? Su Qingning blushed slightly when she heard Yichun's words. She did not deny it, but said, Should I open the treasure chest this time? Yichun said, Of course. After hearing this, Su Qingning walked towards the empty treasure chest that appeared out of nowhere and reached out to open it. Then, a scarlet-red pendant appeared in Su Qingning's hand. Heart of Demon Armor. Quality, Elite. Required level, level 20. Required occupation, none. Attributes, Intelligence plus 25. Effect, Drain. Each time a spell hits an opponent, there is a 30% chance of draining 20 health points from the opponent. Transform into armor. Consumes 30 mana points to form a magic armor around oneself. The magic armor can resist 300 points of damage cumulatively. The cooling time is 600 seconds. Then, Su Qingning exclaimed, Elite equipment again. Our luck is too good, isn't it? Yichun looked at Su Qingning's happy expression and was in a very good mood. He couldn't help but step forward and hugged Su Qingning's soft body from behind, saying, We must be lucky. Su Qingning was suddenly attacked by Yichun from behind, and her face suddenly turned red. This is a secret place. Yichun breathed hot air into her ears and said, I know. This is a secret place, and all the monsters have been destroyed. No one will disturb us. As Yichun spoke, he kissed Su Qingning directly on the cheek. Su Qingning felt happy and shy at the same time. She closed her eyes and cooperated with Yichun. It was just that Yichun's male instinct led him to move not only his mouth, but also his hands, which stroked her slender waist and then landed on the peaks of her chest. Even through the clothes, Yichun could feel the comfortable elasticity and softness. Su Qingning's face suddenly turned red. She reached out and grabbed Yichun's hand, saying, Don't. Seeing this, Yichun said, I won't move. Just let me go for a while, okay? Su Qingning's resistance was just an instinctive reaction because her forbidden area was touched. In fact, she was not repelled by Yichun. Therefore, when she heard Yichun say this, she agreed by default. Yichun took advantage of his girlfriend for a few minutes before leaving the secret realm with Su Qingning. As for the Demon Armor Heart pendant, it was also given to Su Qingning. After all, the intelligence attribute is of little significance to Yichun, and the effect of absorbing mana is equally meaningless to the mechanic. After leaving the secret realm, Yichun and Su Qingning both broke through to level 20 and officially entered the 3rd level. In Yichun's mind, the system prompt sounded, Congratulations, host. You have reached the 3rd level and unlocked the weapons Light Machine Gun and Flame Gun. Brown Light Machine Gun. Basic damage 1,000 points, capacity 500 rounds, effective range 800 meters, rate of fire 1,000 rounds per minute, and 10 bullets restored every 2.4 seconds. LPO 50 Flame Gun. Basic damage 800, effective range 100 meters, continuous spray time 3 minutes. 1 tank of fuel is restored every 2.4 minutes, and a maximum of 3 tanks can be stored. Chapter 18. Hit the target every time. Yichun was overjoyed when he saw the 2 new weapons. He didn't expect that the light machine gun would be unlocked at the third level. You know, the lethality of a light machine gun is no joke. Although the basic damage of a single bullet is only twice that of a rifle, the actual lethality of a light machine gun is at least 10 times that of a rifle. Because light machine guns can fire continuously. They can fire 1,000 rounds of bullets per minute, which is an average of nearly 20 rounds per second. If it was a rifle, no matter how fast Yi-Chun pulled the trigger, he could only fire 2 or 3 bullets in a second. Of course, the bullet capacity of the light machine gun means that it can only fire continuously for half a minute. But don't forget that Yi-Chun still has unlimited firepower. Boasting unlimited firepower, this light machine gun with a fast firing rate, but insufficient ammunition capacity will unleash the most terrifying lethality. The mechanic becomes weak after reaching the third level. This is simply an international joke. Yi-Chun will be even stronger than when he was at the second level. As for the flame gun, it is also extremely important to Yi-Chun. The flame gun may not be as effective as the light machine gun against ordinary monsters, but is much better than the light machine gun against soul monsters. Because in the secret realm, not all monsters are flesh and blood. If you encounter a soul-type monster or a ghost in a soul state, no matter how powerful the bullet is, it will be ineffective. At this time, the flame gun comes in handy. Thunder and fire, lightning and fire, naturally have a restraining effect on soul monsters. When everyone thought that Yi-Chun, the mechanic, would be restrained by the soul monster, Yi-Chun took out a flame gun and burned the fierce ghost. Just thinking about it was exciting. Yi-Chun didn't have time to be happy. The system prompt sounded again. Congratulations, host. You have the opportunity to draw a super god talent. Do you want to draw it? Yi-Chun said directly, yes. Then, 3 super god attributes appeared again. 1. Hit the target every time. After activating this talent, every bullet fired by the host will hit the target as long as the target is within the range. The duration is 30 minutes, and the cooldown time is 1 hour. 2. King of Upgrade. After obtaining this talent, the experience required for the host to upgrade is halved. 3. Comprehensive Development. After activating this talent, all attributes of the host will be doubled. The duration is 1 hour, and the cooling time is 1 hour. This time, the 3 super talents were eliminated by Yi-Chun. Of these 3 super attributes, Yi-Chun first ruled out the King of Upgrades, as this attribute only brought disadvantages but no advantages to Yi-Chun. Of the 2 attributes, all-round development and never failing to hit the target, it is obvious that never failing to hit the target is more useful. Comprehensive development can double Yi-Chun's attributes, but even if all attributes are doubled, it cannot increase the lethality of the weapon. Doubling agility will at most increase your hit rate. And the 100% hit allowed Yi-Chun to increase his hit rate to 100% within 30 minutes. Therefore, Yi-Chun said directly, I choose to hit the target every time. With the talent of never missing a shot, as long as Yi-Chun activates this talent, any opponent who excels in agility or speed will no longer be a threat. In fact, it is very useful. It was already late. Yi-Chun sent Su Qingning back home and then left. After Su Qingning entered the room, Zhao Yafang came towards her and said, Qingning, have you seen Yi-Chun's secret weapon before? Su Qingning listened and said, yeah, I've seen it before. Zhao Yafang looked at her daughter and said, why didn't you tell me earlier? You made your father and I worry. Su Qingning explained, Mom, will you believe me if I tell you? Yi-Chun said that mechanic is the strongest profession, but you didn't believe it either, right? So it's better to speak with facts. Zhao Yafang said, I now admit that a mechanic like Yi-Chun is indeed the strongest at the second level. Su Qingning suddenly asked, by the way, where are my brother and dad? Why aren't they here? Zhao Yafang explained, your father went to the Magic City and entered a high-level large secret realm. As for your brother, I arranged for him to go on a blind date. Su Qingning listened and said, really? It seems that we can't share with you the record-breaking achievements we made in the rank-breaking mission. Zhao Yafang was not surprised at all. Yi-Chun is recognized by me as the strongest in the second stage. It is normal for him to break the record. I just hope that after he reaches the third stage, he can still have some of the charm of the second stage. Su Qingning immediately said, don't worry. She has complete trust and unconditional faith in her lover. Yi-Chun once said that mechanic is the strongest profession, which means that no other profession is better than mechanic. The next day, Yi-Chun and Su Qingning were busy with some trivial matters. They both reached the third level and were already mid-level combat professionals. Therefore, Yi Chun and Su Qingning went to the Combat Professionals Association to get certified. After that, they could receive a considerable allowance every month. This allowance is dispensable to Su Qingning, but for Yi Chun, it can allow his parents to have good material conditions. After the two of them completed the authentication, Su Qingning handed the bank card she used to receive her allowance to Yi Chun. Yi Chun was stunned for a moment before he asked, "What are you doing for me?" Su Qingning explained, "This allowance is mainly to prevent the families of combat professionals from worrying about money. My parents are both combat professionals, so they don't need it. You can give my allowance to your uncle and aunt." Yi Chun listened and said, "Isn't this inappropriate?" Su Qingning stuffed the bank card into Yi Chun's hand and said, "What's inappropriate? Won't your family be my family in the future?" Su Qingning didn't wait for Yi Chun to answer and turned around and trotted away. After she said this, she felt that she was too brave to say such words. That's why she ran away as if she was running for her life. Yi Chun looked at Su Qingning's slim figure and couldn't help but laugh out loud. No matter in the past life or this life, knowing Qingning is really my greatest luck. Then, he took the two bank cards and returned home. As soon as he entered the door, Yi Chun found that the atmosphere at home was not right. Yi Chun looked and saw that Yi Haod and his son, who had been chased away with a knife by his mother Lin Susu, were both there. In addition, there was also Yi Chun's grandfather, Yi Wenhua. Yi Wenhua was somewhat educated, otherwise he would not have given his two sons names like Hodazai Wu. But being educated does not affect his old-fashioned and traditional thinking. The royal family loves the eldest son, so Yi Wenhua regarded himself as a member of the royal family and doted on the eldest son. He also did the same to the eldest grandson, loving the whole family as well. In Yi Wenhua's view, the inheritance of the Yi family from top to bottom is like a big tree that is constantly growing. Only the eldest son and grandson are the trunk of the tree, while the second son and subsequent descendants are the branches of the tree. The importance of a mere branch is naturally far less than that of the trunk of a big tree. Therefore, Yi Haod's family conditions were much better than Yi Zaiwu's. After all, he had Yi Wenhua's full support. In comparison, Yi Zaiwu's family only paid off their mortgage a few years ago, and their financial situation has always been relatively tight. The reason why Lin Susu went to chop with a kitchen knife last time was partly because Yi Haod had gone too far, and partly because Yi Wenhua was partial to her. The old man is partial, so Lin Susu naturally has no sense of belonging to the Yi family, so he takes action when it is time to do so. But this time, Yi Haod also invited Yi Wenhua. Although Lin Susu was dissatisfied, it was not easy for her to resort to violence against her elders. After all, he was Yi Zaiwu's biological father and Yi Chun's biological grandfather. After Yi Chun entered the door, Yi Wenhua looked at Yi Chun and then spit out two words coldly: "Kneel down." Chapter 19, Sweeping. Yi Wenhua was very dissatisfied. The daughter-in-law of his second son actually dared to use force against his eldest son and eldest grandson. This was simply a rebellion. He came here today to make the decision for his eldest son and grandson, because Yi Chun was one of the protagonists of the matter. Therefore, Yi Wenhua started to get angry when Yi Chun returned home. However, Yi Chun ignored Yi Wenhua. Not to mention kneeling, he didn't even pause and came to his parents' side. Seeing this, Yi Wenhua said with an unpleasant expression, "I told you to kneel down. Didn't you hear me?" Yi Chun looked at Yi Wenhua and said directly, "Will you kneel down? Are you worthy?" Yi Wenhua was furious and slammed his right hand heavily on the table, saying, "I am your grandfather. Yi Chun Toontit, Grandpa. From childhood to adulthood, I have never eaten a grain of rice from you, nor have I ever taken advantage of you. Do you really think that you can put on airs in front of me just by calling me that?" Yi Chun had no respect for Yi Wenhua at all. After all, whether in his previous life or in this life, Yi Wenhua was very partial to him. All the savings of the Yi family were spent on Yi Haod and Yi Zong. When Yi Haod got married, Yi Wenhua contributed money and effort, bought a house and a car, and Yi Haod's family lived a very comfortable life. When Yi Zaiwu got married, the down payment of 180,000 yuan for the house was made up of 80,000 yuan saved by Yi Zaiwu himself and 100,000 yuan borrowed from Yi Wenhua, who even wrote an IOU. A few years after Yi Zaiwu got married, just when he had recovered a little, Yi Wenhua came to his house with an IOU and asked for money. As for the treatment gap between Yi Chun and Yi Zong, it is even greater. Apart from anything else, 2 years ago, when Yi Zong became a combat professional, Yi Wenhua not only held a banquet to entertain the guests, saying that Yi Zong was the Yi family's unicorn and the Yi family's hope, but he also spent a large sum of money to buy Yi Zong a piece of equipment. But when it comes to Yi Chun, there is nothing at all, and Yi Chun naturally will not indulge him. Yi Chun's words made Yi Wenhua furious. He shouted, "Yi Zaiwu, look at the good son you taught. He has never eaten a grain of my rice. Have you ever eaten it?" When Lin Susu heard Yi Wenhua's words, she said directly, "If you want to scold your son, take him back and scold him. We, mother and son, won't accept this." Yi Wenhua's expression changed, and he said, "How dare you talk to me like that? I'm your father." Lin Susu also laughed. "Don't flatter yourself. Which father would write an IOU to buy his son a wedding house just to pay half of the down payment? After a few years, he still has the audacity to come to my house with the IOU to ask for money. My son is right. You have no right to act so arrogantly here." Yi Wenhua coughed a few times in anger, but was unable to refute. At this time, Yi Hao said, "Yi Zaiwu, Dad gave birth to you and raised you, and you let your wife and children talk to Dad like this." Yi Zaiwu also has a temper. He said directly, "What's wrong with what they said? What exactly do you want to do by coming here today?" Lin Susu said, "If you curse my son with those inexplicable words like you did last time, I will not be polite to you." After Lin Susu finished speaking, Yi Wenhua said directly, "Curse? My grandson is just making you face reality. Do you dare to chop him with a knife? I'm here now, try to chop me." Lin Susu said angrily, "Old man, do you think I really don't dare?" As Lin Susu spoke, she was about to go to the kitchen, but Yi Zaiwu reached out to stop her. He knew that his wife could do anything when she was angry. And as for Yi Wenhua, he was old but still alive, and was even more of a difficult person to deal with. He stopped Lin Susu, not for Yi Wenhua, but because he was afraid that Lin Susu would really kill the man and she would face imprisonment. Yi Chun also said, "Mom, don't be angry, just treat them as farts. I'm warning you now. I give you 10 seconds to leave my house, otherwise I will shoot you." As Yi Chun spoke, he moved his mind and a light machine gun appeared in his hand, aiming at Yi Zong and his group. Seeing Yi Chun's actions, Yi Zong's eyes revealed a hint of ferocity. "Little beast, I've been waiting for this moment." Combat professionals are not allowed to attack ordinary people, but if you encounter provocations from other combat professionals, it is reasonable to fight back in self-defense. Shield. As soon as Yi Zong finished speaking, a shield more than 1 meter high suddenly appeared in front of him. On the shield was a ferocious dragon head, which seemed to have outstanding defensive power. Yi Zong's profession is shield warrior, which is a defensive type of profession. The defense is excellent, but the output is limited, so he is suitable to be a frontline warrior and bear damage. Yi Zong has been a professional for 2 years and has now reached level 29. As long as he completes the level-breaking task, he will be able to reach the 4th level. In his opinion, his level was nearly 10 levels higher than Yi Chun, and the shield warrior's defense was so excellent that Yi Chun would most likely not be able to break his defense, so Yi Zong was full of confidence. Yi Chun looked at Yi Zong raising his shield, and without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Suddenly, continuous gunshots rang out, and one bullet after another hit the shield in Yi Zong's hand. Under the impact of the bullet, Yi Zong's body involuntarily retreated step by step. At the same time, Yi Zong's shield was also decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just 10 seconds, under the pouring of bullets, the large shield in Yi Zong's hand burst into pieces, and more than 10 bullets hit Yi Zong's body in succession. Dozens of bloody holes instantly appeared on Yi Zong's body, and he fell to the ground in a mess, bleeding profusely. At this moment, Yi Zong's face was full of disbelief. How could this be possible? What the hell was this gun? As far as he knew, the mechanic's pistol fired 1 shot at a time, and the damage was limited. As for the grenades, although they can cause great damage, this is Yi Chun's own home, and it is impossible for Yi Chun to throw grenades, so Yi Zong is full of confidence. As a result, Yi Chun took out a strange gun and started firing. In just 10 seconds, Yi Zong was hit by at least hundreds of bullets. This is too outrageous. How could a mechanic be like this? Yi Wenhua and Yi Hao were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Yi Wenhua said angrily, "How dare you attack your cousin? Are you going to rebel, you little bastard?" After hearing what Yi Wenhua said, Yi Chun slowly turned the gun and pointed it at Yi Wenhua. He said, "Try to curse me again? Do you think I dare to beat you into a hornet's nest? Yi Wenhua was furious. You. Although he was angry, he didn't dare to say anything rude because he could see that Yi Chun was ruthless and did what he said. He wanted to control Yi Chun by relying on filial piety? Dream on. Chapter 20, It's Your Own Sewing. At this time, Yi Zong said weakly, Dad, send me to the hospital, quickly. After more than a dozen bullets from the light machine gun, Yi Zong's health bar was less than 1/10. Fortunately, his profession is a shield warrior with outstanding defense and blood. Otherwise, he would have gone to see the king of hell now. When Yi Wenhua and Yi Hao heard what Yi Zong said, they hurried to Yi Zong, supported Yi Zong on the left and right, and went to rescue him. Seeing this, Yi Zaiwu said, Son, you beat Yi Zong like this, is it okay? Yi Chen said directly, Dad, don't worry. A fight between combat professionals is not a big deal. Lin Susu said, Son, you have to discuss this with Qing Ning. If the other villain files a complaint first, we'll be in trouble. Yi Chen had no choice but to say, Okay, I'll call Qing Ning. By the way, this is the subsidy bank card for Qing Ning and me. Lin Susu was stunned for a moment before she said, What are you going to do with Qing Ning's subsidy card? Yi Chen explained, Qing Ning's parents are both high-level professionals, and they don't need these subsidies, so they let me take them home. Lin Susu and Yi Zaiwu were both stunned for a moment. And then Lin Susu said, This kid, he already thinks of himself as the daughter-in-law of the Yi family. I've accepted the bank card, and I'll save the money for you. Yi Chun said, What are you saving for? Our subsidies will get higher and higher. You should spend it. You have worked hard for most of your life, and it is time for your son to be filial to you. Lin Susu listened and said with a smile, Okay, Mom and Dad will listen to you. Husband, do you see? This is a family. Yi Zaiwu nodded. You are right. I am not holding you back today, am I? Lin Susu said, If you hold me back, I will divorce you. As Lin Susu spoke, she recalled what happened more than 10 years ago. At that time, she and Yi Zaiwu had been married for more than 3 years, and the couple had to pay off their mortgage. Yi Chun was born not long ago, and the couple was under great financial pressure. They lived frugally and finally saved some money, which gave them a sense of security. They can endure hardship themselves, but they don't want to make their precious son suffer. Therefore, they prepare to spend some money to send Yi Chun to a better kindergarten. But at this time, Yi Wenhua came to ask for the loan of 100,000 yuan that Yi Zaiwu had taken out to buy a house. It is only natural to pay back a debt, but the problem is that the money was lent by the father to his son, and everything was clear between father and son. Naturally, it was impossible for Lin Susu to have any good feelings towards Yi Wenhua. Yi Zaiwu finally paid back the money. Not long after that, Yi Zong was sent to the best primary school in Jiangqing. It was said that the school selection fee was 150,000 yuan. However, because Yi Chen's family had no money, he chose the cheapest kindergarten. Lin Susu will remember this for the rest of her life, because for parents, suffering themselves is nothing, but suffering their children is the real shame. At this time, Yi Chun called Su Qingning and told her about the situation here. Su Qingning was also amazed after hearing this. Are they sick? We are fine, but he actually wants to inherit me? Yi Chen said, Yes. I beat him like a sieve. I don't know if he can be rescued. Qingning, if they report it, Uncle will have to take action. Su Qingning said directly, Don't worry. The Duanjiao warriors are thick-skinned and tough. They shouldn't die. And they're in the wrong in this matter. They will be fine. After Su Qingning told Yi Chun to relax, she hung up the phone and found her mother. Now that Su Jian is in the copy, Su Qingning can only ask her mother to come forward. Zhao Yafeng didn't waste any words and directly greeted the Jiangsheng War Alliance. Given the status of Su Jian and Zhao Yafeng, such a small matter could be handled with just a word. In a hospital, Yi Zong was rescued after more than 2 hours and finally saved his life. Then, Yi Wenhua and Yi Hao entered the ward. Yi Zong looked at his father and grandfather, tears streaming down his face. That grandpa almost died just now. Please help me report to the War Alliance. I want Yi Chun to spend the rest of his life in prison. The War Alliance, whose full name is the Combat Professionals Alliance, has corresponding war alliances in various parts of Daxia. The War Alliance is responsible for handling conflicts and contradictions between combat professionals and has great power. After hearing this, Yi Hao immediately called to inform the War Alliance. Not long after, the Alliance arranged for a clerk to come to the hospital and ask, Yi Zong, right? Tell me how you got injured. Yi Zong replied, My family and I went to visit my second uncle's house. My cousin was jealous that I was better at my job than him, so he shot me. After hearing what Yizong said, the clerk looked at Yizong and asked, "Are you sure about this?" Yizong immediately said, "Of course I am sure. My grandfather and father can both vouch for me." "Yes, that's it. Anyway, when the time comes, the husband will have his own reasons, and the wife will have her own reasons." Yi Zhong is trying his best to throw dirty water on Yi Chun, and with the injuries on his body, Yi Chun will definitely suffer in the end. However, the clerk said, "But as far as I know, you were the first to come and make trouble. Yi Chun had already warned you before he took action." Yi Zhong's expression changed, and he said, "Yi Chun is the villain who complained first. He hurt me so badly, and yet he dared to confuse right and wrong. You must be more careful." The clerk smiled and said, "I have checked it very clearly. There is a surveillance camera in Yi Chen's living room, and the truth is clear. Your family is talking nonsense here and falsely accusing others. Have you thought about the consequences?" As soon as the clerk said this, the expressions of Yi Zhong's family changed drastically. There was actually a surveillance camera in Yi Chen's living room? This was bad. The clerk was also looking at this family at this moment. He had received instructions from his superiors to favor Yi Chen's family. Naturally, he didn't hesitate at all and directly made up a so-called surveillance video to see how the Yi Zhong family would react. If the facts were as Yi Zhong said, they would definitely be in disbelief at this moment and think that the surveillance was fake. And if this is not the case, then the Yi Zhong family should cry and pray for themselves. As expected, Yi Zhong was so frightened that his face turned pale. He said hurriedly, "I was injured just now, and my mind may be a little unclear. The facts are indeed a little different from what I just said." The clerk sneered, "You're injured and your mind is not clear? Then your father and your grandfather should be very clear-headed, right?" Yi Hao hurriedly covered his forehead with his hands and said, "My son just had a near-death experience. I was so frightened that my mind is a little confused." Yi Wenhua said, "Don't look at me. I'm old and have Alzheimer's disease." The clerk said directly, "That's enough. If you don't want others to know, then don't do it. This time, since you were seriously injured, I will let you go. If you dare to talk nonsense and falsely accuse others next time, I will make you pay for it." As the clerk spoke, he threw the notebook he was using to take notes at Yi Hao's face, then left the ward. This time, they lost more than they gained. The next morning, Yi Chun and Su Qingning each received an admission letter from Beijing Pharmaceutical, and they were able to report to Beijing Pharmaceutical. On Earth, there is a long summer vacation after the college entrance examination, but it is different on Blue Planet. After awakening to the combat profession at the age of 18, each combat profession player has 10 days to upgrade their level in a low-level secret realm. Afterwards, major universities will arrange admissions teachers to travel to various places to participate in local unified admissions fairs to screen out suitable students. After signing a letter of intent to enroll, the university will issue an admission notice. After that, combat professionals can go to college to enroll, and the whole process takes less than half a month. After all, the situation on Blue Star is still very urgent, especially 3 years ago when a high-level secret realm in the Magic City broke through because there were too many monsters. Therefore, all combat professionals have to hurry up and improve themselves. Chapter 21, Teleportation Array. After receiving the admission letters, Yi Cheng and Su Qingning packed up and prepared to leave. It is worth mentioning that the means of transportation on Blue Planet are completely different from those on Earth. Although there are cars, there are no trains, airplanes, and other means of transportation. Because on Blue Star, there's a profession called Formation Master. When a Formation Master reaches the intermediate level, he can set up a long-distance teleportation formation. For example, from Jiangsheng to Beijing, you can step into the teleportation formation and arrive in just a dozen seconds. High-level formation masters can even set up large-scale, long-distance teleportation formations that can teleport thousands of people at a time. When teleporting, one only needs to consume a kind of energy crystal that is a specialty of the secret realm, and the cost is not high. Because of the existence of formation masters, Blue Star has not developed long-distance transportation such as trains or airplanes, only cars. Because cars are still very practical for urban transportation, but as for long-distance travel, no matter what means of transportation, it is not as convenient as the teleportation formation of the Formation Master. Yi Chun and Su Qingning bought teleportation tickets and then came to the teleportation point in Jiangsheng. The teleportation point can teleport to various places in Dacia according to their own tickets, and the capital is no exception. After checking their tickets, the two followed the instructions and came to the area where the Jiangjing Large Teleportation Array was located. The entire teleportation array is octagonal in shape, with a diameter of approximately 50 meters. There are safety seats in the teleportation array with seat belts and a black helmet on top. During the transmission process, you may feel weightless and your body may lose balance, so you need a safety seat and seat belt to secure yourself. At the same time, if you do not close your eyes during the transmission process, you may see some bizarre scenes, which may damage your retina. Therefore, the teleportation array is equipped with black helmets, and everyone must wear them to block out the light to avoid vision loss due to teleportation. It is worth mentioning that the crystals consumed by the teleportation array come from the secret realm. According to research, these crystals are transformed from the corpses of monsters in the secret realm after being killed. Therefore, combat professionals only need to pay half price to use the teleportation array. It was Yi-Chen's first time to travel far away, and looking at the teleportation array, there was a bit of novelty in his eyes. Seeing this, Su Qingning asked, "Is this your first time here?" Yi-Chen nodded and said, "Yes, it's amazing." Because of the existence of combat professions, Blue Star's technology tree is completely different from that of Earth. The combat profession itself has replaced thermal weapons, so Blue Star's thermal weapons have not developed at all. The teleportation array replaced long-distance transportation tools such as trains, airplanes, and ships, but these tools were not developed at all. Come to think of it, the teleportation array created by the Array Master can teleport people to the corresponding location regardless of the distance in just an instant, and the price is not very high. Who would have the mind to develop other long-distance transportation tools? Even if someone could really invent the train, it would be regarded as a meaningless invention and would be discarded. Fortunately, things like mobile phones and computers, in addition to having powerful computing power, can also be used for life and entertainment. So these two things have been successfully launched. After hearing what Yi-Chan said, Su Qingning said, although everyone now pays attention to combat professions, there are some life professions that are more scarce than combat professions. After hearing this, Yi-Chan asked curiously, "Really? What professions are they?" Su Qingning explained, "Formation masters are one of them. Every formation master at least has enough food and clothing. The most popular ones at present are the equipment refiners and the alchemists. The former can use the minerals in the secret realm and the bones, scales and armor of some mid to high level monsters to forge or strengthen equipment. The latter can use the flesh and blood of monsters, inner pills, and some secret medicinal materials to refine pills." After hearing what Su Qingning said, Yi-Chan said, "It seems that the monster's entire body is full of treasures." Su Qingning listened and said, "Yes, but it has to be at least a mid-level monster. The monsters we dealt with in the first and second level secret realms before were just cannon fodder among the invaders. Their corpses are of little value." Within a few minutes, about 80% of the seats in the teleportation array were occupied, and then the staff asked everyone to get ready and put on their helmets. After everything was ready, the teleportation array was activated, and the entire teleportation array was shrouded in brilliant golden light. At this moment, Yi-Chen's body also produced a strong sense of weightlessness. He seemed to appear in the air 10,000 meters high in an instant, and then began to fall rapidly. However, because he was wearing a helmet, everything in front of his eyes was dark, and he could not see anything. The whole process lasted for more than 10 seconds, and Yi-Chan felt a hand patting his shoulder. "We're here." After hearing this, Yi-Chan reached out and took off his helmet, then saw Su Qingning standing beside him with a sweet smile on her face. Yi-Chan also showed surprise in his eyes. "It's here already? So fast." Yi-Chan said this, stood up and left the teleportation chair, and then left the teleportation point with Su Qingning. After going out, I saw tall buildings and huge crowds of people all around, which was far beyond what Jiangxing could compare to. As expected, I had arrived in the capital. Then, the two took a taxi to Beijing Medical University. Beijing Medical University is located in a relatively remote area in the western part of Beijing. After all, land is extremely valuable in Beijing. Since the emergence of professionals have become the main enrollment body of various prestigious schools and universities. Afterwards, all major universities began to relocate and build new campuses. Because each university mainly recruits combat professionals, and combat professionals naturally need to fight. Without a large enough venue, how can combat training be carried out? Half an hour later, the car stopped in front of the gate of Beijing Medical University. Yi Chun and Su Qingning got out of the car and looked at Beijing Medical University. The whole university looks very solemn and magnificent. There are two statues about 30 meters high at the entrance of the university. They are the medical saints Bian Ke and Hua Ta in ancient Daxia. It is very spectacular. When Yi Chun and Su Qingning were looking at the two statues, a man came over and said, "You two are freshmen this year, right? Which college have you been assigned to?" "I am your senior Zhang Tao." After hearing this, Yi Chun said directly, "I am from Fiery Academy, and Qingning is from Giant Wood Academy." Zhang Tao smiled and said, "The fiery giant tree? One has fire suppression, and the other has healing abilities. It's a good combination." Yi Chun asked, "How do you know?" Chapter 22 Colleges. Zhang Tao explained, "Our Beijing Medical University is divided into 5 major colleges, namely Sharp Gold, Giant Wood, Weak Water, Fiery Fire, and Thick Earth. Among them, Ruijin Academy focuses on killing, and most of the students it recruits are melee professionals, including some swordsmen, and assassins. The Giant Tree Academy focuses on recovery, often with both offensive and defensive capabilities, and has healing abilities, including doctors, priests, etc. The main controller of Ruashui Academy includes some warlocks, cursors, etc. They can increase group gain status for their own side, increase group benefit weakening status for the enemy, etc. Although their own single output and defense capabilities are average, they play a big role in group combat. The main output of Liehua Academy is different from that of Ruijin Academy. Most of the output of Liehua Academy are long-range attacks. Archers, swordsmen, elemental mages, mechanics, etc. will be assigned to Liehua Academy. The last one, the Thick Earth Academy, focuses on defense and has a strong ability to withstand damage, including shield warriors, werewolves, heavy knights, etc. Yi Chun heard what Zhang Tao said and said, "Then the number of people in each college should be very unbalanced, right? Not to mention other academies. Giant Wood Academy must have the least number of people. After all, there are not many professions with healing abilities." Zhang Tao smiled and said, "That's right. There are only a limited number of combat professionals with healing abilities, and the only professions we know of besides doctors are wizards and priests. So, after 3 years of running in, the student from the 5 major colleges will form a comradeship. That is, the 4 major colleges of Gold, Water, Fire, and Earth, to snatch the few students from Jimmu College. You must work hard in these 3 years. Don't let your girlfriend be snatched away by others." As Zhang Tao spoke, he led Yi Chun and Su Qingning into the yard. Although the college is divided into 5 colleges, the accommodation area is not divided according to the colleges. There are only 2 magnificent dormitory buildings, one for boys and the other for girls. Zhang Tao took the 2 of them to the front of the dormitory building to get acquainted with each other, and then said, "Now that we have met, I will take you to register. After registration, you will be assigned a dormitory." After hearing this, Yi Chun said, "Thank you for your help, senior." Zhang Tao waved his hand and said, "It's okay. I'm also earning credits. Although it's only 2 points, at least there's no danger." Su Qingning suddenly said, "I heard from my dad that when you go to a prestigious school, credits are more important than anything else." Zhang Tao said directly, "That's right. Credits are equivalent to currency in famous universities. As the 30th ranked university, our Beijing Pharmaceutical University receives a lot of resources from the state every year. These precious resources, including equipment, elixirs, general skill books, and even incredible resources such as job transfer scrolls, are all included. How should these resources be allocated? What the school leaders and teachers say doesn't count, because everyone is selfish and will inevitably allocate resources according to their own preferences. Of course, you can't buy with money, because most of the resources of professionals are in short supply. In addition, this is too unfair to some professionals from ordinary families, so the school introduced the credit system. These credits can be earned by either ranking top in the school's combat assessments or ranking assessments, or by carrying out secret missions arranged by the academy and making contributions to protecting humanity. Ultimately, it all comes down to strength. Allow students with outstanding abilities to have enough resources to grow. As for those who try to take advantage of the situation, they will not be able to get good resources and will often die in the forced tasks in the end. I have recently completed 3 dangerous secret missions in a row, and I'm really a little tired. So the instructor gave me the opportunity to welcome the new students, relax, and earn some credits at the same time. As they were talking, they had already arrived at the registration office of Jingyao to register for admission. Coincidentally, the teacher in charge of new student registration happened to be the teacher Bai Jie. Bai Jie asked directly, "Yi-chun, have you already reached the 3rd level?" Yi-chun nodded and said, "Yes, what's wrong?" Bai Jie frowned after hearing this and said, "What a pity. You know what? There is a grading test for freshmen. If you perform well, it will be very beneficial to you in the future." Yi-chun listened and said, "Grade determination test? How to determine the grade?" Bai Jie explained, "It was determined through competitions between students of the same level. If you're still at the 2nd level, you could at least get the evaluation of a heavenly level student in this grading trial. You could get 100 points every week before the next grading trial. But now you have stepped into the 3rd level, let alone the heavenly level. I am afraid it will be quite difficult to get to the earthly level." Yi-chun said, "Teacher Bai, I have confidence in myself." Bai Jie had no choice but to say, "Confidence is a good thing, but you can't be blind." From the 3rd level, the strong period of other professions has also arrived, especially the 10 most popular professions, which have many methods. You will know when you see it. Now that you have broken through, you have no other choice. In the next few days, you'd better enter the secret realm a few times and upgrade 1 or 2 levels. Although these free attribute points have limited effect on improving strength, it is better than nothing. I see. Yi-chun and Su Qingming quickly completed the admission procedures and then left. After the two left, Bai Jie also became worried. She saw the power of Yi-chun's rifle in Jiangsheng and directly recruited Yi-chun into her school. But after returning to Jingyao, other leaders saw Yi-chun's career and began to doubt his future. Bai Jie also hopes that when Yi-chun enters school, he can perform well in the grading trial. This way, there will be fewer doubts about her. But Yi-chun broke through the level in a hurry, and the opponent in the grading trial also became the 3rd level. Bai Jie didn't have much confidence that the mechanic could continue to maintain his strength. At this moment, Bai Jie felt a little regretful. If she had known that Yi-chun was so complacent, she should have thought more about it when she admitted him to the school. Not long after, the dean of Liehua College came to the office. Seeing this, Bai Jie said, "Dean Shun. Shen Hong, too, is already in his 50s and is a high-level archer with outstanding strength." He looked at Bai Jie and said, "Vice President Ma reported to me that you recruited a mechanic?" Bai Jie nodded and said, "Yes, he is different from other mechanics, and he's also a fellow mechanic with a doctor, so I recruited him to study." Shen Hong said, "I've heard that he has one more weapon than other mechanics, with a very long range and good lethality. But so what? Do you know what the mechanic's biggest weakness is?" Chapter 23, Disdain. Bai Jie shook her head. She had too little contact with mechanics. Shen Hong too explained, "The biggest weakness of the mechanic is that the damage is not linked to its own attributes, but only depends on its own weapons. At the 1st and 2nd levels, the basic damage of the mechanic's weapons is huge, so he is ahead of other professions. But after the 3rd level, the mechanic has no weapons of the corresponding level, and the damage is insufficient. Their attribute values can only increase the hit rate and bullet recovery speed, but cannot increase the damage. Taking our archer as an example, after the level is upgraded, the free attribute points of strength and agility are distributed in a ratio of 3-to-1, plus the attribute enhancement brought by a set of equipment. Now, I hold the magic bow in my hand, and the damage value of a single arrow from me can exceed 10,000, not to mention the blessing of archer skills. But if I were a mechanic, my damage per shot would still be 200 points. You can understand how big the difference is, right?" Bai Jie sighed and said, "I understand all this. I originally thought that Yi-chun was invincible at the 2nd level and could clear some 2nd-level high-difficulty secret realms. When he entered school, he could also be rated as a heavenly level. With these resources, he could make up for his lack of stamina, but he rejected my proposal. Now that he has reached the 3rd level, to be honest, I regret a little bit, but he has already completed the admission procedures. I can't just drive him away, right?" After listening to this, Shen Hongta thought for a moment and said, "There's no need to drive him away. That would make our Liehua Academy look like a nobody. Doesn't Jimu Academy lack people every year? Why not transfer him to Jimu Academy?" Bai Jie listened and asked, "Is Jimu College willing to recruit him?" Shen Hongtu smiled and said, Jimu College can't refuse. Yi Chun is Su Qingning's comrade. According to the regulations of Beijing medicine, when students from different colleges become comrades, in order to make the comrades get along better in the future, it is best for the comrades to transfer to the same college. The transfer rules of the academy give priority to transferring to academies with fewer people. Is there any academy with fewer people than Jimu Academy in the entire academy? This transfer rule is for people from different colleges in their third year who become comrades in arms. It is not applicable to freshmen. However, Yi Chun and Su Qingning were in a special situation. They had been comrades before they entered school. Therefore, allowing Yi Chun to transfer to Jimu College was completely in line with the rules of Jingyao, and Jimu College could not refuse. When Bai Jie heard this, she immediately said, "This is indeed a good idea. How about I go talk to Jumu's mentor?" Shen Hongta said directly, "Leave this to me. Our Liehua Academy has always been the leader among the 5 academies, and I don't want anyone in the academy to lag behind. The Liehua Academy excels in long-range skills, has the highest efficiency in killing monsters in secret realms, and earns points quickly, so it has always been the leader among the 5 academies. Shen Hongtu doesn't want his Liehua Academy to have a bad apple." On the other side, Yi Chun and Su Qingning strolled around the capital together, admired the scenery of the capital, and then prepared to go to the 3rd-level secret realm to upgrade their level. Just before entering the secret realm, a phone call came in, and Yi Chun answered the call. "Teacher Bai." Bai Jie said directly, "Student Yi Chun, I have something to inform you." "Teacher Bai, please tell me." Bai Jie said directly, "It is like this. According to the regulations of Beijing medicine, after the 2 comrades are established, in order to better build tacit understanding between comrades, they will generally be transferred to the same college. So your file has been transferred to Giant Tree College." Yi Chun was stunned for a moment before he said, "I understand." Then, the call was hung up directly, and Yi Chun said to Su Qingning, "It seems that I am disliked again." Su Qingning listened and said, "It doesn't matter. They are blind. I believe they will regret it soon." Yi Chun nodded and said, "That's right. Let them regret it." Next, Yi Chun and Su Qingning entered the 3rd-level secret realm, the Tide of Corpses. As the name suggests, this secret realm is filled with zombie-like monsters. There are a large number of them, and among them, there are quite a few elite zombies. Therefore, the secret realm is quite difficult to navigate. Of course, this secret realm also has its advantages. There are many monsters, and they're densely packed together. So after passing through the secret realm, you'll gain a lot of experience. After Yi Chun and Su Qingning entered the secret realm, they found themselves on top of a tall watchtower, and below the tower were densely populated zombies. They were originally wandering around aimlessly, but when Yi Chun and Su Qingning appeared, they immediately swarmed towards them. Among these zombies, there are some mutant zombies that are agile or huge in size. Seeing this, Yi Chun said silently in his heart, "Turn on unlimited firepower." In an instant, the number of bullets in Yi Chun's various firearms became infinite. Within half an hour, he could unleash his firepower at will. Yi Chun did not choose grenades. Although both have unlimited firepower, throwing grenades takes time. However, once the light machine gun is turned on, it can fire 1,000 bullets in a minute. No matter how many zombies there are, they are not enough for Yi Chun to kill. Therefore, he simply set up a light machine gun and started shooting at the zombies that were swarming in. Su Qingning looked at this scene and was also shocked. "You unlocked a new weapon again?" Yi Chun smiled and said, "That's right. Teacher Bai thinks that I can't even get the Earth level evaluation when I reach the 3rd level. She really underestimates me. Now I will only be stronger than when I was at the 2nd level." After Yi Chun finished speaking, he pulled the trigger directly. Da-da-da-da. Bullets from the light machine gun poured out, and the dense swarm of zombies fell down quickly, one after another, as if swept by an autumn wind. How could Yi Chun be killing monsters? He was simply harvesting wheat. Su Qingning was completely dumbfounded. Is this a real mechanic? She had never seen such an outrageous speed of killing monsters. The light machine gun can deal as much as 1,000 points of damage. An ordinary zombie will fall down with 1 bullet, and even a mutated zombie can only withstand 5 or 6 bullets. Yi Chun's light machine gun can fire about 20 rounds per second. Therefore, there is actually not much difference between ordinary zombies and elite zombies. The light machine gun fire continued, and 16 minutes later, all the zombies in the entire secret realm were cleared out. Yi Chun and Su Qingning also reached level 23, and the upgrade speed was still outrageous. The main thing is the unlimited firepower, which is too outrageous when combined with a light machine gun. An average third-level professional can basically last about an hour in this secret realm, clear out about 1/10 of the monsters in the secret realm, and then leave the secret realm. After the third level, clearing the secret realm is not as easy as the first and second levels. Many times, when one's own condition is almost exhausted and the physical strength and energy can't keep up, one has to leave the secret realm. And because of Yi Chen's outrageous talent, the experience he gains in one visit is equivalent to what others gain from entering the secret realm 10 times. So his upgrade speed is so outrageous. Chapter 24, Giant Tree Academy. But the secret realm has not ended yet. The monsters have been cleared out, and the boss will appear next. After waiting for more than 30 seconds, Yi Chun and Su Qingning saw a huge mutant zombie from afar. It is more than 4 meters tall, with bulging muscles all over its body, covered in black blood, and an extremely strong body. It has 4 arms. This boss is known as the 4-armed demon corpse, and is very famous. At the third level, there are only a limited number of professionals who can clear out these corpses, and there are only a limited number of professionals who can see the 4-armed demon corpse. After seeing the 4-armed demon corpse, Yi Chun directly aimed the light machine gun at the 4-armed demon corpse and continued shooting. Bullets poured out towards the 4-armed demon corpse, bombarding it continuously. The 4-armed demon corpse is good at defense and strength, and its dodge value is not high, so even if the distance is far, Yi Chun's hit rate is very high. The 4-armed demon corpse was constantly hit by bullets, and it roared from time to time, trying its best to get close to Yi Chun and Su Qingning. Unfortunately, the damage and attack frequency of the light machine gun were too high. No matter how angry the 4-armed demon corpse was, it was useless against Yi Chun. When it appeared, it was 400 meters away from Yi Chun, but when it was 250 meters away from Yi Chun, it fell to the ground with a loud bang. Then, a bottle of bright, silver medicine appeared at the location of the 4-armed demon corpse. Seeing this, Yi Chun left the watchtower with Su Qingning and picked up the bottle of medicine. Giant Strength Pill, Elite. After taking it, it increases strength by 30 points, physical strength by 30 points, and reduces intelligence by 5 points, lasting for 600 seconds. This is a bottle of elite-level medicine, which is very valuable. There are a total of 10 Giant Strength Pills in the bottle. The Giant Strength Pill is useless to Yi Chun and Su Qingning, but is of great help to professions that require strength or physical strength. After all, the increase brought by the Giant Strength Pill is comparable to elite equipment of the same level. Although there is a time limit, 10 minutes is enough to do a lot of things. Then, Su Qingning said, "This medicine is quite effective, but it seems to be of no use to us." Yi Chun listened and said, "When we get back to school, ask the seniors. The school should recycle these elixirs or equipment with incompatible properties." Su Qingning nodded and said, "It's getting late. Shall we go back to school?" Good. Su Qingning knew Yi Chun quite well. Although both of them leveled up very quickly, they always combined work and rest, and never neglected food and sleep to level up in the secret realm. In fact, in major universities, which professional who can step into the third level right after entering school is not working day and night. Some even stay up all night to reach the current level of Yi Chun and Su Qingning. In the evening, the two had a meal in the Jingyao canteen, talked affectionately for a while, and then returned to their dormitories. The next morning, Yi Chun and Su Qingning were notified and came to the dean's office of Giant Tree Academy. The dean of Giant Tree Academy is named by Su Xin, a high-level priest who looks to be in his 30s, with kind eyes and a friendly look, making him approachable. Bai Suxin looked at Yi Chun and Su Qingning and said, "Yi Chun, do you know why you were transferred to Giant Tree College?" Yi Chun said directly, "The Fiery Academy doesn't think highly of me and thinks I'm a burden." Bai Suxin listened and smiled. "To be honest, I've been in charge of Giantwood College for so many years, and you're the first mechanic to transfer to Giantwood College, but I don't despise you. Do you know why?" Yi Chun shook his head and said, "I don't know." Bai Suxin explained, "Because Jimu College is not short of elites, but it lacks some human touch. Although Jimu College has the smallest number of students now, when we sign the Comrades in Arms agreement in the 3rd year, the elites from other colleges will be qualified to become Comrades in Arms of our Jimu College students. At this time, Teammates who have shared hardships, or even lovers, will abandon each other for their own interests and prospects. Your situation is rare. Classmate Su Qingning, do you think you will regret it 3 years later? Su Qingning immediately said, absolutely not. This is my own choice. I will never regret it. Bai Suxin smiled and said, I also hope that you can always stick to your original intentions and add some humanity to Jimu Academy. Okay, from now on, you will officially join Jimu Academy. Yichen listened and said, Dean Bai, I want to know, if you get unnecessary equipment or pills in the secret realm, what should you do with them? Bai Su was surprised and asked, did you gain anything in the secret realm? Yichun took out the bottle of giant strength pill and said, this is what we got in the secret realm of the walking corpse. Bai Suxin took the giant strength pill and took a look at it. Then her expression changed slightly, and she said, this kind of giant strength pill only has a chance of being released after defeating the four-armed demon corpse. Have you cleared the walking corpse secret realm? Yichun nodded and said, yes, it was indeed exploded from the four-armed demon corpse. Bai Suxin looked at Yichun with strange eyes. She had heard that Yichun, the mechanic, was quite special, but she didn't expect that he was so special. Although the zombie secret realm ranks high among the third-level secret realms, that is because the danger level of this secret realm is not high, but it is very difficult to pass through the secret realm. It is not an easy task to completely clear out the zombie tide in the secret realm. She asked Yichun and Su Qingning to come over today and gave them some encouragement, mainly because she admired Su Qingning very much. Because more than 10 years ago, when she faced the same choice, she gave up her boyfriend of several years for her own future. Later, her boyfriend died in a secret place, which has always been her regret. In her opinion, Su Qingning is herself who made another choice. In the future, Yichun and Su Qingning will be able to live happily forever. For her, it is like making up for her original regrets. But I didn't expect that Yichun and Su Qingning were so outstanding. It was not an easy task to clear the secret realm of the Walking Dead. Thinking about this, Bai Su thought to herself, it seems that you, as a mechanic, are indeed very special. Once your student cards are issued, you can go to the school mission center to exchange these giant strength pills for credits, and then use the credits to purchase what you need. After hearing this, Yichun said, thank you, Dean Bai. Bai Suxin said, don't be so polite. I just hope that you can go on well. In the next 2 days, Yichun and Su Qingning maintained their own pace, going to the secret place once or twice a day, and having dates or resting the rest of the time, without any sense of urgency. But even so, the two of them still upgraded at an absurdly fast speed, and on the day of the professional grading of Beijing Medical University, Yichun and Su Qingning were already level 25. The entire Beijing pharmaceutical is very lively today. After all, it is the freshman grading competition for the 5 major colleges. Today's grading basically determines 80% of a student's future trend. After all, if you are one step faster, all steps will be faster. If you have an advantage in grading, you will be one step ahead in resources, and your subsequent growth will naturally be faster than others. In addition, the sophomores are also paying close attention to this qualifying competition. In the future, when they are a junior, if they cannot find suitable classmates in the same grade, they can choose upward or downward. For example, choose a senior who has not yet made friends with others, or choose an outstanding sophomore. However, the latter is more likely to be better than the former. After all, the former is what others have left. Chapter 25, Light Machine Gun, Blasting the Whole Place. If they meet particularly outstanding juniors in the qualifying matches today, they can also build relationships in advance. When the current juniors are in their junior's year, and they are in their senior years, they can become comrades in arms as long as both parties agree. Of course, there are also situations where the gap is even wider, but when one person leaves school and the other is still in school, the chances of becoming comrades in arms are quite low. After the leader of Jingyao gave a series of old-fashioned speeches, the grading competition began, and the information of the new students also appeared on the big screen. This time, the ranking competition is a one-on-one match drawn by random. It is carried out in 2 formations to ensure the safety of the students. The Liangquan formation is arguably the most famous formation besides the teleportation formation. The so-called win-win situation means that both parties entering the formation can ensure their own safety. When fighting inside the two-way formation, as long as the formation is not deliberately destroyed, then no matter how fierce the fight is, the opponent will at most be injured and will never be disabled or killed. The power of the formation will ensure the safety of one side when one side is about to suffer serious damage. Of course, once the protective power of the formation is activated, it also means that the protected party is completely defeated. These two formations are very famous because whenever professionals compete with each other, they always activate the two formations. Today, Daxia is full of dangers, and there are countless invaders in the secret realm. The lives of combat professionals are very precious. If they die in a competition between professionals, it would be the biggest waste. Therefore, the two-way formation came into being. With the two-way formation, combat professionals no longer have to worry about the tragedy of accidentally killing someone when sparring with each other. Then, the principal of Jingyao said, the qualifying competition will begin soon. I just want to say one thing. Everyone should work hard. This qualifying competition is as important as the unified recruitment fairs in various places. Then, on the big screen, names started jumping one by one, and soon, a total of 16 names appeared. Level 3 Elemental Mage Chun Hai versus Level 3 Berserker Zhou Tao. Level 3 Mechanic Yi Chun versus Level 3 Assassin Zhou Bei. Level 2 Summoner Qin Ming versus Level 2 Swordsman Huang Changjiang. This competition was a draw-based battle among professionals of the same level. It could be seen that the competition in Jingyao was indeed fierce. There were 8 groups of members in total, only 2 of which were Level 2, and the rest were all Level 3. Then, one by one, the people whose names were drawn went onto the stage where the two-way formation was set up. Bai Jie looked at Yi Chun, who was on the stage, and said, "A third-level mechanic encountering a third-level assassin is no surprise. Fortunately, Yi Chun's file has been transferred to Giant Wood Academy. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing this time." Shen Hongtu smiled and said, "Yes. This is the crucial year for you to be promoted to director. Don't be so impulsive next time." Other students were also analyzing the situation on the stage. There are actually mechanics in our college? When did the requirements of Jingyao become so low? I heard that his girlfriend is a doctor, and he performed well in the general recruitment exam, so he was specially recruited. The teacher in charge of admissions will probably be scolded. If he was still at the second level, he might have a chance in the qualifying round. But now that he has reached the third level and his opponent is an assassin, there is no doubt about it. Who said it wasn't? But he has already transferred to Giant Wood Academy, so he won't be a drag on our fiery academy. On the ring, Yi Chun and the assassin Zhou Bei were 10 meters apart. Next, Zhou Bei said, "Brother, it's your bad luck to meet me. Do you want to go down by yourself? Or should I take you down?" Yi Chun said directly, "I should be the one to say this." Zhou Bei heard this and said, "Even a mechanic dares to be so arrogant? Then I won't be polite." As Zhou Bei spoke, he activated his own skills, and his body gradually disappeared. As an assassin, assassination is what he is best at, especially when his stealth skill is unlocked at the third level, which allows him to approach the opponent silently. This ability may have limited effect on monsters, but for other long-range professionals, the threat is too great. Below the stage, Bai Jie shook her head again. Yi Chun was too arrogant. He dared to be so arrogant in the face of an assassin who could restrain him. It was good for him to suffer a little loss now. At this moment, Yi Chun's weapon appeared, a brown light machine gun with a caliber of 7.6 millimeters, a length of 1.4 meters, and a weight of 6.8 kilograms. The gun body was military green, mighty, and domineering. It was the world where Yi Chun lived in his previous life. It was verified in the war and was considered one of the best light machine guns. This type of light machine gun is like a rifle. No one has ever seen it before. When they saw Yi Chun's weapon, they were quite surprised. They had never heard that a mechanic had such a weapon. Of course, most people still don't think that Yi Chun has any chance of winning, even though Yi Chun, as a mechanic, is a little special and is still a long-range profession. There is no doubt that the long-range professions are restrained at this moment, and the third-level assassin has just learned the stealth skill, which is the time when he is strong. For example, now, what if Yi Chun has a domineering weapon in his hand? Facing the invisible Zhou Bei, what can Yi Chun do? Soon, Yi Chun told him what he could do. Yi Chun held the light machine gun horizontally and then pulled the trigger directly. Da-da-da-da. Continuos gunshots hung out. Bullets poured out one after another, as if they were free. Yi Chun, holding a light machine gun, not only fired in front of him, but also rotated 360 degrees while firing without any blind spots. Although the third-level assassin has the ability to become invisible, he does not have the ability to fly or hide. How could Zhou Bei possibly escape from this 360-degree sweeping attack? After a few sounds of bullets piercing through flesh and blood, Zhou Bei's body appeared. However, there were more than a dozen bullet holes in his abdomen and chest, and blood was gushing out at the moment, and his body fell to the ground weakly. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the Liangquan formation saved Zhou Bei's life. But even so, he was seriously injured. At this moment, he couldn't even move. He collapsed on the ground weakly, covering the wounds on his body. Zhou Bei looked at Yichen weakly and said, "What kind of weapon is this?" Yichen said calmly, "Light machine gun." Everyone in the audience was dumbfounded, especially Bai Jie, whose face was full of disbelief. Bai Jie murmured, "How is this possible? A third-level mechanic defeated a third-level assassin." After the third level, the mechanic is notoriously weak, and the assassin restrains the mechanic. In this situation, Yi Chun was able to win. "This is outrageous." Shen Hongtu also said, "What's wrong with his weapon? Let's not talk about the damage. Just the firing rate is too outrageous." Shen Hongtu is an archer. He has always been confident in his profession, but when he saw Yi Chun taking action, he really couldn't find any chance to defeat Yi Chun when they were at the same level. The firing rate of this light machine gun is so fast that the time it takes Shen Hongtu to shoot one arrow is enough for the machine gun to fire 10 bullets. The other students were equally confused. Is this really a mechanic? Why is he different from what I imagined? As expected of Jingyao, there are indeed hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The mechanics are so unique. Chapter 26. Crushed the whole audience. Everyone was shocked, except Su Qingning, who remained calm, because she had already expected that her boyfriend was so cool and outstanding. Yichen ended the battle quickly, and the battle pace on the other arenas was also quite fast. Because at the third level, most combat professionals have learned various output skills, but not many defensive skills. In other words, except for the students of Hutu Academy, everyone else is a fragile person with high attack and low defense, so the battle could be easily decided. After 2 rounds, Su Qingning also came on the field. Her opponent was a shield-armored warrior. Su Qingning had recovered, while the shield-armored warrior had thick skin and flesh. The two of them were in a stalemate for a long time. In the end, the shield-armored warrior could not withstand the blood loss caused by Su Qingning's poison and was defeated. Soon, the first round of eliminations ended and the qualifying round entered the second round. As for the students who were eliminated in the first round, they were undoubtedly classified as yellow level. Although some students are stronger than this, they're just unlucky and encounter strong opponents. But as the saying goes, strength is also part of luck. Even when facing strange beasts in a secret realm, luck is sometimes quite important. In the second round, Yichen's opponent was the third-level berserker, Chun Tao. In the first round, Chun Tao faced an elemental mage. He withstood the opponent's elemental attack, approached the opponent, and defeated the opponent with 1 punch. Now facing Yi Chun, Chun Tao is also full of confidence. Chun Tao said, "Remember, you only have 3 seconds." Blood spurts out. As Chun Tao finished his words, his body seemed to grow taller, his skin flushed, and his face showed excitement and frenzy. In the blood-spurting state, his speed and strength will increase, and the pain will disappear. In this state, after losing blood, his speed and strength will increase further. At the third level, when no one has much displacement or flying ability, the berserker profession is very powerful. Once a berserker gets close to you, it is very dangerous. Because after getting in close combat, the berserker's health has often been greatly reduced, and the increase in speed and strength caused by the blood loss makes his own damage much higher, so he can kill the squishy target in 1 blow. Most of the people in the audience focus their attention on Yi Chun and Chun Tao. One is the berserker who charges forward bravely, and the other is the dark horse mechanic. Everyone wants to know which one will win. Yi Chun held the light machine gun again and pulled the trigger towards Chun Tao. Countless bullets poured out and hit Chun Tao's body. Each bullet causes 1,000 points of damage. Even though Chun Tao, the berserker, has a high defense, each bullet can still cause more than 300 points of damage. Chun Tao's health was only 2,000 points in total, so in less than a second, he knelt on the ground. At the same time, the two-dimensional formation was activated, saving Chun Tao's life. Chen Tao lost even faster than Zhou Bei. After all, Zhou Bei went invisible and went around behind, so Yi Chen's powerful sword had to sweep around before hitting him. But Chen Tao's words were straightforward. He was prepared to deal with the elemental mage in the same way as he did just now. He would withstand the opponent's attack and get close to him, then kill him instantly with one blow. But Yi Chen was not an elemental mage. He started too fast, and his bullets fired at an outrageous rate. It took him 3 seconds to get close to Yi Chen, but Yi Chen only needed less than 1 second to kill him instantly. Fuck, is this the mechanic? The Berserker couldn't last even a second in front of him. This damage, this range, is it a bit outrageous? I didn't expect that there would be such a fierce person in Fiery Academy this year. It seems that Fiery Academy will be the star of the grading trial again this time. Yi Chen is not from Fiery Academy. He belongs to Giant Wood Academy. Bai Jie and Shen Hongtu felt a little embarrassed as they listened to the conversation around them. They transferred Yi Chen to Giant Tree Academy because they thought he was too weak, but now it seems that the facts are a bit embarrassing. Yi Chen has absolute advantages when facing berserkers and assassins of the same level. Let's not talk about the future for now. Just based on this grading trial, Yi Chen's chances of getting a heavenly level evaluation are extremely high. In the third round, Yi Chen's opponent was a heavily armored knight. He was wearing black heavy armor and riding a horse that was also armored. He looked majestic. The other party was obviously from Huda College. He had a strong build and dark skin, which was consistent with his profession. The other party did not communicate with Yi Chen. After the battle started, he charged towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen fired with his gun. The heavy armored knight specialized in defense, unlike the berserker who was good at both offense and defense. Therefore, the defense and health value of the heavy armored knight were higher than those of the berserker. But even so, he only lasted 2.5 seconds in front of Yi Chen before he fell down with his horse. Shen Hongtu looked at this scene, his expression changed, and said, Yi Chen's light machine gun, the basic damage of a single bullet is about 900, and the firing rate is 20 bullets per second. Otherwise, he would not be able to defeat a heavy armored knight in less than 3 seconds. Bai Jie was also shocked. His damage is so high. Isn't this too strong? Shen Hongtu listened and said, perhaps it is because the profession of mechanic is too difficult that most mechanics can only unlock second-level weapons. And Yi Chen has some special opportunity, so he successfully unlocked the third-level weapon, which is what he calls the light machine gun. Bai Jie looked at Shen Hongtu and said, you mean Yi Chen's strong period will stop at the third level? Shen Hongtu said directly, that's right. This incredible opportunity allowed him to unlock a third-level weapon, but the goddess of luck can't always be with him. In addition, you should know that after the 4th level, many secret realms are hopeless for mechanics. Bai Jie listened and said, that's true. Starting from the 4th level, there are many monsters without physical bodies in the secret realm. The bullets of the mechanic are purely physical attacks. They are completely helpless against these ghost monsters. Shen Hongtu nodded and said, that's right. Even if he is still very strong at level 3, it may not be the right choice for us to give him up. In addition, being restrained by ghost monsters is also a major flaw of the mechanic. Shen Hongtu and Bai Jie were trying to convince each other that they could only convince themselves that Yi Chen had no future, and then they would not feel so regretful. After defeating the heavily armored knight, Yi Chen encountered an archer again. It was a long-range battle against a long-range one. It just depended on who could hit the other first. While the archer was drawing his bow, Yi Chen had already fired. The bullets hit both of his arms, causing him to bleed profusely. He couldn't hold the bow and arrow in his hand steadily, and it fell to the ground. This time, there is no need to use the double-team formation to protect his life. As an archer, how can he fight if he can't even hold the bow? With one round of elimination after another, in the end, Su Qingming was classified as Earth level, and Yi Chen entered the final round. At this moment, there were only 10 people left. Chapter 27, It's Too Early to Be Happy. These 10 people will be classified as heavenly level, and even though they're all heavenly level, they will be ranked in order. The principal said, next is the last round of the promotion competition, the heaven level ranking competition. From the 1st to the 8th ring, you can go to the ring number that you think you can rank in. If 2 or more people choose the same arena, the winner will be determined by fighting, and the loser will be ranked from the 10th from the bottom. If only one person chooses the ring, then your ranking will be the ring serial number. Everyone should have a clear understanding of themselves. Even if there's only a difference of one ranking, there will be a difference in rewards. After the principal finished speaking, the students looked at each other and then started to go on stage. Most young people are arrogant and proud, so there are 5 people who choose ring number 1, 3 people for ring number 2, and 2 people for ring number 3. As for the rings after number 3, no one chooses them. After choosing number 3, it is better to fight in the ring. As long as you lose slowly, you don't have to rank last. Then, the referee said, "You have 10 seconds to prepare. The melee will begin in 10 seconds. The first person to leave the 3 rings will be ranked at the bottom of the heavenly class. The last 3 people left on the ring will be ranked first, second, and third in the qualifying round." As the referee counted down, the people on the ring became nervous. The mage prepared his staff, the swordsman prepared his sword, and Yichin also raised his light machine gun, waiting for the countdown to end. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the words fell, students on the first, second, third, and fourth stages all took action. There were 4 people on the number 1 ring, and they attacked Yichin together. One of them said, "Let's deal with this tricky mechanic first." They also saw Yichin's fight, and they all thought that Yichin was very difficult to deal with. So they wanted to eliminate Yichin first. Yichin did not waste any time and fired directly with his gun. A wizard who was holding a staff and preparing to cast a spell was interrupted first and flew out of the arena. The other swordsman moved several meters closer to Yichin, then was hit by dense bullets and also fell to the ground. There is also a special profession, the summoner, a 3rd-level summoner who can summon 3 saber-toothed tigers and a mammoth to fight. The summoner let the mammoth lead the way, and 3 saber-toothed tigers attacked from the side. Unfortunately, whether it was the saber-toothed tiger or the mammoth, facing the powerful light machine gun, they were nothing more than sitting ducks and were quickly and mercilessly shot to death by bullets. Then, the summoner jumped off the stage and admitted defeat. At this time, there was only one opponent left on the stage, a mage named Chu Xing. Chu Xing looked at Yichin and said, "Da Xia is indeed full of talents. Even among the mechanics, there can be a monster like you." Yichin looked at Chu Xing and said, "Since you know that I am a demon, why don't you admit defeat?" Chu Xing replied, "You are indeed very strong. If I rely solely on my own strength, I am indeed no match for you." Yichin looked at Chu Xing and said, "You mean you can rely on others?" Chu Xing said calmly, "That's right, although it's a bit unfair, but I promise my family that I will take the top spot on the heavenly level list." After Chu Xing finished speaking, a brilliant red light suddenly emanated from his body. Then, a pair of red wings appeared behind Chu Xing. The wings behind Chu Xing flapped, and his body quickly rose into the air. In just a few seconds, he arrived at a height of more than 400 meters above the arena. Yellow, blue, red, and purple correspond to ordinary, elite, epic, and legendary equipment, respectively. This set of wings emits red light and is obviously epic equipment. Although it is only a 3rd-level epic equipment, it is also priceless. It can be seen that Chu Xing's background is quite extraordinary. Then, Chu Xing's voice came from afar. "One of the properties of my epic angel wings allows me to fly in the air within 500 meters, and another property allows me to attack with meteorites falling from the sky. The attack range of a pistol is 50 meters, and the throwing distance of a grenade is less than 50 meters. As for your so-called light machine gun, no matter how powerful it is, its range is only 1 or 200 meters. In other words, you can't touch me at all. But I use the effect of my equipment to make meteorites fall from the sky. Yichin, you are indeed a very strong mechanic, but it's a pity that you were defeated by the power of Krypton Gold in the end." Below the stage, everyone looked at Chu Xing flying high with shock on their faces. Level 3 epic equipment. What is Chu Xing's background? Isn't this too powerful? Yichin feels that his loss was unfair. What's so unfair about this? Luck is part of strength, and equipment is even more strength. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not having a good father. Bai Jie and Shen Hongtu also breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this scene. Although they're both heavenly rank, there's still a huge gap between the top and the second place in the heavenly rank. Many people only remember which is the highest peak in the world, but far fewer people pay attention to the second and third highest peaks. If Yichin was eliminated by Chu Xing, his best ranking would be 4th place. In this way, their Liehua Academy would not be too blind. The most important thing is that Chu Xing is an elemental mage, and he belongs to the Liehua Academy. At this moment, Yi Chen slowly aimed the light machine gun at Chu Xing in the sky. You know, the range of a light machine gun is 800 meters, and Chu Xing can only fly to a maximum altitude of 500 meters. So he thought he could sit back and relax. How naive. Thinking of this, Yi Chen pulled the trigger directly, da-da-da-da. Bullets poured out and flew into the sky. Under the powerful kinetic energy, the bullets had a terrifying initial velocity. In just a moment, they reached an altitude of 500 meters where Chu Crossing was, and then left bloody holes on Chu Xing's body. Chu Xing, who was originally full of confidence, lost his smile in an instant, and his whole body fell to the ground like a bird with broken wings. Then he fell heavily to the ground, spitting blood. Yi Chen looked at the embarrassed Chu Xing and said, "Brother, you are too happy too early." Chu Xing looked at Yi Chen in shock and said, "Impossible. How could there be such a powerful profession? Such high basic damage, such an exaggerated attack frequency, and such an outrageous attack distance? How many meters is your killing range?" Yi Chen said calmly, 800 meters. Chu Xing gave a thumbs up after hearing this. "Awesome. I admit defeat sincerely. Within the third level, I am willing to call you the strongest." Yi Chen looked at Chu Xing and said, "I will be the strongest at the level I reach." Chapter 28. Top of the Heavenly Level List. The audience was also dumbfounded. An effective range of 800 meters? Isn't this too outrageous? Such basic damage, attack frequency and attack range are stronger than many Tier 4 professionals. Is this still the Tier 3 mechanic who became a useless dog? Who is a useless dog? Bai Jia and Shen Hongtu also had regretful expressions on their faces. Now they really regretted it, and any excuses Shen Hongtu made would be useless. Not to mention the third level, Yi Chen is able to compete with ordinary fourth-level professionals just by relying on the light machine gun in his hand. If such a strong profession enters Liehua College, in the next 4 years, it will be able to rank among the top even in the professional leagues of various schools, bring glory to Beijing Medical University, and gain more resources. But now, the ridiculously powerful Yi Chen was transferred from the Fiery Academy to the Giant Tree Academy by them personally. How could they not regret it? You know, there is competition among the 5 major colleges. If more resources are allocated to Giantwood College, other colleges will have less. This is inevitable. The competition for Arena Number 1 ended here. Yi Chen successfully won the top spot on the Heavenly Level list. As for the few people eliminated by Yi Chen, they were ranked in reverse order according to the order of their elimination, starting from the 10th place on the Heavenly Level list. The competition for the number 2 and number 3 arenas was equally exciting, but after seeing the methods of Yi Chen, the special mechanic, everyone found it much less interesting. Before long, the battles for Arena Number 2 and Number 3 were over, and the top 10 on the Heavenly ranking were all determined. Then, I heard the principal Ding Sheng say, "This ranking match has ended successfully. The next ranking match will be held in a month. Yi Chen, as the top of the Heavenly level, the school's resource treasure house will be open to you. You can choose an epic equipment that suits you." After hearing this, Yi Chen immediately said, "Thank you, Principal Ding." Ding Sheng said, "You don't have to thank me. You are good enough." Just now Chu Xing soared into the sky, and even Ding Sheng thought that Yi Chen was going to lose. But in the end, Yi Chen turned defeat into victory, and even Ding Sheng was happy for Yi Chen. Afterwards, the students gradually dispersed, and many people came forward to ask for Yi Chen's contact information. Yi Chen's strength is too outstanding. Even though his strength after the 4th level is still uncertain, at least at the 3rd level, Yi Chen is very strong. In some secret realms with multiple people, if one can act together with Yi Chen, not only will the safety factor be improved, but the efficiency will also be greatly improved. Therefore, many people want to get to know Yi Chen first and then go to the secret realm together. Su Qingming stood beside Yi Chen with a proud expression on her face. As for those who asked for Yi Chen's contact information, it was okay for boys, but when girls, especially pretty girls, came up to her, Su Qingming's aura changed, like a tigress. Yi Chen and Su Qingming have already obtained their student cards and will receive different amounts of credits each week based on their own grades. At the same time, completing the school's secret mission will earn you certain credits as rewards, which can be used to exchange for school resources. As the number 1 on the Heavenly ranking, Yi Chen gets a full 120 credits every week. If he were the 10th on the Heavenly ranking, he would only get 70 credits. Su Qingning is only rated at the Earth level, with 20 credits per week, which is only a fraction of Yi Chen's. If you're rated at the Xian or Huang level, you'll get even fewer credits. In this world full of crises, the fittest will survive, and the competition is quite cruel. Afterwards, Yi Chen went to Jing Yao's treasure house to choose his grand prize, an epic equipment. Because Yi Chen is currently only at level 3, the rewards he can choose are limited to level 3 epic equipment. This is also to prevent some students from taking advantage of the situation and making profits. After all, a high-level epic equipment is worth much more than a low-level epic equipment. In previous years, there were students who won the top spot on the heavenly level list when they were at the 2nd level, but then refused to claim the reward. Instead, you should wait until you break through to the 6th level before claiming it. However, the value of 6th level epic equipment is 10 times higher than that of 2nd level epic equipment. At the same time, this student was only good at the 2nd level and was already mediocre at the 6th level. However, he wanted to take away a 6th level epic equipment, which was a complete waste of resources. Afterwards, the school made a rule that during the grading trial, contestants could only receive rewards corresponding to their rank. As a mechanic, Yi Chen should choose equipment that focuses on agility. Intelligence attributes are also useful to him, but they are relatively small. Because the intelligence attribute only affects the bullet recovery speed, this attribute is completely covered by unlimited firepower. But agility is different. The agility attribute affects not only the hit rate, but also Yi Chen's own dodging, action, reaction speed, and so on. Therefore, even if he has the ability to hit the target every time, the agility attribute will still have an effect on Yi Chen. Yi Chen did see equipment that suited him, but he discovered that the improvement this equipment brought to him was very limited. After all, Yi Chen possesses 2 major weapons, a light machine gun and a flamethrower, as well as the 2 superb talents of unlimited firepower and 100% accuracy. Ordinary equipment can only bring limited improvement to him. On the contrary, Yi Chen took a fancy to another piece of equipment, an epic staff, the Staff of Enlightenment. Staff of Enlightenment. Quality, epic. Required level, 28. Occupation, spellcasting occupation. Attributes, intelligence plus 60. Effect, clear mind. When a character is affected by a negative control effect, the control is immediately released and the character becomes immune to all control effects for the next 60 seconds. The cooldown time is 180 seconds. Magical nature. When casting a spell, the spell effect is amplified by 20%. Dazzling. Creates an area of light pollution, blinding all characters within a 20-meter radius and inflicting 800 points of spell damage. Although this magic staff of enlightenment is not as powerful as the angel's wings, its effect is equally outstanding. The intelligence value of 60 points, just the increased attribute value alone, is outrageous. In addition, the other 3 effects are all very effective. Dharma nature can amplify all spell effects. Bright mind can ensure that one is not controlled, and dazzling is a group control plus damage skill, all of which are very useful. Of course, it is useful to Su Qingning, but it doesn't mean much to Yi Chen. Chapter 29, The Staff of Enlightenment. When Yi Chen looked at the attribute value of up to 60 points, he also realized why the later mechanics were so weak in this world. Because the mechanic has almost no attribute dependence. The mechanic does need to add some agility and intelligence, but these 2 only improve the bullet hit and recovery and cannot directly increase the bullet damage. For other professions, the improvement of attribute values can directly increase damage. As for the mechanic, he can only rely on new weapons to improve his attributes. And starting from the 3rd level, there are no new weapons. It would be strange if the mechanic is not weak. When the rank is high, other professions will have attribute points provided by high-level equipment in addition to the attribute points brought by upgrading. By then, one of their attributes may be enough to accumulate to thousands of points. Such a high number of attribute points, when converted into damage, may be so great that even a random attack can cause outrageous damage. The mechanic, however, does not have such benefits and can only rely on the weapon stats. Fortunately, Yi Chen has made great contributions to completing the mechanic profession and has super talent. Even in the later stages, he will not be weaker than anyone else. At the same time, Yi Chen was also very curious. Since he had completed the mechanic profession, Would other mechanics also be able to unlock new weapons after reaching the third level? But until now, why had he not heard any news? In fact, Yi-Chin was overthinking it. Although the mechanic profession had been completed, less than a month had passed so far. As for the mechanics, everyone knows that breaking through the levels, especially breaking through the third level, means losing one's life. After all, it is generally recognized that mechanics are very weak after the third level. No matter what level they are at, they must enter a secret realm of the same level once a month. This is forced by the system. Most third-level mechanics will die in forced secret realm missions. Therefore, those mechanics who are still alive today basically start from level 1 and only perform mandatory system tasks once a month. Even if they enter the secret realm, they focus on self-protection, kill as few monsters as possible, and gain as little experience points as possible so as to ensure that they upgrade at an extremely slow speed. In this case, it might take them several years to raise their rank to the third level, thereby extending their survival time. Therefore, up to now, except Yi-Chun, no other mechanic has stepped into the third level, and naturally they don't know that the profession of mechanic is different from before. Of course, even if they reach the third level, there is still a huge gap between them and Yi-Chun. Yi-Chun's profession is a super mechanic. He possesses super talents, and the weapons he unlocks are also ridiculously powerful. As for ordinary mechanics, the third level unlocks rifles, the fourth level unlocks flamethrowers, and the fifth level unlocks light machine guns. They possessed these weapons in the later period and were only average among people of the same level. Although they were not weaker than others, they were not too strong either and could not be compared with a pervert like Yi-Chun. Perhaps, when several second-level mechanics break through and all master rifles, the impression of mechanics in the public's mind will change. While Yi-Chun was choosing equipment, Su Qingning was also video chatting with her parents. She couldn't wait to share the good news about Yi-Chun. Su Qingning said, "Dad, Mom, Jingyao held a grading competition today. Guess what rating Yi-Chin and I are?" Su Jian listened and asked, "What level are you at now?" Su Qingning said directly, "Level 3. Su Jian sighed and said, "Level 3? Then you should be between Xian level and D level." Su Qingning immediately said, "You guessed wrong. I am definitely at the Earth level, and Yi-Chun has reached the Heaven level." Su Jian's expression changed slightly, and he said, "It seems that Yi-Chun is lucky and has not encountered a strong opponent. The third level is the strong period for many professions. Although Yi-Chun, the mechanic, is special, he is still a little weak after all." Su Qingning listened and laughed. "Dad, you guessed wrong again. Yi-Chun didn't rely on luck, but on strength. He is not an ordinary heaven level, but the top of the heaven level list. He crushed the whole audience and won with an absolute advantage." Zhao Yafeng looked surprised and said, "Top of the heavenly level ranking? That's really a lot of gold. How'd he do it?" Su Qingning said proudly, "He has unlocked a new weapon with a range of 800 meters, a basic damage of 1,000 points, and a firing rate of over 1,000 rounds per minute. Even if an assassin sneaks up on him, he can't escape his bullets. A heavily armored knight can't withstand his bullets for 2 seconds. As for other ranged professionals, they are killed instantly before they even raise their hands." Su Jian and Zhao Yafeng were both stunned. Su Jian said, "This is a bit outrageous, isn't it? How can there be such a strong profession? It completely destroys the balance system. Even those hidden professions can't compare to it." Su Jian has a high status, so he knows that there are some so-called hidden professions in the professional system. These hidden professions are called hidden professions because there are relatively few people who have these professions, perhaps only 1 or 2 at the same time. Each hidden profession is very powerful, stronger than the top 10 popular professions, but because their number is too small, their presence is not very high. The top 10 popular professions are called popular because of their strength on the one hand, and the fact that the number of practitioners in these professions is not too scarce on the other hand. This is why they are called popular. Su Jian had also seen 2 hidden professions. One was a dragon knight, and the other was a necromancer. They both had special mechanisms and abilities. Su Jian had fought with them before, and they were very tricky. Su Jian was always at a disadvantage. But even so, the gap between Su Jian and them is not big, but Yi-Chun, the mechanic, is different. According to Su Qingning's description of Yi-Chun's strength, Su Jian, like everyone else, will be killed instantly in front of Yi-Chun and would have no chance to resist at all. There was a world of difference between them. Su Qingning heard what her father said and explained, "I will send you the battle video later." Yi-Chun said that the mechanic is the strongest profession. He will not lie to you. At this moment, a voice said, Qingning, your boyfriend is here to see you. He's waiting for you downstairs. Su Qingning listened and said, Mom and Dad, I'm going to find Yi-chun. I'll hang up first. Su Jian said, wait, don't hang up yet. This guy is now famous. Dad wants to see if his attitude towards you has changed. Zhao Yafeng also said, your father is right. There are many men who you can accompany in adversity, but he cannot accompany you in wealth. Let Mom see what Yi-chun's true character is like. Su Qingning said directly, okay, I believe Yi-chun. He is the same as me. He will not change. Chapter 30, Thousand Spider Poison Cave. Su Qingning put the phone, which was still on the line, into her pocket and went downstairs. Then she walked towards Yi-chun. She thought about how enthusiastic those people were towards Yi-chun today, especially some beautiful girls, and suddenly she felt a little uneasy. At this time, Yi-chun's voice sounded, Qingning, what do you think this is? Yi-chun said as he handed over the Mingxin staff. Su Qingning's expression changed slightly, and she said, isn't this the epic equipment the school gave you as a reward? Why did you choose the staff? Yi-chun said directly, obviously, I chose this for you. The epic Mingxin staff has excellent properties and is very suitable for you. After hearing Yi-chun's words, Su Qingning was immediately moved and felt very proud at the same time. My vision was right. For such a precious opportunity, he actually chose the equipment that suits me. He was so good to me, but I actually suspected that he would change. Damn myself. Thinking about it, Su Qingning said, I don't want it. Yi-chun, you have to choose equipment that suits you so that you can continue to be strong and maintain your first place on the heavenly ranking in the next rating. Yi-chun said, don't worry, your boyfriend's #1 on the heavenly ranking cannot be taken away by anyone. As for this Mingxin staff, I've already taken it out. There is no other way to exchange it. If you don't want it, I will throw it away. After hearing this, Su Qingning immediately took over the Mingxin staff and said, how can that be? Of course I want it. Yi-chun stretched out his hand and pinched Su Qingning's pretty face, saying, after we have eaten and drunk enough, we will continue to brush the secret realm. Once we reach level 28 as soon as possible, we can use the Staff of Enlightenment. Su Qingning's pretty face flushed. She was still talking to her parents on the phone and was very shy because of the intimate physical contact with Yi-chun. She was also afraid that Yi-chun would say something like kiss her or touch her, and if her parents heard it, wouldn't she be socially doomed? Therefore, Su Qingning quickly said, I know. I'll go upstairs and change my clothes first, and we'll go eat later. Yi-chun was a little puzzled. Isn't the outfit on Su Qingning very beautiful? Why did she need to change? But he didn't say anything, just said, okay, I'll wait for you. Afterwards, Su Qingning quickly went upstairs. Then she took out her cell phone and said to Su Jian and Zhao Yafeng, how is it? Has Yi-chun changed? This is an epic Mingxin staff. Dad, Mom, did you use such awesome equipment when you were at the 3rd level? Su Jian and Zhao Yafeng looked at their proud daughter and were sincerely happy for her. Su Jian said, this kid is really good. He has no problem with his character and is very good to you. Qingning, Dad now admits that there is nothing wrong with your judgment of people. Zhao Yafeng also said, yes. It's just that Yi-chun himself doesn't have epic equipment, so he won't fall behind in the next grading trial, right? Su Jian immediately said, don't worry, wife. Don't worry about your future son-in-law. I just watched Yi-chun's battle video. Just based on the power of his weapon, he is absolutely invincible at the 3rd level. Other 3rd level professionals, even if they are equipped with legendary equipment, will not be Yi-chun's opponent. Su Qingning said, okay, Mom and Dad, I'm going to have dinner with Yi-chun, and then we'll go to the secret realm to kill monsters in the afternoon. Su Jian listened and said, it's fine for you to go to the secret realm, but remember one thing, you must avoid entering the secret realms with ghost monsters. Those monsters are immune to physical damage, so Yi-chun's bullets will have no effect on them. I know, Dad. After that, the phone call was hung up. Su Qingning carefully changed into a beautiful dress before going downstairs. Yi-chun is very popular nowadays. Although Su Qingning is not worried that Yi-chun will be snatched away by someone, she still has to dress up nicely to let others know that Yi-chun, this beautiful girl, has already had a master, so that those coquettish and cheap girls will give up. Not long after, Su Qingning came downstairs, then took Yi-chun's arm and went to the cafeteria with Yi-chun. She deliberately held her head high and chest out to make her figure look more graceful and her chest more upright. Yi Chen just felt that Su Qingning was more proud today than before, and seemed to have a full aura, but there was nothing else. As for other trivial things, he never thought about them. When everyone thought that she was worthless and had no future, Su Qingning gambled her own future, formed an alliance with herself, and chose to go down the same alley with herself until the end. Then how could Yi Chen let her lose the bet? Yi Chen's mind is very narrow, and his heart can only accommodate Su Qingning. As for other people, forget it. The two came to the cafeteria, picked some food they liked, and sat down to eat. Just as the two were eating, a beautiful figure came to Yi Chen's side. "Yi Bangs-ho, do you mind if I sit next to you?" This is a very sexy woman. Compared with Su Qingning, her face is not as pretty as Su Qingning, but her clothes are very bold, revealing her chest and half of her thighs, which makes her more sexy than Su Qingning. Yi Chen glanced at the other party and said directly, "Mind." The woman was stunned for a moment before she said, "Is Yi Bangtu so unsympathetic to women? Or is he worried about the roar of the Hudong lioness?" Yi Chen's expression turned cold, and he said, "Get out of here. Don't force me to slap you." Seeing that Yi Chen was so cold and indifferent, the woman snorted coldly and turned away. Seeing this, Su Qingming said, "Doesn't she look good in that outfit?" Yi Chen said directly, "I didn't pay attention. I only have eyes for you. How can I have time to look at others?" Su Qingming felt sweet after hearing this. "Really? Then who is prettier, me or her?" Yi Chen affirmed, "She is not as pretty as one of Qingning's toes." Su Qingning laughed so hard that she couldn't close her mouth. How can it be so exaggerated? The two of them had a sweet meal, and then prepared to go to the secret realm again. In fact, the frequency of Yi Chen and Su Qingning going to the secret realm is not very high. But Yi Chen's efficiency in killing monsters is too high, so the levels of Yi Chen and Su Qingning are not behind those monster-killing maniacs. Just as the two were about to leave, Yi Chen's cell phone rang. Yi Chen took a look and answered the call. "Chu Xing, is there something wrong?" When Su Qingming heard the name Chu Xing, she was immediately relieved. As long as she wasn't a beauty, it was good. On the other end of the phone, Chu Xing said, "I want to gather our Jingyao's 3rd-level elites to challenge the 25th-level medium-sized secret realm, the 1,000 Spider Poison Cave. I wonder if you are interested." The secret realms that Yi Chen and Su Qingning challenged were all small secret realms that could be entered by 1 to 2 people. The medium-sized secret realm that Chu Xing mentioned requires at least 5 people, and if there are more, it may be as many as 40 or 50 people. As for large secret realms, which usually consist of groups of more than 100 people, Chu Xing cannot organize them. Generally, the school or official organizations are required to clean up the large secret realms regularly. Chapter 31 Tit for Tat. Yi Chen heard what Chu Xing said and asked, "How will the profits be distributed?" Chu Xing said directly, "Of course it is distributed according to contribution. The more you work, the more you get." Yi Chen heard what Chu Xing said and said, "Then our Qingning." Chu Xing immediately said, "Since you are invited, classmate Su is naturally invited. Besides, doctor is one of the top 10 popular professions. Which team would refuse to join?" Yi Chen said directly, "Then it's settled. Where shall we meet?" Chu Xing replied, "Let's meet at our school's playground. Let's have a big game before class starts." Jingyao University is a university, after all. Although the professionals are very autonomous and free, there are also courses. Jingyao only has classes 1 day a week, where senior professionals from Jingyao instruct students on knowledge and skills about secret realms, upgrades, and level freezes, etc. Students can also ask questions on their own to resolve their own doubts. You cannot miss this day's class without a special reason. After all, there is only 1 day of class a week. Because of this, many professionals may not be familiar with their mentors until the end of their 4 years in college. Then, Yi Chen said to Su Qingning, "Chu Xing invited us to participate in a medium-sized secret realm. Shall we try it together?" Su Qingning was also quite interested. "Let's try it. We have always entered small secret realms in the past. I wonder what the difference is between this medium-sized secret realm." Soon, the two came to the playground and met Chu Xing and others. The berserker Chun Tao, who had fought with Yi Chen before, was also there, as well as the summoner from last time, Zhu Yiming. As for the others, Yi Chen did not recognize them. When these people saw Yi Chen, they all showed conviction in their eyes. "Our heavenly ranking leader has participated, so the 1,000 Spider Poison Cave is safe this time." Chu Xing said, Yes, I, Chu Xing, am convinced by our number one. After Yi Chun and Su Qingning came over, several more people arrived one after another. There were several unfamiliar faces that Yi Chun had never seen before. After seeing Yi Chun, the visitors suddenly said, "Our Jingyao is getting worse and worse. Are you the mechanic who won the top spot on the heavenly level list?" Yi Chun looked at the other person and asked, "Who are you?" The man said, "I am your senior, a level 29 archer, Zhang Hui." "Master Chu, it will be fine if you invited others, but why did you invite him too?" Chu Xing's expression changed slightly when he heard what Zhang Hui said. "Brother Zhang, Yi Chun is the top of the heavenly level list. Isn't it natural to invite him?" Zhang Hui said, "I know that this guy is a mutant mechanic. He has unlocked a new weapon at level 3. His attack range is long, and his damage is high. He was very powerful in the qualifying match, but you have to know that a mechanic's bullets need time to recover. If it's as I expected, this kid has put all his free attribute points on agility to enhance his shooting speed and hit rate, while he has never added any points to intelligence, and his bullet recovery speed is surprisingly slow. He was able to do well in the qualifying match because it was a one-on-one match and he had time to rest. But if he entered the secret realm with his rebound speed, he would not be able to do any damage in the secret realm." Chu Xing's expression changed slightly, and he said, "Yi Chun, have you added all your free attribute points to agility?" Yi Chun said matter-of-factly, "That's right." Chu Xing frowned. "Then your rebound speed." Yi Chun said calmly, "It's no problem to support a secret realm, but if you don't believe it, forget it." Seeing this, Zhang Hui said, "Master Chu, you have to know that there is a basic balance between the various professions. Don't you think he is already ridiculously strong at the 3rd level? Then his remaining weakness is that he has no sustained output ability, which makes him too useless in the secret realm. Are you sure you want to be so kind as to let Yi Chun follow us to dissolve water and gain experience?" After hearing this, Chu Xing finally said to Yi Chun, "I'm sorry, Yi Chun, why don't we separate?" Normally, Chu Xing wouldn't be easily provoked, but Yi Chun's identity was special. Yi Chun is at the top of Jingyao's heavenly level list. Although Chu Xing is ranked 6th, everyone knows that his true strength ranks 2nd. Although Chu Xing invited Yi Chun over today, he regarded Yi Chun as a competitor in his heart. If it is true today, as Zhang Hui said, that Yi Chun has no ability to fight for a long time in the secret realm and is a waste, then isn't he helping his competitors? He can be kind to the weak and sympathize with them, but that is absolutely impossible for Yi Chun. Su Qingning had been unhappy for a long time when she heard these people slandering her lover. Hearing this, she said directly, "You invited Yi Chun and me here, and now you're going back on your word. How dare you?" Zhang Hui saw this and said, "In the professional world, this is the reality. It's just survival of the fittest." Su Qingning immediately said, "Survival of the fittest? That's right. Since you call yourself a senior, you're at least a sophomore, but you're still stuck at the 3rd level and hanging out with freshmen. It seems that you're the one who is eliminated, trash, who can't keep up with your peers." Su Qingning's words obviously hurt Zhang Hui. His expression changed, and he said coldly, "Try to say it again." Yi Chun looked at Zhang Hui. A light machine gun appeared in his hand, pointing at Zhang Hui, and said lightly, "I said you're a piece of trash that was eliminated. What's the problem? If you're not convinced, you can go to the life and death arena. Do you dare?" When Zhang Hui heard Yi Chun's words, his expression changed, and he couldn't help but take 2 steps back, unable to speak. He was naturally very clear that if he really went into the life and death arena and fought with Yi Chun, he would definitely die. The reason why he targeted Yi Chun when they met was not because of anything else, but mainly because his functions were somewhat similar to Yi Chun's. He is an archer, and Yi Chun is a mechanic. Both of them are long-range physical attack type players, and Yi Chun is so outstanding in the qualifying competition. Zhang Hui was worried that after entering the secret realm, Yi Chun's performance would completely crush him. In that case, the team might not need him anymore soon. At his age, he had been eliminated because he fell behind others. Now, the mainstream rank of his grade is already the 4th rank, but he remained at the 3rd rank. Even after he broke through, he was still not welcome. Therefore, he could only join forces with Chu Xing and his group, participate in some medium-sized secret realms, and improve himself. But if he was outdone by Yi Chun, the entire team might abandon him. Therefore, He verbally provoked Yi Chun and deliberately exaggerated the mechanic's shortcomings. He did it. Chu Xing and Yi Chun fell out, but he also lost face. Facing his junior classmates, he didn't even dare to fight in the life-and-death competition. Yi Chun mocked directly. "You coward, you still call yourself a senior?" Chu Xing, "Since we have different ideologies, we cannot work together. However, since I know about this 1,000 spider poison cave, I have to go in and try it out. Is there anyone willing to team up with me?" Chapter 32, Parting Ways. As soon as Yi Chun finished speaking, Chun Tao said directly, "I am willing to follow you. Chu Xing was able to call me over because he said you would also participate. Since you have parted ways, then I will follow you." Zhu Yiming also said, "That's right. How can the words of a rubbish eliminated by his peers be credible? I only believe what I see with my own eyes." Among the more than 10 people summoned by Chu Xing, 6 or 7 responded to Yi Chun, together with Yi Chun and Su Qingning. This is already a team of 9 people, and with a full range of professions, enough to venture into a medium-sized secret realm. Yi Chun said directly, "Okay, then let's go and break into this 1,000 spider poison cave." Seeing this, Chu Xing said, "Yi Chun, I am the one who gathered these people. Isn't it unfair for you to do this?" Yi Chun said directly, "Authentic? You summoned them under my name. In addition, you call me here, and then a discarded rubbish spoke nonsense and kicked me out of the team. Is this authentic of you?" Yi Chun said calmly, "Okay, I won't waste my time talking to you. Let's go." Then, Yi Chun left with those who were willing to follow him. Most of these people are at the heaven level or the upper earth level, and are considered the elites of the first year of Beijing Pharmaceutical University. As for Chu Xing's people, they are either freshmen or sophomores, or like Zhang Hui, they were eliminated in their sophomore year and had to hang out with freshmen. Although their level is high, with each of them being at level 28 or 29, their strength is very average, otherwise they would not have been eliminated. Chu Xing looked at the people around him with a very unhappy expression. He originally wanted to gather the elites of the freshman year, organize a fixed medium-sized team, and go to some medium-sized secret realms to play dungeons, but now it has fallen apart. Then, Chu Xing looked at Zhang Hui and said, "Zhang Hui, you have completely disrupted my plan." Zhang Hui heard Chu Xing's words and said, "Mr. Chu, those people were just deceived by Yi Chun's performance in the qualifying match. After entering the secret realm, his true colors will be revealed immediately. Mechanics cannot fight for a long time and are too useless in the secret realm. When the time comes, every one of these guys who leave will have to apologize to you and return to our team honestly." Chu Xing looked at Zhang Hui and asked, "Are you sure?" Zhang Hui patted his chest and assured, "Of course I am sure. Think about it yourself. The mechanic is already so strong. If it has the ability to fight for a long time, how can other professions play? Wouldn't this destroy the balance?" Chu Xing finally said, "Okay, I'll listen to you this time. I'll recruit a few more people, and we'll head to the 1,000 spider poison cave in an hour." More than 10 minutes later, Yi Chun and a group of 9 people arrived at the entrance of the 1,000 spider poison cave, where they saw a stone tablet. And on the stone tablet are the names of a total of 10 teams. Yi Chun asked curiously, "What are these teams?" Zhu Yiming explained, "These are the 10 teams that cleared the 1,000 spider poison cave the fastest. For each team, only the name of the captain and the top 5 contributing members are displayed." Su Qingming suddenly said, "Aiken, don't you think this is my father's name?" After hearing this, Yi Chun looked over and saw that the captain of the second-ranked team was Su Jian. Yi Chun also said, "It is indeed Uncle Su. He is really amazing." Chun Tao said, "That's really amazing. The difficulty of a medium-sized secret realm is very high. If you make the list, you will definitely be considered the best in the same level. We in Jingyao also have regulations. If you can make it onto this list, you will be rewarded with 100 or even thousands of credits based on the difficulty of the secret realm and your own ranking." Zhu Yiming said, "This may not be easy. Our level is still a bit low. If we want to be on the list, we should at least wait until our average level reaches level 28 or 29. Then we should have some hope." Yi Chun nodded and said, "Okay, this 1,000 spider poison cave is very difficult. When we enter the secret realm later, everyone must perform their duties and do their own things well. Don't worry." Then, the group of people stepped into the secret realm. This team consisted of 9 people, including a berserker with excellent defense, a heavy armored knight, and a summoner who could summon animals. In addition, there are mechanics like Yi Chun, elemental mages who can deal long-range damage, and doctors like Su Qingning. All the people in the 5 Elements Academy are complete with long-range attacks, close combat, defense, control, and recovery. It is very comprehensive. Several people from Xuanwu Academy and Baihu Academy formed a circle at the outermost edge to directly deal with the monster's attacks, while others stood inside the circle, casting spells or shooting. The Thousand Spider Poison Cave, as the name suggests, is a bottomless underground crack. The inside of the poison cave is pitch black with extremely low visibility. Fortunately, there was a sorcerer named Lu wanting among the crowd. She used the magic of illumination to completely illuminate the poison cave. After reaching the 3rd level, the monster has the ability to change the environment and terrain. The restraint of the secret environment on the monster has almost disappeared. Initially, this secret environment may have a restraining effect on the poisonous spiders here, but it won't be long before the poisonous spiders change the environment on their own, making this place suitable for their survival. Lu Wanting used the lighting technique to illuminate a large area, and then the heavy knight Su Yi and the berserker Chun Tao took the lead and walked in the front. Su Yi is a girl, but she is different from most girls. She is about 1.8 meters tall, with a solid build, broad back and strong waist, strong but not fat, and can run a horse on her arms. After awakening the heavy knight profession, she wears heavy black armor and rides a tall horse, looking quite majestic. As everyone moved forward, rustling sounds were heard, and huge spiders appeared in everyone's sight. The first thing that appeared was a large number of wolf spiders. They were the size of medium-sized dogs, had 6 long legs, moved very quickly, and surrounded the crowd. The group immediately attacked the densely packed wolf spiders. Yi Chen said silently in his heart, "Unlimited firepower activated." Then, the bullets of his light machine gun became infinity, and Yi Chen also opened fire under the cover of Su Yi and Chun Tao. Da-da-da-da. Large groups of wolf spiders fell to the ground under Yi Chen's shooting, and their health bars were emptied. Other elemental mages, summoners, and close combatants also killed the wolf spider. After Su Qingning threw out a few pieces of poison, she kept an eye on the status of her teammates, helping them to recover health or detoxify. Yi Chen's efficiency in killing monsters is obviously much faster than that of others. His efficiency alone is faster than that of everyone else combined. Chapter 33. Clear the level with strength. At the beginning, Zhu Yiming, Su Yi, and others were a little worried about Yi Chen's endurance. After all, although Zhang Hui is quite annoying, what he said is not wrong. Yi Chen, the mechanic, is already so powerful. If he can still fight for a long time, then this profession is too amazing, right? But the facts prove that their worries were unnecessary. Yi Chen, the mechanic, was so amazing. After Yi Chen opened fire, the sound of his gunshots never stopped for a second. The elemental mage's mana could not keep up, and the archer's hands were sore from shooting. Their attack frequency had slowed down, but Yi Chen's bullets never stopped. After all, Yi Chen is much more relaxed than them. Casting spells or drawing bows consumes a lot of energy for them, but Yi Chen only needs to hold the gun, press the trigger, and shoot. As long as the bullets can keep up, his own physical strength will not be consumed too much. At this moment, elemental mage Zheng Rui was panting and said, "Zhang Hui is a piece of rubbish." He actually said that the mechanic's ability to sustain combat is not good. It's simply a joke. Su Qingming said, "Chu Xing is so stupid. He doesn't believe the words of Yi Chen, the top of the heavenly class, but believes a piece of trash who was eliminated." Zheng Rui said, if he knew about this, he would definitely regret it. At this moment, 10 minutes had passed since they entered the secret realm. Under Yi Chen's intensive bullet fire, most of the wolf spiders had been cleared out. Finally, the second kind of poisonous spider appeared in everyone's sight. This poisonous spider is called the devil spider. It is a size larger than the wolf spider, with longer limbs and a fatter body. After they appeared, spider silk was sprayed out of their mouth parts, sticking to the walls of the cave. Then their bodies swung in the air, relying on the silk, and quickly approached everyone. This devil spider has abilities similar to Spider-Man. It can rely on spider silk to float in the cave. Compared with wolf spiders, they're more maneuverable. However, the number of devil spiders is much smaller than that of wolf spiders. Upon seeing this, everyone used their methods to attack the devil spiders, but this group of devil spiders relied on floating on spider silk and were extremely agile, so they dodged many attacks. Afterwards, these devil spiders continued to float on the spider silk and attack everyone, and everyone was already in a bit of a mess. Seeing this, Yi-chan said in his heart again, "Open it and hit the target every time. Never miss, and unlimited firepower can be activated at the same time, but under normal circumstances, it is not necessary. But in the current situation, Yi-chun can only activate all of them. Only by activating both of them together can he quickly get rid of this floating devil spider." Bullets poured out one after another. The devil spider's health was much higher than that of the wolf spider, but it could only withstand 30 bullets before being killed. On average, it only takes 1.5 seconds to shoot and kill a poisonous spider, and with the blessing of 100% accuracy, not a single bullet of Yi-chun is wasted. The devil spiders that approached the team were quickly cleared out, and then the devil spiders that were 500 or 600 meters away from the group were also shot dead by Yi-chun. With the combined power of 100% accuracy and unlimited firepower, the most difficult devil spiders in the 1,000 Spider Poison Cave were eliminated in just 5 minutes. Lu Wanning said sincerely, "This mechanic is too powerful, isn't he? This time, you almost shot and killed the devil spider alone. We didn't play a big role. Yeah, this hit rate is too outrageous. The devil spider relies on spider silk to float and is best at dodging, but Yi-chun's bullets are hardly wasted." As expected at the top spot on the heavenly level list, Chu Xing actually kicked Yi-chun out of the team for a piece of trash. He is simply out of his mind. After the devil spiders were cleared out, there was only one last boss left in the secret realm, the human-face spider. It revealed its shape under Lu Wanning's sliding technique. The human-face spider is 6 meters tall. Its lower body is a dark brown spider, while its upper body is in human form, and it is the upper body of a woman. She had a big chest and a slender waist. Her face was pretty too, but it was several sizes larger than that of an ordinary woman. Her upper body alone was 3 meters long. The devil spider had a ferocious and cruel expression on her face. She let out a sharp whistle, and everyone suddenly felt dizzy and couldn't stand steadily. Fortunately, the Mingxin staff on Su Qingning's body took effect immediately, freeing herself from control, and then she cast a spell to restore everyone's condition. The devil spider took the opportunity to step on its 6 long legs and quickly approached the crowd. Then she opened her mouth and suddenly spewed out horrible poisonous fire. Su Qingning treated Yi-chun first. After Yi-chun recovered, he aimed directly at the devil spider and pulled the trigger. Bullets poured onto the body and face of the devil spider, while Su Yi took the lead, holding a huge shield, and directly resisted the devil spider's poisonous fire. As a boss, the devil spider's poisonous fire damage is very high, and it also has toxicity. Even though Su Yi is a heavy armored knight specializing in defense, his health value is still decreasing. Upon seeing this, Su Qingning immediately used the Ganlu Ju and Ichi Hun techniques on Su Yi, restoring Su Yi's blood volume while helping him to get rid of the poisoning. Seeing that Su Yi was struggling, Chen Tao also rushed forward to help Su Yi share the damage from the poisonous fire. Yi-chun's bullets were like free fire, bombarding the devil spider continuously. The devil spider has a very high defense value, and the damage of a single bullet is weakened a lot, but Yi-chun has unlimited firepower and the blessing of 100% accuracy. Even if the damage of a single bullet is low, it can accumulate into a large amount, and the damage is accumulated, which is also very terrifying. This devil spider is worthy of being a boss. It alone endured Yi-chun's shooting for 2 minutes and 10 seconds before finally falling to the ground with a bang. And at the place where the devil spider fell, there were 3 pieces of equipment. Medium-sized secret realms are more difficult, and the bosses are very powerful, so the chance of equipment dropping is much higher. Of these 3 pieces of equipment, one emits blue light and is an elite equipment, while the other 2 emit yellow light and are ordinary equipment. Chapter 34, Slap in the Face. Then, Su Yi said, "Of these 3 pieces of equipment, the elite equipment belongs to Yi-chun and Su Qingning, and they made the greatest contribution. It is no exaggeration to say that their contributions account for 80 of the total. As for the remaining 2 ordinary equipment, it depends on our luck. The one that is most suitable for the profession will go to that person. If both are suitable, we can play rock, paper, scissors. How about that?" "I have no objection. What about you, Yi-chun?" After hearing this, Yi-chun said, "I agree. This is fair." "Okay, that's settled then. Then, Yichen stepped forward and picked up the 3 pieces of equipment, and several people also looked at the properties of the equipment. That elite equipment, called the Poison Avoidance Ring, is a ring-type equipment. As the name suggests, one of its main functions is to avoid toxins. Another entry is to increase the agility value, which is very useful to Yichen. Su Qingning is a doctor, so he naturally doesn't need it. The other 2 ordinary equipments include a poisonous spider spear. Although its quality is average, it has poisonous attacks and is quite useful for melee professions. This poisonous spider spear belongs to Chun Tao, and only he, the berserker, can use it. The other item is the poison spider staff, which can add poison attacks to spell damage, which is also very practical. You have to rely on rock, paper, scissors to choose this poisonous spider staff, because warlocks, elemental mages, and summoners all need this poisonous spider staff. In the end, Zheng Rui was lucky enough to get the poisonous spider staff. Everyone looked very excited. Equipment was very precious. Although it was of ordinary quality, it was very practical because they were all weapons and had poison attacks. In addition, everyone gained a lot of experience points in the 1,000 Spider Poison Cave this time. In a medium-sized secret realm like this, when multiple people form a team, the experience is not divided equally. After the monster is killed, the person who directly attacked the monster will gain 80% of the experience, and the team members will share 20% of the experience equally. Although they only shared 20% of Yichen's experience, Yichen's speed in killing monsters was too fast, so their gains were still huge. As for the 80% of experience gained by Yichen, he shared it equally with Su Qingning. Teaming up with comrades is different from ordinary teaming. When teaming up with comrades, even if Su Qingning does nothing, the experience will be divided in half. Then, everyone left the secret realm. As soon as they left, Su Yi said, "We are on the list." After hearing this, Yichen looked over immediately and saw that the team that was 10 times larger than the 1,000 Spider Poison Cave had become Yichen's team. As for the team members, they are Yichen, Su Qingning, Su Yi, Lu Wanting, and Zhu Yiming. Su Qingning ranked second because she and Yichen were comrades in arms, and she directly divided Yichen's contribution to the team in half. Su Yi ranked third because she suffered the highest damage. Lu Wanting was a warlock. In the 1,000 Spider Poison Cave, without Lu Wanting's large-scale lighting technique, no one could see anything. As for Zhu Yiming, his summoned creatures are mainly used in the front row to take the beating, so they are on the list. As for other long-range professionals, they were not on the list at all because the gap between their output damage and Yichen was too big. Zheng Rui said, "We won this time without any effort, all thanks to Yichen." Lu Wanting also said, "This is the first time I know that a profession can be so strong. Yichen, can we continue to team up in the future?" The other people were also looking at Yichen expectantly. They all knew that Yichen was an extremely strong golden thigh. If they could get along well with Yichen, their future would be limitless. After hearing this, Yichen said, "Okay, if there's a need, I will notify everyone." Lu Wanting immediately said, "Then let's create a group together. Yichen, notify us immediately if there is a task." Can. Afterwards, Lu Wanting immediately set up a group called the Best Mechanic in the World. She added several people to the group and set Yichen as the group owner. Yichen didn't object to continuing to team up with them. First of all, these people chose to follow him when he raised his hand and called on them. They trusted him very much, and Yichen was willing to make friends with them. Secondly, although Yichen teamed up with them, he only gained 80% of the experience and gave them 20%. However, the number of monsters in a medium-sized copy is much denser than that in a small copy, and the experience gained is several times more. When Yichen's infinite firepower and 100% accuracy are turned on, the firepower is overflowing. This medium-sized copy with more monsters is more suitable for Yichen. In a small copy, Yichen can kill 100 monsters, and in a medium-sized secret realm, Yichen can kill 500 monsters. Even if the latter only gives 80% of the experience, the gains are greater. In addition, this team is indeed useful. It does not rely entirely on Yichen. The Warlock's assistance, the Heavy Knight's damage resistance, and the Elemental Mage's area suppression are all useful. Therefore, Yichen did not object to continuing to team up with them to explore the medium-sized secret realm. However, just as they were about to leave, they heard footsteps and Chu Xing and his group arrived. When Chu Xing saw Yi Chun and the others, his expression changed slightly. Why did they come out so quickly? Zhang Hui said, "Look at your appearance. You just came out of the secret realm, right? It seems that you gave up in the face of difficulties. You are lucky to have saved your lives." Chu Xing believed what Zhang Hui said and said directly, "It seems that your choice is a mistake. I can give you a chance. Apologize to me and say, 'Brother Chu, I was wrong. I can let you join my team.'" The people he recruited this time were all at the lower end of the Earth level in the qualifying competition, much worse than the people around Yi Chun. Therefore, he decided to give these people another chance. Even though they're not as good as Zhang Hui at level 29 now, they will definitely surpass Zhang Hui in the future. He needs such a relatively outstanding team. However, as soon as Chu Xing finished speaking, Zhu Yiming laughed like a pig. "Chu Xing, I thought you were a big shot, but I didn't expect you to be so funny." Chu Xing's expression changed. "What do you mean?" Zhu Yiming walked a few steps to the side, pointed at the stone tablet in front of the Thousand Spider Poison Cave secret realm, and said, "Open your dog eyes and see clearly. We have already passed the secret realm, and even broke the Thousand Spider Poison Cave secret realm record." Chapter 35 Taunting. As soon as Zhu Yiming said this, Zhang Hui immediately said, "Impossible. The best students in our class organized a team and tried 8 times, but they couldn't get on the stone tablet. How could you do it?" "I see. Is it because the captain of a powerful team happens to be named Yi Chun? So, you want to show off and deceive people? Do you think I'm an idiot?" Zhu Yiming laughed out loud immediately. "I think you are an idiot. If the captains have the same name, then is it a coincidence that Su Qingming ranks 2nd and Su Yi ranked 3rd? And I, Zhu Yiming, am ranked 5th. Su Yi said, "Zhu Yiming, what's there to explain to this idiot? Isn't the time we refresh the record right there? How could it be wrong?" After Su Yi finished speaking, Chu Xing, Zhang Hui, and others looked over. Then, Chu Xing saw that there was indeed time on it. The time of entering the secret realm was 30 minutes ago, and the time of leaving the secret realm was 4 minutes ago. In addition, the names of Yi Chun and others also match, so there is no possibility of such a coincidence. Chun Tao continued, "What do you mean a mechanic can't output continuously? Just now in the secret realm, Yi Chen's output damage alone was more than the other 8 of us combined. We relied on him alone from beginning to end. Some people are worthy of being trash eliminated by their peers. They don't know shit. Chu Xing, you are a member of the heavenly ranking after all. If you are with such trash, you will become trash sooner or later." Chen Tao is a berserker. His profession has an impact on his personality, so he speaks wildly and in an unpleasant way. Zhang Hui and Chu Xing both looked unhappy, but they could not say anything to refute. At this time, the people who formed a team with Chu Xing looked at each other. Then, almost at the same time, they chose to take a few steps back and leave Chu Xing's team. Chu Xing was in a bad situation. He frowned and looked at the people who had left the team and asked, "What do you mean by this?" One of them said, "Chu Xing, we now seriously doubt your vision and ability. You kicked out our top player for a piece of trash who was eliminated from the same grade? If I had known this earlier, I would never have formed a group with you. Indeed, if you had a little vision, you, Chu Xing, would be the record holder and captain of the Thousand Spider Poison Cave. It's a pity that you are blind. Let's join the pack. Forming a group with those trash who were eliminated from the senior grades will only make you trash and a marginal figure." As these people spoke, they ignored Chu Xing, politely greeted Yi Chun one by one, and then left. Although Chu Xing has an outstanding family background, he has limited abilities and poor vision. How could anyone offend Yi Chun, the top of the heavenly level list, for Chu Xing? When Yi Chun first entered the medium-sized secret realm, he set a record, which further proved Yi Chun's powerful strength. Therefore, everyone belittled Chu Xing in front of Yi Chun and then left just to leave a good impression on Yi Chun. In this way, when there are opportunities for cooperation in medium or large secret realms in the future, Yi Chun will also give them a chance. At this moment, Chu Xing's face was extremely ugly, and his body was shaking with anger. He felt that it was embarrassing enough and wanted to go directly into the Thousand Spider Poison Cave. However, because too many teammates left the team, there are only 4 people left in the team now. Chu Xing, Zhang Hui, and 2 other trash who, like Zhang Hui, cannot keep up with the mainstream ranks of the grade. A medium-sized secret realm requires a team of at least 5 people. Therefore, he could not hide in the secret realm to avoid embarrassment. At this moment, Yichen didn't have the heart to mock Chu Xing anymore. After all, the people around him were very helpful and had scolded Chu Xing for what he should have. Therefore, Yi Chun ignored Chu Xing and led his men away. Chu Xing felt even more aggrieved when he saw this scene. Although Yi Chun did not mock him, he completely ignored him, which made him feel even more uncomfortable. When Yi Chun and his group walked away, Chu Xing suddenly took action and slapped Zhang Hui in the face. Then, Chu Xing said in a cold voice, "Zhang Hui, is this what you mean by Yi Chen's inability to sustain combat? Originally, Yi Chen and I could be friends, but now it's all ruined because of you." Zhang Hui was slapped and also angry. He said directly, "Chu Xing, stop making excuses for your jealousy. You are also jealous that Yi Chun is the top of the heavenly level list. So, you want to kick him out just because of my random words? Think about it yourself. If I was targeting someone else, would you listen to me so easily? You are angry now because of your own failure." Chu Xing was quite annoyed by Zhang Hui's words, but he did not attack again. He just glared at Zhang Hui coldly and turned away. Chu Xing originally wanted to rely on his own strength and family background to become a leader among the new students of Jingyao, initiate some medium to high difficulty secret realm missions, organize and control the elites of the same grade, and become a powerful figure. In this way, he will also gain recognition from his elders, and his own rank will be improved smoothly. But now, everything is messed up. Zhang Hui has to go home, find his parents, and seek a solution. On the other side, Yi Chun and Su Qingning returned to school. Su Qingning called her father and said, "Dad, we went to the Thousand Spider Poison Cave." Su Jian listened and said, "Thousand Spider Poison Cave? There's a record created by your father, there. You should have seen it, right?" Su Qingning said directly, "Not only did I see it, we also broke your record." Su Jian was surprised and asked, "Break the record?" "Thanks to Yi Chun." Su Qingning said directly, "Of course. I also took a picture. I'll send it to your phone later." Su Jian said, "This boy is really amazing. But Qingning, you have to work hard too. If you become a burden, people may dislike you after a while." Su Qingning said, "I believe Yi Chun will never dislike me, but I will also work hard and try not to be a drag." Su Jian suddenly said, "By the way, I have another question and I want to talk to Yi Chun. Please send me his phone number." Good. Chapitre 36, Occupation Compulsion. On the other side, Yi Chun was also resting in the boys' dormitory building. In the secret realm, he only needed to pull the trigger, which did not consume much physical energy. However, fighting was still very exhausting, so Yi Chun also needed to combine work and rest. However, a strange number from Jiangxin called. Yi Chun hesitated for a moment and answered the call. Then, Su Jian's voice rang out from the other end of the line. "Xiao Chun, I am Qingning's father." Yi Chun immediately said politely, "Hello, uncle. Do you have something to talk to me about?" Su Jian said, "Xiao Chun, I want to know if your unlocking of these new weapons has any impact on the entire mechanic profession." Yi Chun said directly, "Yes." Su Jian was immediately overjoyed and said, "You mean other mechanics will become as powerful as you?" Su Jian is a high-level swordsman. His vision is never limited to himself, but always looks at the overall situation. The number of mechanics is not too small, but unfortunately they are too weak and have become cannon fodder. They are of no use in the secret realm after the 3rd level. If other mechanics can become as powerful as Yi Chun in the future, wouldn't the strength of Blue Star's combat professionals be further improved? In this way, the pressure on everyone facing the monsters in the secret realm will be less. Yi Chun heard what Su Jian said and said, "That's not the case. You should have seen my rifle. It has a basic damage of 500 points, a capacity of 60 rounds, and a range of 400 meters. This is a weapon that can be unlocked by a 3rd level mechanic. As for the light machine gun I am using now, it can be unlocked by an ordinary 5th level mechanic." Yi Chun had already asked the career system about this question. Now that he had completed the mechanic profession, what changes would there be to the mechanic system? The career system then informed Yi Chun of the upgrade paths for other mechanics. After hearing what Yi Chun said, Su Jian said, "The 5th level can unlock the light machine gun? In this case, it is considered average, even a little weak, far less than the top 10 popular professions. If Yi Chun's light machine gun is unlocked at the 3rd level, it will be invincible in the same level. If it is unlocked at the 4th level, it will be a strong version, comparable to the top 10 popular professions. If it is unlocked at the 5th level, it will be a weak version at a medium level. Yichen said, "Indeed, this is the strength that an ordinary mechanic should have. The first and second levels are very strong, and the third and later levels are average, but not to the point of being eliminated." Su Jian said, "I am indeed too greedy. The original mechanic had no chance of survival after the third level. Now the third level unlocks rifles, and the fifth level unlocks light machine guns. At least I can keep up with the strength of other combat professionals." Yichen listened and said, "That's true, but the stubborn mechanics have basically died in the secret realm, and the timid mechanic are trying to find ways to level up and live longer. So until now, no one knows that the mechanics are different from before." After hearing what Yichen said, Su Jian said, "Leave this matter to me. This matter must be made public as soon as possible, so that those stagnant mechanics can quickly break through and participate in the defense of Blue Star. I have no opinion on this matter. Uncle, it's up to you to decide." Su Jian has a broad view of the overall situation, so Yichen will naturally not spoil his fun. The monsters in the secret realm are a threat to all mankind, and improving the strength of the mechanics will benefit everyone. Because of the special nature of his profession, Yichen is blessed with extraordinary talents. Ordinary mechanics are nothing in front of Yichen. Therefore, Yichen was not worried that the increased strength of other mechanics would pose a threat to him. Yichen's current light machine gun can only be unlocked by other mechanics at the 5th level. When Yichen reaches the 5th level and unlocks the weapon, ordinary mechanics may have to reach the 10th level to be qualified to see it. The gap between the two sides is so huge that Yichen naturally doesn't worry that they will threaten him. On the other hand, Chu Xing returned home, found his parents, and told them what happened to him. Chu Changjiang heard what Chu Xing said and said, "Don't hang out with people like Zhang Hui in the future. Associating with people like him will only lower your own standards." Chu Xing listened and said, "I know. I have blocked him and will not talk to him anymore. But I have already lost my prestige in the hearts of my peers, and I am afraid it will be difficult to recover." Chu Changjiang heard his son's words and said, "Since you have lost your prestige, then find a way to earn it back. Think of a solution?" "What solution?" Chu Changjiang said with a smile. "First, strike at the prestige of Yichen, the top of the heavenly class ranking. Then you can turn the tide and establish a new image for yourself." Chu Xing said with a sad face, "How can it be that easy? If I could beat Yichen, he wouldn't be number 1 on the heavenly ranking. Didn't I tell you about the process of my battle with him?" Chu Changjiang looked at his beloved son and said, "Ah Xing, if you want to defeat someone, you don't have to defeat him. You can try another way." Chu Xing looked at Chu Changjiang and said anxiously, "Dad, please stop keeping me in suspense. Just tell me what to do." Chu Changjiang said slowly, "It is normal for Tian-level students from other universities to challenge the top of Jingyao's Tian-level list, right? If he, the top of the heavenly class, loses, will he immediately lose his glory? If you come out and defeat this challenger, will your prestige be reestablished?" Chu Xing immediately said, "Dad, do you mean to find someone to act out a play?" But Yichen's strength is such that ordinary people may not be his opponent. Chu Changjiang said, "Acting? What kind of acting? Just do it for real. Son, you really didn't inherit your father's IQ. No matter how strong this mechanic is, he still belongs to the category of physical attack, right? If he encounters a ghostly opponent, what else can he do except surrender? But you are an elemental mage, and your spell damage can restrain ghostly opponents." Chu Xing reacted immediately. "Yes, how could I forget this? Although there are few ghost-type professionals, this is the capital. It is not difficult to find them. Mechanics only have pure physical attacks, and they have no way to deal with ghost-type opponents." Chu Changjiang listened and said, "Okay, let Dad arrange this for you. Let the ghost professionals from other schools challenge Yichen in public and speak arrogantly to arouse the common hatred of other professionals in Jingyao. If Yichen loses at this time, it will be a big blow to his reputation. Then you can come back to turn the tide and maintain the reputation of Jingyao, and your goal will be achieved." Chu Xing said happily, "Thank you, Dad. You are so awesome." Chapter 37. Physical Immunity? What about fire? At around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, an uninvited guest came to Beijing Pharmaceutical University. He went directly to the Shuangchuan Formation of Beijing Medical University. Then he said arrogantly, "I heard that the top of your Jingyao's heavenly level list is actually a mechanic? If a mechanic can be the top of the list, it seems that Jingyao has no one else." Soon, His words attracted the attention of others, and someone asked, "Where did you come from?" The man said, directly, "Zheng Haichao, the last one on the heavenly level ranking of Beijing University of Science and Technology. I am here today to challenge Yi Chun, who is at the top of your ranking. If he has the guts, let him come out and fight me. If I lose, this third-level elite equipment golden dragon armor will belong to him. If I win, as long as he yells 3 times, Beijing medicine is garbage, that will be enough." Zheng Haichao was very high-profile and made a lot of noise in Jingyao, which soon attracted a lot of people's attention. Then, someone went to inform Yi Chun, and soon, Yi Chun and Su Qingning came over. At the same time, other heaven-level professionals also came to join in the fun. They really wanted to see who was so arrogant that they dared to challenge Yi Chun. After Yi Chun came over, Zheng Haichao was still shouting, "Where's your top player on the heavenly level ranking? Could it be that he has become a coward? He doesn't even dare to fight with the bottom player on the heavenly level ranking of our Jinka. Isn't he too cowardly?" At this time, Yi Chun stepped forward and said, "I am the Yi Chun you mentioned. Do you want to challenge me?" Zheng Haichao saw Yi Chun appear and immediately said, "That's right. Do you dare to fight in the Liangquan formation? Don't worry. If you win, this golden dragon armor belongs to you. If you lose, you can shout 3 times that Jingyao is garbage." The top of the Tianji list lost to the bottom of the list. It's not wrong to call it garbage, right? When Yi Chun heard this, he said, "Okay, let's have a fight." Yi Chun said as he went straight onto the Liangquan arena. Zheng Haichao was overjoyed upon seeing this. He was not worried about fighting with Yi Chun. He was only worried that Yi Chun would give in. After Chu Changjiang found him, he asked him to defeat Yi Chun. The golden dragon armor in his hand is one of the rewards. Afterwards, Chu Changjiang will also give him an elite ghost staff. It can be said that he is very generous, so he naturally has to perform well. After Yi Chun and Zheng Haichao came on stage, the two sides stood face to face. Then Zheng Haichao shouted, "Yi Chun, you are doomed to fail. No matter how powerful a mechanic is, he is nothing but meat on the chopping board in front of the ghost system." As Zheng Haichao spoke, he directly used his professional skill, soul transformation. The next second, Zheng Haichao's body became ethereal and then floated in the air like a ghost. Zheng Haichao's profession is the ghost messenger of the netherworld. The ghost messenger of the netherworld is not one of the top 10 popular professions because its lethality in the secret realm is average, and its contribution to the team is also average, but its survivability is quite strong. Because the bodies of the ghost messengers of the underworld can be transformed into souls and enter a ghost state. In this case, they are immune to physical attacks. After transforming into souls, they can use ghost skills exclusive to the netherworld ghost messenger. These skills have average lethality, but if they're facing a profession that only has physical attacks, they will have a huge advantage. After all, a profession that only has physical attacks cannot hurt the opponent at all, and can only allow the opponent to continue to consume itself and eventually be defeated. Of course, the Nether Ghost has a strong restraint on physical professions, but at the same time, it is also restrained by other spell professions. Except for mechanics, there's a certain balance between most professions. Ordinary spell-based professions are 50-50 against long-range physical attack professions, but are restrained by close-range physical professions such as assassins and swordsmen. Spell-based professions also restrain ghost-based professions, and ghost-based professions restrain physical professions. When the people in the audience heard Zheng Haichao's words, their expressions changed. Even Su Qingning, who had always had confidence in Yi Chun, became worried. This ghost messenger from the underworld is indeed immune to all physical attacks. Is Yi Chun going to lose this time? It doesn't matter if you lose. The main bet is too much of a blow to Yi Chun's reputation. At this time, Yi Chun looked at Zheng Haichao floating in the air, took out the light machine gun, and pulled the trigger. The bullet flew out of the barrel at a terrifying initial velocity, then penetrated Zheng Haichao's body, but did not cause any harm to Zheng Haichao at all. Under the ring, Chu Xing watched this scene with excitement on his face. My dad is so awesome. Yi Chun has no way to deal with Zheng Haichao, and he will definitely lose next. By that time, Yi Chun would be embarrassed, and he would be able to turn the tide, and the situation would be reversed in an instant. On the stage, Zheng Haichao said proudly, "Keep going. If you can touch even one of my hairs, I lose." When Yi Chun heard what Zheng Haichao said, he smiled and said, "Really? It's a pity that you want to admit defeat today, but it's not that easy, Yi-chan said as he put away the light machine gun. Then, with a thought, he took out the flamethrower. Zheng Haichao is in ghost state, immune to normal physical attacks, but not immune to attribute attacks. Although the flame gun is a mechanic's weapon, the flame it sprays out has the same effect as the fire spells cast by the elemental mage in principle. Therefore, Yi-chan is not actually afraid of the so-called ghost professions. The reason why he fired the gun just now was that he had never seen this kind of professional before, so he gave it a try. Zheng Haichao saw Yi-chan change his gun and said again, "Change a weapon? So what? As long as it is a physical attack, it will have no effect on me." After hearing what Zheng Haichao said, Yi-chan smiled and said, "Physical attacks are ineffective, right? What about elemental attacks?" Zheng Haichao said directly, "What are you bragging about? You are a mechanic. How can you have elemental attacks?" As soon as Zheng Haichao finished speaking, Yi-chan had already pulled the trigger of the flamethrower. Suddenly, scorching flames spurted out from the muzzle of the flame gun, forming a terrifying column of fire that shot out 100 meters away. Zheng Haichao was only 30 meters away from Yi-chan, so he was naturally within the range of the flame gun. The pillar of fire fell on Zheng Haichao, causing him to let out a painful scream. In ghost state, one can be immune to physical attacks, but not to elemental attacks. In fact, in ghost state, the lethality of elemental attacks will be more significant. Floating in the air, the triumphant Zheng Haichao fell directly to the ground, rolling on the ground in pain. Under the ring, everyone was shocked again. Damn, Yi Bangtu actually has another trump card. The flame gun. This is too powerful. I originally thought that this Netherworld Ghost Envoy was going to put an end to Yi Banto's legend today, but I didn't expect that he would actually fulfill Yi Banto's reputation. The Netherworld Ghost Envoy restrains the mechanic? That's just an ordinary mechanic. There's no such thing as restraint in front of our leader. Chu Xing's mouth also turned into an O shape, and he was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. Chapter 38: The Rise of the Mechanic. How is this possible? My father's plan was obviously foolproof, so how could it be like this? The mechanic actually has such a trick? Such a large-scale flame spray. This is more lethal than the ordinary elemental mage. Why? The mechanic is obviously a useless profession, but in Yi-chan's hands, he is so strong. Zheng Haichao is restrained by elemental attacks. The reason why he ranks 10th on Jinka's list is that he is lucky and did not encounter any magic professions in the knockout rounds. If he really encounters a spell-based profession that can restrain him, he will be completely helpless and will be defeated instantly. Therefore, he had no power to resist Yi-chan's flame gun. In just over 20 seconds, his blood value was almost emptied. The protection of the two-dimensional formation was activated, saving Zheng Haichao's life. Then, Yi-chan came to Zheng Haichao and said, "Where is the Golden Dragon armor? Take it out." The Golden Dragon armor is a third-tier elite equipment, and it is also a piece of armor that can enhance one's survivability. Yi-chan is quite interested in it. Zheng Haichao was in great pain all over his body at this moment. After all, the flames burned his soul, and that feeling was not something that everyone could endure. Zheng Haichao groaned and screamed on the ground for a long time before he recovered a little and handed the Golden Dragon armor to Yi-chan. Afterwards, Yi-chan stepped down from the stage. At this time, the spectators began to applaud Yi-chan. Although Zheng Haichao is not very strong, the Netherworld Ghost Envoy can indeed restrain physical professionals. Everyone thought that Yi-chan would lose, but Yi-chan turned around and took out a flame gun, turned defeat into victory, and maintained Jing Yao's face. Everyone was also sincerely happy for Yi-chan. The only unhappy person present was Chu Xing. He tried to steal a chicken, but ended up losing the rice instead of the chicken. He wanted to make Yi-chan lose face, but ended up making Yi-chan even more popular. And that Golden Dragon armor was also used to aid the enemy. How could Chu Xing not be sad? While Yi-chan was showing his prowess, Su Jian also used his influence and connections to find a total of 10 second-level extreme mechanics. As long as they completed the task of breaking through the level, they could step into the third level. This time, their level-breaking mission will be broadcast live nationwide. Su Jian said, "The profession of mechanic is different from before. Everyone thinks that after the third level, mechanics cannot unlock new weapons and are too weak to be cannon fodder. Today I invited 10 second-level mechanics to complete the rank-breaking task. You can wait and see what the new mechanics are like." The experience points of these people have already reached the maximum level of the second stage, but they cannot reach the third stage without completing the level-breaking tasks. Normally, over the next few years, the career system would continuously assign them tasks in the second-level secret realms that they had never entered before until they were assigned to the breakthrough secret realms. They would have no choice but to step into the third level and then die in a mandatory mission of the third level. This was the way for the second-level mechanics to survive. This method allows them to stay in the second level for a few more years, thus allowing them to live a few more years. This time, Su Jian directly asked them to carry out the level-breaking task and broadcast the entire process live. They were reluctant at first. After all, stepping into the third level meant the beginning of the countdown of their lives. Fortunately, Su Jian promised them enough benefits. If they could not unlock new weapons at the third level, Su Jian would give each of them a piece of third-level elite equipment. Only then did these people agree. The entire process of the rank-breaking mission has been broadcast live, but not many people are interested in it. Because the mechanic profession has a weak presence, everyone knows that this profession is quite useless. Now that a group of second-level mechanics have broken through, what's so good about it? However, after the 10 of them completed the level-breaking mission, they simultaneously unlocked a new weapon, the rifle. Then, one by one, they used the mechanic's ability to materialize rifles, and then excitedly tried out the power of the rifles. 500 points of basic damage, 60 rounds of ammunition, and a range of 400 meters. Although this cannot be called invincible at the third level, it has its own characteristics and is quite satisfactory. It is definitely no longer the useless profession as before. People who were watching the live broadcast were also very surprised to see this scene. The mechanic, a profession that was considered useless after the third level, is actually starting to rise. Although this rifle is not that powerful at the third level, it is not weak either. At least, it is much stronger than the previous mechanic. Then, the host in charge of the live broadcast asked Su Jianxian, how did you know about the changes in the mechanics? Su Jian explained, because someone has completed the mechanic profession, I am not in a position to reveal the specific identity. In short, from now on, after reaching the third level, the mechanic profession can unlock new weapons, and its strength is enough to rival other combat professionals of the same level. Those mechanics who have stayed at the second level and have never dared to break through can now break through the level without worry. The pressure in the secret realm is getting increasingly severe, and the number of high-level professionals has always been insufficient. Now that the mechanic profession has been supplemented, it is indeed good news for us in Daxia. Among those who watched the live broadcast, word spread quickly, and the news about the mechanic profession being supplemented spread from 1 person to 10 people. Those mechanics who had been staying at the second level and dared not to break through, chose to break through one after another after hearing the news. For a while, the mechanic, a profession that originally had a low presence, became very popular and was in the limelight. Chu Changjiang said to Chu Xing, the completion of the mechanic profession should be the credit of Yichun, right? Chu Xing listened and said, I don't know either. It's probably true. Dad, your previous plan didn't work? What should I do? You can't let me give in to that kid, right? Chu Changjiang said directly, of course not. Combat professions require a balance. Except for the top 10 popular professions and some hidden professions, most professions follow a rule, either weak in the early stage and strong in the late stage, or strong in the early stage and weak in the late stage. The mechanic is obviously the type that is strong in the early stages but weak in the later stages. At the third stage, he is invincible, but at the fourth stage, he may be mediocre. So you should be patient for now and wait until he reaches the fourth stage before competing with him. Chu Xing said, Dad, the problem now is that I don't have a good reputation among the new students in Jingyao. It's hard to organize people to enter the medium-sized secret realm. You should know that the gains in all aspects of the medium-sized secret realm are higher than those in the small secret realm. Chapter 39, 2 Souls in One Body. Chu Changjiang said with a smile, That's not a problem. Our capital's most popular event, the 8 schools competition, is about to begin. When the time comes, you will form a second team. Dad will spend money to give each member of your second team a piece of equipment. If you can rank among the top in the 8 schools competition, that would be the best. Even if not, this second team will be your team for exploring the secret realm. Chu Xing's eyes lit up and he said, 8 schools competing? What's the prize this time? Dad, have you received the news? Chu Changjiang said calmly. Of course, in this competition among the 8 schools, the captain of the team ranked first will receive a complete set of epic equipment, and each team member will receive a complete set of elite equipment. Chu Xing looked envious and said, "A full set of epic equipment? Isn't this too precious?" Chu Changjiang said directly, "Half of this set of epic equipment was provided by Shuemu University, and the remaining pieces were collected from the other 7 famous universities. Shuemu has absolute confidence in their students." Chu Xing listened and said, "That's normal. The Tong brothers are indeed undefeated. Although Yi Chun, the mechanic, is a little special, he can't be the opponent of the Tong brothers." Chu Changjiang smiled and said, "Of course. The brothers of the Tong family have 2 souls in one body, so one person possesses 2 professions. The eldest brother Tong Long is a heavy armored warrior, and the second brother Tong, who is an assassin, possessing both the powerful defensive capabilities of a heavy armored warrior and the surprise attack and burst capabilities of an assassin. Moreover, every time he gains a level, both professions can provide free attribute points. The free attribute points he obtains are twice as much as an ordinary person. How can others fight him?" Chu Xing said, "Yes. Although Yi Chun is very powerful, he will definitely not be able to steal the show in this 8-school competition." At the same time, Yi Chun was also in the office of Giant Tree Academy, and in front of him was his tutor Bai Su Xin. Bai Su thought to herself, "You should have heard about the competition among the 8 schools. For this joint exam, the 8 famous schools in Beijing will each send 2 teams of 5 people, Team 1 and Team 2, to participate in the competition. Yi Chun, you will be the captain of Team 1. I hope you can win glory for our Beijing medicine." Yi Chun heard what Bai Su Xin said and said, "I heard that the champion team of this competition will receive very generous prizes." Bai Su Xin listened and said, "That's true, but we don't have any hope of winning first place. The reward for the champion captain this time is a complete set of epic equipment, most of which came from Shuemu University. They are determined to win the championship, and we are only competing for runner-up." Yi Chun listened and said, "Teacher Bai means that I can only compete for second place?" Bai Su Xin smiled and said, "Of course not. It's because this number 1 is too difficult to deal with. Have you ever heard of 2 souls in one body?" Yi Chun shook his head. "I haven't heard of it." Bai Su Xin explained, "Among the freshmen of Shuemu University, there's a pair of brothers named Tong Long and Tong Hu. They were originally twins in the womb, but one of them was too strong and the other was very thin. When the babies were born, only one of them survived, while the other was stillborn. At that time, the Tong family thought that one of the twins had died, but not long after, they discovered something was wrong, because the brother who survived had been behaving very strangely since he was born. Many times, he would be playing happily, but would suddenly burst into tears. Other times, he would be sad, but would suddenly burst into laughter. This was still the case, even when he grew up. The Tong family realized something was wrong, so they took their son to see a priest for examination. The priest used holy light to test, and found that the child had 2 souls in his body, 1 body, and 2 spirits. When they were 18 years old, the Tong brothers awakened 2 professions, heavy armor warrior and assassin. They not only possessed the defense and health of heavy armor, but also the surprise attack and burst of an assassin. At the same time, they could obtain double free attribute points with each upgrade. As soon as the news came out, the 4 top universities in Daxia, Shuemu, Modu, Jiangdong, and Fengtian immediately competed for the position. In the end, Shuemu took advantage of its proximity to the Tong brothers and won them over. Our Daxia's top warrior Chen Ao Shur once said that the Tong brothers will be the best among the younger generation and become the leaders of the new generation in 5 years. After hearing Bai Su Xin's explanation, Yi Chun said, 2 souls in 1 body, 2 professions? It does sound amazing. Bai Su Xin said, "That's right. Our Jimu Academy's expectation for you is only the runner-up, so don't put pressure on yourself." Yi Chun has performed very well since he entered Jingyao School, and even set a record for clearing the 1,000 Spider Poison Cave, which is an excellent achievement. However, this kind of genius who has always had smooth sailing is most likely to suffer a blow and become unable to recover once he encounters an opponent he cannot defeat. Therefore, Bai Su Xin gave Yi Chun a heads up in advance so that Yi Chun would be mentally prepared for defeat, so that if he really lost to Shuemu's team in the future, he would not be psychologically unable to bear it. Yi Chun said, "Teacher Bai, don't worry. I will do my best and won't force myself." Bai Su Xin nodded and said, Then you think about it and select the members of your team 1. Chu Xing should lead the second team. I see. Yi Chun left the office, then found Su Qingning, discussed with Su Qingning, and finally decided on the members of his team. In addition to Yi Chun and Su Qingning, the two chose Su Yi, Lu Wanting, and Zhu Yiming. Among them, Su Yi is a heavy armored knight with excellent protection and injury resistance. Lu Wanting is a warlock who can deal with a variety of situations and has group control or suppression capabilities. Chen Tao is a berserker who is also thick-skinned and can act as a frontline warrior to bear injuries. Yi Chen's own firepower output is sufficient, so the entire team revolves around Yi Chun. Su Yi and Chen Tao acted as the front row. Su Qingning and Lu Wanting were responsible for assistance, ensuring that Yi Chun could fire at full power, have a perfect output environment, and could use his guns and ammunition at will. At the same time, Chu Xing also took action. At the beginning, no one was willing to join Chu Xing's second team. After all, Chu Xing and Yi Chun did not get along well, and no one was willing to offend such a powerful Yi Chun for Chu Xing. But later, Chu Changjiang activated his superpowers, and the wind direction immediately reversed. After all, there is nothing to be gained by joining Yi Chen's team. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that the champion of the 8-school competition can only be Shuemu's Tong brothers team, and no one else. If you join Chu Xing's team, no matter how you perform in the competition, you will at least get one piece of elite equipment, so it will be clear what to choose. Chapter 40. Abandoning the light and joining the dark. However, the team members selected by Yi Chun, a heavy armored knight, a berserker, and a warlock, all tend to be functional. Chu Xing's team also needs these professions. He himself is a ranged mage and essentially a ranged fragile output, just like Yi Chun, except that his damage type is spell damage, while Yi Chen's is physical damage. Therefore, the needs of both parties are the same. The people selected by Yi Chun are all the best in the corresponding professions of Jingyao. As a heavy armor knight, Su Yi has made it to the heavenly level, so he is naturally outstanding. The same is true for Lu Wanting. Although Chen Tao was defeated by Yi Chun and was rated only Xian level, his strength was comparable to that of a Tian level student. He was just unlucky and met Yi Chun. Therefore, Chu Xing finally went to meet Su Yi, Lu Wanting, and Chen Tao, hoping to see if he could use his money to poach a few people from Yi Chun. Su Yi and Lu Wanting rejected Chu Xing without hesitation, but Chen Tao agreed after some hesitation. Chen Tao's strength is currently no less than that of a Tian-level student. However, he was unlucky in the grading trial and was only at the Xian level, so the credits he could receive were also limited. Chen Tao was very worried because of the gap in resources among Xian-level students, which caused him to fall behind others and distance himself from the first echelon. A third-level elite equipment greatly improved his strength, allowing him to take a big step forward in the next qualifying match. In comparison, Lu Wanting and Su Yi are as strong as Chen Tao, and they're also top-level students, so they don't have the same worries as Chen Tao. Therefore, they directly rejected Chu Xing. Then, Chen Tao called Yi Chun and said, "I'm sorry, Brother Chun. I'm afraid I can't fight for Team 1 in this 8 schools competition." When Yi Chun heard Chen Tao's words, he was stunned. "What's wrong? Is there something urgent at home?" Chen Tao explained, "No, it was Chu Xing who invited me to join the second team. The conditions he offered were something I couldn't refuse." Yi Chun was silent for a moment before he said, "Can I hear what conditions he offered?" Chen Tao replied, "A third-level elite equipment will ensure that I can rank among the top in the next grading trial." After hearing what Chen Tao said, Yi Chun said slowly, "Each member of the champion group of the 8 schools can get a complete set of elite equipment. Isn't this more cost-effective than just one piece of equipment?" Chen Tao laughed and said, "Brother Chun, you are joking. It is not something we can expect to win the championship among the 8 schools." Then, Chen Tao hung up the phone without waiting for Yi Chun to speak. Yi Chun shook his head helplessly. It seemed that everyone thought that they were no match for the Tong brothers. Although Yi Chun behaved very modestly in front of Bai Suxin, he never took the Tong brothers seriously. So what if you have 2 professions? Aren't you still a target in front of the super mechanic? Besides, double attributes are nothing great. Yi Chun could have chosen double attributes before, but compared to unlimited firepower, good things come in pairs, and never miss a shot. Double attributes have no value at all. In this competition among 8 schools, Yi Chun has already regarded the whole set of epic equipment as his own. Each of his team members will get a set of elite equipment, and they will be more confident when they go to the medium-sized secret realm together in the future. I just didn't expect that Shen Tao was poached at the critical moment. It's interesting. Yi Chen was stunned for a while. Then he notified everyone in the group. Shen Tao has temporarily quit the team and joined the second team. Lao Zhu, you're the substitute for our first team. Since he has quit, you can take over. The person Yi Chen was calling was Zhu Yiming, the summoner in Yi Chen's small group. Zhu Yiming's summoned creature is relatively large in size and has a lot of health. It also has the effect of bearing damage in the front row. Since Chen Tao has withdrawn, it can only be Zhu Yiming. As for the elemental mage Zheng Rui and another swordsman Liu Bei, their functionality is relatively poor. They can form a group to enter the secret realm, but in this kind of competition, they can provide little help to Yi Chen, so he can only give up. Then, Zhu Yiming immediately said, "Thank you for your kindness, Brother Chen. I will definitely perform well." Chen Tao, what do you mean? How can you abandon the light and join the dark? Chen Tao typed 3 words after more than 10 seconds. Sorry. Afterwards, Chen Tao left the group chat. He knew that what he did was not right. He had already promised Yi Chen, but suddenly left. But this elite equipment is very important to him, and he has no choice. He also knew that there would probably be a deep rift between him and Yi Chen's group in the future, and there was no need for him to stay any longer. He could only follow Chu Xing in the future. Chu Xing is wealthy, has a lot of money, and is generous. For Chen Tao, he is a very good choice. Then, Yi Chen submitted an updated list of names. The next day was Jing Yao's weekly class day, where senior professional teachers would teach students some professional skills, secret realm skills, and so on. Because the competition among the 8 schools is about to begin, several teachers specifically explained the rules of the competition. The competition among 8 schools will also be held on an arena with 2 full formations arranged. However, unlike the qualifying match, which is a 1-on-1 match, the competition among 8 schools is a 5-on-5 group fight. Therefore, the team's professional matching is very important, and all-round considerations must be taken to deal with various opponents in order to achieve a higher ranking. Of course, one's own strength is also very important. For people like the Tong brothers, who have 2 souls in one body, dual professions, and double attributes, that is seriously beyond the standard. Many people believe that he has the strength to single-handedly challenge a team of 5 people. After all, having 2 professions and double attributes superimposed on one person sounds really terrifying and is something that destroys the balance. On school days, Yi Chen and Su Qingning were unable to go to the secret realm, but they also learned a lot of things, including some professional combat skills, which sound simple but are very practical, and some secret realm survival skills, which can save their lives at critical moments. After the school day ended, Yi Chen's team cleared 2 more medium-sized secret realms and gained a lot. Yi Chen and Su Qingning's levels have reached level 27, and the other team members have also reached level 25. Chapter 41, The Battle for Hegemony, begins. In a blink of an eye, it is the day for the 8 schools to compete. This time, the competition will be held in a secret realm controlled by Shuemu. The so-called control of the secret realm means that all monsters in the secret realm are eliminated. A secret realm is actually divided into countless copies, which greatly reduces the number of monsters in a single copy. In this way, the safety factor of the secret realm is greatly improved. Clearing a secret realm only clears out the monsters in a copy, which is far from clearing out the monsters in the secret realm. Only the 4 top universities have the ability to clear out the monsters in a secret realm and control the entire secret realm. It was also the first time for Yi Chen and Su Qingning to come to this controlled secret realm, and they were quite curious. The Jingyao team first came to Shuemu University, and then, under the leadership of Shuemu's person in charge, entered this secret realm of control. As soon as they entered the secret realm, Yi Chen and Su Qingning were stunned. The entire secret realm is in the form of a beautiful primeval forest. In the forest, there are ancient trees that are hundreds of meters tall, as well as extremely conspicuous flowers, birds singing and flowers blooming, and the environment is pleasant. On land, there are all kinds of huge beasts such as lions, tigers, elephants, etc., running happily. They're not aggressive at all and are having a lot of fun. In the sky, there are beautiful butterflies with a wingspan of more than 2 meters and a huge phoenix with colorful wings, which are beautiful beyond words. The air is also filled with pleasant fragrance, which is very comfortable. And on top of those towering ancient trees, the students built wooden houses, which was like a fairy tale world. Bai Suxin looked at Yi Chun and Su Qingming's shocked expressions and said, after the monsters in the secret realm are eliminated, the environment in the secret realm can be changed according to the controller's preferences. Although there are various birds and beasts here, they are not aggressive at all. In such a primeval forest, there is not even a mosquito or a poisonous snake. In short, the secret environment is perfect and makes people feel relaxed and happy. Our 10-year development plan for Jingyao is to control a secret realm, move the student and teacher dormitories into the secret realm, and enjoy this paradise on Earth. Yichen heard what Bai Suxin said and asked, how did Shuemu clear the secret realm? Bai Suxin listened and said, this matter is complicated. I will talk to you in detail after the competition is over. Soon, people from the 8 major universities in Beijing arrived. Except for Shuemu, the students and teachers from other universities were looking at the environment in this secret realm with some shock in their hearts. Then, the president of Shuemu University spoke a few official words and started drawing lots. The principal of Shuemu School had a smile on his face the whole time, and it was obvious that he had great confidence in his students. In his opinion, although Shuemu only paid for half of this set of epic equipment, they still made a profit. It is reasonable for Shuemu to provide resources to cultivate his own genius. In comparison, the other 7 famous schools have worked together to make up the other half of the epic equipment, and all of these equipment will fall into the hands of the Tong brothers. Naturally, he is in a very good mood. The draw was completed quickly. The 8 universities were divided into groups of 2, with Team 1 facing Team 1 and Team 2 facing Team 2. If both teams won, both teams would advance to the next round. If one team wins and the other loses, the winners will play another round and the winners will advance to the next round. The opponent that Jingyao drew was the Capital Sport University, and the first and second teams entered the ring at the same time to start the battle. Yichun led his team to the number 6 stage to face off against Beijing Sports Team 1, while Chuxing led Team 2 to face Beijing Sports Team 2. Chuxing looked somewhat excited. He still held out hope that he could overshadow Yichun, so he hoped that he could defeat Beijing Sports Team 2, and Yichun would lose to Beijing Sports Team 1. Even if he lost to Beijing Sports Team 1 in the end, he could still save some face. On Yichen's side, both sides were composed of 5-member teams, 50 meters apart. On Yichen's side, except for Yichun, who is the core output, the others are frontline and auxiliary professions. On the Jingdi side, it was completely the opposite. They had a shield warrior standing in the front, and behind him were an elemental mage, an archer, a swordsman, and a priest. Following the referee's order, the shield-armored warriors charged towards Yichun with huge shields in their hands. At the same time, the mages, archers, and swordsmen were also ready to take action. On Yichun's side, Yichun directly pressed the trigger of the light machine gun, and bullets poured towards the opponent. Upon seeing this, the shield-armored warrior roared angrily, and a red light emanated from his body. The bullets that were originally shot at the mage and archers suddenly flew towards the shield-armored warrior. This is the most core skill of the shield warrior. Hold up the shield, roar, and draw the enemy's damage skills to yourself. At the same time, while holding the shield, reduce 30% of the damage. Shield warriors can help their teammates resist long-range output skills. In comparison, the skills of heavy armor knights are more suitable for resisting the sudden attacks of some close-range professions, such as assassins, swordsmen, etc. The Jingyi team thought that as long as their shield warriors could hold out for about 30 seconds, their 3 outputs would be enough to suppress the opponent with firepower and defeat it. However, the frequency of Yichen's bullet attacks was too high. Su Jian once said that Yichen's profession was invincible at the 3rd level, and the shield warriors were not as perverted as the Tong brothers, so they naturally could not resist. The shield-armored warrior of Jingdi held on for about 10 seconds, then fell to his knees with a plop and was sent out of the ring under the protection of the Liangquan formation. Then, Yichen's bullets fell on the fragile bodies of the Jingdi soldiers, and short screams rang out. They were not shield warriors and could not hold out for 10 seconds. Basically, one was killed per second. 4 or 5 seconds later, all the members of the Beijing sports team were eliminated, and they were still in a state of confusion, seemingly unable to understand why they were eliminated so quickly. Seeing this, the female principal of Jingti said, "I heard that your Jingyao has produced a special mechanic. He is really different from others." Ding Sheng said, "Yichun is indeed very strong. but it's a pity that the protagonist of this competition is someone else. After hearing this, the female headmaster said, "The Tong brothers are in a special situation. They have 2 souls in one body, and each of them has a different combat profession. This is extremely rare." Chapter 42, Fierce Battle. At the same time, Beijing Sports' second team was suppressing Chu Xing's team. Jingti's second team consists of a warlock, 2 elemental mages, and 2 archers, and their lineup is centered around the warlock. The skills of a warlock are primarily focused on field control and suppression, and this warlock even obtained a special skill scroll in the secret realm, the Tenli Marshland. This warlock used and studied this skill scroll, thus mastering this special skill. After he uses this skill, he can turn an area into a swamp. All opponents without the ability to fly will be trapped in it and unable to escape. After the actual combat in Shirley Zugwa, his other 4 long-range damage teammates madly attacked the trapped opponents. Although Chu Xing possessed angel wings and the ability to fly, he was shot in the angel wings by the archer from the opposite side as soon as he flew up, and he fell into the swamp again. They resisted with all their might, but were eventually eliminated and left the ring. After Chu Xing was defeated, he looked unhappy and left the scene immediately. Next, it was Team 1 of Jingyao against Team 2 of Jingdi. Ding Sheng said, "Your second team is quite interesting." The female headmaster of the Beijing Sports Institute smiled and said, "This child is indeed extraordinary. If it weren't for the fact that the warlock skills are not suitable for fighting alone, he would be the captain of our team." Ding Sheng said, "Why not let them form a team?" The female headmaster shook her head and said, "The 2 of them have different personalities. Besides, even if they form a strong team and want to challenge the Tong brothers, there is still no hope. It is better to let them form their own teams so that I could be more satisfied." You are right. On the ring, Yi Chen's team faced off against Jingti's second team. The captain of Jingti's second team used the same old trick again, fighting in the Tenli Zugwa, to control Yi Chen's entire team. Seeing this, Su Qingning directly used the chi-boosting and soul-calming technique to adjust Yi Chen's condition. Yi Chen pulled the trigger at the members of Jingti, and bullets poured out as if they were free. Replenishing chi and calming the soul cannot make Yi Chen leave the swamp, but can allow Yi Chen to maintain his balance while trapped in the swamp without affecting his own output. This is the power of a doctor. After all, it is one of the top 10 most popular professions, and the role of doctors is extremely important. If Chu Xing's team had a doctor, they might not have been defeated so quickly. Yi Chen can maintain his own condition, so he is naturally not afraid of confronting the Beijing Sports Team 2. Jingdi Team 2 has 2 elemental mages and 2 archers, but when it comes to firepower, the 4 of them combined are no match for Yi Chen alone. Besides, all 5 players of Beijing Sports Team 2 are squishy professions, while on Yi Chen's side, except for Yi Chen himself, the others all have high tankiness and recovery capabilities. In addition, Yi Chen's firepower alone is stronger than that of the 4 opponents combined, so the result is naturally easy. In less than 2 minutes, all members of Beijing Sports Team 2 were eliminated, and Beijing Pharmaceutical Team 1 entered the next round of competition. At this time, the female principal of the Beijing Sports University suddenly said, "There is news recently that the mechanic profession has been completed. Could it be that this little guy has completed it?" Ding Sheng listened and smiled. "Yes, it's him. The great swordsman, Su, who announced the completion of the mechanic before, is this kid's future father-in-law." The female principal laughed and said, "No wonder. It actually completes a profession. This time, you Jingyao have found a treasure." The competitions between several other famous universities have also ended one after another. The 4 famous universities that finally entered the second round are Shuimu University, Jingyao University, Huazhong University of Science and Technology, and Huadi University. Among them, Shuimu's Team 1 and Team 2 both entered the second round. As for Huaxia University of Science and Technology and Huaxia University of Geology, like Jingyao, only one team advanced. From this point, we can also see that in this competition among the 8 schools, Shuimu, as the only top-level prestigious school, is much stronger than other prestigious schools. In the second round of draw, Huadi was unlucky and drew Shuimu, while Jingyao played against Huaca. Yi Chen's team went on stage again, and the core of Huaca's team was the Taoist priest, one of the top 10 most popular professions. Each of the top 10 popular professions cannot be underestimated, and their roles are not irreplaceable. It's just that the professions that can replace them are always a little lacking. Taking the physician as an example, the priest can also perform the healing and treatment functions of the physician, but the output capacity of the priest is much worse than that of the physician. After reaching the intermediate level of doctors, the poisonous pools and fogs they create have excellent output capabilities. The same is true for the sword immortal. The swordsman, the profession of the sword immortal, can also achieve a similar effect. However, the swordsman cannot control the flying sword and perform long-range attacks like the sword immortal, which makes him somewhat inferior to the sword immortal. As for Taoist priests, the same is true. Taoist priests can be regarded as an advanced version of elemental mages. Elemental mages can perform various long-range spell attacks, and Taoists can also draw talismans, such as heavenly thunder talismans, earthly fire talismans, etc., to release various magical attacks. But compared to elemental mages, Taoist priests have one more ability: summoning gods. Taoist priests can ask gods to possess them. When in this state, their physical fitness will be greatly improved, and their attack, defense, and speed will all be raised to a higher level, giving them excellent melee combat capabilities. If the Taoist priest asks Guan Eri to possess him, he will hold the green dragon crescent blade and chop people in all directions. If the Taoist priest asks Sun Wukong to possess him, he will hold the golden cudgel and beat the heroes. This is the special feature of the top 10 popular professions. Each profession has irreplaceable advantages. After the two sides started fighting, the Taoist priest clasped his hands together, muttered something, and stomped his right foot on the ground. After a few seconds, the ceremony of summoning the gods was completed, and the Taoist priest's appearance changed drastically. He was much shorter, but had 3 heads and 6 arms. He held a fire spear, Hun Tianling, and Qian Kun circle in his hands, and stepped on a wind-fire wheel, looking very majestic. Then, the Taoist priest stepped on the wind-fire wheel and flew towards Yi Chun and others. He opened his mouth and sprayed out powerful flames. At the same time, the Taoist teammates also took action. A berserker and an assassin, one cooperated with the Taoist to charge forward, and the other was invisible and went around behind, ready to raid the enemy squishy. The other 2 teammates, a warlock and a priest, are responsible for adding buffs to their own side and weakening the enemy status. Yi Chun was also cautious when facing an opponent with strong mobility and aggressiveness. Yi Chun's firepower was impeccable, but he himself was a fragile skin after all. Once he was approached, he could be easily killed instantly. Therefore, Su, Yi, and Zhu Yiming summoned beasts formed a circle around Yi Chun and the others and protected them. Lu Wanting used her stealth-breaking skills to prevent the assassin's surprise attack, while Yi Chun held a light machine gun and kept shooting at the Taoist priest in the air. Chapter 43. There are gaps even between geniuses. The Taoist priest asked Neza to possess his body and flew in the air, and at this moment he became a living target for the light machine gun. Faced with the continuous bullets, the Taoist priest with 3 heads and 6 arms continued to resist with the fire spear and the Qinkuan circle in his hands. However, the bullets were too dense, and even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he could only block less than half of the bullets. While in the state of summoning gods, his defense is stronger than his normal state, but still not as good as a profession specializing in defense. Even shield warriors or heavy armor knights could not last 2 minutes facing Yi Chen's machine gun, let alone this Taoist priest. Therefore, the Taoist priest with 3 heads and 6 arms fell to the ground from the sky like a bird with broken wings in less than a minute. The state of summoning gods was also lifted, and he restored his original form and was eliminated. During this process, even if the priest continued to add blood to the Taoist priest, it could not be restored at all. The damage value and frequency of the light machine gun were too outrageous, and it was simply not something that professionals of the same level could resist. After the Taoist priest was eliminated, Yi Chun turned his gun and aimed at other people. But when these people saw this, they immediately said, "Stop! We admit defeat." In the arena set up with a double full formation, their lives will definitely not be in danger, but their bodies are not digitized. Although they will not die, they will feel pain. Their core is this Taoist priest. Now that the Taoist priest has been beaten to pieces, why should they seek abuse themselves? Yi Chen's team won the victory without any suspense. As for Shuaimu and Huadi, their games ended even faster. The Tom brothers are no joke. At this point, the competition has entered the final stage, and the champion this time will be between Shuaimu and Jingyao. I only heard Shuimu's principal Ji Fenghua laugh and say, "Old Ding, is it necessary to fight this last game?" After hearing this, Ding Sheng said directly, "Of course it is necessary. Surrendering without a fight is not our style at Jingyao." Ji Fenghua said, "Our Shuimu Team 1 and Team 2 have both entered the finals. Does your team want to challenge them step by step, or do you want to challenge the hell-level opponents directly in one go?" Ding Sheng said, "Yichen, you have heard what Principal Ji said. You can decide for yourself." After hearing what Ding Sheng said, Yichen said calmly, "Principal, I choose to challenge Shuimu's team directly. The outcome will be decided in one battle. Otherwise, he is not hell-level to me." After hearing what Yichen said, Ji Fenghua smiled and said, "A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. In that case, Tonglong, Tonghu, you also heard it, right? Fight him beautifully and let him know what it means that there's a gap between geniuses." When the Tong brothers heard Ji Fenghua's words, they stretched their bodies slightly and said, "Genius, you're just a door to my door." As the Tong brothers spoke, their bodies moved swiftly and others could only see a shadow, and they had already stepped onto the stage. Ding Sheng frowned when he saw this. He said loudly, "Old Ji, have all the Tong brothers' attribute points been added to agility?" Ji Fenghua glanced at Ding Sheng and said calmly, "That's right. Do you want your students to know that the Tong brothers are very agile and difficult to hit? It's a good idea, but it's useless in the face of the absolute gap in strength. The Tong brothers have indeed all increased their agility. The free attribute points he gains when he levels up are twice that of others. He is now level 26, but his agility value is equivalent to that of a full agility professional at level 52. This also makes his speed and dodge at the 3rd level so strong that it is beyond compare. At the 3rd level, no one can see his speed and no one can hit him. The mechanics bullets are a joke in front of him. Tell me, how should your students fight?" When Ding Sheng heard Ji Fenghua's words, he immediately frowned and was speechless. Indeed, he was very clear about Yi Chen's advantages. The attributes of the light machine gun in Yi Chen's hand were too amazing. It had a basic damage of 1,000 points, a range of 800 meters, and a firing rate of 20 rounds per second. No one in the 3rd level could withstand it. But the premise of all this is that Yi Chun has to hit his opponent. With the attributes of the Tong brothers, how could Yi Chun possibly hit them? At this moment, on the stage, the Tong brothers suddenly said, "The rest of you don't need to go on stage. I will beat them all by myself." After hearing what the Tong brothers said, Ding Sheng said, "Old Ji, can your student's words represent Shuemu? If he is not joking, then don't blame us Jingyao for bullying the minority with our numbers." Ji Fenghua said, "Of course, his words can represent Shuemu. To him, there are no differences whether there are more or fewer 3rd level opponents. No one's attacks could hit him, and he had both the tankiness of a heavy armored warrior and the burst of an assassin. Once he got close to them, except for those specialized in defense, everyone else would be killed with one move." Ding Sheng said, "Really? Yichen, work hard. I believe that as long as the 5 of you cooperate perfectly, you will have a chance to defeat the Tong brothers." After hearing what Ding Sheng said, Yichen said, "I don't think it's fun to use numbers to bully the few. Since Shuemu is only sending one person, I will be the only one to fight in Jingyao." After Yichen finished speaking, he also went straight to the stage and looked at the Tong brothers from afar. Seeing this, Ji Fenghua said, "Old Ding, your student is quite arrogant. Doesn't he know what 2 souls in 1 body means?" After hearing this, Ding Sheng said, "Yichen, don't be impulsive. The Tong brothers are 1 body with 2 souls. If you go on the field alone, it's like 1 against 2. It's hard to gain an advantage." Yichen said, "Whether there is an advantage or not, you will know it after fighting." Seeing Yichen's firm attitude, Ding Sheng had no choice but to say, "Okay, it's thanks to you that Jingyao has come this far. You decide for yourself." Ji Fenghua smiled and said, "You are indeed young and energetic." Ding Sheng said, "Can you call yourself a young man if you're not angry?" Ding Sheng is still very protective of his students, and although Yi Chun is not as good as the Tong brothers, he is indeed good enough, so he naturally has to protect his own student. He had already thought about how to comfort Yi Chun after the undefeated Yi Chun was defeated at the end of this competition, so that Yi Chun could maintain a good attitude and continue to work hard. Ji Fenghua smiled and said nothing. No matter how angry he was, he would still lose in front of a true genius. On the ring, the Tong brothers saw that Yi Chun chose to fight with them alone, and a hint of coldness appeared on their faces. You are very proud, but I will soon make you no longer proud. Have you been kicked by Guang? As soon as the Tong brothers finished speaking, their entire bodies disappeared in an instant. At the same time, gunshots were heard. Seeing this, Ji Fenghua smiled and shook his head. With Yi Chun's attributes, he couldn't even see the movements of the Tong brothers. So what was the point of shooting? However, Ji Fenghua didn't know that Yi Chun had already started the art of hitting the target with every shot. Aiming? Does he need to aim? Just shoot randomly. His superb talent will give him a satisfactory answer. At this moment, a short scream sounded. Ji Fenghua patted Ding Sheng on the shoulder and said, "The battle is over. Comfort your genius." Ding Sheng was about to say something, but everyone on the stage saw the current situation clearly. Yi Chun was seen standing there, looking fine, and about 20 meters to his side, the Tong brothers were half kneeling on the ground. His knees and legs were hit by at least a dozen bullets and bleeding profusely. The Tong brothers looked at Yi Chun in disbelief. This is impossible. Chapter 44, No Suspense. Yi Chun looked at the Tong brothers kneeling on the ground and said, "I say the same thing to you. There's a gap between geniuses. Genius is just the threshold to meet me. In front of me, you can hold on for 1 second without being defeated, which is already good, but it's a pity that you met me." Below the stage, the principals of the 8 prestigious schools and other members were also stunned. The Tong brothers are famous for having 2 souls in one body. Ji Fenghua has absolute confidence in his students, which is why he spent a lot of money to give them half a set of epic equipment. Everyone believed that there would be no suspense in today's competition, and the winners could only be the Tong brothers and no one else. But now the result is reversed, and there is no luck in the process, and Yi Chun is not bullying the minority with the majority. Yi Chun defeated the Tong brothers openly and honestly, and it was an absolute crushing victory. Isn't this too outrageous? Su Qingning looked at her boyfriend with pride. She had always been confident in Yi Chun. What was this? 2 souls in one body. It sounded so awesome, but wasn't it just split personality? Why would he fight with her boyfriend? Sure enough, the ending was as expected. The awesome 2 souls knelt in front of their boyfriend. Yi Chun's teammates were also very excited at the moment. Zhu Yiming said, "Yi Chun defeated the Tong brothers. Doesn't that mean that our Jingyao has won the championship? Yi Chun can get a complete set of epic equipment, and each of our team members can also get a complete set of elite equipment." Lu Wanning also said, "Indeed, a complete set of elite equipment, including armor, weapons, helmets, shoes, pendants, rings, and wrist guards, a total of 7 sets. With this set of elite equipment, can't we take off directly?" Zhu Yiming suddenly said, "Brother Tao, I have to thank you. Brother Chen originally chose you as his teammate, but luckily you took the initiative to withdraw, which gave me this opportunity. Thank you very much." When Chun Tao heard Zhu Yiming's words, his face turned pale and his body trembled slightly. The person who regrets the most now is no one else except him. In order to get the elite equipment promised by Chu Xing, he left Yi Chen's team and joined the second team. At that time, when he was about to leave, Yi Chun had taken the initiative to tell him that the captain of the champion team of this championship would get a set of epic equipment, and the team members would get a set of elite equipment. However, he, like everyone else, believed that Jingyao had no chance of winning the championship, so he directly rejected Yi Chun. In other words, he rejected a whole set of elite equipment for a piece of elite equipment. Don't the 4 words blind describe himself? The intense regret, like a poisonous snake, kept gnawing at his heart. At this moment, Chu Xing was also dumbfounded. He really didn't expect that the Tong brothers, who could be called legendary, would actually lose. The principal of Jingyao, Ding Sheng, after a brief moment of distraction, suddenly clapped his hands and shouted, "Great! You are worthy of being the genius of Jingyao. What do you mean by 2 souls in one body? What do you mean by dual professions? There's a gap between geniuses. In front of a true genius, even 8 souls in one body are useless, not to mention 2 souls in one body." Ding Sheng is a very petty person. Just now, Ji Fenghua and the Tong brothers were so arrogant, mocking their students and believing that Yi Chun would definitely lose. Ding Sheng felt very uncomfortable to hear that, but he couldn't refute it and could only endure it. Now that Yi Chun has proved himself with his strength, Ding Sheng will naturally do his best to support Yi Chun. As soon as Ding Sheng said this, Bai Suxin and other students of Jingyao also started to applaud, feeling proud of Yi Chun. As for Ji Fenghua, he was also stunned. He murmured, "How is this possible? How is this possible? It's not Ji Fenghua's fault." He really couldn't understand how Yi Chun was able to hit the Tong brothers, given their agility. At this time on the ring, the Tong brothers said coldly, "Don't be too proud. I haven't lost yet. Life is returned." As soon as the Tong brothers finished speaking, the injuries on his body instantly eased a lot, and he stood up. Yi Chun looked at the Tong brothers and said, "Do you still want to continue to be abused?" The Tong brothers said coldly, "It was just a coincidence, just now. I don't believe you can still hit me." At this time, under the ring, Ji Fenghua said, "Tong Long, Tong Hu, don't be careless. Use all your strength." After Ji Fenghua finished speaking, the Tong brothers responded, and then his body disappeared into the air. One of the Tong brothers' professions is assassin, and now they have the ability to become invisible. Since they cannot dodge Yi Chun's bullets by relying solely on agility, then he would become invisible and move at high speed and see how Yi Chun could hit him. After the bodies of the Tong brothers disappeared, Yi Chun pressed the trigger again, and the bullets flew out. Then, the sound of bullets entering the flesh was heard. Then there was another unwilling scream, and then the bodies of the Tong brothers appeared again. However, this time, he was even more embarrassed than before. The Tong brothers were hit in the face by Yi Chun's volley of bullets. The bullets formed a clear X shape on the faces of the Tong brothers, and at the same time, penetrated the back of the Tong brothers' heads. Fortunately, the Tong brothers did not die thanks to the two-dimensional array, but they were completely defeated and were directly teleported away by the teleportation array. Afterwards, Shuemu immediately arranged for high-level priests to treat the Tong brothers and quickly restore their condition. Ding Sheng said, "Well done. Yi Chun, you have brought great honor to our Jingyao this time." Then, Yi Chun's teammates rushed onto the stage, lifted Yi Chun up, and threw him into the air. They were all very excited. This was a complete set of elite equipment. With this set of equipment, they could kill any god or Buddha in the third-level secret realm, and they could quickly improve their own strength. After Yi Chun was thrown 4 or 5 times, everyone else dodged, and only Su Qingning was left. Then, Su Qingning gave Yi Chun a princess hug and held him directly in her arms. This was also done intentionally by several people to create a little romance for Yi Chun and Su Qingning, the young couple. Yi Chun felt Su Qingning's soft body and enjoyed it very much. She stayed in Yi Chun's arms for a while before leaving. At this time, Ji Fenghua said, "Student Yi Chun, how'd you do it? This is totally unreasonable." Chapter 45, Huge Harvest. Seeing this, Ding Sheng immediately interrupted and said, "Old Ji, genius cannot be measured by common sense. This is also the secret of our Jingyao genius, and I can't tell you this. In my opinion, we should announce the results quickly and let our Jingyao team receive the rewards they deserve." Yi Chun also said, "Our principal is right. This is my secret. It is not convenient to disclose it. Hitting the target every time is one of Yi Chun's extraordinary talents. Actually, it is nothing to reveal it." However, Yi Chun also discovered that he not only had to deal with monsters in the secret realm, but also had to fight with other professions of the same level. And if he could conceal his extraordinary talent, he would naturally have more advantages when fighting against other professions. However, at this time, Ji Fenghua said, "I can guess that Mr. Yi should have some special equipment to greatly improve his hit rate. Am I right?" Ding Sheng said, "You can guess whatever you want. I just want to know when this complete set of epic equipment will be in Yi Chun's hands." Ji Fenghua felt a little painful when he heard what Ding Sheng said. A full set of epic equipment. It was a bit painful for him, the principal of Shuemu. He wouldn't feel bad if he gave it to his students, but now he has given it to the genius of Jingyao. How could he not feel bad? Therefore, Ji Fenghua said, "This complete set of epic equipment was specially collected by me for the Tong brothers. Its feature is to increase agility. Yi Chun, it may not be suitable for you." However, Yi Chun said, "It's perfect. Mechanic agility increases hit rate. So far, I have put all my free attribute points into agility. This set of equipment is very suitable for me." Ding Sheng also said, "Old Ji, what do you mean by that? I collected this specifically for your students. You don't want to break your promise, do you? The presidents of the 8 famous schools are all here. If you want to break your promise, you should think carefully." Is it necessary to hold the 8 schools competition in the future? The other principals immediately said, Old G, when the 8 schools competed for supremacy in the past, Shuemu was the only one who took the lead and took away so many resources. We didn't refuse or object. Why? Shuemu can't afford to lose, right? Seeing this, Ji Fenghua had no choice but to say, That's impossible. I'm just worried that this set of epic equipment is not suitable for Yi Chun, so I'm thinking about changing it for him. Since he also focuses on agility, I have no objection. Seeing this, Ding Sheng said, That's almost right. Afterwards, Ji Fenghua, with a painful look on his face, asked Shuemu's mentor to get this whole set of epic equipment, as well as another 4 sets of elite equipment. Just a moment later, Shuemu's mentor came over, and an old man with white hair and beard also came over. Seeing this, Ji Fenghua asked, Mr. Chun, why are you here too? This man's name is Chun Ao Shi. He is a powerful man of the older generation of Disya and can be regarded as a pillar of Disya. It was Chun Ao Shi who evaluated the Tong brothers and said that they would be the leaders of the younger generation of Disya. After hearing what Ji Fenghua said, Chun Ao Shi said directly, Of course I have to come. You cheated me of the heart-to-heart jade and said to me that you asked for it for my grandson. Now, the heart-to-heart jade is about to fall into the hands of others. I don't agree. Ji Fenghua's expression changed slightly, and he said, Mr. Chun, Tong Long and Tonghu lost to each other in a fair and square one-on-one match. When the 8 schools were competing, I also told you that you had full confidence in Tong Long and Tonghu, didn't you? Chun Ao Shi said directly. In short, I don't agree. My heart-to-heart gem is prepared for future leaders. The future of the mechanic is unclear, and this heart-to-heart gem cannot be wasted on him. When Ding Sheng heard what Chun Ao Shi said, he frowned and said, Mr. Chun, you are already ranked 10th and highly respected. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at for making trouble today? Chun Ao Shi immediately said, Laugh? I'm already half buried in the ground. Why would I be afraid of being laughed at? The heart-to-heart jade is priceless. The other 6 pieces of Ji Fenghua's so-called epic suit are not as good as my heart-to-heart jade. If you don't get my approval, don't even think about taking the jade away. Ding Sheng looked at Chun Ao Shi and really had no idea what to do. Chun Ao Shi's seniority was there, and, as Chun Ao Shi himself said, he was not far from death. He didn't even care about his face, let alone anything else. Ding Sheng had no choice but to say, What is the heart-shaping jade? We don't want it. Old G, you need to complete the missing piece of the epic suit within a week. As for the heart-shaping jade, let old Chun keep it for burial. Ding Sheng couldn't do anything to Chun Ao Shi, but he was also angry, so his words were not very nice. After hearing this, Ji Fenghua said, Okay, in this 8-school competition, the Jingyao team deserves the title. Yi Chun, your epic suit is missing an ornament. I will replenish it for you within a week. Ji Fenghua said this, holding a complete set of equipment and presenting it to Yi Chun. Everyone looked at this scene with envy in their eyes. This whole set of equipment, emitting an epic and exclusive red light, was truly beautiful. Yi Chun took the equipment and then put on one by one in front of Ji Fenghua. The process of wearing equipment is very simple. As long as it is an ownerless equipment, you can wear it with just a thought. This complete set of equipment, except for the heart-shaped jade taken back by Chun Ao Shi, consists of the Tiger Guard chasing wind armor, Thunder Dagger, Ape Howling Helmet, Snow-seeking Plum Blossoms, Qilong Ring, and Flowing Golden Ring. These 6 pieces correspond to armor, weapons, shoes, rings, and wristbands, except for the concentric gem pendant. In this world, epic equipment not only represents high grade, but also is more luxurious and exquisite. Yi Chun already had a handsome appearance and outstanding looks, and now, wearing this full set of epic equipment, he looked like a god. Su Qingning had always been deeply in love with Yi Chun, and now seeing how handsome her lover was, her eyes almost turned into a heart shape. Of course, luxury and exquisiteness are only the most insignificant parts of epic equipment. Its real power lies in the increase in strength it brings to Yi Chun. Yi Chun is now level 27 and has upgraded 26 times in total, gaining 104 free attribute points. Yi Chun put all of these 104 points into agility, bringing his agility value to 110 points. The several pieces of equipment Yi Chun had previously worn provided a total of more than 30 points of agility. But now, Yi-Chen has upgraded his equipment to a full set of epic equipment. The agility attribute brought by this full set of epic equipment alone is as high as 180 points. This shows how high the attributes brought by this epic equipment are. Chapter 46, Heart to Heart Jade. And this is just incidental, because the focus of each piece of equipment is actually different. The armor equipment is the Tiger Chasing Wind armor, which mainly increases the upper limit of health and protection and increases survivability. The weapon equipment is the Thunder Dagger, which mainly increases attack power and output capacity. The helmet type equipment is the Apowl helmet, which mainly increases the protection ability and offsets fatal attacks. The shoe type equipment is the Snow-Seeking Plum Blossoms, which mainly increases agility and improves speed and hit rate. The ring type equipment is the Qilong Ring, and its attributes have different emphases. According to your own career choice, the last wristband equipment is the Golden Ring, which is mainly used to increase blocking and protection. The reason why this whole set of epic equipment brings Yi-Chen nearly 200 points of agility is firstly, because they are epic equipment with very high attribute points. Secondly, this entire set of epic equipment was carefully selected by Ji Fenghua. In addition to its own effects, each piece of equipment also has a bonus to the agility value, which is why it is so outrageous. In addition, each piece of epic equipment comes with 3 equipment effects. These effects include passive effects and active effects. After 6 complete sets, there are a total of 18 equipment effects. These items can turn the situation around at critical moments. Today, Yi-Chen's personal panel can be said to be quite gorgeous. He is already invincible at the 3rd level, and with the blessing of this set of equipment, he is even more invincible. Yi-Chen's teammates looked at this scene without any envy, only admiration and gratitude, because each of them can also get a complete set of elite equipment, which is also a terrifying improvement for them. And they also know very well that 99% of the credit for ranking first in the 8-school competition this time goes to Yi-Chen, and they are just foils. As foils, they have received so many benefits, by the way. What else are they not satisfied with? Chun Ao sure looked at Yi-Chen on the stage and suddenly said, "Mechanic boy, are you interested in this concentric gem of mine?" When Yi-Chen heard what Chun Ao sure said, he said directly, "I'm not interested. You can keep it for yourself." Chun Ao sure said, "My Tongshin gem is not an ordinary epic equipment. It is a levelless epic equipment, and all the attribute entries it adds are percentage additions. Even if you reach the 8th or 10th level in the future, it will not be eliminated. At the same time, the heart-to-heart gem is twin equipment. When 2 people wear it together, there will be special effects including life and death covenant, life protection, heart-to-heart teleportation, etc. For lovers, this is an extremely romantic equipment. No couple can refuse it." Yi-Chen heard what Chun Ao sure said and said, "Old senior, what exactly do you want to say? No need to beat around the bush." After hearing this, Chun Ao sure said, "I want you to compete with Xiao Long and Xiao Hu again, but the way of the competition has to be changed. It doesn't make sense for you to be stronger than other combat professionals. You have to be stronger than the monsters in the secret realm. You and the Tong brothers enter different copies of the same secret realm. It takes 1 hour. Whoever kills more monsters in the secret realm will be the winner." Yi-Chen listened to Chun Ao sure's words and said, "What is the bet?" Chun Ao sure said directly, "If you lose, the 6 pieces in your hand will belong to Xiao Long and Xiao Hu, and my heart-to-heart jade will belong to you. If you win, I will offer this heart-to-heart jade to you with both hands. How about that?" Yi-Chen heard what Chun Ao sure said and said to Ding Sheng, "Principal, this senior is half buried in the ground. Can his words be trusted?" Before Ding Sheng opened his mouth, Chun Ao sure said, "Mechanic boy, how dare you look down on me? I always stick to my words." Yi-Chen said, "If you are a nail, the Tongshin jade is already in my hands. I don't believe your words." "You." Chun Ao sure was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. Ding Sheng said, "My student is right. You're taking advantage of your age and have no sense of shame. No one dares to believe what you say." After hearing what Ding Sheng said, Chun Ao sure said directly, "Ji Fenghua, I will give this heart-to-heart jade to you first. They will compete again in the secret realm, and you can decide whether to exchange or give the heart-to-heart jade to the mechanic boy based on the result. Is that all right?" Ji Fenghua looked at Ding Sheng and Yi-Chen and said, "What do you think?" Ding Sheng said, Let me first listen to which secret realm Mr. Chun is going to let them challenge. If it is a secret realm specifically for mechanics, then I'm sorry, I can't accompany you. Chun Ao Shur immediately said, this secret realm is an ordinary third-level secret realm, the Frost Secret Realm. The invaders inside are various ice and snow creatures, and they are not targeting mechanics. After hearing this, Ding Sheng said, Yi Chun, this secret realm is indeed not targeting you. As for whether to gamble or not, it's up to you to decide. Yi Chun heard Ding Sheng's words and asked, is the Tongxin Jade really precious? Ding Sheng nodded and said, level-less epic equipment is indeed much more valuable than ordinary epic equipment. Yi Chun said directly, okay, then I'll bet. Chun Ao sure smiled and said, a real man should keep his word. Ji Fenghua, Ding Sheng, and the mechanic boy, Xiaolong and Xiao, you all follow me to the lava secret realm. As for the others, just do what you need to do. The reason why Chun Ao sure was not optimistic about Yi Chun was that, on the one hand, even though Yi Chun as a mechanic was quite special, his future was uncertain and he could not be compared with the Tong brothers who had twin professions. On the other hand, it is because the equipment has limited effect on mechanics. Because everyone knows very well how much those high-grade equipment can improve their own strength. The equipment on Yi Chun more than doubles his agility. If this attribute were applied to other professions, the increase would be quite outrageous. But for Yi Chun, it only increased his hit rate, without any increase in other aspects. Besides, the Tong brothers are Chun Ao Shur's grandsons. Therefore, even if Chun Ao Shur doesn't want to save his own face, he still wants to help the Tong brothers win this game. This concentric gem is indeed more valuable than a complete set of third-tier epic equipment, but its function is far less than the latter. The latter can allow the two grandsons to upgrade their levels faster, past the third stage, and grow up faster. However, the Tongxin Jade, although romantic, is of no use to the Tong brothers. As for this battle in the secret realm, Chun Ao Shur also has enough confidence in his grandson. Because Chun Ao Shur prepared a secret weapon for his grandson, a third-level epic equipment, Fire Invasion. Chapter 47. Damn. This young man. This fire attack has a chance to ignite the opponent after causing damage to the opponent, while causing continuous fire damage. In a Frost Secret Realm, all invaders are various ice and snow creatures. These ice and snow creatures are all wearing ice armor and have excellent physical defense. Once the Tong brothers use fire attack to cause damage to the ice and snow monster, the subsequent fire damage of the fire attack will be fatal to the ice and snow monster. If the ice monster is a ball of ice, then the invasion of fire can melt the ice. Therefore, the speed at which the Tong brothers kill monsters in the secret realm will be very good. As for Yi Chun, even if his firepower was fierce, what would it matter? These ice and snow creatures had excellent physical defense and recovery capabilities. Without restraining equipment like fire invasion, no matter how fierce Yi Chun's firepower was, his killing speed could not match that of the Tong brothers. This was Chun Ao Shur's idea, to rely on the invasion of fire to achieve a surprise victory. Not long after, the group of 5 arrived at the entrance of the Frost Secret Realm. Ji Fenghua then equipped the 2 of them with recorders, which would record the entire process of them killing monsters. During this process, Chun Ao Shur had already secretly handed over the fire invasion to the Tong brothers, allowing him to kill everyone in the secret realm. Afterwards, Yi Chun and the Tong brothers entered the secret realm at the same time and were in different copies. Ji Fenghua and Ding Sheng took out their mobile phones respectively and looked at the situation of their students in the copy. In the Frost Secret Realm, there is ice and snow everywhere, and snowflakes are falling from the sky. In this ice and snow, there are ice and snow creatures lurking. The first thing Yi Chun saw was a blue and white ice snake. The ice snake's pupils were blue and its scales were like white jade. It looked very beautiful. After seeing Yi Chun, the ice snake hissed and rushed towards Yi Chun. Seeing this, Yi Chun moved his mind and a flame gun appeared in his hand. He started it at full power and sprayed flames of the ice snake. 100-meter-long column of fire fell on the ice snake. In an instant, the ice snake let out a shrill scream, and its body kept rolling in the flames. It was completely burned to death in just a moment. But Yi Chun did not stop. His agility value of nearly 400 points gave him excellent perception. He rolled nimbly to the right front and then aimed the flame gun at the rear side of his body. Then the ice surface cracked, and a huge pure white ice bear appeared, roaring and attacking Yi-chun, and then was enveloped by the flame column, and the shrill screams rang out again. Ice and fire counteract each other. Ice can extinguish fire, and fire can melt ice. It just depends on which one is more powerful. At this moment, Yi-chun activated infinite firepower. The fire from the flame gun was spraying out like it was free, and the surrounding snowflakes had begun to melt. After all, the ice and snow here are just ice and snow created by the secret creatures in the small secret realm, not the real ice and snow in the outside world. Therefore, Yi-chun now has the ability to change this secret realm. If a frost secret realm were to be transformed into a hot spring secret realm, or even a blazing flame secret realm by the spray of a flame gun, it would naturally be fatal to these ice and snow creatures. At the same time, in the copy where the Tong brothers were, a dagger burning with flames appeared in his hand, the invasion of fire, and then relying on his own super high agility, he rushed towards these ice and snow creatures. The invasion of fire easily melted the ice on the ice and snow creatures and pierced into their bodies. Then, the subsequent damage of the fire invasion caused an unnatural red glow to appear on the surface of the ice and snow creatures. The Tong brothers took the opportunity to distance themselves from their opponents and continued to choose new targets. After 2 or 3 minutes, the ice and snow creature that was first stabbed by the fire attack had fallen to the ground, losing its life. Ji Fenghua looked at this scene and said, "Mr. Chun, this fire attack was prepared by you, right?" After hearing this, Chun Ao sure said, "I just couldn't bear to see that mechanic boy wearing all these epic equipment, so I gave him a piece of epic equipment as a gift. Isn't that reasonable?" Ji Fenghua said helplessly, "The attack of fire restrains ice and snow creatures. Once these creatures are stabbed, due to the attribute restraint, the subsequent burning damage to ice and snow creatures will be doubled. They will be burned to death in just 2 or 3 minutes. This is not fair." Ji Fenghua rarely said a few fair words. Although he also favored the Tong brothers, as the principal of Shuimu, he still had to follow the rules. After hearing what Ji Fenghua said, Chun Ao sure said, "Fairness? Those monsters won't talk about fairness with us. The younger generation of Xia now urgently needs a leader to carry some things. The mechanic boy's shoulders are not strong enough. He can't carry it. Let me see. How many monsters has he killed?" As Chun Ao sure spoke, he moved closer to Ding Sheng's phone screen and looked over. Then, Chun Ao sure's face was filled with shock. "Fuck. This young man. Fuck." When Ji Fenghua heard what Chun Ao sure said, his expression changed slightly and he asked, "What's wrong? Could it be that Yi-chun is in danger?" Ji Fenghua also looked over, and then he and Chun Ao sure both saw a bizarre scene. On Ding Sheng's mobile phone screen, what was supposed to be a world of ice and snow had now turned into a steaming hot sauna world. The surrounding ice and snow had already completely melted. Yi-chun stood on a rock, holding a flame gun, continuously spraying flames in all directions. Under the continuous spraying of the flame gun, the melted ice and snow had turned into boiling water, bubbling and boiling. These ice and snow creatures are afraid of heat to begin with. How can they survive now that they are in boiling water? They all looked like dead fish floating upside down on the water, and they looked almost cooked. The Tong brothers have become very efficient in killing monsters. Relying on fire attacks, they have killed 5 or 6 frost monsters. And what about Yi-chun? He directly turned the frost secret realm into a sauna secret realm and cooked all the frost monsters in the secret realm. If you add some salt, soy sauce, and vinegar and add some pepper, star anise, and green onions to remove the fishy smell, you can eat boiled meat directly. While several people were stunned, they saw on the screen that Yi-chun, relying on his superb agility, nimbly found the body of a cooked giant ice bear, then cut off the giant bear's paw with a thunder dagger, and then started to chew it. It can be seen that this bear paw must be very delicious. Even without any seasoning, Yi-chun ate it with relish. At this time, Ding Sheng turned his head and looked at Ji Fenghua and Chun Aoshi and said, "Is there any need to compete? There shouldn't be any icy creatures alive in this instance, right?" Chun Ao sure wanted to find an excuse for the Tong brothers, but he couldn't find any excuse at all. He could only say, "The Tongshin Jade belongs to this young mechanic." After Chun Ao sure finished speaking, he turned and left. Chapter 48, Life and Death. Yi-chun finished eating the bear paw in the ice and snow secret realm, and finally washed his hands in the secret realm before leaving. As soon as he left the secret realm, Ji Fenghua handed the Tongxin Jade to Yi Chun and said, "Mr. Chun is willing to accept the loss of the bet. It belongs to you." After hearing this, Yi Chun took the Tongxin Jade and said, "This old man finally kept his word for once." Then, he looked at the properties of the concentric jade. There were 2 concentric jades, and the properties of the 2 concentric jades were exactly the same. Some of the entries would only take effect if 2 people wore them at the same time. Concentric jade, equipment level, no level. Equipment quality, epic. Attribut, agility plus 10%, intelligence plus 15%. Effect, 1. Concentric teleportation. After activating this effect, one party can be teleported to the location of the other party. This teleportation cannot cross the secret realm, and the cooling time is 6 hours. Life Guardian. When the health of one of the wearers is less than 50%, the other wearer can consume his or her own health to restore the same amount of health to the former. The cooling time is 1 hour. Life and death contract. When one of the wearers dies, the other wearer can consume life to revive him. The higher the integrity of the dead body, the less life will be consumed. The cooling time is 30 days. The biggest difference between the Tongxin Jade and the epic equipment on Yi Chun is the attribute point bonus, which is a percentage bonus. In other words, the higher Yi Chun's rank, the higher his own attributes and the greater the bonus. Therefore, even if Yi Chun reaches the 10th rank, this equipment can still keep up with Yi Chun's growth. Secondly, there are these 3 incredible effects: concentric teleportation, Life Guardian, and Life and Death Bond. They are much more powerful than the attributes of ordinary epic equipment. One is unique, one restores health, one resurrects, especially the life and death contract. The effect is too outrageous. Although doctors and priests have resurrection skills when they reach high levels, especially high-level doctors who even have group resurrection skills. However, these resurrection skills have many limitations and a long cooldown time. Taking the 7th level physician's skill of resurrection as an example, it requires the corpse to be more than 90% intact, and the death should not exceed 12 hours before it can be used. After it is used, the cooldown period is a full year. The 10th level physician's special skill, healing the world, requires the corpse to be more than 80% intact and to have died no more than 24 hours ago. He can resurrect the dead on a large scale, and the cooldown time for this skill is as long as 10 years. It is very difficult for a doctor to reach the 10th level, and even if he reaches the 10th level, he may not be able to master the unique skills. After all, unique skills are different from ordinary skills. They are extremely difficult to acquire. Among 10 10th level doctors, perhaps only one can master a unique skill. As far as Daxia is concerned, Ji Chang'e is the only doctor who has mastered the unique skill of saving lives. Therefore, the next time one wants to see Ji Chang'e saving lives, it will take at least 7 years. As for resurrection, any 7th level physician can master it, but it is only for single target resurrection, with a cooldown period of 1 year, and there are many restrictions. Although Tongxin Baiyu's skill of life and death contract consumes life, it does not have as many requirements as bringing the dead back to life. Even if the corpse is mutilated, as long as more life is consumed, the other party can be resurrected. In the world of professionals, lifespan can be compensated by some elixirs. Therefore, although the price of the life and death contract is a bit high, in terms of resurrection effect, it is superior to the skills of the 7th level physician. First of all, it does not have too high requirements for the integrity of the corpse and the time of death. Secondly, the cooling time is only 30 days, which is much better than 1 year. With the concentric jade, Yi Chun's ability to survive has been greatly improved. The mechanic's defense and survival are his weaknesses, and the concentric jade has largely made up for Yi Chun's weaknesses. As for the wearer of the other half of the Tongxin Jade, it could not be anyone else except Yi Chun's girlfriend and comrade-in-arms. After all, which professional would be willing to sacrifice his life just to resurrect Yi Chun? Of course, if Su Qingming met with an accident, Yi Chun would also be willing to sacrifice his life for her and revive her. This kind of thing is mutual. On the other side, members of Jingyao Team 1 and Team 2 also left Shuemu's secret realm and returned to Jingyao. However, one team was in high spirits, and everyone was wearing a set of azure blue equipment. Obviously, the whole set of elite equipment made them extremely happy. The people in Team 2 were somewhat discouraged, especially Chun Tao, whose face was pale and he looked annoyed. After all, he personally rejected a team and gave up a whole set of elite equipment for a piece of elite equipment. Not only that, he also completely fell out with Yi Chen's team. Originally, he and Yi Chun had a good relationship, and afterwards, following Yi Chun, he would not be far behind in any way. But now he's been kicked out of that group, and now he can only hang out with Chu Xing and his group. From now on, not only will the gap in equipment between him and Yi Chen's team widen, but the gap in level and strength will also become larger and larger. As soon as the group returned to the academy, Zheng Ruwei and Zhang Hui came to greet them. "Where's Brother Chun? How did our team perform in this competition?" Su Qingning said directly. "He has something to do. Our Jingyao team won the championship in this competition." When Su Qingning said this, Zheng Ruwei was surprised. "We actually won the championship. Is this true?" Su Qingning smiled and said, "Didn't you notice that the four of us are all covered in blue light? This is the special effect of a complete set of elite equipment." After hearing this, Zheng Ruwei said, "Really? Doesn't that mean that Brother Chun got a whole set of epic equipment?" Su Qingning said, "That's right. From now on, our team will not only be the top team in Beijing medicine, but also the champion of the 8 schools." Zheng Ruwei said with envy, "It's a pity that we couldn't participate in this competition." Sui listened and comforted him. "It's okay. We will enter the medium-sized secret realm together in the future. Our increased strength also means that your safety factor will be higher. Besides, you don't have much to regret. Some people join the first team, then quit and join the second team." He had a loud voice, so both the people from Team 2 and Chun Tao could hear him clearly. After hearing this, Zheng Ruwei said, "You played a good hand badly. Anyway, I have Yi Chun and Su Qingning as my golden thighs. I am determined to hold on to them. They can't be driven away." Su immediately said, "Me too." At this moment, Chu Xing had a very unhappy expression. He originally wanted to suppress Yi Chen's limelight in the competition among the 8 schools, but he did not expect that Yi Chun would become even more successful. But since the two sides are already hostile, he can't say anything nice. Chu Xing said, "Don't be too happy too soon." Although Yi Chun defeated the Tong brothers, top masters like Senior Chun are not optimistic about Yi Chun. He is indeed very powerful now, but what about the 4th and 5th levels? Su Qingning heard what Chu Xing said and said directly, "You don't have to worry about this. When my Yi Chun was at the 2nd level, some people said that when he reached the 3rd level, he would no longer be able to keep up with other professions. Now that he is at the 3rd level, people are talking about the 4th and 5th levels." Su Yi chimed in, "That's right. These are just groundless worries. At level 4 or 5, the gap between you and Brother Chun will only get bigger." Chu Xing said, "Really? Then let's wait and see." Then, Chu Xing turned around and left. Seeing this, the members of Team 2 had no choice but to follow him. Although they are more optimistic about Yi Chun, they have no choice now and can only follow Chu Xing and go all the way. Not long after, Yi Chun returned to Jingyao. Su Qingning saw Yi Chen's bright red light and said happily, "You won." Yi Chun said directly, "Of course, the difference in strength is there. Whether it is a one-on-one fight or a challenge to the secret realm, he is no match." Su Qingning heard this and said happily, "Great. I'll tell my parents later and ask them to meet your parents and share this good news." Chapter 49, Qingxiu Fox Tribe. Yi Chen heard Su Qingning's words and said, "Sure. By the way, are you willing to wear this heart-shaped jade?" Yi Chun said as he handed over the Tongxin jade. Su Qingning took the concentric jade and saw its properties. The concentric gem is a levelless equipment, so its attribute entries are percentage entries and will never be eliminated. And its 3 effects, heart teleportation, life protection, and life and death bond, are not only powerful, but also romantic. It can be said that with these 3 effects, the 2 people wearing the concentric gem can truly die on the same day of the same month of the same year. Because as long as one party has enough lifespan, then the other party can be resurrected. As long as one person is still alive, the other has a chance to survive. After Su Qingning read the properties of this heart-shaped gem, she put it on without hesitation. Then, Su Qingning said, "If one day you really encounter an accident, no matter how much life I lose, I will revive you." Yi Chun could see the determination and sincerity in Su Qingning's eyes, and he did not doubt Su Qingning's words at all. After all, when Yi Chun awakened his mechanic, Su Qingning chose to become his comrade, even though no one was optimistic about him. From a certain perspective, this is a kind of life and death together. Therefore, Yi Chun said, "Of course I believe it. Qingning, how about we set a small goal?" Su Qingning asked curiously, "What small goal?" Yi Chun said, "Do you still remember the secret realm of Shuemu? The controlled secret realm, with birds singing and flowers blooming, and a beautiful environment, is simply a paradise on Earth." Su Qingning heard this and said, "You want to clear out a secret realm?" Yi Chun looked at Su Qingning and said, "That's right. I want to control a secret realm before we leave school. The inside of the secret realm can be transformed into a paradise on Earth according to our preferences. When the time comes, we will hold a wedding in the secret realm. Will you marry me?" When Su Qingning heard what Yi Chun said, she seemed to be able to think of the happy and romantic scene at that time. She couldn't help but say, "Of course it's good. But if it's you, no matter where our wedding is held, I will feel it is a paradise on Earth." After hearing this, Yi Chun stepped forward, held Su Qingning's hand, and said, "Of course I know this, so I must give you the best and let everyone know that your original choice was the right one." The two of them stayed together for a long time before returning to their dormitories. Afterwards, Su Qingning once again showed off her man to her parents, as he won the championship in the competition among 8 schools. Su Jian was very surprised. Then the Tong brothers, didn't they participate in the war? Su Qingning listened and said, "He joined the battle. He was very arrogant and said that he would fight against our team alone. Yi Chun didn't want to outnumber the weak, so he chose to fight him one-on-one." Su Jian heard this and said, "Yi Chun actually won? This is unlikely, right?" Su Qingning said, "What's impossible? Except for me. Everyone present at the time thought that Yi Chun would lose, but the fact is that the Tong brothers couldn't even get close to Yi Chun, so they knelt down." Su Jian was a little puzzled. This shouldn't be the case. I've heard of the Tong brothers. They have 2 souls in one body. Every time they level up, they get twice as many free attribute points as others. Moreover, all of their free attributes are added to their agility. In the world of martial arts, only speed can't break. It should be difficult for Yi Chun to hit him, right? Su Qingning said, "I don't know about that. Anyway, Yi Chun won without any suspense." Su Jian thought for a moment before he said, "Could it be that Yi Chun's weapon has the ability to increase the hit rate?" Su Qingning listened and said, "Maybe. By the way, Dad, do you know how to clear a secret realm?" After listening to Su Qingning's words, Su Jian said, "Clear the secret realm? That's not easy. Generally speaking, it takes the whole school's strength to focus on a secret realm for several years before a secret realm can be cleared. Shuemu should be in charge of more than one secret realm." Su Qingning said, "Yi Chun wants to clear a secret realm before graduation." Su Jian frowned slightly and said, "This is not easy. His current strength is invincible in the same level. Even the Tong brothers with 2 souls in one body were defeated by him. But clearing the secret realm depends on slow and steady work, which requires a lot of manpower and time." Su Qingning said, "There are still 4 years left. Maybe he can create a miracle." Su Jian smiled and said, "I also hope that he can create a miracle. Every time he clears a secret realm, the threat we humans face will be smaller. If one day he can clear several high-level secret realms, humans will regard him as the savior." Su Qingning said, "I believe there will be such a day." Yi Chun had never thought about clearing out a secret realm when he was at the 3rd level. Although he was now invincible at the same level, and his monster killing speed was also outrageous, Yi Chun knew that he still lacked the means to kill monsters on a large scale. He would have to wait until the 4th or 5th stage to unlock those more outrageous thermal weapons before trying to clear the secret realm. Those high-level thermal weapons, including mortars, howitzers, and the like, have a range of tens of kilometers and can cover a large area of the target with firepower. That is when Yi Chun can truly kill everyone. And if one day Yi Chun unlocks strategic nuclear warheads, aircraft carriers, and the like, then clearing the secret realm would be a piece of cake, wouldn't it? Therefore, others believe that Yi Chun, the mechanic, is only strong at the moment and will be slowly left behind when he reaches a higher level. Only Yi Chun himself knew clearly in his heart that as a super mechanic, his real strong period was still to come. Afterwards, Yi Chun went to the Jingyao Exchange Center. This time, Yi Chun's team won the championship of the 8-school competition. Yi-chun and Su Qingning both won a lot of points. Yi-chun wanted to see if the points he had now were enough to exchange for an epic piece of armor. Yi-chun now has a set of epic equipment, but except for the Tongxin Jade and the Mingxin Staff, all the rest of Su Qingning's equipment are elite level. The equipment on Yi-chun is mainly used to enhance agility and is not suitable for Su Qingning. Therefore, Yi-chun also had to slowly replace Su Qingning so that her strength could improve rapidly. After looking at the Redemption Center for a long time, Yi-chun gave up. The epic armor equipment required a very high number of points. The combined credits of Yi-chun and Su Qingning were quite different, so he had to continue working hard. Then, he left the exchange center and prepared to go have dinner with Su Qingning. Just as he walked out of the door, an enchanting and sexy figure appeared in front of Yi-chun. She looked directly into Yi-chun's eyes, with pink light in her eyes. Yi-chun's originally clear eyes suddenly became dull and lifeless. Then, this sexy woman walked up to Yi-chun, grabbed Yi-chun's right hand, and then scratched his palm with her sharp nails. Blood immediately flowed from Yi-chun's palm, but his expression was still confused. The woman took out a pure white doll about 10 centimeters long from her body and placed it under Yi-chun's palm. The blood in Yi-chun's palm dripped onto the puppet and was greedily absorbed by the puppet. On the other side, Su Qingning's expression suddenly changed, because in her perception, Yi-chun's blood bar suddenly dropped a bit, and the color of the blood bar also turned dark green, which proved that Yi-chun was under control. The reason why she could see these was naturally because of the Tongxin Jade. The second effect of the Tongxin Jade was called Life Guardian. When the health of one party is less than 50%, the other party can consume its own health to help the other party recover. Therefore, when Su Qingning was equipped with the Tongxin Jade, she could sense Yi-chun's health bar and status in real time. She and Yi-chun agreed to go for a walk after lunch, and then take the other team members to explore a medium-sized secret realm. Yi-chun is definitely not in the secret realm now, but why was he attacked and controlled? Then, Su Qingning immediately took out her cell phone and called Bai Suxin. "Teacher Bai, where are you?" Bai Suxin heard this and said, "I'm in the office, what's wrong?" Su Qingning said, "Yi-chun seems to be in danger. He is definitely not in the secret realm now, but he has been attacked and is even under control. Do you have any solution?" Su Qingning did not teleport over rashly. She knew very well that Yi-chun's fighting ability was much stronger than hers. If she teleported rashly, not only would she fail to save anyone, but she would also be in danger. Therefore, she had to use the power of the school to ensure Yi-chun's safety. Bai Suxin's expression also changed, and she said, "I will notify the principal immediately and mobilize the whole school. Don't worry, Yi-chun will be fine." After Bai Suxin finished speaking, she hurriedly found Ding Sheng and quickly told him what happened. Ding Sheng also slammed the table and shouted, "Someone come! Seal off the entire school immediately. From now on, no one is allowed to enter or leave. Yi-chun must not get into any trouble." Chapter 50. Crisis is coming. Yi-chun is the hope of Jingyao. He single-handedly won the championship of the 8-school competition and defeated the Tong brothers. Even if Ding Sheng gets into trouble himself, he would never let anything happen to Yi-chun. After Ding Sheng issued the order, he also hurried out. Seeing this, Bai Suxin also followed him. As soon as the sexy woman left Jingyao, the gate of Jingyao was completely blocked, and even Jingyao's protective formation was activated. The woman looked at this scene with a hint of pride in her eyes. "You reacted quickly, but unfortunately, you were still a step too slow." The woman's name was Hu Xin. She was an invader from a foreign land, from the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. After invading Blue Star, they were imprisoned by the Blue Star Heavenly Dao in the 7th level Qingxiu secret realm. However, there is no absolute ban between the secret realm and the real world. Otherwise, the secret realm and the Demon City would not have been broken and the invaders would not have killed people indiscriminately. There are 2 ways for invaders to invade the real world. One is that the number of invading creatures in the secret realm is too large, exceeding the carrying capacity of the secret realm and breaking out. This is a huge event that will shake the heavens and the earth. Daxiao will mobilize all its forces to quickly defeat these invaders with the force of thunder. The other method is to use various means to conceal the truth, sneak into the real world, and slowly accumulate and develop strength. Hu Xin obviously belongs to the latter. The Nine-Tailed Fox clan captured several 7th level combat professionals in the secret realm, and then used constant charm and brainwashing to turn them into puppets of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. Afterwards, Hu Xian underwent several blood transfusions. Most of the nine-tailed fox blood in her body was replaced and then injected with human blood. Then she and the puppet tried to leave the secret realm. Because she had a large amount of human blood in her body, she successfully concealed the truth and came to the real world. Her entire tribe now has considerable influence in the real world and has even integrated some other invaders who have sneaked into the future to discuss invasion plans together. Hu Xian glanced at the gate of Jingyao and then left quickly. After about 4 or 5 minutes, Ding Sheng, Bai Suxin, Su Qingning, and others finally found Yichun. Yichun was lying on the table in the school cafeteria with a bloodstain on his palm, and he seemed to be in a coma. Upon seeing this, Bai Suxin immediately used the priest's high-level healing skills, and holy light shone everywhere. The milky white holy light enveloped Yichun's body, and the wound on his palm quickly disappeared. Then Yichun stretched and slowly opened his eyes. Seeing this, Su Qingning asked worriedly, "Yichun, are you okay?" Yichun was stunned for a moment before he said, "I'm fine. What could possibly happen to me?" Su Qingning said, "You scared me to death just now. Your health bar turned green for no apparent reason. I thought you were kidnapped." Ding Sheng also asked, "Do you know who the intruder is?" Yichun thought for a moment before saying, "It seemed to be a woman. I seem to have lost consciousness after only glancing at her." After hearing this, Ding Sheng said, "It seems that mind control skills are your weakness. You must pay attention to it in the future." Yichun nodded slightly to show that he understood. Su Qingning also patted her chest with lingering fear and breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Yichun was okay, everything would be fine. Afterwards, Ding Sheng investigated the school surveillance, and Hu Xian's appearance and figure were quickly identified. Then, Ding Sheng said to Bai Suxin, "Contact the War Alliance now and tell them that our Jingyao's SSS-level genius was attacked, and the attacker was this woman. Ask them to use the highest authority to find the whereabouts of this woman." Bai Suxin immediately said, "I understand, Principal Ding." Bai Suxin took action immediately and called the War Alliance. Ding Sheng also used his connections and mobilized all the power he could. Only 8 minutes later, Ding Sheng received the exact news. Bai Suxin thought, "Principal Ding, according to the news from the War Alliance, that woman should be from the Qingqiu Fox clan. She has now fallen into the third-level Black Fox secret realm." Ding Sheng said angrily, "It really has something to do with those slutty foxes. Let's rush over immediately." More than 10 minutes later, Ding Sheng and his group arrived at the Black Fox secret realm. They saw a layer of azure water curtain above the secret realm stone tablet, and in the water curtain was a real-time picture. In the picture, there's a cave with a group of black foxes gathered in 2s and 3s in the cave, and Hu Xian is on a stone platform high up in the cave. In front of Hu Xian, there was a strange stone tripod. On it were lifelike 9-tailed foxes, but the body of the tripod was covered with cracks and seemed to be severely damaged. The black foxes in the cave rushed towards the stone tripod one after another, causing their heads to bleed and their brains to burst. The black fox's blood seeped into the stone tripod, and the cracks on the tripod seemed to be slightly repaired. Seeing this, Ding Sheng said coldly, "So you were the slutty vixen from Qingqiu? Why did you come to Yichun before?" Hu Xian looked at Ding Sheng and said, "I just want to ask that handsome guy for a favor." Ding Sheng said coldly, "Help? Who would help the invaders?" Hu Xian smiled and said, "Invaders? We just want to go home, but you call us invaders. You humans are really overbearing." Ding Sheng said directly, "I won't argue with you about this. What on earth do you want to do?" Hu Xian smiled without saying anything, and just continued to watch the black foxes flying into the fire and dying in front of the stone tripod. Ding Sheng was about to say something when a high-ranking member of the War Alliance also rushed to the Black Fox secret realm. When he saw the scene in the secret realm, his expression suddenly changed. Then, the senior member of the Alliance said, "Principal Ding, send someone into the secret realm immediately to stop this guy." Ding Sheng listened and asked, "Do you know her purpose?" The high-ranking member of the Alliance explained, "The stone tripod in front of her is called the 1,000-Fox Tripod. It is the treasure of the Qingqiu Fox clan. The 1,000-Fox Tripod was suppressed by the Heavenly Tao and was severely damaged. Now she is using the Black Fox bloodline in the secret realm to repair the 1,000-Fox Tripod." After hearing this, Ding Sheng said, "Since this 1,000-Fox cauldron is a treasure, it shouldn't be that easy to repair, right?" The senior leader of the War Alliance said, "Of course, but she only needs to repair one layer of the Thousand Fox Cauldron, and then she can use the Thousand Fox Cauldron to open up the passage between the Black Fox Secret Realm and the Qingqiu Secret Realm. The Qingqiu Secret Realm is a 7th-level secret realm. Those 7th-level Qingqiu nine-tailed foxes who come to the 3rd-level Black Fox Secret Realm can easily break through the 3rd-level secret realm and descend into the real world. Chapter 51, Thousand Fox Cauldron. Ding Sheng's face changed drastically, and he said, "So this is your purpose? Vixen, although you are a high-level demon who has been demoted, can you stop the 3rd-level elite of my human race?" After hearing what Ding Sheng said, Hu Xian said directly, "I can't resist it, but what if there's another 3rd-level strongest helper?" Ding Sheng's expression changed, and he asked, "What do you mean?" Hu Xian did not hide anything. She took out the puppet doll that had absorbed Yi Qin's blood from her body. Then, Bai Suxin slowly said, "This is the Tongxin puppet of my Qingqiu Fox clan. As long as it absorbs a person's blood and then blesses it with the Fox clan's secret technique, it can transform into the target person and possess 100% of the other person's abilities." As Bai Suxin spoke, she used the secret technique of the Qingqiu Fox clan, and a mysterious purple light fell on the Tongxin puppet. Next, a white light flashed on the concentric puppet, and then the concentric puppet disappeared, replaced by a figure that looked exactly like Yi Chun. However, this figure had an expressionless face, holding a light machine gun in his left hand and a flamethrower in his right hand, looking like a cold-blooded gunman. Ding Sheng looked at this scene, and his expression suddenly changed. This fox demon actually used some tricks to transform into Yi Chun? Isn't this too outrageous? In the secret realm, Hu Xian had a confident smile on his face and said, "Tell me, I am a fox with super-level skills, plus your human race's strongest 3rd-level mechanic. Can you break through this Black Fox secret realm?" After hearing this, Ding Sheng turned around and said, "Bai Suxin, contact the other 7 famous schools immediately and form the strongest level 3 5-man team." Bai Suxin listened and said, "Do you want to ask Yi Chun to help?" Ding Sheng said, "The fox demon controlled Yi Chun with just a glance. The mental resistance of a mechanic is the weakest among all professions. Let him and Su Qingning come over first. As for the others, we will discuss it later." Good. Soon, the news of the Black Fox secret realm spread throughout the capital. The Qingqiu Fox clan used some secret technique to create a puppet with 100% of Yi Qin's abilities and entered the 3rd-level Black Fox secret realm. Now the Fox clan is using the Black Fox blood in the Black Fox secret realm to repair the Thousand Fox Cauldron. If the Thousand Fox Cauldron successfully repairs one layer, then the 3rd-level Black Fox secret realm and the 7th-level Qingqiu secret realm will be connected, and the 7th-level nine-tailed fox will break through the Black Fox secret realm and descend into the real world. The situation is undoubtedly quite serious. Once the nine-tailed fox in the Qingqiu secret realm breaks out of the secret realm, the consequences will be unimaginable. The tragedy in the Demon City may be repeated in the capital. Therefore, the 8 famous schools work together to form the strongest 3rd-level team to enter the secret realm and stop the Qingqiu Fox clan's plan. Soon, reporters from Beijing came over, first interviewed Ding Sheng, and then waited for the main event to begin. About a quarter of an hour later, the strongest 3rd-level lineup formed by the 8 major universities arrived. This lineup is naturally headed by the Tong brothers. In addition, there's a Taoist priest, a warlock, a shield warrior, and an elemental mage. Among them, the Tong brothers have dual professions, with both offensive and defensive capabilities. They have the solidity of a heavy armored warrior and the sharpness and burst of an assassin. With the cooperation of another shield warrior, the team's tankiness is definitely enough. The other 3, the Taoist priest and the elemental mage, are responsible for long-range attacks, and the warlock is responsible for controlling the entire field. Tong Long and Tong Hu looked at Yi Chun in the picture, and a hint of fighting spirit flashed in their eyes. Ever since he awakened his dual professions, everyone has regarded him as the leader of the younger generation of Xia. He has heard countless praises, but in the end, he was defeated by Yi Chun. Although they are outnumbered today, he will feel better if he could defeat Yi Chun's puppet. At this time, the reporter stepped forward and said to the Tong brothers, "Tong brothers, this time to stop the Qingqiu Fox clan's plan, the puppet with Yi Chun's ability will be the biggest obstacle. Are you sure you can defeat Yi Chun?" The Tong brothers said directly, "He is a human, not a god. Our 5-man team will win." When Ding Sheng heard what the Tong brothers said, he patted them on the shoulder and said, I hope you can win, too. Stopping the Qingqiu Fox tribe's plan is the most important thing. The Tong brothers said directly, we brothers will do our best. Then, the 5-member team walked directly towards the azure water curtain, and then a group of people appeared on the screen. Hu Xian looked at this scene and waved his hand gently. Then, the expressionless Tongxin puppet walked towards the team of 5. The Tong brothers looked at Tongxin Kuei and said, you were tricked by the Fox clan, so don't blame me for winning unfairly. Go! Then, the 5-member team members immediately took action and attacked the concentric puppet. Tongxin Kuei possessed Yi Chen's combat memory, and a light machine gun instantly appeared in his hand, firing at the 5-man team. The firing speed of a light machine gun is so fast that as long as the trigger is pressed, the bullet will be ejected from the chamber, and the initial velocity of the bullet is as high as 1,000 meters per second. The distance between Tongxin Kuei and the 5-man team was about 100 meters. At this distance, a machine gun bullet only needed 0.1 seconds to reach them. And in 0.1 seconds, what can a 5-man team do? They don't have time to do anything. Accompanied by 3 short screams, all the members of the 5-man team, except the Tong brothers and the shield-armored warrior, were killed instantly, and the 5-man team instantly became a 2-man team. The shield warrior held on for about another second and also fell to the ground. After these 4 people fell to the ground, a small teleportation array immediately appeared around them and teleported them out of the secret realm. This is the protective Jade Talisman that Jing Yao provided to the 5-man team. It was made by a mid-level formation master, and the protective Jade Talisman has both protective and teleportation effects. When the wearer is attacked with a fatal blow, a shield will be formed immediately to offset the fatal blow and initiate teleportation, allowing the wearer to leave the secret realm. This kind of protective Jade Talisman is also one of the main registration methods for mid- and high-level combat professionals, and it is very valuable. Stopping the Qingqiu Fox clan's plan is certainly important, but the lives of these geniuses are also precious, so major universities will not be stingy with these life-saving measures. After the 4 were teleported away, only the Tong brothers were left in the water curtain, and their expressions were not very good either. I originally thought that I could fight against a larger force with a smaller one, but now all my teammates are gone as soon as we meet them. How should I fight? Then, the Tong brothers activated their assassin skills, trying to sneak up on Tongxin Kuei. However, before his body was about to disappear completely, Tongxin Kuei's bullets had already strafed his body, and screams rang out. A pool of blood appeared on the ground. Then, the protective Jade Talisman on the Tong brothers' bodies was activated, and he also appeared outside the secret realm with a confused look on his face. Ding Sheng looked at the Tong brothers. A trace of helplessness revealed on his face. It doesn't seem to be a good thing if your own students are too strong. Now the Fox Demon is controlling the Tongxin puppet and occupying a 3rd-level secret realm. He is fighting 1 against 5, but he can easily defeat them all. Isn't this too outrageous? With the Tongxin puppet guarding there, the difficulty of stopping the Qingqiu Fox clan's plan has increased significantly. Hu Xian also looked at this scene in surprise. The reason why she sneaked into Jing Yao and stole Yi Chen's blood was indeed because of Yi Chen's strength. Yi Chen defeated the Tong brothers and was considered the strongest among the 3rd rank. Now that she has the Tongxin puppet as her helper, plus her own strength and the help of the Black Fox group, she can significantly delay time until the 1,000 Fox Cauldron is repaired. But she didn't expect that this Tongxin puppet was so powerful. In less than 3 minutes, it wiped out the strongest team formed by the 8 famous schools in Beijing. Isn't this too outrageous? The high-level members of the Alliance looked at this scene and said, the situation is not good. The Black Fox Secret Realm is a 3rd-level secret realm, and a maximum of 5 people can enter at a time. Even the strongest team can't do anything about it. Is the tragedy in a magic city going to happen again? Chapter 52. Dragon Riders go in a battle. At this moment, a voice rang out. Don't worry. Things won't get to that point. Then, several figures were seen walking towards this side. Seeing this, Ding Sheng said, Principal Zhang, have you also learned about the Black Fox Secret Realm? Zhang Taijun said directly, Of course, Jingsheng is the capital of Daxia. How can we let these evildoers come to Jingsheng to cause chaos? This is our Fengtian University's top talent, Long Ao, a hidden professional dragon knight, and Jiangdong University's top talent, Hanlinger, a hidden professional seraph. With him out there, it's easy to take down a nine-tailed fox that has fallen in rank. After hearing what Zhang Taijun said, Ding Sheng explained, the problem now is not that vixen, but Yi Chun. He is the champion of our 8-school competition. Now his blood has been stolen by the nine-tailed fox, which has created a concentric puppet with Yi Chen's fighting power. It is very difficult to deal with him. At this time, Long Ao said, Principal Ding, don't worry. The strength of the Dragon Knight is far beyond the ordinary profession. Ding Sheng said, I'm worried that you can't beat him. In case Long Ao and the others are no match for Tongxin Puppet, the repair progress of Thousand Fox Cauldron will become increasingly slow, and then there will be trouble. However, Long Ao said, Principal Ding, you are worrying too much. The 8 schools competing for the championship sounds impressive, but it is only limited to the capital city. Fengtian University and Jiangdong University are both top-notch universities on par with Shuimu. Even with the combined efforts of our 2 prestigious universities, can't we take down a puppet? Hanlinger also said, Long Ao is right. Principal Ding, you can rest assured, whether it is Tongxin Puppet or that vixen, leave it to us. Zhang Taijun also said, Old Ding, don't worry too much. You don't think that a mere Tongxin Puppet can be truly invincible at the 3rd level, right? Ding Sheng had no choice but to say, Okay, then you must pay attention to safety. The strength of this puppet is not simple. At this moment, Yi Chun said, Principal, I also want to enter the secret realm. After hearing what Yi Chun said, Ding Sheng was somewhat moved. The reason why Tongxin Puppet is so difficult to deal with is mainly because Yi Chun is too strong. If Yi Chun enters the secret realm and cooperates with Long Ao and Hanlinger, he may be able to defeat the opponent. Therefore, Ding Sheng said, Yi Chun, that Tongxin Puppet has the same means as you. You should also know what your own weaknesses are. Lao Zhang, how about letting my student go in and try? However, Long Ao said, My 2-man team is indispensable. I don't care about the heart-to-heart puppet, but to deal with the vixen and destroy the Thousand Fox Cauldron, I need the help of my teammates. Hanlinger also had a proud look on her face. My 3-member team is also indispensable, and any one of them cannot be missing. Yi Chen's expression changed slightly, and he said, I am confident enough to deal with my own puppet. Before Su Qingming finished speaking, Zhang Taiju interrupted and said, Okay, time is running out now. There's no need to waste time, just go in. Then Long Ao's 2-man team and Hanlinger's 3-man team walked towards the azure light curtain together. This azure light curtain was actually revealed by the blue star sky Dao itself, in order to expose the 9-tailed fox's conspiracy. It also opened up a special channel that allowed other 3rd-level professionals to directly enter the copy where Hu Xian was located and stop Hu Xian's plan. The heavenly way of Blue Star is the way of the human race, and everything is centered on protecting the human race. Yi Chun looked at the 5 people entering the secret realm. His expression changed, and a hint of determination appeared in his eyes. He has decided that if these 5 people are unable to stop the vixen, he will have to take action himself and break into the secret realm himself. After all, the Tongxin Puppet is now doing evil in the secret realm with his face, and Yi Chun cannot turn a blind eye to it. Beside Yi Chun, Su Qingming also noticed Yi Chen's eyes, and she basically understood Yi Chen's thoughts. She couldn't help but take a step forward and hold Yi Chen's hand. She will support all of Yi Chen's decisions. If Yi Chen wants to venture into the Black Fox secret realm, she will follow him through thick and thin. At this time, Ding Sheng said, Principal Zhang, I think you're being a little careless. Yi Chun is the champion of the 8 schools competition, and he deserves the title. To deal with the Tongxin Puppet with Yi Chen's strength, we need to customize a careful battle plan. Zhang Taijun laughed when he heard what Ding Sheng said. Principal Ding, you are worrying too much. The champion of the competition is well-deserved. Am I just a proud son of Feng Tian? The so-called 8-school competition is nothing but a self-entertainment for your small circle in Beijing. Ding Sheng was also a little unhappy when he heard what Zhang Taijun said. Whether it is for self-entertainment or not, you will know soon. At this moment, in the picture, Long Ao and Hanlinger also activated their abilities. Both of them had the ability to fly. Long Ao's profession is a dragon knight. He rides a giant Western-style dragon, shaped like a dinosaur, about 6 meters long from head to tail, with a pair of wings. The dragon carries Long Ao to a height of 30 meters. As for Han Linger, her awakened profession is seraph, and she has 6 wings in her complete state. However, due to her rank, she currently only has 2 wings and relies on the wings on her back to support her flight. The teammates of the two also cast various amplification spells on Long Ao and Han Linger, making them faster. Long Ao rode the giant western dragon and rushed towards Yichun. At the same time, his mount opened its huge mouth, ready to spray flames. Tong Xian Koei looked at Long Ao in the air and raised his gun to shoot. Da, 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 da. As the gunshots continued, Long Ao's mount was constantly hit by light machine gun bullets because of its large target. At this moment, Long Ao was full of confidence because his mount had high defense and a lot of health. Attacks of the same level would cause limited damage to his mount. Outside the screen, Zhang Taijun said, Long Ao is going to win. Long Ao's mount has higher defense and health than the heavy knights of the same level. The Tongshin puppet's attack on Long Ao's mount is in vain. Ding Sheng heard what Zhang Taijun said and said, I hope so. Although he didn't like Zhang Tiejuan's attitude, he still hoped that Long Ao could win and stop the 1,000 Fox Cauldron from being repaired. However, just as Ding Sheng finished speaking, he heard a huge dragon's mournful cry. Then, Long Ao and his mount fell freely toward the ground and hit the ground heavily. After landing, due to inertia, Long Ao and his mount rolled more than 10 meters on the ground. There were many bullet holes on Long Ao's mount. It was bleeding from its mouth. It lay motionless on the ground. As for Long Ao himself, he was also covered in dust and looked extremely embarrassed due to the heavy fall just now. It took him a long time to recover. Chapter 53. The entire army was wiped out. Seeing this, Long Ao's teammates hurried forward to help. Han Linger glanced at Long Ao with a similarly solemn expression. At this moment, Yichun had already pointed the light machine gun at her. Han Linger's expression changed, and she said, Spiritualization. As soon as she finished speaking, Han Linger's body turned translucent, and when the bullets from the light machine gun approached Han Linger, they penetrated her body directly, as if they had encountered a soul, without causing any harm to her. Han Linger also breathed a sigh of relief and said, This mechanic is indeed very special, but unfortunately, in the Seraph spiritual state, he is immune to physical attacks. How can he fight me? Zhang Taijun was a little embarrassed at first. After all, he had just said that Long Ao was going to win, but Long Ao was beaten to a pulp. Fortunately, Han Linger's ability did restrain Yi Chen's ability, so Zhang Taijun said, Long Ao was indeed a little careless, but fortunately the result was no different. Facing the spiritualization of the Seraph, the mechanic should be helpless, right? However, Ding Sheng said, I hope Han Linger has other means. Yichun is different from other mechanics. He has the ability to attack with elements. Zhang Tiejuan's expression changed. How is this possible? How can a mechanic have the ability to attack with elements? Just as Zhang Taijun finished his questioning, he saw on the screen that the light machine gun in Tongshin Kuei's hand was replaced with a flamethrower, and then he pulled the trigger toward Han Linger. Suddenly, a terrifying flame shot out. The range of this flame gun was 100 meters, forming a 100-meter-long fire dragon that completely enveloped Han Linger's body. Han Linger's expression changed drastically, and she flapped her wings hurriedly, trying to avoid the fire dragon's attack. However, Yi Chun specialized in agility, and Tongshin Puppet inherited all of Yi Chen's agility attributes. With such blessing, plus the extremely wide coverage of the fire dragon, Han Linger had no way to dodge it. Therefore, Han Linger couldn't dodge at all. The fire dragon chased her and burned her, but Han Linger's spiritual teammates also tried their best to help Han Linger, but to no avail. A moment later, Han Linger's wings were burnt and most of her skirt was burned off, revealing half of her burnt underwear and half of her burnt and blackened buttocks. Her energy and health values continued to drop, and finally she had to use life-saving measures and left the Black Fox secret realm in embarrassment with her teammates. After Han Linger and the others left, Tongshin Kuei pointed the flame gun at Long Ao again. Long Ao and the other person had lost their temper at this moment and hurriedly used life-saving measures to leave the secret realm. The two men appeared in front of Zhang Taijun and Ding Sheng, both of them looking extremely embarrassed. Especially Han Linger, who was a school beauty before she entered. Her appearance was no worse than Su Qingning. Moreover, She transformed into a seraph with a pair of wings, and her temperament was also outstanding. But now his is all black from being burned. The difference between before and after is really too big. Zhang Taijun was stunned when he saw this scene. How is this possible? The top freshmen from the two top universities, Fengtian and Jiangdong, can't do anything to Yi Chen's concentric puppet? How can he, a mechanic, have attribute damage? Ding Sheng rolled his eyes at Zhang Taijun and said, "Didn't you just say that Yi Chen, the champion of the 8-school competition, has no gold content? I hope you could discuss the strategy to deal with Tongxin Kuei, but you also think it is unnecessary. Now it's all right? The whole army is annihilated. What should we do next?" Zhang Taijun was about to say something when he suddenly noticed two figures rushing towards the screen. Zhang Taijun saw this and asked hurriedly, "Aren't these two students from your Jingyao? What do they want to do?" Ding Sheng's expression changed, and he said, "Yi Chen, Su Qingning, don't be impulsive." However, Yi Chen ignored Ding Sheng. He knew that Ding Sheng was worried about his safety and worried that he would be controlled by the vixen again. But he already knew about the abilities of this vixen. Hu Xian's ability was to control himself through her eyes. In that case, wouldn't it be better not to open her eyes? But Yi Chen was very surprised. Qingning seemed to have known that he would do this and followed him directly into the secret realm. Yi Chen and Su Qingning's actions were very sudden, and Ding Sheng, Zhang Taijun, and others were not prepared at all. Ding Sheng frowned and said, "This kid is so impulsive. He was once controlled by that vixen in school. Now he is entering the secret realm with Su Qingning. Isn't that courting death?" Zhang Taijun said, "You still have time to care about your students' lives and deaths? What if the Black Fox secret realm and the Qingqiu secret realm are connected, and the nine-tailed fox breaks out through the Black Fox secret realm? That would be a big deal." Ding Sheng heard what Zhang Taijun said and said, "You are right. So why are you so arrogant and self-willed? You didn't formulate a strategy in advance, and you acted on your own. As a result, the two so-called ace freshmen were beaten to death." Zhang Taijun was speechless and extremely embarrassed. As for the two dead dogs on the ground, they had already recovered under the treatment of the high-level priest. But they didn't dare to speak at this moment. After all, it was too embarrassing. Long Ao just lay on the ground and pretended to be unconscious. Chapter 54, Turn the Tide. Ding Sheng was watching the contents of the screen with worry. After Yi Chen appeared in the secret realm, he closed his eyes tightly and said, "Qingning, close your eyes immediately. This nine-tailed fox releases skills through sight. Its skill level is very high, and we cannot be immune to it." When Su Qingning heard Yi Chen's words, she immediately closed her eyes. Everything in front of her was pitch black. The two of them were in the Black Fox secret realm. There were a large number of black foxes around them, as well as Hu Xian, the nine-tailed fox. Su Qingning was a little scared. Yi Chen grabbed Su Qingning's hand and said, "Don't worry, Qingning. You'll be fine as long as I am here." Outside the secret realm, Zhang Taijun said, in order to avoid being controlled by the nine-tailed fox, he actually closed his eyes? How can he fight a puppet with his own abilities with his eyes closed? Ding Sheng rolled his eyes at Zhang Taijun and said, "It's a pity that they are now in danger. If the people you brought just now were not so arrogant and let Yi Chen enter the secret realm with them, now that they have joined forces, they will have a certain chance of winning against this nine-tailed fox." After listening to what Ding Sheng said, Zhang Taijun said to Long Ao and Han Linger, "Principal Ding is right. When Yi Chen proposed to enter the secret realm just now, why did you refuse so straightforwardly? You missed such a good opportunity in vain." Ding Sheng said, "Yes. If the nine-tailed fox really descends on the capital this time, you will be the sinners of Daxia." Zhang Taijun frowned and said, "Now is not the time to find out who is right or wrong. What should we do now? Yi Chen and Su Qingning are blindfolded, and Yi Chen is a mechanic. How can he fight the nine-tailed fox?" Ding Sheng said impatiently, "Who should I ask if you ask me?" Zhang Taijun suddenly asked, "How about we arrange for someone to go in and help?" Ding Sheng said, "No. Now Yi Chen has his eyes closed tightly, and it is very likely that he cannot distinguish between friend and foe. If we send more people in, they may be injured by mistake." Zhang Taijun listened and said, "That's right. But now that the black foxes in this instance have been cleared out, the progress of the nine-tailed fox in repairing the 1,000-fox cauldron will also be hindered." In the secret realm, Yi Chen and Su Qingning held hands, and Su Qingning seemed less afraid. At this time, Hu Xian's voice sounded. Are you closing your eyes because you are afraid of my ability? I want to know, how would you deal with a puppet with the same ability as you? Yichen did not answer Hu Xian's words. He thought to himself, same ability? Not necessarily. This Tongshin puppet is indeed very powerful. It possesses all the weapons unlocked by Yi Chun, as well as all of Yi Chen's attributes. Ordinary people really cannot deal with it. Unfortunately, he does not have Yi Chen's supernatural talent. Whether it is 100% accuracy or unlimited firepower, the Tongshin puppet cannot display it, so Yi Chun is absolutely sure. Thinking about it, Yi Chun said in his heart, start shooting. With this shot, I will kill that fake guy. Then, with this thought in mind, Yi Chun pulled the trigger directly. The bullets from the light machine gun seemed to have eyes and shot out, a volley of bullets puffing into the body of the Tongshin puppet. Some of this volley of bullets hit the Tongshin puppet's eyebrows, and some hit the Tongshin puppet's heart. In short, all possible vital parts of the Tongshin puppet's body were pierced by bullets. Then, the Tongshin puppet fell to the ground with a thud, and then changed from human form back to its previous doll shape. However, even if it turned back into a doll, it was already a broken doll. It was obvious that the Tongshin puppet had been completely destroyed. Hu Xian's expression changed drastically when he saw this. Yi Chen's concentric puppet could be said to be quite useful. She had hoped that this puppet would continue to make contributions for her, but she didn't expect that it would be shot dead by its owner. She was furious and said, "You foxes, kill them for me." Then, in the Black Fox secret realm, other Black Foxes rushed towards Yi Chun and Su Qingning. At this moment, Yi Chun was not worried at all when facing the group of fox demons. As long as he used his talent of never missing a target, not to mention that Yi Chun was just blindfolded, he could still guarantee a hit even if he dug out both of his eyeballs. The next moment, Yi Chun casually raised the light machine gun in his hand and fired in all directions. 100% accuracy will ensure that Yi Chun's bullets hit every enemy accurately. Along with the sound of gunfire, Yi Chun's hands were swinging irregularly, and one black fox after another fell to the ground with screams, losing their lives under Yi Chun's light machine gun. In just 5 or 6 minutes, all the black foxes in this Black Fox secret realm copy turned into corpses. Hu Xian's expression changed drastically, and he asked, how is this possible? However, at this moment, Yi Chun, who was blindfolded, aimed the light machine gun at the Thousand Fox Cauldron and continued shooting. Bullets continued to hit the Thousand Fox Cauldron, causing the body of the Thousand Fox Cauldron to emit crisp sounds. Under the fire of the light machine gun, the Thousand Fox Cauldron, which had almost been repaired to the first level, was now rapidly regressing. On the Thousand Fox Cauldron, the cracks that had originally begun to shrink now grew larger again. Outside the secret realm, Ding Sheng, Zhang Taijun, and others were overjoyed. Zhang Taijun said, "This kid is too amazing, isn't he?" Even though he couldn't see anything, he first killed his own puppet with one shot, then cleared all the black foxes, and even destroyed the Thousand Fox Cauldron. After hearing what Zhang Taijun said, Ding Sheng said calmly, "Is this the value of winning the championship of the 8 schools competition? Do you still think this value is low?" Zhang Taijun immediately agreed. Not low. Not low at all. Now that the Thousand Fox Cauldron is damaged, the probability of connecting the Qingqiu secret realm and the Black Fox secret realm has been greatly reduced. Yi Chun and Su Qingning are both great contributors. Ding Sheng said directly, "Nonsense. If we were counting on you, the Qingqiu Fox clan would have descended on the capital long ago." Although Zhang Taijun was angry, he still smiled apologetically. After all, he was in the wrong. Now he could turn the tide, and it was all thanks to Yi Chun and Su Qingning. They came from afar, and not only did they not help at all, but they even made things worse, so he was willing to be scolded a few times. Chapter 55, Turn the Tide. In the secret realm, Hu Xian's face changed drastically, and she cursed angrily. "You bastard! How dare you damage the Thousand Fox Cauldron? I will tear you apart." After Hu Xian finished speaking, she suddenly rushed towards Yi Chun, and then her body turned into a huge white fox in midair. This white fox is 4 or 5 meters tall, and each of its tails is 10 meters long, looking extremely large. Hu Xian's strength had fallen from the 7th level, and she had only retained one most incredible control ability. This ability is to control the opponent through eye contact. The rank of this ability is probably at level 5, and no one can remove it within level 3. But in order to ensure that he would not continue to be controlled by this ability, Yichen closed his eyes completely and prevented himself from seeing anything around him. Hu Xian's control skills were completely useless. Hu Xian's high-level control skills were useless, so he chose to fight head-on, transforming directly into the true form of a nine-tailed fox and charging towards Yi Chun and Su Qingning. Seeing this, Yi Chun said in his heart, "Unlimited firepower." After fighting for so long, the light machine gun's bullets were finally running out, so Yi Chun turned on unlimited firepower. With unlimited firepower and 100% accuracy, Yi Chun is now in his strongest combat form. Hu Xian's nine tails were dancing, whipping the ground, making all kinds of noises, intending to disturb Yi Chun. Outside the secret realm, Zhang Taijun said coldly, "What a cunning vixen! It thinks Yi Chun locates them by listening to the sound. Now that it is making noise, it will be difficult for Yi Chun to lock onto it." Ding Sheng said, "That's true. I hope Yi Chun and Qingning can think of a way to deal with it." In the secret realm, Yi Chun directly pressed the trigger. What was making the noise? This didn't bother him at all. He didn't lock onto the target relying on hearing, but rather using cheats. How could Hu Xian have thought of this? Countless bullets poured out and splashed on the nine-tailed fox Hu Xian. Bullets bloomed red blood flowers on Hu Xian's body. Hu Xian screamed in pain and said loudly, "How is this possible? I clearly made the noise. How did you lock onto me?" Yi Chun heard what Hu Xian said and said calmly, "When did I ever say that I locked you through my ears? You was being too smart." While Yi Chun was speaking, the bullets did not stop for a second and continued to hit Hu Xian. Although Hu Xian is a creature of lowered rank, its strength is stronger than that of an ordinary third-rank creature. But her strongest point is still that super-level control skill. When that skill is ineffective, her strength is actually not too outrageous. At most, her health bar is just thicker. Yi Chun was now blindfolded, and the light machine gun kept firing, constantly reducing Hu Xian's blood volume. There were dense bullet holes on Hu Xian's body. She held on and tried to rush towards Yi Chun. Unfortunately, the bullets from the light machine gun were too dense and the impact was too strong, so her momentum was easily interrupted by Yi Chun's light machine gun. 2 minutes later, Hu Xian fell to the ground completely powerless, and the light machine gun continued to fire at her for more than a minute until Hu Xian's body lost its last breath. Then, at the place where Hu Xian died, an equipment emitting red light appeared. It was an epic equipment. However, Yi Chun and Su Qingning couldn't see it at the moment, and in Yi Chun's opinion, there should be other monsters. Therefore, Yi Chun continued to pull the trigger and shoot into the void. This time, with the blessing of 100 shots hit the target, all the bullets were shot at the Thousand Fox Cauldron. The Thousand Fox Cauldron is of extremely high grade. It is very difficult to repair and not easy to destroy. However, Yi Chun's bullets are unlimited, and many ants can kill an elephant. What's more, the Thousand Fox Cauldron has no ability to move or resist and can only passively endure it. Yi Chun's light machine gun continued to shoot at the Thousand Fox Cauldron for more than 10 minutes. Finally, with a loud bang, the Thousand Fox Cauldron was completely shattered by Yi Chun's light machine gun. At this moment, Yi Chun wanted to press the trigger, but found that he couldn't. With his talent of never missing a shot activated, he was guaranteed to hit the enemy with every shot he shot. But if there was no enemy, then Yi Chun naturally couldn't shoot. Outside the secret realm, Ding Sheng, Zhang Taijun, other reporters, and senior executives of various universities were also stunned. They really didn't expect that this time the Qingqiu secret realm would play such a big game and would bring such a huge crisis to the capital, but it was completely resolved by Yi Chun. Not only did he get rid of Hu Xian, he even smashed the Fox clan's treasure, the Thousand Fox Cauldron, into pieces, completely cutting off the hope of the Qingqiu Fox clan. Isn't this too cruel? Zhang Taijun looked incredulous. How did he do that? He didn't lock onto the enemy through hearing. Then what did he rely on? Ding Sheng said calmly, "This is the secret of my Beijing medicine genius. I can't tell you. There are also differences between geniuses, Lao Zhang. Next time, let your students be more humble. Fortunately, my students are talented and can turn the tide. Otherwise, you and your students would be sinners of Daxia." Zhang Taijun heard what Ding Sheng said and said, "You're right. You too. What are you still standing there for? When Yi Chun and Su Qingning leave the secret realm, you should apologize to them." After hearing this, Long Ao and Han Linger nodded obediently. They saw everything Yi Chun and Su Qingning did. Now, facing Yi Chun and Su Qingning, the two of them could not muster the slightest fighting spirit, especially Yi Chun. The gap between the two sides was really too big. Yi Chun was under control and fought alone against 5 of them, easily defeating them. And now, after regaining consciousness, Yi Chun, with his eyes blindfolded, eliminated a large number of black foxes in the Black Fox Secret Realm, eliminated the 9-tailed fox Hu Xin, and destroyed the 1,000-fox cauldron that might bring great disaster to Daxia. This kind of strength is simply not something they can match. Chapter 56, Brocade Fox Fur. Then, Yi Chun took off the black cloth covering his eyes and said to Su Qingning, "Qingning, we are safe now. There is no monster here." After hearing what Yi Chun said, Su Qingning immediately looked around. There were a lot of black fox corpses on the ground, and a huge 9-tailed white fox corpse. Of course, the 9-tailed white fox had too many wounds on its body, and its white fur had been completely dyed red by the blood, just like a red fox. At the same time, the 1,000-fox cauldron was also beaten to pieces. Seeing this, Su Qingning said, "You are amazing." When Yi Chun heard Su Qingning's praise, he immediately reached out and hugged her in his arms, saying, "You are very brave. You followed me into such a dangerous secret place without hesitation." At this moment, Su Qingning also wanted to give Yi Chun a warm hug, or even a kiss. After all, what happened just now was too exciting and dangerous. But she knew that the entire process was being broadcast live to the public, and countless school leaders were watching. Su Qingning heard what Yi Chun said and said, "I didn't think so much at the time. I just thought that I couldn't let you face this alone. Even if the whole army was wiped out, I would stay by your side." When Yi Chun heard Su Qingning's words, his expression was even more moved. What had he done to deserve Qingning's favor? If this wasn't a live broadcast, he would have been unable to resist hugging Su Qingning tightly in his arms and kissing her until her mouth was swollen. Then, Yi Chun said, "How could we be wiped out? We still have to grow old together." As Yi Chun spoke, he brought Su Qingning to the epic equipment and looked at the equipment that Hu Xin had dropped. Brocade Fox Fur Coat. Equipment level, epic. Required level, level 45. Required occupation, none. Attributes, physical strength plus 65, intelligence plus 40. Effect, 1. Spirit Fox. When subjected to a physical attack, there is a 12% chance of being immune to this attack. 2. 9-tailed Fox. When wearing this equipment, you'll have the 9-tailed Fox special effect. Each tail will have an extra health value equivalent to 10% of your own. After the tail health bar is emptied, the corresponding special effect disappears, and 1 fox tail can be restored per minute. 3. Hypnosis, an active skill that can be released on a single target. If successful, the target will fall into a sleeping state that lasts for 600 seconds and has a cooldown of 1 minute. The properties and effects of this brocade fox fur coat are undoubtedly excellent. The physical strength and intelligence values are very suitable for Su Qingning. As for these 3 items, the effect of the spirit fox is average, while the 9-tailed fox and hypnosis are both very strong, especially the 9-tailed fox. The effect of a 9-tailed fox is equivalent to increasing Su Qingning's health by an additional 90%, greatly increasing the wearer's survivability. However, this equipment can only be equipped at the 5th level. If Su Qingning wants to wear this brocade fox fur coat, she will have to wait a little. Then, Yi Chun handed the brocade fox fur coat to Su Qingning and said, "This brocade fox fur coat suits you very well." Su Qingning and Yi Chun naturally didn't hesitate. She took the brocade fox fur coat and left the Black Fox Secret Realm hand in hand with Yi Chun. As soon as the two came out of the Secret Realm, they saw a large group of people surrounding them, including the principals of several famous schools in Beijing, as well as Zhang Taijun and others who came from Fengtian. Everyone looked at Yi Chun and Su Qingning, were silent for a moment, and then began to applaud together. Su Qingning stood beside Yi Chun with a proud look on her face. Yi Chun received affirmation and praise, and she seemed to be happier than Yi Chun. The applause lasted for a long time before it ended. Yi Chun said, "You guys are making me feel a little embarrassed." Ding Sheng listened and smiled. "There's nothing to be embarrassed about. This time in the Black Fox Secret Realm, you turned the tide and thwarted the 9-tailed Fox clan's conspiracy. You deserve all the applause. Not only that, I will continue to apply for commendations from your superiors on your behalf, There should be more rewards waiting for you in the future. After hearing what Ding Sheng said, Yi Chun said, "Thank you, Principal Ding. I also have a request. If it is a reward like equipment, I hope to arrange it for our Qing Ning. After all, I already have an epic set." When Ding Sheng heard what Yi Chun said, he immediately said, "No problem. You two have a really good relationship. Su Qingning risked her life for you and rushed into the secret realm with you. You're also very good. You didn't forget your girlfriend, even when you had benefits." Yi Chun immediately said, "Of course, Qingning and I are a match made in heaven." At this time, Long Ao and Han Linger said in unison, "Yi Chun, Su Qingning, I'm sorry." Yi Chun looked at the two of them and said calmly, "Don't be so proud next time. There are always people who are better than you, and they're always better than you." Seeing that his own genius was in a bad mood, Zhang Taijun took the initiative to smooth things over, saying, "It's all over. Now that the crisis in the secret realm has been resolved, everyone is happy. That's the most gratifying thing." Yi Chun did not dwell on this matter. After all, he did not know these two people, and they were not related to him in any way. It was normal for them not to believe in his strength. Thinking about it, Yi Chun said to Ding Sheng, "Principal Ding, the Qingqiufa clan should have similar legends on Blue Star, right?" Ding Sheng nodded and said, "Yes, there are many legendary monsters in the high-level secret realms. You will encounter more in the future." Su Qingning heard this and asked curiously, "Could it be that they have invaded us before, so they left behind the legend?" Ding Sheng smiled and said, "You can understand it this way. These demons and monsters once lived under the same sky as us. In ancient times, humans had a very difficult time surviving and often became their food. The tribal leaders of the ancient human race had been fighting against them. During the period of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the ancient human race was powerful and gradually suppressed the demons and monsters, but they were unable to wipe them out until Gong, a descendant of Emperor Yin, took action and angrily struck Mount Buzhou, breaking the pillar of heaven, tilting the sky to the northwest, and the earth sinking to the southeast. At that time, under the rule of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, all the demons and monsters were expelled to the southeast. After the pillar of heaven was broken, the endless flood directly sent these countless demons and monsters into the cracks in the ground. From then on, all kinds of demons and monsters became legends, and humans completely became the masters of the Blue Planet. Chapter 57. The Secret Realm of the Flying Eagle. Yi Chun was stunned for a moment before he said, "They are lucky enough to have survived after rushing into the crack in the ground?" Ding Sheng explained, "They were washed into the cracks in the ground, which was equivalent to being exiled to outer space. However, among the demons and monsters, there were many powerful ones, so naturally they were not destroyed. They were exiled, and after countless years of development, they have accumulated enough strength, so they want to make a comeback. Fortunately, humanity is flourishing and the law of heaven is protecting them, which has led to the current situation." Su Qingning suddenly said, "If that's the case, Gong should be a hero, but his reputation is not very good, and he has been demonized." Ding Sheng said, Gong did exile the demons and monsters, but the sky collapsed, the earth sank, and floods flowed everywhere. At that time, human casualties were also heavy. It could be said that he injured 1,000 enemies and lost 800 of his own. Naturally, his evaluation is not very good. After hearing what Ding Sheng said, Yi Chun had a new understanding of this invader. Now that the crisis in this secret realm has been resolved, Yi Chun and Su Qingning are also preparing to return to school. However, Zhang Taijun asked, "Yi Chun, are you interested in epic equipment?" Yi Chun heard Zhang Taijun's words and said, "You are." Zhang Taijun smiled and said, "Let me introduce myself. I am Zhang Taijun, the president of Fengtian University." Yi Chun said in surprise, "Hello, Principal Zhang, who wouldn't be interested in epic equipment?" Zhang Taijun said directly, "In Fengtian, there's a 3rd-level secret realm that is about to be cleared out called the Flying Eagle Secret Realm. In the secret realm are many huge flying eagles. This secret realm has a long history. Because eagle wings are very suitable for forging equipment, the eagles in the Eagle Secret Realm have been cleared out under the active attack of combat professionals. However, among the Flying Eagle tribe, there is a mutant king whose strength surpasses that of ordinary 3rd-level combat professionals. Long Ao and Han Linger have both teamed up to enter the Flying Eagle Secret Realm, but they were helpless against this flying eagle king. Is Yichen interested in giving it a try? At this time, Ding Sheng said, Old Zhang, aren't you being a little stingy? If Yichen successfully helps you kill the flying eagle king, you will directly gain an extra secret realm under your control in Fengtian, and the reward is only one piece of epic equipment. Zhang Taijun heard Ding Sheng's words and said with a smile, If Yichen is willing, then this secret realm will be given to Yichen. However, the entrance to the secret realm is located in Fengtian. Yichen, you are in the capital, which is inconvenient. If you are willing, you can transfer to our Fengtian University. How about it? When Ding Sheng heard what Zhang Taijun said, he almost jumped up in anxiety. Don't even think about it. You're dreaming if you want to poach our Jingyao genius. Zhang Taijun laughed and said, Don't get excited. I was just joking. Ding Sheng glared at Zhang Taijun and said, Are you kidding? You know whether you are kidding or not. Zhang Taijun smiled and said nothing. If there was really a chance to recruit Yichen to their Fengtian, how could he miss such a good opportunity? Then, Zhang Taijun changed the subject and said, There are indeed several low-level secret realms in Daxia that are about to be cleared. These secret realms are extremely difficult. But at the same time, in order to control a secret realm, all places are willing to bleed. At the same time, the experience value of clearing a secret realm is much higher than that of ordinary monster spawning. Yichen, you are very powerful at the 3rd level. I think you could give it a try. Yichen heard what Zhang Taijun said and said, I do have some ideas. What do you think, Principal? Ding Sheng said directly, We can go to Fengtian, but I will accompany you to avoid any problems. Ding Sheng was not afraid of something going wrong. He was mainly afraid that Zhang Taijun would use sweet words to trick Yichen to Fengtian. Then he would suffer a great loss. Zhang Taijun listened and said, That's absolutely no problem. Yichen, take a few days off and get yourself in shape. Then we'll set off together. Although Yichen had just killed a lot of people, he was ultimately controlled by the nine-tailed fox, and his mind was damaged. He still needed to conserve his energy and adjust his condition. Yichen nodded and did not refuse. In fact, the method proposed by Zhang Taijun was indeed very suitable for him. Help clear the secret realm and deal with monsters that others cannot deal with. Not only can you get high rewards from these colleges, but you can also gain a lot of experience points and quickly upgrade your level. In fact, this method was also mentioned by Bai Jie, the instructor of Liehua Academy, when he was at the 2nd level. But at that time, Yichen thought that being stuck at the 2nd level was meaningless. The 2nd level secret realm was also extremely dangerous, so Yichen did not need to stay at the 2nd level. Today's Yichen is still not planning to stay at the 3rd level. But for him, clearing these secret realms and upgrading speed is more efficient than the normal secret realm brushing efficiency, so Yichen doesn't mind challenging these difficult secret realms. Afterwards, Zhang Taijun took Long Ao to Jingyao, where they planned to stay for a few days. As for Hanlinger, she was a prodigy of Jiangdong University and had already returned to Jiangdong. Zhang Taijun had no control over Hanlinger. After Yichen and Su Qingning returned to Jingyao, the events of today were gradually fermenting. Yichen and Su Linger, a young couple, turned the tide and resolved the crisis of the secret realm invasion, which can be said to be a huge contribution. Su Jian and Zhao Yafeng also heard about this. They came to Beijing specially to visit their daughter and meet Yichen. Of course, Su Qingfeng also came to join in the fun and see his sister and brother-in-law. The 5 of them gathered in a private room of a restaurant. Su Qingfeng gave Yichen a thumbs up and said, Yichen, I really didn't expect that you could make it this far. The strongest 3rd-level warriors in history, whether they were dual souls in one body or hidden professions, were all beaten by you. It's amazing. Chapter 58, Eagle King. After hearing what her son said, Zhao Yafeng said, Qingfeng, we are here today to make Qingning act calmly in the future. Su Qingfeng said, This doesn't affect my praise for Yichen. Qingning was indeed a little impulsive, but there was nothing wrong with Yichen's behavior. After Qingning entered the secret realm, he regained his self-awareness and immediately covered his eyes to avoid being attacked again. Then he killed all the vixens in the Black Fox secret realm. Whether it was his own strength or his combat EQ, he was impeccable. Su Qingning also said, Brother, you are right. Now, we are both famous, and the principal has also applied for military merit for us. Zhao Yafeng said, Are you still so proud? Originally, you and Yichen were equipped with a heart-to-heart jade. Even if Yi Chun was in danger in the secret realm, you could use the heart-to-heart jade to revive him. But you impulsively entered the secret realm. If you and Yi Chun were not a match for the nine-tailed fox, you might have both perished. After hearing this, Su Qingning was speechless. She was indeed impulsive in this matter. Seeing this, Yi Chun said, "Auntie, Qingning is also too concerned. You can blame me if you want to. I was tricked by the nine-tailed fox." Zhao Yafeng listened and said, "This nine-tailed fox is a 7th-level monster that has been downgraded. It retains a super-level control skill. It's normal that you can't resist it. You have done a good job." Su Jian also said, "That's true. Qingning, you are inseparable from Yi Chun every day. You should learn from him." Su Qingning nodded and said, "I understand, Dad. I will definitely study hard with him." Su Qingning recalled that the day before yesterday afternoon, she and Yi Chun kissed awkwardly in an empty corner. Yi Chun even stuck out his tongue at her, and she followed his example and stuck out her tongue as well. The two of them fought with each other, their tongues fighting each other for a long time, and they learned a lot. Su Jian asked again, "I heard that you were planning to go to Fengtian?" Yi Chun listened and said, "That's right. Tomorrow we will go to the Flying Eagle secret realm in Fengtian to see if we can get rid of the Flying Eagle King." After hearing what Yi Chun said, Su Jian said, "This Flying Eagle King is still alive? I also encountered this Flying Eagle King 20 years ago." Su Qingning was surprised when she heard this. "Dad, you are a sword immortal who can fly with a sword and can fly through the air, but you can't do anything to the Flying Eagle King?" Su Jian explained. Flying with a sword is a 4th-level sword fairy skill, while the 3rd-level flying sword is too far away. This Flying Eagle King can easily fly to a height of 1,000 meters. I can't do anything to it. Yi Chun said, "Hey, 1,000 meters high? My light machine gun has a range of 800 meters, so it would be difficult to hit it." After listening to what Yi Chun said, Su Jian said, "Once someone enters the secret realm, the Eagle King will also try to hunt down the opponent, and that will be your chance to take action. But you have to be quick, ruthless, and accurate. Once it feels threatened and successfully escapes, it will never appear in your range again." Yi Chun nodded and said, "I understand. I won't give it a second chance." Su Jian continued, "This Eagle King is actually a mutant among the eagles. It is much larger than other eagles, and it also controls the power of lightning. It flies faster and higher than other eagles. It is difficult for a 3rd-level combat professional to hit it, and once it gets close to you, its claws are attached with lightning power, which is extremely lethal, so you have to be careful. Uncle, don't worry. What I'm least afraid of is opponents with agility." Yi Chun estimated that Zhang Taijun invited Yi Chun to Fengtian because of Yi Chun's performance in the Black Fox secret realm. Yi Chun was in the Black Fox secret realm, but even though he could not see anything, he cleared out the black foxes in the secret realm, killed the 9-tailed fox Hu Xin, and destroyed the 1,000-fox cauldron. Yi Chun's ability had a restraining effect on the Flying Eagle King. Soon, the food came up. Su Qingning sat next to Yi Chun and took the initiative to pick up vegetables and meat for him from time to time, and even fed him into his mouth. Su Jian and Zhao Yafeng felt a little jealous when they saw this. After all, they had raised such a big baby girl, and they had never treated her like this even to her biological parents. But now, she was being obedient to Yi Chun and even picking all kinds of food for him. Of course, they were just complaining in their hearts. In fact, they were also very proud of Yi Chun, their future son-in-law. After all, Yi Chun first completed his career as a mechanic, and then solved the crisis in the capital, so he can be said to be famous. Many of Su Jian's old friends called to ask about the cause and effect of this matter. Some old friends also praised Su Jian's daughter for her good vision in choosing Yi Chun, a potential stock, and her future is limitless. As for their initial concerns, that the mechanic would be too weak after level 3 and would not be able to survive in the secret realm, these concerns had long since become a bubble, as Yi Chun had even completed the profession of mechanic. Yi Chun once told Zhao Yafeng that the mechanic would be the strongest profession, and it has been proven one by one until now. At least in the 2nd and 3rd levels, Yi Chun has indeed achieved this. The meal was almost over, and Yi Chun and Su Qingning accompanied the Su family to stroll around the capital until dark, when the Su family took the teleportation array back to Jiangxing. As for Yi Chun's parents, they really can't leave now, because in Jiangxing, both the city and the province arranged for leaders to visit Jiangxing's parents and then gave them various commendations and rewards. After all, Yi Chun was the real protagonist in this incident, and made great contributions to protecting Daxia. The top management wants to reward Yi Chun, and Yi Chun's parents will also enjoy the honor. Therefore, they only called Yi Chun once throughout the day, and then they were busy accepting various commendations and interviews. Because they were too busy, they turned down interviews from TV stations below the city level. Yi Zaiwu and Lin Susu, a couple, have experienced the hardship of being a celebrity. They're so busy that their feet don't touch the ground and their mouths are dry from talking. The next day, the top management commended Yi Chun in the form of a 4th-level epic wristband suitable for Su Qingming to use. This was the decision made by Ding Sheng after consulting Yi Chun and Su Qingming. Yi Chun and Su Qingming cannot stay at the 3rd level for too long. With Yi Chun's current abnormal strength, as long as he helps clear the 2 secret realms, the experience value of the 2 will reach the limit of the 3rd level, level 29. By then, as long as you complete the level-breaking task, you will be able to reach the 4th level. By then, the 3rd level equipment will have to be slowly replaced. Therefore, Yi Chun and Su Qingming directly asked for a 4th level equipment and got it done in one go. Su Qingming put away the reward, and then Yi Chun's entire team followed Ding Sheng and Zhang Taijun to Fengtian. The Flying Eagle Secret Realm is a medium-sized copy that allows more than 5 people to enter. This kind of secret realm is not challenging at all for Yi Chun. Therefore, he brought his entire team with him to gain experience. Su Yi, Lu Wanting, and others were also very excited. Clearing out a secret realm. Although this kind of thing could not be compared to Yi Chun's previous efforts to turn the tide in the Black Fox Secret Realm, it was also a very honorable thing. Even if they're not the main force and just participate and play a supporting role, it is also something worth praising. Besides, clearing the last monster in the secret realm, even if they only killed 1 monster, would gain a lot of experience points, which would be of great help to their strength improvement, so they were naturally excited. When the group walked to the school gate, Su Yi suddenly noticed a somewhat desolate figure. Her expression changed slightly, and then she pulled Lu Wanting's arm. Lu Wanting looked over and saw Chan Tao standing not far away. Then Lu Wanting whispered, "There must be something hateful about pitiful people." Su Yi also said, "Yes, this is his own choice. Who can he blame?" Chapter 59. Kill with one blow. Chen Tao stood not far away, watching Yi Chun and his party set out for Fengtian in such a grand manner. He felt dejected, and the regret in his heart became more and more intense. If he had not been bribed by Chu Xing during the 8 schools competition, everything would have been different, right? Now, he could also wear a full set of elite equipment and follow Yi Chun to conquer Fengtian and clear the secret realm. Chen Tao was regretting, but he didn't know that Chu Xing's mood was not much better. He and Yi Chun didn't know each other until they started fighting, but at that time he was considered to be upright and had a good relationship with Yi Chun. It was only because of the instigation of the archer Zhang Hui that he turned against Yi Chun. Although this matter was ultimately caused by his own jealousy, Zhang Hui could be said to be the fuse of this incident. Therefore, Chen Tao also regretted it. Why did he listen to Zhang Hui? If he and Yi Chun were not hostile, he would be able to benefit a lot now. After Yi Chun and others left Jingyao, they came to the teleportation center in the capital. There were a large number of teleportation arrays arranged by array masters. They could travel to all parts of Daxia and to Fengtian. As long as they lined up to enter the array, it would only take a few seconds. Not only were Zhang Taijun and Ding Sheng distinguished, but they also entered the teleportation array through the VIP channel and were quickly admitted in an orderly manner. With the activation of the teleportation array, Yi Chun and his companions quickly arrived at the teleportation center in Fengtian. Then, Zhang Taijun said, "Yi Chun, do you want to take a short break or go directly to the Flying Eagle Secret Realm?" Yi Chun said directly, "Let's go to the Eagle Secret Realm first and finish the business first." Zhang Taijun listened and said with a smile, "Okay, then you have to be careful." At the entrance to the Flying Eagle Secret Realm, thousands of Fengtian local combat professionals were already watching there. Because clearing a secret realm is good news for any place. The secret realm is cleared, and the landscape inside the secret realm can be set according to the ideas of the controller. A secret realm can be set up to be like a paradise on Earth. If you are in a steel city with high-rise buildings and hope to see some natural scenery, you can set the interior of the secret realm to be like a primeval forest. If you are in an arid desert area and hope to see a sea view where the sky and water merge into one, you can set the interior of the secret realm to be like an endless ocean. Therefore, every city hopes that there will be more secret places under its control. The more secret realms that are controlled, the stronger the local power to fight against the secret realms. At the same time, local people can also enter the secret realms, appreciate the unique scenery in the secret realms, and even buy houses and live in the secret realms. Secret real estate is also an emerging industry in recent decades. It has been developing very rapidly, and the average price of secret real estate has been rising almost every year. Therefore, today Yi Chun, the strongest third-level person in history, was invited to break through the Flying Eagle's secret realm, and many local people in Fengtian were paying attention. After Yi Chun and his group arrived, the people of Fengtian and the combat professionals all said, "Come on, Yi Chun, kill that flat-haired beast." At this time, Zhang Taijun said, "Yi Chun, everyone is so enthusiastic, why don't you start a live broadcast and let everyone see your style?" Yi Chun heard what Zhang Taijun said and said, "Okay." Seeing this, Zhang Taijun found a professional live broadcast device and handed it to Zhu Yiming, then said, "You are Yi Chun's teammate. When you enter the secret realm later, you will be responsible for filming his heroic appearance. Is that okay?" Zhu Yiming said directly, "Of course, no problem. Leave it to me." Then, the group entered the secret realm, and everyone took out their mobile phones to watch the live broadcast in the secret realm. In the Flying Eagle's secret realm, there was an endless desert. The sky was very high and blue. Yi Chun and the others seemed a little small in the endless desert. It seemed that no human had entered this secret realm for a long time. The mutated Eagle King also sensed the human breath and let out a cry. Yi Chun said silently in his heart, "Open it and hit the target every time." Then he took out his light machine gun and pointed it at the sky. At this moment, he couldn't press the trigger, which meant that there were no monsters within a range of 800 meters. Yi Chun gently exerted force with his fingers, always ready. This mutated Eagle King was extremely vigilant, and if it felt threatened, it would immediately flee away. Therefore, as long as it appeared within Yi Chun's shooting range, Yi Chun would shoot it to death and never give any chance. At this moment, Yi Chun's teammates also bestowed various positive enhancement states on Yi Chun and held their breath, waiting for the results. They all knew that whether they could bring honor to the family depended on Yi Chun's performance in the future. If the Flying Eagle King could be killed with one blow, then Yi Chun's title as the strongest in the history of the third level would be completely established, and other places would invite Yi Chun at a high price. And if this mission fails, Yi Chun's current reputation will be affected to a certain extent. As time passed, the Eagle King appeared in everyone's sight, but because the distance was too far, he was just a small black. At this moment, Yi Chun pulled the trigger. Da-da-da-da. Continuous gunshots rang out. At an altitude of more than 700 meters, the Eagle King was hit by continuous bullets. His body rolled several times in the sky due to the penetrating force of the bullets. At this time, the gunshots had stopped, and the Eagle King's body was falling from a high altitude to the ground. It is in free fall, and its falling speed is getting faster and faster. Finally, after dozens of seconds, the body of the Flying Eagle King fell heavily on the beach. Zhu Yiming immediately pointed the camera at the body of the Flying Eagle King, and everyone could see the full appearance of the Flying Eagle King. This Eagle King is more than twice as big as an ordinary eagle, with purple lines on its body, and looks extremely majestic and domineering. However, there were dense bullet holes on the Eagle King's head, abdomen, and even wings. He was already dead. Then, Zhu Yiming turned the camera to Yi Chun. At this moment, Yi Chun was very calm, as if he had anticipated the result. Outside the secret realm, the local combat professionals in Fengtian were also shocked when they saw this scene. There was only one Eagle King left in this Eagle secret realm, and he was defeated so easily. Isn't this too amazing? Chapter 60, Gold Incorruptibility. In the secret realm, Yi Chun and Su Qingning's levels directly increased from level 27 to level 28. You should know that the higher the level, the more experience points are required for each level. From level 27 to level 28, if you perform tasks normally, even if you go to a medium-sized secret realm, you'll need about 3 to upgrade one level. And now, Yi Chun only killed a Flying Eagle King and was promoted to the next level. This shows how much experience value is gained by clearing the last monster in the secret realm. Zhu Yiming and others were also promoted to the next level. Although they received less experience points, their levels were several levels lower, so the experience points required for upgrading were relatively much less, so they were able to upgrade smoothly. Afterwards, the group left the secret realm. As soon as they left the secret realm, they heard a large group of people in Fengtian cheering. Obviously, they were all very grateful to Yi Chun for helping them control a secret realm. Then Zhang Taijun said, Yi Chun, don't you really consider staying in Fengtian? The door of Fengtian University is always open to you, and even this Flying Eagle secret realm can be controlled by you. At this time, Ding Sheng said, it's just a secret realm. Since Yi Chun can clear the Flying Eagle secret realm, he can naturally clear other secret realms. It's nothing rare at all. Yi Chun also said, Principal Ding is right. I am only here to carry out the mission. Zhang Taijun listened and said, what a pity. Why didn't such a genius enter my Fengtian University? Now that the matter of the secret realm has been resolved, I will treat you to a meal and prepare that epic equipment. Yi Chun did not refuse this time. He always believed in combining work and rest. He would work when he should work and relax when he should relax. At noon, Yi Chun and his group, as well as Zhang Taijun and Ding Sheng, were eating in a private room of a luxurious hotel in Fengtian. The atmosphere in the room was very good, and everyone was very happy. Yi Chun and Su Qingning naturally sat together, holding hands and picking up food for each other from time to time, looking very intimate. However, just when the atmosphere was getting heated, the door of the private room was suddenly pushed open, and two young men appeared in front of everyone. Zhang Tiejuan's expression changed, and he asked, Jin family, what are you doing here? After hearing what Zhang Taijun said, Jin Wugo said, come and see if this so-called strongest third-rank warrior in history is really that awesome. Zhang Taijun said directly, this is not a place for you to act wild. Get out of here. Jin Wugo asked, who is Yi Chun? Yi Chun stood up and said, what do you want to do? Jin Wugo said calmly, level 3 is still too weak. Wait until you reach level 4. If you can hold on to my hands for 1 minute, I will give you a future. Jin Wugo said this, placed a silver card on the table, then turned and left. Yi Chun was completely confused at the moment and couldn't help but ask, where did this psychopath come from? Principal Zhang, are the people in Fengtian so weird? The Jin brothers seemed to have heard what Yi Chun said. Their bodies shook slightly, and they turned around and glared at Yi Chun fiercely before walking away. Zhang Taijun said, Yi Chun, it seems that you have been too popular recently and aroused the jealousy of these guys. After hearing this, Yi Chun asked, who are they? Zhang Taijun explained, they are from the Fengtian Jin family. The one who just spoke to you is Jin Wugue, a direct descendant of the Jin family, and the people around him are geniuses recruited by the Jin family. Yi Chun shook his head, never heard of it. Zhang Taijun said, Yi Chun, have you heard of aristocratic families? A family that has been passed down for more than 100 years and can always keep up with the trend of the times during every change is a noble family. The Jin family is a noble family entrenched in Fengtian. At this time, Ding Sheng said, what noble family? They're just a bunch of rats who hide their heads and show their tails. If they're really powerful, why don't we see them clearing out the secret realm? Zhang Taijun smiled bitterly and said, they really did it. The people who just came are Jin Wugue and his companions. They cleared out the last monster in a 4th-level secret realm and transformed it into the current Fengtian Haitian secret realm. Ding Sheng's eyes also showed surprise. 4th level? They're not very old, right? They have already reached the 4th level. Zhang Taijun explained, yes. The awakening of the combat profession is related to genes and talents. The Jin family has a long tradition. After the combat profession appeared 100 years ago, the Jin family began to lay out. Over the years, the Jin family has been recruiting talented combat professionals, intermarrying from generation to generation, and optimizing genes. Most of the Jin family's younger generations have professions in the top 10 popular professions, and some are even hidden professions. Although the resources they control are not as good as those of the major universities, the number of professionals they need to train is much less than that of the major universities. To be honest, the strongest 4th-level person in Fengtian University is no match for Jin Wugue. Ding Sheng seemed to be thinking about something and said, the surname is Jin. Could it be that the Jin Wudi who defeated the 6th-level invincible player 5 years ago is from the Jin family? Zhang Taiju nodded and said, that's right. Jin Wudi is Jin Wugue's cousin. The Jin family has always had a great influence in Fengtian. Many talented professionals, after being tested as outstanding combat professionals, have not yet been contacted by colleges and universities, but the Jin family has already found them in advance and recruited them. The Jin family needs to maintain its own reputation and attract local talents. Now that Yi Chun has solved the Flying Eagle secret realm and has the title of the world's strongest third-level master, this will affect the Jin family's ability to attract talent next year. But people of the same generation as Yi Chun and the Jin family are now at the 4th level, and the Jin family cannot bully the weak. So they said that after Yi Chun reaches the 4th level, they will fight with him, Jin Wugui. If we can recruit Yi Chun, that will be the best. Even if we cannot recruit Yi Chun into the Jin family, we must defeat Yi Chun to prove the strength of their Jin family. Ding Sheng frowned and said, "This Jin family is too overbearing, isn't it? Has Principal Zhang ever thought about dealing with them?" Zhang Taijun shook his head and said, "Although they are overbearing, they have a sense of the overall situation. They are also very dedicated in fighting against the invaders of the secret realm. If they were just selfishly developing their own strength, the higher-ups would have dealt with them long ago. The Jin family has been passed down for 100 years, so they naturally know what they can and cannot do. Only 2/3 of the members of the entire Jin family can live to the end of their lives, and the remaining 1/3 all died in battle in the secret realm." Ding Sheng's expression changed slightly, and he said, "Then the Jin family is quite admirable, but they want to step on my students to become famous. I won't agree." Chapter 61, Meat Mountain. Ding Sheng is the president of Jingyao University. He spends most of his time in Beijing. There are no so-called aristocratic families in Beijing, only national teams. All major universities are training strength for the country, so he doesn't know much about the Jin family. Zhang Taijun is different. He is in Fengtian and is familiar with all the forces in Fengtian. Naturally, he is also aware of the power of the Jin family. When he was young and had made his mark, he also received an olive branch from the Jin family, but he was not interested in it, so he rejected it. After hearing what Ding Sheng said, Zhang Taijun said, "Yi Chun is very popular now. If Yi Chun refuses Jin Wugo's challenge, the Jin family will definitely make a big fuss about it, saying that Yi Chun is afraid of them and would rather be a coward. Then Yi Chun will have to take action even if he doesn't want to." After hearing this, Ding Sheng said angrily, "Aren't they too difficult to deal with? I just said I admire the Jin family." Zhang Taijun smiled and said, "The power of aristocratic families has both desirable and hateful aspects. Yi Chun, what do you think of the challenge that Jin Wugo just mentioned?" Yi Chun said directly, "If he wants a fight, then let him fight." Zhang Taijun listened and said, "Jin Wugui's profession is the hidden profession Golden Body Arhut. He has very outstanding defensive capabilities and attack power. He has a skill that can even make him immune to physical damage for a short period of time. If you fight him, you must pay attention to this." Yi Chun listened and nodded. "I understand. Thank you, Principal Zhang, for reminding me." Before he finished his meal, Ding Sheng received another call from Jiang Cheng. They also wanted to invite Yi Chun to take action and clear out a secret realm. Ding Sheng said directly to Yi Chun, "This time it's your hometown calling, asking you to clear the secret realm. Just like the Flying Eagle secret realm, the monsters in each copy have been cleared, leaving only one boss, who is invincible at the 3rd level." Yi Chun heard this and said, "My hometown? Jiangcheng." Ding Sheng said, "That's right, the other party has already made a condition. As long as you clear this secret realm, you will directly gain control of half of the secret realm. In the future, whether you want to live in the secret realm or develop it, it's up to you." After hearing what Ding Sheng said, Yi Chun said, "Then I must agree to this matter. Then let my parents take care of the secret realm." After hearing this, Ding Sheng said, "Okay, after we finish this meal, let's go directly to Jiangcheng." Jiangcheng is undoubtedly more generous than Zhang Taijun. The value of half a secret realm is definitely better than an epic equipment. But this is normal. The Flying Eagle secret realm belongs to Fengtian University. Yi Chun just cleared out the last monster. If Yi Chun did not agree to join Fengtian, Zhang Taijun would never give Yi Chun control of the secret realm. But it's different in Jiangcheng. As long as Yi Chun takes action to solve the last boss of the secret realm, without any additional conditions, Yi Chun can directly become half the master of the secret realm. After all, Yi Chun is originally from Jiangcheng. Now that Jiangcheng has a talent like Yi Chun, on the one hand, Jiangcheng hopes that Yi Chun can develop better and better. A top high-level strongman will bring great benefits to a city. On the other hand, Jiangcheng also hopes that Yi Chan will have enough sense of belonging to his hometown, and that if there is any crisis in Jiangcheng in the future, Yi Chan will take action in time. Therefore, they directly took out half of the secret realm as a reward. 2 hours later, Yi Chun and his group arrived at the Meat Mountain secret realm in Jiangcheng. Afterwards, the people from the Jiangcheng War Alliance introduced the monsters in the secret realm to Yi Chun, and Yi Chun and his companions also saw a huge mountain of meat. I only heard the senior leader of the War Alliance say, the original name of this Meat Mountain secret realm is called the Corpse Tide Secret Realm, which is full of a large number of walking corpses. Although there are corpse kings in the Corpse Tide secret realm, most of these corpse kings are about 5 meters tall and will not change much. However, the zombie king in one of the copies mutated for some reason. After a team entered the copy to perform a mission and killed ordinary zombies, the zombie king in this copy devoured all the corpses of the zombies and turned into this ghostly appearance. Yi Chen heard what the top leaders of the War Alliance said and also looked at this monster. This mutated corpse king is about 7 or 8 meters tall, and its body diameter is over 10 meters, like a huge sphere. And on this ball of flesh, there are some human remains scattered randomly, including heads, arms, thighs, and chests, etc., which look very sloppily. Yi Chun and his companions looked at the monster with shock in their eyes. The size of the monster was not a problem, but its appearance was a big problem. This was the first time that Yi Chun and his companions encountered such an abstract and ugly monster. Then Yi Chun asked, given its size, it should be difficult to move, right? The senior members of the alliance explained, indeed, it has almost no mobility. Although it can spit out 2 tentacles from its mouth to attack, the attack range of the tentacles is only 20 meters, and it cannot touch long-range professionals at all. But its health is too high. Its defense is also excellent, and it also has extremely strong self-healing ability. We have arranged 3rd-level combat professional teams to enter the secret realm many times. It turned out that even if 10 ranged output professions attacked with all their strength, the damage caused was not as fast as its blood recovery speed, so they finally had to give up. But you are different, classmate Yi Chun. Your firepower is unprecedented among the 3rd-level ones. I believe you should have a chance to kill this guy. After hearing this, Yi Chun said, I can give it a try. I should have a chance. The basic damage of each bullet from the light machine gun is 1,000 points. Even if the defense of this mutant corpse king is only 500 points, Yi Chun can still cause 500 points of damage with each bullet. With the firing rate of the light machine gun, the damage caused by Yi Chun per second would be a very high number. If the unlimited firepower was turned on, Yi Chun didn't believe that any carbon-based creature could withstand such a heavy bombardment. Afterwards, the group entered the secret realm. Now, this secret realm, like the Flying Eagle secret realm, has only one copy, which is the copy where the boss is. As soon as they entered the secret realm, Yi Chun and his companions saw the monster. Its size was too huge and too recognizable. At first glance, it looks like a mountain of meat, so this secret realm is now called the Meat Mountain secret realm. But this mountain of flesh was extremely ugly, with wrinkled skin covered in mucus and blood, and also scattered with incomplete human facial features and limbs. Its head was also abnormally huge. Its mouth alone was as big as a bathtub, which looked extremely outrageous. Su Qingning looked at such an abstract and ugly monster. Her pretty face turned pale, and she couldn't help but look away. At this moment, the Meat Mountain monster roared, and 2 scarlet tentacles stretched out from its mouth as big as a bathtub. It whipped the ground wantonly and raised clouds of dust. Chapter 62. Conquer the Secret Realm. Yi Chen looked at the Meat Mountain monster, directly set up the light machine gun, and then pulled the trigger. Bullets were fired at the Flesh Mountain monster, as if they were free, causing waves of blood. The truly terrifying thing about this Meat Mountain monster is its health bar and recovery ability. Its defense ability is relatively weak, and a light machine gun can easily cause damage to it. As long as the light machine gun can cause damage, Yi Chen will not worry about not being able to kill it, because Yi Chen's light machine gun has a basic damage of 1,000 points per bullet. Even if the defense of the Meat Mountain monster is deducted, the damage value is calculated at 500 points. At a firing rate of 1,000 bullets per minute, that is 500,000 points of damage. No matter how high the Meat Mountain monster's health is or how fast its recovery speed is, it is impossible for it to recover 500,000 health points in 1 minute. It is only a matter of time before it falls. The sound of gunfire never stopped due to the unlimited firepower. The light machine gun continued firing for 8 minutes, causing a cumulative damage of 4 million points. Then the body of the meat mountain monster exploded and turned into meat paste and blood on the ground. The health of this meat mountain monster is indeed ridiculously high. The damage of the super mechanic profession is much higher than that of other professions at the same level. Yichin also has the blessing of infinite firepower, but he still fought for a full 8 minutes. No wonder other third-level professionals couldn't kill this guy at all. At this moment, after killing the meat mountain monster, Yichin and Su Qingning's levels directly reached level 29. As long as the two complete the level-breaking task, they can reach level 30 and the 4th level. Yichin was also quite curious. After reaching the 4th level, what kind of weapons could he unlock? And what kind of supernatural talent could he obtain? As for Yichin's teammates, they were not surprised to see the meat mountain monster being blown to pieces. After all, Yichin has created miracles more than once. With such fierce firepower, it would be strange if this meat mountain monster is not blown to pieces. Yichin was in a good mood. After all, the last monster in this secret realm was cleared out by Yichin. From now on, this was a controlled secret realm, and half of it was Yichin's territory. In the future, his parents could come and take care of this secret realm themselves. They should be very happy, right? In addition, the economic value brought by controlling half of the secret realm is also quite high. It has been said before that today's emerging industry, secret real estate, is developing quite well. After all, the environment in the secret realm will change at any time according to the ideas of the controller. This alone is incomparable to the external environment. The area of half of the secret realm is not small, and Yichin's family certainly cannot live in it. At that time, they can cooperate with some secret realm real estate developers to transfer part of the secret realm land. The transfer fee alone will be enough for Yichin's parents to live a life of luxury and be completely financially free from now on. Afterwards, Yichin's team left the secret realm. Upon seeing this, the senior members of the Alliance immediately stepped forward and said, "Student Yichin, this meat mountain monster is really no match for you. You have made a great contribution to Jiangsheng this time." When Yichin heard this, he said, "I'm also from Jiangsheng. This is what I should do." The senior members of the Alliance said, "We will arrange personnel to make preliminary plans for the secret realm. When everything is ready, I will notify you to take over half of the secret realm." Yichin said directly, "I don't have time to take over the secret realm. Let my parents do it. I'm also going to go home." Dingsheng was not worried that Yichin would be poached in Jiangsheng. After all, there were no top-notch universities in Jiangsheng. Therefore, Dingsheng planned to let Yichin stay at home for 2 days to accompany his parents before returning to Jingyao. Su Qingning naturally planned to stay and accompany her parents. As for the other teammates of Yichin's team, they did not stay. They followed Yichin and his wife, and Li Jing had already obtained the honors and experience they deserved. It was time for them to leave. They could no longer be light bulbs. Therefore, in front of the Meat Mountain secret realm, the crowd gradually dispersed. Those who should return to Beijing returned to Beijing, and those who should go home returned home. It is worth mentioning that Yichin wanted Su Qingning to go to his home, but was rejected by Su Qingning. It's not that she doesn't like Yichin's parents, but how many young girls who are just beginning to fall in love wouldn't be nervous when facing their future in-laws? Therefore, she decided to go home first, discuss with her parents, prepare some gifts and so on, and then visit Yichin's parents. Yichin felt that even if Su Qingning came back empty-handed, her parents would be very satisfied. But since Qingning said so, Yichin just let her do as she pleased. Soon, Yichin returned home. There were a few cups of tea in the living room. It was obvious that guests had just come to the house. As soon as Yichin entered the door, Yi Zaiwu said, "Son, what big thing have you done again? The city leaders and the top leaders of the War Alliance are here to visit again." Yichin heard his father's words and smiled. "It's nothing. I helped Jiang Cheng control a secret realm. By the way, half of this secret realm belongs to our family. You and my mother can take care of it when the time comes." Lin Susu was surprised and asked, "Half of the secret realm? How big a territory would that be?" Yichin listened and said, "The area of the third-level secret realm is not very large, about 1 square kilometer. 1 square kilometer may not sound large, but if converted into square meters, it would be 1 million square meters. Generally speaking, the area of a medium-sized residential community is only 50,000 to 100,000 square meters. The area of this secret place can be used to build 10 to 20 residential communities, which is actually ridiculously large. Lin Susu was shocked and said, "Doesn't that mean our family has become rich?" Yi Zaiwu said, "Our son is the strongest third-level warrior in history. Making a fortune is just the most insignificant gain." Lin Susu exclaimed, "I really didn't expect that our ordinary son would soar to the sky after turning 18. Yi Zaiwu said, "The great celestial being from Huangni village is pretty accurate, right? I used to do the divination for our son." Yichen was surprised and said, "Dad, you still believe this?" Lin Susu looked at Yichun and said, "Your father's belief was selective. He consulted 3 fortune tellers at the time. 2 of them said that you might have a rough life. When your father heard that, he turned his butt and walked away. He went all the way to the Wang Tai Sin, who started with all kinds of praise and exclamation. Your father was very happy to hear that and left him $100. Yi Zaiwu smiled and said, "Isn't this normal? If you believe it, it's there. If you don't believe it, it's not there. If they say my son is going to be successful, I believe it. If they say something unpleasant, I don't believe it." Lin Susu continued, "Yes, when your father's left eyelid twitches, he will say, 'The left eye twitches for good fortune, the right eye twitches for disaster, and the family may become rich.' When his right eye twitches, he will just say, 'Screw the feudal superstition.'" Chapter 63, Threat. Yichen also found it very interesting. Just as he was about to say something, the doorbell suddenly rang. Yichen stood up and walked to the door, took a look through the peephole, then frowned and did not open the door. Seeing this, Lin Susu asked, "Who is it?" After hearing this, Yichun said, "Yi Hao's family." Lin Susu heard what Yichun said and said, "Don't pay attention to them. They flatter the powerful and look down on the weak, and are arrogant at first and flattering later. They are nothing." Yi Zaiwu said, "Your mother is right. When you awakened the mechanic and became your comrade, they shamelessly came to your house and said that they wanted Yi Zong to take over your comrade. The 2 sides had already fallen out completely at that time. When you became the champion of the 8 schools competition and won the title of the world's strongest third level, they shamelessly came to your door and wanted to take advantage of you. How could it be so easy?" Lin Susu said, "Compared to you, Qingning is a really good girl. She stayed by your side when you just awakened as a mechanic and were looked down upon by others. You must treat her well. Qingning went back to Jiangshan with you this time, right? Why didn't you bring her home?" Yichen explained, "Qingning was also very nervous when she saw you guys, so she wanted to prepare and bring some gifts to your house." Lin Susu said directly, "What gift? As long as she can come, your father and I will be happy enough." Yi Zaiwu also said, "That's right. Qingning is the daughter-in-law that your mother and I have chosen. Don't say that you are the strongest at the 3rd level. Even if you are the strongest in the universe, you can't be an unfaithful man." Yichun immediately said, "Don't worry, I will marry Su Qingning in this life, but should we just let them keep knocking on the door?" Yi Zaiwu listened and said, "You are right. We cannot disturb the neighbor's rest." Yi Zaiwu said as he came to the door and shouted, "Get out of here!" At the door, Yi Wenhua's voice came, "Zaiwu, I'm your biological father. How can you talk to your father like this?" Just like last time, Yi Hao asked the old man to take action again, hoping to use filial piety to put pressure on Yi Zaiwu. It's a pity that Yi Zaiwu had seen through all of this a long time ago. He is not a foolishly filial person, especially now that his son is so awesome and his status is rising sharply. If Yi Hao's family is allowed to establish a relationship with him, they will definitely become more and more demanding in the future. Based on Yi Zaiwu's understanding of Yi Hao's family, people like them will become arrogant when they succeed. With Yi Chen's help, they will definitely become overbearing and bring disaster upon themselves. If his son is implicated by then, wouldn't that be terrible? Therefore, in order to avoid possible trouble, Yi Zaiwu would not even give Yi Wenhua face. Yi Zaiwu said, "I am both a son and a father, so I understand even more clearly that you only regard Yi Hao as your own son. As for me, it's enough as long as I don't starve to death. You can rest assured that I will give you 800 yuan in child support every month. This is the minimum living standard in Jiangxing. I guarantee you won't starve to death. As for other aspects, don't even think about it." After hearing this, Yi Wenhua knocked on Yi Zaiwu's door angrily, saying, 800 yuan for child support? You're sending a beggar away. Open the door." At this time, Yi Chen's voice sounded, Dad, there's no need to waste time talking to them. I will contact the War Alliance directly and lock them up. When Yi Wenhua heard Yi Chen's words, he suddenly said, Yi Chen, you are so famous now. If I tell others that you are disobedient and unfilial, you will be very upset, right? Lin Susu said angrily. How dare you? Yi Wenhua said directly. I am an old man. What is there to be afraid of? I heard that the Jiangsheng War Alliance gave our Yi family half of the secret realm. I don't ask for anything else. This half of the secret land, our Yi family will jointly develop it. Isn't it good to make money together? If I really risk it, a reputation of being disobedient and unfilial will be a big blow to Yi Chun. Yi Zaiwu and Lin Susu were both very angry after hearing this. However, at this time, Yi Chun said, You can say whatever you want. Do you really think I care about this? My reputation as Yi Chun is earned through my strength. Get out of here now. As soon as Yi Chun said this, Yi Wenhua immediately said, Good boy, let's wait and see. Then, the family left. Lin Susu was a little worried and said, Husband, what should we do now? What if this old man really goes out and talks nonsense and affects our son's reputation? After hearing what his mother said, Yi Chan said, Mom, don't worry. No sound from him can leave Jiangsheng. Lin Susu was stunned for a moment. What you mean is, Yi Chen said directly, Now I represent the face of Jiangsheng. I have just cleared the secret realm and brought glory to Jiangsheng. The old man wants to ruin my reputation, which means he will damage the reputation of Jiangsheng. No one in Jiangsheng will agree to this. He will only be asking for trouble. The power of public opinion sounds scary. However, all public opinion that can ferment has been filtered, and those public opinions that are truly not allowed to be publicized cannot spread at all. Yi Wenhua thought that he could ruin Yi Chen's reputation and make Yi Chun miserable with just his mouth. However, he did not think about whether Jiangsheng would allow him to do so. If the relevant departments did not allow it, Yi Wenhua's voice would not even be heard from his own community. On the other side, after Yi Wenhua and others left, Yi Wenhua immediately took Yi Haod and Yi Zong to Jiangsheng TV station. He wanted to find a reporter from Jiangsheng TV station and have a good talk with Yi Chun about his disobedience and unfilial behavior. He would only take back his words unless Yi Chun agreed to let his eldest son and grandson participate in the development of his secret realm. After the group arrived at the TV station, Yi Wenhua immediately revealed his identity as the grandfather of Yi Chun, the strongest third-level professional in history. The reporters from the TV station were also very enthusiastic. After all, they were well aware of Yi Chen's influence, so they directly invited Yi Wenhua and his family in for an exclusive interview. But after the conversation started, the reporter was dumbfounded, because as soon as Yi Wenhua opened his mouth, he talked about how disobedient and unfilial Yi Chen was, and how he didn't take his own grandfather seriously at all. He obtained half of the secret realm, but didn't let his own uncle and cousin participate in the development of the secret realm. He had no conscience at all. The TV reporter was dumbfounded. She originally thought she could do an exclusive interview program to increase the ratings, but she didn't expect to meet an idiot. Chapter 64. Asking for Trouble. The TV reporter listened for a while and then said, Please wait a moment, old man. Your news is too explosive. I will invite a few more colleagues to interview you together. Yi Wenhua said directly, No problem. You can find a few more reporters to come over. The bigger the incident, the better. The reporter left the interview room and called the War Alliance. The War Alliance, whose full name is the Combat Professionals Alliance, has branches in various places and mainly handles matters related to combat professionals. Yi Chun is now a celebrity in the eyes of the Jiangsheng War Alliance, and even more so in the eyes of the Jiangsheng city leaders. Because of Yi Chun, he is now very popular in Jiangsheng, and the evaluations are all positive. If Yi Wenhua were to talk nonsense and affect Yi Chen's reputation, and then affect Jiangsheng, wouldn't that be terrible? Not long after, the people from the War Alliance arrived. They came to the interview room and met Yi Wenhua's 3 generations of family. When Yi Wenhua saw the person coming, his expression changed. Why are they all male reporters? But male reporters are male reporters, right? Let me tell you, Yi Chun, this little bastard, is simply conscienceless. As soon as Yi Wenhua finished speaking, a member of the alliance said, As far as we know, you favor your eldest son and grandson, and have never cared much about Yi Zaiwu. As for Yi Chun, you never care about him. What qualifications do you have to say that Yi Chun is unfilial now? Yi Wenhua frowned and said, What do you know? There are no wrong parents in the world, only unfilial children. Yi Chun, this little beast, I will make him lose his reputation. When the members of the War Alliance heard Yi Wenhua's words, they said directly, "Let him be ruined. Then you should come with us." As the man spoke, he took out cold handcuffs and handcuffed them directly on Yi Wenhua's wrists. Yi Wenhua's expression changed, and he asked, "What are you doing? Aren't you reporters? What right do you have to arrest people? Who told you we are reporters? I am from the War Alliance law enforcement team. You're suspected of insulting the heroes of Jiangxing. Come with us." When Yi Zong heard the words War Alliance law enforcement team, his expression changed drastically, and he said, "My grandfather was confused for a moment, and he said the wrong thing. Don't bother with an old man like him." The law enforcement team member laughed and said, "Confused for a moment? I don't think he is confused at all. And you too, you are in the same nest, colluded with each other. Come with us." Yi Hao heard this and said, "Have you been bribed by Yi Chun? Do you believe me or not? I will sue you." The law enforcement team member laughed out loud. "Bribe? You think too highly of yourself. They're just a bunch of clowns. Come back with us and spend a few years in jail." The Combat Alliance law enforcement team is focused on protecting the interests of combat professionals and maintaining the overall situation. Yi Chun is the face of Jiangxing, the business car of Jiangxing, and has made direct contributions to Jiangxing. And they all knew very well what kind of people Yi Wenhua's family was. If Yi Chun was really disobedient and unfilial, perhaps they would persuade him kindly, ask them to consider the overall situation, and then contact Yi Chun and ask him to give some benefits and large sums of money to Yi Wenhua's family. Unfortunately, Yi Chun is not disobedient or unfilial. Instead, Yi Wenhua is partial to his eldest son and is getting more and more demanding. Yi Chun is just not blindly loyal or filial. However, Yi Wenhua wants to ruin Yi Chun's reputation and tear up Jiangcheng's business card. How could they agree to that? Yi Wenhua and his family will have to reflect on themselves in prison and receive in-depth education from the War Alliance instructors until they realize their mistakes, wake up, and repent completely. Just like that, these 3 generations of grandparents and grandchildren were taken back by members of the law enforcement team amidst their reluctance and roars. The next day, Su Qingning came to the Yi family and formally met Yi Chen's parents. She bought a bottle of high-quality tea for Yi Zaiwu and a set of high-end cosmetics for Lin Susu. Yi Chun and Su Qingning walked in hand. Lin Susu and Yi Zaiwu and his wife welcomed them warmly, calling her daughter all the time. They were so enthusiastic that they really treated Su Qingning as their own daughter. Su Qingning was quite nervous at first, but with the warm hospitality of Lin Susu and Yi Zaiwu, she soon relaxed. In fact, Su Qingning really doesn't need to think so much. In this world, helping someone in need is far more precious than adding icing on the cake. If Su Qingning had come up to Yi Chen only after he became rich, then Yi Zaiwu and his wife would definitely be suspicious of her motives and would not have had a good attitude towards her. However, Su Qingning chose to become Yi Chen's comrade without hesitation when Yi Chun was at his lowest point. It was obvious that Su Qingning was after Yi Chun as a person. What else did they have to doubt? Yi Zaiwu and Lin Susu were very enthusiastic and caring. Su Qingning completely relaxed and soon became accustomed to calling them uncle and aunt, just like a real family. Afterwards, Yi Zaiwu and Lin Susu invited Su Qingning to stay for lunch. Su Qingning wanted to go to the kitchen to help, but was rejected by Lin Susu. When the guest arrived, Su Qingning had not yet entered the house, so how could she let the guest go to the kitchen? As for who will cook and who will wash the pot when Yi Chun and Su Qingning officially get married in the future, that is their own business. Yi Zaiwu and Lin Susu have no right to interfere. After lunch, Su Qingning stayed at Ye's house for more than an hour and then went back. After returning home, Zhao Yafeng immediately asked, "Qingning, how do Yi Chen's parents treat you?" Su Qingning listened and said, "They are very enthusiastic. The uncle and aunt are very nice and easy to get along with." Zhao Yafeng heard this and said, "That's good. I guess the 2 families will become one family sooner or later, so it's okay as long as we get along well." Su Qingfeng said, when they became comrades, Yi Chun was not favored by everyone. Yi Chen's parents must have been very touched at that time, right? Now, your attitude towards our Qingning will naturally not be bad. But this is Yi Chen's first visit, and your attitude is not particularly friendly. Zhao Yafeng rolled her eyes at her son and said, "Isn't it because of Qingning? Who would have thought that a mechanic could reach this point not only completing the mechanic profession, but even becoming the strongest third-level person in history. Su Qingning glanced at her mother and said proudly, "I've said it before, Yi Chun is different. The boy I like is the most special in the world." Zhao Yafeng said, "You are a fool with good fortune." Yi Chun and Su Qingning stayed in Jiangcheng for 2 days, then went to the teleportation center together and set off for the capital. Their mission to break through the rank is going to be carried out in the capital. It is worth mentioning that once they reach the 4th rank, they will no longer be able to carry out missions with other team members. Therefore, in the past few days, other members of the team have also been frantically entering the secret realm, working hard to improve their levels and strive to reach the 4th level as soon as possible, so that they can continue to benefit from Yi Chun. After arriving in the capital, Yi Chun and Su Qingning went directly to the 3rd-level secret realm in the capital, Songshan Secret Realm, to carry out the mission of breaking through the level. Chapter 65, Tier 4. Unlock the Gunship. This level-breaking mission was not difficult at all for Yi Chun and Su Qingning. Songshan Secret Realm, as the name suggests, is a lush mountain. After Yi Chun and Su Qingning appeared in the Songshan Secret Realm, they were surrounded by tall trees and lush vegetation, which made it easy for some wild animals to hide. Seeing this, Yi Chun immediately took out several grenades and threw them out. Accompanied by several explosions, the surrounding grass and trees were blown into scorched earth. The huge noise also attracted the attention of the monsters in the Songshan Secret Realm. The monster in the secret realm of Songshan is a giant wolf, more than 2 meters tall and nearly 5 meters long. It has a sturdy body, moves as fast as the wind, and has a swift momentum. The explosion of Yi Chun's grenade just now attracted a large number of giant wolves, and they all rushed towards Yi Chun and Su Qingning. Yi Chun directly set up a light machine gun and started firing at these giant wolves. The sound of bullets hitting flesh continued to ring out. One giant wolf after another was hit by bullets, then rolled on the ground several times and lost its life. Today, Yi Chun, facing this ordinary secret realm, does not even need to activate his supernatural talent. His agility, with the blessing of a set of epic equipment, far exceeds that of ordinary 3rd-level monsters. Therefore, even without the blessing of 100% accuracy, his hit rate against these giant wolves is as high as over 90%, and his bullets rarely miss. The magazine capacity of the light machine gun is not low, so Yi Chun does not need to turn on unlimited firepower. Under normal circumstances, he can easily complete the level-breaking task. One after another, the giant wolves were killed by Yi Chun, emitting mournful cries, and the atmosphere in the secret realm seemed somewhat tragic. Finally, accompanied by an angry wolf howl, the boss of the secret realm finally appeared, the Wolf King. The Tsang Wolf King was larger than other Tsang wolves, and on its back, it actually had a pair of huge wings. The Tsang Wolf King ran towards Yi Chun and Su Qingning, waving its wings and gliding briefly in the air. It can be seen that this pair of fleshy wings is not enough to support its large body to fly, but it makes its body more flexible and its jumping and gliding more smooth. Yi Chun looked at the Grey Wolf King, took aim, and pulled the trigger. Da-da-da-da. Accompanied by crisp gunshots, bullets poured out. The Wolf King moved extremely flexibly, but he could not avoid Yi Chun's bullets. The flesh wings on its body were hit by Yi Chun first, and its body, which was gliding through the jungle, lost its balance first and fell to the ground. Then, the bullet undoubtedly pierced the Wolf King's head into a sieve, ending its life completely. Next, the professional system's prompt sounded. Congratulations to the host. You have completed the level-breaking task and stepped into the 4th level. Your current level is 30. The Super God talent has been triggered, and the host has unlocked the shoulder-fired multi-function rocket launcher and armed helicopter. M9 shoulder-fired multi-purpose rocket launcher. Storage capacity of 5 rounds. Range of 1,000 meters, including armor-piercing bombs, incendiary bombs, smoke bombs, and flash bombs. The basic damage of the armor-piercing bomb is 5,000 points, ignoring 70% of the target's physical defense. The basic damage of the incendiary bomb is 3,000 points. The incendiary range is 25 meters around the landing point of the ammunition. One rocket can be restored every 24 seconds. Fokker, 233 attack helicopter. 2 crew members, 18 meters long, 4 meters high, weighs 5,000 kilograms. Maximum takeoff weight, 7,000 kilograms. Maximum flight speed 360 kilometers per hour, practical ceiling 3,400 meters, combat radius 300 kilometers, with 2 external attachment points, each of which can carry a set of launchers. Note, this armed helicopter is in its initial form. The host needs to unlock the mounted weapons by himself. The agility value can increase the speed of vehicle weapons. When Yi-chan saw the introduction of the armed helicopter, he was a little disappointed. He thought that the unlocked armed helicopter would come with a variety of launchers and missiles, but he didn't expect it to be an empty shell. But think about it, if it really is a helicopter equipped with various missile weapons, then the destructive power would be too terrifying, and it is simply not something that can be unlocked at the 4th level. Although this armed helicopter is now an empty shell, it is still very useful. The mechanic's long-range killing power is invincible, but sometimes his own survivability is worrying. But now, with the armed helicopters, it's completely different. Yi-chan can ride in an armed helicopter and fly into the sky. He has flexibility comparable to that of a sword immortal, and his survivability is greatly improved. At the same time, Yi-chan's overflowing agility also came in handy. The agility value could increase the flying speed of the armed helicopter. No wonder Yi-chan felt that the speed performance of this armed helicopter was not at the same level as its other performance. This armed helicopter's load capacity, ceiling, and combat radius are all at the level of fighter jets in the early days of World War II, while its flying speed is at the level of American fighter jets in the late 20th century, a full 50 years ahead. Yi-chan felt a little strange at first glance. He didn't expect that it was the effect of his high agility value. 360 kilometers per hour, which is equivalent to 100 meters per second. With this speed, Yi-chan is estimated to be no worse than the sword immortal who flies with a sword. Although his flexibility may not be as good as the sword immortal, it is also very good. As for the temporary lack of mounted weapons, they will naturally not be lacking after reaching the 5th and 6th levels. Of course, the shoulder-fired multifunctional rocket launcher is actually quite fierce. It has 4 types of rockets, of which smoke bombs and flash bombs are mainly used to control the enemy. The former makes the enemy trapped in smoke, and the latter has a blinding effect. As for the other 2 types of rockets, the armor-piercing projectile has a high basic damage and can ignore 70% of the target's defense. It is very useful against single high-defense targets. As for incendiary bombs, the basic damage is slightly lower, but the killing radius is as high as 25 meters. This killing radius may seem average, but if converted into an area, it would be a full 625 square meters. All monsters within an area of more than 600 square meters will suffer group damage. Such an attack range is much more outrageous than the spells of those elemental mages. The shoulder-fired multifunctional rocket launcher makes up for Yi-chan's means of long-range group lethality. The armed helicopter allows Yi-chan to have the ability to fly and leave the battlefield at any time. His safety is greatly improved, which can be said to be a huge improvement. Of course, this is normal, because for combat professionals, level 1 to level 29, that is, stage 1 to stage 3, is the category of primary professionals, while level 30 to level 59, stage 4 to stage 6, is the category of intermediate combat professionals, and above level 60 is the category of high-level combat professionals. Yi-chan has now become a 4th-level mechanic and officially a mid-level combat professional, which is why his overall strength has been greatly improved. Chapter 66, Mental Immunity. At this time, the system prompt sounded. The host's rank has been upgraded, and you can draw a super talent once. Do you want to draw it? Yi-chan said in his heart. Extract. Superb talent is also the highlight for Yi-chan. If he can draw practical talent, Yi-chan's strength will be improved exponentially. Then, 3 super options appeared in Yi-chan's mind. 1. Comprehensive development. After activating this talent, all attributes of the host will be doubled. The duration is 1 hour, and the cooling time is 1 hour. 2. River of Blood. Passive. After the host's weapon causes damage to the target, the bleeding effect will increase, causing continuous loss of health. 3. Fighting Will. Passive. When the host is in combat, he is immune to all mental control effects. Yi-chan looked at the 3 super god options and first gave up the attribute of all-round development. This attribute was useless to Yi-chan. As for the Rivers of Blood and the overwhelming fighting spirit, the former will make Yi-chan's output ability even more outrageous. The already fierce firepower, coupled with the bleeding effect, can be said to be the icing on the cake. However, the attribute of overwhelming fighting spirit is a timely help. Because not long ago, Yi Chun was controlled by a nine-tailed fox clan and became the other party's thug, helping the other party to guard the Black Fox secret realm, which almost caused a disaster. Yi Chun now owns an armed helicopter with excellent maneuverability. The only drawback is that he has to worry about some control skills. And the fighting spirit is overwhelming. As long as Yi Chun is still fighting, he can be immune to the effects of mental control. Those effects of charm, hypnosis, confusion, etc. are useless to Yi Chun. Although this passive ability has a combat status prerequisite, this prerequisite is actually the same as if it didn't exist. Because once an opponent uses mental control on Yi Chun, it means that Yi Chun has been attacked, and then Yi Chun will naturally be in a combat state, and then he will be directly immune to the opponent's mental control skills. Between adding icing on the cake and providing timely assistance, Yi Chun naturally knows how to choose. Making up for his own shortcomings is far more effective than continuing to increase his advantages. Therefore, Yi Chun said in his heart, "I choose 3, and I am eager to fight." At this time, Su Qingning was also very happy. I have also stepped into the 4th level. I have unlocked the doctor's intermediate skill, Gan Sui Fu Zi, which can directly poison targets within 50 meters. In addition, there is a group control release skill, Heart Protection Pill. I feel so strong now. The reason why physician is listed among the top 10 popular professions is mainly because he has both treatment and output capabilities, and both are excellent. This Gansui Fuzi is a long-range poisoning skill, and it is a group poisoning. Although the damage is not very high, the poison attack will continue to cause loss of life. As long as the doctor on your side is not defeated quickly, then at the end of a battle, the output effect of the doctor will not be much different from that of mainstream elemental mages, archers, etc. After hearing what Su Qingning said, Yi Chun praised, "Group poisoning and group control release, it sounds really practical. From now on, my safety will be in your hands." Su Qingning smiled and said, "Don't worry, you can trust me with your back." Afterwards, the two left the secret realm of breaking through levels and returned to Jingyao. After Yi Chun and Su Qingning returned to Jingyao, the principal Ding Sheng came to them in person and asked, "Yi Chun, have you reached the intermediate level?" Yi Chun heard Ding Sheng's words and said, "That's right, Qingning and I are now both 4th level professionals." After hearing Yi Chun's words, Ding Sheng said, "Then you should be prepared. The news of your breakthrough won't be kept secret for long. Jin Wugo should take action soon." After hearing what Ding Sheng said, Yi Chun said, "Principal Ding, there is no need to hide this matter. If you want to challenge me, just come. But in order to prevent any Tom, Dick, or Harry from bothering me, I also have a request. A 4th level epic equipment is the stake. Only those who can afford the stake are qualified to fight me." Ding Sheng heard what Yi Chun said and said, "Yi Chun, don't be impulsive. From the 3rd level to the 4th level, it is a real watershed. This is the leap from a beginner combat professional to a mid-level combat professional. The core skills of many professions are unlocked, and the strength will be greatly improved. After all, a mechanic is an early-stage profession." Yi Chun heard what Ding Sheng said and said, "Those are other mechanics. I am different from them. Principal Ding, just do as I say." Seeing Yi Chun's firm attitude, Ding Sheng had no choice but to say, "Okay, but you have to be prepared. I have investigated the Jin family during this period of time. They are indeed very powerful. Jin Wugo has also cleared the last monster in the secret realm like you, and he is also a hidden professional." Yi Chun said directly, "Principal, don't worry. I'm also curious about how powerful this hidden professional can be." Yi Chun stepped into the intermediate level, unlocked the armed helicopter and the shoulder-fired multi-function rocket launcher, and also wanted to try his own methods. Later, under the promotion of Ding Sheng, the news that Yi Chun, the strongest 3rd-level master in history, had officially stepped into the 4th level also spread. Many 4th-level professionals are eager to try and challenge Yi Chun. After all, Yi Chun is the strongest 3rd-level warrior in history, and his reputation is still very impressive when he reaches the 4th level. As long as they can defeat Yi Chun, they will immediately gain great glory and step on Yi Chun's head to get to the top. It's just a 4th-tier epic equipment, which not everyone can get. Even if you can spend all your money to get a 4th-tier epic equipment, you will still worry about losing to Yi Chun. What should you do then? Therefore, although everyone was eager to try, They did not dare to act rashly. Everyone hoped that someone else would come forward to fight Yi Chun. As long as they could force Yi Chun's cards out and understand his methods, they would be more confident when they took action. Just 3 days later, Jin Wugo came to the capital from Fengtian. Behind him was an elder of the Jin family, Jin Hai, and a team of reporters from Fengtian. Every once in a while, the Jin family needs to improve their reputation to prove their background and strength. In the 6th year, China was Jin Wugo's cousin Jin Wudi, and now it is Jin Wugo's turn. Yi Chun is the strongest third-level master in history, and he also won the first place in the 8-school competition. He can be said to represent the pinnacle of the academy. Jin Wugue himself, who was born in the Jin family, represents the family's heritage. If Jin Wugue defeated Yi Chun in public, when the annual Awakening Day comes next year, those talented combat professionals will appear. They will naturally choose the Jin family over the famous schools. Of course, if Jin Wugo loses, the reputation of the Jin family may also be affected. It will be much more difficult for the Jin family to compete with famous schools for talents next year. Chapter 67 Flying. This time, the team of reporters brought by Jin Wugue will broadcast the challenge live, and the live broadcast will focus on covering the Fengtian area. After all, Fengtian is the Jin family's base, and they mainly screen talent from Fengtian. After Jin Wugo's team arrived at Jingyao, Ding Sheng also personally sent someone to inform Yi Chun. Not long after, Yi Chun and Su Qingning met Jin Wugo in his group. Jingyao was the host of this challenge, and Jin Wugo placed the bet on Jin Wugo, a 4th-order epic ring, the Vajra ring. As for Yi Chun, he originally wanted to use the heart-to-heart jade as a bet, but Ding Sheng felt that the heart-to-heart jade was too precious, and he did not have absolute confidence in Yi Chun. So he personally selected a 4th-tier epic equipment from Jingyao's treasure house as a bet. Even if Yi Chun really lost, he would not lose the Jade of Unity. After all, this was an epic equipment with no level limit. After Jin Wugo handed over the diamond ring, he said, "I came here today specifically to see how strong the 3rd-level strongest certified by a prestigious school is. Yi Chun, what I said last time still counts. If you can hold on for 1 minute in my hands, I will give you a guest position in the Jin family." Yi Chun looked at Jin Wugo and said calmly, "If you can hold on for 1 minute in my hand, I will make the decision on behalf of our principal and give you a special admission quota so that you can study at our Jingyao. In Jingyao, you will see a wider world and don't have to sit in a well and see the sky." When Jin Wugo heard Yi Chun's words, he immediately laughed angrily. "You said I was sitting in a well and looking at the sky. I will beat the shit out of you later." Yi Chun said calmly, "Come on, stop talking nonsense." Yi Chun said this and walked directly to the Liangquan formation, looking at Jin Wugo with contempt. Jin Wugo was completely enraged by Yi Chun's eyes and quickly went onto the stage. Next, the students of Jingyao said one after another, "Come on, Yi Chun. Yi Chun is the best in the world. After all, this is Jingyao's territory." Most of Jingyao's students are Yi Chun's staunch supporters, so they naturally hope that Yi Chun can win. Chu Xing looked at Yi Chun on the stage, hoping that Yi Chun would fail once. Then, after Ding Sheng gave an order, Jin Wugo rushed towards Yi Chun. At this time, an armed helicopter appeared beside Yi Chun. The armed helicopter was 18 meters long, 4 meters high, and weighed 5,000 kilograms. Such a huge monster immediately stunned everyone. Even Jin Wugue was a little distracted. "What is this? Is this the new weapon Yi Chun unlocked? It looks a bit strange. It doesn't seem like a weapon." "I think it's a weapon. Look at the propeller on it. It looks a bit like a flying knife. If it spins, it should have a pretty good killing power, right?" In this world, due to the relationship between array masters and teleportation arrays, long-distance means of transportation, including airplanes and trains, etc., are not worth researching and developing, so no one knows about these things. At this moment, Yi Chun opened the door of the armed helicopter and stepped inside. Next, Yi Chun moved his mind, and the propeller of the armed helicopter began to spin rapidly. "Damn, you actually guessed it right. That thing really started spinning. But isn't it too practical for such a big thing to just launch a spinning flying knife?" "I think so too. Could it be that even Yi Chun can't change the weakness of the mechanic in the middle and late stages?" The top 10 popular professions have a long history. They have gone through 100 years of development and certification. Even if Yi Chun is extraordinary, it may be difficult to reverse the weakness of the mechanic in the middle and late stages. In Jiangcheng, Su Jian and Zhao Yafeng were also watching the showdown between the aristocratic families and the colleges and universities. When Su Jian was young, he was once recruited by aristocratic families, but because of his proud personality and his desire for freedom, he rejected them. Now that his future son-in-law, as a representative of a prestigious school, is having a decisive battle with a prodigy trained by an aristocratic family, he is also paying close attention. But at this moment, Su Jian frowned and said, "I'm afraid Yi-chan will have a hard time in this match." Zhao Yafeng heard this and said, "You don't think highly of our son-in-law either?" Su Jian explained, "Yi-chan's newly unlocked weapon looks a bit strange. Apart from other things, the killing power of the rotating object alone should not be as good as my flying sword, and it is unlikely to break through the defense of the golden body Arhut of the same level." Zhao Yafeng said, "I have confidence in my son-in-law. He has created miracles many times, and it is possible for him to create 1 or 2 more miracles." The couple could not have imagined that this armed helicopter could fly. After all, there had never been such a thing in the world. Who could have thought that it could fly? Even Ding Sheng frowned at this moment. He was worried that Yi-chan would suffer a Waterloo after reaching the intermediate level and be surpassed by other strong professions. It seems that sometimes the more you fear something, the more likely it is to happen. Ding Sheng could see that although this strange weapon rotated quickly, it was still far from enough to break through the defense of the hidden profession Golden Body Arhut. If Yi-chan loses this time, it will be a big blow to him, right? After all, Yi-chan has never been defeated. I have to think about how to encourage Yi-chan and prevent him from falling into despair. Ding Sheng attaches great importance to Yi-chan's growth. Yi-chan not only represents the spirit of Jingyao, but also represents the image of mechanics. Yi-chan can forge ahead bravely and continue to improve himself, and the profession of mechanic will also be encouraged and can truly stand up. If Yi-chan were to fail, the mechanic profession, which had just started to flourish, would probably be greatly affected. Thinking about this, Ding Sheng said to Su Qingning, "Student Su, if Yi-chan loses this game, you have to comfort him." Su Qingning said, "Principal Ding, just wait and see. He will definitely not lose." Ding Sheng shook his head helplessly. Su Qingning was so confident in Yi-chan. If Yi-chan lost later, Su Qingning might not be able to accept it, right? As he was thinking this, he suddenly heard voices like "fuck" and "oh my god, it's flying." Ding Sheng was also surprised. What happened? Did Yi-chan lose? He looked up at the arena, and then he saw that the strange weapon that Yi-chan had just sat on was rapidly rising in height. In just a few seconds, it flew to a height of nearly 100 meters and was still climbing rapidly. More than 10 seconds later, Yi-chan's helicopter arrived at an altitude of several hundred meters, spinning rapidly in a spiral shape, and the helicopter was also hovering in the sky. On the Liangquan Formation, both Jinwu Go and the other students present were dumbfounded. Am I dreaming? Yi-chan seems to be flying. You're not dreaming. I saw it with my own eyes. The mechanic has long-range attack capabilities, but isn't its mobility very poor? What's wrong with it? When this thing was flying upwards just now, its straight-line speed seemed to be no slower than the Sword Fairy's flying sword. Is this the gold content of the strongest third level in history? Jean Wuck's expression is so interesting. Is there enough space in his mouth to fit a raw egg? He must be desperate now. Nonsense. Although the Golden Body Arhut is a hidden profession with unparalleled defense, the Golden Body Arhut has no flying ability. He can't even touch Yi-chan's hair. So how can he fight Yi-chan? Chapter 68. The indestructible Golden Body is broken. Jiang Cheng, Su Jian, and Zhao Yafeng also widened their eyes. Zhao Yafeng said, "He actually flew. I said he could create miracles." Su Qingfeng suddenly said, "Dad, his flying speed seems outrageous." Su Jian said sincerely, "Yes. When I was at the 4th level, I had the ability to fly with a sword, but the speed of flying with a sword was several times slower than his. How can there be such an outrageous profession?" Zhao Yafeng said, "It's not the mechanics who are outrageous. It's our son-in-law. Look at other mechanics. Even if they have completed their careers, can they compare with our son-in-law?" Su Jian said, "If he can really continue to grow like this, his future will be unimaginable." Zhao Yafeng looked at her husband and asked, "What do you mean?" Su Jian said slowly, "With his increased strength, I suspect that after he reaches the 10th level or even higher, he will be able to completely solve the crisis of mankind and destroy all the secret realms. Zhao Yafeng heard this and said, "Doesn't that mean Yi Chun will be the savior of mankind? We are the savior's father-in-law and mother-in-law." Su Jian listened and said, "It's still a long way to go now. If he is really so strong at every level, there is great hope." On the Liangquan arena, Jin Wugo was indeed dumbfounded. How could he fight? Who would have thought that a mere mechanic could actually fly? Isn't this too outrageous? Yi Chun is a mechanic, not a swordsman. Jin Wugo was thinking this. In the sky, the window of the armed helicopter opened, revealing Yi Chun's head. It was just Yi Chun holding a light machine gun, shooting at Jin Wugo on the ground. The bullets flowed like water, hitting Jin Wugo. Jin Wugo roared and his whole body turned golden. Although the bullet attacks were dense, after Jin Wugo activated the defense skill of the golden body Arhut, the damage caused by each bullet was limited, and he could still withstand it. Seeing this, Yi Chun put away his light machine gun, then took out his shoulder-fired multi-function rocket launcher and aimed at Jin Wugo. His unlimited firepower and never miss have a cooldown time, and these skills are more suitable for clearing secret realms. Therefore, to deal with Jin Wugo, Yi Chun chose to use his new weapon. Then, Yi Chun loaded an armor-piercing bullet into the rocket launcher and aimed at Jin Wugo. At this moment, Jin Wugo instinctively felt a strong sense of crisis, and he shouted loudly, "The golden body is indestructible." This is the most powerful defensive skill of the golden body Arhut. After activating the indestructible golden body, his defense will be increased tenfold. Although it only lasts for 8 seconds, it is enough. Because his defense is too high after activating the indestructible body, physical attacks of the same level can basically not cause any harm to him. Therefore, in the eyes of many people, the golden body Arhut's indestructible skill is not a defensive skill, but one that can make it immune to physical damage. At the same time, Yi Chun also pressed the launcher of the rocket launcher, and then the armor-piercing shell whizzed out. The caliber of the armor-piercing shell was as high as 60 millimeters, and the length of the armor-piercing shell exceeded 300 millimeters. The lethality could be said to be quite outrageous. The speed of the armor-piercing shell was also extremely fast. With a whoosh sound, the armor-piercing shell had hit Jin Wugo's body hard and then exploded. The indestructible defense of the golden body is indeed terrifying. However, armor-piercing bullets are specifically designed to break defense. The armor-piercing bullet fired by Yi Chun is strong enough to penetrate 800 millimeter steel. Even an indestructible body cannot stop it. Jin Wugo's golden body was indestructible. He only held out for less than a second before his defense was completely broken. The armor-piercing bullet penetrated Jin Wugo's lower abdomen and exploded again. The two-dimensional formation was immediately activated, protecting Jin Wugo's life and resisting the damage of the armor-piercing bullets. But even so, the armor-piercing bullet still left a bloody hole in Jin Wugo's abdomen, and his intestines were all over the floor, looking extremely bloody. Everyone looked at this scene and was stunned again. Ding Sheng murmured, "Isn't the indestructible body of the golden body Arhut immune to physical attacks? How could it be damaged?" Bai Suxin heard what Ding Sheng said and said, "The indestructible golden body of the golden body Arhut should be able to provide extremely high physical defense. But because no one of the same level can break his defense, the public mistakenly believes that the indestructible golden body is immune to physical attacks." Ding Sheng said, "He created a miracle again. The indestructible golden body of the golden body Arhut was destroyed by him. I was actually worried that he would lose to Jin Wugo. This is what they call worrying about nothing." Bai Suxin also said, "Yes, you should believe him. After all, he has been creating miracles all the time, hasn't he?" At this time, Jin Wugo, whose intestines were all over the floor, was teleported out by the Liangquan formation. The Jin family members looked grim and hurriedly arranged for a doctor to treat Jin Wugo. Then, Yi Chun also stepped down from the stage. He looked at the seriously injured Jin Wugo and said, "You lasted 38 seconds in my arms. There is still a long way to go before you can last a minute. Keep working hard. Once you can last a minute in my arms, you will be eligible to be admitted to our Jingyao." The battle between Yi Chun and Jin Wugo was extremely fast. Jin Wugo charged towards Yi Chun, and Yi Chun, riding in an armed helicopter, distanced himself and fired with a light machine gun for several seconds. After failing to achieve any success, he fired an armor-piercing bullet from a rocket launcher, taking Jinwoo go away directly. The reason why Yi Chun mocked Jinwoo go away was naturally to vent his anger. The Jin family wanted to step on Yi Chun to get to the top, so how could Yi Chun be polite to them? At this moment, the reporters brought by the Jin family were still broadcasting live. They were so shocked that they failed to cut off the live broadcast in time. The Jin family was so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. This time they came to step on Yi Chun, the strongest third-level master in history. But Jinwoo Go couldn't last a minute in front of Yi Chun. Now he is even ridiculed and doesn't even have the qualifications to enter Jingyao. In this case, how will their Jin family compete with Fengtian University for those talented combat professionals in a few months? Ding Sheng also recovered from a shock. He said, "There shouldn't be any suspense about the outcome of this challenge, right? This fourth-order epic equipment will belong to Yi Chun. As for this student Jin, although he didn't last a minute, he is also very courageous. If you are willing, you can apply to study at Beijing Pharmaceutical University." When the people of the Jin family heard Ding Sheng's words, they snorted coldly and then left with Jinwoo Go with a dark face. Today, not only did the Jin family not gain anything, but they also embarrassed themselves, so they didn't even care about their manners. Ding Sheng and several other school leaders surrounded Yi Chun. Ding Sheng said, "Yi Chun, mechanics can actually fly? How can other professions survive?" Bai Suxin said, "The indestructible golden body that has never been broken by the same level has also been broken by you." Chapter 69, Team Selection. After hearing this, Yi Chun smiled and said, "Principal, I told you that I am different from other mechanics." After hearing what Yi Chun said, Ding Sheng said, "Now I completely believe it. By the way, I want to know, when can an ordinary mechanic unlock the machine that just let you fly?" Yi Chun thought for a moment and said, "Level 7. For an ordinary mechanic, rifles are unlocked at level 3, flamethrowers are unlocked at level 4, light machine guns are unlocked at level 5, bazookas are unlocked at level 6, and armed helicopters are unlocked at level 7. Ding Sheng said, "A mechanic of the 7th rank has extremely high mobility, but the 7th rank is considered high level. Other combat professions also have many means, and mechanics are relatively mediocre. But you, at the 4th rank, are comparable to ordinary mechanics of the 7th rank. No wonder your strength is so outrageous." Yi Chun explained, "I completed the mechanic profession. This is a reward from heaven." Yi Chun thought in his heart, "I am not comparable to a 7th level mechanic, but I crush them. After all, they don't have my super talent." Yi Chun is now at the 4th level. In addition to equipment comparable to that of an ordinary 7th level mechanic, he also has 4 super talents. How can other mechanics be qualified to compare with Yi Chun? Bai Suxin said, "Yi Chun, now you have entered the category of mid-level combat professionals, and your strength is far beyond that of students of the same grade. Most of the secret realms after the mid-level are medium or even large secret realms. You need a team that can match you." Yi Chun heard what Bai Suxin said and asked, "Then what suggestions does Teacher Bai have?" Bai Suxin said, "I have 2 suggestions. The first is to cooperate with your seniors. They entered school earlier and have more time to grow. Currently, the mainstream rank for sophomores and juniors is level 4. This is a relatively easy route, as you can just join an existing team. However, they may not be able to keep up with you later on. The second is to gather the top talents from all the famous schools in Beijing, such as the Tong brothers who have 2 souls in one body. The Tong brothers reached the 4th level a day or 2 earlier than you. They grow fast enough to keep up with you, and you can work together for a long time, but it may take some time and effort to gather these talents." When Yi Chun heard Bai Suxin's words, he said directly, "I'd better join the existing team." Bai Suxin was stunned for a moment. Why? Wouldn't it be better to solve it once and for all? Yi Chun said, "I don't think they can keep up with me." Su Qingning is Yi Chun's comrade in arms. Whenever the 2 of them team up to carry out a mission, the experience will always be divided equally, so Yi Chun is not worried about Su Qingning. But it is different for others. With Yi Chun's strength and talent, his monster-killing efficiency must be much higher than that of combat professionals of the same level. No matter whether it is the ready-made team of senior students or the geniuses gathered from other famous schools, to Yi Chun, they are all just passers-by. It may not be long before Yi Chun will step into the next level. Therefore, it is better to join an existing team directly, which will save you more time and effort. Ding Sheng said, "Yi Chun, Your profession is indeed ridiculously strong, but in the intermediate secret realm, there are many ghosts that are immune to physical attacks. When facing these ghosts, you only have one weapon, the flame gun, to deal with them. Your means are still scarce, so you have to choose a team, and choose a team that can make up for your shortcomings. Yichen nodded slightly and said, I understand. I will pay attention to this. Regarding my team, does Principal Ding have any recommendations? Dingxing thought for a moment before saying, the Thunder team in the 3rd year seems to be quite suitable for you. Their team plans to stay at the 4th level for 2 years and wait until you graduate from college to break through together. Their captain is an elemental mage who, by chance, obtained a legendary thunder staff, which greatly increased the power of his thunder spells and was most effective in restraining soul-type monsters. His powerful lightning spells, combined with your strong physical attacks, will definitely be invincible in the intermediate secret realm. Bai Suxin also said, that's right, the Thunder team is also the strongest 4th level team in Jingyao, which is very suitable for you. Yichen listened and said, then let's go to the Thunder team. Principal Ding, please introduce them to me and see if I can join the Thunder team. Ding Sheng said directly, leave this matter to me. I will help you introduce it. The next morning, Ding Sheng asked Qin Lai, the captain of the Thunder team, to come to his office. Qin Lai is tall, with a purple lightning mark between his eyebrows, looking domineering and unruly. Because of the influence of the legendary equipment, his hair has also turned purple. Qin Lai said, Principal Ding, you're looking for me? Ding Sheng listened and said with a smile, sit down. Did you just leave the secret realm? Qin Lai nodded and said, yes, I just came out of the secret realm and received a notice from our dean, so I rushed here immediately. Do you have any instructions? Ding Sheng said directly, you should have heard of Yi Chun, right? Qin Lai nodded and said, freshman, the strongest 3rd level player in history. Of course I have heard of him. Ding Sheng continued, he has already reached the 4th level and needs to choose a 4th level team to work with. I recommended the Thunder team to him. Qin Lai heard what Ding Sheng said and said, Junior Yi Chun has outstanding strength and high reputation. It would be the best choice to attract top students from various colleges and universities in Beijing and form his own team, right? Ding Sheng explained, this is his own decision. In my opinion, geniuses have their own ideas and I respect their opinions. Qin Lai nodded and said, I understand. How about this? I'll make an appointment to meet this junior fellow student. Ding Sheng said directly, okay. The teacher also hopes that you can work together and grow together. Then, Qin Lai left Ding Sheng's office and came to the office of Shen Hongtu, the president of Liehua Academy. Qin Lai said, Uncle, you guessed right. Principal Ding wants Yi Chun to join our Thunder team. Shen Hongtu listened and asked, what do you think? Qin Lai said directly, what else can I think? Of course I rejected it. Our Thunder team is the strongest team in the 4th tier of Jingyao. Even if we look at the entire capital city, it ranks 8th in the comprehensive combat power list, and all aspects have been run into the extreme. Although Yi Chun has the title of the strongest 3rd level person in history, in my opinion, he is just a tall one among short people. How strong can a mechanic be? Not to mention, judging from Principal Ding's attitude, it seems that Yi Chun wants to use our Thunder team as a springboard. Chapter 70 Rejection. After hearing what his nephew said, Shen Hongtu said, that's right, the current Thunder team has been stuck at the 4th level for a year, and has reached the peak in all aspects. Yi Chun has only just entered the 4th level. Once he joins the Thunder team, you will use the nutrition of your Thunder team to support him and his girlfriend. You must absolutely refuse to absorb your blood and help him, the so-called strongest 3rd level person in history, grow. Qin Lai smiled and said, don't worry, Uncle, I'm not stupid. I just told Principal Ding that I wanted to meet Yi Chun, and I didn't agree to any of his conditions. After they meet, as long as I say a few unpleasant words, Yi Chun will surely retreat. After all, he is the strongest 3rd level warrior in history, so he must have some pride, right? Shen Hongtu said, your idea is correct, but be careful with your words and don't offend others. If Yi Chun complains to Principal Ding, it will be a big trouble. In the afternoon, Yi Chun met his senior Qin Lai in a coffee shop near Jingyao. Yi Chun said politely, hello, Senior Qin, I am Yi Chun. Qin Lai looked at Yi Chun and said, sit down. I heard from Principal Ding that you want to join our Thunder team. Yi Chun nodded and said, I do have this idea. What do you think of me, Senior Qin? Qin Lai looked at Yi Chun and said, our Thunder team ranks 8th in the 4th level comprehensive combat power list. Our team only wants elites. Yi-Chen was stunned for a moment before he said. Then in Senior Chen's eyes, am I considered an elite? Chen Lai said slowly. You can indeed be called an elite, but your comrade is ordinary. Although she is a doctor, she has no outstanding qualities. If she joins our Thunder team, I'm afraid it will lower the overall combat power of our team. When Yi-Chen heard what Chen Lai said, he said directly, Sorry to bother you. After Yi-Chen finished speaking, he turned and left. A smile flashed in Chen Lai's eyes. What he said just now was quite tactful. He did not directly say that Yi-Chen was not capable, but that Su Qingning was not strong enough. Yi-Chen's character was indeed arrogant enough. He turned around and left, which was exactly in line with Chen Lai's purpose. Of course, he still said hypocritically, Brother, don't leave so quickly. We can discuss it further. On the other side, after Yi-Chen left, he immediately called Ding Sheng. Principal Ding, besides Thunder, does Jing Yao have any other suitable teams? Ding Sheng was stunned for a moment and asked, What's wrong? You and Chen Lai don't get along. Yi-Chen explained, Senior Chen thinks Qing Ning is ordinary and not qualified to join the Thunder team. Ding Sheng frowned and said, How can this kid talk like that? Otherwise, Yi-Chen interrupted, No need, Principal Ding. It would be their loss if they missed me. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that a medium-sized secret realm requires a team of more than 5 people, Qing Ning and I would be enough. After hearing this, Ding Sheng had no choice but to say, Then I'll ask for you again. Yi-Chen said, Please ask directly for me which team is willing to accept us. If they are not willing, forget it. Chen Lai must have had to see me because of your face, so he found a reason to reject me. Ding Sheng listened and said, I understand. I will find a team that welcomes you. Then, Ding Sheng hung up the phone and called Chen Lai. When the call was connected, Chen Lai asked, Principal Ding, Yi-Chen came to complain to you? Ding Sheng said calmly, No, I called you just to tell you that being too conceited is not a good thing. You will regret your decision today. Chen Lai heard what Ding Sheng said and said, Principal Ding, you let Yi-Chen join our Thunder team. Isn't it just to use us as a springboard so that he can suck our blood and accelerate his own growth? Yi-Chen is a genius, but I have to be responsible for myself. I will never regret it. Ding Sheng laughed when he heard what Chen Lai said. This should be what your uncle taught you, right? It's a pity that his name has the word home to in it. He is narrow-minded and short-sighted. He will never achieve great things. Then, Ding Sheng hung up the phone and contacted other teams. Chen Lai smiled disdainfully. Principal Ding really took a fancy to Yi-Chen. He failed to suck blood, but he actually broke the defense? How funny. Soon, Ding Sheng found the second suitable team, the Double Wings team. As the name suggests, this team is composed of couples who are in love. There are no singles. There are 6 people in the couples team, including 3 couples. Yi-Chen and Su Qingning are also a couple, and are also suitable for the Flying Together team. At the same time, there is a Taoist priest and an elemental mage in the Double Wings team. Both of them have the means to deal with soul-type monsters and can make up for Yi-Chen's shortcomings. Ding Sheng also met the captain of the Flying Wings team, Taoist Zhang Lin. Zhang Lin was very welcoming to Yi-Chen and Su Qingning. First of all, Yi-Chen and Su Qingning are a couple, which is in line with the style of their team. Secondly, Yi-Chen possesses explosive physical output, and Su Qingning is a doctor, with both offensive and defensive capabilities, which makes them very suitable for their team. Zhang Lin also believed that Yi-Chen could win the title of the strongest third-level master in history, so his strength was definitely no joke. Even though Yi-Chen has just reached the 4th level, his strength is enough to compete with those seniors. Therefore, the two sides met in Ding Sheng's office. Zhang Lin was also very enthusiastic. Yi-Chen and Su Qingning also officially joined the Flying Wings team. The 4th level means officially stepping into the intermediate level. Among the intermediate level secret realms, there are very few small secret realms, and most of them are medium or large secret realms. Therefore, mid-level combat professionals will basically join the team and form a team to go to the secret realm, which is why there is the so-called Comprehensive Combat Power List. The Comprehensive Combat Power List is calculated based on the performance of the team in the recent secret realm, based on the team's performance in the secret realm and the number of team members. Generally speaking, in the secret realm, the faster you clear levels and the fewer team members you have, the higher your ranking will be on the list. After Yi-Chen and Su Qingning joined the Flying Wings team, Zhang Lin said directly, Yi-Chen, we are planning to go to the Earth Dragon's secret realm tomorrow morning. Do you want to join us? Yichen said directly, "Of course I have to participate." Zhang Lin listened and said, "It's just right. I can also see the style of the strongest third-level warrior in history. It's a pity that when you fought with Jin Wuguei, our team was in a secret realm and couldn't see it with our own eyes." After hearing what Zhang Lin said, Yichen said, "I won't let you down." Chapter 71, Bombardment. Zhang Lin listened and said, "Of course I believe it. By the way, the monsters in this Earth Dragon secret realm are one-horned pig dragons. They are huge, have a single horn on their heads, have thick skin and flesh, and hard scales. They can spray poisonous water from their mouths. Try to consume them from a long distance." Yichen said, "Thank you for the reminder. I am best at dealing with this kind of thick-skinned guy." Zhang Lin smiled and said, "That's right. After all, even the undefeated close combat skill was broken by you." The next morning, the flying couples team arrived at the entrance of the Tulong secret realm. There were 4 couples in the team, and they were all holding hands and snuggling together intimately. In fact, before Yichen and Su Qingning, there was another professional who joined the Flying Wings team, but he voluntarily withdrew from the team in less than a week. After all, in a team of 7, 6 are couples, and he is the only single dog. He is eating dog food all the time, and it is really unbearable. There is no problem with Yichen and Su Qingning. Everyone is in pairs. It is fair. The core of this team is naturally the Captain Zhang Lin. Her profession is a Taoist priest, one of the top 10 popular professions. It is also an advanced version of the elemental mage. In addition to being able to cast various spells, she can also ask gods to possess her body. At the same time, she also has certain advancement capabilities. Before entering the secret realm, Zhang Lin said, "Yichen, I heard that you have a flying machine. After entering the secret realm, you can fly directly to a high place and control the entire battle situation. The unicorn dragon has no ability to fly, so you don't have to worry about your safety. As for your girlfriend, she should cooperate with us and play the role of a doctor. What do you think?" Yichen said directly, "No problem. Let's make it quick and decisive." "Good." Afterwards, several people entered the secret realm. This secret realm had a unique environment. In front of everyone was a flowing river. The river is yellowish and turbid in color, and a one-horned pig dragon is lurking in the river, ready to attack at any time. After Yichen entered the secret realm, an armed helicopter appeared with a thought. When everyone saw the more than 10-meter-long armed helicopter, they were all surprised and could hardly believe that this was a product that a mechanic could create. Then, Yichen opened the helicopter door and stepped into the armed helicopter. As the helicopter's propellers spun rapidly, it made a loud noise and soared into the sky. At this time, the water in the river was surging and unicorns popped out of the river. They were all startled by the noise of the armed helicopter, so they came to check the situation. Zhang Lin saw this and said directly, "Taishang Laojun, hurry up and give the order. 5 Thunder Talisman." As Zhang Lin finished speaking, a yellow talisman appeared in the center of her palm. Then Zhang Lin threw the talisman paper over the river. Then, the 5 Thunder Talisman paper was torn apart, and a mysterious energy surged. Next, thunderclouds appeared, and a purple lightning bolt appeared out of nowhere and struck the river. Suddenly, roars were heard in the river, and one after another, one of the one-horned pig dragons revealed their huge bodies. This 5 Thunder Talisman directly shocked the river and conducted electricity to countless pig dragons. The damage was almost negligible, but the insult was very strong. What Zhang Lin had to do was to anger these one-horned pig dragons and force them to come out of the water to fight. At this time, Yichen had already carried the multi-function rocket launcher on his shoulder and then silently said in his heart, "Unlimited firepower start." With the activation of infinite firepower, the number of armor-piercing bombs, incendiary bombs, flash bombs, and smoke bombs of Yichen's multifunctional rocket launcher became infinite and lasted for 30 minutes. Yichen directly loaded the incendiary bomb and then bombarded the area where the unicorn pig dragon was. With a whoosh sound, an incendiary bomb shot out, hit the water surface, and then exploded violently. The huge noise made Zhang Lin and the others dumbfounded. What kind of weapon was this? Wasn't the noise too loud? However, this was just the beginning. Yichen fired his incendiary bombs one after another, as if they were free. The rivers where the unicorn dragon is located are all covered by incendiary bombs. Bang, 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 bang. Explosions continued to sound one after another, and under the bombardment of incendiary bombs, a raging flame broke out above the river where the unicorn dragon was located. The one-horned pig dragons were turned into charred corpses in the bombardment of the incendiary bombs. During this process, Yi Chun and Su Qingming also successfully reached level 31. As for the other members of the team, although they only shared 20% of the experience of these unicorn pig dragons, because Yi Chun and Su Qingming killed monsters too quickly, although they were unable to level up, their experience bars also increased significantly. The entire bombing process lasted for 7 or 8 minutes, and finally there was no more experience gain. The one-horned pig dragon in this copy was completely cleared out. Then, Yi Chun's helicopter slowly lowered its altitude, and Yi Chun also got out of the helicopter. Zhang Lin looked at Yi Chun with shining eyes and said, "Is this the value of the world's strongest third-level weapon? Isn't this too amazing?" Another member also said, "Yeah, we have been in the secret realm for less than 10 minutes, right? We have killed so many pig dragons. If it were in the past, it would take at least 5 hours to deal with so many pig dragons." Zhang Lin sighed and said, "Isn't the gap between people too big?" Yi Chun thought this was normal. After all, although his rank was only level 4, the weapons he actually unlocked were rocket launchers and armed helicopters that other mechanics could only unlock at level 7. Even though ordinary mechanics were relatively mediocre at level 7, they were not that weak. What's more, Yi Chun also has the blessing of infinite firepower. Today, Yi Chun is equivalent to a 7th level mechanic with infinite firepower. It would be strange if he is not fast in clearing a 4th level secret realm. At this moment, the unlimited firepower still had more than 20 minutes to last, so Yi Chun said, "Shall we clear the Earth Dragon's secret realm twice more?" Zhang Lin said directly, "No problem. If it's so easy to deal with the monsters in the secret realm, let alone twice, I could do it 10 times a day without any problem." Then, everyone exited the Earth Dragon's secret realm, re-entered another copy of the secret realm, and repeated the previous actions. At the same time, the Thunder Squad, after several hours of killing, finally left the secret realm. Captain Qin Lai said, "Our efficiency in killing monsters has improved a lot this time. We should be able to move up to 7th place in the overall combat power list." Chapter 72. I am dumbfounded. Team member Wang Gang said, "Yes. Fortunately, you are tough, Captain, and you didn't even give the principal face. If you let that so-called strongest 3rd-level player in history join our Thunder team, our Thunder team might have fallen out of the top 10. Qin Lai heard this and said, "My uncle said that Yi Chun must have used our team as a springboard. He joined the team just to suck our blood and use us to speed up his level. How could I fall for this?" Wang Gang listened and said, "Yes. If he really joins the team, we might enter the secret realm 3 times together, and we will fall out of the top 10. Qin Lai smiled and said, "That's for sure. The comprehensive combat power list is based on the comprehensive combat power performance of the entire team in the last 3 different secret realms. With the increase of 2 people, the clearance time must be increased by at least half an hour in order for us to maintain the previous score. Yi Chun obviously does not have such strength. Yeah, by the way, Captain, let's quickly check the battle strength list. I wonder if we have reached 7th place." Qin Lai immediately took out his cell phone, and the others also took out their cell phones, opened the official website of the War Alliance, and began to look at the comprehensive combat power list of the 4th-tier teams. However, when Qin Lai saw his ranking, his expression suddenly changed. "Why am I still 8th? Wang Gang frowned and said, "Could it be that the Blood Prison Squad, which was ranked 7th before, has also improved its overall combat power and just happened to suppress us? We can't be so unlucky, right?" Qin Lai said, "Wait. The Blood Prison Squad is ranked 9th behind us. The 7th is the Winged Flying Team. Why does this name sound familiar?" After hearing this, team member Wang Gang said directly, "The Flying Wings team? Isn't this our Jingyao team? I joined this team before, but because the team was full of couples and I was too redundant, I ate dog food every day, so I quit the team not long after." Qin Lai's expression changed slightly, and he said, "This Flying Wing team is actually better than us?" Wang Gang was puzzled and said, "That shouldn't be the case. I know all the members of the Double Wings team, and I have seen their methods. Although their overall quality is good, they're not outstanding. The Flying Wings team is barely ranked 5th in our Jingyao. As for the 4th-level comprehensive combat power list in the Jingqing area, they have never been on it." When Qin Lai heard what his team members said, out of curiosity, he clicked on the Flying Wings team, and then the members of the Flying Wings team appeared in front of Qin Lai. The captain is Zhang Lin, and then there are names one by one: Yi Chun, Su Qingning, Zhang Lin, on this comprehensive combat power list. The first name will be the team captain's name, and the subsequent ranking will be based on the combat capabilities of the team members. For example, the information of the Thunder team is the captain Qin Lai, followed by Qin Lai, Wang Gang, Zhang Ting. Therefore, by looking at the team members, you can know which member has the highest gold content in the team. And now Yi Chun and Su Qingning are ranked first and second, even surpassing Captain Zhang Lin. So the result is obvious. Wang Gang said, fuck. The first and second place in the Flying Wings team are Yi Chun and Su Qingning. Aren't they the strongest third-level mechanics in the history of our Jingyao? As soon as Wang Gang said this, the expressions of the people present changed, and Qin Lai's expression also became very ugly. Just a minute ago, they were still praising Qin Lai for his wise decision to reject the principal's request and disagree with Yi Chun and Su Qingning joining the team. And a minute later, they originally wanted to rely on their own efforts to step onto the comprehensive combat power list of the fourth-level teams in Beijing. But in the blink of an eye, they were slapped in the face. Wang Gang had been in the double-winged flying team before, and he knew the strength of the team members very well. But now, Yi Chun and Su Qingning have only joined the team for one day, but they have already led this team, which was originally ranked 5th in Jingyao, to victory and surpassed their Thunder team. Isn't this too terrifying? Qin Lai felt a little pain on his face. The ranking on the list hit him in the face and made a loud slapping sound. After more than 10 seconds of silence, Qin Lai finally spoke. Wang Gang, you once joined the Flying Wings team. How strong is this team? If they were to fight our team, who would win if I didn't take action? Wang Gang thought for a moment before saying, I'm not sure, but it's probably 50-50, right? Qin Lai said, that is to say, Yi Chun's strength is better than mine, so the double wings flying team can suppress our Thunder team? Wang Gang listened to Qin Lai and said, it seems that this kid is indeed quite capable. But our Thunder squad is not to be underestimated. Captain, we can't be overwhelmed by a young boy. We have surpassed the Blood Prison squad, and this double-wing squad will be no exception. Qin Lai was immediately filled with fighting spirit when he heard what Wang Gang said. He said directly, you are right. He is just a mechanic. So what if he is the strongest in history? I must surpass him. However, Qin Lai's fighting spirit only lasted for one day, because the next day, when they looked at the 4th-level combat power list of the capital area again, the list had changed again. The ranking of their Thunder team did not change at all and was still ranked 8th. However, the Double Wings team jumped from 7th to 3rd. This comprehensive combat power ranking is determined based on the team's combat performance in the last 3 different secret realms. Although the double-winged flying team entered the secret realm more than once on the first day, they all entered the Earth Dragon secret realm. Therefore, even if they entered the secret realm multiple times, their performance was only calculated based on one secret realm. This is also to ensure that the scoring is more objective. In case a team is good at dealing with a certain secret realm, but performs mediocre in other secret realms, the score will naturally not be very high. Therefore, the 3 secret realms must be combined. Therefore, the reason why the Flying Wings team ranked 7th on the first day was because 2 of their scores were calculated based on the scores before Yi Chun joined the Flying Wings team. The performance of the 8-member team in the Earth Dragon secret realm only accounted for 1/3 of the score, so they only ranked 7th. The next day, Yi Chun led the double-winged flying team into another secret realm. Therefore, after Yi Chun joined the team, he had already cleared 2 secret realms. The performance of Yi Chun and other 8-member team accounted for 2/3 of the score, leaving only 1 secret realm's record uncovered, so the entire team ranked 3rd. And even so, this was enough to make Qin Lai despair. Chapter 73, Wishful Thinking. Although their Thunder team is full of fighting spirit, they have been stuck at level 4 for a year, and they know how exaggerated the ranking of the top 5 teams on this combat power list is. It can be said that the ultimate goal of their Thunder team is to reach 6th place. As for the top 5, they have never thought about it. Because each of the top 5 teams on this list has extremely terrifying strength. Even if their Thunder team improves a lot, it will be difficult to catch up with the other team. And now, the Double Wings team is only ranked 5th in Jingyaodu and has never been on the list. Now, just because of the joining of Yi Chun and Su Qingning, is directly ranked 3rd. Even the originally ridiculously strong 5th team has been squeezed out. What kind of concept is this? Yesterday, Qin Lai was full of fighting spirit and wanted to catch up again, but today, Qin Lai was completely desperate and began to regret. He began to recall what the principal Ding Sheng had said to him a few days ago. You just listen to your uncle, right? You are short-sighted and narrow-minded, and you will never achieve anything great. When people find that they have done something wrong and feel regretful, they will find excuses for themselves and push the responsibility onto others. Qin Lai has now reached this stage. In his opinion, he did nothing wrong, but his uncle was wrong. It was his uncle who said that Principal Ding wanted Yi Chun to suck the blood of the Thunder Team. He believed his uncle's words and therefore turned away. Such a monstrous genius. Thinking of this, Qin Lai immediately went to his uncle's office. He wanted to ask for an explanation. Originally, his Thunder Team should have been ranked 3rd. Soon, Qin Lai came to Shun Hongtu's office. He was out of breath and looked a little excited. Seeing this, Shun Hongtu said, Xiao Lai, why are you here? Qin Lai looked at his uncle and said, Uncle, I really shouldn't have listened to you. Shun Hongtu was stunned for a moment. What are you talking about? Qin Lai said directly, Uncle, take a look at the battle strength list of the 4th-tier teams in Beijing. Shun Hongtu opened it and took a look, then said, You are still ranked 8th? What's the problem? Look at the 4th place. Shun Hongtu opened it and took a look. His expression changed, and he said, The double-winged flying team? There is nothing special about their team. How'd they get to 3rd place? Qin Lai said directly, Because Yi Chun and Su Qingming joined their team. Now these two are ranked 1st and 2nd respectively on the team contribution list. They joined the double-winged flying team. On the first day, the team ranked 7th, and on the second day, it ranked 3rd. Shun Hongtu was also shocked when he heard Qin Lai's words. He looked at Qin Lai and said, So you are here to blame me? Qin Lai lowered his head and said, Uncle, I didn't mean that. I just wanted to make amends. Shun Hongtu said slowly, It's not a big problem. I'll go see Principal Ding and let Yi Chun and Su Qingming join your Thunder Team. Qin Lai was delighted at first. Then he said, This is unlikely, right? I rejected Yi Chun before, and I wasn't that polite to him. How could it be that easy? Shun Hongtu explained, It is naturally not easy for us to speak up, but if we let Ding Sheng persuade him, it will be much easier. He has a good relationship with Yi Chun. Qin Lai heard what Shun Hongtu said and asked, Will Principal Ding listen to you? Shun Hongtu smiled and said, He is the principal, and I am the dean. Under normal circumstances, he will not listen to me. But what if it is for the overall situation? Qin Lai was stunned for a moment. Overall situation? What overall situation? Shun Hongtu explained. For the overall interests of Jingyao. Although Jingyao has produced the strongest 3rd-level warrior in history, Jingyao has never topped the battle power list above the 4th level. In Jingyao, the Thunder Team was once the strongest team in the 4th tier. Yi Chun just joined an ordinary Bai Shuangfei team, and the Bai Shuangfei team ranked 3rd. What if he joined the Thunder Team? Doesn't it mean that there's a great chance of reaching the top? Although Yi Chun is powerful and has made the greatest contribution, it was you who created the Thunder Team, so the one who will gain the most will still be you, Qin Lai. Qin Lai was also overjoyed when he heard what Shun Hongtu said, and said, Uncle, your idea is great. Use righteousness to force Ding Sheng. For the sake of Jingyao's team reaching the top, he will definitely agree to persuade Yi Chun. Shun Hongtu said directly, Let's go, Uncle will accompany you now, and the relatives will go and talk to Ding Sheng. You kid, there are still many things to learn in the future. Not long after, Shun Hongtu and Qin Lai came to Ding Sheng's office. Then, Shun Hongtu said, Principal Ding, I am here to apologize to you. Yi Chun is very powerful, and I shouldn't let Qin Lai reject Yi Chun. Ding Sheng glanced at Shun Hongtu mockingly and said, What? After seeing the changes in the Flying Wings team, you regret it now? It's too late. Shun Hongtu said, Good food is never too late. I think there is still a chance. Ding Sheng said directly, A bullshit chance? Qin Lai, you are very arrogant. Let me tell you, the prerequisite for arrogance is strength. Yi Chun is 100 times stronger than you, and he is also 100 times more arrogant than you. You regret it now and want him to join your Thunder Team? It's useless even if you kneel down and beg him. Qin Lai's expression changed when he heard what Ding Sheng said, and he said, Principal Ding, it is indeed my fault. I am willing to apologize to him and hope he can let bygones be bygones. Ding Sheng interrupted. That's impossible. You don't have to waste your time here. Seeing this, Shun Hongtu said, Principal Ding, don't you want to see our Jingyao team top the 4th level combat power list? Yi Chun is very capable, but the Bai Yi Shuangfei team is too weak, so they are ranked 3rd. However, you're also aware of the strength of the Thunder team. If Yi Chun joins the Thunder team, the two teams will be combined, and the first place on the list will definitely belong to the Thunder team. Qin Lai also said, Principal Ding, my uncle is right. I hope you can help us persuade Yi Chun for the sake of the overall situation. I am willing to sincerely apologize to Yi Chun. Ding Sheng burst out laughing. Are you guys kidding me? Now you want me to think about the overall situation? Then when I asked you to accept Yi Chun to join your Thunder team, why didn't you think about the overall situation? Shun Hongta said, Xiao Lai is just a student. It's normal for him to be young and energetic. Ding Sheng immediately said, Young and energetic? Then I can tell you that Yi Chun is younger and more energetic than him. Yi Chun will never agree to join the Thunder Squad, so don't be wishful thinking. Chapter 74, Bloody. Seeing this, Qin Lai said, Principal Ding, can't you say something for us? Even just one word will do. Shin Hongtu also said, Old Ding, you are ranked 1st on the 4th level combat power list. Don't you have any ideas at all? Ding Sheng was silent for a moment before he said, Okay, I can make a call, but the result is already determined, so don't think too much about it. Afterwards, Ding Sheng called Yi Chun, but the call was only indicated that the signal was out of service area, so Yi Chun should be in the secret realm. Ding Sheng said, Yi Chun is in the secret realm. Let's do it next time. Shin Hongtu immediately said, We can wait. The group waited for 6 or 7 minutes, and the call finally got through. Ding Sheng said, Hello Yi Chun, where are you? Yi Chun replied, I just came out of the secret realm. Is there anything wrong? Ding Sheng explained, Do you remember the Thunder Squad? They regretted it and asked me to come to you. Qin Lai is also willing to apologize to you. They think that if you join the Thunder Squad, the entire team will hopefully be ranked 1st on the 4th level combat power list in the Beijing area. So they asked me to persuade you. After hearing what Ding Sheng said, Yi Chun laughed and said, Apologize? What's the point of asking him to apologize? There's no way I can join the Thunder team. Ding Sheng listened and said, Of course I know this, but they have been pestering me for a long time. I can only call you and let you reject them in person. Yi Chun said directly, Let them give up. At this time, Shun Hongtu's voice sounded, Yi Chun, the Thunder Squad can give you more help. By then, your team may even be able to top the 4th level combat power list. This is a great honor for Jing Yao and the entire team. Yi Chun said unceremoniously, Get lost. Shin Hongtu's expression changed, and he said, I am the dean of Liehua College. How dare you talk to me like that? Yi Chun said directly, So if it's you. Principal Ding said that you are short-sighted and blind, right? I was originally from Fiery Academy, but because of your short-sightedness, I transferred to Giantwood Academy. I am not under your jurisdiction, so is there anything wrong with me talking to you like this? Shen Hongtu said angrily, You have no respect for your elders and are lawless. Do you believe I will fire you? At this time, Ding Sheng scolded, I don't believe it. Shen Hongtu, even if I fire you, I will never fire Yi Chun. I tell you, short-sighted is how I evaluate you. What's the problem? Yi Chun was originally a genius at Liehua Academy, but because of your short-sightedness, he entered Jimu Academy. Yi Chun was originally going to join the Thunder team, but because of your narrow-mindedness and short-sightedness, he joined the Winged Flying team. Do you still have a nerve to get angry here? Get out of here. Shen Hongta looked at the angry Ding Sheng with an unpleasant expression, but he didn't dare to refute anymore. He had been the dean for a long time and felt that he was very awesome. But in reality, who was he in front of the principal Ding Sheng? How could he dare to lose his temper when Ding Sheng dealt with him? At this time, Yi Chin's voice came from the other end of the phone. Principal Ding, I just checked the battle strength list you mentioned. Our winged flying team has reached the top. This is the glory of the winged flying team and also the glory of Jingyao. What rewards does the school have? Ding Sheng was stunned for a moment before he said, Already reached the top? Is that true? Yi Chin said, Won't you know it if you take a look for yourself? After that, the call was hung up, and Ding Sheng hurriedly took out his mobile phone to check the list. Shen Hongtu and Qin Lai also looked at the battle power list. Sure enough, the Jin Lai team, which was originally ranked 1st, has become the Bai Shuangfei team. Then, Ding Sheng looked at Shen Hongtu and Qin Lai and said, What are you two uncle and nephew still standing there for? The first place in the battle power list has been taken by the Double Wings team. Your hope, which was already hopeless, is even more hopeless now. In addition, Shun Hong 2, you don't know how to judge people and have a poor vision. From today on, you don't have to be the dean of Liehua Academy anymore. You can be an ordinary tutor for the time being. Shun Hong 2 and Qin Lai looked at the 6 words by Yishuang Fei team on the list, and their expressions were as if their father had died. Qin Lai only said, "How could this happen? How could there be such a powerful profession?" Ding Sheng looked at Qin Lai and said calmly, "Do you think the words the strongest third-level player in history are a joke? When I first approached your Thunder team to stand on my side, your short-sighted uncle thought that I did it for Yi Chun and wanted you to accelerate Yi Chen's growth. But what is the reality? I know there is no need to worry about Yi Chen's future. I just want you to get some benefit from Yi Chun. Yi Chun is like a son. Even if you just get close to this son, you can gain a lot of benefits." Yi Chun participated in the competition among 8 schools. At that time, each member of his team received a complete set of elite equipment. Yi Chun joined the 4th-level team, and now the entire team ranks first on the combat power list. They can all benefit from having connections with Yi Chun, but unfortunately you two are too stupid. God throws pie on your head, but you can dodge it. What can I do? Qin Lai's face turned pale. He couldn't utter a word and walked out. As for Shin Hong 2, his expression was also very ugly. After all, he lost his position as dean. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end, he couldn't utter any words and left the office staggeringly. Ding Xing looked at Shin Hong 2's back and said, "If I had known this would happen, why did I do it in the first place?" Although Shin Hong 2 is an average dean, he has made great contributions. Under normal circumstances, Ding Sheng would not remove him. But Shin Hong 2 was too stupid. Yi Chun scolded him a few words just now, but he actually threatened Yi Chun and said that he would fire Yi Chun. He even said this in front of Ding Sheng. Isn't this courting death? In Ding Sheng's opinion, Yi Chun is 100 times more important than Shin Hong 2. Apart from anything else, if Dean Shin Hong 2 was fired, other universities would not even look at him. But if Yi Chun is admitted by Jing Yao, then all the colleges and universities in Dachau will come to snatch Yi Chun. No college is willing to miss such a genius. Ding Sheng was already worried that Yi Chun would be poached by someone else, and Shin Hong 2 even dared to say that he wanted to expel Yi Chun. If Ding Sheng did not give Yi Chun an explanation and removed Shin Hong 2, what if Yi Chun felt a little resentful? Then next time, maybe some university would offer some benefits and really poach Yi Chun. Therefore, Ding Sheng had to teach Shin Hong 2 a profound lesson to ensure that Yi Chun would not hold any grudges. Chapitre 75 Rapide Promotion. On the other side, the entire Lovebirds team was also in high spirits. After coming out of the secret realm, they went to a restaurant near Jingyao to have dinner together. The food in this restaurant is very delicious. After all, this is not ordinary food, but food made by high-level professional chefs. High-level chefs may not have much improvement in skills compared to real chefs, but the skills of a chef can directly improve the deliciousness of food and add special effects to the food, such as glowing. Therefore, high-level chefs can make food look better, smell better, and taste better. It's just that the food here is a bit more expensive, but today Zhang Lin is treating us. Zhang Lin said, "Yi Chun, I have a toast to you. We really got the right person to hug." Zhang Lin's boyfriend also said, "Yes. The experience points we gained in these 2 or 3 days are comparable to what we gained the previous month." Yi Chun's firepower was too fierce. After entering the secret realm, he flew directly into the air in an armed helicopter, then carried a rocket launcher on his shoulder and fired incendiary bombs. In just a few minutes, the battlefield would turn into a sea of fire and purgatory, and all the monsters would be wiped out. Therefore, the upgrade speed of the entire team is much faster than before. Yi Chun and Su Qingning also reached level 33, almost 1 level a day. If compared with other professions, the difference is like heaven and earth. After all, after reaching the 4th level and becoming a mid-level professional, it is not so easy to upgrade your level. Generally speaking, the upgrade time for a 4th-level professional is measured in months. If one upgrades with all his strength, he will advance 1 level per month. It will take about a year to move from the 4th level to the 5th level. Many combat professionals in school will be stuck at the 4th level, accumulating some equipment, and so on to improve their overall strength. Therefore, it often takes 2 to 3 years to go from the 4th level to the 5th level. However, Yi Chun and Su Qingning still maintained the terrifying upgrade speed of 1 level a day. At the same time, the entire Flying Wings team was unusually relaxed. If others knew, they would probably be shocked. Of course, Yi Chun and Su Qingning will not stay at the 4th level for too long, but even at the 5th level, they can still form a double-wing team. Because the double-wing flying team is originally a junior team, their level is basically around level 37 or 38, which is close to breaking through. Even though Yi Chun and Su Qingning alone enjoy 80% of the experience, if they are willing, they can also enter the 5th level at the same time as Yi Chun and Su Qingning. At this time, Zhang Lin said, 3 levels in 3 days. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have found it hard to believe that you could upgrade at this speed at the 4th level. I'm afraid that within half a month, you will reach the 5th level. Yi Chun listened and said, it shouldn't be a big problem. Captain, are you interested in upgrading with us? Zhang Lin said directly, I'm quite willing to do so. After all, I finally have someone I can hug. What do you think? Zhang Lin's boyfriend also said, then let's break through the levels. While we can still keep up with Yi Chun, let's try to walk as far as possible. Just like that, the Flying Wings team determined their next steps. They followed Yi Chun to break through the levels and continued to work as a team to carry out tasks at the 5th level until Yi Chun and Su Qingning reached the 6th level. At that time, everyone would have to go their separate ways. There was no way around it. Yi Chun's personal speed in clearing monsters was too fast. He and Su Qingning shared 80 of the experience from clearing monsters, while the rest of the team shared the remaining 20. Now, the other members of the team are 2 years older than Yi Chun and Su Qingning and are 5 or 6 levels ahead in level. They will eventually be able to break through at the same time. However, after everyone breaks through together and enters level 5, the level gap will gradually widen. When Yi Chun and Su Qingning reach level 59 and are about to enter level 6, the average level of the entire Double Wings team will not exceed level 54. The Flying Wings team had a delicious meal and then went their separate ways. Tang Lin was preparing to go shopping with her boyfriend. The other 2 couples, one was preparing to watch a movie and the other was going to book a hotel, preparing to do something in broad daylight. In fact, although the whole team is composed of couples, they're all very motivated and do not have much time for romance. But after Yi Chun and Su Qingning joined the team, things were different. With Yi Chun around, leveling up was like a piece of cake, and everyone could just lie down and do nothing. Therefore, other members of the team also learned the style of Yi Chun and Su Qingning, combining work and rest, and spending more time eating, drinking, and having fun every day than in the secret realm. And there is no way around it. For Yi Chun, he can only be complete when his super god talent is ready, and the infinite firepower requires an hour of cooling time for every 30 minutes of activation. During the cooling time, even if you enter the secret realm, your efficiency will be limited due to ammunition limitations, so you might as well relax. This time, Yi Chun and Su Qingning plan to go to the library to read some books and learn some knowledge about the secret realm. Their upgrading speed is too fast. It has only been a short time since they entered school, but they have already reached the 4th level. They lack knowledge about the intermediate secret realm and need to learn more. After the 2 arrived at the library, they found a relatively private corner, selected a few books of interest, and sat down. The 2 of them naturally sat together, with their fingers interlocked, holding hands, leaving only one hand there, turning the pages of a book. Su Qingning was reading a book while secretly glancing at Yi Chun, her face flushing from time to time. She recalled what Tang Lin had said to her before. Tang Lin asked, Qingning, you and Yi Chun are both comrades and lovers. The relationship between you is more stable than that between husband and wife. Why don't you have a child sooner? Su Qingning was very shy after hearing this. Sister Lin, I have a child myself. How can I have a child? Tang Lin looked at Su Qingning's figure and said, you are round where you should be round, and you are straight where you should be straight. How can you be a child? Besides, you and Yi Chun are so talented, so the talent of the child you have will definitely not be bad. Su Qingning didn't realize it at the time. Later, when she was taking a shower, she secretly looked at herself and found that her figure had indeed become more curvy. She also asked Tang Lin if she had entered puberty. Tang Lin smiled mysteriously and said, this has nothing to do with puberty. Some things will naturally grow bigger if your boyfriend touches them more. Su Qingning was extremely shy at the time, but she couldn't deny it, because it was true. Before she was with Yi Chun, she had not changed so much. since they confirmed their relationship. Yi-chun would hug her, kiss her, and touch her from time to time, and she had changed so much. Su Qingning also learned from Tang Lin that Tang Lin was not planning to have children with her boyfriend because she was not sure whether she could be with him until the end. In Tang Lin's opinion, Yi-chun and Su Qingning are completely locked in, so it would be better for them to have a child earlier. In case the child is gifted, he or she can become successful and contribute to society sooner. Su Qingning had never thought about having a child so early. Although there were no relevant regulations in Beijing medicine, it was inappropriate to have a child in school. However, she also became curious about some forbidden fruits. After all, there were the examples of the other 3 couples in the flying couple team. According to Tang Lin, except Yi-chun and Su Qingning, the other 3 couples in the flying double team had already met each other openly and enjoyed the joy of love. Although Su Qingning seemed to be reading a book at the moment, she was actually absent-minded and thinking about random things. Chapter 76, Special Secret Realm. Time passed quickly. It was already late when they finished their meal, and they stayed in the library for more than an hour until it was completely dark. Yi-chun and Su Qingning left the library and returned to Jingyao. But when we arrived at the gate of Beijing Pharmaceutical University, the school gate was already closed, and the old man at the security room seemed to be dozing off. Seeing this, Su Qingning said, "The school gate is closed. What should we do now?" She looked a little worried, but in her heart she was thinking, when she gets to the hotel later, should she be more proactive or more passive? According to Tang Lin, boys like to take the initiative, but some boys like wild and passionate girls. She felt shy about sleeping with Yi-chun, but at the same time, she had some expectations. After all, this was the man she had chosen. Women will say that a man who is willing to spend money on you may not necessarily love you, but a man who is unwilling to spend money on you definitely does not love you. Conversely, for a man, a woman who is willing to sleep with you may not necessarily love you, but a woman who is unwilling to sleep with you definitely does not love you. How can a woman love another person if she is physically repulsed by his body? When Su Qingning was with Yi-chun, although those kisses and caresses were initiated by Yi-chun, she did not reject it. Instead, she took the initiative to get close to him. She had a double liking for Yi-chun from the bottom of her heart, both physically and psychologically. After hearing what Su Qingning said, Yi-chun said, "How about we go out and get a room?" Su Qingning blushed when she heard this, and she whispered, "Yeah." When Yi-chun heard Su Qingning's words, a look of surprise appeared on his face, and he was ready to leave with Su Qingning. At this moment, a shrill bell rang in the guard room, and the dozing doorman was suddenly awakened. Yi-chun and Su Qingning couldn't help but look over. The doorman pressed the hands-free button on the phone, and a loud speaker-like voice rang out from the other end of the phone. "Lao Qin, open the door quickly. The person you locked out is the strongest Yi-chun in the history of our Jingyao. He is the pride of our Jingyao. If he says one word, you will lose your job." After hearing this, the doorman immediately came to his senses. He stood up and opened the door quickly. Then the doorman said, "Student Yi-chun, please come in. If you come back late next time, call me anytime and I will open the door for you 24 hours a day." Yi-chun and Su Qingning looked at the doorman, then looked at each other, and finally burst out laughing. Afterwards, the two of them walked into the campus of Jingyao University hand in hand. As for booking a hotel room, some things were tacitly understood. Yi-chun also knew that the relationship between him and Su Qingning had actually already come to fruition. They just lacked an opportunity, so he was not in a hurry. Just as Yi-chun sent Su Qingning to the dormitory building, Su Qingning's cell phone rang. Su Qingning took a look and saw that it was her father, Su Jian, calling. She answered the phone immediately. "Hello, Dad, what's wrong?" Su Jian's voice was a little serious. "Qingning, you and Yi-chun should go to the transmission center immediately and take the transmission array to the Dachau International Transmission Center. Someone will arrange it when you get there." Su Qingning heard what Su Jian said and said, "Dad, what happened?" Su Jian said, "You guys hurry to the transmission center first, and we'll talk about the details while we're walking." "Good." Afterwards, Su Qingning took Yi-chun's hand and walked out. The doorman had just closed the door when he saw Yi-chun and Su Qingning coming out again. He smiled bitterly. "Kids, are you two teasing me?" After hearing this, Yi-chun said, "We do have an urgent matter." The doorman had no choice but to say, forget it. Go ahead." Then the two walked outside. As she walked, Su Qingning was listening to the phone. On the other end of the phone, Su Jian said, "I am now in Fusong's territory. When foreign invaders came 100 years ago, the combat occupation system appeared, and the invaders were also sealed in the secret realm. Only Fusang was rejected by the heavenly Tao. Fusang could not awaken combat professions, and its invaders were not sealed into the secret realm. Therefore, in just 7 months, Fusang was completely destroyed and became a paradise for demons and monsters. Su Qingning listened and said, "Dad, I heard what you said when I was a child. Because Daxia was favored by the heaven, and Fusang had caused serious harm to Daxia, Fusang was hated by the heaven and was destroyed." Su Jian said, "That's right. After Fusang was destroyed, its territory became a demon kingdom. Later, the demon kingdom mobilized its forces and intended to invade Daxia, but unfortunately it was defeated. Now, there are only 2 or 3 kittens in the demon kingdom, and they no longer pose a threat. The reason why I asked you to come here is because a special secret realm was born on Fusang's territory." Su Qingning asked curiously, "Special secret realm? What is that?" Su Jian explained, "In ordinary secret realms, foreign invaders are sealed by the heavenly Tao and divided into countless copies. Combat professionals enter the secret realm to deal with these monsters. The special secret realms contain some strange and exotic objects from outer space. Ji Chang'e, the #1 doctor in Daxia, obtained her 100-level unique skill of healing the world in a special secret realm." Su Qingning immediately understood. "Dad, do you mean to let Yi Chun and I enter the secret realm to grab the opportunity?" Su Jian said directly, "That's right, but this special secret realm is different from ordinary secret realms. Ordinary secret realms are limited to specific ranks, but this secret realm can be entered by anyone with a mid-level combat profession. Therefore, you have a strong competitor." Su Qingning listened and said, "Competitor? Who?" Su Jian replied, "Your uncle Yuan's nephew, Yuan Qingshan. This special secret realm was discovered by your uncle Yuan and I. Although we are comrades in arms, brothers should settle accounts clearly. This special secret realm of the intermediate level will be explored by you, Yi Chun, and Yuan Qingshan together. Before entering the special secret realm, you must make a vow to the heavenly Tao that you will not be able to stop the other party from making a move. As for what you gain in the secret realm, it all depends on fate." Su Jian's comrade is named Yuan Xiaowai. He is a Taoist priest, one of the top 10 most popular professions. He is as powerful as Su Jian. The two have been working together for decades and have a relationship like that of brothers. But this time they encountered a special secret realm of the intermediate level, and both of them had their own selfish motives. Su Jian wanted his daughter and son-in-law to benefit, while Yuan Xiaowai wanted his nephew to benefit. The two fought, but neither was sure of the winner. In the end, they had to take a step back and let the relatives of both sides enter this special secret realm. And because Su Qingning is only at the 4th level, Su Jian's side can arrange 2 people, and Yuan Qingshan will be alone. In fact, Yuan Qingshan was the son-in-law that Su Jian had chosen for Su Qingning. Originally, he thought that after his daughter's career awakened, he would let Su Qingning and Yuan Qingshan get to know each other and get along with each other. If it is suitable, you can become comrades in arms and share the same heart, and become a combination of husband and wife and comrades in arms, which is also quite suitable. It's a pity that a girl is no longer under the control of her mother. Su Qingning made her own choice and walked her own way, so Su Jian gave up his original idea. But now, Yuan Qingshan, who he thought would be his son-in-law, has become his daughter's rival. It can only be said that things are unpredictable. Chapter 77 Yuan Qingshan. After Yi Chun and Su Qingning arrived at the International Teleportation Center, people arranged by Su Jian took them to the International Teleportation Point. This International Teleportation Center can teleport to foreign countries. At the same time, foreigners can also be teleported to Daxia. The security check here is very strict. Whether leaving or entering the country, you must undergo strict inspection. After passing security check, Yi Chun and Su Qingning took the International Teleportation Array to Fuso. A moment later, the two came to the teleportation point of Fuso. This place used to be the territory of the Fuso people, but later it became a kingdom of demons. Afterwards, the kingdom of demons was wiped out by Daxia, so there was a teleportation point of Daxia here. Led by the people arranged by Su Jian, Yi Chun and Su Qingning left the teleportation point and walked for a distance before finally arriving at the special secret realm, where they met Su Jian and Yuan Xiaowai and others. When Su Jian saw Yi Chun and Su Qingning, He immediately said to Yuan Xiaoai, "Old Yuan, you know my daughter. This is my son-in-law Yi-chun. He has completed the profession of mechanic and has the title of the strongest in the world at the 3rd level. Now he is ranked first in the 4th level combat power list of Beijing." After hearing what Su Jian said, Yuan Xiaoai smiled and said, "He is indeed a handsome man, not bad, not bad." However, behind Yuan Xiaoai, Yuan Qingshan was looking at Yi Chun and Su Qingning with a not very pleasant expression. After all, he knew that Su Jian had intended to make him and Su Qingning comrades in arms, and even make him the son-in-law of the Su family. Unfortunately, Yi Chun intercepted him. Naturally, Yuan Qingshan had some opinions about Yi Chun. And now, seeing Su Qingning, the young and pretty girl back then has grown into an even more beautiful girl with a top-notch figure and appearance, and she has a father like Su Jian. If he could win over Su Qingning, Yuan Qingshan would not only get a beauty, but also get Su Jian's support. What a benefit this would be. Now that all of this is gone, it would be strange if Yuan Qingshan had any good feelings towards Yi Chun. In fact, there's another point. Yuan Xiaoai was not married and had no children. The only people he cared about were his nephews and nieces. Su Jian's attitude had a great influence on Yuan Xiaoai. If Yuan Qingshan becomes Su Jian's son-in-law, with this relationship, Yuan Qingshan will most likely get most of Yuan Xiaoai's inheritance in the future, and he will even get a lot of good things from Su Jian. Although combat professionals are very powerful, as long as they have not broken through the 10th level and entered the 11th level, their lifespan will not be able to break through the human upper limit of 150 years. 100 years later, Yuan Qingshan can inherit a large amount of equipment and treasures from Yuan Xiaoai. It was because of Yi Chun that he lost so much. It was good enough that he didn't hate Yi Chun. Of course, Yuan Qingshan thought so in his heart, but he remained calm on the surface and looked at Yi Chun and Su Qingning. At this time, Yuan Xiaoai said, "Qingning, this is your brother Qingshan. Back then, your father and I wanted to bring you two together. It's a pity that you young people have your own ideas." Su Qingning listened and said with a smile, "Uncle Yuan, nowadays, when it comes to dating, it is past the age when parents' orders are followed." Yuan Xiaoai said, "You are right. So this time, this special secret realm can only be fought for by the strength of both of you. But fighting is fighting, and we must not hurt the harmony. So I want you to swear a heavenly oath before entering the secret realm that you will not attack each other. Is that okay?" Su Qingning said directly, "Of course there is no problem. I know Uncle Yuan is doing this for our own good. Your nephew is already at the 5th level. Yi Chun and I may not be his opponents." Su Qingning didn't call him Brother Qingshan. She and Yuan Qingshan were not familiar with each other. Even if the other party was a few years older, she was prepared to call him by his name. After all, she loved Yi Chun to her core, and she would not do anything that might make Yi Chun unhappy. If Yi Chun had a female friend with whom he was almost engaged, and Yi Chun was a little enthusiastic toward her, Su Qingning would be jealous and unhappy. The same is true in reverse. Yuan Xiaoai said that if he and Su Jian try to bring Yuan Qingshan and her, Su Qingning, then she, Su Qingning, would only be indifferent and ignore Yuan Qingshan and would definitely not be nice to him at all. As for having a male best friend or something like that, that was even more impossible. Since she loved Yi Chun, she would clearly keep a sufficient distance from all the opposite sex, and would not do anything that might make Yi Chun unhappy. When Yuan Xiaoai heard what Su Qingning said, he smiled and said, "Your boyfriend is not simple either. He is the strongest of the 3rd rank in history. Little Qingning, you have a good eye." Su Qingning immediately said, "Of course, my Yi Chun is the most powerful. Even you, Uncle Yuan, and my dad are not as good as him." After hearing what his daughter said, Su Jian laughed and said, "This girl is bragging about herself." Yi Chun felt a little embarrassed after listening to Su Qingning's words. How could this silly girl praise her boyfriend like that? Although he felt embarrassed, the smile on his face betrayed his happy mood. Yuan Qingshan looked at this scene with a gloomy look in his eyes. This girl was obviously in love. It would be easy for him to control her if he could win her over. By then, maybe she could take over both families, the Yuan family and the Su family, and get a lot of benefits from it. It's a pity that such a love-brained girl was taken advantage of by others. Then, Yuan Qingshan said, "Let's hurry up and enter the secret realm. Otherwise, there will be more trouble." Su Jian also said, "Qingshan is right. This is the Fusang ruins. Although Daxia has arranged a teleportation point, this is not Daxia's territory. If this place is discovered by foreign professionals, it will be a big trouble. After hearing this, Yuan Xiaoai said, "Okay, then you can enter the secret realm after you swear the heavenly Tao oath. Remember, your own safety is the most important thing." Afterwards, the three of them swore an oath to the heaven together. In today's world, the will of heaven is manifested, combat professionals are born, and invaders are sealed in a secret realm, so no one dares to violate the oath to the heaven. After swearing the oath, the three of them stepped into this special secret realm together. As soon as they entered the secret realm, Yi Chun and Su Qingming's expressions changed slightly, because this secret realm was filled with hot breath, and under their feet was cracked earth, and red magma was flowing in the cracks of the earth. Yi Chun and Su Qingming's feet both felt a slight burning sensation at this moment, and the soles of their shoes seemed to be melting soon. At this moment, a sword sound rang out from Yuan Qingshan's body, and then he stepped on the flying sword, flew into the sky, and looked down at Yi Chun and Su Qingming. Then, Yuan Qingshan said, "One of you is blind and the other is sitting in a well and looking at the world. You two should first find a way to survive here." Chapter 78, Flame Lizard. Before entering the secret realm, Yuan Qingshan made a vow to the heaven that he would not attack Yi Chun and Su Qingming. But because of his inner jealousy, he would naturally be sarcastic. It is worth mentioning that his profession is sword immortal, exactly the same as Su Jian. This is also the reason why Su Jian wanted to bring Yuan Qingshan and Su Qingming together back then. The profession of sword immortal is one of the top 10 most popular professions. It has strong mobility, long-range attack capabilities, and cool skills. Su Jian thinks his daughter will like it. At this moment, Yi Chun's mind moved, and suddenly, an armed helicopter appeared in front of Yi Chun and Su Qingming. Next, Yi Chun said, "Let's get on the plane quickly." The armed helicopter can carry 2 people, so there is no problem for 2 people to sit on it. Yi Chun opened the cabin door, and he and Su Qingming sat in the pilot's seat and co-pilot's seat, respectively. Then Yi Chun controlled the armed helicopter and quickly increased its altitude. The straight-line flight speed of the armed helicopter is faster than Yuan Qingshan's flying sword, but it is not as flexible as the flying sword. Therefore, in just over 10 seconds, the height of the armed helicopter exceeded the height of Yuan Qingshan's flying sword. Yuan Qingshan was originally looking down at Yi Chun and Su Qingming, mocking them. But now, in a blink of an eye, the altitudes were reversed. Yi Chun and Su Qingming were at a higher altitude and could avoid the baking of the hot magma and air outside. On the contrary, Yuan Qingshan had begun to sweat and his face was a little red because of the flight altitude. Yuan Qingshan's face was red at this moment, and he didn't know whether it was because of the heat or shame. He glared at the armed helicopter where Yi Chun and Su Qingming were, and then said, "Don't be complacent. Let's see who can laugh last." As Yuan Qingshan spoke, he flew in one direction, ready to explore the secret realm. Su Qingming said, "Is he sick? I haven't even seen him, but he looks like we owe him money." Yi Chun heard Su Qingming's words and said with a smile, "Didn't Uncle Yuan just say that? You two were almost engaged. If that's the case, wouldn't I be stealing someone's love?" Su Qingming immediately said, "No, it's not like that. We are in love with each other and are a perfect match." After hearing what Su Qingming said, Yi Chun couldn't help but move closer and kissed Su Qingming's pretty face hard, saying, "You're right. Let's go see what opportunities there are in this special secret realm." Yi Chun said this and directly controlled the armed helicopter to fly forward. As mentioned before, the agility value of the vehicle unlocked by the mechanic will increase its speed. Because Yi Chun is wearing a set of epic equipment, although it is only 3rd-level epic equipment, the enhancement is also very high. Therefore, the speed performance of his armed helicopter far exceeds its other performance, with a speed of over 100 meters per minute, which is faster than Yuan Qingshan. Yuan Qingshan flew away first, but after he flew several hundred meters, he felt a spiraling roar above his head. Looking up, he saw an armed helicopter instantly overtaken him and flew forward. Yuan Qingshan watched the armed helicopter quickly disappear from his sight, and his face was immediately filled with frustration. Is this guy still a mechanic? Sword Immortal is one of the top 10 most popular professions, famous for its long-range attacks and flexible mobility. Although the mechanic has a longer range, its flexibility is extremely poor, and everyone is aware of this. But now he, a 5th-level swordsman, was crushed by a 4th-level mechanic in terms of mobility. How could Yuan Qingshan not feel aggrieved? On the other side, Yi Chun and Su Qingming flew in an armed helicopter for a while, and Su Qingming suddenly said, "Yi Chun, look in that direction." Yi Chun heard Su Qingming's words and said, "You call me Yi Chun outside? I have no objection, but what should you call me here?" After hearing what Yi Chun said, Su Qingming said sweetly, "Husband." This is what they call it privately. Now that they are in a special secret place and sitting in an armed helicopter, they can naturally call it whatever they want. Yi Chun was very satisfied with Su Qingming's address and kissed her again. Then, Yi Chun looked in the direction Su Qingming said, and then Yi Chun saw a bulging hill, which turned out to be a crater. The entire volcano was hundreds of meters high, with hot magma flowing around it. It sprayed out in all directions. The ground where Yi Chun and Su Qingming were just now was cracked, and a small amount of magma was flowing. It can be seen that the source of this magma is this crater. The amount of magma here is much larger than that in the previous location. Fortunately, the helicopter is flying at a high enough altitude, so although the temperature can be felt at this moment, it is not obvious. Then, Yi Chun controlled the armed helicopter and slowly lowered its altitude. As the altitude decreased, Yi Chun's vision became clearer and clearer. Yi Chun suddenly noticed that there seemed to be some living creatures in the magma pool. Yi Chun thought about it, took out a grenade, and threw it down. Bang! Accompanied by an explosion, magma splashed everywhere. At the same time, the creatures in the magma pool were completely enraged. The creatures in these magma pools look like giant lizards, with orange-red scales all over their bodies, similar in color to the red of the sun, and their bodies are strong and long. Their upper bodies left the magma pool and roared angrily towards the direction of the armed helicopter, spraying a ball of magma into the sky from their mouths. The hot magma shot out for 300 or 400 meters before falling to the ground, looking extremely lethal. However, the armed helicopter was flying at an altitude of more than 500 meters, so it was of no use at all. Seeing this, Yi Chun took out a light machine gun and kept shooting at the flame lizards. The bullets hit the flame lizards, causing considerable damage. The reason why Yi Chun chose a light machine gun instead of a rocket launcher was because of the special properties of these flame lizards. The reason why the rocket launcher is so efficient in killing monsters is mainly because it relies on the incendiary bombs. The incendiary effect caused by the incendiary bombs has considerable damage to monsters in a large range, so the monster clearing efficiency is high. As for armor-piercing bullets, although they can cause high damage to a single target, due to their rate of fire, their output is limited even with unlimited firepower turned on. These flame lizards are in a magma pool, and the explosion of incendiary bombs will hurt them, but the burning is like a tickle to them. In this way, the lethality of incendiary bombs is very limited. Therefore, Yi Chun turned on unlimited firepower and switched to using a light machine gun for continuous firing, which would be more effective. Chapter 79, Embarrassing Exit. Although the basic damage of the light machine gun is lower than that of armor-piercing bullets, its terrifying rate of fire makes up for its shortcomings. Under the fire of the light machine gun, although these flame lizards are extremely angry, they can't do anything to Yi Chun. After all, they're just lizards and have no ability to fly. At this moment, Yuan Qingshan also rushed over on his sword, but before he could do anything, the flame lizards, which were already low on health, immediately launched a fierce attack towards Yuan Qingshan. They had been shot at by Yi Chun with a light machine gun for so long, and several of their companions had been completely killed, but their attacks could not even touch Yi Chun's hair. Now Yuan Qingshan has come, and the height of his flying sword is currently 250 meters, just within the range of the magma spewed out by the flame lizard. As a result, more than a dozen huge lumps of magma smashed towards Yuan Qingshan. Yuan Qingshan's expression also changed drastically, and he said, "The sword returns to Wuji." As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of long swords appeared in front of Yuan Qingshan. They formed a circle and formed a circular shield to block the magma saliva sprayed by the flame lizards. The magma saliva and the sword formation shield kept colliding, making a crackling sound, and Yuan Qingshan's expression was not very good. Although sword immortals have certain defensive capabilities, they are not very good at them. What they're really good at is mobility and long-range attack capabilities. They can fly with swords, or use swords in the air, and take people's heads from 100 meters away. It can be said to be very cool. And now, after he arrived, These savage fire lizards attacked crazily without thinking twice. Yuan Qingshan was unable to play to his strengths and could only defend passively. However, these flame lizards had just been shot at by Yi Chun, and they could not hit Yi Chun, so their anger value was full. At this moment, the magma saliva was like free money, constantly attacking Yuan Qingshan. Yuan Qingshan's defensive skill, sword returned to infinity, was slowly unable to withstand it. Outside the secret realm, Su Jian and Yuan Xiaoai were waiting patiently, only to hear Yuan Xiaoai say, "Who do you think gained more this time, your daughter and son-in-law, or my nephew?" After hearing what Yuan Xiaoai said, Su Jian said, "It's hard to say. Your nephew is a 5th-rank sword immortal with extraordinary strength, but my son-in-law is also extraordinary. It's a 50-50 split." Yuan Xiaoai said, "I think my nephew has a much better chance of winning." Su Jian listened and asked, "Why do you say that?" Yuan Xiaoai explained, "Before this special secret realm appeared, we heard the sound of a phoenix and the appearance of a burning cloud. I guess the monsters in this secret realm are related to fire. As for your son-in-law, I have also learned a little bit about him. Most of his weapons are related to explosions and flames. I am afraid that the lethality of these weapons will be greatly reduced against the monsters in this secret realm." After listening to Yuan Xiaoai's words, Su Jian said, "No wonder you agreed to my request so easily, old man. It turns out you had planned it all out long ago." Yuan Xiaoai said, "I am not calculating. Your daughter and son-in-law will definitely be fine with your help. But I have more than one nephew. I'm also helping them within my ability so that they can live a few more years in the secret realm." Su Jian listened and said, "Okay, I won't bother with you anymore. I can only tell you that my son-in-law is not ordinary. Even if his ability is restrained, the winner today may not be your nephew." Yuan Xiaoai said, "Old Su, your daughter is in love. Why are you all so blindly confident? My nephew is at the 5th level and can function normally, but your son-in-law is at the 4th level and his lethality is greatly reduced. How can you compare them?" After hearing what Yuan Xiaoai said, Su Jian said, "Some people are born with great luck, such as Ji Chang'e, who is only a few years older than us." Yuan Xiao laughed sadly and said, "You don't think your son-in-law will grow up to be as good as Ji Chang'e in the future, do you? Old Su, you really dare to think so?" Su Jian shook his head and said, "I don't think my son-in-law can only go that far. I think my daughter will not be inferior to Ji Chang'e in the future. As for Yi Chen's future, I dare not imagine it." Yuan Xiaoai was stunned for a moment. Then he gave a thumbs up and said, "You really dare to think like that?" As the two were talking, a figure suddenly rushed out in a panic at the entrance of the secret realm and then fell heavily to the ground. His body was in tatters, his face and arms were burned black, and he looked extremely miserable. There was no flying sword on the ground. Therefore, Yuan Xiaoai could not recognize that this man was his nephew. So Yuan Xiaoai said, "Old Su, go and see your son-in-law. Look at what you cooked for this kid. He is almost like a roast chicken. You should find a way to treat him." After hearing what Yuan Xiaoai said, Su Jian said, "Old Yuan, my son-in-law must have been with my daughter. He wouldn't have escaped alone. Why don't you take a closer look at who this is?" Yuan Xiaoai said, "You can't judge a person by his appearance, and there are many unfaithful people in the world. Besides, this guy is not your son-in-law, so how can he be my nephew? My nephew is a sword immortal. Where is his sword?" Su Jian spread his hands and said, "How would I know that?" Yuan Xiaoai said, "That's right. This must be your son-in-law, the son-in-law you dare not even imagine." Just as Yuan Xiaoai finished speaking, Yuan Qingshan's voice rang out, "Uncle San, please save me. I'm almost burned." When Yuan Xiaoai heard Yuan Qingshan's words, his expression changed drastically. He hurried to Yuan Qingshan, his face full of disbelief. "Qingshan? You're Qingshan? Where's your sword?" As Yuan Xiaoai spoke, he took out a healing pill and gave it to Yuan Qingshan. Yuan Qingshan's expression became better, and he said, "This secret realm is full of magma. Deep inside, there was an erupting volcano, and the magma around the volcano accumulated into a pool. In the pool lived a group of flame lizards. As soon as I approached, the group of flame lizards attacked me crazily. Although I used the sword formation to resist for a while, I couldn't resist in the end, and my sword was melted." After hearing what Yuan Qingshan said, Yuan Xiaoai asked again, "What? So dangerous? What about Yi Chun and Su Qingning? Will they be in trouble?" Yuan Qingshan had a complicated expression and said, "They are fine. I could have been killed by the flame lizard, but Yi Chun and Su Qingning saved my life and told me to escape quickly, so I was able to escape." Yuan Qingshan felt extremely despicable at this moment. They were a perfect match made in heaven. Why should he object? I was actually jealous and resentful of others, but they let go of the past and helped me. In comparison, my character was so humble and poor. Whether in terms of strength or character, I am far inferior to Yi Chun. It is natural that Su Qingning chose Yi Chun instead of me. Chapter Osamisit Beiteg. In fact, Yi Chun is not usually so kind-hearted, but Yuan Qingshan's situation is special. The reason why he was bombarded by the flame lizard was because Yi Chun completely angered the flame lizard. After the flame lizard discovered that there were other invaders, it immediately attacked desperately. Therefore, the danger that Yuan Qingshan encountered was ultimately inseparable from Yi Chun. Besides, Yuan Qingshan is Yuan Xiaoai's nephew, and Yuan Xiaoai and Su Jian are comrades in arms. Since they have become comrades in arms, they have been good brothers for at least decades and have a close relationship. Even though Yuan Qingshan is an average person, Yi Chun will not give face to the monk but the Buddha. Even for Su Jian's sake, he will save him once if he has the ability to do so. This is not being a saint, but normal human nature. Besides, Yuan Qingshan is Yuan Xiaoai's nephew. Yi Chun and Su Qingning saved Yuan Qingshan's life. How could Yuan Qingshan not express his gratitude? Sure enough, when Su Jian heard that it was his daughter and son-in-law who saved Yuan Qingshan, a smile appeared on his face. Su Jian said, "Old Yuan, did you hear that? I have a good eye for people. Not only did my daughter and son-in-law not hurt your nephew, they saved them instead." Yuan Xiaoai said sincerely, "Old Su, I am really impressed by you this time. This mountain crown of mine is suitable for spell-casting professions. Just consider it as a token of my appreciation." The mountain crown is a 5th-tier helmet-type equipment. Yuan Xiaoai had worn it for a period of time, and then replaced it after it was upgraded to a higher level. It's just because the mountain crown has good attributes. One of its passive attributes is called unmovable as a mountain. As long as your feet stay still for more than 10 seconds, you can increase your physical defense and spell resistance, which is very helpful for spellcasting professions. Yuan Xiaoai finally gave up the mountain crown after he reached the 7th level and obtained 7th level equipment. This shows how practical the attributes of this mountain crown are. Although it is only at the epic level, in Yuan Xiaoai's opinion, its practical value is not much different from that of legendary equipment. Therefore, even though the Gaoshan crown was replaced, Yuan Xiaoai kept it as a treasure and did not sell it easily. Now Su Qingning and Yi Chun saved his nephew once, and he had previously been mean-spirited and judged others by others, so now he can only bleed once. Su Jian took the Alpine crown directly and said, "Then let me thank you on behalf of your niece. This Alpine crown is indeed a top-notch product for spellcasting professions." In the secret realm, Yi Chun and Su Qingning drove an armed helicopter and kept a distance from the fiery clothes men on the ground. Yi Chun took advantage of his long range and continuously consumed these fire lizards. However, the rank of these fire lizards should be level 5 or 6, with thick skin and tough flesh. Therefore, it took Yi Chun a full 20 minutes to clear out all these fire lizards. Only after all the fire lizards were killed did Yi Chun control the armed helicopter and lower its altitude. Then, Su Qingning noticed that there was a golden egg near the location of the volcanic eruption. The egg is nearly half a meter in diameter, and there are delicate patterns on the eggshell, which makes it extraordinary at first glance. Seeing this, Yi Chun immediately said, "This should be the treasure in the secret realm, right? Let's take it and leave." As Yi Chun spoke, he controlled the armed helicopter to the location of the golden egg, then opened the cabin door and lowered the armed helicopter's ladder. Then, Su Qingning quickly climbed down the ladder and endured the scorching heat, holding the golden egg in her arms. Yi Chun quickly climbed to a higher altitude to prevent Su Qingning from losing more blood. Even so, Su Qingning's face was red, and she lost about 1/10 of her blood and energy. However, she was a doctor, and she could restore her blood and energy with just one skill. The golden egg in her hand, however, was clearly surrounded by magma and was extremely hot, but the golden egg in her hand was icy cold, and it didn't look like it had been soaked in a magma pool at all. Then, Yi-chan immediately controlled the armed helicopter and flew quickly towards the exit of the secret realm. Yi-chan said, "Qingning, this should be a pet egg, right?" Su Qingning listened and said, "It is very likely, and the grade should not be low." Yi-chan smiled and said, "That's just right for you." Although the doctor's poison attack is quite effective, the output methods are still somewhat lacking. Contracting a pet should be of great help. Su Qingning listened and said, "I think it's more appropriate for you to come to the contract. Your output means have overflowed, but your life-saving means are not enough. This pet can provide you with a certain degree of protection." Yi-chan said, "Then wait and see when it hatches. If the hatch pet is good at attacking, then you can make the contract. If it is good at defending, leave it to me." "No problem." In a few minutes, Yi-chan and Su Qingning left the secret realm. As soon as they left the secret realm, the entrance gradually became blurred until it completely disappeared. Next, Yuan Xiaoai said, "I want to thank you on behalf of my nephew. If you hadn't helped him, he would have been in danger." Su Qingning listened and said, "Uncle Yuan, you are too polite. He is your nephew, so it is only right for us to help him." Yuan Xiao smiled sadly and said, "What a good child. I will give you the mountain crown that my uncle has treasured for many years. When you step into the 5th level, it will provide you with a lot of help." Su Qingning immediately said, "Thank you, Uncle Yuan." Su Jian asked, "Is this pet egg what you got in the secret realm?" Su Qingning immediately handed over the pet egg and said, "That's right, Dad. I wonder what kind of pet is in it." Su Jian listened and said, "Whatever pet it is, its potential should be very high. The entrance to the special secret realm has collapsed. Obviously, you have brought out the most precious treasure." Yuan Xiaoai also said, "That's right. Who of you two is going to contract this pet?" Su Qingning listened and said, "We want to identify the type of pet first. If it is good at attacking, I will make the contract with it. If it is good at defending, Yi-chan will make the contract. We can each make up for the shortcomings of Yi-chan and me." After hearing this, Yuan Xiao said, "There is no need to identify this. When this secret realm appeared, there was the sound of a phoenix in the sky, and there was also a scene of blazing flames burning the sky, which turned into a scene of flaming clouds. The pet egg is likely to contain a flying pet that is good at controlling fire." Su Qingning said, "That's not necessarily true. We encountered a kind of flame lizard in the secret realm. Although it is good at controlling fire, it is also huge in size, with thick scales all over its body, thick skin and flesh, and good defensive capabilities." After hearing what Su Qingning said, Su Jian said, "Okay, when you return to the capital, let's find an appraiser to appraise it." Chapter 81b Fong. Appraisers can identify items. Many objects with unknown properties can be identified by appraisers to understand their functions, which is also very helpful for combat professionals. However, the status of an appraiser is one level lower than that of a formation master, weapon refiner, or alchemist. It's not because the appraiser is not important, but because the way of improvement is different. The way for alchemists, weapon refiners, and formation masters to improve themselves is to collect various raw materials, and then make pills, refine weapons, or set up formations, gradually improve their proficiency, and then become high-level professionals. During this process, combat professionals are completely dependent on these 3 life professions, so the latter have a higher status. After all, they are needed. But appraisers are different. There is only one way for appraisers to improve their rank, and that is to appraise items. And these items that need to be identified can only come from various secret realms. In other words, although the appraiser helps combat professionals to identify items, he can also help himself improve his level at the same time. In addition, the number of appraisers is much greater than that of the 3 most popular professions, while the number of items that need to be appraised in the secret realm is relatively small. Therefore, the appraisers began to fight against each other. Except for some rare high-level appraisers, ordinary appraisers did not charge any appraisal fees at all. Some appraisers even held some activities, such as giving away eggs and rice noodles when appraising items, in order to attract people to come for appraisal. Therefore, if Su Qingning and Yi-chan wanted to identify this pet egg, not only would they not have to spend any money, but they could get some small gifts instead. Su Qingning suddenly remembered something and asked, "Dad, why did you come back to Fusang?" Su Jian explained, "Fusang used to be a demon kingdom. It is not protected by the heavenly Tao, but for foreign demons, this place is like a gap in the blue star, and it is easy for demons to visit here. We are close to Fusang and are easily affected by these monsters. Therefore, we send high-level professionals to patrol every once in a while. Your Uncle Yuan and I are lucky to have encountered this special secret realm. At this time, Yuan Xiaowai yawned and said, "It's getting late. You should all go to bed early. You can go back to the capital tomorrow." It was already past 10 o'clock when Yi Chun and Su Qingning suddenly received a call from Su Jian. They then took some time to rush over and spent nearly half an hour in the secret realm. Now it was almost 12 o'clock, so there was naturally no need to return to Beijing at this time. Therefore, Yi Chun and Su Qingning were arranged to a temporary base in Fuzhou. Although it is only a temporary base, it is well decorated and has all the necessary daily necessities, almost all of which are disposable, so it is convenient and hygienic. Yi Chun was busy all day and was a little tired. After returning to his room, he fell asleep. When he woke up, it was already bright outside. Just by stretching out his hand, Yi Chun felt a soft and lovely figure lying in his arms. When he opened his eyes, Yi Chun saw Su Qingning's beautiful big eyes staring at him. Yi Chun looked at Su Qingning and couldn't help but kiss her. Su Qingning also responded to Yi Chun awkwardly. After a moment, Yi Chun let go of Su Qingning and asked, "When did you come here? Aren't you afraid that your uncle will be angry?" Su Qingning smiled and said, "I came here, Dawn. I told my dad that the toilet in my room was broken, and I came here to use the restroom." After hearing this, Yi Chun reached out and patted Su Qingning's butt, saying, "You are really brave. Won't your father be suspicious?" Yi Chun didn't pay attention to it at first, but after slapping her twice, he noticed that Qingning's butt seemed to be a lot more upturned than before, with great elasticity, soft and bouncy, and felt great to slap. When Su Qingning heard what Yi Chun said, she leaned into Yi Chun's arms and said, "What's the big deal? My parents have already recognized you. What do I have to be afraid of?" After hearing this, Yi Chun was about to say something when there was a knock on the door. Su Qingning was very tough in words, but when she heard the knock on the door, she immediately left Yi Chun's arms and sat up. At the door, Su Jian's voice rang out. "Qingning, you should have finished using the toilet, right? Is Xiao Chen awake? Come out for dinner." Su Qingning heard this and said, "Let's get out right away." Yi Chun looked at Su Qingning and found it a little funny since she looked a little flustered. Then he got up, put on his clothes, washed up briefly, and went out to eat with Su Qingning. Yuan Qingshan has already left. He feels ashamed facing Yi Chun and Su Qingning. He himself judged others by his own standards and even mocked Yi Chun and Su Qingning. In the end, it turned out that someone saved him, which made him very ashamed. He didn't dare to face the young couple at all, so he left early. After Yi Chun and Su Qingning finished their meal, they did not stay long because Su Jian and Yuan Xiaowai's patrol period was about to end, and they were also ready to leave, and then they went wherever they wanted. An hour later, Yi Chun and Su Qingning arrived at a commercial street that specializes in appraisals. The street was full of small shops that specialized in appraisals. Appraisers, like the three major life professions, are also in demand by combat professions. However, because there are a large number of appraisers, they have to scramble for the items that need to be appraised. As Yi Chun and Su Qingning walked on the street, they could still hear the sound of the loudspeakers in various appraisal shops. Free appraisal, free appraisal. You will get 3 eggs for each appraisal. Don't miss it if you pass by. These are just appraisers who are engaged in the appraiser industry. After awakening to the appraiser profession, many ordinary people will pretend that this profession does not exist and will go to work honestly to earn money. After all, even if you earn less when you go to work, you still make some money. But being an appraiser, not only do you not make any money, you also have to pay for rent and eggs, which is a complete loss-making business. Yi Chun and Su Qingning randomly picked a shop that delivered eggs for identification and walked in. As the two entered the room, an appraiser with a mustache came up and said, "You two have good taste. I, Lu Yishou, am well known in the appraisal industry." After hearing this, Su Qingning said, "Then please help identify this pet egg." When Lu Yishou saw the golden pet egg, excitement appeared in his eyes. For appraisers, the higher the level of the appraisal object, the more experience they will gain after appraisal. Lu Yishou has been an appraiser for more than 10 years. Most of the items he appraises are low-level items, and his experience level upgrade is extremely slow. Fortunately, his parents are quite wealthy, which has supported them until now. If one day he can become a high-level appraiser, his years of investment will be rewarded, and he can earn money by appraising high-level items. After all, there's still very few high-level appraisers, and this pet egg can obviously increase Liu Yishou's appraiser experience by a large margin. He was naturally happy. Then, Liu used his appraiser skills, and a green light emanated from his hand, covering the pet egg. Next, in the vision of Yi Chun and Su Qingning, a series of attributes appeared above the pet egg in front of them. Name, Bifong. Status, to be hatched. Rank, epic. Talent, sign of fire. Then Liu Yishou said, "Congratulations, both of you. This pet egg can hatch the mythical bird Bifong. Bifong is a bird of fire that can create flames and is good at large-scale fire attacks." Chapter 82. Stew. Su Qingning was a little disappointed after hearing this and said, "Why is it Bifong? It would be better if it was a strange beast that is good at defense." Yi Chen heard Su Qingning's words and said, "Okay, Qingning, it seems that it is destined to be with you." Afterwards, Liu Yishou presented 10 eggs to express his gratitude. After identifying these Bifong eggs, his experience as an appraiser increased significantly. Yi Chun and Su Qingning returned to Jingyao, and Su Qingning prepared to contract the pet egg. Invaders from foreign lands can be used by combat professionals, but the adult invaders are wild and difficult to tame, making them basically impossible to subdue. Therefore, those that can be contracted and captured are either in the form of pet eggs or cubs. The number is relatively small, so they are very rare. The contract process is not too troublesome. You just need to buy enough nutrient solution to ensure that the pet can absorb nutrients after breaking out of the shell, and then drip your fingertips' blood on the eggshell. Yi Chun and Su Qingning had prepared everything. The pet egg was soaked in milky, white nutrient solution, with only a small part of the eggshell exposed. Then Su Qingning pierced the tip of her index finger with a needle and dripped a few drops of blood onto the pet egg. The blood dripped onto the pet egg shell and quickly seeped into it. Next, the shell of the pet egg made a clear, cracking sound, and then the eggshell shattered, and the Bifong cub was born. In fact, normally, the Bifong does not need to be recognized by dripping blood before it can hatch. However, since the Bifong egg has come to Blue Star, it will naturally be suppressed by the laws of nature of Blue Star. The Blue Star Heavenly Tao suppressed the foreign invaders in the secret realm, allowing ordinary people on Blue Star to have a professional system to fight against these invaders. For example, a Bifong egg came to Blue Star. Unless it recognized its master and became a pet of the humans on Blue Star, it would never be born. This is the rule of Blue Star. After Bifong was born, it began to gnaw on the eggshells, and at the same time the water level of the nutrient solution was rapidly dropping. After more than 10 minutes, the eggshells were eaten up and only a base of the nutrient solution was left in the pool. At the same time, the Bifong cub appeared in the sight of Yi Chun and Su Qingning. Then, Su Qingning couldn't help but ask, "Bifong divine bird?" "That's it." Yi Chun also said, "Its image is indeed average. This Bifong mythical bird does not look like the crane with one leg, as described in the legend. It looks like a pheasant, but its color is quite beautiful, with blue and white feathers on its body, and it has 2 normal feet. It was running around in the nutrient pool, pecking at the broken eggshells from time to time. Its posture was exactly the same as that of a domestic chicken eating rice. Therefore, Yi Chun and Su Qingning felt that its image was not good. Then, Su Qingning shook the Bifong. It had already recognized its master, so it was very friendly to Su Qingning. "I saw the Bifong bird running and flapping its wings. Its posture is exactly the same as that of a pheasant, flapping its wings while running, but its flying ability is average, and it seems to rely mainly on jumping rather than flying." The young Bifong bird flew into Su Qingning's arms, and then rubbed its head against Su Qingning's palm affectionately. Seeing this, Yi Chun also reached out to touch the little thing's fur. Although this Bifong was only a cub, its size was already comparable to that of an adult pheasant. As soon as Yi Chun's hand touched the Bifong cub, it pecked Yi Chun with its beak. Its owner is Su Qingning, not Yi Chun, and strangers are not allowed to touch its feathers. However, just after it pecked Yi Chun, Su Qingning slapped the Bifong bird on the head. The Bifong cub immediately looked at Su Qingning with grievance and a pitiful look. Then, Su Qingning directly scolded, "Try to peck my man again? If you do it again, I will stew you." After all, the Bifong cub is a sacred bird, and it has already recognized its master, so it can still understand some of Su Qingning's meaning. It was startled, lowered its head, and moved its head in front of Yi Chun, allowing Yi Chun to stroke it. Seeing this, Yi Chun touched the Bifong cub's head and said, "This little guy is quite smart." Su Qingning said, "If it's not smart, we'll stew it." To Su Qingning, any cute pet is not as good as a hair of Yi Chun. No matter how cute a pet is, if it dares to attack Yi Chun, Su Qingning can make it very delicious. Fortunately, this Bifong cub was quite smart. After Su Qingning slapped it and scolded it, it finally knew who was the king. If it is really ignorant, then Su Qingning is not joking and will stew it if she says so. At this moment, the Bifong cub felt very aggrieved. Although it was a cub, it had its own inherited memories. As far as memory goes, its ancestors once recognized humans as their masters. After its ancestors recognized humans as their masters, they were immediately provided with good food and drink by humans and served like ancestors. Its ancestor also recognized a human female as its master, and that human female also had a male partner. If that partner wanted to touch its ancestor, he had to feed and coax him for a long time. Moreover, once its ancestors are unhappy, they dare not attack their own masters due to the constraints of natural law, so they take their master's male partners as vent. A few peckings were considered light. It would fly to the opponent's head at any time and tear it with its claws, scratching the hair like a dog's nest. It would also peck the opponent's face several times with its beak and scratch its ears several times. Even so, the ancestor was not in any trouble. Instead, the captured companion had to buy some delicious food to appease the ancestor. In the words of our ancestor's mistress, it must have pecked you because you made it angry. If you don't coax it, it will peck you again next time. Why is it so different when it comes to me? I just pecked it lightly, but I got slapped and stewed. Isn't the difference in treatment too big? The Bifong cub was just thinking this when Su Qingning grabbed its neck and threw it to the ground. Next, Su Qingning said, "I know you can understand what I say. Show me what you are capable of." Chapter 83, Iron Tree Hell. The Bifong cub stared at Su Qingning blankly. He was still a cub. Why should he show off his abilities? Would he let him go into battle? It remembers that its ancestors went to war only when they were almost adults. It has just hatched. Can I report you for abusing your cubs? What? This is Blue Planet, and the Heavenly Tao only protects humans? Forget it. Su Qingning looked at the dazed Bifong and said, "Honey, why doesn't it react? Could it be a waste? Should we stew it?" Yi Chun heard Su Qingning's words and retorted, "No, this is a baby Bifong. It would be a pity to stew it. It's better to roast it. Have you heard of crispy pigeon? Let's have a crispy Bifong." The Bifong cub became more and more desperate as he listened to the conversation between Yi Chun and Su Qingning. However, in order to save his own life, he still used his innate talent, opened his mouth, and spit out a column of fire, which hit the ground. The ground was blackened by the pillar of fire, and it looked quite lethal. Su Qingning said, "You are not completely useless. Okay, just follow me from now on." Near noon, Zhang Lin and her boyfriend came to find Yi Chun and Su Qingning. Zhang Lin said, "Yi Chun, Qingning, the large secret realm Iron Tree Hell will be opened at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Any mid-level team can enter it. Should we go in and give it a try?" Large secret realms are different from small and medium-sized secret realms. Small and medium-sized secret realms are directly limited to levels, such as the 4th level secret realm, the 5th level secret realm, and so on. Large secret realms are limited to intermediate or high levels. The intermediate level is from level 4 to level 6, and the high level is from level 7 to level 9. Any combat professionals or teams that meet the requirements can enter. If the size difference between a medium-sized secret realm and a small secret realm is about 5 times, then the size difference between a medium-sized secret realm and a large secret realm is at least 100 times. Large secret realms cannot be opened casually. They are opened at scheduled times, and when they are opened, a group of at least 100 people is required to enter. In fact, after a large secret realm is opened, there are sometimes 300 to 500 combat professionals entering it. Yi Chun heard what Zhang Lin said and said, "Iron Tree Hell, this sounds like a secret realm of hell. Will there be too many soul monsters?" Zhang Lin heard what Yi Chun said and said, "I have been to the Iron Tree Hell once. There are only 2 or 3 layers of soul monsters in the Iron Tree Hell, which is not that many. If it is the Hungry Ghost realm, it must be dominated by soul monsters, but in the Hell realm, there are generally quite a few flesh monsters." Yi Chun said directly, "Then let's go in and try. There are many monsters in the large secret realm, and we should be able to kill them quickly." Zhang Lin said, Your armed helicopter may be restricted in the Iron Tree Hell. Why? Zhang Lin explained. There are many kinds of monsters in large secret realms, and there are many flying monsters in the Iron Tree Hell. Although your helicopter can fly, its flexibility is much worse than that of the Sword Immortal, and it is very likely to become a target of public criticism. Yichen listened and said, "It doesn't matter. Even if there are no armed helicopters, I have many means." Zhang Lin said, "That's right. In the past, since the Iron Tree Secret Realm began, only the 6th level team could stand out. This time, with you and our double-winged flying team, we might be able to surprise many people. It turns out that the 4th level team can be so strong." Su Qingning suddenly asked, "I heard that when a large secret realm is opened, there are often live broadcasts." Zhang Lin listened and said, "Yes. Every time a large secret realm is opened, there will be many people who want to fish in troubled waters. There are 300 to 500 people entering the secret realm, and the ones who can really serve as the core combat force are generally only 100 to 200 of them. Others, some will start live broadcasts to earn some traffic, and some will try to grab a few heads or something like that. But they are sensible and don't dare to affect the overall situation." Su Qingning smiled and said, "They have to be brave. The large secret realm is no joke. Once it affects the overall situation and causes them to fall into a disadvantage, the white army that enters the secret realm is likely to be wiped out, and their lives will also be in danger." Zhang Lin nodded and said, "That's right. But the security of the Iron Tree Hell is still very high this time. There are 5 well-known 6th-level teams. The most famous one is the Boundless Dharma team, which is composed of 5 monks. I heard they are very powerful. Like Taoists, monks are also one of the top 10 most popular professions. Monks' magic skills are both offensive and defensive. At the same time, monks are good at Buddhist magic and have great restraint against monsters in hell and hungry ghost realms. Therefore, Zhang Lin feels that the safety factor of this trip to the Iron Tree Hell will be very high. The top 10 popular professions are not only strong, but also have a certain scale and number. This is in stark contrast to the hidden professions, the number of which is often in the single digits. Yichen heard what Zhang Lin said and said, "The Boundless Dharma team, it sounds very high-end." Zhang Lin smiled and said, "Their strength is also extraordinary. You will know when you meet them." After hearing what Zhang Lin said, Yichen became a little curious. He wondered which one was more ferocious, Buddhism or pure firepower. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the double-winged flying team arrived at the entrance to the Iron Tree Hell secret realm, and outside the secret realm, there were already 400 to 500 people gathered. These hundreds of people basically formed groups of 5 or more into a team. Some looked solemn and said nothing. Some looked relaxed and were chatting and laughing, and some are holding up their phones on a stand, filming everywhere and explaining something. It can be said that there were all kinds of people. Although the double-winged flying team has taken down the strongest of the 4th Order, they really have little presence here today. Iron Tree Hell is a large secret realm. Combat professionals from level 4 to level 6 can enter the large secret realm. Therefore, the protagonist today is the level 6 team. As for the 4th tier team, no one pays attention to it even if it ranks first. After all, there's a big gap between different ranks of combat professionals. To defeat the strong with the weak, there needs to be a big gap in profession, equipment, and other aspects. As for these well-known level 6 teams, their professions and equipment are already excellent. It is extremely difficult for level 4 and level 5 teams to defeat them. Yichen also noticed the Boundless Buddha Dharma team. The entire team consisted of only 5 people, all of whom were wearing monk robes and sitting cross-legged with solemn expressions. As they sat in meditation, they seemed to be using some kind of skill, and their skin glowed with a faint golden light, which was truly extraordinary. Finally, the Iron Tree Hell opened, and the entrance to the secret realm appeared in front of everyone like a big mouth of the abyss. The entrance to this large, secret realm looked different, like a bay of deep and dark spring water. As the combat professionals stepped on the spring water, their bodies suddenly began to sink, and after a moment, they disappeared into the secret realm. Chapter 84, Killing All Around. The location of the double-winged flying team was relatively far back. After everyone entered the 7th floor or so, it was finally the double-winged flying team's turn. Yi Chun and Su Qingning held hands and stepped onto the mysterious spring. Their bodies suddenly sank. Although the mysterious spring looked like spring water, it had no substance. It just made people feel chilly, as if they had gone from summer to winter in an instant. After a series of bizarre changes in front of their eyes, the group arrived at the Iron Tree Hell. There were snowflakes falling from the sky, and there was a thick layer of ice underfoot. Yichen also saw the so-called Iron Tree. These iron trees are actually more appropriately called ice trees. They are nearly 100 meters tall, azure blue in color, and covered with ice thorns that look like maces combed throughout the trees. They were planted in 2 regular long rows, forming a straight ice path, and everyone was now on this ice path. At this time, the Buddha's light on the boundless Buddha's Dharma team was even brighter. At the same time, the golden light between the 5 monks was still echoing each other from afar. It seemed that even the surrounding cold air could not approach them. A legion of hundreds of people was advancing carefully along the ice road. Many combat professionals had already prepared their skills and were ready to take action at any time. It is worth mentioning that no one has chosen to fly so far, and they are obviously worried about becoming a target after flying. Yi-chun did not use the armed helicopter, but just carried the shoulder-fired rocket launcher on his shoulder, ready to attack at any time. This place is called Iron Tree Hell, and it is icy cold all around. It is obvious that the environment of the secret place has become like this because there are so many creatures from hell here. The creatures in hell prefer cold and dampness, which is why they create such an environment. Incendiary bombs and the creatures in hell are obviously incompatible, so the killing effect of incendiary bombs here will be extremely good. As everyone moved forward, rustling sounds were heard. After they had moved forward for dozens of meters, the ice surface suddenly began to shake. Next, the originally thick ice layer cracked open a crack in the ground amid the tremors, and in the crack, tall monsters from hell rushed towards the crowd. Yi-chun had sharp eyes and saw at a glance that there seemed to be mainly 3 types of monsters in hell. The monster rushing in the front is a ghost spear bullhead. It has a human body and a bull head, bulging muscles all over the body, lush hair, and holds a black ghost spear in its hand, looking very aggressive. A little further back are the horse-faced warriors with 2 swords. They have the image of a human body and a horse's face, with an unusually long face, long limbs, a flexible body, and 2 swords in their hands. In addition to the ox head and horse-faced monsters, there is also a short monster named Qingji mixed in among these monsters. Qingji is only 20 centimeters tall and 1/10 the size of the ox head and horse face. They appear human-like, wear yellow clothes, a yellow crown, and drive a yellow 4-wheeled cart that is in a suspended state. At this time, Zhang Lin said, "The ghost spear bullhead has high defense and high health. The dual sword horse face has fast speed." Among this wave of monsters, the most difficult one is the Qingji. Although they are small in size, they are flexible and can control water and ice at the same time. Multiple Qingji can also jointly cast spells to release large-scale ice and water spells. As soon as Zhang Lin finished speaking, the 2 sides had already started fighting. The long-range professionals cast spells at the monsters from the Iron Tree Hell, while the short-range professionals rushed forward and started fighting with the Ghost Spear Minotaur. Although the battlefield is chaotic, you don't have to worry about hurting your teammates. The combat profession system is bestowed by heaven, just like a game panel, and therefore has attributes similar to those of game characters. In the game, players in the same camp cannot harm teammates with their own skills unless they are controlled by skills. Therefore, the same applies to combat professionals. When in a team or group form, their skills are ineffective against people in the same team and will only cause damage to the enemy. Yi-chun's thermal weapons have fierce firepower, but there is no need to worry about hurting teammates. At this time, the Boundless Buddha Dharma team also took action. 5 people were seen chanting scriptures together, and their bodies flew into the air. Then a golden Buddha light bombarded an area, and dozens of monsters were blown away immediately, with obvious burns on their bodies. Yi-chun was also riding on a helicopter and flying into the sky. He needed to be at a certain height to be more suitable for controlling the shoulder-fired rocket launcher to attack. The armed helicopter flew to a height of about 100 meters, and then Yi-chun activated unlimited firepower and started a bombardment directly at the group of monsters from hell. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions sounded one after another, and everyone was attracted by the noise and looked over. At this time, a middle-aged man who was broadcasting the Secret Realm live said, "With such a big commotion, I thought it was a 6th-level team, but it turned out to be a 4th-level team." Don't be fooled by the loud noise. The defense of the monsters in hell is not low. A 4th-level mechanic is unlikely to be able to break the defense of these monsters. As he was speaking, he saw Yi Chen's incendiary bombs creating a sea of fire. In the sea of fire, the bull-headed demon with ghost spear and the horse-faced demon with dual swords were wailing and rolling in the sea of fire, and soon they died. Xingji was indeed a tough guy. After the incendiary bombs exploded, they immediately used their abilities to control water and ice to isolate themselves from the surrounding sea of fire, so they were fine for the time being. However, the middle-aged man who was broadcasting the live broadcast was slapped in the face. He said that Yi Chun could not break the defenses of these monsters in the previous second, and the wailing of these monsters betrayed him in the next second. Yi Chun continued to fire incendiary bombs as if they were free of charge, and the explosions continued. The close combat professionals who were originally fighting with the Ghost Spear Minotaur also began to retreat at this moment, because there was no suspense in dealing with this group of monsters. After this group of close combat professionals retreated, Yi Chen's firepower became more fierce, covering all the monsters in front of him. The Oxhead and Horseface guards had suffered heavy casualties. As for the Kingjis, although they were using water spells to hold on, it seemed that they were already at the end of their strength. After all, they do not have Yi Chen's unlimited firepower, and they cannot bombard without cooldown and limit like Yi Chun. Finally, after a total of 10 minutes, all the monsters were cleared out, and 60 to 70% of them died at the hands of Yi Chun. The members of the Flying Wings team were all looking at this scene in shock. She had thought that with many level 6 teams participating in this large-scale dungeon, Yi Chun should not be able to dominate the field alone. I never thought that even a 6th-level combat professional couldn't suppress Yi Chun. Let Yi Chun stand out alone. Isn't this too powerful? Chapter 85, Ghost Eyes. A monk from the Boundless Buddha Dharma team also looked at Yi Chun strangely for a few times and then said to Yi Chun, "Donor, you have great skills. I admire you." The combat profession has a certain influence on one's personality, especially high-level combat professionals. In order to better play the advantages of this profession, they will actively move closer to this profession. For example, swordsmen like to wear ancient costumes and carry a long sword. Monks wear monk robes with the same gradient and chant Amitabha all the time. Assassins wear night clothes and even mask their faces. These all help to bring out the advantages of the profession. Therefore, the words, actions, and behaviors of the members of the Boundless Buddhist team are no different from those of real monks. After hearing this, Yi Chun said politely, "Master, you are too kind." At this time, Zhang Lin said, "Yi Chun, come down quickly. The ghost eye is coming." When Yi Chun heard what Zhang Lin said, his expression changed slightly, and he immediately controlled the armed helicopter to lower its altitude. Then Yi Chun looked up and saw scarlet eyeballs appearing, blinking at everyone continuously, and these scarlet eyeballs were filled with malice and murderous intent. At this time, the 5 monks of the Boundless Buddha Dharma team said at the same time, "Amitabha, the Buddha's light is appearing." As soon as the words fell, brilliant golden light emanated from the 5 monks at the same time, shining towards the group of eyeballs. Suddenly, those scarlet eyeballs seemed to be completely enraged, and the malice and anger in their eyes became even stronger. Under the golden light, Yi Chun could also clearly see the shapes of these ghost eyes. They're called ghost eyes, but in fact, they can also be called ghost hands. Their body is a severed human hand. In the palm of this severed hand is a scarlet eyeball, which is the origin of the name Ghost Eye. At this time, the ghost eyes also use their own attack methods. These flying ghost eyes shot out scarlet rays of light, attacking everyone present. If someone was accidentally hit, a bloody hole would immediately appear on the body. Yi Chun also frowned. The attack power of this ghost eye was very strong, and it was also very flexible. It looked a bit like a flying laser weapon. No wonder Zhang Lin asked him to come down quickly just now. With the destructive power of this ghost eye, if he continued to stay in the air, the armed helicopter would be destroyed in an instant. At this time, the 5 monks once again used the Buddha's light to appear, and the golden light fell on the eyeballs of the ghost eye. The ghost eye's originally precise attack suddenly became fragmented, and even its displacement ability was affected. Zhang Lin said, "The ghost eyes are the most difficult monsters in the Iron Tree Hell. They can fly freely, and their rays do great damage. Fortunately, the monks have skills to restrain them, otherwise, I'm afraid many people would die here. Yichen heard Zhang Lin's words and asked, "Are they afraid of strong light?" Zhang Lin explained, It's called the ghost eye, and its core is the eyeball. Since it's an eyeball, it has the same weakness as human eyes, that it is afraid of strong light. Among the mid-level combat professionals, the only ones who have the skills to control light are monks and priests. The holy light of priests is too soft, and is far less dazzling than the Buddha's light. Yichen heard what Zhang Lin said and said, "Is that so? Then I have a better way." Yichun said as he aimed the rocket launcher directly at the ghost eye in the sky, then switched the ammunition to flash bombs. Then, Yichun pulled the trigger directly into the sky. The flash bomb shot out and then exploded in the air. In an instant, the flash bomb released a strong white light. Although flash bombs are not offensive to teammates, everyone can see clearly that Yichun's flash bombs are much more dazzling than the monk's Buddha's light. After the flash bomb exploded, the ghost eyes suddenly closed and a lot of tears flowed out. At the same time, a small number of ghost eyes fell directly from the sky because the stimulation of the flash bomb was too strong, and then were rushed upon and hacked to death by the team members. Afterwards, Yichun fired 2 flash bombs in succession, and these ghost eyes were almost blinded. You know, the lighting intensity of the flash bomb is as high as millions of candela brightness. With such brightness, even closing your eyes is useless, and it is enough to cause severe damage to the eyes. Therefore, although these ghost eyes closed their eyelids, they were still dazzled by the flash bombs. You know, their main body is the eyes, which are more fragile than human eyes. After they were flashed by the flash bomb 3 times, the ghost eyes fell from the sky like birds with broken wings, and then were chopped into meat paste by people. The reason why ghost eyes are difficult to deal with is, first, they can fly, and their flying speed is very fast, and second, they can release ghost eye rays, which have extremely high damage, and their own defense value is not high. Therefore, after the flash bomb put them into a state similar to shock, everyone easily chopped off these ghost eyes. The eyes of the people in the entire legion looking at Yichun at this moment have changed. Just now, Yichun killed more than half of the monsters by himself. It can be said that it was luck, but how about dealing with these ghost eyes now? You know, even when the Buddha's light first appears, it will not be that stimulating to the ghost eyes. However, Yichun's flash bomb directly destroyed these ghost eyes. Isn't this too awesome? At this time, everyone began to discuss. I heard that he was the one who completed the mechanic profession, and he also has the title of the strongest 3rd level in history. I originally thought that being the strongest in the world at level 3 was a bit exaggerated, but now it seems that it is not an exaggeration at all. Of course, the Buddha's light released by the 5 members of the Boundless Buddha team is no match for his special ammunition. He seems to be only at the 4th level now, right? A level 4 team stole the limelight from a level 6 team. This is not easy, not easy. It seems that the profession of mechanic may be on the rise. Maybe in a few years, there will be one more mechanic in the top 10 popular professions. After getting rid of the ghost eye, the group continued to move forward along the Iron Tree Ice Road. As they walked, they were surrounded by a large group of monsters. There are 3 types of monsters this time, 2 of which are ones we have seen before, the bull-headed monster with ghost spear and the horse-faced monster with dual swords, and the last one is the hanged ghost. The hanged ghosts appear in the form of souls, with weak bodies and cold and resentful eyes. Because they died by hanging, their tongues are stretched out long. They also hold a thick hemp rope in their hands as a weapon of attack. Zhang Lin saw this and said to Yichun, "The hanged ghosts are the soul monsters in the Iron Tree Hell. Their bodies ignore physical attacks, and their main attack method is to put the hemp rope in their hand around their necks and strangle the enemy to death. Once the neck is caught by it, the person in the trap cannot use any skills. If there is no one to rescue him, he is likely to be strangled to death. When facing these hanged ghosts, we can only rely on professionals in the spellcasting system." Chapter 86, Omnipotent. Soul-type monsters are immune to physical attacks, but not immune to spell damage. The mechanic, like the archer, swordsman, and swordsman, is a standard and purely physical profession, and there is absolutely no way for him to defeat the hangman. Zhang Lin was also a little competitive in her heart. After all, before the opening of this large secret realm, she thought that her entire team, including Yichun, might just be there to make up the numbers. The protagonists this time were also those well-known 6th level teams. As a result, Yi-chun refreshed her cognition time and time again, letting her know that a fourth-level mechanic could be so powerful. Now she was just thinking about seeing Yi-chun suffer defeat. No matter how strong the mechanic was, he couldn't do anything about these soul monsters, right? The Boundless Buddha Dharma team did not take action immediately, and they felt somewhat aggrieved. A well-known 6th-level team was overshadowed by Yi-chun alone. Although they were learning from the monks, greed, anger, and ignorance were not so easy to let go of. Therefore, they wanted to wait and see, and only take action when Yi-chun was helpless in the face of this hanged ghost and even needed to ask for help. This proves one thing, that their Boundless Buddhist Dharma team still has its merits. At this moment, Yi-chun took out his flamethrower. He wanted to take advantage of the 8 minutes of unlimited firepower remaining to inflict the greatest damage to these ghosts in hell. Yi-chun pressed the trigger of the flamethrower, and a column of hot fire shot out and landed on the hanged ghost and the ox-headed and horse-faced demon. The pure lethality of the flame gun is not as good as that of the incendiary bomb. After all, the incendiary bomb is a weapon that is unlocked only at the 4th level, and the key is the word explosion. The physical damage caused by the explosion process is extremely high. As for the flame gun, it simply burns. As the saying goes, thunder and fire are merciless. For elemental mages, the most effective spells for killing ghosts are lightning spells and fire spells. Although Yi-chun's flame gun has no magic power, it also falls into the category of elemental attack. Under the scorching flames, the area where the hanged ghost and the ox-headed and horse-faced devil were located turned into a sea of fire, and their blood volume was constantly draining away. The monsters in hell naturally like cold and dampness, so this Iron Tree hell is covered in ice, and there is light snow in the sky. But now, the flame guns continue to spray flames, raising the surrounding temperature by dozens of degrees. How can these monsters have a place to stand? Zhang Lin looked at this scene and shook his head helplessly. He was tired. Let it be destroyed. I actually thought that a mere soul monster could embarrass Yi-chun. What a joke. This junior of mine is simply omnipotent. Want to stump him? It's impossible. The 5 eminent monks of the Boundless Buddha Dharma team shared the same idea as Zhang Lin. Why are you, a level 4 mechanic, so aggressive? You're making our level 6 team lose face, okay? Seeing that Yi-chun was still able to kill soul-type monsters, the Boundless Buddha Dharma team no longer pretended and also started to take action, cooperating with others to quickly clear out this group of monsters. Afterwards, the team stopped to rest, and many people gathered around, wanting to make friends with Yi-chun. Afterwards, tents were set up throughout the camp, and everyone began to repair on the spot. Yi-chun said, "This large secret realm is indeed unique. There are so many kinds of monsters." Zhang Lin listened and said, "Not only are there many types, but also a lot of them. We have already cleared 3 waves of monsters. Because of you, we were very efficient and it only took us half an hour. Normally, these 3 waves of monsters would take at least an hour to deal with. To clear the iceberg secret realm, we still need to face about 50 waves of monsters." Yi-chun's eyes showed surprise. So many? No wonder everyone needs to rest. Zhang Lin said, "This is normal. Organizing a legion to enter a large secret realm takes several days and nights, which is considered smooth. Some high-difficulty large-scale secret realms may even take months or even years to clear, such as the Tianshu secret realm in Magic City. A legion of hundreds of high-level combat professionals entered the realm 2 years ago, but have not been able to come out yet." Su Qingning also said, "I also know about this secret realm. My uncle is a member of the legion. For a while, my mother couldn't sleep well because of this matter. My father comforted her for several days, and my mother was temporarily relieved." Zhang Lin heard Su Qingning's words and said, "That's right. Although they have been trapped for 2 years, the legion is definitely not destroyed. They are safe now, but if something happens to them, the consequences will be serious. The higher the rank of a combat professional, the smaller their number. It is not easy for any high-level combat professional to grow to that level. If this high-level legion of 100 people were wiped out, the pressure onto Xia's secret realm would instantly increase a lot, and the situation would be very serious." Yi-chun listened and thought to himself, "Is Qingning's uncle trapped in the Tianshu secret realm? Maybe there is a chance I can enter the Tianshu secret realm and try it out." Yi-chun was not aimless. His upgrade speed was much faster than that of ordinary people. If other people's upgrade was like an old ox pulling a cart, Then Yi Chun and Su Qingning's upgrade was like driving a sports car. Yi Chun can unlock 2 weapons at each level and 1 super talent at each level. Therefore, when Yi Chun's level is promoted to the 7th level, the weapons he unlocked are actually comparable to the level of other mechanics at the 13th level. At this level, the gap between Yi Chun and other combat professionals of the same level will be further widened. By that time, Yi Chun will most likely have the ability to turn the entire battle situation around on his own, and perhaps even try to rescue the army of 100 people from the Tianshu secret realm. Qingning's uncle is his uncle, and Yi Chun has taken this matter to heart. At this moment, Su Qingning said, "I hope they are okay, otherwise, how sad will my mother be?" Although Su Qingning was also worried about her uncle, she was not as worried as her mother. Zhao Yafang's worry about her younger brother far exceeded Su Qingning's worry about her uncle. When Yi Chun heard Su Qingning's words, he said, "Don't worry, Daxia is protected by the heavenly Tao. They will be fine." The group rested for a full hour, which was normal. On the one hand, they had to wait for the skills to cool down, and on the other hand, everyone's physical strength needed to be restored and their tense spirits needed to be relaxed to ensure that they could perform well in the subsequent battles. In fact, starting from a large secret realm, casualties are often inevitable due to the increase in difficulty of the secret realm. In the past, the mortality rate of this Iron Tree Hell was actually around 5%. Although it was not high, its dangerousness was evident. The larger the secret realm and the higher the level of the secret realm, the higher the casualty rate will be. But this time, because of Yi Chun, the casualty rate in the Iron Tree Hell is likely to be less than 1%. Chapter 87, Beholder. Because Yi Chun's methods were too powerful, the Ghost Hand in the Iron Tree Hell, which was most likely to cause death, was completely destroyed by Yi Chun's flash bomb and was at the mercy of others. As for the other Ghost Spear, Bullhead, Double Sword, Horseface, and so on, they would also be burned to death when facing Yi Chun's incendiary bombs. Therefore, this trip to the Iron Tree Hell was unusually smooth. In an hour, Yi Chun's super talent had just cooled down and the unlimited firepower could be activated again. As for the ability to hit the target every time, Yi Chun doesn't need to use it all. He adds all points to agility, plus the bonus from epic equipment, which makes his hit rate already very high. Unless encountering some abnormal monsters, the talent of hitting the target every time is not needed most of the time. This is why Yi Chun chose the talent of hitting the target every time when he reached the 3rd level. The next action in the Iron Tree Secret Realm is to repeat the previous process in a one-on-one duel. The monsters in the Iron Tree Secret Realm included 5 types: the Ghost Spear Bullhead, the Double Swords Ma Jian, Qingji, the Ghost Eye, and the Hang Ghost. They randomly combined and attacked the Legion. Yi Chun had unlimited firepower and flash bombs to restrain the Ghost Eyes, so the whole process went extremely smoothly. The team fought a fierce battle with these monsters, then rested for about an hour, and when everyone recovered, they continued to move forward. As time passed, Yi Chun and Su Qingning's levels were gradually improving. There are a lot of large monsters in the secret realm, and most of these monsters are level 5, which brings Yi Chun and Su Qingning a lot of experience. At the same time, Yi Chun's incendiary bomb played a huge role in the team battle, and he killed countless monsters by himself. Therefore, for others, it takes 1 month to advance 1 level. But today, in this Iron Tree Hell alone, Yi Chun and Su Qingning advanced 2 levels and reached level 46. However, the exploration of the Iron Tree Hell has now come to an end. There are a total of 50 waves of monsters. Just now, Yi Chun used flash bombs and cooperated with everyone to deal with the 49th wave of Ghost Hands. The next one is the last wave of monsters. At this moment, the entire Legion entered the secret realm. It was already the next afternoon. After all, everyone had to rest every half an hour after fighting and clearing 3 waves of monsters. Up to now, they had rested a total of 16 times. Everyone looked a little tired. Even the 6th-ranked teams were not as energetic as before. This was inevitable. Although there was some rest along the way, where could one truly relax and rest in the secret realm? A decline in status was inevitable. Yi Chun's condition was relatively much better, because compared with other professions, it was much easier for him to release skills. The thermal weapons he used were easy to operate, and he only needed to press the trigger to fire the ammunition. In comparison, the release of many skills of other professions requires physical action and consumes more physical strength. Yi Chun looked at his sweetheart, who also looked a little tired. Her originally rosy face had turned a little pale, and her eyes looked a little tired. Seeing this, Yi-chan said with some distress, "Qingning, why don't you take a rest? I'm here, don't worry about your safety." Su Qingning said, "It's okay. There's only one last wave of monsters left, and it will be over soon." As they were talking, they saw scarlet eyes appear again in the sky above the Iron Tree Hill. Everyone looked up, and then screams were heard. "Oh shit, my eyes. Why is it so dark around me? I can't see anything." "Me too. Is it getting dark?" "Impossible. Even if it's dark, it shouldn't be so dark that we can't see anything." At this moment, the voice of the Boundless Dharma team rang out. "Everyone calm down. If my guess is correct, we must have encountered an eye demon." "What? There's a very small chance that an eye demon will be born in the Iron Tree secret realm? What should we do now? I thought I could leave the secret realm safely this time, but I didn't expect to be so unlucky and encounter this thing." At the same time, barrages of comments popped up on the phones of the combat professionals who were broadcasting live. "Oh my god, it really is an eye demon. This thing is so ugly and so powerful. It seems that this legion is in danger." Eye demons are very rare in the Iron Tree secret realm. They have only appeared once. The last time the legion encountered an eye demon, the result was more than 80% casualties. Yes, when the eye demon first appeared, it was very similar to the ghost eye. The eye demon has a characteristic that as long as the enemy's eyes see the eye demon's existence, the eye demon's devouring skill will be triggered immediately, and the enemy will become blind. Unless the eye demon is killed, the eyesight will never be restored. That's right, the demon's eye-devouring skill is very special. The skills of doctors or priests cannot remove the eye-devouring effect. If not for this, the eye demon wouldn't be so difficult to deal with. At this moment, people in the outside world all believed that everyone in the Iron Tree secret realm was in great danger. After all, the eye demon's reputation was too great. Yi-chan also held Su Qingning's arm tightly at this moment, saying, "Qingning, don't be afraid. I'm here." Su Qingning heard this and said, "I know. I'm not afraid at all." Yi-chan carried the rocket launcher on his shoulder, loaded the ammunition with armor-piercing bullets, and was ready to attack at any time. At this moment, above the legion, the eye demon was staring at everyone with his hundreds of eyes. When viewed from a distance, this eye demon looks somewhat similar to a large group of ghost eyes, but in fact, there is a big difference. The ghost eyes are eyes that grow on a single broken palm, and each of them is an independent individual. The eye demon has a very large body, and its entire body is shaped like a giant centipede. The centipede has 1,000 legs, but they are not normal centipede legs. Instead, they are hundreds of human hands growing on its body. And there are hundreds of human hands growing on its body, and each of them has an eyeball in the palm, which looks very scary. At this moment, the eye demon's huge body was swimming flexibly in the air, and the hundreds of eyeballs in its palms were also spinning, as if thinking about where to start the attack first. At the same time, the Boundless Buddha Dharma team also took action. All 5 of them said in unison, "Buddha's light shines everywhere." As soon as he finished speaking, a phantom of the Tathagata appeared in the sky. The Tathagata had a smiling face and clasped his hands together, emitting a brilliant golden light. The golden light covered everyone in the legion, adding a positive buff to everyone. At this time, the eye demon's hundreds of gazes also fell on the 5-man team of Buddha Dharma Wubian. It sensed that this 5-man team should be more difficult to deal with. Therefore, the eye demon's body flew towards the Boundless Buddha's Dharma team, and its bloody mouth opened. A torrent of ice-blue energy gushed out of its mouth and rushed towards the Boundless Buddha's Dharma team. Chapter 88, The Eye-Devouring Sword. Although the Boundless Buddha Dharma team was good at defense, the attack of the eye demon was extremely fierce. The golden light on their bodies only lasted for a few seconds before they were defeated. Several members of the Boundless Buddha Dharma team were also hit by the torrent of energy and flew all over the place. Each of them was seriously injured. The people watching the live broadcast were even more worried. It's over. This eye demon can not only seize vision, but its attack is also so powerful that even the Boundless Dharma team can't resist it. Now, they can only scatter and flee. You can't run far. The eye demon can fly, and its speed is too fast. Do you have any way to command the Iron Tree Hell team? At this moment, a voice rang out from within the Iron Tree Hell. I am an anchor connected to an anchor from your team. I can see part of the situation in the secret realm and can tell you certain information. However, the information I am telling you will be delayed due to network latency within the secret realm. I hope you can understand. As soon as this voice came out, everyone immediately fell silent. Then, the monk from the Boundless Buddha Dharma team said, "Is this demon a juvenile or a mature one?" After hearing this, the anchor said, "I don't know, but it's about 80 meters long with 300 to 400 hands on its body, and each hand has an eyeball." Oh no, it's a mature form. A mature form of the eye demon has an eye-devouring skill that is extremely difficult to disarm, and its own attack and defense are also excellent. We currently have no vision, so it's difficult to counterattack. At this moment, the anchor shouted, "Be careful. The eye demon is gathering its power again. It's attacking the center of your crowd." After hearing this, everyone panicked and many of them tried to flee around. However, they had fought in a group before and were very close to each other. Now, these people around them became obstacles to their escape. In order to save their lives, everyone pushed and squeezed each other, and things were heading towards the worst direction. At this moment, Yi Chan said silently in his heart, "Unlimited firepower is turned on. 100% accuracy is turned on." Then he pulled the trigger directly at the eye demon, and a flash bomb shot out and exploded. The bright white light made the eye demon's hundreds of eyes in the center of its palms begin to hurt and shed tears, and it couldn't help but close its eyes. At this time, the anchor said excitedly, "Everyone, don't panic. Don't be afraid. Yi Chun from Jingyao has taken action. His flash bomb has blinded hundreds of the eye demon's eyes. The eye demon's eyes are now closed. The eye demon has lost its vision, just like you." This anchor is from Jingyao. He had been promoting Jingyao during the live broadcast before. Now seeing Yi Chun turning the tide in this critical moment, he is naturally very excited. The crowd who were crowding and trampling were not so anxious after hearing the host's words, because the host said that the eye demon was also blinded by the flash and had also lost its vision. We are just blind against blind. No one has any advantage. What is there to be afraid of? Then, Yi Chun replaced the flash bomb with armor-piercing bullet and continued shooting. The anchor continued. Yi Chun attacked again. He actually shot at the eye demon without any vision. Can his attack hit Yi Chun? Let's wait and see. Damn, he actually hit it. Yi Chun's ammunition has extremely strong attack power, and the scales on the eye demon's body were all penetrated. As the anchor was speaking, everyone heard the eye demon let out a roar. At this time, Yi Chun continued to pull the trigger continuously. The anchor said, the eye demon felt pain and started to flee frantically. Yi Chun was still shooting frantically? Can he still hit it? It is difficult for a mechanic to hit the enemy without vision. Oh my god, Yi Chun hit the eye demon again. Everyone can know this without the host commentary, because the screams and roars of the eye demon continue to ring out. The armor-piercing bullets were free and bombarded the boss. The attack of armor-piercing bullets lasted for about 10 minutes. The eye demon's body was shattered into pieces like honeycomb coal by the armor-piercing bullets, with blood holes all over its body. The eye demon's roar turned into a wail, and as the last armor-piercing bullet pierced into the eye demon's brain, the eye demon's life came to an end. At this time, the anchor said, "Oh my god." As expected of Yi Chun, who came from Beijing Medicine, he actually killed the extremely difficult large secret realm boss, eye demon, by himself without any vision. It's amazing. He also seems to have dropped an epic equipment. The eye demon is a very powerful boss, so it's normal for him to drop an epic item. If you're lucky enough, you may even get a legendary item. When the members of the Secret Realm team heard this, they said, "All right, the eye demon has been killed, our vision has been restored, everyone can see it." At this time, Yi Chun had already come to the epic equipment and took in his hand. This was a weapon-type equipment. Name, Eye Devouring Sword. Level, 55. Quality, Epic. Property, Entry. This Eye Devouring Sword is an epic equipment, but its attributes and entries are still question marks and can only be seen after being appraised by an appraiser. However, its grade is as high as 6th level, while Yi Chun and Su Qingning only have 4th level at present, so they cannot use in the short term. At this moment, a voice sounded, "Wait." This piece of equipment was dropped by the boss eye demon. "Yi Chun, you don't want to take it all for yourself, do you?" The person who spoke was a young woman. She was pretty, but had high cheekbones and looked a bit cunning. Zhang Lin heard this and immediately said, "Yi Chun killed the eye demon on his own. The spoils belong to him. What's the problem?" However, The woman said, "This is a large-scale dungeon. We are fighting as a team, so there is no such thing as one person's strength. According to the rules, we should draw lots to decide who gets the equipment. Do you think I am right?" When the woman said this, many people present began to think about it. This is an epic equipment of at least level 5, and its value is extremely high. If a draw is really made to decide the ownership, then their strength will directly soar. Even if they don't need it, they can make a fortune by selling it. Therefore, someone followed up and said, "That's right. Since it's a team battle, we should follow the rules and decide by drawing lots." Yes, Yi-chun, you are known as the strongest third level in history, so you don't need such an epic equipment, but for us, it is enough to change our destiny. Chapter 89, Legendary Sword. These people, some were just following the trend, while others were using moral blackmail, were obviously interested in Yi-chun's equipment. It is worth mentioning that these people who spoke were just there to make up the numbers when the secret realm was conquered just now. Even if they did take action, their effects were limited. Then the people from the Boundless Buddha Dharma team said, "Shut up. Do you still have any shame?" Yi-chun killed the eye demon by himself. It was his trophy. This equipment can only belong to him. Several monks were so angry that they swore and even stopped chanting Amitabha. They were obviously very angry. That's right. You guys are here to take advantage of the situation. You're not there when we need to work, but you show up when we need to steal things. Those people still said confidently, "We're just fighting for our legal rights. What's the problem?" Then the people from the Boundless Dharma team said, "Really? From now on, our Boundless Dharma team will blacklist you and refuse to form a team with you." Zhang Lin also said, "The same goes for the Flying Wings team. I refuse to be with you. Add one more to our 5 Elements team." As the powerful teams spoke one after another, the faces of those people gradually turned pale. These people, every time they enter a large, secret realm, they try to fish in troubled waters and need to rely on others to survive. They have no strength at all. But today they have offended so many teams, and so many teams have blacklisted them and refused to form a team with them. Then they want to curry favor with the powerful in the future? Forget it. What are the consequences? They cannot enter the secret realm with these powerful teams. In the end, they can only be a group of rabble, forced to perform mandatory secret realm tasks, and then die in the secret realm. A mere piece of epic equipment cannot save the lives of so many of them. Therefore, they immediately panicked and changed their words. "I think you are right. Yi-chun killed the eye demon by himself, so this equipment should belong to him. We were just being led by that woman. If you want to block someone, block this woman." At this time, someone else said, "Someone exposed this woman's information online. This woman is called Marone. Her husband is playing with his life in a secret place, and she's having a lot of fun outside. She also transferred all the property that her husband worked hard to earn to her lover. Now she's still in court. So was her. No wonder she's so shameless. Her husband has a very good temper. If it were me, I would have killed her. How can a person be so mean? What are you still living for? Why don't you just die?" Marone listened to the insults and looked very unhappy. She quickly covered her face and ran away. As for the ownership of this eye-devouring sword, there is naturally nothing to say. It can only belong to Yi-chun. Afterwards, several well-known 6th-level teams expressed their gratitude to Yi-chun. If it weren't for Yi-chun today, they would most likely have been in trouble. After all, the eye demon's eyes-devouring skill was too powerful. Now, this eye-devouring sword seems to be related to the eye demon's skills, and Yi-chun is looking forward to it. It would be great if my bullets could have the effect of biting eyes. Afterwards, everyone left the Iron Tree Hell, but the matter is still very popular on the internet. Because Yi-chun's performance was so outstanding, he killed a very tricky eye demon by himself, and his rank was only level 4. He was really too strong. Yi-chun's title of the strongest 3rd-level fighter in history has now been upgraded to become the strongest mid-level combat professional in history. After all, even the 6th-level Boundless Buddha Dharma team, with 5 members working together, could not perform as well as Yi-chun alone in the Iron Tree Hell. After Yi-chun left the secret realm, he conducted an appraisal with Su Qingning, and the effect of the eye-devouring sword also appeared. Name: eye-devouring sword. Level: 55. Quality: epic. Attribute: agility plus 60, strength plus 50. Effect: brilliant. Passive skill: when releasing a normal attack, there is a 20% chance of blinding the opponent for 3 seconds. Flash: an active skill. After attacking an opponent, you can leave a mark on the target. When you release this skill, you will immediately teleport to the target and launch a slash at the target. The cooldown time is 3 minutes. Eye Devouring, an active skill. After the brilliant skill takes effect, you can select a target and release the Eye Devouring skill. After releasing the skill, the target will lose vision. The duration is 1 hour, and the skill cooldown time is 10 minutes. The properties of the Eye Devouring sword have average effect on Yichun. It is useful for increasing agility, but useless for increasing strength. And its 3 effects are quite gorgeous. Although the dazzling effect is a probabilistic skill, Yichun's normal attack frequency is too high, especially when using a light machine gun, firing 1,000 bullets per minute. With such a high frequency, the dazzling effect will inevitably be triggered. The flash skill can be used as a displacement skill to save lives at critical moments. As for the eye-eating effect, it is also very effective when dealing with some bosses. However, the level requirement of the Eye Devouring sword is as high as level 55, so Yichun will not be able to use this equipment in a short period of time. After identifying the Eye Devouring sword, Yichun and Su Qingning returned to Jingyao. However, just after returning to school, Ding Sheng came to find Yichun in person. Seeing this, Yichun said, "Principal, is there anything wrong?" Ding Sheng heard what Yichun said and asked, "Are you interested in legendary equipment?" Yichun said directly, "Who wouldn't be interested? Is Principal Ding going to give me one?" Ding Sheng smiled and said, "Legendary equipment is hard to come by. I can't give it to you, but you can fight for it yourself." "What's the meaning?" Ding Sheng said slowly. "Some time ago, our Daxia cooperated with Ingwa and Megwa, broke into a world-class secret realm, killed a world boss, and obtained 2 legendary equipment. The ownership of one of the 9th-tier legendary equipment had already been agreed upon before the cooperation, but the other 6th-tier legendary equipment was a pleasant surprise, so its ownership has not yet been determined." Yichun heard what Ding Sheng said and said, "But it sounds like it has nothing to do with me." Ding Sheng said, "Of course it has something to do with you. Although the ownership has not yet been concluded, the 3 countries have already discussed how to decide its ownership. 1 week later, the 3 countries will arrange 3 6th-level combat professionals, 2 by 2, to draw lots and have a one-on-one contest. Whoever wins, in the end, will be the owner of this legendary equipment." After hearing this, Yichun asked curiously, "Really? What type of equipment is this?" Ding Sheng replied, "It's a knife which neither you nor your girlfriend need, but in the Great Xia Treasury, there is a legendary equipment suitable for you. If you can really win this equipment back, I can apply for you to trade with the Great Xia Treasury and exchange it for a legendary equipment you need. However, in these 7 days, you'd better improve your strength. The 4th level is still a bit low." Yichun said directly, "No problem. In a week, I will be able to reach the 5th level." Chapter 90 Mermaid. Ding Sheng smiled and said, "That's good. Actually, this matter was not originally your turn. After all, your rank is too low, but your previous performance in the Iron Tree Hell was too outstanding to be ignored, so the higher-ups contacted me and gave me a spot." When Yichun heard this, he said, "What about the other 2 places?" Ding Sheng explained, "One of the other 2 places belongs to the Tong brother. He has 2 souls in 1 body, 2 professions, and double bonus points, which is very rare. You're also aware of the talents of the Tong brothers. When he reaches the 10th level, the attribute points he obtains are equivalent to the values of the 20th level. He also has the burst of an assassin and the tankiness of a warrior. The top management is very optimistic about him. As for the other person, his identity is quite mysterious, and his specific information has not been released yet." Yichun listened and said, "I understand. I will seize the time to upgrade in the next few days. Legendary equipment is hard to come by, and Yichun is also very much looking forward to it." Now Yichun is only at the 4th level, and his means are indeed lacking. Only when he reaches the 5th level will he be able to deal with more enemies. Even if he faces the best of the 6th level, he will still be as good as others. As for the importance that the top management placed on the Tong brothers, Yichun could also understand it. Dual professions and double points are indeed outrageous. Everyone has expected the Tong brothers to be strong in the future. In addition, the Tong brothers have a good grandfather who speaks for his grandson. As for Yichun, even if he is very powerful now, in the eyes of others, the profession of mechanic is still a bit empty. In the eyes of others, compared with Yichun and the Tong brothers, the upper limits of the 2 may be similar, but the future lower limit of the Tong brothers is much higher than that of Yichun, so they are more worthy of investment and attention. In the next few days, the double-winged flying team cleared several medium-sized secret realms again. With Yi Chun there, they were naturally able to defeat everyone in the secret realm with ease. Not surprisingly, the levels of Yi Chun and Su Qingning were also increasing rapidly. 5 days later, Yi Chun and Su Qingning reached level 39. As long as they completed the breakthrough mission, they would be able to reach level 5. The other members of the Flying Wings team are also at level 39. The entire Flying Wings team is ready to break through together. Starting from the 4th level, the difficulty of the level-breaking task will increase a lot. The level-breaking task is both a restriction and a protection. After all, the lives of mid- and high-level combat professionals are very precious. If they easily break through and enter a higher level, but their own strength is not enough, and they die at the hands of invaders, wouldn't that be a pity? Therefore, starting from the 4th level, the difficulty of the level-breaking task increases a lot, and professionals need to accumulate more solid foundation before they can break through the level. At the same time, starting from the 4th level, the level-breaking task is divided into 2 parts, namely team task and individual task. Only when both tasks are passed, and one can work together and perform well alone, can one break through. The Flying Wings team first came to the secret realm where the team mission was located, the Angry Tide secret realm. As the name suggests, this secret realm is located in a body of water. After entering the secret realm, everyone finds themselves on a solitary boat, surrounded by azure blue water. The lone boat was moving forward along with the rippling waves, and the 4 couples of the Flying in Pairs team also entered combat status. At this moment, a beautiful song sounded, and Zhang Lin immediately said, "This is the song of the dugong, which has a charming effect, green lemon." When Su Qingning heard what Zhang Lin said, she immediately released group control releasing skills to protect everyone's hearts and courage, ensuring that no one would be seduced by the dugong singing. Under the effect of the heart-protecting gallbladder, the singing seemed less pleasant, and gradually, one dugong after another emerged from the sea and looked at the people on the boat. Dugong, which is recorded in the Shanhai Jing, is also known as mermaid. However, the dugong in front of us is obviously not a manatee, but a real mermaid. Their exposed heads looked like beautiful women, with long wet hair draped over their shoulders. Their naked bodies were covered with azure blue scales, which looked very beautiful. While they looked at the people on the boat with innocent eyes, they continued to hum softly with their beautiful voices, trying to lure everyone on the boat into the water and become their prey. Seeing this, Tang Lin said, "Don't waste your energy." As Tang Lin finished speaking, a mermaid with the most beautiful appearance in the group of mermaids showed a cold look in her eyes and said directly, "Since you don't want to die in happiness, then die in pain." As the mermaid spoke, her entire body suddenly floated out of the water, revealing her full appearance. It was nearly 3 meters tall, with a human upper body and a fish lower body. Its arms were unusually slender, with bone spurs on them, and it seemed to have the ability to tear its opponent apart. Just as it was about to attack the Lovebirds team, an armor-piercing bullet suddenly pierced through its forehead, causing it to roar in pain, and its blood dyed a small area of water red. Starting from the intermediate level, many monsters with human or humanoid shapes have language abilities and can communicate normally with humans. However, they're full of hostility and murderous intent towards humans. In the past, some people have tried to communicate with the invaders and deal with them through negotiations. And the end result was that these peace-loving guys were eaten as breakfast by the humanoid monsters in the secret realm. From then on, no one dared to hold any hope. When the other mermaids saw their own kind being attacked, they became excited and broke out of the water one after another. Then, the members of the Flying Wings team began to take action one after another, and various spells and skills fell on these mermaids. Su Qingning also took action, using Gansui Fuzi to poison the mermaids. The mermaids' originally fair faces turned pale green, and their bodies began to lose blood continuously. Of course, Yi Chun still had the most ferocious firepower. His armor-piercing bullets were extremely lethal. The mermaids were pierced through the forehead by the armor-piercing bullets, causing them to lose 70 to 80% of their blood directly. The mermaids simply could not withstand the armor-piercing bullets. More than 10 minutes later, all the mermaids present had turned into corpses. Their bodies were floating in the sea, and the water area was completely dyed red. Next, the lone boat under everyone's feet suddenly shook, and then an irresistible force came, and everyone fell into the water. At the same time, a whirlpool formed on the water surface, and everyone was drawn into the whirlpool. Everyone was not very panicked at the moment, because this was the second stage of the rank-breaking mission, a solo mission. Chapter 91 Type 99, a main battle tank, unlocked. The difficulty of the level-breaking mission is actually very high, and these mermaids are not easy to deal with. Their singing has a strong ability to charm. As long as there is no doctor or priest in the team, everyone will be charmed by the mermaids. Once they go into the water, it is the mermaids' home ground, and they can be easily killed by them. Even if you pass the mermaid's singing stage, the mermaid will break out of the water to fight. They are extremely fast in the water and have arms with bone spurs that can tear everything apart. When faced with an attack, they can sink into the water at any time to avoid the attack, so they are actually not easy to deal with. However, Yi Chen's armor-piercing bullets were too unreasonable. Even if they sank dozens of meters underwater, the armor-piercing bullets could penetrate the water surface and accurately hit their eyebrows. Because Yi Chen's personal strength is too outrageous, this rank-breaking task seems too simple. After everyone was swept by the whirlpool, they saw a darkness in front of their eyes. After a minute or two, Yi Chen was swept by the whirlpool into a mysterious underwater cave. There was wet mud under his feet, and it was pitch black around him. He couldn't see anything. Yi Chen carried a rocket launcher on his shoulder, loaded a flash bomb, and then fired a flash bomb forward. The blinding light illuminated the entire dungeon. The mechanic's weapon would not cause any harm to himself or his teammates. Therefore, although the surroundings were bright, Yi Chen was not blinded by the flash bomb. Instead, he could see the dungeon clearly. This is a cave that is tens of meters long and winding. At the top of the cave, there is a large group of bloodthirsty demon bats gathered. They are as big as millstones, fat, and have a pair of sharp fangs. At this moment, under the flash bomb, these bloodthirsty bats seemed to be awakened and attacked Yi Chen one after another. Seeing this, Yi Chen immediately replaced the rocket launcher with a light machine gun, and then started firing at the group of bloodthirsty demon bats. This group of bloodthirsty demon bats were not affected by the flash bomb. After all, bats' eyes are just decorations, and their vision is extremely weak. They hunt by echolocation. Therefore, after Yi Chen released the flash bomb, he only angered them and did not cause too much damage to them. After all, vision is optional for them. It's just like castrating a eunuch. He doesn't have vision to begin with, so why would he be afraid of you castrating him again? On the contrary, after the light machine gun started firing, some bloodthirsty demon bats were shot by the light machine gun, while other bloodthirsty demon bats were disturbed by the harsh sound of the light machine gun, which affected their echolocation ability and made it difficult for them to judge the distance. As a result, these bloodthirsty demon bats began to lose their composure. Yi Chen fired at the same time, while moving flexibly to avoid the attacks of these bloodthirsty demon bats. His agility is extremely high, so he has no problem avoiding these bloodthirsty demon bats. However, Yi Chen also realized another shortcoming of his own, which was his poor defensive ability. Although Yi Chen's long-range attack ability is invincible, in some cases he is inevitably approached by others. At this time, Yi Chen can only use his agility to dodge. It would be fine if he met an ordinary opponent, but if he met someone like the Tong brothers, Yi Chen would be in great danger once he got close to them. It seems that I need to improve my survival ability in the future. Yi Chen moved flexibly while shooting at these bloodthirsty bats. The bloodthirsty bat's health was not high. Although the light machine gun did not have the basic damage of armor-piercing bullets, it still caused heavy casualties to the bloodthirsty bats. After 5 or 6 minutes, the bloodthirsty demon bats were completely cleared out, and Yi Chen left the secret realm. On the other side, Su Qingning was also fighting against a group of bloodthirsty demon bats. She held the Mingxin staff in her hand, using the physician's poison skills, such as poison and Gan Sui Fuzi, while restoring her own health. Su Qingning's equipment is still very outstanding. She has a complete set of elite equipment and an epic Mingxin staff. As for the brocade fox fur coat and the mountain crown, her level is not high enough, and she cannot equip them yet. But even so, her attributes are excellent, and she can fight steadily against the bloodthirsty demon bats. The doctor's poison attack is a continuous damage that will poison the enemy to death sooner or later. She also has multiple recovery skills, so she can definitely afford it. Of course, the output efficiency of a physician is still lower than that of a pure output profession, So it took her a full 20 minutes to finally poison all those bloodthirsty demon bats to death. Then, Su Qingning left the secret realm and returned to the real world. After Su Qingning left the secret realm, there was only one person in the entire Bai Shuangfei team who had not yet left the secret realm. The other person's profession was a heavy armored knight, and his output ability was worse than that of a doctor, so his speed was slower. However, the other person would not be in any danger, and he just had to wait for a while. Seeing that Su Qingning had passed the custom smoothly, Yi Chun was relieved and stepped forward and asked, "Are you okay?" Su Qingning's eyes turned red after hearing this, and she said, "It's not a big problem, it's just that my arm hurts a little." After hearing this, Yi Chun noticed that there were many small bite marks on Su Qingning's sleeves. Obviously, these were caused by the attack of the bloodthirsty demon bat. Of course, she had no scars on her arms at this time, and the doctor's skills could easily heal these wounds, but the doctor was not immune to pain, so pain was inevitable. In fact, for combat professionals, this is a very normal thing. In combat, getting injured is inevitable. But Su Qingning is different. She has always been on missions with Yi Chun, and Yi Chun protect her so well. With Yi Chun's super fierce firepower suppression, no monster could get close to the couple, and Su Qingning had never been injured. This time, the breakthrough mission required a single-player task, so Su Qingning had to face the monster alone. Therefore, this was the first time that Su Qingning was injured. When Yi Chun heard what Su Qingning said, he couldn't help but hug her in his arms and said, "Where is your pet? Didn't it help?" Su Qingning was furious when she heard this and said, "That guy's even more cowardly than me. As soon as I let him out, he rushed into my arms. I'll have to deal with him when I get back." When the Bifong cub heard what Su Qingning said, it felt so wronged. It was still a cub. At least let it grow up a little before letting it go in a battle. After listening to what Su Qingning said, Yi Chun nodded, then reached out and stroked Su Qingning's white arm, as if doing so could make her feel more comfortable. Su Qingning also enjoyed it. She leaned on Yi Chun's chest and enjoyed it with her eyes squinted. After more than 10 minutes, the heavily armored warriors of the Flying and Two Wings team finally left the secret realm, and then the secret realm settlement began. The system prompt sounded in the ears of the team members. "Congratulations on completing the level-breaking task. Your current level is 40. Next, everyone's ears rang with the sounds of the skills unlocked by the corresponding professions. The Taoist priest unlocked a more powerful thunder method. The heavy armored warrior unlocked a skill to actively attract monster hatred, and the doctor unlocked a skill to extract monster mana. Of course, the highlight is still on Yi Chen's side. Beside Yi Chen's ears, the system prompt sounded, "Congratulations to the host. The level has been upgraded to level 5, and the M134 rapid-fire heavy machine gun and 99A main battle tank have been unlocked." Chapter 92, Mind Control. M134 rapid-fire heavy machine gun. Basic damage 2,000 points, capacity of 1,000 rounds, effective range of 1.5 kilometers, rate of fire 3,000 rounds per minute, and 10 bullets restored every 2.4 seconds. Type 99A main battle tank. 7.6 meters long, 3.5 meters wide, 2.4 meters high, weighs 55 tons, has a speed of 80 kilometers per hour. The main gun is a 125mm smoothbore gun. The rate of fire is 10 rounds per minute, and the range is 2 kilometers. Auxiliary weapons include Type 86 coaxial machine guns and QJC 88 anti-aircraft machine guns. The armor is modular composite armor. The front armor thickness is 1 meter, and the equivalent protection capability exceeds 1,000 millimeters homogeneous steel. When Yi Chun saw his newly unlocked weapon, surprise flashed in his eyes. The super divine mechanic did not disappoint him. Yi Chun even had a feeling that whatever he lacked, it would come to him. Facing those bloodthirsty demon bats that were approaching him, Yi Chun felt that his defense capabilities were insufficient, so the system arranged a Type 99, a main battle tank for him. Although armed helicopters are flexible, they lack weapon systems and have relatively poor defense capabilities. Once faced with groups of flying monsters, they will become targets. But the Type 99, a main battle tank, is different. It weighs 55 tons and has an equivalent protection capability that exceeds 1,000 millimeters of homogeneous steel. With such defense capabilities, Yi Chun can directly drive the main battle tank to attack the pile of monsters, right? Even the most armored knight with the best defensive capabilities cannot have such terrifying defensive capabilities as a main battle tank. Not to mention, The Type 99 main battle tank is also equipped with a 125mm smoothbore gun with a range of 2 kilometers, which is also extremely powerful. In comparison, the M134 rapid-fire heavy machine gun, although also very powerful, has a huge gap with the main battle tank. Of course, the M134 rapid-fire heavy machine gun is actually quite outstanding, with a range of 1.5 kilometers and a firing rate of 3,000 rounds per minute. Even if there are more monsters, they will be turned into briquettes under the muzzle of this rapid-fire heavy machine gun, right? In fact, whether it is an armed helicopter or a Type 99A main battle tank, they are actually machines that can only be unlocked by high-level mechanics. The armed helicopter is a Tier 7 weapon, the M134 rapid-fire heavy machine gun is a Tier 8 weapon, and the Type 99A main battle tank is a Tier 9 weapon. The M134 rapid-fire heavy machine gun can be considered as a supplement to the firepower of armed helicopters. Since armed helicopters are not equipped with weapon systems, rapid-fire heavy machine guns are used to make up for their firepower. The Tangled Type 99, a main battle tank, is the highlight of the mechanic, which enables the mechanic to have the tank's tankiness comparable to that of a heavy knight. He can drive the tank into a group of monsters, and then use its main gun and auxiliary weapons to kill all around. And because of Yi Chen's extraordinary talent of good things coming in pairs, he was able to unlock such an outrageous weapon at the 5th level. It was simply amazing. I just don't know what kind of super talent I can get when I reach the 5th level. Thinking about it, Yi Chen said in his heart, "Extract super god talent." Then, 3 super talent options appeared in Yi Chen's mind. 1. Son of Lucky. After the host activates this talent, his luck value will increase significantly within half an hour. When killing monsters, there is a greater probability of obtaining high-quality equipment. 2. River of Blood. Passive. After the host's weapon causes damage to the target, the bleeding effect will increase, causing continuous loss of health. 3. Mind Control. Passive. The host can use mind control weapons, can control multiple weapons at the same time. The farthest control distance is the host's intelligence value multiplied by 10 meters. It can be said that these 3 super talents are all very good, but the effect of Rivers of Blood is just icing on the cake for Yi Chen, so is ruled out first. As for the Son of Fortune and Mind Control, both have their advantages and disadvantages. Son of Fortune can greatly increase Yi Chen's equipment explosion rate. Although the equipment has limited bonus to Yi Chen himself, it is very important to Su Qingning. As for Mind Control, you can use your mind to control multiple weapons at the same time. Yi Chen sometimes used to control multiple weapons. For example, he would fly a helicopter and carry a shoulder-fired rocket launcher to attack the monsters. But he only has 2 hands, and at most he can control 2 weapons. But with the talent of controlling with mind, it is different. He can sit in the Type 99, a main battle tank, and drive it recklessly while an armed helicopter is hovering overhead. In the armed helicopter, the Brown Light machine gun and the M134 rapid-fire heavy machine gun are firing at the ground at the same time. He doesn't need to use his hands. He can make all these weapons fire with his mind. Just thinking about this scene is exciting. Yi Chen hesitated for a while, and finally said silently, "I choose Mind Control." The Son of Fortune can help Yi Chen obtain high-quality equipment, but Yi Chen is not short of high-quality equipment. Because Yi Chen has obtained so much high-quality equipment, he is known as the strongest mid-level in history. Even though he is not as valued as the Tong brothers, he has no shortage of resources. Now, he has a set of epic equipment, and he will soon be able to obtain a 6th-level legendary equipment. As long as he maintains his own excellence, epic or legendary equipment will be easy for him to obtain. However, this superb talent of mind control may not be able to be unlocked in the future. At the same time, Yi Chen had a vague feeling that this talent was very important to him. At present, I have unlocked a total of 9 weapons from low to high, including pistols, rifles, flamethrowers, light machine guns, rocket launchers, armed helicopters, heavy machine guns, and heavy tanks. Now Yi Chen can only control 2 weapons at most, fly an armed helicopter, and use those firearms to attack. But it was impossible for him to do that, as he was driving a heavy tank and an armed helicopter at the same time, and he couldn't do both. Later, he will unlock more vehicle weapons, such as fighter jets, cruisers, nuclear submarines, etc. Yi Chen can only control one of these weapons at a time. There are so many vehicles and weapons, but I can only control one. Wouldn't my output capability be greatly affected? Mind control can control so many weapons and vehicles at the same time. At the same time, the enemy will not know which vehicle he is in. Both safety and output capacity are greatly increased. However, mind control has a distance limit. Yichen currently mainly adds points to agility and has never added intelligence points as free attribute points. At the same time, the equipment on his body is also mainly agility-oriented. Therefore, Yichen's intelligence value is only over 50 points now, which also means that the distance at which Yichen can control these equipment is only over 500 meters. But later on, Yichen will need to equip himself with some equipment that can improve his intelligence value, because Yichen's firepower will become more and more fierce as more weapons are unlocked. In addition, his agility value is already high enough, so hitting the target is not a problem at all. Increasing intelligence can not only increase the rebound speed, but also increase the control distance. In the future, when Yichen's intelligence is high enough, he can even control armed helicopters and Type 99 heavy tanks to fight from several kilometers away. He doesn't even need to set foot on the battlefield in person and can ensure his absolute safety. Chapter 93. Zhao Ruyan. Of course, although Yichen's weapon will never wear out, it does not mean that it will not be damaged. Never wearing out simply means that the durability is always at full value and will not be damaged due to use. Vehicles such as armed helicopters and Type 99 main battle tanks will be damaged or even completely scrapped if they encounter a strong enough attack. If Yichen is in these vehicles, he will also be injured. However, after the vehicle is damaged, it can be rematerialized from the armory. The materialization interval is 30 minutes, so it is not a big problem. Therefore, when Yichen's intelligence value is high enough, he can completely place himself outside the battlefield and use his mind to control these weapons to fight. Of course, the current control distance is only 600 meters. For many mid-level monsters or professionals, this distance is only a matter of seconds, and the safety factor is still too low. It is better to stay in the main battle tank, which has sufficient thick armor protection and a higher safety factor. At this time, Tang Lin said, "This 4th level breakthrough task is not easy. I didn't expect to pass it so easily." Tang Lin's boyfriend said directly, "Our team has the strongest mid-level warrior in history. Of course it's easy, but unfortunately, Yichen will probably leave us behind soon." After hearing this, Tang Lin said, "That's not necessarily true. I suddenly thought that when Yichen and Qing Ning reach level 6, we can go to a large secret realm together. A large secret realm only requires a mid-level rank, and anyone at level 5 or 6 can enter. Then we can continue to cling to their thighs." Su Qingning also said, "That's possible. Then we can carry out the mission together until the 7th level." Su Qingning also likes the atmosphere of the Double Wings flying team. For her and Yichen, even though Yichen is very capable, he still needs a team. Different professions in the team can provide different auxiliary functions, which is helpful to the safety of Yichen and Su Qingning. In this case, the team will naturally choose the ones they like more. The Double Wings flying team has a total of 4 couples and 8 people. Everyone gets along very well. Tang Lin and the others are also grateful and very friendly to Yichen and Su Qingning, so Su Qingning is also willing to team up with them. After hearing what Su Qingning said, Tang Lin also said, "That couldn't be better. We can cling to each other for a while longer." Tang Lin's boyfriend said, "That Thunder team must be regretting their decision now, right? I really don't know what they were thinking." Su Qingning smiled and said, "My Yichen told me about this matter. Our principal Ding gave a sharp review, saying that they are short-sighted." Yes, they are short-sighted. At the same time, the atmosphere in the Thunder team was not very good, because the entire team was facing the situation of falling apart. I only heard the second-ranked player in the team say, "In my opinion, we should just disband." Qin Lai's expression changed, and he said, "Old Zhou, it's just a few words from others. Are we going to disband our Thunder team, just like that?" After hearing this, Lao Zhou said, "Nonsense. Is it just a matter of saying a few words? Now our entire Thunder team will be looked at strangely wherever we go. Some even directly mock us, saying that they want to see what's so special about our team. Even Yichen, the strongest mid-level player in history, will be turned away." Another team member also said, "That's right. Now our team is famous. Everyone knows that we rejected Yichen and thought we were short-sighted." Old Joe said, "It's not us who are short-sighted, but Qin Lai and his uncle, who is the dean. No, his uncle is no longer the dean. Qin Lai's expression changed, and he angrily asked, Old Zhou, do you want a rebel? Old Zhou burst out laughing. Rebellion? You are not worthy. I tell you from now on, I will quit the Thunder Team. You can go and have fun. Others also said, I'm quitting too. I don't want to continue to embarrass myself. Soon, all the members of the Thunder Team left and quit the team one after another, leaving only Qin Lai. He collapsed to the ground powerlessly, looking completely devastated. He had already started to regret it when he and the double-winged flying team ranked first on the 4th-level combat power list in the capital. Afterwards, Yi Chun displayed his prowess in a large secret realm and won the title of the strongest intermediate level in history. He knew that things were bad. As expected, the Thunder Team he had worked so hard to create was now completely disbanded. The next morning, Ding Sheng and Yi Chun went to the International Transmission Center in Beijing together. The battle for this 6th-tier legendary equipment will take place in country, not because in-country is strong, but because in-country is relatively weak. This 6th-tier legendary equipment is likely to cause trouble if it is placed in Daxia or Magnesium. Given the strong attitudes of the two countries, they might forcibly take it for themselves. Afterwards, the most that can happen is a dispute, and there is nothing that can be done. But it is different in-country. In-country does not have the courage to swallow this equipment. Once Daxia and Mei country get angry, it is not something they can bear. This time, Daxia arranged 3 geniuses, and each genius had a high-level protector. After all, there are many uncertainties when traveling abroad, so you need to be accompanied and protected by high-level combat professionals. Ding Sheng is Yi Chin's protector, but as for the Tong brothers, his protector is not the principal of Shuimu, but his grandfather Chenao Shi. As for the last person among the 3, she was a young woman. She was wearing a bamboo hat, and her face could not be seen clearly. Next to her was a middle-aged man with a beard. Chenao Shi said, Before we set off, let's get to know each other first. My grandson Tong Long Tong, who has 2 souls in 1 body and 2 professions. He is the leader of the younger generation of Daxia. Ding Sheng also said, My students, that goes without saying. The Tong brothers were defeated by him and have the title of the strongest mid-level. After Chenao Shi and Ding Sheng finished talking, they looked at the bearded man, waiting for him to introduce himself. Seeing this, the bearded man said, I am Zhao Zhun, and this is my niece Zhao Ruyan. She doesn't have much reputation, but these 2 little guys are no match for her. As soon as Zhao Zhun said this, Chenao Shi immediately said, How arrogant! How about letting them fight before they set off? Ding Sheng also said, The frog in the well is really ridiculous. Zhao Zhun heard this and said, Then let's have a fight. Everyone should realize the difference between the 2 sides. When we reach in-country, we will be able to distinguish the primary from the secondary. Chapter 94, Telekinesis. The International Transmission Center also has a 2-way formation for people to fight. Since Zhao Zhun said so, Chenao Shi and Ding Sheng naturally cannot refuse. Then, the group immediately headed for the Liangquan formation. Chenao Shi shouted, Tong Long and Tong Hu, you have only lost to Yi Chin so far. You can't lose again today. The Tong brothers immediately said, Don't worry, Grandpa. We won't let you down. Next, the Tong brothers went onto the stage where the double formation was set up, and opposite them, Zhao Ruyan also went onto the stage. Afterwards, Chenao Shi acted as the referee. At his command, the Tong brothers immediately activated the assassin stealth ability, preparing to rush forward in stealth and quickly get rid of Zhao Ruyan. However, at this moment, Zhao Ruyan, who was under the bamboo hat, waved his hand lightly, and the Tong brothers, whose bodies had not yet completely disappeared, suddenly lost their balance and fell to the ground. Under the ring, Chenao Shi was a little surprised and said, It's actually a mind master? No wonder he's so arrogant. But even if he is a mind master, he can't be my grandson's opponent. A mind master, also known as a spiritual mind master, is one of the top 10 most popular professions. A spiritual mind master has very comprehensive abilities. They can use telekinesis to hurt people from a distance. They are also spell-casting professions, but they are different from elemental mages and Taoist priests. The telekinesis exerted by the mind master is invisible and intangible, and cannot be seen by the naked eye. At the same time, when a mind master exerts telekinesis, he can do it with just a gesture or a thought, and the speed of exertion is extremely fast. Therefore, the mind master's ability in one-on-one combat is very strong, which is why the mind master is listed as one of the top 10 popular professions. Although Master Nian is strong in one-on-one combat, he does not have the ferocious firepower like Yi Chun, and is not enough to kill the Tong brothers in seconds. With the high numerical values of the Tong brothers, it is not difficult for them to withstand Zhao Ruyan's telekinetic attack. Therefore, in Chen Ao Shi's opinion, his grandson will definitely win this match. When Zhao Zhen heard what Chen Ao Shi said, he said calmly, "If my niece is just an ordinary mind master, how could she be qualified to represent the Xia and fight for the ownership of that legendary equipment?" After hearing this, Chen Ao Shi said, "Oh, what's so special about your niece? Tell me about it." Zhao Zhen smiled mysteriously and said, "You will know soon." At this time, the Tong brothers' stealth skill was interrupted, so he simply stopped being invisible and activated the heavy armored warrior's skills. He entered a defensive form, ready to withstand Zhao Ruyan's attack, approached Zhao Ruyan, and then slapped her away. However, Zhao Ruyan looked at the Tong brothers walking towards her step by step without any change in her expression. She just raised her right hand and then pressed it hard to the ground. And she said, "Kneel down." Suddenly, a terrifying pressure fell on the Tong brothers. His face turned red instantly, and his body stopped in place. It was obvious that he was using all his strength to resist this terrifying pressure. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. At the 4th second, the Tong brothers could no longer hold on. With a thud, they knelt heavily on the ground. Offstage, Chen Ao Shi watched this scene. His expression changed drastically, and he said, "Impossible. My grandson has double the attributes. How could he not be able to withstand the telekinetic attack of the telepathic master?" Zhao Zhen heard what Chen Ao Shi said and said calmly, "Double attributes, is that amazing? Did you know that my niece awakened her telekinesis when she was just born? She is a natural superpower." Although she was under 18 years old at that time and did not have the ability to awaken her profession, she had been practicing telekinesis since she was a child. When she first awakened to the profession of a mind master, her intelligence attribute was as high as over 200 points. When she was at level 1, her mind power was already comparable to that of a level 30 mind master. The intelligence attribute actually has nothing to do with IQ, but is related to mental strength or soul strength. The higher the intelligence attribute, the stronger the spells cast by spellcasting professions. Although a mind master does not need a staff, it is still a spellcasting profession, which is why Zhao Ruyan is so powerful today. On the surface, she is only at level 6, but because she is born with superpowers, when she just awakens, she has the telekinetic strength of a level 30 telepath. Therefore, in terms of the strength of her telekinesis, she is now comparable to a 9th level psychic, which is why she is so powerful. Although the Tong brothers have double attributes, their current rank is only 5th rank after all. At the same time, the profession of psychic master has some restraint on the Tong brothers. To be precise, psychic master restrains all melee professions. Therefore, the Tong brothers were defeated by Zhao Ruyan. After hearing what Zhao Zhan said, Chen Ao Shi said, "So what? Her rank is 1 rank higher than my grandson's. When my grandson reaches the 6th or 7th rank, she will not be his opponent." Zhao Zhan smiled without commenting and said, "We'll talk about the future later. My niece won today, right? That guy who claims to be the strongest in the middle rank in the world, go get beaten up." Zhao Zhan has full confidence in his niece. It is extremely rare to have a person with innate superpowers. She is no less capable than the Tong brothers who have 2 souls in 1 body. A mere 5th rank mechanic, even if he was known as the strongest mid-rank mechanic, so what? He was definitely no match for his niece. After hearing what Zhao Zhen said, Ding Sheng said directly, "Don't be happy too soon. Your niece just defeated the Tong brothers. She is still far from challenging my student. Besides, what's the point of defeating the Tong brothers? My student has also won." Zhao Zhan didn't say anything, but Chen Ao Shi was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. "You guys just say your own things. Why do you have to drag down my grandson? It's so annoying." When Yichen heard what Zhao Zhan said, he went straight to the stage. In front of him, he held a brown light machine gun in his hand and aimed at Zhao Ruyan. At this time, Zhao Zhan in the audience said to Zhao Ruyan, "Ruyan, the The mechanic needs to use his fingers to pull the trigger. If his fingers are broken, how can he fight you? When Zhao Ruyan heard what her uncle said, she immediately understood and stared at Yi Chen's fingers. Chapter 95 Arrival. Ding Sheng's expression changed, and he said, Zhao Zhen, why are you saying anything about the fight between the children? Zhao Zhen said directly, hasn't it started yet? I'm giving my niece some advice. What's the problem? If you want, you can also give advice to your students. I don't disagree. When Ding Sheng heard what Zhao Zhen said, he glared at him fiercely, but did not say anything. Yi Chen has a strong sense of combat, so Ding Sheng really has no suggestions. Ding Sheng really didn't know how to break the move that Zhao Zhen mentioned. The main reason was that the telekinesis of the Mind Master was too fast, enough to cripple Yi Chen's fingers before Yi Chen pressed the trigger. How could he fight back then? Seeing Ding Sheng was silent, Zhao Zhen said, it seems that you don't have any good suggestions. Okay, now get ready, 3, 2, 1, start. As soon as Zhao Zhen finished speaking, Zhao Ruyan immediately took control with telekinesis. Then, Yi Chen felt a sharp pain in both hands. His 10 fingers were attacked by telekinesis at the same time and became red, swollen, and deformed, and he could no longer exert any force. However, the brown light machine gun in Yi Chen's hand, even though no one was holding it and no one was pulling the trigger, still fired at Zhao Ruyan. Dense bullets completely surrounded Zhao Ruyan in an instant, and Zhao Ruyan's face changed drastically. She hurriedly controlled her telekinesis and formed a telekinetic shield in front of her for defense. However, the telekinetic shield lasted only for a second before it shattered. The bullets from the light machine gun ruthlessly bombarded Zhao Ruyan's body. Blood splattered on Zhao Ruyan's body. Then she was protected by the Liangquan formation and teleported off the stage. Zhao Zhen looked at this scene. His expression changed drastically, and he asked, how is this possible? At this time, Chen Ao sure felt relieved. He said directly, nothing is impossible in the world. Do you really think that a Mind Master can be invincible? In front of the real, mid-level invincible, she is a joke. Ding Sheng handed a bottle of pills to Yi Chen and said, eat it quickly. Yi Chen took the pill, took out a pill from it, and swallowed it. In an instant, a cool feeling wrapped around Yi Chen's fingers, and Yi Chen's red and swollen wounds healed immediately. For combat professionals, getting injured is not a problem at all. Many elixirs have excellent healing functions. In addition, there are professions such as priests and doctors, so coming back to life is not impossible. Therefore, Yi Chen's broken fingers recovered in just a moment. Of course, Zhao Ruyan's injuries were more serious. At this moment, Zhao Zhen was seen holding a magic wand and muttering something. Next, a thick white light emanated from Zhao Zhen's body, enveloping Zhao Ruyan. The injuries on Zhao Ruyan's body were instantly alleviated a lot, and it was estimated that she would be able to recover completely in just 1 or 2 hours. Seeing this, Ding Sheng showed surprise in his eyes. You are actually a pastor? Zhao Zhen asked directly. What's the problem? Have you never seen a muscular bearded priest? Ding Sheng shook his head and said, I have definitely never seen it. Zhao Zhen looked at Yi Chen again. How did you do it? All 10 of your fingers were injured, but you still fired. Before Yi Chen opened his mouth, Ding Sheng said, this is the secret of our Jing Yao, and we cannot reveal it to you. You were worried that you would not be able to distinguish the priorities after going to Manhwa. Now you can distinguish them, right? All actions should be centered around Yi Chen. Both of you should assist and cooperate with Yi Chen to take down this legendary equipment. Although Zhao Zhen and Chen Ao sure were somewhat unwilling, the results of the actual combat were there, and they could not deny it and could only admit it. Then the group of 6 set off for the International Teleportation Array, preparing to teleport to in-country. Daxia and Ingwa are extremely far apart, and the superiority of the teleportation array is fully demonstrated at this time. Even such a long distance is only a matter of a moment for the International Teleportation Array, and the most it consumes is more energy crystals. It can be said that combat professions and life professions are closely related to all aspects of the people of Blue Star. It is precisely because of the existence of these professions that the development of Blue Star is completely different from that of the Earth. Neither hot weapons nor long-distance transportation tools, such as trains and airplanes, have been born. After all, no matter how fast your plane flies, it is not as convenient as a teleportation array. Moreover, a teleportation array is very safe and does not have the risk of crashing like an airplane. After the transmission was completed, the group appeared at the transmission center in London. Then the people from in-country were responsible for receiving Yi Chun and his group and took everyone to the Shard in London. The competition for the 6th-tier legendary equipment this time has attracted a lot of attention. This event can be regarded as a clash between the 3 countries of China, England, and Magnesium. Everyone is very curious which side will come out on top in this clash. Although China and Magnesium are stronger, this time it is a competition between the younger generation, and In-Kingdom also has a chance. If In-Country is able to defeat Zhongmei, win, and take this legendary equipment, the entire In-Country will probably celebrate. The Shard, as the tallest building in London, can overlook the whole city, which is very suitable for this competition. The winner of this competition will be the strongest mid-level professional from the 3 countries of Zhong, Ing, and Mei, who will be qualified to stand on this glass tower and overlook the entire city. Soon, the group arrived at the glass tower, and the 3 groups were clearly separated. This is the home ground of the Ing country, and there are many accompanying people from the Ing side, including many reporters from the Ing country, and the entire event will be broadcast live to the outside world. Netizens in Daxia and Magnesium are naturally also paying attention to this matter. After all, this is legendary equipment. Take the Thunder Squad as an example. Qinlai was originally an ordinary elemental mage. By chance, he got a 3rd-level legendary staff, so he formed the Thunder Squad. And the Thunder Squad is the #1 team in Jingyao. This shows the value of legendary equipment. What is being fought over today is a 6th-level legendary equipment, which is far more valuable than Qinlai's 3rd-level legendary equipment. At the same time, this battle concerns the reputation of 3 countries, so it naturally attracts a lot of attention. Netizens in Daxia and China were also watching the live broadcast and discussing the situation. Sure enough, our strongest mid-level Yi Chun has appeared. Judging from his position, he should be the C position, right? Of course. Behind him, one is his defeated brother, the Tong family, and the other one seems to be someone I have never seen before. Her identity was revealed online. She is Zhao Ruyan, and her occupation is a mine master. Other information has not been made public. Mine master? Although mine master is one of the top 10 most popular professions, it is still far behind the strongest mid-level or one body with 2 souls, right? She must have her own strengths. We'll know when we fight. Chapter 96, Round Battle. At this moment, the representative of Ing said, "For this competition, since the 3 parties each represent their own country, we will adopt a round-robin format. First, we will draw lots, and the 2 countries that are drawn will arrange their own players to play one-on-one. After one of the sides loses, the country that was not drawn will arrange a player to take the stage to fight against the winner of the previous competition. After the winner is decided, the country that lost in the first round will arrange its second player to take the stage. By analogy, the 3 kingdoms players will take turns to go on stage, and the winner who remains on the stage will be the owner of the legendary sword. Is that okay with you?" The leaders of both China and Magnesium said they had no objections. This battle process was very fair. The 3 countries took turns arranging players to compete against each other. The country that could remain on the stage at the end must be the one with the strongest overall strength. Afterwards, the heads of the 3 countries drew lots, and the final result was that China and Magnesium each arranged one player to go on stage. After the one-on-one competition, the winner would compete with the player from Britain in the second round, and so on. Judging from this order, England has a slight advantage because before England takes the court, it can have some understanding of the abilities of the Chinese and Magnesium players and prepare in advance, so its chances of winning will be slightly higher. Next, there will be 10 minutes of preparation time, during which each party will decide the order in which their contestants will go on stage. Ding Sheng said, "Yi Chun, you must be the last one to go on stage. Between the Tong brothers and Zhao Ruyan, who do you think should go on stage first?" After hearing what Ding Sheng said, Zhao Zhen immediately said, "It must be the Tong brothers. My niece is a telepathic master with high telekinetic power. Her ability is more suitable for winning by surprise." Chen Ao sure heard the conversation between the 2, but didn't say anything. His grandson was indeed the strongest among those present today, so he had nothing to say. However, he also held his breath in his heart, and silently said in his heart, "Just wait. When you reach a high level, I will see how you can still be arrogant in front of my grandson." In Chen Ao Shi's opinion, As long as his grandson's rank reaches a high level, he will be the strongest with double attributes and dual professions, and others will definitely not be his opponent. By then, no matter it is Yi Chun, who is known as the strongest mid-level, or Zhao Ruyan, who has awakened superpowers in advance and has extremely strong telekinesis, they will all be defeated by their grandson. Yi Chun listened to the conversation between Ding Sheng and Zhao Zhun and said, "Then let the Tong brothers come out first." The Tong brothers nodded and said nothing. He was defeated by Yi Chun and Zhao Ruyan, so he was mentally prepared to take the lead today. Soon, the game officially began. The Tong brothers represented as Xia, and the first player arranged by Magnesium was a burly black man with thick hair and a somewhat arrogant look. Following the referee's order, the black man suddenly roared. His already luxuriant hair became even thicker, his body frame began to grow larger, and then he gradually turned into a huge werewolf. His profession is obviously a werewolf. There is no difference between the werewolf profession in Daxia and Magnesium, except that the status in the two countries is different. In Daxia, although the werewolf profession is strong, due to cultural reasons, it has not become one of the top 10 popular professions. In Magnesium, werewolf ranks second among the 8 most popular professions in Magnesium. This has something to do with the cultural differences between the two sides. The popular professions in both countries are relatively strong and numerous. However, there are many types of combat professions, and sometimes the strength gap between two professions is not that big. So, which one can be rated as one of the top 10 popular professions depends on their respective culture and preferences. In Daxia, professions like Taoist priests, sword masters, or monks are more popular and sought after. As for werewolves, although they are strong, they become crude after transformation. They have strength, but no grace, so they are not among the top 10 popular professions. As for Magnesium, in their view, the process of transforming from human into a giant werewolf is extremely cool, and the werewolf is also extremely powerful, so is quite popular. What the women of the United States like most is to find a boyfriend who is a werewolf, so that they can feel the wildness and bravery of the werewolf after he transforms. Of course, although this black man is the starting player of Magnesium, his strength is also extraordinary. His name is Donald. He is a werewolf, but unlike ordinary werewolves, the werewolf he transformed into is like Wolverine. He has excellent recovery and healing abilities and is extremely difficult to kill. The Tong brothers watched Donald transform into a werewolf, and they also used the assassin's invisibility ability to instantly disappear. Donald looked at this scene with confidence in his eyes. Assassin professions have excellent assassination abilities and are very effective against long-range professionals. But at the same time, assassin professions don't have much advantage against other close combat professions. Donald is a werewolf by profession, and a mutated Wolverine at that. He has extremely strong self-healing abilities. How could an assassin be his opponent? A few seconds later, Donald suddenly slapped his claws to the right rear. He was a werewolf with an excellent sense of smell, and the assassin's stealth ability was completely ineffective against him. The next second, Donald slapped the Tong brothers, but the Tong brothers were not sent flying by Donald. On the contrary, the Tong brothers stood firmly in place, and he easily blocked Donald's slap with one hand. Then, the Tong brothers appeared nimbly beside Donald, and then stabbed Donald's kidney with the dagger in their hands. Donald groaned in pain and kicked at the Tong brothers, but unfortunately the Tong brothers dodged it easily. The Tong brothers have 2 souls in one body and are actually quite powerful. He was just unlucky and met perverted opponents like Yi Chun and Zhao Ruyan. Now, facing Donald, the mutated werewolf, his attribute advantages are fully highlighted. The Tong brothers have an agility value twice as high as Donald's, and Donald has no way to dodge his attacks. At the same time, the strength of the Tong brothers is not inferior to Donald, and they can easily face Donald's attacks head-on. The Tong brothers completely suppressed Donald. Of course, Donald was not simple either. Although he was stabbed several times by the Tong brothers, the wounds on his body only seeped a trace of blood and then began to heal. The Tong brothers also realized that Donald possessed an excellent recovery ability. In this case, they would use higher frequency attacks to beat him until he could not recover. Chapter 97: Soul Shaman. Afterwards, the Tong brothers' attacks became more frequent. Donald was a complete sitting duck in front of the Tong brothers and could only rely on his recovery ability to hold on. Donald's recovery ability, requires consumption of his own physical strength. After more than 10 minutes, Donald's body was like honeycomb coal, with countless blood holes left on it. The recovery speed could not keep up at all, and he finally admitted defeat helplessly. Then, the referee said, "Congratulations to Tong Longhu from Daxia for winning. Tong Longhu can rest for 20 minutes, and then fight against the Ingwa player in 20 minutes. Tong Longhu is the official name used by the Tong brothers to the outside world. In this way, others cannot judge his ability by his name. After all, if he was called Tang Long and Tang Hu, or the Tong brothers, which are obviously the names of two people, then his uniqueness might be guessed instantly. After resting for half an hour, Tong Longhu went on stage to fight against the British player. Because the player who was eliminated in the previous round was from Magnesium, after this battle, the winner will fight against the second player from Magnesium. The first contestant from Ing country was a white man with a well-proportioned body. He wore a loose martial arts uniform and looked very relaxed. This man's name is Kevin. After Kevin came on stage, he immediately used his ability, transformed into a cheetah, and rushed towards Tong Longhu. After Kevin approached Tong Longhu, he, who was originally like a cheetah, suddenly turned into a giant bear and slapped Tong Longhu with tremendous power. Kevin's profession is a druid. He can transform into different beast forms and possess different powers. When he transforms into a cheetah, his agility will double. When he transforms into a giant bear, his strength will double. When he transforms into a tiger, his attack power will double. If he transforms into a venomous snake, his attacks will be accompanied by strong poison attacks. The higher the rank, the more forms he can unlock. At a high rank, he can even unlock the Tyrannosaurus Rex form, Titan Ape form, and so on. Kevin observed Tong Longhu's fighting style. Tong Longhu possessed the agility of an assassin as well as the defense and strength of a heavily armored warrior. He could be said to be very difficult to deal with. Fortunately, he knew Tong Longhu's abilities, but Tong Longhu knew nothing about him. Therefore, Kevin had a good chance of winning. Kevin used the giant bear form and the cheetah form to fight with Tong Longhu, and Tong Longhu began to gain the upper hand. After all, Tong Longhu's attributes are actually doubled, and Kevin is very good at applying his own abilities, allowing his attributes to switch between high agility and high strength. But at the same time, when he transformed into a cheetah, he lacked strength, and when he transformed into a giant bear, he lacked speed. Compared with Tong Longhu, he was obviously not comprehensive enough, and it was inevitable that he would fall into a disadvantage. Gradually, Tong Longhu relaxed his vigilance. In his opinion, he was sure to win this battle. Maybe he could even defeat 6 opponents at once and take down this legendary equipment directly. Tong Longhu, who relaxed his vigilance, suddenly rushed towards Kevin and punched him in the abdomen. Kevin directly transformed into a cheetah form, barely catching up with Tong Longhu in speed. Then he rushed forward and hugged Tong Longhu tightly. Tong Longhu suddenly felt something was wrong and tried to break free, but it was a few seconds too late. Kevin's body suddenly turned into a black mamba snake, and its body was now wrapped around Tong Longhu, making it impossible for Tong Longhu to escape. Kevin bit Tong Longhu's shoulder and injected him with strong snake venom. Tong Longhu's expression changed drastically. Although he threw Kevin out in a hurry, the strong snake venom had already entered his body. Even though one of his professions was a heavy armored warrior, he could not withstand it. After Kevin was thrown out, he transformed into a giant bear and rushed towards Tong Longhu. Tong Longhu was poisoned by a snake, and his strength and agility were greatly reduced. He only lasted 2 or 3 minutes before being knocked off the ring by Kevin and eliminated. Zhaojin saw this and hurriedly detoxified Tong Longhu, while Chen Aosher said, "Xiao Long and Xiao Hu, you have done a great job. Kevin is not as strong as you. He just has the intelligence advantage. If they come next time, they will definitely not be your opponent." Tong Longhu listened, nodded, and said, "I know, I should be more cautious." At the same time, in a magnesium camp, a beautiful blonde said, "The contestant who was eliminated from Daxia is the Tong brothers, right?" Another white old man heard it and said, "Yes, that's him." After hearing this, the blonde beauty chewed her bubble gum and said, "Then let me take the stage next. The Tong brothers have been eliminated, and I am no longer a threat." The white old man said, "Indeed, it's your turn to perform." The blonde beauty is named Natalie. She is the real core figure of the magnesium team this time. Natalie is determined to get the 6th-level legendary equipment this time. Natalie's profession is a very rare soul shaman, which can be regarded as a hidden profession exclusive to foreign versions. Soul shaman has the ability to control souls. It can control the opponent's soul and cause the opponent to fall into various negative states, such as sleep, confusion, silence, etc. This profession has very limited use in the secret realm. Because all of the soul shaman's abilities are single-target abilities, and there are many monsters in the secret realm, her abilities are extremely inefficient in killing monsters. But this ability is outrageous in one-on-one combat. In a one-on-one situation, he has outrageous control ability and has almost no opponent. In Natalie's opinion, her only opponent is Tong Longhu. It's not that Tong Longhu is so strong. The main thing is that Tong Longhu is a body with 2 souls. Natalie's control skills can only target a single soul. In other words, she can control one of Tong Longhu's souls, but cannot affect the other soul. The 2 souls in one body just happen to restrain her as a soul shaman. And now that Tong Longhu has been eliminated, what else does she have to worry about? Then, Natalie went straight to the stage and faced Kevin from In-Country. Kevin transformed into a cheetah as before and rushed towards Natalie. Natalie held a staff and muttered something. The next moment, Kevin's expression became dull, and then he rushed out of the ring in a daze, directly eliminating himself. And when Kevin left the ring, he was also confused. Why did I lose? You must have been manipulated. This girl from Magnesium is not simple. At this time, the referee said, Natalie from Magnesium wins. You can rest for 20 minutes and proceed to the next round. Natalie chewed gum and said, No need. I don't need to rest for even a second. I will eliminate the remaining 4 people. Chapter 98. Going to lose? As soon as Natalie said this, the referee said directly, Okay, Dasha's second contestant can go on stage. Dasha. The netizens who were watching the live broadcast were also surprised. This girl from Magnesium looks pretty awesome. She beat the English guy in seconds. She's preparing a string of 4 now. How arrogant. Let's see if she has the confidence to be so arrogant. Speaking of which, this girl from Magnesium is really well developed. Yeah, if I could touch this curvy body, Gradually, the discussion began to develop in a colorful direction. At the same time, Dasha's second player, Zhao Ruyan, also came on the court. Before going on stage, Zhao Zhan said, Ruyan, this American's ability should be related to mental control. You have to be careful. Zhao Ruyan heard this and said, Don't worry, uncle. Telekinesis is related to mental strength. My mental resistance is much stronger than others. It's not that easy for her to control me. As Zhao Ruyan spoke, she went up to the ring. She was prepared to use telekinesis to wipe Natalie's neck immediately after the fight started and in the fight. This scene can be regarded as a confrontation between 2 beauties. Although Zhao Ruyan was wearing a conical hat, one could still see that she had a well-proportioned figure, but her curves were not as exaggerated as Natalie's. As for Natalie, she has a standard Western female figure, with a curvy figure, slightly sturdy arms and thighs, and delicate facial features, except that her pores are a little large. However, her flaws outweigh her merits, and she is still a beauty. Under the ring, Ding Sheng suddenly asked, Yi-chun, which one do you like better, our Eastern beauties or Western beauties? After hearing what Ding Sheng said, Yi-chan said, I don't like any of them. I only like my green lemon. The Tong brothers held a different attitude. Tong Hu said, I still think our Oriental beauties are better. They have good skin, are intelligent and generous. Tong Long said, You know shit. A good figure is the real good thing. Being useful is much more important than looking good. Tong Hu curled his lips and said, You talk as if you know a lot. We share the same body, and we are both virgins. What do you know about whether it is useful or not? Chun Ao sure listened to his grandson's conversation and said, All right, we also have beautiful women with outstanding figures in Xia. Your genes cannot be leaked. The Tong brothers have 2 souls in one body and special genes, so there's a chance that they will be passed down. Therefore, the Tong brothers cannot marry foreigners, lest this precious dual-soul gene be passed on abroad. Although humanity's current enemies are foreign invaders, humanity has never been very united. Even with the pressure from foreign invaders, countries are wary of each other. The Tong brothers, who have 2 souls in one body, are a precious resource for Daxia. Of course, the same goes for Yichun. He completes the mechanic, and his own weapon system is different from that of an ordinary mechanic. He also cannot marry a foreigner, not even have sex with him. It would be terrible if his body fluids were secretly taken away by foreign spies and then taken abroad, and some artificial insemination technology was used to create Yichun's offspring. At this moment, on the ring, with the referee's order, Zhao Ruyan immediately used telekinesis to try to break Natalie's neck. However, there was a sound of a mirror breaking from Natalie's body. She was wearing protective gear and blocked Zhao Ruyan's telekinetic attack. Then, Natalie held the staff and cast a soul spell on Zhao Ruyan. Zhao Ruyan's expression changed, and there was a struggle in her eyes, trying to resist Natalie's shamanism. Zhao Ruyan has awakened telekinesis, and her soul strength is not low, but shamanism is specifically aimed at the soul. Zhao Ruyan does not have any special skills to defend against shamanism. She relies on her high mental value to hold on, but in fact she gets half the result with twice the effort. If Zhao Ruyan was a doctor or a priest, with her mental strength and the fact that these two professions have special skills for protecting souls, she could easily resist Natalie's shamanism. But Zhao Ruyan was not one of them, so she couldn't resist it. Her high mental strength allowed her to hold on for nearly a minute before she was hit by Natalie's shamanism. After being hit by the spell, Zhao Ruyan immediately fell to the ground with a thud, fell asleep, and even snored. And during the minute she held out, because her will was focused on fighting against shamanism, she had no time to use telekinesis to attack Natalie. Natalie looked at Zhao Ruyan, who had fallen to the ground, and also breathed a sigh of relief. This guy has such a high mental resistance. Daxia is indeed a vast land with abundant resources and a wealth of talents. Even without the dual souls that could restrain her, there is still someone like Zhao Ruyan. It is really too dangerous. Zhao Ruyan fell asleep, so there was no suspense in this match. The referee announced that Natalie won. Then, it was the second contestant from Ing country who came on stage. He was a holy warrior wearing silver white armor and a silver mask. He held a sword in one hand and a shield in the other. On the silver white shield was a black cross mark. The Ying kingdom naturally knew that Natalie's abilities were such as manipulation and cursing, so they sent out the holy warrior. The holy warrior has strong defense and mental resistance, and has hope of defeating Natalie. Unfortunately, they still underestimated Natalie. After the referee gave the order, the holy warrior gave himself several positive halos and then rushed towards Natalie. Natalie waved her staff, and the holy warrior raised the shield in his hand, then hit himself on the head. The holy warrior's head was bleeding, and he fell to the ground unconscious on the spot. The battle was over. Seeing how powerful Natalie was, netizens in Daxia also became worried. Sure enough, she has the capital to be arrogant. In less than 3 minutes, she has already defeated 3 opponents. Don't be afraid. Our strongest intermediate level player hasn't made a move yet. Yichun will definitely win if he makes a move. I think it's risky. Don't forget that Yichun was once bewitched by a vixen. Although the mechanic is invincible in long-range attacks, his mental resistance is too poor. If Yichun is controlled in one encounter, then no matter how powerful his weapon is, it will be meaningless. Indeed, this 6th-level legendary equipment may be lost to our great Xia. If you ask me, I shouldn't let the Tong brothers appear first. The Tong brothers' ability is to have 2 souls in one body. He has 2 souls, so they're not so easy to be controlled. At this time, Chen Ao Sure also said, I'm afraid this battle will be difficult to fight. If you arrange my grandson to the last, maybe there would be some chance of winning. Now, I think it's hanging. After hearing what Chen Ao Sure said, Ding Sheng said, who would have thought that the killer weapon of the Magnesium Nation is a soul shaman? The last soul shaman appeared in the world was about 10 years ago, right? Zhao Zhan said, it's fate. There's no need to force it. After all, my niece, who has such a high mental resistance, couldn't resist it. It's understandable that she lost. At this moment, Yichun said, who said I would lose? I will definitely take this legendary equipment. Chapter 99, Iron Will. Zhao Zhan looked at Yichun in surprise and said, young man, self-confidence is a good thing, but arrogance is not. Tell me, how do you resist Natalie's shamanism? Yichun said calmly, how can a mere shaman's trick shake my iron will? As soon as Yichun said this, Zhao Zhan laughed out loud. Iron will? Are you kidding? Will itself is the embodiment of soul and spirit. The stronger the soul, the stronger the will. Your profession is a mechanic, and your main skill is agility. Where does your iron will come from? Chin Ao Sure also said, Yi Chun, now is not the time for you to play jokes. Will of Steel? I have been in the secret realm for decades, and have escaped death many times, but I dare not say that I have a will of steel. Were you kidding? Yi Chun glanced at Chin Ao Sure and said, In that case, let's make a bet. Let's bet on whether I can withstand the shaman technique with my willpower. Chin Ao Sure looked at Yi Chun and said, What do you want to bet on? I will accompany you to the end. Chin Ao Sure believed that Yi Chun would definitely lose. After all, Yi Chun was once controlled by that vixen and entered the Black Fox secret realm. And now this soul shaman, Natalie, also possesses abilities similar to those of a vixen and can control souls. This ability is very restraining to the mechanic. That's why he dared to make a bet with Yi Chun. Yi Chun heard what Chin Ao Sure said and said, I will bet with you my equipment. Since you claim to have been in the secret realm for decades, you should be able to come up with a bet of similar value, right? Chin Ao Sure said directly, Ding Sheng, you heard it. This bet was proposed by your Jingyao student himself. I didn't force him. Ding Sheng listened and said, Of course I heard it. What is Senior Chin going to bet on? Chin Ao Sure thought for a moment and said, I'll bet 3 pieces of level 6 epic equipment. Do you agree, Yi Chun? Yi Chun immediately said, I agree. Please watch it, Senior. Yi Chun said, and walked directly onto the ring and stood in front of Natalie. At this time, Natalie said to Yi Chun, Handsome boy, mechanics have no mental resistance. You don't stand a chance in front of me. Jiang Chung, Su's family, Su Qingning and her family were also watching the live broadcast together, and Su Qingning was a little nervous. Su Qingning said, Dad, do you think Yi Chun can win? Yi Chun went to Ying country to participate in the battle for the legendary equipment, so Su Qingning returned to Jiangcheng to spend time with her family. As for the other 6 members of the double-winged flying team, they seized the time to upgrade their levels in the secret realm. Only in this way could they cooperate with Yi Chun and Su Qingning for a longer period of time. Su Jian glanced at his daughter and said, Yi Chun was once controlled by the Qingqiu demon fox. Judging from this, he is like an ordinary mechanic and does not have a strong mental resistance. The control ability of the soul shaman should be no less than that of the Qingqiu demon fox. Yi Chun's chances of winning are not high. Su Qingning was a little worried and said, He has never lost before. If he loses this time, he will probably be very unhappy, right? Su Jian said, Victory and defeat are common in the military. Besides, his ability is strong enough. It's just that there is always a way out. Just try to persuade him. Zhao Yafeng also said, Your father is right. Young people are bound to encounter setbacks. It is a real man to get up from where you fell. Su Qingning nodded and said, You are right, but then again, my Yi Chun may not lose. In Ying country, on top of the shard, above the 2 complete formations, Natalie released the soul shaman skills at Yi Chun, intending to put Yi Chun into a sleeping state. Yi Chun felt a little sleepy and slowly closed his eyes. However, the moment he closed his eyes, his passive fighting spirit was triggered. His eyes immediately opened wide, and then the brown light machine gun appeared in Yi Chun's hand. He held a light machine gun and began shooting at Natalie. Although Yi Chun has unlocked the M134 rapid-fire heavy machine gun, the rapid-fire heavy machine gun is bulky and not as light as the brown light machine gun. Besides, the heavy machine gun is mainly used to deal with monsters in dense numbers. There must be at least hundreds or thousands of them for Yi Chun to activate the heavy machine gun. Natalie in front of him is not qualified. The bullets from the brown light machine gun landed on Natalie, and the protective effect of a piece of equipment on her body took effect again, and a sound like a mirror shattering came from her body. Then, all the subsequent bullets from the brown light machine gun penetrated Natalie's body, and her body seemed to disappear. Next, Natalie said, My heart scales are passively activated, making me immune to all physical attacks for 60 seconds. 60 seconds is enough time for me to cast 10 shaman spells. I don't believe you can handle it. Natalie said this, holding a staff, then muttering something and performing shamanic magic. Just now she cast a sleep spell, but Yi Chun was not affected. Now she changed to casting the confusion spell. However, after Natalie released the chaos technique, Yi Chun's expression did not change at all, and the brown light machine gun continued to fire at Natalie. Natalie was a little panicked, and under the ring, Chin Ao Sure was also a little panicked. The 3/6 level epic equipment were prepared by him for his precious grandson. He originally thought that he would give these 3 pieces of equipment to Tonglong and Tonghu once they reached the 6th level. It was just that Yi Chun proposed a bet today, and Chun Ao sure felt it was a sure win, so he decided to take the gamble. After all, Yi Chun has a complete set of epic equipment, even if it is only level 4, but it is enough at the intermediate stage. Half of this set of equipment was prepared by Shumu, and the most precious concentric gem was collected by Chun Ao Shur at a great cost. Unfortunately, it fell into Yi Chun's hands, and Chun Ao Shur felt resentful about it for a long time. And now, Yi Chun actually bet with this set of equipment, so Chun Ao Shur naturally couldn't refuse. In Chun Ao Shur's opinion, this was clearly an opportunity for his grandson to get the equipment back. Chun Ao Shur even thought in his heart that the old ones are still the best. The young ones are still too self-righteous, relying on their own will to resist the soul shamanism. How is this possible? But now, Yi Chun used facts to tell Chun Ao Shur who was so self-righteous. Natalie's soul shamanism was completely useless to Yi Chun. Natalie was also a little panicked. Seeing that the confusion spell didn't work, she switched to the soul control spell. The soul control spell still didn't work, so she cast the silent spell. Many shaman spells were released one after another, but Yi Chun didn't react at all. Finally, Natalie's physical immunity time reached the 59th second, and she suddenly said, "I give up." Chapter 100, Heavy Tanks Attack. As soon as the passive effect of her hard armor expired, she would be turned into briquettes by the bullets from the light machine gun. There was no point in continuing to resist, so she surrendered directly. As Natalie surrendered, Dusha Netizen said, "The strongest agent in history. It really is no joke. He actually won again." I just read a lot of so-called expert analysis, and they all believe that the mechanic had no ability to resist the shamanism and would definitely lose. Now it seems that what the experts said is bullshit. What era is it now? Why do you still believe those experts? You might as well believe that a sow can climb a tree. Afterwards, Yi Chun stepped down from the ring and said to Chun Ao, "Sure, Mr. Chun, I'm willing to accept defeat. Remember to prepare the 3/6-tier epic equipment as soon as possible." Chun Ao Shur immediately said, "Don't worry, I will keep my word. After returning to the Xia, I will send it to you within 7 days." Chun Ao Shur naturally wouldn't cheat. After all, he had promised it himself. However, the 3 pieces of 6-tier epic equipment he has collected so far are all mainly used to enhance agility, which is very suitable for his grandson and also very suitable for Yi Chun. Although Yi Chun is indeed extremely talented, he still has higher hopes for his grandson. He plans to keep these 3 pieces of equipment for his grandson. As for the 3 pieces of equipment lost to Yi Chun, with Chun Ao Shur's status and connections, it would not be a problem for him to collect the 3 pieces again within 7 days. Of course, the 3 pieces of equipment collected again may increase intelligence, physical strength, or strength. The overall attributes are mixed. Although the value of a single piece is not low, if the 3 pieces are a set, the value is far less than 3 pieces of all agility equipment. Although this was not fair, it did not violate the bet between him and Yi Chun. After all, full sensitivity equipment was not easy to collect, so he still wanted to leave some for his grandson. Although Yi Chun defeated Natalie, the battle for the legendary equipment was not over yet, because the 3rd-place contestants from Ing and Mei have not been eliminated yet. Yi Chun still needs to defeat 2 opponents before he can become the owner of that legendary sword. 10 minutes later, the final contestant from Ing country came on stage. He was a young man with pale skin, a well-proportioned body, and was wearing a suit. He looked quite impressive. The man's name is Mike, and his profession is a vampire, a profession that is quite popular in the UK and very powerful. Mike looked at Yi Chun and said, "Mechanic, you are no match for me." After hearing this, Yi Chun asked, "Who gave you the confidence?" Mike said, "The 3 finalists from Mingmei are you, me, and Natalie. The relationship between the 3 of us is like rock, paper, scissors. I am afraid of Natalie's soul shamanism. She can easily control my life and death. Natalie's soul shaman book has no effect on you. You are completely restrained by it. As for you, the threat of firearms to me is very low. You are not my opponent." Yi Chun heard what Mike said and said, "You think too highly of yourself. You may be a rock, but I have never been scissors." Mike smiled confidently. "Then let's see who's the winner." Following the referee's order, Yi-chun held the light machine gun and prepared to shoot. However, at this moment, Mike's body split apart in midair and turned into a large group of bats, flying in the air. Then, Mike's voice came from the crows. "This is the bloodthirsty bat I transformed with my blood energy. If any of them can get close to you, you will definitely lose." While Mike was speaking, the sound of Yi-chun's light machine gun continued to be heard. By the time Mike finished saying this, the large group of bats in the sky had been cleared away by Yi-chun. The basic damage of the light machine gun is not low, and Yi-chun's agility is high. Shooting at this group of bloodthirsty bats has the same effect as turning on the 100% hit function. And considering that the light machine gun has a firing rate of 20 rounds per second, this large group of bats can only last for a few seconds. After the bloodthirsty bats swept away everything, Mike's true form appeared. His face was even paler than before, and there was shock in his eyes. How is this possible? Could it be that before you became a combat professional, you were a sharpshooter? Yi-chun ignored Mike's mumbling. His finger never left the trigger, and he continued shooting at Mike's body. Seeing this, Mike's eyes turned scarlet, and a pair of fleshy wings appeared behind him. His entire body soared into the sky and rushed towards Yi-chun. Yi-chun's expression changed. This Mike is a so-called vampire. He is extremely fast, his skills are related to blood, and his health bar is relatively thick. With the damage of the light machine gun, it was impossible to clear his health before he got close to him. No wonder this guy is so confident. It turns out this is what he relies on. It seems that he can't hide it anymore. Then, Yi-chun said silently in his heart, "Come out. Type 99, a main battle tank." The next second, the steel behemoth weighing more than 50 tons appeared where Yi-chun was, and Yi-chun was inside the cockpit of the main battle tank, wrapped in thick steel, feeling a full sense of security. Then, there was a pop sound, and Vampire Mike's body came into close contact with the Type 99A main battle tank. The fangs in his mouth collided with the steel armor of the main battle tank, and then broke with a crack. Whether it was the audience or the people watching the live broadcast, they were all stunned once again. Holy crap, what the hell is this? So powerful and so hard. I thought Yi-chun was going to capsize in the gutter. This vampire is too fast. I didn't expect Yi-chun to have other tricks up his sleeve. Of course. Have you forgotten? Every time Yi-chun advances a level, he can unlock 2 weapons. Today, he has been fighting with a light machine gun at level 3, and he has not shown his true strength at all. This thing is incredibly strong. Look, the vampire's teeth are all broken. At this time, Mike was also covering his mouth with a painful look on his face. After a few seconds, he came to his senses. Then, Mike roared, and long claws grew out of the 10 fingers of his hands. He then used the claws on his hands as weapons and fiercely scratched the thick armor of the main battle tank. Then, sparks flew where the claws and armor intersected. Mike's claws were worn away by several centimeters, but only faint white marks were left on the tank's armor. Inside the main battle tank, Yi-chun also laughed. Attacking the main battle tank with claws? Your kunai is comparable to Danzo's to stabbing Susanoo. Chapter 101. Bombarding the 8th level. Seeing that his attack was completely ineffective, Mike waved the flesh wings on his back, moved away from the main battle tank that Yi-chun had materialized, then floated in the air, shaking and looking at this metal monster. At this moment, the gun barrel of the main battle tank was also aimed at Mike's position. Mike suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis. Before he could do anything, he heard a loud bang, and the 125mm smoothbore gun fired. The horrific shells hit Mike hard, and then Mike's body, like a watermelon, instantly broke into pieces. Even the 2 complete formations on the ring could not protect Mike's body. Mike's body exploded in the air, and countless blood splattered on the ground, dyeing the ground red. Seeing this, the Ingwa personnel shouted, "Mike! Mike, where are you?" Unfortunately, no one responded for a long time. A professional from Ing country said angrily, "Da Xia people, you actually killed Mike. I want you to pay with your life." As this person spoke, he quickly rushed up to the Liangquan formation and then rushed directly towards the main battle tank. As he was charging, his body quickly grew larger, and within a few seconds, he turned into a terrifying Tyrannosaurus Rex. It turned out that this person was a high-level druid. When a druid reached a high level, he could transform into a variety of giant creatures, and Tyrannosaurus Rex was one of them. After this man transformed into a Tyrannosaurus Rex, he was more than 4 meters tall, 18 meters long, and weighed 18 tons, looking extremely huge. Ding Sheng looked at this scene. His face changed drastically, and he said, "Stop. If anything happens to Yi Chun, I will never let you go." As Ding Sheng spoke, he also wanted to take action, but several other high-level professionals from in-country stood in front of Ding Sheng. One of them said, "The person in the ring is Mike's Uncle Henry. His nephew is dead, so it's understandable that he acted impulsively." At this time, Ding Sheng didn't waste time talking to these people. He said directly, "Mr. Chun, let's work together to save Yi Chun." When Chun Ao sure heard what Ding Sheng said, he suddenly had an idea, and an extremely domineering ghost-head knife appeared in his hand. He said coldly, "If you don't get out of the way, don't blame me for being ruthless." Chun Ao sure is a 10th-ranked swordsman with outstanding strength. This time when he came to in-country to compete for the legendary equipment, Chun Ao sure was the main protector. At this moment, a white old man from the magnesium country stood in front of Chun Ao sure. Holding a magic wand, he said to Chun Ao sure and Ding Sheng, "Your Xia contestant has no moral integrity and killed the in-country contestant. It is only natural for the uncle to avenge his nephew, right?" Ding Sheng didn't waste any words. A peachwood sword appeared in his hand. He muttered something and prepared to attack Henry on the ring. At this moment, the white old man held a staff and said something. In an instant, Ding Sheng's body was entangled by a golden rope. His whole body was bound, and he could not move at all. Chun Ao sure looked unhappy and asked, "Are you going to go to war with the Xia?" The white old man said calmly, "It is only natural to avenge my nephew. You should just watch carefully." The high-level professionals from Ying and Mei countries stood in front of Chun Ao sure, unmoved. Yi Chun was simply too powerful. They could all see that Yi Chun's previous shot had a lethality comparable to that of a 9th-level ace. If it weren't for such terrifying destructive power, how could Mike be blown to pieces under the protection of the two-dimensional formation? At this moment, Mike's Uncle Henry went up to the ring on impulse, which was also a good thing for them. It would be great if Henry could kill Yi Chun and strangle Yi Chun, the future genius. As for what Ding Sheng said about going to war, in their opinion, it would definitely not reach that point. At most, after the fact, Henry would be handed over, and Henry would be made to pay for Yi Chun's life, and then some benefits would be given, and the matter would be over. The situation in countries around the world is stable now, and everyone is under great pressure facing foreign invaders. It is impossible for Daxia to really go to war. And for them, it is worthwhile to exchange Henry's life for the life of the Xia, the super genius. Chun Ao sure, holding a ghost-head knife, confronted the high-level professionals from Ying and Mei countries, but he did not take any action in the end. Because facing the high-level professionals from Ying Mei countries, he had no chance of winning, especially the white old man holding the staff, who was Chun Ao sure's old rival. The strength of both sides was evenly matched, and with the presence of other people, it would be meaningless even if they took action. Now Chun Ao sure can only hope that Yi Chun can survive Henry's hands. As a mere 5th-level professional, facing an 8th-level professional who is furious, can Yi Chun have a chance of winning? Ding Sheng was looking at Yi Chun on the ring worriedly at this moment. His expression was grim, and he was very nervous. Finally, on the ring, Henry's transformed Tyrannosaurus Rex collided violently with Yi Chun's Type 99, a heavy tank. One is a main battle tank, a steel monster, and the other is a prehistoric creature, a giant Tyrannosaurus Rex. The length of the Tyrannosaurus Rex is even larger than the main battle tank. The visual effect of such a collision is extremely exaggerated. However, when the two collided violently, the main battle tank actually knocked Henry's transformed Tyrannosaurus Rex away. After all, an adult Tyrannosaurus Rex that is more than 10 meters long weighs only about 15 tons. While a Type 99A main battle tank weighs more than 50 tons. Then, the main battle tank's gun barrel fired loudly. The 125mm smoothbore cannon was fired directly out of the barrel, hitting the Tyrannosaurus Rex heavily. In an instant, a huge bloody hole exploded on the Tyrannosaurus Rex's body, and it fell to the ground powerlessly. Then, the main battle tank drove towards the Tyrannosaurus Rex again, hitting its body hard, and then the main weapon and secondary weapon of the main battle tank were activated at the same time. 125mm smoothbore artillery shells, combined with Type 86 coaxial machine guns and anti-aircraft machine guns, continuously bombarded the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Boom, boom, boom. The main battle tank opened fire at full power for a full 3 minutes. The Tyrannosaurus Rex that Henry transformed into was completely blasted into a pile of rotten meat and couldn't even be put together again. After all, the double formation here had been destroyed when Yi Chun bombarded Mike just now, so Yi Chun killed Henry without any hindrance in the whole process. Everyone below the ring was completely dumbfounded watching this scene. You know, Henry is a high-level combat professional with a strength of up to level 8. He was actually killed by someone bullying the weak. Isn't this too outrageous? At this time, Ding Sheng finally came to his senses. He shouted, "Henry bullied the weak and was killed in the ring. He deserved it. This matter is not over yet. In addition, if you don't follow the rules, Daxia will fight you to the death." Chapter 102. Comparable to the 9th level? Several high-level professionals from Ying country looked at each other. If there was a chance, they would definitely want to keep Yi Chen here. Because Yi Chen's strength is too terrifying, they don't want such a genius to rise into Xia. But now, they have no way to keep Yi Chen. Henry's incident can be said to be an accident, and the responsibility can be put on Henry. Anyway, the debt is settled when the person is dead, and the most they have to do is compensate Daxia afterwards. But if anyone else comes on the field, it will really mean a fallout with the Xia. Besides, if they continued to send people into the field, could they really take down Yi Chen? The 8th level druid was blasted into slag by Yi Chen, and they were not sure they could take down Yi Chen. They looked at each other, and finally one of them said, "Henry acted impulsively against the younger generation of Daxia because of his nephew's death. It was his own fault, and it should not rise to the national level." The white old man from Magnesium also waved his staff, and the golden rope that bound Ding Sheng disappeared. Ding Sheng stretched his body a little, then taunted, "He acted on impulse. What about you? Why did you stop me from saving people? We are just considering the overall situation and are worried that the conflict will further escalate." Ding Sheng snorted coldly, then glared at Chun Ao Shi again. Although Chun Ao Shi did not take action because it was reasonable considering the difference in strength between the two, Ding Sheng was still not satisfied. After all, Ding Sheng knew very well that if the person on the ring was Chun Ao Shi's grandson, Chun Ao Shi would go up to the ring and fight hard even if he knew that he was not strong enough. Because Yi Chen is not his grandson, he lacks some courage when facing these guys from Mei and Ying, which is really disappointing. As for Zhao Zhen, his profession is a priest and he has no combat power, so Ding Sheng never counted on him at all. Chun Ao Shi felt guilty and looked away. He is really old, and his former high-spirited and vigorous self are too far away from him. He just wants to protect his grandson and let him grow up smoothly. He can't fight with anyone anymore. The referee looked at the bodies of Mike and Henry on the ring, or more precisely, at the bloody mass on the ground, and said, "There's only one final fight left before the legendary sword will be decided. The contestant from Magnesium can now take the stage." However, at this moment, the last player from the Magnesium country hurriedly said, "I don't want to fight. I give up." Just kidding, Mike's death could be considered an accident. But what about Henry? He was an 8th level druid. Besides, you should know that the profession of vampire also exists in their country of Magnesium, and it is also very popular. A 6th level vampire is extremely outstanding in terms of both physical strength and blood value. It was impossible to kill a rank 6 vampire in one blow with a normal attack. Not to mention, under the protection of the 2-dimensional formation, beating a vampire into a bloody mess. Anyone with common sense could see that the intensity of the bombardment carried out by the big guy, controlled by Yi Chen, was definitely comparable to a 9th order attack. The Liangquan formation could not protect him at all, so how could he possibly go and die? Upon seeing this, the referee said, "Congratulations to the Xia's Yi Chen for winning the legendary sword." At the same time, netizens in Daxia were also discussing the matter. The British are so disgusting, aren't they? They actually bully the weak with their power? We in Daxia will never be done with them. Speaking of which, that Ingwa guy is so weak. He used his power to bully the weak, but was beaten by Yi Chen. Rather than saying that the Englishman is weak, it's better to say that Yi Chen is too strong. He probably has destructive power comparable to the 9th level. How is this possible? Level 5 is comparable to level 9? Isn't this a bit outrageous? That's not outrageous at all. Think about it carefully. An ordinary mechanic can unlock one weapon at the 1st level. As a completer of the mechanic profession, Yi Chun can unlock 2 weapons at the first level. The light machine gun he unlocked at level 3 is a weapon that ordinary mechanics unlock at level 5. The armed helicopter he unlocked at level 4 is a weapon that ordinary mechanics unlock at level 7. However, the armed helicopter tends to be an auxiliary function, and its destructive power is not reflected. By analogy, isn't this metal monster today a weapon unlocked by an ordinary mechanic at level 9? Isn't it normal for Yi Chun to have destructive power comparable to level 9? As soon as these words came out, netizens were immediately excited. When Yi Chun reached the 4th level, he unlocked a rocket launcher and an armed helicopter. The former focused on group attacks, while the latter was more of an auxiliary function, allowing the mechanic to have the ability to fly and hide, and everyone forgot about Yi Chun's lethality. Now, in this battle for legendary equipment, Yi Chun's shot directly shattered the vampires protected by the 2-dimensional formation, and then killed the 8th level druid alive. Everyone finally realized that Yi Chun's destructive power was already comparable to that of an ordinary 9th level mechanic. Then, someone else said, I just want to learn about the mechanic. The attribute points for this profession are double agility and double intelligence. Agility increases the hit rate, and intelligence increases the ammunition recovery speed. The damage value of a mechanic depends only on the mechanic's weapon. Yi Chun is now a 5th level mechanic on the surface, but his true strength is comparable to that of a 9th level mechanic. No wonder a mere 8th level druid was blasted into pieces. No wonder Yi Chun won the title of the strongest in the middle level. Among the middle level combat professionals, there is a 9th level mechanic. How can he not be strong? I'm just curious. When Yi Chun reaches level 10, theoretically, he can unlock level 19 weapons. But currently, the highest level in the world is only level 14. How strong will Yi Chun be by then? It all depends on whether he can continue to unlock weapons after reaching level 7. If he can continue to unlock new weapons, he will be the strongest man on Earth. Even if he can't continue to unlock new weapons, he will be one of the top 14th level strongmen on Earth. I think his endpoint is most likely to stop at level 14. He only completed the mechanic profession, but he didn't make the mechanic profession superior to other professions. There should still be an upper limit. At this moment, Yi Chun had caused heated discussions throughout Xia. Because of the power of this shot, many people truly realized how abnormal Yi Chun was. Chapter 103. Face the... In the shard, Chun Aoshur was also grinning as he watched this scene. He was just old and timid, not senile. At this moment, he realized one thing. His grandson was nothing in front of Yi Chun. No matter how powerful Tonglong and Tonghu are, they only have double attributes, and they have both burst and defense. He is indeed stronger than professionals of the same level, but at most he can only fight by jumping 1 level. His chances of winning are very low if he jumps 2 levels, because at higher levels, the skills unlocked will become more and more powerful. What about Yi Chun? He has the destructive power of an ordinary mechanic of the 9th level at the 5th level. Even if the ordinary mechanic is relatively weak in the later stage, it is still stronger than the general 8th level profession, right? Now they no longer have to worry about Yi Chun's future potential. At a mere 5th level, he has the destructive power of 9th level. This strength is already ridiculously strong. Chun Aoshur had originally been thinking about collecting 3 pieces of 6th-tier epic equipment again to fool Yi Chun. But at this moment, this idea had long been forgotten. Yi Chun is now comparable to the 9th level. So what about when Yi Chun reaches the 6th level? How powerful will Yi Chun be after unlocking the 11th level mechanic weapon? By then, Yi Chun might be able to kill Chun Aoshur with just 1 shot. After all, Chun Aoshur himself is only at the 10th level. He has always been taking advantage of his age. On the one hand, he is indeed old, but the most important thing is to rely on his own strength. But now, Chun Aoshur suddenly realized one thing. The gap in strength between Yi Chun and him was already very small. Even if Yi Chun's rank was raised by 1 level, Chun Aoshur, would not be worth mentioning at all. Realizing this, Chun Aoshur's eyes changed when he looked at Yi Chun. This was a strong man of the same level as himself, and it might only take a few months for him to surpass himself. He had to give him enough respect. Afterwards, Chun Aoshur said directly, Ding Sheng, you should take the children back to China first. As for the legendary sword, I will bring it back. After hearing what Chun Aoshur said, Ding Sheng looked better and said, Okay. At this moment, Ing countryman said, "Why are we in such a hurry? Why not let these young geniuses communicate more?" Ding Sheng taunted, "More exchanges? Are you going to continue to let you bully the weak? Let's see what happens today. Let's go." Ding Sheng said this, and prepared to leave with Yi Chun, Tong Longhu, and Zhao Ruyan. The people from Ing and Mei looked at each other, and finally shook their heads and gave up the idea of continuing to deal with Yi Chun. Yi Chun is no longer just a genius. His strength is now comparable to that of the 9th level. Even if they fight to the death, they may not be able to stop Yi Chun. Moreover, they also have to consider Xia's anger. If Xia disregards the overall situation and fights them to the death, that would be troublesome. As for Zhao Zhan, he followed Chun Ao Shi. They would wait until they got today's spoils before leaving on their own. Chun Ao Shi is an old man. His strength is as high as the 10th level. He has a short lifespan, his potential has been exhausted long ago, and his status is quite high. If the people of Ing and Mei take action against Chun Ao Shi, it will be totally not worth it. Ding Sheng took Yi Chun and 3 others and left quickly. It was not until the group returned to Daxia through the International Teleportation Array that Ding Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. After all, as long as everyone does not return home safely, they may encounter danger at any time. At the entrance of the International Teleportation Array, people arranged by the Alliance and senior management were already waiting. Ding Sheng explained to Yi Chun and the others and then left. They wanted to work out a plan regarding the attack on Yi Chun in Ing Country. If Ing Country did not give a reasonable explanation, the matter would not be over. After all, the invaders are powerful, and cooperation among countries is inevitable. Sometimes, when facing world-class secret realms, countries have to attack together. If Yi Chun's affairs are not handled well, all countries will stab Xia's professionals in the back when they launch a joint attack in the future. Once this gap is opened, the consequences will be disastrous. After Ding Sheng left, Tong Longhu said to Yi Chun, "I have never been convinced by anyone since I was a child, but this time I'm really convinced. A level 5 fighting level 8, that's fucking awesome." Zhao Ruyan also said, "It is true that there are always people who are better than you. I heard that you already have a girlfriend. Do you mind changing her?" As Zhao Ruyan spoke, she took off the hat she had been wearing on her head, revealing a beautiful face. Yi Chun said directly, "Mind." After hearing what Yi Chun said, Zhao Ruyan continued, "Do you mind having another girlfriend? I can be your mistress." Yi Chun still did not hesitate at all. "Mind. I only have our Qing Ning in my heart. Don't talk about other women. Even if it's a female mosquito, I won't even look at it." Zhao Ruyan showed envy in her eyes and said, "Your girlfriend is so lucky. She has a strong and loyal boyfriend like you." Yi Chun said, "I am also very lucky. When I just awakened the mechanic profession, no one was optimistic about this profession. My girlfriend became a doctor, one of the top 10 most popular professions, but she decided to become my comrade without hesitation. At that time, she didn't know that I, a mechanic, was different from others. She is well aware of the mechanic's weakness in the later stages, and she just wants to stand together with me, live and die together. So how can I let her lose?" Zhao Ruyan heard Yi Chun's words and exclaimed, "She can accompany you through hardships, and you can share wealth with her. It's really rare. I won't interfere with such a beautiful love. Why don't we 3 leave each other contact information? Maybe we will have a chance to cooperate in the future." Yi Chun did not refuse this time. He was growing very fast, and most of the people around him could not keep up with him. But the Tong brothers and Zhao Ruyan are different. They all have extraordinary talents. Even if they are not as good as Yi Chun, their future will not be too bad. Sooner or later, there will be opportunities for cooperation. Afterwards, the 3 of them left each other their contact information and went back home. As soon as Yi Chun returned to the entrance of Jingyao, Su Qingming trotted towards him and threw herself into his arms. She hugged Yi Chun tightly and said, "You know, I was scared to death just now. Those foreigners are so abominable. They actually bully the weak. I am ready to use the Tongxin gem to revive you." When Yi Chun heard Su Qingming's words, he put his arm around her slender waist, then gently patted her back and said, "Don't worry, your man is not that easy to bully. So what if he's at the 8th level? He will still be blasted into pieces." Su Qingming seemed to have thought of something after hearing this, and said, "Let's go back to Jiangqing." Yi Chun asked what happened. Su Qingming explained, "It is said that there is a mid-level secret realm in Longcheng that is not sealed properly. Many mid-level and high-level professionals in Yin province are already guarding outside that secret realm. Many professionals who went to various universities in Yin province to study have also returned to their hometowns. After hearing what Su Qingning said, Yi Chun said, "Okay, let's go back to." Longcheng is the capital of Yin province, only 60 kilometers away from Jiangxing. Once something happens in Longcheng, it will easily affect Jiangxing. Besides, as a native of Yin province, Yi Chun couldn't just sit back and watch if Longcheng was in trouble. Chapter 104 Julong Mountain. Of course, for things like the destruction of a secret realm, the country will also arrange combat professionals to take precautions and make preparations. However, once the seal of the secret realm is unstable, the number of monsters that rush out of the secret realm in an instant will be extremely terrifying. If we cannot guard against it in the first time, the monsters will flee in all directions, and the consequences will be disastrous. Therefore, every time the seal of the secret realm becomes unstable, the combat professionals in this city will basically return to their hometown spontaneously to guard it for a period of time to minimize the losses in their hometown. Afterwards, Yi Chun and Su Qingning went straight to the domestic teleportation array and teleported to Longcheng. Soon, the two arrived at the 37th secret realm of Dragon City, which was the secret realm with an unstable seal. The location of the entrance to the secret realm is actually a scenic spot in Longcheng, Julong Mountain. And now, above Julong Mountain, the wind is rising and the sky is covered with dark clouds. At the same time, there were bursts of thunder in the sky, and faint roars and growls could be heard in the thunder. This was a sign that the seal of the secret realm was unstable. The entire Julong Mountain has already been surrounded. A large number of professionals are stationed around Julong Mountain. Some of them are from Longcheng, and some are from the surrounding areas of Longcheng. When Yi Chun and Su Qingning arrived, they saw Su Jian, Zhao Yafeng, Yuan Xiaoai, Yuan Qingshan, and others were also present. This time, the intermediate secret realm is unstable, and high-level professionals will also intervene. Su Jian and Yuan Xiaoai are two of them. In addition, there are several other high-level professionals, but their number is not large, less than 10 in total. Many high-level professionals are carrying out tasks in high-level secret realms to relieve the pressure of high-level secret realms. This time, the largest number of people present in secret realm number 37 are mid-level professionals. After Yi Chun and Su Qingning arrived, many people stared at Yi Chun. Even Yi Chun is here. It seems that he is not only talented, but also has a strong sense of belonging to his hometown. A 5th-level genius who killed an 8th-level monstrous genius. With him here, this time it will definitely be safe. I never expected that such a genius would appear among the mechanics who have been weak for decades. Is this what they call extremes lead to the opposite direction? Yi Chun and Su Qingning attracted more attention than those high-level professionals. At the same time, everyone's morale seemed to be greatly boosted and their fighting spirit was high. Soon, Yi Chun, Su Qingning, and the Su family reunited. Su Jian looked at Yi Chun and praised him. "I thought it would take time for you to grow up, but I didn't expect you to be able to stand on your own so soon." The 4 words "stand on their own feet" are generally used to describe high-level professionals, and Yi Chun, with a mid-level body, is even more shocking when compared to high-level ones. Yuan Xiaoai also said, "Old Su, you are so lucky. You have found a treasure. When your son-in-law really grows up, the whole world may be changed." Su Jian said, "Yi Chun, did you hear what your Uncle Yuan said? Your safety is very important. You must protect yourself in the future and don't take risks easily." "Don't worry, I'll pay attention." Su Jian continued, "This secret realm number 37 has shown signs of breaking 2 days ago. According to my judgment, the secret realm will break when night falls. Yi Chun, you have just returned home. You should recuperate and adjust your condition first." Yi Chun nodded slightly to show that he understood. Next, Zhao Yafeng pointed to a small tent and said, "Xiaochen, why don't you go in and rest for a while? If the secret realm is really broken, you may be one of the main forces." Yi Chun didn't pretend to be polite with his future mother-in-law. He went straight into the tent and lay down. After lying down, Yi Chun thought about his battle strategy. When the secret realm was broken, the number of countless monsters and demons would instantly reach a terrifying level. However, our own hot weapons seem to have the highest killing efficiency when facing these monsters in groups. At that time, not only the main battle tanks will attack, but also their own M134 rapid-fire heavy machine guns, armed helicopters, rocket launchers, brown light machine guns, and even flamethrowers will all have to be deployed. After all, Yi Chun possesses the super talent of mind control and can control multiple pieces of equipment at the same time. As for pistols, rifles, and grenades, there is no need for that. Their ranks are too low, resulting in very low basic damage. Even with unlimited firepower, the damage is minimal. There is no need to join in the fun. As time passed, the number of combat professionals gathering outside Julong Mountain no longer increased. Up to now, there are a total of 9 high-level combat professionals and thousands of mid-level combat professionals. Above Julong Mountain, the dark clouds became more oppressive and the thunder became more deafening. Yi Chun could feel that the sense of urgency around him was becoming increasingly stronger, and a war was about to break out. Yi Chun knew that he should be prepared. Yi Chun asked Su Jian and others to make some room, and then the Type 99, a main battle tank, appeared on the spot. This angular steel behemoth made many people stare at this main battle tank with their eyes wide open. There were also some 3rd and 4th level mechanics present. When they saw Yi Chun's main battle tank, they were fascinated. One day in the future, they would be able to unlock this kind of monster that could fight against the Tyrannosaurus Rex and even smash it to pieces. Then, on the left side of the Type 99, a main battle tank, the M134 rapid-fire heavy machine gun was mounted there, and on the right side of the main battle tank, the brown light machine gun was mounted there. Next, the sound of propellers rotating was heard, and an armed helicopter appeared above Yi Chun's head. On the 2 mounting points of the armed helicopter, there is a rocket launcher and a flamethrower respectively. Everyone was surprised to see the armed helicopters and main battle tanks appear at the same time, even with machine guns mounted next to them. Su Jian asked, "Yi Chun, can you control these weapons at the same time?" Yi Chun said directly, "Yes, this is the reward given by heaven after I completed the mechanic profession. I can control these weapons remotely." After hearing what Yi Chun said, Su Jian exclaimed, "You are a true long-range professional." After Yi Chun got his weapon ready, about 7 or 8 minutes later, there was another horrible thunder. Then, the black clouds were torn apart, and a big hole seemed to appear in the sky. Then, dense swarms of demons and monsters rushed out from the secret realm. They were all in strange shapes and shouted excitedly, as if they were happy for having broken through the secret realm. Chapter 105. One person guards one realm. Yi Chun looked at this scene and said silently in his heart, "Unlimited firepower is turned on. 100% accuracy is turned on." Next, Yi Chun moved his mind and started attacking with all his ready weapons. The main battle tank's gun barrel roared, and the 125mm caliber smoothbore shell whizzed in and exploded, killing and wounding countless monsters in an instant. The main battle tank's auxiliary weapons are also attacking. At the same time, on both sides of the main battle tank, the M134 rapid-fire heavy machine guns were also firing bullets under Yi Chun's control. The M134 rapid-fire heavy machine gun has a firing rate of up to 3,000 rounds per minute, which is a full 50 rounds per second, a pretty terrifying number. In comparison, the firepower of the brown light machine gun is far inferior to that of the heavy machine gun, and its brilliance is completely overshadowed. In the sky, the weapons mounted on the armed helicopters also opened fire. The rocket launchers fired incendiary bombs, and the flames created by the flame guns turned the entire Julong Mountain into a sea of hell. The screams of the monsters continued to ring out, and one monster after another was killed on the spot under the coordinated bombardment of these many hot weapons. Around Julong Mountain, thousands of mid-level professionals, as well as several high-level professionals, were already prepared to fight when the monsters appeared. However, under Yi Chun's firepower suppression, these monsters were directly killed by Yi Chun's targeted firepower as soon as they came out of the broken mouth of the secret realm. Under Yi Chun's firepower, they could not last more than 3 seconds. Yi Chun activated unlimited firepower, and with this firepower, he could last for a full half an hour. When the secret realm of Dragon City was destroyed, there were naturally reporters present to report on it, and they were all very excited. When the secret realm was broken, the reporters shouted to the live camera, "Secret realm number 37 has been completely broken. The demons and monsters have rushed out of the secret realm and are about to descend on Julong Mountain." The combat professionals from all over Yin Province are also ready to go. Can they strangle these monsters in Jiulong Mountain? Let's wait and see. Then, the camera was aimed at the broken entrance of the secret realm. Yi Chen's terrifying firepower turned the broken entrance into a sea of hell. Countless monsters were bombarded, strafed by machine gun bullets, burned by incendiary bombs and flame guns as soon as they came out, and then turned into corpses in just a few seconds. Without exception, netizens from all over the world who watched the live broadcast were dumbfounded. Is this the mechanic? Doesn't he seem a bit fierce? Guarding a broken secret realm by yourself? Isn't this destructive power a bit outrageous? I've never seen anything like this before. This is the first time I've seen someone so relaxed after the secret realm was broken. Is Yi Chen cheating? If Yi Chen saw this netizen, he would definitely say, I did use cheats, and more than one cheat. Superb talents, each one is an outrageous cheat. Yi Chen has 4 or 5 such cheats. How can he not be strong? Yi Chen's firepower coverage continued, and the thousands of people present, whether they were mid-level professionals or high-level professionals, were silent. They came to protect their hometown and to fight against these monsters. But now they didn't even have the chance to attack. They could only stand there stupidly, watching Yi Chen's firepower cover all the monsters. This makes them seem useless. Su Jian's flying sword had already flown into the sky, and his ultimate move was ready. But unfortunately, he was unable to use it because there was no need to. Everyone is also very curious. How long can Yi Chen maintain such fierce firepower? 10 minutes passed, and the firepower did not decrease at all. After the monsters from the secret realm came out, they were no longer reveling, but wailing. 20 minutes passed, and the fire continued. The monsters killed by Yi Chen alone had piled up into a mountain of flesh. The entire Jiulong Mountain was littered with the charred corpses of monsters. 30 minutes later, the duration of unlimited firepower and 100% accuracy expired, and Yi Chen finally stopped. However, no monsters appeared in the broken part of the secret realm. Although these demons and monsters were only mid-level, they were also quite intelligent. They attacked fearlessly for half an hour. But what was the result? All of their companions were killed instantly as soon as they showed their heads. At first they thought that this was just a temporary measure taken by humans, and as long as everyone continued to attack fearlessly, they would be able to break through this layer of firepower. But what was the result? For a full half an hour, there were tens of thousands of copies in the entire secret realm, hundreds of monsters in each secret realm, and millions of monsters in total. Just now, in half an hour, nearly 500,000 monsters rushed out, but they were all killed, and not even one survived. Therefore, the monsters in these secret realms were scared. Some of them even thought that they did not break out of the secret realms by themselves, but that humans deliberately released them and prepared to strangle them directly. Therefore, they huddled obediently in the secret realm, and even though the fire had stopped, none of them dared to rush out. The reporter who was broadcasting the video was also dumbfounded. What is going on? Are the monsters in the secret realm going to be scared one day? They don't even dare to come out. Would you be afraid if it were you? If you show your head, I'll kill you instantly, without exception. I now believe that when Yi Chen grows up, he can change the world. He has already changed. This is the first time I've seen a secret realm shattered and the monsters dare not rush out. Then what are you all still standing there for? Since the monsters don't dare to rush out, why don't you just rush in? Then, several high-level professionals said to Yi Chen, Yi Chen, now the monsters dare not show their heads. Because of your beating, what should we do next? Yes, we all listen to you. After hearing what everyone said, Yi Chen said directly, I'm a little tired. Let me rest for an hour. If they don't dare to rush out, then we will rush in. When everyone heard what Yi Chen said, they immediately said, no problem. If they don't come out, we'll just rush in. This secret realm has been broken, and we can't just leave it alone, but we can't just wait outside until the monsters come out. We have no choice but to rush in. Rushing into the secret realm to kill monsters is actually safer as long as you are strong enough, and you don't have to worry about the monsters running away. Everyone saw Yi Chen's firepower just now, so everyone chose to wait for Yi Chen to rest. An hour later, they rushed directly into the secret realm and killed all the monsters in the secret realm. Although Yi Chen killed a large number of monsters, his experience hardly increased because this was secret realm number 37, a 4th level secret realm. Yi Chen is now at level 5. The experience gained from killing level 4 monsters is negligible. If he wants to gain experience and increase his level, he still has to deal with monsters above level 5. Time passed little by little, and for a full hour, none of the monsters in the secret realm dared to show their heads. They were all frightened by the sea of purgatory fire that Yi-chan had just created and did not dare to come out at all. Chapter 106. Create a Miracle. After an hour, the cooling time of Yi-chen's unlimited firepower and 100% accuracy was up. With Yi-chen's order, a group of people rushed into the secret realm. The secret realm was shattered, and the tens of thousands of copies inside merged with each other, forming an extremely vast secret realm. Countless demons gathered here, forming a terrifying tide of monsters. Although they were only 4th-level monsters, such a terrifying tide of monsters still made everyone feel afraid. Fortunately, at this time, the familiar sound of artillery fire continued to sound. The main weapons and auxiliary weapons of the main battle tanks were fired at the same time. The M134 rapid-fire heavy machine gun and the brown light machine gun fire at the same time, and on the armed helicopters, the mounted rocket launchers and flamethrowers fired at the same time. Artillery shells, machine gun bullets, incendiary bombs, and flame guns formed a terrifying metal storm and firestorm that swept towards these 4th-level secret realm monsters. Countless monsters were torn apart by the storm of bullets and metal in the first moment. Even those who survived by chance were burned half-cooked by the flames caused by the explosion, and were in a miserable state. The main battle tanks and armed helicopters were advancing slowly under Yi-chen's control, and the horrific tide of monsters fled madly to the rear after Yi-chen's advance. At this time, other professionals also began to take action, using various skills to throw them at the monster tide, cooperating with Yi-chen's sweep. Under Yi-chen's fierce firepower suppression, and with the help of many combat professionals, the originally rather tricky incident of destroying the secret realm unexpectedly became a piece of cake at this moment. These groups of 4th-order alien beasts suffered more than 1,000 casualties every second. They were rapidly being defeated and could not form any effective resistance. Yi-chan killed these monsters faster than he could cut wheat. People finally witnessed how terrifying the mechanic's killing power was. The live broadcast is still going on, and netizens are leaving comments one after another. So, the mechanic can be so powerful. He can control so many unprecedented thermal weapons at the same time. The fierce one is not the mechanic, but Yi-chan okay? The other mechanics don't have Yi-chen's skills at all. Yes, I'm a mechanic myself. I don't know whether mechanics are strong or not, but I'm still very grateful to Yi-chan. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't even have the courage to break through the 3rd level. Yes, Yi-chan completed the mechanic, allowing ordinary mechanics to unlock new weapons after the 3rd level, and have a certain survival ability in the secret realm. Soon, half an hour passed. During this half hour, other combat professionals cooperated with Yi-chan and wiped out more than 70% of the monsters in this secret realm. As for the remaining monsters, they were completely defeated and fled in all directions. Yi-chen's unlimited firepower time has expired, but it does not affect his ability to continue fighting. Now that the time for unlimited firepower has come, let's make use of the limited firepower. It takes time for him to recover, but Yi-chan has many weapons. When the tank's main gun is firing, other weapons are recovering ammunition. When the tank's main gun has finished firing, he will switch to controlling the M134 rapid-fire heavy machine gun to fight. Relying on this method, Yi-chan still participated in the clearing operation. Although Yi-chen's efficiency in killing monsters was slower than before, 70% of the monsters in the secret realm had been cleared. As for the remaining 30%, they had already been defeated and fled in all directions. They could not constitute any force at all, so they would not affect the overall situation. However, because they fled in all directions, it took a lot of time to completely wipe them out. But the whole process was risk-free. It was just a matter of beating the fallen dogs. The process was very safe. This process took more than 3 hours, and then the group left the secret realm. Yuan Xiaoai said sincerely, I participated in many battles to defend the destruction of secret realms. This is the easiest one in history. Yi-chan, you have made a great contribution this time. After hearing what Yuan Xiaoai said, Yi-chan said, Uncle Yuan, thank you for the compliment. This is all thanks to everyone. Yuan Xiaoai said, How is that flattering? You are so young. There is no need to be so modest. The reason why I feel so relaxed today is all thanks to your contribution. Aren't you right, old Su? Su Jian listened and said, That's right, Yi Chen's firepower is so fierce that it is unheard of among all professionals. It is really too exaggerated. Zhao Yafeng said the fifth level is so exaggerated. If Xiao Chun can reach the higher level like you guys in the future, how amazing will he be? After hearing this, Su Jian said, it's hard to imagine. It will be unprecedented and will never be surpassed. Su Qingning listened to the conversation between her elders with a look of pride on her face, as if her parents were praising her. For Su Qingning, the pleasure brought to her by others praising her lover even exceeds that brought to her by others praising herself. This shows how important Yi Chun is in her heart. If she didn't have Yi Chun alone in her heart, she would not have been able to directly become comrades with Yi Chun when Yi Chun just awakened his profession as a mechanic. Nowadays, many people praise Su Qingning for her good vision, and it can be said that Su Qingning is making a fortune now. But in fact, she had never considered the pros and cons in becoming comrades with Yi Chun. Love is unswerving, while weighing the pros and cons is a transaction. It was already early morning and it was getting late, so Yi Chun and his friend prepared to go home and rest. Since Jiangsheng and Longsheng are only a few dozen kilometers apart, there is no need to take the teleportation array as there are ready-made means of transportation. Su Jian has a flying sword and Yi Chun has a helicopter, which are very convenient. However, Su Jian's flying sword can only accommodate 2 people, and Yi Chun's helicopter only has the pilot and co-pilot seats. Therefore, Su Jian and Zhao Yafeng flew on their swords. Yi Chun and Su Qingning stepped onto the helicopter, and the propellers began to rotate. Su Qingfeng looked at his parents and his sister and brother-in-law, and couldn't help asking, "What about me? How do I get home?" Zhao Yafeng heard what her son said and said, "It's up to you. Either go to the teleportation center and go home through the teleportation array, or find a hotel in Dragon City to stay for a night. It's up to you." Su Qingfeng heard his mother's words and said, "You all have paired up, leaving me alone?" Zhao Yafeng said directly, "That can't be helped. Who told you not to find a girlfriend? Who can you blame for this?" Su Qingfeng was speechless. He shouldn't have spoken. Why did he humiliate himself? Now he looked like a clown. Then, the helicopter began to climb, and the flying swords soared into the sky, leaving only Su Qingfeng alone in the place, looking up at the sky with his 45 horns. Chapter 107 Attack. Yi Chun and Su Jian arrived at the Su family at almost the same time. When Yi Chun's helicopter was at the same level, its speed was faster than the flying sword. But Su Jian is a high-level sword immortal, so the speed of his flying sword is not much different from Yi Chun's helicopter, so the speed is also very close. The flying sword and the helicopter lowered their altitude, and Su Jian said, "Xiao Chun, do you want to stay here for one night, or go home?" Zhao Yafeng said, "Why don't you stay overnight and stay in your brother Qingfeng's room?" Yi Chun said, "Brother Qingfeng may not stay at the hotel in Longsheng. I better go home. I also want to go home and visit." "Okay, be careful on the road then." Su Qingning gave Yi Chun a hug, and then the young couple reluctantly parted. 20 minutes later, Yi Chun returned to his home. The conditions of the Yi family were much better now than before, and they had also moved to a new house. The family moved into a luxurious large flat, and their quality of life was improved in all aspects. After Yi Chun rang the doorbell, the door was opened instantly, and Yi Zaiwu and Lin Susu were guarding the door. The couple looked at their son with pride. "Xiao Chun, you have really made it big now. You are really the pride of your parents." Lin Susu said this and gave Yi Chun a hug. Yi Zaiwu followed up and said, "Yes, our son is truly an honor to the family. Come, let daddy hold one too." Yi Chan similet ain't hu git Yi Zaiyu. Next, Lin Susu said, "Son, do you want to rest early? Or eat something first?" Yi Chan said directly, "Mom, it's getting late. Let's go to bed first, and we can talk about other things tomorrow." Lin Susu immediately said, "Okay, then go and have a rest." Then, Yi Chun walked back to his room, took off his shoes and coat, and covered himself with a quilt. But at this moment, Yi Chun clenched his right fist tightly, his body was shaking, his breathing was a little rapid, and his eyes were red. The reason why he was so excited was not because of anything else, but just because the moment he saw his parents, his supernatural talent and overwhelming fighting spirit were activated. Obviously, he encountered a mind control skill, which activated his talent of overwhelming fighting spirit. But today's Lin Susu and Yi Zaiwu are completely different from before. Lin Susu was fine. When Yi Chun performed well, She would give her son a hug and a compliment. That was normal. But Yi Zaiwu's performance was very flawed. Even if Yi Chun was making progress, he would only be happy in his heart. He would think it was a big deal if he praised Yi Chun in person. As for hugging, Yi Chun had never experienced it since he was a child. Yi Chun could imagine that his father might pretend to casually mention his son's glorious achievements in front of outsiders, saying on the surface that it was nothing. But in fact, after hearing the compliment from others, he would be so happy that he couldn't stop smiling, and might even wake up with a smile in his sleep at night. However, it was absolutely impossible for Yi Zaiwu to hug Yi Chun in such a disgusting way in front of him. This was not a father's style. Why do we say that fatherly love is like a mountain? Because fathers are silent most of the time, especially between fathers and sons. There won't be so many disgusting behaviors. Obviously, either the parents encountered control skills and lost themselves, or the two guys in front of them were just fakes. The reason why Yi Chun was so excited was mainly because, no matter which possibility it was, his parents' safety was now in the control of others. How could he not be excited? But he can't show it now. He has to pretend that nothing happened and play along to see if he can guarantee his parents' safety. At this moment, Yi Chun was not worried about his own safety. His strength was there. Besides, even if he really risked his life, he was not afraid. He was equipped with a heart-to-heart jade. Even if something really happened, Qing Ning could resurrect himself. But his parents didn't have that. If anything happened to them, Yi Chun might never see them again. Yi Chun's love life is now perfect, and it can be said that he is at the peak of his life. He hopes that his pride and joy can be shared and witnessed by others. Aren't parents the most important witnesses? Thinking that something might happen to his parents, Yi Chun's heart beat faster, and he gritted his teeth in his heart. But he forced himself to suppress his emotions and not let others see it. He also had to take advantage of the situation and find a way to rescue his parents. Yi Chun slowly suppressed his emotions, causing his heartbeat to gradually calm down, his eyes to no longer be so sharp, and his body to gradually relax. At this moment, a voice sounded in Yi Chun's mind. The host has encountered a hypnotic skill, and the fighting spirit has been triggered. The host is in an absolutely awake state. When Yi Chun heard what the system said, his heart was as clear as a mirror, but his body completely relaxed. His breathing became rhythmic, and he even made a slight snoring sound, as if he had fallen asleep. Yi Chun is quite good at pretending to fall asleep. After all, when he was in school, he didn't want to take a nap, so his parents would force him to sleep. After a while, he came up with a coping strategy. He pretended to fall asleep, and when his parents left his room, he would quietly wake up and read some extracurricular books. At this moment, Yi Chun's performance of being hypnotized can be said to be very vivid and quite realistic. Yi Chun could choose to inform his father-in-law and his family, or call the War Alliance, but he did not do so. Yi Chun knew very well that his father-in-law or the War Alliance could guarantee his absolute safety, but they could not guarantee the safety of his parents. Su Jian or the War Alliance would choose to consider the overall situation first, and Yi Chun's own safety is the so-called overall situation. By then, Yi Chun's parents would most likely be in real trouble. Yi Chun would never let anything happen to his parents if he lived again. Therefore, he chose to take the risk himself, even if it meant risking his life and letting Qing Ning lose her lifespan so that he could be resurrected. He still wanted to save his parents. There are not many things in this world that are worth fighting for, and being a parent is one of them. After a while, Yi Chun's door was slowly pushed open, and Yi Zaiwu and Lin Susu walked in. Then Lin Susu came to Yi Chun and stretched out her hand to pat Yi Chun's face continuously. She said, "Son, wake up." "Son." Yi Chun didn't react at all, as if he had completely lost. Then Lin Susu said, "What do you mean the strongest mid-level player in history? He was still played around by me." Chapter 108 Puppet Family. After Lin Susu finished speaking, she turned around on the spot, and then she changed from the image of a middle-aged woman to that of a young woman, except that her ears were now fox ears, and she exuded a foul odor. When Yi Chun smelled this familiar scent, he understood in his heart that it was the Qingqiu Fox clan, just like last time. At this time, the fake Yi Zaiwu also said, "You and I are the same as Huxian. We have replaced the fox blood with human blood. We descended to the real world and retained a high-level control skill that a mechanic cannot resist." After hearing this, the fake Lin Susu said, "The person is under our control now. I think it's better to just kill him for safety." The fake Lin Susu speaks nonsense of the Qingqiu Fox clan. while the fake Yi Zaiwu speaks nonsense of the Qingxiu Fox clan. Hu Yin and Hu Yu are both members of Hu Xian's tribe, and they even have a good relationship. Hu Xian died at Yi Qin's hands, so they naturally would not let it go, which led to what happened today. However, the reason why it was so smooth was also related to the power they controlled. The Qingxiu Fox clan was good at the art of control, and many times they were able to manipulate others inadvertently. Some people were even brainwashed by them for a long time and completely turned into their slaves and puppets. In Jiangsheng, there is a small family of combat professionals, the Ma family. The Ma family has 2 high-level professionals and more than a dozen mid-level professionals. All of this family are puppets of the Qingxiu Fox clan. The Qingxiu Fox clan commanded the Ma family to contact Yi Qin's parents. Unfortunately, Yi Qin's status is no longer the same as before, so there are also protective forces around Yi Qin's parents, so it is difficult for them to take action. Afterwards, they changed their approach and contacted Yi Qin's cousin Yi Zong first. The Yi Zong family was previously arrested by the relevant authorities for spreading rumors and causing trouble, and they were detained for several months. Because Yi Haod and Yi Wenhua took most of the blame, Yi Zong's guilt was the lightest, and he was released early. Afterwards, Yi Zong naturally gladly accepted the olive branch thrown by the Ma family, and directly cooperated with the Ma family's actions to betray Yi Qin's parents. Now Yi Qin's parents were imprisoned by the Ma family. Then the Qingxiu Fox clan came, with Hu Yanhua, using the Fox clan's innate skills to transform into Yi Qin's parents, charming and deceiving Yi Qin. After hearing what Hu Yin said, Hu Yu refused and said, "It would be a pity to kill such a talent directly. In my opinion, since his weapon has great lethality, it is better to let him wreak havoc in this city. It would be interesting to see a mid-level mechanic who was highly regarded by humans as the hope of mankind but caused countless deaths and killings, right?" After listening to what Hu Yu said, Hu Yin was also moved. Then she leaned over, put her mouth close to Yi Qin's mouth, and blew a puff of pink mist on Yi Qin's face and mouth. Then, a reminder sounded in Yi Qin's mind. The host has encountered a bewitching skill, and the fighting spirit has been triggered. The host is in an absolutely sober state. Yi Qin knew about the skills of bewitching. Last time, Hu Xian used these skills to make Yi Qin follow her obediently, and finally he acted as the opponent's thug in the Black Fox secret realm. Therefore, Yi Qin stood up directly, with a respectful look in his eyes, and stood obediently in front of Hu Yin, as if he was ready to be ordered around. Hu Yin looked at Yi Qin and said, "Use your hot weapons to blow this city to pieces. Can you do it?" Yi Qin had a submissive expression and replied, "I used up all my ammunition reserves when dealing with the broken secret realm in Dragon City. I need at least 24 hours of ammunition reserves." Hu Yin was a little disappointed when he heard what Yi Qin said, and said, "It seems that it is useless. Why don't we just kill him?" Hu Yu said, "Let's take him back to the Ma family first. It's only 24 hours. Can't we just wait?" Hu Yin was a little worried and said, "Nothing will go wrong, right? Last time, Hu Xian capsized in the ditch and died at the hands of this kid." Hu Yu explained, "That's because the skills that Hu Xian has reserved need to be released through eye contact. This guy blindfolded himself when he fought with Hu Xian, which exempted him from Hu Xian's ability. But you control it with smell, and I control it with sound. Even if he can cover his ears, he still needs to breathe, right?" Hu Yin heard what Hu Yu said and said, "You are right." Hu Yu said directly, "Take him back to the Ma family. When his ammunition reserves are restored, let him go out and wreak havoc. Humanity's morale is high now because of this guy's existence. If he kills people wantonly now, humanity's morale will be extinguished in an instant, and our plan to invade Blue Star will be more successful." Afterwards, Hu Yin and Hu Yu changed into the images of Yi Zaiwu and Lin Susu again, and took Yi Qin to the so-called Ma family. Yi Qin also had some expectations in his heart, hoping that his parents were also in the Ma family. As long as he could rescue his parents, Yi Qin was willing to do anything. Half an hour later, the 3 of them arrived at the Ma family. Ma Kong, the most senior member of the Ma family, came to greet them. He said politely, "Greetings, my lords." The Ma family was brainwashed by the Qingxiu Fox clan and completely turned into puppets. In their eyes, anyone from the Qingxiu Fox clan is their superior and the supreme guest. Hu Yin nodded slightly, and then said, "Arrange a cage for me and lock him in it." Although Yi Qin behaves very honestly now, Hu Yin still has to control Yi Qin for safety reasons. Ma Kong said directly, "Come here, hold him down." Afterwards, two younger members of the Ma family came out, handcuffed Yi Chen's hands, and then took him away. 2 or 3 minutes later, Yi Chen was brought to the steel cage prepared by the Ma family. At this moment, surprise also flashed in Yi Chen's eyes, because he saw two familiar figures in this cage. They were his parents. Yi Zaiwu and Lin Susu's clothes looked a little dirty, and they looked very bad. They must have been quite frightened. However, they didn't have any injuries on their bodies, so they probably weren't tortured or anything like that. This made Yi Chen feel relieved. Then, Yi Chen was pushed into the steel cage. Yi Zaiwu and Lin Susu hurried to Yi Chen and said, "Son, are you okay? What happened to you?" Yi Chen said nothing. He should act like he was bewitched and not act too normal. Even if you want to communicate with your parents, you have to wait until the Ma family leaves. The footsteps of the Ma family gradually faded away, and Yi Chen looked around and finally determined that there should be no surveillance here. Then he said, "Dad, Mom, are you okay?" Yi Zaiwu's expression changed slightly, and he whispered, "Son, are you okay?" Yi Chen replied, "I'm fine. I was caught on purpose. Otherwise, how could I find you?" The Ma family is a puppet family of the Qingqiu Fox clan, and the Ma family was originally just an ordinary family of professional fighters. The Ma family does not have many places to detain people. Therefore, after Yi Chen was brought here by Hu Yin and Hu Yu, he was naturally detained with his parents. Yi Zaiwu heard what Yi Chen said and said, "Did you do this on purpose? Who told you to do this? Don't you consider your own safety?" After hearing this, Yi Chen said, "Dad, Mom, I will be fine, as long as you can leave safely. I'm a top genius in Daxia. I have my own methods. Even if I die, I can be resurrected." Yi Zaiwu looked at the thick steel cage around him and said, "It may not be easy for us to leave." Yi Chen said, "Don't worry, I have a way." Chapter 109 Breakout. Then Yi Chen held Yi Zaiwu with his left hand and Lin Susu with his right hand, and the three of them stood in the corner of the steel cage. Next, Yi Chen had an idea. In an instant, the Type 99, a main battle tank, appeared in the steel cage. Fortunately, the cage was big enough. If it was smaller, the tank would not be able to fit in. Then, Yi Chen controlled the main battle tank with his mind and rushed forward. There was a loud bang, and a huge hole was knocked out in the steel cage. Such a big commotion naturally alarmed the Ma family, and they immediately sent people to investigate. Seeing this, Yi Chen made the armed helicopter materialize, and then said, "Mom and Dad, get on the armed helicopter immediately and go get help. Leave this to me first." Yi Zaiwu and Lin Susu hesitated, but Yi Chen shouted, "Don't waste time. Every second of delay will increase the danger." Yi Zaiwu and Lin Susu didn't hesitate any longer and boarded the armed helicopter directly. Afterwards, Yi Chen got on the Type 99, a main battle tank, and fired the wall. With a loud bang, the wall of the Ma family's prison was directly shattered, and then the main battle tank drove out directly from the gap in the wall. Then, the armed helicopter also flew out, and then it soared into the sky and flew towards the Su family. Yi Chen wanted his parents to ask Su Jian for help. An armed helicopter can only carry 2 people. This is a strict rule. Yi Chen has no choice. If he wants to leave one person behind today, and this person has to be able to cover the retreat, then it can only be Yi Chen. Besides, Yi Chen has the Tongxin Jade, so even if something really happens, he will have a way to survive. But if something happens to his parents, they will leave Yi Chen forever. So, Yi Chen has already made the decision on what to choose. At this time, Hu Yin, Hu Yu, and the people from the Ma family also hurried over. Ma Kong, the oldest member of the Ma family, was suspended in mid-air, holding a guqin and playing it. Then, several terrifying sound waves turned into sonic blades, flew into the air, and slashed at the armed helicopter that was soaring into the sky. When Yi Chen saw this scene, he immediately controlled the main battle tank and bombarded the sonic blades. The shell fired out and exploded when it hit the sonic blade, making a loud bang, and the sonic blade disappeared. Seeing this, Yi Chen immediately turned on the unlimited firepower and 100% accuracy functions, and then continued firing in the direction of Ma Kong and his group. Ma Kang's profession is the zither player, which is one of the top 10 most popular professions. At the initial stage, the zither player's ability tends to be auxiliary, and he can play a variety of piano sounds. For example, playing an impassioned formation-breaking song can increase one's own momentum, and playing a relatively gentle and soothing piece of music can heal one's own injuries. After reaching intermediate and high levels, the musician himself also has the ability to kill with sound. For example, just now Ma Kong used sound waves to transform into sonic blades and attack the armed helicopter from a distance, with outstanding lethality. At this moment, Yi Chun fired continuously at Ma Kong and his group. Ma Kong had no time to keep the armed helicopter and could only defend. I saw his hands constantly plucking the guqin, and the sound of the music became heavy and majestic. Then, the piano music seemed to turn into a towering mountain, blocking the crowd. This is the defensive skill of the zither player, Qing Shan Chu, which transforms the sound of the zither into green mountains to resist the enemy's attacks. It has excellent defensive capabilities. It's a pity that Ma Kong was facing Yi Chun, who is only at level 5 on the surface, but his actual killing power was as high as level 9. After Yi Chun activated unlimited firepower and 100% accuracy, his output methods were even more outrageous than those of ordinary 9th level strongmen. Therefore, under Yi Chun's continuous bombardment, the green mountain transformed by Qing Shan Chu was shattered. Ma Kong was the first to be hit. A shell exploded in front of him and directly blew Ma Kong away. The other members of the Ma family also rushed over here, talking nonsense and blending into the crowd. I only heard Hu Yin saying, "What's going on? How could there be such a big mess?" After hearing this, the Ma family immediately said, "Your Majesty, it was Yi Chun, who you captured, who broke free from your control. He smashed the cage and started fighting with our Ma family." Hu Yan's expression changed, and he said, "How is that possible? It's impossible for a mid-level professional to escape my control." The Ma family said, "Look for yourself. That metal behemoth called the main battle tank is only owned by Yi Chun in the world. Before Yi Chun, mechanics either had a short life or dared not upgrade. It was not until the mechanics were completed that mid-level mechanics began to appear one after another. The main battle tank is a weapon that can only be unlocked by ordinary 9th level mechanics. Therefore, Yi Chun is the only one in the world who has a main battle tank." Hu Yin looked grim and said, "Come on, kill this guy." When the Ma family heard what Hu Yin said, they all rushed towards the main battle tank. But Yi Chun had activated his full firepower and 100% accuracy talent, and the lethality was simply outrageous. Before the Hu family members could get close to Yi Chun, they were blown to pieces one after another. If the Ma family had not been brainwashed and turned into puppets, obeying the words of the Fox clan, they would have already started fleeing in all directions and running away in panic. Yi Chun's firepower bombardment lasted for 7 or 8 minutes. The entire Ma family had been reduced to ruins, and the Ma family members suffered heavy casualties. Hu Yin was affected by the explosion and lost an arm. Hu Yi was luckier and hid far enough, so he was fine. At this time, another high-level professional of the Ma family, Ma Li, finally arrived. He came to Hu Yin and Hu Yu with a respectful expression and asked, "Your Excellencies, what happened?" Hu Yin glanced at Ma Li and said, "You've come at the right time. Go and kill him. After killing him, we have to move immediately." Today's commotion was so big. Fortunately, the Ma family's manor is located in a remote area, and the people from the War Alliance haven't arrived yet. However, after today, this stronghold in Qingqiu must not be kept anymore and must be evacuated. After hearing what Hu Yin said, Molly rushed directly towards Yi Chun. Chapter 110. Slay the Dragon with One Strike. Ma Li is the youngest son of Ma Kong. Although he is younger, he is stronger than Ma Kong. His profession is a swordsman. He is good at close combat, and he holds an epic dragon-slaying sword in his hand, which is said to be able to chop everything in the world into pieces. Ma Li was holding the golden dragon-slaying sword and was moving very fast. Yi Chun also noticed Ma Li and directly controlled the gun barrel of the main battle tank and fired a shot at Ma Li. Seeing this, Ma Li shouted loudly, raised the dragon-slaying sword high in his hand, and then slashed forward. Accompanied by a dragon roar, a golden dragon appeared, collided with the cannonball, and then exploded with a loud bang. Next, Ma Li's body retreated more than 10 steps in the explosion. He looked a little embarrassed, but his injuries were not serious. After all, Yi Chun is only at the 5th level now. Although he possesses the killing power comparable to that of a 9th level, he is actually no match for a 9th level strongman. After all, as mentioned before, although the mechanic profession has been completed, it is still relatively weak in the middle and late stages and is not invincible against strong people of the same level. Yi Chun had the upper hand when he was at level 5 against level 8. The first reason was that the main battle tank had destructive power comparable to that of level 9, and the second reason was that the druid profession was restrained by Yi Chun. But now, Yi Chun is at level 5 against level 9, and Yi Chun does not restrain his opponent. On the contrary, the swordsman profession is no less capable than those popular professions in single combat in the later stages, and its ability is very comprehensive. However, in the early and middle stages, the swordsman killed monsters too slowly and had obvious flaws, so he was not included in the top 10 popular professions. Seeing Yi Chun's main battle tank barrel aimed at him again, Molly held up a long knife and said, "Escape underground." As soon as he finished speaking, Molly stabbed his knife into the earth's veins, and then his entire body drilled into the ground. The main battle tank also opened fire, hitting the ground hard. Along with the explosion, the earth was overturned by the smoothbore cannon shells, and Molly Underground also felt the strong shock. However, the thick earth weakened the power of the explosion a lot, and Molly was affected much less this time. He walked dozens of meters underground, approaching the location of the main battle tank, and then his body soared into the sky. A golden sword light broke through the ground, and then he stood fiercely on the gun barrel of the Type 99, a main battle tank. I have to admit that Ma Li is worthy of being a swordsman who has been in the secret realm for a long time. His coping ability and methods are quite outstanding. Faced with a bombardment that he could not dodge just now, he chose to evade the bombardment by burrowing underground. After escaping underground and approaching the main battle tank, he immediately used his dragon-slaying sword to slash at Yi Chun's gun barrel. The defense of the main battle tank is extremely terrifying. The thickness of the tank's armor is comparable to that of 1,000 millimeters of homogeneous steel plate. Even with Ma Li's dragon-slaying sword, it will be difficult to break through the tank's defense in a short period of time. However, the main battle tank's gun barrel does not have such terrifying defensive power, so Ma Li chose to destroy the main battle tank's attack capability first. Then, this main battle tank is a tiger without teeth or a turtle with only a hard shell. There is always a way to deal with it. The golden blade light shot up into the sky and slashed across the barrel of the main battle tank, cutting the barrel of the main battle tank in half. Smoothbore artillery shells cannot be fired without a gun barrel, so the main weapon of the Type 99, a main battle tank, is considered useless. Yi Chun's expression also changed. He had already anticipated the current development. After all, this is the stronghold of the Qingxiu Fox clan, which has more than one high-level professionals. Although he has the destructive power comparable to a 9th-level mechanic, his abilities are not comprehensive enough, and defeat is a matter of time. Yi Chun already feels very good that he could delay for so long. Now that the gun barrel has been cut off, Yi Chun directly controls the main battle tank, turning on full power and drives straight into the distance. At the same time, Yi Chun's parents were out of danger. After the armed helicopter sent them out of the Ma family's manor, it flew for a distance and then landed. After all, Yi Chun's intelligence is not high now, and the distance of the vehicle controlled by his mind is limited. It landed directly after reaching the limit distance, and was unable to send them to the Su family. After the armed helicopter landed, Yi Zaiwu and Lin Susu hurriedly got off the plane, then found a nearby phone and called Su Qingning. The couple didn't remember Su Jian or Zhao Yafang's phone numbers, but they remembered their future daughter-in-law's number very clearly. Lin Susu immediately called Su Qingning. After a moment, Su Qingning answered the phone. "Who is this?" Lin Susu borrowed the phone to call, so Su Qingning didn't know who it was. Lin Susu hurriedly said, "Qingning, I'm your Aunt Lin. Xiao Chun is in trouble. Hurry up and ask your dad to save him." Su Qingning was also very panicked after hearing this, and asked, "Something happened? What happened to him? Where is he now?" As Su Qingning spoke, she also sensed the Jade of Unity. There was no change in Yi Chun's health bar within the Jade of Unity. He was neither controlled nor lost blood, which made Su Qingning breathe a sigh of relief. When Lin Susu heard what Su Qingning said, she immediately said, "He is in a remote manor in the north of Jiangcheng, called Mong Manor." Su Qingning said immediately, "I know, I'll ask my dad to come over right away." Then, Su Qingning hurriedly notified Su Jian and asked Su Jian to go and rescue people. On the other side, Yi Chun drove the main battle tank and fled out of Ma Wang's wing, while Ma Li kept chasing Yi Chun. Yi Chun did not materialize other weapons to attack Ma Li because it didn't make much sense. Today's Yi Chun can be said to be comparable to a 9th-level strongman, but he is rather one-sided. His output ability is invincible, but he lacks in other aspects. However, Ma Li is a 9th-rank swordsman with comprehensive abilities. It is normal that Yi Chun is not his opponent. Even if Yi Chun materializes a heavy machine gun or a rocket launcher to attack, the lethality is not as good as the smoothbore gun of the main battle tank, and Ma Li can still cut it off with one knife. It would be better to focus all your energy on escaping. Ma Li is extremely fast, and the main battle tank cannot outrun Ma Li at all. After he caught up with the main combatant Tucker, he gathered his energy and slashed him fiercely from top to bottom with a knife. Accompanied by a loud bang, a mark more than 50 centimeters deep appeared on the armor of the main battle tank, which shows how powerful Ma Li's attack was. However, there is still a certain gap between this and breaking through the main battle tank's defense, so the main battle tank just shook violently and then continued to move forward. Seeing this, Ma Li gathered his strength again and then slashed hard on the track of the main battle tank. This time, the main battle tank turned from a turtle into a legless turtle, with only a turtle shell left, unable to attack or escape. Chapter 111, Hanged. When Ma Li saw that the main battle tank was no longer moving, a ferocious look flashed in his eyes. He then aimed at the cockpit of the main battle tank and slashed it down with a knife. The frontal defense capability of a main battle tank is comparable to that of 1,000 millimeters of homogeneous steel plate, but its weak points are not so thick and strong. Therefore, with this slash of a knife, the cockpit was torn apart, and the knife energy hit Yi Chun's body, causing Yi Chun to let out a muffled groan. Ma Li knew that he had attacked in the right place this time. He shouted loudly, then stabbed the broken cockpit with the dragon slaying sword in his hand. The dragon slaying sword broke into the warehouse directly, then inserted into Yi Chun's head and stabbed out from Yi Chun's buttocks. Yi Chun was pierced on it like a candied hawse. At the same time, Su Qingning's expression changed drastically. Yi Chun's health bar was completely emptied in an instant, and his name turned gray. It was obvious that Yi Chun was dead, and the life-protecting function of the Tongxin Jade had not even been triggered. After all, a 9th-level swordsman is attacking a 5th-level mechanic with all his strength. How can the latter withstand an attack of this intensity? Today, if a real 9th-level mechanic were to appear in front of Ma Li, the same result would occur. After all, the mechanic is strong at the initial level, but weak at the middle and high levels, while the swordsman is weak at the initial and middle levels, but strong at the high levels. Therefore, when a 9th-level mechanic faces a 9th-level swordsman, it is his weak period colliding with the opponent's strong period. Coupled with the swordsman's excellent one-on-one ability, it would be strange for the mechanic to win. Su Qingning's eyes instantly turned red, and she choked up and said, "Dad, Yi Chun is in trouble. His health points have been reset to 0. When Su Jian heard Su Qingning's words, his expression changed drastically. However, at this time, he was much calmer than his daughter. He said directly, "Don't be afraid. You still have the Tongxin Jade. Even if Yi Chun is really in trouble, he could be resurrected." Su Qingning listened. Her eyes reddened as she said, "I know. If it weren't for the life and death contract, I would have collapsed." After hearing what his daughter said, Su Jian flew his sword faster. Finally, he saw Yi Chun's tank from afar. However, there were several hideous knife marks on Yi Chun's tank, and the cockpit was completely breached. On top of the tank, a middle-aged man was holding a golden dragon-slaying sword, and the blade had been dyed red. On top of the dragon-slaying sword was a man, and it was Yi Chun. Su Qingning almost fainted when watching this scene. She couldn't imagine how painful it would be for her lover to die in such a way. In fact, Su Qingning's worries were a bit unnecessary. Yi Chun possessed the passive ability of overwhelming fighting spirit, which not only made him immune to various mind control skills, but with the blessing of fighting spirit, his own sense of pain was also weakened a lot. In addition, Ma Li's knife was extremely fast, entering the brain and exiting from the buttocks, so Yi Chun hardly felt any pain and died instantly. Su Jian looked at this scene, anger flashing in his eyes. Yi Chun is the son-in-law he recognizes, and in addition to that, Yi Chun is also a genius he recognizes. When Yi Chun grows up in the future, he has the hope of changing the world. Now that Yi Chun has been transformed into a candied hawse, how can he not be angry? Then, Su Jian directly said, 10,000 swords return to the sect. As soon as he finished speaking, a bunch of flying swords appeared in front of Su Jian and flew towards Ma Li. These flying swords collided and merged with each other during the flight. After approaching Ma Li, they merged into a giant silver sword that was more than 10 meters long, and then smashed towards Ma Li's head. Seeing this, Ma Li said, "Dragon roars for 9 days." Accompanied by a terrifying dragon roar, a dragon-shaped sword energy appeared and collided fiercely with Su Jian's silver giant sword. Then, the dragon-shaped sword energy and the silver giant sword broke into pieces and canceled each other out. Then, Ma Li stabbed the ground with his knife again and escaped underground. Su Jian looked at this scene, his expression changed, and he said, "It's him, Ma Li." Ma Li is quite famous in Jiangcheng, only slightly less famous than Su Jian. Ma Li and Su Jian are both 9th-level combat professionals. Su Jian is a sword immortal, one of the 10 most popular professions, and therefore more famous. But in terms of strength, there is a gap between Ma and Su Jian, but the gap is not big. After all, the swordsman's strength is not weak after he reaches a high level. At the same time, Ma Li has been stuck at the 9th level for more than 5 years. Not only does he have rich combat experience, he also has complete 9th-level equipment. It can be said that Ma Li is a 9th-level strongman who is truly at the peak of his powers. It would take more than half an hour for Su Jian and Ma Li to decide the winner in their fight. No wonder Yi Chun died at the hands of Ma Li. Ma Li's reaction was also very quick. His Majesty had just said that they should evacuate immediately after killing Yi Chun. Now that Su Jian appeared, he knew that he could not gain any advantage over Su Jian, so he immediately began to retreat. Of course, in the Ma family today, Ma Kong was blown to death, Hu Yin lost an arm, and only Hu Yu and Ma Li were intact. After Ma Li ran for a distance, he immediately picked up his father, and then started to run away with Hu Yin Hu Yu. Su Jian did not pursue him, but said to Su Qingning, "Qingning, go and see how Yi Chun is doing. Try to keep his body intact, so that there will be less damage when he is resurrected." When Su Qingning heard Su Jian's words, she immediately ran to Yi Chen's body, wiping her tears while cleaning up Yi Chen's body. Su Jian took out his cell phone and dialed a number. The Ma family in Jiangcheng rebelled. Ma Li colluded with the demons and killed Yi Chun. I demand that all forces be used immediately to hunt down Ma Li. A voice rang out from the other end of the phone. Su Jianxian, do you take full responsibility for what you said? Certainly. Okay, the War Alliance will immediately chase after the Ma family. After that, the phone call was hung up, and Su Jian began to help Su Qingning clean up Yi Chen's body. Yi Chen's body was actually still intact, but the injuries were indeed serious. After all, the dragon-slaying sword was very thick. Now it pierced through the skull, not only destroying Yi Chen's brain, but also damaging his internal organs. Finally, it pierced out from the buttocks, causing serious damage to the body. After Su Jian and Su Qingning arranged Yi Chen's body, Su Qingning immediately said, "Dad, let's go home. I want to revive Yi Chun." Now the Ma family has become a ruin, with smoke everywhere, and there may be unknown risks in the future. She cannot resurrect Yi Chun here, lest something go wrong. After hearing what Su Qingning said, Su Jian said, "Wait a minute, Dad will see if there is any other way." Su Jian said as he took a photo of Yi Chen's body and sent it out. Then, Su Jian sent a voice message. "Dr. Chun, can your resurrection skill revive this child?" Resurrection. The resurrection skill of the 7th level physician. The resurrection conditions are relatively harsh, but even so, it is still regarded as a magical skill. After all, this skill breaks the common sense of life and death. Chapter 112. A Bond of Life and Death. After a moment, Dr. Chen replied, "The doctor's skill of resurrecting the dead requires the body to be more than 90% intact. Judging from the injuries on this body, he should have been stabbed by a sword from the head to the buttocks. This sword was not only unusually large, but also irregular in shape. The brain and internal organs of the deceased were severely damaged by the sword going in and out. His body is only 70% intact at most. Perhaps Ji Chang's healing power could save his life, but unfortunately Ji Chang's healing power is still cooling down, so he is afraid he has no chance." Su Jian heard what Dr. Chen said, sighed, and then said to Su Qingning, "Let's go home and use the Tongxin Jade." He didn't say much. Regardless of public or private reasons, Su Qingning had to resurrect Yi Chun. He just wanted to try and see if the doctor's resurrection skills could save Yi Chun. If it were possible, then his daughter wouldn't have to waste her lifespan any longer. Unfortunately, Yi Chen's body was severely damaged and did not meet the conditions for resurrection. Just as the father and daughter were about to leave, Yi Zaiwu and Lin Susu rushed over. As soon as they came over, they saw Yi Chen covered in blood. The couple felt like the sky had fallen and ran towards this side. Seeing this, Su Jian stopped them and said, "You too, don't get excited and don't damage Yi Chen's body." When Yi Zaiwu heard what Su Jian said, he burst into tears. This kid happened to be so stupid. He should have been fine. But for the sake of us two old bones, he risked his life alone and asked us to leave in his helicopter while he stayed behind to cover our retreat. That's why it ended up like this. Su Jian said, "What he did was right. If anything happened to you two, he would probably regret it for the rest of his life. But if something happened to him, he would have a way to remedy the situation." Yi Zaiwu was stunned for a moment. Remedy? How to remedy it? Su Jian explained. He and my daughter have a piece of equipment called Tongxin Gem. If one of us is in danger of death, the other can consume his lifespan and revive the other. Yi Zaiwu said, "There is such a treasure? Then let me revive my son." Even if they are in love, Qingning has no obligation to waste her life for Xiaochun. Su Jian said, "Once the heart-to-heart jade is worn, it cannot be changed unless both parties die." Lin Susu said, "But how can I do this?" Su Jian said slowly, "It doesn't matter. Since they are equipped with this concentric jade, they are mentally prepared for some things. As parents, we are willing to accept it. As a 9th-rank warrior, Su Jian's public spirit outweighs his selfishness. If Yi Chen today was still a 2nd-level mechanic, he would not have shown anything special. If Su Qingning wanted to risk her own life to save Yi Chen, Su Jian would absolutely be against it. Even if Su Qingning wanted to do it at all costs, Su Jian would find a way to stop her. But the potential shown by Yi Chen was too terrifying, and Su Jian attached great importance to Yi Chen. Not to mention that Yi Chen is his son-in-law. Even if Yi Chen is not his son-in-law, he might be willing for his daughter to resurrect Yi Chen. In Su Jian's opinion, a super genius who can change the entire human landscape is far more important than his identity as his son-in-law. But now, with the dual identities, he naturally does not need to have any concerns and must resurrect Yi Chen. Su Qingning also said, "Uncle and aunt, don't worry, I will revive Yi Chen. Let's leave here first. It's not safe here." Yi Zaiwu and Lin Susu heard what Su Qingning said and said, "Qingning, you are such a good child. Uncle and aunt thank you on behalf of Xiaochun." They were also very moved. After all, resurrecting Yi Chen would consume Su Qingning's life. As for lifespan, in their understanding, unless one's rank breaks through to the 10th rank, there is no way to increase the upper limit of lifespan. Su Qingning said, "Uncle and aunt, from the day I chose Yi Chen, I decided to live and die with him. I am willing to give everything for him." Then, the two families left the Ma family manor and went to the Su family. Soon, the group arrived at the Su family. Su Jian immediately placed Yi Chen's body in the Su family's safe house, and then Su Qingning walked in alone. As for the others, they stayed outside. Afterwards, both the Yi family and the Su family had anxious looks on their faces. They were worried that there would be problems with the resurrection process and that Yi Chen would not be able to be truly resurrected, and they were also worried about Su Qingning. After all, the resurrection process consumes life. I wonder how much life Su Qingning will have to consume this time. In the safe house, Su Qingning looked at Yi Chen's body and tears welled up in her eyes. Even though she knew very well that Yi Chen could be resurrected, she still couldn't help feeling distressed and sad when she saw Yi Chen's corpse. She leaned over and stroked Yi Chen's cheek for a moment, then held the heart-to-heart jade in her hand and said, "We will be together in life and death." As soon as Su Qingning finished speaking, the concentric gems equipped by Su Qingning and Yi Chen separated from the two of them at the same time, floated into the air, merged into one in the air, and emitted a dazzling light. And then, the light released by the concentric gemstone enveloped Su Qingning and Yi Chen respectively. The heart-shaping jade itself does not have the ability to resurrect the dead, otherwise it would not be just an epic equipment. Its ability is to allow those who are equipped with the Tongxin gem to share the life, thus achieving the effect of a life and death bond. At this moment, the light of the concentric gem enveloped Yi Chen and Su Qingning respectively. It was absorbing Su Qingning's vitality and using Su Qingning's lifespan to resurrect Yi Chen. Therefore, under the cover of this light, The injuries on Yi Chen's body were slowly disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye, while Su Qingning was slowly getting older. The most significant change in Su Qingning is her hair. Her hair was originally shoulder-length, but it grew rapidly from shoulder-length hair to chest-length hair, and then from chest-length hair to waist-length hair. It would take at least 10 years for waist-length hair to grow, which also means that Su Qingning lost about 10 years of life. Su Qingning as a whole has also undergone obvious changes. First of all, her temperament was originally youthful and energetic, but now there is a hint of charm. She was like a green apple transformed into a ripe peach. After all, having lost 10 years of life, Su Qingning instantly went from 18 to 28 years old. The change in her temperament was huge. In addition, Su Qingning's figure has also changed slightly. Although the original Su Qingning had some curves, she was just a girl after all. Although she had curves, they were not outstanding. Now Su Qingning has lost 10 years of life in an instant. Not only has her hair grown to her waist, but her entire body has grown by 10 years in an instant, from 18 to 28 years old. Although Su Qingning, 28 years old, is still a virgin, her body is mature. Compared with when she was 18 years old, her body is a little plumper, and her secondary sexual characteristics have developed. Her whole body was truly curved, with magnificent breasts, round and firm buttocks, a slender waist, white and slender thighs, and with her charming temperament and beautiful face, Su Qingning instantly transformed from a young and immature little beauty into a peerless beauty. Chapter 1:13. Su Qingning has grown from 18 to 28 years old, and Yi Chen's injuries have completely healed. He had originally lost his breath, but now his chest has resumed rising and falling. Next, the concentric gems floating in the air seem to have completed their mission. They slowly fell from the sky and returned to the hands of Yi Chun and Su Qingning respectively. Su Qingning put away the heart-to-heart jade and said, "Yi Chun, it's all right, it's all right." Su Qingning said this and reached out to touch Yi Chen's cheek, but at this moment, she suddenly felt a heaviness on her chest. She was aware of her hair growing longer, but she really didn't notice the changes in her chest. Su Qingning couldn't help but look down, and then she saw that her breasts had changed from the size of apples to the size of grapefruits, and had grown directly from B to D. Because they had become much larger, but Su Qingning's underwear had not been changed, her breasts were not only heavy, but also felt very crowded. Su Qingning was just thinking about it when Yi Chen slowly opened his eyes. He was lying down, while Su Qingning was sitting beside Yi Chun and looking down at him. Therefore, from Yi Chen's perspective, he could only see the peaks of Su Qingning's chest and a small half of her face that was blocked. Su Qingning's figure has changed a lot, but Yi Chen still recognized her. After all, she didn't change her clothes. Besides, Yi Chen had encountered a crisis before, and now he is back to life. What else could it be except the life and death contract with Tongxin Baoyu? Thinking about it, Yi Chen slowly said, "Green lemon." Su Qingning was very surprised when she heard Yi Chen's words and said, "Hubby, you finally woke up." Then she happily hugged Yi Chun in her arms, but because of the angle, Yi Chun was directly held against her chest, with his mouth and face blocked tightly. If it was Su Qingning's original size, it would be nothing, but unfortunately her current strength has greatly increased. Now that she is hugged like this, Yi Chun only feels that his entire head seems to be buried in soft flesh. Although the touch is excellent, his mouth and nose are blocked so tightly that he can't even breathe. After 20 or 30 seconds, Yi Chun couldn't help but struggle, and Su Qingning let go of Yi Chun. Yi Chun was breathing heavily, saying, "Qingning, you want to suffocate me to death." After hearing what Yi Chun said, Su Qingning said, "I'm sorry, I forgot." Yi Chun heard this and said, "It's okay. Qingning, you have changed so much." Su Qingning immediately covered her face with her hands and asked, "Have I become ugly?" Yi Chun said, "Of course not. You have become more beautiful." Su Qingning lost her life for Yi Chun. Even though Su Qingning has become an old woman now, Yi Chun will not despise her. What's more, Su Qingning did not become uglier at all. She just became more sexy and charming. She went from an 18-year-old girl to a 28-year-old mature beauty. Su Qingning heard what Yi Chun said and asked, "Really?" Yi Chun stood up and said, "Of course, how could I lie to you? If you don't believe me, just look for yourself." Yi Chun said as he handed the phone to Su Qingning. Su Qingning took the phone and pointed the front camera at herself. Looking in the mirror between her eyebrows, one can tell that she is still the same Su Qingning, except that her facial features are slightly more open and she has a more charming temperament, making her look even more beautiful indeed. Su Qingning also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she did not turn into an old woman, although she was willing to sacrifice her life for Yi Chun. Even if Yi Chun didn't mind, if she became an old woman and Yi Chun was a young man, even if Yi Chun could accept this kind of relationship, Su Qingning herself would not be able to stand the pointing and criticizing of others. It's good like this now. Although I have lost my life, the loss is not too much. It won't be weird to walk with Yi Chun. But now Su Qingning gives people the impression of a beauty over 25 years old, while Yi Chun is still a young man of 18 or 19 years old. When they walk together, they look more like a brother and sister than a pair of young lovers. Thinking about it, Su Qingning said to Yi Chun, "I look several years older than you now. Call me sister and let me hear it." After hearing this, Yi Chun immediately said, "Sister Qingning, you are so beautiful. Will you marry me?" After hearing what Yi Chun said, Su Qingning reached out and touched Yi Chun's forehead, saying, "It depends on your performance." Su Qingning said this and stood up, revealing her perfect body curves in front of Yi Chun. Yi Chun couldn't help but stare with his eyes wide open. His girlfriend instantly turned from a green apple into a ripe peach. The shock she brought to him was too great. Yi Chun also stood up and hugged Su Qingning in his arms. Sure enough, now, when Su Qingning was held in his arms, her whole body felt soft and elastic. Coupled with her outstanding curves, the feel and touch were much better than before, and it was really very comfortable. Su Qingning is willing to give her own life for Yi Chun, so of course there is no problem with giving him a hug. The two hugged for a while before Su Qingning said, "My parents and your parents are still waiting outside. Why don't we go out?" Yi Chun listened and said, "That's right, let's go out." Then the two walked out of the safe house hand in hand and met their parents. Both families came forward to greet them. Yi Zaiwu and Lin Susu saw Yi Chun standing there unharmed, and they jumped up and down again, their excitement and joy in their hearts beyond words. Then Yi Zaiwu said to Su Qingning, "Qingning, this time it's all thanks to you. Xiaochen, you must treat Qingning well in the future. If you treat Qingning badly in the slightest, your mother and I will not forgive you." After hearing what his father said, Yi Chun immediately said, "Don't worry, Dad. Even if I'm not nice to you too, I won't be mean to Qingning." After hearing this, Yi Zaiwu and Lin Susu agreed. "That's right, you should treat Qingning better than you treat us." It is natural for parents to love their children. After all, the blood relationship is there. There are parents in the world who do not love their children, but they are very rare. Most of the time, parents are even willing to sacrifice themselves for their children. But it is so precious that someone can sacrifice himself and his life for his own children. Su Qingning sacrificed her life in order to resurrect Yi Chun, and even Yi Zaiwu and Lin Susu were moved. It can be said that Su Qingning gave Yi Chun a second life. If the two were not in a relationship, it would not be an exaggeration to call Su Qingning Yi Chun's second parent. Such kindness is naturally worthy of Yi Chun's desperate love. Chapter 114 Ending. At this time, Su Qingfeng said, "Qingning seems to have become mature and beautiful. You don't look like my sister now, but more like my elder sister." After hearing what Su Qingfeng said, Su Jian said, "The life and death bond of the Tongxin Jade consumes lifespan. It looks like Qingning has lost about 10 years of lifespan, so she looks like she's only 27 or 28 years old." Su Jian deliberately said this in public, although she also agreed that her daughter would waste her life for Yi Chun. But even though he agreed, he had to make his daughter's contribution clear and let the Yi family remember it. After Su Jian said this, Yi Zaiwu and Lin Susu's faces became even more moved. That's 10 years of life. How many decades are there in a person's life? Besides, the time of youth is much more precious than the time of old age. What Su Qingning paid for was not just 10 years, but also the most beautiful and youthful 10 years of her life. Then Lin Susu said, "Qingning, you have really paid too much. If possible, my husband and I are willing to repay you with 10 years of our lives." Su Qingning said, "It's okay, uncle and aunt, I do all this willingly. If Yi Chun died, let alone 10 years, even if she lived another 100 or 1,000 years, it would be meaningless." So she was willing to do all this without any complaints. When Yi Chun heard what Su Qingning said, he was also moved and took her hand. He was also thinking about something in his heart. Qingning lost 10 years. Now, she is indeed in her prime and beautiful, but what about another 10 years? When Yi-chun was 28, Qingning was already 38. Su Qingning is now at her peak, but once she turns 30, her condition will begin to decline. Will she be anxious about her appearance? Will she worry about aging? After middle age, men age slower than women. Not to mention that Qingning has lost 10 years? No, I can't just let it go like this. I have to find a way to make up for the 10 years Qingning lost. In this world, although it is difficult to replenish one's lifespan, it is not completely impossible. And with Yi Chen's talent and strength, even if the task is difficult, he will have a chance. Yi Chun made this decision in his heart, but he didn't say anything. Some things are better to be done directly. There is no point in just talking about them. Then Yi Chun said, "By the way, uncle, have you caught the Ma family and the 2 Qingqiu foxes?" Su Jian heard what Yi Chun said and said, "Just now, the War Alliance sent a message that Ma Li was killed on the spot. One of the Qingqiu foxes was injured by your explosion. The War Alliance also found the body. The other fox is missing." After hearing what Su Jian said, Yi Chun said, "I remember that my parents were protected by people arranged by the War Alliance. How could they fall into the hands of the Ma family?" Su Jian heard what Yi Chun said and said, "I was just about to tell you about this matter. You make the decision. What's the meaning?" Su Jian said slowly, "The reason why your parents fell into the hands of the Ma family was because of your cousin Yi Zong's involvement. It was his identity that confused the protection personnel arranged by the War Alliance, which allowed the Ma family to succeed." Yi Chen's expression turned cold, and he said, "Then now, Yi Zong should not have escaped, right?" Su Jian said directly, "Ma Li couldn't escape, let alone Yi Zong. Yi Zong's whole family has been controlled, including Yi Wenhua. All of them have been detained. As for how to deal with them, it's just a matter of your words." When Yi Chun heard Su Jian's words, he said coldly, "They almost killed me and caused Qingning to lose 10 years of her life. I want them to die, and I want their whole family to die." After hearing what Yi Chun said, Yi Zaiwu hesitated for a few seconds before saying, "Let your uncle's family die. If your grandfather died because of you, that would be a bit too much. He is already old and won't live long. You don't have to charge him with being unfilial and put him in prison for life. You don't have to worry about them continuing to harm our family." After hearing what Yi Zaiwu said, Lin Susu looked at Su Jian and said, "What do you think, relative? Our family was almost killed by them. I have absolutely no affection for this family, but it is really difficult to deal with the old man." After hearing what Yi Zaiwu and Lin Susu said, Su Jian said, "I think this is a good way to deal with it. The death of Yi Zong and Yi Haod is not a pity, and even Yi Wenhua's life is not important. But it is not good to let Xiaochan bear the name of being unfilial for Yi Wenhua. Let him be imprisoned for life until he dies." Su Jian actually attaches great importance to Yi Chun. In his opinion, Yi Chen's identity as the future savior is more important than his identity as his son-in-law. As the future savior, Su Jian believed that Yi Chun was destined to be remembered for generations. It was not worth it to let Yi Chun be accused of being unfilial, just for the sake of momentary pleasure. Besides, as long as Yi Wenhua is locked up and sentenced to life imprisonment, given Yi Wenhua's physical condition and age, he will not be able to survive in prison for a few years. He may die quietly in prison in a few years and will no longer be a threat to Yi Chun. The matter was settled, and Su Jian also notified the relevant departments to deal with Yi Zong's family. In Jiangcheng, in the War Alliance prison, Yi Wenhua, Yi Haod, Yi Zong, and Chun Fang's family of 4 were imprisoned there. Chun Fang is Yi Zong's mother. She only said, "Hubby, nothing will happen to us, right? I heard that Yi Chun is very powerful now." Yi Haod heard what Chun Fang said and said, "It's okay. Our son just followed what the Ma family said and asked his second uncle and second aunt to come out and chat. We have always said so. We were also deceived by the Ma family. It has nothing to do with us." Yi Zong also said, "That's right, we were also deceived. Once they find out the truth, they will release us. Nothing will happen to us." As they were talking, a figure walked over to the prison gate and stopped. Then the prison door was opened. Yi Zong was overjoyed and said, "I told you that nothing would happen. Look, they're going to let us out." Yi Zong said this and walked towards the door, but just as he reached the door, the prison guard pushed Yi Zong back. Then the guard said, "Let you out? What are you daydreaming about?" Chapter 115. Last meal before execution. After hearing this, Yi Zong said, "Didn't we say that? I was deceived. Why are you holding on to it?" After hearing this, the prison guard said, "That's enough. Stop talking to me. It's useless. Hurry up and eat something. We have to go on the road soon." Then, the visitor took out 3 sumptuous meals and placed them here. The prison guard's words made Yi Zong stunned for a moment. "On the road? On what road?" The prison guard said directly. "Do you really need me to explain it clearly? Fine, I'll tell you. This is the last meal for you and your family of 3. In half an hour, your family of 3 will be executed, but don't worry, you will be injected with poison specially prepared by the doctor, and the whole process will be quick and painless." The prison guard's words made Yi Zong very emotional. He rushed towards the prison guard and shouted, "Last meal? Why? It's true that I betrayed Yi Chen's family, but I shouldn't be sentenced to death. Why do you want to kill me?" Upon seeing this, the prison guard took out his baton and hit Yi Zong hard on the body, and Yi Zong immediately fell to the ground. These people were arrested and imprisoned by the War Alliance, and were fitted with special shackles that could block all abilities of professionals. Therefore, even though Yi Zong was a shield warrior, he was beaten without any ability to fight back. Then, the prison guard said to Yi Zong, "The crime is not punishable by death? Do you know who you framed? That is Yi Chun, the strongest mid-level and the #1 genius in Daxia. You want to kill him, which is ruining the future of Daxia. You still want to live? How funny. If you had a good meal, you wouldn't starve to death when you die." Then the prison guard turned and left, leaving the Yi Zong family behind with despair on their faces. Then, Chun Fong was so scared that her body trembled, and her urine soaked her trouser legs. She said, "How could this happen? Son, husband, didn't you say everything will be fine? Why are you suddenly going to be sentenced to death? I'm only in my 40s, I haven't lived enough." After hearing this, Yi Hao said angrily, "Shut up, Dad. Why don't you think of a way to ask my second brother for mercy? Blood is thicker than water. He can't just watch us die like this." Yi Zong heard what Yi Hao said and said, "That's right. Grandpa, you should find a way to beg second uncle. The prison guards only brought 3 bowls of food before execution. You are fine, which proves that second uncle still has you in his heart. As long as you ask for mercy, we may still be saved." Yi Wenhua heard what his son and grandson said. "Okay, I'll think of a way." Next, the family of 4 began to knock on the prison door desperately, trying to attract the attention of the prison guards. The prison guards came over quickly. They looked at Yi Wenhua and the others and asked, "What do you want to do?" Yi Wenhua said directly, "I want to see Zai Wu. I want to see Yi Chun. I am Yi Chen's grandfather. I want to see him. My eldest son and grandson cannot die here." After hearing this, the prison guard taunted, "Do you think you still have a chance? Yi Chen originally wanted all 4 of you to die. Yi Zaiwu believed that Yi Chun had a bright future and didn't want his precious son to be accused of being unfilial because of you, a vicious old man. So he spared your life. But even for you, you can escape the death penalty, but you can't escape the punishment of life imprisonment. You will face life imprisonment and be imprisoned until death. Do you still want to plead for others? Dream on." After hearing this, Yi Wenhua said angrily, "Impossible. You let them come to see me. I want to go see them." Seeing Yi Wenhua yelling and losing control of his emotions, the prison guard directly hit Yi Wenhua's mouth with an electric baton, leaving his mouth full of blood. Then the prison guard said, "If you keep shouting, don't blame me for being rude. Can't you just go on your way quietly? You're asking for trouble." Then the prison guard left again, leaving behind Yi Wenhua with blood all over his mouth and the desperate Yi Hao and his family of 3. Although Yi Wenhua did not have to die, his most cherished eldest son and his eldest grandson were going to die here. For him, this was more painful than death. Moreover, he will also face life imprisonment. Judging from the attitude of the prison guards, he will definitely be beaten or scolded in the future. He can survive, but the suffering he will suffer will be greater than that of Yi Zong and Yi Hao. Half an hour later, Yi Hao's family was escorted to be executed by injection, while Yi Wenhua was transferred to another cell, facing life imprisonment. Afterwards, the person in charge of the War Alliance also informed Yi Chun of the outcome of the matter. When Yi Chun heard about their fate, the resentment in his heart was released. He and Su Qingming stayed in Jiangcheng for another 2 days, spending time with his parents and his parents-in-law, before returning to Jingyao. As soon as he returned to Jingyao, Ding Sheng called Yi Chun and Su Qingming to the office. Then Ding Sheng asked, "Qingming, did you use the life and death contract?" Su Qingming listened and said, "That's right, Yi Chun was in danger, and I had to use the Tongxin gem." Ding Sheng sighed and said, "Your relationship is enviable, but Yi Chun, you have to be careful in the future. You were originally a couple, and now you have become siblings. But if Qing Ning saves you again, you'll be like mother and son when you walk together." When Yi Chun heard what Ding Sheng said, he immediately said, "There won't be a next time." Ding Sheng said, "I hope so. By the way, I have a lot of your things here that I need to pass on to you. These 3 pieces of 6th-level epic equipment are the 3 pieces of equipment that Chun Ao sure lost to you. As for the legendary sword, it has been handed over to the National Treasury. Since it is of no use to you, you can choose any 2 6th-level legendary equipment as compensation." Ding Sheng said as he handed 3 pieces of epic equipment to Yi Chun. These 3 pieces of equipment were the bright light soft hedgehog armor, the snow mountain shield, and the shadow-seeking boots. These are 3 pieces of equipment that have been identified, and their properties are clear at a glance. Bright soft hedgehog armor. Quality, epic. Required level, 55. Attribute, agility plus 80, stamina plus 80. Effect, bright light. Passive skill that can illuminate a 100-meter area around the body. Invisibility skills below level 7 are invalid in the area. Strong, passive skill increases the upper limit of one's health by 2,500 points. Rebound, a passive skill. When you take physical damage, 16% of the damage will be rebounded to the source of the damage. Snow Mountain Shield. Quality, epic. Required level, 58. Attributes, block plus 90. Effect, extreme cold. When you are attacked, there's a chance that an extreme cold storm will be released, reducing the enemy's movement speed. Ice Heart. Reduces own critical strike rate by 70% and increases all spell resistance by 30%. Retreat. When you are attacked head-on, the final damage is reduced by 20%, but you will be greatly pushed back. Searching for traces. Quality, epic. Required level, 53. Attribute, agility plus 90. Effect, super speed. For every point of agility, the movement speed will be increased by an additional 10%. Shadowless. An active skill with a 70% chance of dodging physical attacks after release. It lasts for 60 seconds and has a cooldown of 300 seconds. No Trace. An active skill that has a 70% chance of dodging spell attacks after release. It lasts for 60 seconds and has a cooldown of 300 seconds. Chapter 1:16 Dragon Soul Staff. The effects of these 3 epic equipment are very good. The Mingguang Soft Hedgehog armor increases agility and physical strength, and has the effects of breaking shadows and countering injuries, and can also increase one's own life limit. The blocking and protection capabilities added by the Snow Mountain Shield are also outstanding. As for the Shadow Seeking, in addition to increasing the movement speed, the Shadowless and Traceless skills can dodge physical attacks and spell attacks respectively. Yi Chun could see that these 3 6th-level epic equipment were carefully prepared by Chun Ao Sure for his grandsons. They were very suitable for the Tong brothers and, of course, for Yi Chun as well. Although Yi Chun plans to increase his intelligence value later, the agility value determines the hit rate and the speed of the vehicle and cannot be completely ignored. These 3 pieces of epic equipment basically meet Yi Chun's needs for agility when he reaches the 6th level. Yi Chun will need equipment that can improve intelligence value in the future to increase the control distance of his various weapons. Yi Chun remembered something and asked, "Could it be that the sword is so powerful that 1 is worth 2? Ding Sheng heard Yi Chun's words and smiled. "Of course not. Each piece of legendary equipment is priceless. There is no such thing as 1 piece is worth 2 pieces. That legendary sword, you can replace it with any legendary equipment you need. Isn't this just 1 piece? As for the other thing, because you have outstanding talent, the top management is very optimistic about you and specially gave you a reward. You should know that none of the Tong brothers have this kind of treatment." Tong Long and Tong, who were once highly respected, even more respected than Yi Chun. Even after Yi Chun defeated the Tong brothers, this respect did not change. But before, Yi Chun was an in-country, and with his 5th-level strength, he defeated an 8th-level druid, showing his terrifying potential and proving that his talent was comparable to that of a 9th-level talent. In an instant, Yi Chun became a unique existence among the top leaders. No matter whether it was the Tong brothers who had 2 souls in 1 body, or Zhao Ruyan who had the innate ability to control telekinesis, they were no match for Yi Chun. Therefore, the country specially rewarded Yi Chun with an extra piece of legendary equipment, allowing Yi Chun to choose it by himself. After hearing what Ding Sheng said, Yi Chun said, "Then I have to choose carefully." Ding Sheng listened and said with a smile, "Okay, our country's 6th-level legendary equipment warehouse is here, temporarily open to you. You can choose now. As long as you choose, we will arrange for someone to deliver it to you immediately." Ding Sheng said as he handed the tablet to Yi Chun, which contained pieces of 6th-level legendary equipment. Yi Chun looked at these pieces of legendary equipment with amazement in his eyes. These legendary equipment not only have mighty and majestic names, but also look very handsome. Each piece of equipment exudes a noble and mysterious purple light, which is beautiful and attractive. Of course, Yi Chun could only choose 2 pieces, and he planned to pick one for himself and one for Qingning. After all, legendary equipment is hard to come by, and there is very little chance to get it. So Yi Chun naturally has to consider his girlfriend. Among the 6 sets of equipment, the most valuable is undoubtedly the weapon type, which has a direct impact on a person's strength. Armor ranks 2nd and has a greater impact on one's survivability. Yi Chun chose for a moment, then said, "Principal Ding, I want the Dragon Soul Staff and the Burning Heart Staff." Ding Sheng was surprised and asked, "Choose all staff equipment? Are you sure?" Yi Chun heard what Ding Sheng said and said, "Sure. In fact, mechanics also have some requirements for intelligence." The 3 pieces of epic equipment sent by Chun Lao satisfied my needs for agility. Therefore, I now need staff equipment just like Qingning. Ding Sheng listened and said, "No problem. I'll call and inform them right away. Your 2 legendary equipment should be delivered tomorrow." Yi Chun said, "Thank you, Principal Ding. Qingning, this Dragon Soul Staff is yours, and the Burning Heart Staff is mine." Su Qingning looked at the tablet in Yi Chun's hand. The attributes of the 2 legendary equipment were indeed ridiculously strong. Dragon Soul Staff. Quality, Legend. Required level, 55. Attributes, Intelligence plus 100, Strength plus 100. Effect, Dragon Roar. Passive. When casting a spell, you will enter the Dragon Roar state, and the spell cooldown is reduced by 20%. Dragon's Might. Passive. When casting a spell, the enemy will be shocked by the Dragon's Might, and their physical defense and spell defense will be reduced by 20%. Dragon Power. Passive. When casting spells, you will be blessed with Dragon Power, and the spell strength will increase by 30%. Dragon Body. An active skill. After it is released, the player will enter a dominant state and be immune to control effects. The duration is 60 seconds, and the cooldown time is 120 seconds. Dragon Soul. An active skill. After releasing it, the player will transform into a true dragon with all attributes increased by 100%. This skill lasts for 60 seconds and has a cooldown of 600 seconds. Burning Heart Staff. Quality, Legend. Required level, 58. Attribut, Intelligence plus 100, Agility plus 100. Effect, Burn. Passive, your own attacks will cause an additional 10% burning damage. Burning Blood. Passive, after hitting the enemy with your own attack, reduce its recovery effect by 50% for 30 seconds. Burning. Passive, after the attack hits the enemy, reduce its physical resistance by 30% for 10 seconds. Burning Heart. Passive, after the attack hits the enemy gains a layer of Burning Heart Mark, which can be stacked up to 7 times. Burning Sky. Active, ignites all characters with full Burning Heart Marks within the attack range, causing 5,000 spell damage to the target and 1,000 spell damage to the range within 5 meters around the target. The cooldown time is 300 seconds. As mentioned before, equipment levels are divided into 4 grades: Ordinary, Elite, Epic, and Legendary. The quality of equipment is mainly determined by the number of effect terms. 1 for Ordinary equipment, 2 for Elite equipment, 3 for Epic equipment, and 5 for Legendary equipment. At the same time, the more entries there are, the higher the attribute increase. Therefore, the attribute increase of the Dragon Soul Staff and the Burning Heart Staff is extremely high. The attribute enhancement is only the least noteworthy part of the legendary equipment. The fact that they have 5 effect terms is the most outrageous part. The Dragon Soul Staff has both offensive and defensive capabilities. In the Dragon Soul state, it is like a god descending to Earth. All attributes are increased by 100%. Although the duration is limited, it is enough to turn the tide. for spellcasting professions, is simply a dream equipment. As for the Burning Heart staff, you can tell from the entry that although it is called a staff, it is actually not very suitable for spellcasting professions. The Burning Heart staff is more suitable for the archer or mechanic professions, because these two professions have high-frequency long-range attacks, which can better stack the Burning Heart passive. After the marks are fully stacked, the active skill Burning Sky will be directly activated to ignite all targets with full Burning Heart marks. If there are a large number of targets, and they're concentrated together, then when the Burning Sky skill is activated, these local targets will ignite each other, and I'm afraid that large groups of monsters will be burned to death. Chapter 117. Fighting Kings for Supremacy. Then, Su Qingming said, "It's worthy of being a legendary equipment. There are so many entries that I can't even count them all." Ding Sheng smiled and said, "Of course. Legendary equipment is no joke. Most people will never get a piece of legendary equipment in their entire lives. You two are really lucky. By the way, Qing Ning, you go back to the dormitory and rest first. I have something to talk to Yi Chen alone." Su Qingning said directly, "Okay, Principal Ding." Then, Su Qingning walked out of Ding Sheng's office with her long legs. Yi Chen said, "Principal Ding, is there anything that Qing Ning doesn't want to know?" Ding Sheng said directly, "It involves some confidential information. Qing Ning doesn't need to listen." "Oh, what secret?" Ding Sheng explained. "Regarding the incident in Ying country where you were bullied by the powerful, our country arranged for a superclass assassin to come out and avenge you. The so-called superclass is above the 10th class, which is also the true pinnacle of the entire combat profession, even better than the 10th class veteran like Chun A.O. Sure." Yichen also showed surprise in his eyes. "A superclass assassin? Isn't this an exaggeration?" Ding Sheng said, "You are the most valued genius of Daxia. Moreover, Ying country is bullying the weak in public. If we don't teach them a lesson, they will think we are easy to bully." Yichen asked curiously, "Really? Then how did you get this breath?" Ding Sheng explained, "First of all, Henry, who attacked you at that time, is Mike's uncle. They are from the same family, and all 77 people in this family have been wiped out. Not a single one is left alive." Yichen's expression changed slightly, and he asked, "The whole family was wiped out? The elderly, the weak, women, and children are not exempted?" Ding Sheng replied, "Of course. Since we have already started, we should do it quickly. Why leave a few women and children behind? When those children grow up, they will seek revenge on us Daxia. Isn't that asking for trouble?" Yichen nodded and said, "That's right. They were the ones who bullied the weak first, so they deserve this fate." Ding Sheng continued, "It's not too late. In addition to wiping out their family, this superclass assassin also went to look for those high-level professionals who blocked me from rescuing people. As accomplices, these people were not exterminated, but were sent to death. There were a total of 27 people, and only one lucky person escaped, while the others were all sent to hell." When Yi Chen heard this, he immediately said, "I have to thank the country for protecting me." Ding Sheng said, "This is all as it should be. You are the pride of Daxia, representing the face of Daxia. The reason why the top leaders send out superclass professionals is to let them know what the price is to deal with you. The top leaders are also very concerned about your danger in Jiangxing this time. The mastermind behind this matter has basically locked on the Fox tribe in Qingqiu Secret Realm. Daxia has recently issued many missions to subjugate the Qingqiu Fox tribe, but the Qingqiu Fox tribe is indeed difficult to deal with. It may take some time to avenge you." When Yichen heard what Ding Sheng said, he suddenly asked, "The Qingqiu Fox clan is a 7th-level secret realm, right?" "That's right." Yichen's eyes revealed a cold look, and he said, "Then there's no need to worry. I am not far away from the 7th level, and it is not a bad idea for me to take revenge myself when the time comes." Ding Sheng said, "That's fine. After all, your rank is improving very quickly. It may only take a few months to reach the 7th rank." Yichen nodded slightly and said, "Then what about my parents?" Ding Sheng said directly, "Don't worry. The top management has arranged more forces to protect your parents. Their safety will definitely not be a problem." Yichen then said, "Then I feel relieved. By the way, Principal Ding, do you know how to prolong your life?" Ding Sheng looked at Yichen and said, "You are asking this for Qingning, right? Did she lose her life to save you?" Yichen nodded and said, "Yes, I want to help her make up for her lost lifespan." Ding Sheng pondered for a moment and said, "Lifespan has always been a topic of eternal concern for mankind. Since the Qin Shi Huang, Everyone has wanted to live forever, but this is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Fortunately, after the emergence of combat professionals, human lifespan has finally made a qualitative breakthrough. Yichen listened and said, Principal Ding, are you talking about above the 10th level? Ding Xing nodded. That's right. After the emergence of combat professionals, the physical fitness of mankind has greatly improved. Many people think that if they have extraordinary strength, they can have extraordinary lifespans. However, the facts prove that they think too much. The maximum lifespan of ordinary humans is 120 years. Even a 10th level combat professional cannot break this limit. Even if they are in good health and spirits at the age of 120, they will die immediately after their 120th birthday, without exception. Later, there was an 11th rank combat professional who lived to be 150 years old. People then realized the influence of rank on lifespan. After the 10th rank, each level increase can increase lifespan by 30 years. Yichen asked, what about before the super level? Is there any way to increase lifespan or make up for the lost lifespan? Ding Sheng said, the methods to increase the upper limit of lifespan are not practical even if you're the strongest mid-level in Xia. Even if these methods exist, they will be used on the top few people in Xia, even if you're not qualified, let alone Su Qingning. But I do know two ways to make up for lost lifespan. The first is the ambergris from the Dragon Palace Secret Realm, which can make up for lost lifespan. The second is the resurrection cream from Fengdu Secret Realm, which can also restore lifespan, but both are from high-level secret realms, and the drop rate is extremely low, making them very rare. Yichen heard what Ding Sheng said and said, high-level secret realm? It seems we can only wait for a while. Ding Sheng suddenly said, actually, it's not that there's no chance at all. In half a month, the Global King of War tournament will start. Professional teams from all over the world compete for the title of Team King. The King of War tournament is divided into the middle-level division and the high-level division. With your strength, the possibility of winning the middle-level division is not low. Among the championship prizes, there is ambergris. After listening to what Ding Sheng said, Yichen asked, how long will the entire race take? Ding Sheng thought for a moment and said, about 10 days. The assessment of the King of War tournament is very comprehensive. First, there is the Secret Realm assessment, which will eliminate 80% of the teams. Finally, the remaining 20% of the teams will participate in the ring competition. Yichen said directly, then I want to sign up for this Battle King competition. Ding Sheng said, no problem, but you have to prepare the list of players and give it to me within 3 days. Yichen listened and said, no problem. Chapter 118, Ambergris. Afterwards, Yichen was about to leave, but Ding Sheng said, wait a minute, I almost forgot, this is for you. Ding Sheng said this, and took out a golden medal from the drawer and handed it to Yichen. Yichen took the medal and asked, what is this? Ding Sheng smiled and said, this is a reward given to you by the higher-ups. It is a resurrection medal. Under any circumstances, you will be resurrected at the designated resurrection point 24 hours after death. It is a one-time item. Yichen put the medal on his shirt and said, thank the higher-ups for me. I will work hard to grow and destroy all the secret realms in the future. Yichen has enough confidence in this. After he reaches the 10th level, he has no idea how terrifying the weapons he unlocks will be. It is not impossible for him to kill all the monsters in a secret realm with one blow. Ding Sheng said, the top management believes in you, and you are expected to change the world situation. Keep working hard. Then, Yichen left Ding Sheng's office and went to find Su Qingning. The two met in Jingyao's library and snuggled together. Not to mention, Su Qingning has now transformed from a pretty girl into a beautiful woman with an outstanding figure. Every time Yichen rubbed and touched her, he felt that the experience was much better than before. Su Qingning also seemed to be more sensitive than before. After a while, her pretty face turned red. She grabbed Yichen's hand to stop him from doing anything weird. Then, Su Qingning said, Yichen, the Tongxin Jade has Tongxin teleportation. Why didn't you use it in the critical moment? When Yichen heard Su Qingning's words, he said, the battle was so intense at the time that I forgot. Yichen's combat awareness is actually still insufficient. In the past, he always suppressed the enemy with firepower, and the battle went smoothly. He could calmly analyze the situation and use his abilities. But this time at the Ma family manor, facing an opponent whose strength was equal to or even stronger than his, he panicked and couldn't even think of using teleportation to save his life. After hearing this, Su Qingming slapped Yi Chen on the back and said, "Please remember this next time. If I were 10 years older, I wouldn't be able to go shopping with you." Ding Shun's words just now scared Su Qingming. "Indeed, now I'm just like Yi Chen's sister. If it happens again, I will really be a mother. My boyfriend is standing next to me, just like my son, which is scary to think about." Therefore, she asked Yi Chen to protect himself. She didn't want to be Yi Chen's mother. When Yi Chen heard what Su Qingming said, he immediately said, "Don't worry, there won't be a next time." Su Qingming suddenly asked, "By the way, what did the principal say to you alone?" Yi Chen explained, "Before, I was attacked by an 8th-level druid in the Ying Kingdom Shard building. Their whole family was sent to hell. In addition, the guys who prevented Principal Ding from rescuing people were basically all killed." Su Qingming immediately said, "Good thing they died. Those guys shouldn't have been alive in the first place." In Su Qingming's opinion, anyone who hurts her man should die, and there is nothing pitiful about having their entire family executed because they all deserve it. Yi Chen smiled and said, "There's one more thing. In half a month, the Global War King contest will start. I want to form a team to participate." Su Qingming also became interested. "Sure, with your strength, we can definitely win the championship." Yi Chen said, "That's right, but we need 5 people. In addition to you and me, we need to find 3 more people. Who do you think is suitable?" Although Yi Chen is confident in himself, accidents are common in competitions. Therefore, before the final victory, Yi Chen would not mention anything about ambergris, so as to avoid making Su Qingming happy for nothing. Su Qingming thought for a moment and said, "The Tong brothers and Zhao Ruyan are both very capable. I wonder if they are interested." After hearing this, Yi Chen said, "Let me call and ask first." Yi Chen had left the contact information of the 2 before, which now came in handy. Then, he called the Tong brothers first. When the call was connected, Yi Chen said, "I want to form a team to participate in the Global War King competition. Are you interested?" The Tong brothers replied, "We've been waiting for your call. The champion of this intermediate division must be you." "It's settled then." The 2 of them hit it off immediately. Then, he called Zhao Ruyan again, and Zhao Ruyan said, "Yi Chen, your strength is obvious to all, but I want to know if you have any vacancies. I promised a good sister that I would go to the championship with her." Yi Chen replied, "There are only me, Qing Ning, and the Tong brothers in the team, and there are exactly 2 spots left." After hearing this, Zhao Ruyan said, "That's great. I have a good sister who is an illusionist. She is also very capable and will definitely not be a drag." Illusionist, also one of the top 10 most popular professions, has very unique abilities. Illusionists can create illusions, making the enemy trapped in the illusion, unable to distinguish between reality and illusion. Moreover, illusionists have a group hallucination effect. Even when facing groups of exotic beasts in a secret realm, there is a significant effect. Therefore, illusionists are also listed as popular professions. Although the illusionist's own output capacity is limited, he can make the monsters regard each other as enemies and then kill each other. The actual efficiency of killing monsters is not low. In terms of group capabilities, Daxiao's illusionist is better than Magnesium's hidden profession Soul Shaman. However, the skills of an illusionist are based on creating illusions based on the 5 senses of sight, hearing, and smell, while the skills of a Soul Shaman act on the soul. Therefore, the Soul Shaman skills are almost absolutely irresistible, and the control intensity and time are also extremely strong. The ability to fight in singles is ridiculously strong. If Yi Chen did not have a super talent that makes him immune to mental control, he would probably not be the opponent's opponent. In comparison, the skills of an illusionist can see through illusions as long as one has enough willpower or some techniques to fight against illusions. Therefore, it can be said that both have their own advantages and disadvantages and different focuses. After hearing what Zhao Ruyan said, Yi Chen said, "Then send me your information. I'll sign up for the competition later." Zhao Ruyan said directly, "No problem. I can finally experience the feeling of being carried away." Since Zhao Ruyan awakened her telekinesis when she was a child, she has always been placed with high hopes and has been under a lot of pressure herself. Now, following Yi Chen, she can finally win without any effort. With Yi Chen's strength, even if she is just a supporting role, this team will most likely not lose. This feeling is really good. Chapter 119 Establishment. When Yi Chen heard what Zhao Ruyan said, he smiled and hung up the phone. Yi Chun himself was also full of confidence in this so-called competition. After all, his opponent was only at the 6th level in strength, while his Type 99A main battle tank had a destructive power comparable to that of the 9th level. At the same time, the defensive capabilities of the Type 99A main battle tank are also excellent. Unless encountering a powerful 9th level profession, it would be difficult for others to break through its defense. Coupled with Yi Chun's own several super talents, Yi Chun does not think there will be any risks in this War King Championship. Within a few minutes, Zhao Rian sent over the information of her and her sister, including name, age, combat occupation, rank, etc. It is worth mentioning that Zhao Rian also sent her measurements. It can be seen that her idea of seducing Yi Chun has not been completely extinguished. However, Yi Chun had no interest in her. He directly sent a message to Zhao Rian. Next time if you send these boring things, our cooperation will end here. Zhao Rian was also stunned after receiving Yi Chun's message. She thought that there was no man who didn't cheat. Even though Yi Chun had clearly rejected her before, he would slowly accept her act of seduction and even develop her into a little lover. She was not planning to compete with Su Qingning for a man. She just thought that Yi Chun was an outstanding person with great talent. She wanted to have a child with Yi Chun, and the child's talent must not be bad either. But she didn't expect that the first step was stuck. It seemed that Yi Chun's attitude towards her was not just lip service. After a while, Zhao Rian replied to Yi Chun, "I will pay attention. There won't be a next time." Yi Chun ignored Zhao Rian and continued to accompany Su Qingning. There is only room for Qingning in his heart. The reason why he chose Zhao Rian to form a team this time is because the other party has outstanding strength and is worth winning over. But if Zhao Rian continues to be out of tune, Yi Chun doesn't mind changing a teammate. After all, she didn't want to make Qingning sad because of Zhao Rian. Besides, Qingning had chosen him without hesitation, and not long ago, he had even sacrificed his life to save him without hesitation. Lifespan represents the length of life, and wasting lifespan is equivalent to sacrificing life. Su Qingning could sacrifice her life for Yi Chun without hesitation. Could others do that? Obviously, it was impossible. Therefore, after what happened with the Ma family, Yi Chun felt even more fond of Su Qingning, and it was impossible for him to have any messy thoughts. In the evening, Yi Chun sent the information of his team participating in the War King Championship to Ding Sheng. The name of the team is Green Lemon Team. The name of the team is simple and direct, named after Green Lemon. The next morning, Yi Chun and Su Qingning went to Ding Sheng's office and received the Dragon Soul Staff and the Burning Heart Staff. Both pieces of legendary equipment emit a mysterious and noble purple light, and their special effects are exceptionally gorgeous. However, the Dragon Soul Staff has the appearance of a domineering dragon, and one can even faintly hear the sound of a dragon's roar. The Burning Heart Heavenly Staff has mysterious golden patterns carved on it. These patterns are like leaping flames that can burst out at any time. At the same time, the Burning Heart Staff gives people a scorching feeling. If you get too close to it, you can even clearly feel the baking sensation. This is the difference between the two. These two pieces of equipment can be said to be the most precious equipment of Yi Chun and Su Qingning. The value of the Tongxin gem is slightly lower than theirs. Although the Tongxin gem has the effect of resurrection, which is indeed against the will of heaven, the price of resurrection is the life of one of the parties. It's okay once or twice, but if it is used multiple times, it is actually quite useless, because the party who consumes the lifespan may die by exhausting his lifespan if it happens more than a few times. As for the other attribute enhancements brought by the equipment, the concentric jade is naturally inferior to the two legendary equipment. The concentric gem is an epic with no level, and the increase is based on a percentage. Therefore, the higher the rank, the stronger the attribute enhancement brought by the concentric jade will be. Perhaps after Yi Chun reaches the 10th rank, the attribute enhancement brought by the concentric jade will exceed that of the 6th rank legendary. But now, the 6th rank legendary is far superior to the concentric jade. As for the effects, there is still a big gap between the concentric gem and the legendary equipment with 5 effects. Of course, since Yi Chun and Su Qingning have not reached the 6th level yet, they cannot equip these two pieces of equipment for the time being. Next, Ding Sheng said, "By the way, this War King contest will be held in Mo City in Xia. Speaking of which, this matter is also related to you." Yi Chun listened and said, "Is it because of the attack I suffered before?" Ding Sheng explained, "That's right, because you were attacked in country, although the top leaders arranged for the superclass to avenge you at this moment. The top leaders still took advantage of the situation, and the War King contest originally scheduled for May Country was also scheduled in Mo City. Mo City is located near the border of Daxia. It is vast and sparsely populated. Combat professionals rarely pay attention to this city. The pressure on the Mo City secret realm has been quite high in the past 2 years. This competition will help relieve the pressure on the Mo City secret realm." Yichen smiled and said, "This is a good idea, killing 2 birds with 1 stone." Ding Sheng continued, "By the way, you are not allowed to wear any equipment in this King of War competition." Yichen was stunned for a moment. "Why is this?" Ding Sheng replied, "Because the War King contest is a world-class competition. The team that wins the title of War King will not only receive great benefits, but will also have an impact on the subsequent allocation of world resources. Therefore, many years ago, countries paid more and more attention to the War King Championship and invested more and more, which caused the championship itself to gradually deteriorate. It was originally a contest between the strong and the weak among combat professionals, but gradually it became a contest of equipment. This country provides 3 pieces of legendary equipment to its players, and that country provides 5 pieces of legendary equipment to its players. Whoever has a larger inventory of legendary equipment will win. This loses the meaning of the competition itself. So 7 years ago, the competition directly banned all equipment and only allowed basic professional equipment to be used." Yichen listened and said, "My hot weapons should not be considered as equipment, right?" Ding Sheng explained, "Of course not. That is your basic equipment. You can use it without worry." When Yichen heard what Ding Sheng said, a smile appeared in his eyes. He was even more certain of winning the championship, which was already certain to win. After all, among many professions, mechanics are the least dependent on equipment attributes, and now, other professions are also unable to use equipment. How can they fight against Yi Chun, who is driving a main battle tank? Let's not talk about anything else, just like the time before at the Ma family. If Molly didn't have the dragon-slaying sword, even if he was a 9th-rank swordsman, he wouldn't be able to cut off the barrel of Yi Chen's main battle tank. Chapter 120. Someone change people? The matter of the War King Championship has been settled, but there are still 5 or 6 days before the championship, so Yi Chun and Su Qingning will naturally not be idle. In a few days, they plan to continue going to the secret realm to gain experience and increase their levels. Although it is impossible to break through to the 6th level in 5 days, it is not a big problem to improve 2 or 3 levels. At noon that day, the couple met up with the Lovebirds team and had lunch together. They then agreed to go to the large secret realm, Bermuda Valley, together after lunch. There are many large monsters in the secret realm, which is more suitable for Yi Chun, a mechanic, to go all out and increase his experience points. After the meal, the Flying Wings team set off for the Bermuda Valley. As for the Tong brothers, Zhao Ruyin, and others, they have their own teams and upgrade channels, and they only cooperate during the Battle King Championship. At 2 o'clock, the double-winged flying team arrived at the entrance to the secret realm of Bermarin Valley, where hundreds of people had gathered. After Yi Chun and Su Qingning arrived, they immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. I heard someone whispering, "Isn't that Yi Chun, the strongest mid-level warrior in Daxia? Why did the girl next to him change?" Yeah, I remember the girl next to him was originally the same age as him, and her figure wasn't as good as it is now. Men are not good guys. Yi Chun must have become rich and felt that his girlfriend was not worthy of him, so he changed his girlfriend. Everyone's voices were not too low, so Yi Chun and Su Qingning could hear them clearly. A black line appeared on Yi Chun's forehead, and Su Qingning covered her mouth and chuckled, finding it very interesting. Seeing this, Yi Chun slapped Su Qingning lightly on the butt and said, "You're still laughing? Your man has become a scumbag." After Su Qingning heard what Yi Chun said, she had to explain for Yi Chun, "Don't get me wrong. I am Yi Chun's girlfriend Su Qingning. I didn't change anyone." As soon as Su Qingning said this, someone immediately asked, "How is it possible? Su Qingning is only 17 or 18 years old. You are several years older than Su Qingning. How could you not have changed people? By the way, you and Su Qingning have some similarities in your eyebrows. Could it be that you are Su Qingning's sister?" Yi Chun is really a piece of shit. He even wants to take advantage of both sisters. Why am I a little envious of Yi Chun? Seeing this, Su Qingning said, Haven't you heard that girls change a lot when they grow up? I just grew up. If you don't believe me, look at this. Su Qingning said as she took Yi Chen's hand and raised it high. Suddenly, a hint of green light burst out from Yi Chen and Su Qingning's bodies. This was the light of comradeship between comrades, and it could only be triggered between comrades. Seeing this, everyone was surprised. He really hasn't changed? But isn't this change too big? It's only been a short time, and he's already so mature. That's not necessarily true. What if something happens to Su Qingning, and then Yi Chen makes new friends? That's absolutely impossible. First, Su Qingning is Yi Chen's comrade. If something happened to her, there would be no news on the internet. Second, after the death of a comrade, although you can make new comrades, there is a 3-year mourning period. You can't make new comrades within 3 years. She is Su Qingning, there is no doubt about it. Then why did she suddenly change so much? Not only did her appearance become more beautiful and charming, but her figure also suddenly became more curvaceous and bigger. Young lovers may have tasted the forbidden fruit. From being a girl to a young woman, their physical charm has been developed. Everyone was whispering, speculating about Su Qingning's changes, and their voices gradually became lower. Yi Chen and Su Qingning did not explain anything further. The matter regarding the Tongxin Jade was a secret and could not be leaked. Once the power of the Jade of Unity is leaked, if anyone wants to target Yi Chen or Su Qingning again, they will take the function of the Jade of Unity into consideration and either deal with both of them together or use other methods to destroy the bodies and cover up the traces. For example, in the incident with the Ma family, Yi Chen was only stabbed through, so Su Qingning sacrificed 10 years of her life to revive Yi Chen. But the function of the Tongxin Jade has been leaked. Next time someone targets Yi Chen, they might also target Su Qingning at the same time. If there is really no chance to target Su Qingning, then after targeting Yi Chen, they will grind Yi Chen's body to ashes. If the integrity of Yi Chen's corpse is 0, then if Su Qingning wants to resurrect Yi Chen, the lifespan, she may lose maybe 50 or even 100 years, which is much more than the previous 10 years. Therefore, the secret of Tongxin Baoyu cannot be leaked. Even if they gossip and say that Yi Chen and Su Qingning developed rapidly because they ate the forbidden fruit, it doesn't matter. After all, it's normal for young lovers to eat the forbidden fruit. Moreover, Yi Chen was full of vigor and vitality and had long wanted to cheat on her. Especially since Su Qingning had become sexy and charming as she is now, her attraction to Yi Chen had greatly increased. Sometimes he really wanted to kill Su Qingning right there and then. After this trip to the secret realm of Bermuda Valley ended, Yi Chen prepared to buy a house in Beijing with Su Qingning as a love nest for the couple, so that they could come out from time to time to enjoy love. This is also what Yi Chen learned from other couples in the double-wing flying team. Although it is convenient to book a room in a hotel, the hygiene and privacy issues of the hotel are quite troublesome. It would be quite troublesome if you accidentally contracted any skin disease or if there were any miniature cameras in the hotel. More than 10 minutes later, the secret realm was opened, and a large team of more than 300 people entered the Bermuda Valley. The environment of the entire Bermuda Valley is quite good. At a glance, you can see vibrant green everywhere, accompanied by green mountains and green waters, which is pleasing to the eyes and refreshing. Yi Chen's mind moved, and then the main battle tank appeared on the spot. Next, Yi Chen said, "Qingning, do you want to take a tank or an armed helicopter?" Su Qingning said directly, "Let's take the tank, it's safer." Although the armed helicopters can fly, there are many monsters with flying abilities in the secret realm, and their numbers are extremely large. The defense of the armed helicopters is not high, so the risk is quite high. The Type 99, a main battle tank, is completely different. At this stage, no monster can break through its defensive capabilities. It can be said to be an absolute defense. The Type 99, a main battle tank, like an armed helicopter, has 2 seating positions, one for the main driver and the other for the co-pilot. Then, Yi Chen and Su Qingning got on the main battle tank together. As for the other members of the Double Wings team, they followed behind Yi Chen's main battle tank. Although they couldn't sit in the main battle tank, they still felt safe with such a big guy blocking their way. Chapter 1:21 Bermuda Valley. Afterwards, an armed helicopter also appeared, gradually climbing in altitude, and finally reaching an altitude of about 1,000 meters, patrolling in the air. The 2 mounting points of the armed helicopter were also hung with rocket launchers and flamethrowers. As for the ground, The brown light machine gun and the M134 rapid-fire heavy machine gun are located on the left and right of the heavy tank respectively. Yi Chun has entered a complete combat state. Once a monster appears, he can immediately open fire at full power. Hundreds of people appeared in the Bermuda Valley at once. Such a strong human presence naturally attracted the monsters in the Bermuda Valley. A large group of densely packed monsters were moving through the forest valley, and Yi Chun could clearly see the appearance of these monsters. Leading these monsters are the magnetic giants. They're made entirely of huge stones and are tall. Although they're not fast, their defense should be excellent. The magnet giant was the vanguard, walking in the front. Behind the magnet giant were 3 or 4 kinds of mixed monsters. Among them are a sturdy white ape monster, a ferocious monster with a fierce face, and a fat pig snake. Among them, the hog snakes are special. They are actually snakes, but because their bodies are too short and fat, they look like pigs, round and plump. The whole body shape is like a gasoline barrel, about 2 meters long, but the body diameter is as full as 1 meter. They really look more like pigs than snakes. After these monsters appeared within Yi Chun's shooting range, Yi Chun directly controlled all the weapons and fired at these monsters at the same time. Yi Chun's tank main gun now has a range of 2 kilometers, and the range of the heavy machine gun is 1.5 kilometers, which are not imaginable for other 5th-level professions. Therefore, other professionals have not even confirmed the type of monster, and Yi Chun has already started to output with all his strength. Boom, boom, boom. Da-da-da-da-da. The sound of smoothbore cannons firing and exploding, along with the sound of heavy machine guns firing, continued to ring out. Those magnetic giants could not withstand the explosion of smoothbore cannons. Even the strafing of heavy machine guns was enough to make them unable to withstand it. They were soon beaten into a pile of rubble. The magnetic giants have fallen, and the other monsters are naturally no match for Yi Chun's firepower. The white ape was bombarded by artillery fire and strafed by heavy machine guns, and the white hair on its body was stained red with blood. The ferocious monster was also shot into a sieve by the heavy machine guns. As for the pig snake, because of its fat and heavy body, it was even more of a living target, and it was soon beaten into a pile of rotten meat. As for light machine guns, rocket launchers, and other weapons, they are of no use at this moment. Because these monsters could not break through these 2 lines of firepower and approached Yi Chun within 1 kilometer. Except for the tank main gun and heavy machine gun, the range of Yi Chun's other weapons did not exceed 1 kilometer, so they were useless. Yi Chun's other weapons were useless, not to mention the others. They couldn't even touch the monster's hair before they were smashed to pieces by Yi Chun. All they could see were corpses on the ground. Is this the value of the strongest mid-level? Aren't large secret realms famous for having many monsters? How come I can't even see any monster hair? He has long been out of the strongest category of the mid-level, okay? He blasted the 8th-level druid to pieces. Have you forgotten? With a strength comparable to that of the 9th level, wouldn't it be a crushing blow to come to a large-scale secret realm of the middle level? This is the first time I've discovered that a large secret realm can be so boring. All I have to do is watch people fight monsters. When Yi Chun wants to enter a large secret realm in the future, I have to wait there in advance. It's too safe to follow Yi Chun. Yi Chun's firepower was too fierce and completely stole everyone's limelight. However, no one blamed Yi Chun. Instead, they were thankful. After all, many people enter large secret realms not because they are willing, but because they are forced to do so. They are not strong enough and are in danger in a large secret realm. Now that Yi Chun is here, the original crisis has instantly turned into a joke. They are naturally very happy, so how could they possibly blame Yi Chun? As for gaining experience and increasing levels in the secret realm, you could just fight monsters next time. For most ordinary people, time is not that precious. The sound of Yi Chun's artillery fire was very loud, and gradually, a large number of monsters in the Bermuda Valley were attracted. The number of monsters became more and more dense, and the types became more and more colorful. They gathered from all directions and rushed towards the group of professionals. Although Yi Chun's weapon has fierce firepower, the coverage range of thermal weapons can only cover 180 degrees in front. Therefore, the monsters in the back gradually broke through the range of 1 kilometer and gradually approached a group of combat professionals. When they reached a range of 1 kilometer, The rocket launchers mounted on the armed helicopters and the light machine guns that had been ready for a long time finally came in handy. However, the combination of a rocket launcher and a light machine gun is far less powerful than the combination of a heavy machine gun and a tank main gun. Therefore, although the firepower covers the entire area, it is unable to completely strangle these monsters. Therefore, this group of monsters finally came into close combat with other combat professionals who entered the secret realm. However, under Yi Chen's firepower coverage, only about 30% of the monsters were able to appear in front of everyone alive. Therefore, the number of monsters faced by a group of combat professionals is much smaller than at other times. Instead of feeling any pressure, everyone felt the need to grab monsters. After all, these monsters are not only small in number, but also have suffered some injuries under Yi Chen's intensive firepower coverage and are not in good condition. Therefore, for these monsters, it is a case of if you are quick, you will get something. If you're slow, you will have nothing. Those who are quick and lucky can snatch the heads of a few monsters, while those who are slow and unlucky will have no chance at all. 20 minutes later, the first batch of monsters in the Bermuda Valley were basically wiped out. The ground was littered with monster corpses. Among these monster corpses, there were 7 or 8 pieces of equipment emitting yellow light, and 1 piece of equipment emitting blue light. The 4 kinds of light, yellow, blue, red, and purple, represent ordinary, elite, epic, and legendary equipment, respectively. Yi Chen's luck was pretty good today, as he got 8 pieces of ordinary equipment and 1 piece of elite equipment. Ordinary equipment is of low value, and Yi Chen does not have enough space to store these low-value equipment, so he only collected those elite equipment, and as for those ordinary equipment, he simply gave up. When everyone saw that Yi Chen had no interest in ordinary equipment, they immediately rushed forward and quickly divided up all the ordinary equipment. Although it is just ordinary equipment, the explosion rate of equipment is not high in this world. Today, in the Bermuda Valley, the first wave of monsters numbered at least several thousand. With good luck, only 7 or 8 ordinary equipment dropped. This shows how low the drop rate is under normal circumstances. Even ordinary equipment has good value. It is very good whether it is your own equipment or selling it. Chapter 1:22 Battle. Bermuda Valley is a mid-level secret realm, and is not a problem to sell an ordinary mid-level equipment for 7 or 8,000. Some people may think that it is too easy for combat professionals to make money. In fact, it is just easier for Yi Chen. His efficiency in killing monsters was so high, coupled with his terrifying strength, so the process was basically safe. In fact, the number of monsters that Yi Chen cleared in that wave, just now, was almost as many as the number of monsters killed by others in a month. If it were someone else, they would have to work hard for a month and take certain risks to kill so many monsters, and then have a chance to get 1 or 2 ordinary equipment. This ordinary piece of equipment is only worth a few thousand yuan. In fact, the money is not that easy to make. It's just that Yi Chen's strength is too strong, which completely destroys the balance of professions. Afterwards, the group went deep into the Bermuda Valley. The Bermuda Valley was very large, and these monsters were entrenched in different areas. The previous wave only cleared the monsters in one area of the Bermuda Valley, and there would be more to fight later. However, because everyone was too relaxed after clearing the monsters in this area, they did not rest this time and went directly to the next area. Yi Chen's unlimited firepower was still cooling down, so he could only attack normally. Even without unlimited firepower, Yi Chen's destructive power is that of a genuine 9th-level professional. Although the firepower was not as oppressive as before, the main battle tank's main gun, heavy machine gun, rocket launcher, light machine gun, and flamethrower took turns to fire at the Xie group of monsters, still forming a powerful firepower coverage network. Although Yi Chen could not clear out half of the monsters by himself like before, the number of monsters that died at his hands was still about 1/3. But for everyone, after this wave of monsters rushed over, the pressure was much greater than before. There was no need for everyone to fight over the monsters anymore, and everyone used various skills to fight the monsters. Seeing this, Yi Chen, also driving a main battle tank, said to Su Qingning, "Qingning, I'm going to take you to play bumper cars today." Su Qingning was stunned for a moment. Bumper cars? How to spray? Yi Chen smiled and said, "You will know it soon." Then, he controlled the Type 99, a main battle tank, and rushed directly towards the pile of monsters. Since the unlimited firepower is gone, just drive the main battle tank and charge directly. The main battle tank rushed into the pile of monsters. Several magnetic giants rushed towards the main battle tank and smashed the armor of the main battle tank with their huge fists. However, how could stone be stronger than steel? How could a level 5 monster break through the defense of a level 9 tank? The magnetic giant's fist landed on the armor of the main battle tank, which instantly shattered and scattered all over the ground. Afterwards, Yi Chun controlled the main battle tank and slammed it hard into the body of the magnetic giant. In an instant, the magnetic giant was knocked to the ground by the main battle tank, weighing more than 50 tons, and then ran over them. This is because the magnet giant is heavy and can pose a certain resistance to the main battle tank. As for other types of monsters, they are directly knocked away and crushed by the main battle tank. This process can be said to be quite relaxing. Su Qingning can clearly see this process through the observation room of the tank. One monster after another was knocked away by the main battle tank's reckless charge. The monsters' attack formations are destroyed by the main battle tank, but their attacks could not break through the main battle tank's defense at all. The difference in rank is there. The main battle tank is the main weapon of the 9th level mechanic. Even if the 9th level mechanic is not strong, it is only compared with other 9th level professions. And if it is a case of high rank against low rank, let alone facing a group of 5th rank monsters, even facing an 8th rank opponent, the defense of the main battle tank would be quite tricky. Yi Chun drove the main battle tank recklessly while alternating between his primary and secondary weapons, firing indiscriminately at the group of monsters. Although the efficiency of killing monsters in this process is not as good as when there is unlimited firepower, it also greatly disrupts the enemy's formation, attracts a large amount of hatred for monsters, and reduces the pressure on other people in the entire legion. Everyone looked at Yi Chun charging into the monster group with envy. Everyone's attention was focused on Yi Chen's firepower before, but now I realize that the defense power of Yi Chen's latest unlocked equipment is simply invincible. That magnetic giant is famous for its great strength and high defense. But in front of Yi Chen's main battle tank, it is like paper. The defensive power of this main battle tank is probably comparable to that of an 8th or 9th rank heavy armored knight. It's too powerful. I'm looking forward to other mechanics growing up. If there are more weapons like main battle tanks, 10 or even 20 of them, they will be formed in parallel and then fire the monster group. Just thinking about the scene is very shocking. Yes, perhaps this is the future development direction of the mechanics. From the perspective of a 9th level professional, although the firepower of the mechanics is strong, it is still weaker than other 9th level professions. But once the mechanics fight in groups of dozens or hundreds, the effect they can cause cannot be compared with other professions. What you're talking about is the characteristic of long-range physical professions, right? After reaching the middle and high levels, archers form groups and shoot thousands of arrows at the enemy targets at the same time. The effect is not inferior to that of the mechanic army, especially in high-level secret realms. If there is a high-level archer team, the pressure in the secret realm will be greatly relieved. It is precisely because archers are indispensable in high-level secret realms that they are also listed among the top 10 popular professions. Yes, however, the position of archers in the future is very likely to no longer be stable. Mechanics with late-stage weapon systems should have potential that is no less than that of archers. Inside the main battle tank, Yi Chun and Su Qingning changed the way they played from bumper cars to bowling. Yi Chun adjusted the angle and charged at the group of monsters. The monsters in the secret realm immediately scattered and flew in all directions. If all of them could be knocked down, he would get full marks. If one or two of them slipped through the net and were still standing there, he would lose points. An hour passed quickly, and the monsters in the area were cleared out. Although the entire legion was injured, they were not dead. However, without unlimited firepower, the speed of clearing monsters is indeed much slower, and the time has doubled compared to the first area. The entire legion is also preparing to rest. Without Yi Chen's unlimited firepower, he will not be able to absolutely suppress the monsters, so they will have to put in a lot of effort. Yi Chen was not in a hurry. He and Su Qingning left the main battle tank, came out to breathe some fresh air and enjoy the beautiful scenery of the Bermuda Valley. The entire Bermuda Valley has mountains, rivers, canyons, and dense forests. If it weren't for the many monsters lurking here, it would be a tourist destination that would make people feel relaxed and happy. Chapter 123, Thunder Eagle. Half an hour later, The Legion set out again and headed for the next area. Yi Chun and Su Qingning also returned to the tank cockpit. Rumble, the tanks were driving in the front, and the other members of the winged flying squad were sitting behind the tank's gun barrel. As for the other hundreds of legions, they followed the flanks and rear of the tanks, looking very powerful. Yi Chun didn't need to say anything. He was already the undisputed core of the entire legion. Everyone unconsciously cooperated with Yi Chun's actions. This was the influence of strength. At the third monster stronghold in the Bermuda Valley, because Yi Chun had unlimited firepower, this time the firepower coverage formed an absolute suppression on the monsters, and the monster killing efficiency also returned to the beginning. In just 25 minutes, the monsters in this stronghold were completely cleared. The 4th, 5th, 6th, Yi Chun's unlimited firepower is sometimes activated and sometimes on cooling down. If the infinite firepower is turned on, it will be like a whirlwind of destruction, like autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. If the infinite firepower is cooling down, the main battle tank will rush into the pile of monsters, rampaging around, and cooperate with others to harvest these monsters. As time goes by, everyone's energy gradually decreases, so the progress slows down and the rest time becomes longer and longer. By the time the group arrived at the last stronghold in Bermuda Valley, it was 3 days later. At this moment, there was an expression of fatigue that was difficult to conceal on the faces of everyone in the Legion. Even Yi Chun and Su Qingning were no exception. After all, being in a secret place, there's no way to have a good rest. Although the inside of the tank is absolutely safe, the space is limited and you are restricted, so you also cannot have a good rest. Yi Chun and Su Qingning have decided that after this secret realm trip is over, they will go back to the dormitory and sleep for a day and a night. Yi Chun's original plan of buying a house and then living together with Su Qingning was temporarily put on hold. He was really a little tired. Fortunately, the exploration of the Bermuda Valley finally reached the last stronghold. Yi Chun directly controlled the main battle tank and fired at the last stronghold. Accompanied by a loud explosion, a large group of monsters were awakened. Hundreds of flying monsters soared into the sky, making sharp cries, and then rushed towards the Legion. Seeing this, Yi Chun fired directly at these flying monsters. This flying monster, called Thunder Eagle, can be considered an elite monster in the Bermuda Valley. The Thunder Eagle is dark purple all over, has a huge body, and a span of more than 3 meters. It flies very fast. At the same time, since their name contains the word thunder, they naturally have the ability to control thunder and lightning. They use their super high maneuverability and flexibility to get close to their opponents, and then when they attack with their sharp claws, lightning will be attached to their claws. Being hit by the Thunder Eagle's sharp claws will not only pierce the intestines and stomach, but the lightning attached to the Thunder Eagle will also directly paralyze the target, making the target's body stiff and unresponsive, which is quite tricky. When Yi Chun saw the group of Thunder Eagles in the sky, he immediately started to shoot accurately, using his mind to control many weapons and fired at the group of Thunder Eagles. With the blessing of 100% accuracy, the bullets from Yi Chun's many weapons fell on the group of Thunder Eagles. Although the Thunder Eagles are swift, they cannot escape the curse of 100% accuracy. They let out mournful cries and then were knocked to the ground. At this moment, in the Bermuda Valley, a huge Thunder Eagle soared into the sky. Seeing its fellow eagles being shot down in large numbers, it looked at the location of the main battle tank with an angry face. Then, this huge Thunder Eagle rushed directly towards the main battle tank. The main battle tank fired at the Thunder Eagle, but the next second, the huge Thunder Eagle turned into a purple lightning, passed through the shell, and continued to bombard the main battle tank. At this time, someone shouted, "Yi Chun, be careful. That is a mutant Thunder Eagle King. It has the ability to transform into thunder for a short period of time. When it transforms into thunder, it is immune to physical attacks." This guy looks a bit fierce. He is immune to physical attacks. Doesn't that mean Yi Chun's attacks will have no effect? Yes. Although Yi Chun has a flame gun, its range and lethality are limited. With his own improvement and the improvement of his opponent's strength, his flame gun can no longer keep up. At this moment, the thunder incarnated by the Thunder Eagle quickly approached Yi Chun, and then a heavy sound came from the top of Yi Chun's main battle tank. The Thunder Eagle King had actually reached the top of the main battle tank, with its head raised high and a strange cry coming from its beak. Next, there were lightning and thunder in the sky. The lightning gathered towards the position of the Thunder Eagle King, and then formed a lightning ball the size of a basketball in the mouth of the Thunder Eagle King. Then, the Thunder Eagle King controlled the lightning ball and smashed it hard on the armor of the main battle tank. As for the Thunder Eagle King, he turned into thunder again and soared into the sky. It wants to see whether the iron lump of human beings can withstand this terrifying thunder strike. At this time, the people watching the battle were also a little panicked. Will Yi-chun be in trouble? This Thunder Eagle King's attack looks very powerful. It shouldn't be that serious, right? Although the Thunder Eagle King is a mutant boss, his strength is at most level 7. How could he threaten Yi-chun? Although Yi-chun's firepower is fierce, the Thunder Eagle King has physical immunity, and Yi-chun may not be able to withstand the Thunder Eagle King's thunder attack. Don't forget that iron is conductive. This is terrible. Could something really happen to Yi-chun? He is the hope of the younger generation of our great Xia. At this moment, the lightning ball collided with the armor of the main battle tank, emitting a dazzling white light. Everyone stared at the position of the main battle tank, fearing that Yi-chun, the main battle tank, would really be struck to death by lightning. But in fact, inside the main battle tank, Yi-chun didn't even lose a hair. He said directly, "Want to electrocute me? Are you kidding?" Then, he controlled the main battle tank and continued to fire, blasting a large group of Thunder Eagles, causing their feathers to fly and blood and flesh to splatter. The defense of the main battle tank is no joke. It not only has terrifying physical defense, but also has excellent spell resistance. The physical defense of a main battle tank is equivalent to that of 1,000 millimeters of homogeneous steel plate, but this does not mean that the main battle tank is composed entirely of steel plates. In fact, the armor of the main battle tank is a multi-layer composite armor. In addition to having high-strength alloys that can withstand various bombings, it also has a heat insulation layer and a ceramic insulation layer inside the armor. The thermal insulation layer can isolate heat to a large extent, which means that its flame resistance is also extremely high, while the ceramic insulation layer has extremely strong resistance to lightning attacks. Although the main battle tank spell resistance is not comprehensive, it has extremely high resistance to damage from lightning and fire. It can be said that even a 9th order thunder and fire spell attack on the armor of a main battle tank would have very limited effect, not to mention a mere Thunder Eagle King. Chapter 124, Who is the Boss? Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Yi-chun's main battle tank and other firepower opening fire after the lightning ball exploded. It seems that Yi-chun's main battle tank seems to have a high resistance to magic, and Yi-chun seems to be unharmed. Is the physical and magical resistance so outrageous? This main battle tank seems to have a defense comparable to that of a heavy knight. I thought Yi-chun was going to fail. It seems that we underestimated this strongest mid-level player in history. In the sky, Thunder Eagle King also discovered that this lump of iron was actually of no use at all. This made the Thunder Eagle King quite angry. Although he was in the form of a Thunder Eagle and couldn't speak, he knew that these iron lumps were most afraid of electricity. Why wasn't this guy afraid? Afterwards, the Thunder Eagle King switched to Thunder form again and dived towards the main battle tank. Then, the Thunder Eagle King landed on the main battle tank again, and then his body turned from virtual to real, from a thunder form to a flesh and blood body. However, the next moment when its body turned from virtual to real, the M134 rapid-fire heavy machine gun suddenly turned its muzzle and began firing at the Thunder Eagle King. Da-da-da-da. The M134 rapid-fire heavy machine gun can fire up to 3,000 rounds per minute and can fire a full 50 rounds per second. The Thunder Eagle King had just transformed from virtual to real, and it had no time to transform into a body of thunder again. This moment was too short, less than a second, and it was bombarded by more than 40 bullets from the 134 heavy machine gun. Its body was directly pierced, and its health bar was emptied instantly. And at the location of the Thunder Eagle King's body, an equipment emitting red light appeared there. When everyone saw this, they all showed surprise in their eyes. The Thunder Eagle King was killed in just 1 second? Isn't this death too quick? Don't forget, the Thunder Eagle King itself is not qualified to fight Yi-chun. It is just the incarnation of thunder, which is immune to physical attacks, so it can deal with Yi-chun. Yes. However, even in the Thunder Eagle King's incarnation state, it was unable to attack. It approached the main battle tank, trying to turn the virtual into the real and attack the main battle tank's gun barrel. Unfortunately, Yi-chun was too fast and directly let the heavy machine gun fire. Everyone thinks that the main battle tank is capable of both offense and defense, and has invincible firepower. But don't forget that this heavy machine gun is a weapon that Yi Chun unlocked only at level 5. It is equivalent to an 8th level weapon for ordinary mechanics. It would be strange if the Thunder Eagle King could withstand it. Now that you mention it, the Thunder Eagle King is really pitiful. Why do I have the illusion that Yi Chun is more like a boss than the Thunder Eagle King himself? You are not having an illusion. Yi Chun is indeed more like a boss than the Thunder Eagle King. Apart from anything else, in this Bermuda Valley, if other people join forces to besiege Yi Chun, I am afraid that the final result will be that they will all be killed by Yi Chun. Yes, first of all, they can't break the defense of the main battle tank. They can only passively take the beating, and under these firepower, thousands of monsters were blown into slag just now. How long can hundreds of combat professionals hold on? Fortunately, he is a genius of our human race and not an enemy. Otherwise, among people of the same level, I really don't know how to defeat him. By the way, Yi Chun is not only strong, but also lucky. He actually got an epic. This is normal. With Yi Chun's strength, he has killed more than one boss. He has only just defeated an epic item now, which can only be considered average. At this moment, Zhang Lin took action and helped Yi Chun collect the epic equipment. Yi Chun and Su Qingning were inside the main battle tank, and it was inconvenient for them to come out to pick up equipment, so these tasks were naturally done by other members of the Double Wings team. After all, the entire team has benefited a lot from following Yi Chun and Su Qingning. They can't help much in other aspects, so they can only do some insignificant things. After the Thunder Eagle King was killed, the exploration of the secret realm of Bermuda Valley finally came to an end, and everyone left the secret realm one after another. The double-wing flying team was no exception. Yi Chun and Su Qingning were also very tired. After leaving the secret realm, they immediately returned to the dormitory to rest. After all, there were only 2 days and 1 night left before the Battle King Championship, so they had to adjust their condition. I slept until the next afternoon and felt refreshed and energetic. Then he took out the epic equipment he had obtained in Bermuda Valley and checked it. Thunder Eagle Shield. Quality, epic. Required level, 55. Attributes, block plus 80. Effect, lightning strike. When you take physical damage, there is a 25% chance of causing lightning damage to the enemy. Thunder Shield. When you are hit by spell damage, the thunder will turn into a shield, reducing 20% of the damage. Thunderfall. Summon a bolt of lightning to attack the enemy, dealing 800 plus 10 points of intelligence damage to a 10 by 10 area. Cooldown time, 120 seconds. This Thunder Shield is of the same quality and level as the Snow Mountain Shield that Yi Chun had won from Chun Aoshire before, but the focus is different. Both have high blocking values, which is also the most important attribute of shield equipment. In addition to these, there are 3 effects. The Snow Mountain Shield has better defensive capabilities, while the Thunder Eagle Shield is both offensive and defensive. It not only has the counterattack effect of Lightning Strike, but also the active output skill of Thunderfall. After a brief thought, Yi Chun decided to leave the Thunder Eagle Shield to Su Qingning. Su Qingning is a doctor. Although she has poison attribute attacks, the damage is still lacking. The damage of Lei Luo's skill is not low, which can improve Qingning's output ability and is very suitable for her. Afterwards, Yi Chun contacted the Tong brothers and Zhao Ruyan separately, asking them to come to Jingyao to meet him tomorrow morning to prepare for this Battle King competition. The next morning, in the Jingyao training room, Yi Chun's team members were completely reunited. As soon as they met, Zhao Ruyan and the Tong brothers looked at Su Qingning in surprise. I only heard the Tong brothers say, "Su Qingning, how come you have changed so much in just a few days?" Su Qingning said directly, "Girls change a lot when they grow up. Isn't this normal?" Zhao Ruyan shook her head. "No, this is not normal. Why haven't I changed so much?" Su Qingning listened and said, "Maybe it's because you don't have a boyfriend?" Zhao Ruyan. Chapter 125, Illusionist. Yi Chun said, "Time is running out. We will be heading to Mo City with Principal Ding in 2 hours. Before that, why don't we show off our abilities? By the way, the use of equipment is not allowed in this King of War tournament." The Tong brothers said directly, "You should all be familiar with me. I have both the tankiness of a heavy fighter and the burst of an assassin. I have all the points added to my agility. My grandfather thinks I am invincible, but it's a pity that I am often defeated." As the Tong brothers spoke, they looked at Yi Chun and Zhao Ruyan with resentment. He had two souls in one body, dual professions and double points, but he was completely crushed by Yi Chun. He still admired Yi Chun very much. As for Zhao Ruyan, although the Tong brothers lost, they were unwilling to accept the defeat. He believed that he could get back at the throne sooner or later. After the Tong brothers finished speaking, he sneaked at an extremely fast speed, his body flashing in the training room, showing his extremely strong strength. Yi Chun said, "Everyone knows me well. I am a 5th-level mechanic who has unlocked a 9th-level main battle tank. When I drive a tank, I should have no rivals in the middle level." Then, Su Qingning said, "I am Yi Chun's girlfriend, and I am a doctor by profession. Compared with my boyfriend, I am a little ordinary, but I will fulfill my duties as a doctor and protect everyone." When Zhao Ruyan heard what Su Qingning said, she glanced at the peaks on Su Qingning's chest and muttered, "Is this ordinary? It's not ordinary at all, okay." Before this, Zhao Ruyan still had some thoughts about Yi Chun. Even though Yi Chun had firmly stated that Su Qingning was the only one in his heart, she did not give up completely, but just turned from being open to being covert. After all, in her opinion, there is no man who doesn't cheat. She had also seen Su Qingning. Although she was also very pretty, she was too young. She felt that she had hope. However, when she met Su Qingning again this time, all her unrealistic thoughts were completely dispelled. The Su Qingning in front of her was simply perfect, with a well-proportioned figure, curvy figure, delicate and beautiful appearance, charming and noble temperament. She was definitely a peerless beauty. She didn't think she was qualified to compete with Su Qingning in front of her for a man. Thinking about it, Zhao Ruyan said, "I am a telepathic master. Because I have awakened my telekinesis strength is much stronger than other telepathic masters of the same level. In our team, only Yi Chun can suppress me." Finally, a tall girl beside Zhao Ruyan spoke up. "I'm Xiao Lan, Ruyan's good sister. My profession is an illusionist. I can create all kinds of illusions to make it difficult for the opponent to distinguish between reality and illusion. My main ability is reflected in group combat." At this time, the Tong brothers asked, "How strong is your illusion? How about showing it off?" Xiao Lan said directly, "No problem." Then, a green staff appeared in Xiao Lan's hand, and he began to mutter something. The next second, everyone felt the sound of birds singing and flowers blooming before their eyes. They were originally in the training room, but now they appeared in a dense primeval forest. Not only that, everyone can also smell the fragrance of grass and trees and hear the chirping of birds and insects. Their vision, smell, and hearing have all been deceived. Of course, Yi Chun's expression didn't change much at this moment. He was immune to mind control, and the illusionist skills were also a type of mind control. At this time, the Tong brothers reached out to touch a big tree, but his hand passed through the tree and touched the air. Seeing this, Xiao Lan said, "My illusion level can only deceive your vision, smell, and hearing. I cannot deceive your sense of touch and taste at the moment." The Tong brothers asked, "Then the enemy can break this illusion just by touching it with their hands?" Xiao Lan explained, "That's true. Illusionists are not suitable for one-on-one combat because the damage of an illusionist is limited. At the same time, if the enemy has enough time, they can gradually discover the flaws in the illusion and then leave it. However, in a group fight, the illusionist has teammates who can take advantage of the opponent's senses being affected by the illusion and seize the opportunity to attack. The enemy cannot distinguish between the illusion and reality, or even between friend and foe, and can only face defeat." Xiao Lan was also working hard to explain the abilities of the illusionist. She knew that with a team of this standard today, she herself had no special qualities and was not qualified to join. It was only because she was Zhao Ruyan's friend that she had this opportunity, so she had to perform well. Although Su Qingning is just a supporting role, she is the girlfriend of Yi Chun, the strongest mid-level man in history, and no one dares to have any objections to her. After hearing what Xiao Lan said, the Tong brothers said, "These 10 most popular professions are really not simple. It's a pity that my 2 professions are ordinary professions, otherwise I can be even stronger." Yi Chun said, "The ability of the illusionist is indeed very strong, but it should be restrained, right?" Xiao Lan nodded and said, "That's right. The biggest nemesis of the illusionist is the physician. The physician's group control release skill, Heart Guard, is specifically designed to counter illusions. As long as the heart guard's level is not lower than my illusion level, the illusion can be removed instantly. After listening to what Xiaolan said, Yi-chan said, "That's not bad. Not all teams are equipped with doctors. Physicians possess multiple enhancement and auxiliary abilities and are one of the top 10 most popular professions. However, there are as many as 10 popular professions, and in this War King Championship, a team will have a maximum of 5 people. Therefore, many teams will not be equipped with doctors, but will try to maximize the output of their own team. Xiaolan still plays a very important role." Zhao Rian said, "I don't know if we will meet that soul shaman again this time. If we do, let's see who can control whom." After hearing what Zhao Rian said, Xiaolan said, "I'm also curious about how strong this soul shaman who even defeated you is." Xiaolan and Zhao Rian had naturally fought each other before. In a one-on-one match, Xiaolan was no match for Zhao Rian. In a 5-on-5 match, Xiaolan also lost. Xiaolan can create illusions to interfere with Zhao Rian's vision, smell, and hearing. Zhao Rian's method is also very simple. She uses telekinesis to fully activate and knock over all the enemies and friends around her, knocking them off the stage. In the end, she is the only one left on the stage. The winner is naturally Zhao Rian. After the 5 people became familiar with each other's abilities, they went to see Ding Sheng together. When Ding Sheng saw Yi Chun and the other 5 people, he said, "Yi Chun, don't you have any substitutes in your team?" Yi Chun listened and said, "It shouldn't be necessary, right? The War King contest is equipped with high-level doctors, and even the most serious injuries can be healed." Ding Sheng frowned after hearing this and said, "It's my fault for not explaining it to you clearly. On the surface, substitutes are the ones who play when regular players are injured. But in fact, in the King of War tournament, substitutes and regular players have the same priority. The main role of substitutes is to make up for the lineup." "You mean there are 6 people in the team? When facing different local lineups, we can select the most suitable 5 from the 6 to increase the chance of winning." Ding Sheng nodded and said, "Yes, although your strength is invincible, but with an excellent substitute and the ability to adjust the lineup at the critical moment, wouldn't the chances of winning be greater?" Yi Chen listened and said, "It's too late to find someone now, so let's just do it. No matter what the opponent's lineup is, I will destroy them with one shot." Chapter 126 Sequence. Seeing Yi Chen's firm attitude, Ding Sheng said, "Since you are so determined, then let's do this. By the way, there are 3 teams from the intermediate division representing Daxia in this Battle King contest, and your team is in the 2nd sequence." After hearing what Ding Sheng said, Yi Chen's expression changed slightly, and he asked, "2nd sequence? Then who are the 1st and 3rd sequence?" Ding Sheng explained, "The 1st sequence is a team formed by several families in Daxia. They have been preparing for this battle for many years. Every member of the team is at the peak of level 6, which means they have been stuck at level 59 for more than 5 years. Their growth in all aspects has reached an extreme level, and every member of the team is over 30 years old. Individually, they may not be your opponents, but their overall strength rating is slightly higher than your Green Lime team, so they rank 1st. As for the 3rd sequence, they are talents trained by major universities. They are outstanding graduates selected by major universities. All of them are at level 6, with levels ranging from 55 to 59. Their ranks are higher than yours, but there are too many monsters in your team, the strongest in the middle rank, with 2 souls and 1 body and innate telekinesis. These bonuses make your score much higher than theirs." After hearing what Ding Sheng said, Yi Chan asked curiously, "Are the talents cultivated by colleges and universities not as good as those cultivated by aristocratic families?" Ding Sheng said, "The nature is different. Students trained by colleges and universities enter the society after graduation and have their own development. 10 years after graduation, who will still keep in touch with their alma mater. Even if these people will have outstanding abilities in the future, they will not have the label of a famous school. For example, your father-in-law Su Jian. Everyone knows that he is a famous swordsman, but how many people know which university he attended? But it is different for aristocratic families. Once you enter an aristocratic family, you will have the label of the family for life. While the aristocratic family provides them with resources for growth, it also puts a rein around their necks, requiring them to follow the route arranged by the aristocratic family. If they're asked to get stuck at a certain level, they will get stuck at that level. If this 1st series team cultivated by the aristocratic family is efficient, the members of this team, Those with less developed members may be at the 7th level, and those with better developed members may be at the 8th or even 9th level. Their strengths vary, and they cannot be as invincible as the teams trained by the aristocratic families, but their contribution to society is greater. Yi-chun is very aware of this. The higher the level, the greater the pressure in the secret realm. Therefore, this society is in short supply of high-level combat professionals. Colleges and universities are more concerned about the overall situation than aristocratic families, so they're less likely to encourage students to hold back on grades. Although aristocratic families are also willing to shed blood for the country, their vision may be a little worse than that of colleges and universities. Yi-chun nodded slightly and said, "Anyway, I don't have a good impression of aristocratic families. I still remember that Jin Wugo from last time." Ding Sheng said, "Jin Wuguwei is not eligible to participate in this Battle King competition. The one who will participate is Jin Wuguwei's cousin, Jin Wudi." Yi-chun listened and said, "I seem to have heard of this name." Ding Sheng explained, "Jin Wudi defeated an invincible opponent at the 6th level 5 years ago, and then disappeared. I thought he had already broken through, but I didn't expect him to still stay at the 6th level. I estimate that after this Battle King contest, he will break through." Yi-chun listened and said, "What's the point of him staying at the 6th level for so long? Can he continue to improve himself?" Ding Sheng nodded and said, "Indeed, I even asked someone to find out about this. He has not been idle at all in the past 5 years. What he has done in the past 5 years should be similar to what the other members of his team have done. That is why the top management ranked him first in the team sequence." Yi-chun asked curiously, "Then how do they continue to improve?" Ding Sheng directly turned on the projector in the office, and then a picture appeared on it. A burly middle-aged man was fighting monsters with a snake-like pet. Then Ding Sheng said, "First, we need to train a pet with outstanding strength. This is Jin Wudi's pet, an epic-quality Ming snake. After 5 years of fighting monsters and upgrading, the Ming snake cub has grown up and can take charge on its own. Each member of their team has a pet like this. This War King contest no longer allows equipment competitions, but pets that have recognized their owners can participate in the battle. Secondly, look, what is he doing?" The group looked at the screen and saw cold wind and heavy snow all around, but Jin Wudi was standing naked in the snow. The next scene changes, and Jin Wudi is sitting on a chair again, and his body is shaking constantly with a ferocious expression. The scene changes again. It is a hot summer day. Jin Wudi is wearing a thick cotton coat, sweating all over, but he is still eating chili peppers. Xiaolan was a keen observer, and she was the first to speak. "Is Jin Wudi honing his resistance?" Ding Sheng nodded and said, "That's right. The main way for combat professionals to improve is to level up, but there are other ways. Take Zhao Ruyan as an example. She was born with awakened telekinesis, and now her telekinesis directly crushes telepaths of the same level. This Jin Wudi is improving his resistance through the torture of the external environment. He is naked in the bitter cold winter to train his resistance to ice, receives electric shocks on the electric chair to improve his resistance to lightning, and wears cotton clothes and eats chili peppers in the hot summer to improve his resistance to fire. He has been doing this kind of training for several years. Every resistance he has trained reduces the damage to him by at least 30%. Isn't this a kind of strength improvement?" Yi-chun looked at Jin Wudi in the picture and said sincerely, "I admire this man a little bit now. His will is really outstanding." Xiaolan also said, "Yes. After such training, his will should be very strong. My illusion should have no effect on him." Ding Sheng said, "Qingning, I remember you also have a pet. What level is it now?" Su Qingning heard this and said a little embarrassedly, "Level 16. Su Qingning's pet is the Bifong bird, an epic pet with the innate fire element. It is good at fire attacks and has good potential. It's just that she has never specifically taken Bifong to level up, and Bifong's growth rate is average, far from full growth." Ding Sheng smiled and said, "So you understand why Jin Wudi's team was ranked first in the sequence, right? There are 5 people like Jin Wudi in their team, including substitutes." Chapter 127, Invincible Gold. Su Qingning said, "They are indeed very powerful, but our team will not lose. My Yi-chun is invincible." Ding Sheng said directly, "I hope so too. Okay, let's go." Speaking of which, Ding Sheng also benefited from Yi-chun. In previous competitions, such as the War King contest, the team leaders were all principals of Shuemu's level. This time, because of Yi-chun, Ding Sheng also became one of the team members, and the group took the teleportation array to Mo City. Because the King of War Championship was held in Mo City, the Mo City officials attached great importance to it and made sufficient preparations in advance. They not only widened the roads and increased greening, but also paid attention to cleanliness and sanitation. They were afraid that foreigners would come and think that the city of Daxia was dirty and messy, which would bring shame to Daxia. Thanks to sufficient preparation, the streets of the entire Mo City are clean, orderly, and well-greened, making people feel that this place is very livable. Soon, the 3 teams from Daxia participating in the competition gathered together. There are 3 teams representing 3 age groups. The team representing the aristocratic families is named Family, Country, and the World, and their average age is in their 30s. The team representing college graduates is called Fenghua Zhengmo, and their average age is 25. The last team is the Green Lemon team, which represents the geniuses of the younger generation with an average age of 19. Jin Wudi is the captain of the Family, Country, and the World team. He has a strong build and golden skin, and he looks like someone who is not someone he's going to mess with. Jin Wudi ignored the Fenghua Zhengmo team, came to Yi Chun and his group, and said, "Yi Chun, I have heard of your name. You are indeed amazing." Yi Chun looked at Jin Wudi and said, "You are also very powerful. The hardships you endured are unbearable for ordinary people." Jin Wudi said, "You can't endure hardship because you are not hard enough and ruthless enough. Let me give you some advice. If you want to be truly invincible in the future, you must have no women in your heart. You will never succeed if you are obsessed with love. If you can personally sever your relationship with Su Qingning in the future, then you will be truly qualified to be my opponent." As soon as Jin Wudi said this, Su Qingning became anxious before Yi Chun even opened his mouth. Jin Wudi's first words were to praise Yi Chun. She thought Jin Wudi was a good person, but she didn't expect him to be a lunatic. She immediately said, "Don't talk nonsense here. What's wrong with being in love? Are you eating your rice? Without being in love, can humans continue to reproduce?" Jin Wudi said confidently, "Love is unnecessary for the strong. Of course, reproduction is still necessary. I have more than one mating partner, and they will all give birth to offspring for my Jin family. But even if they all die, I won't frown." After hearing what Jin Wudi said, Su Qingning said angrily, "You are simply a psychopath." Yi Chun held Su Qingning's hand and comforted her. "Okay, Qingning, there's no need to be angry. People with different ideals cannot work together." Su Qingning said angrily, "I am angry that he treats women as tools for reproduction. It is so abominable." Jin Wudi said, "That's what they did willingly. The Jin family provides them with fine clothes and delicious food, and they give birth to offspring for the Jin family. They have all been carefully selected and chosen to be qualified to carry the bloodline of our Jin family." Su Qingning had nothing to say this time. The other party was willing, and they both got what they wanted. What could she say? Yi Chun said, "Jin Wudi, you have your ideas, and we have our choices. As for whether I am qualified to be your opponent, you will know soon." Jin Wudi is indeed a ruthless character, ruthless to himself, and even more ruthless to others. He doesn't even love himself, so how can he love others? If there is no woman in his heart, he will be a god when he draws his sword. However, no matter how ruthless Jin Wudi is, he is no match for the cheater. In order to restore his country, Morong Fu even refused to allow the fairy sister to enter the door, but in front of the cheater Duan Yu, he was still defeated. After hearing what Yi Chun said, Jin Wudi said calmly, "Who doesn't know how to increase points when upgrading? Only the gap between professionals is the key to determining strength." After Jin Wudi finished speaking, he strode forward. Members of other teams also followed and prepared for the first round of assessment. In this Battle King Championship, the first round of assessment was conducted in a secret realm. Each team challenged a medium-sized secret realm in Mo City, a long street stained with blood. This medium-sized secret realm is quite special. In other secret realms, combat professionals have to enter the secret realm, find the monsters in the secret realm, and kill them. But the blood-stained secret realm in the sky was a defensive battle. After entering the secret realm, everyone will appear in the Mo City 10 years ago. Then, a large number of monsters and demons will besiege and attack the city. All everyone has to do is to guard the gate of Mo City. The longer you guard the city gate, the higher your score will be. The reason why this secret realm appeared is that Mo City is located in the border city of Dacia. 10 years ago, demons and monsters crossed the border from other countries and attacked Mo City. Because the demons and monsters came suddenly, Mo City was not well prepared, resulting in heavy casualties among the people of Mo City at that time. Because they died in vain in the war, and there were so many of them, their souls remained in the place and were unwilling to reincarnate. Afterwards, God sent them into the secret realm of Bloodstained Street. In this secret realm, the scene of the siege of Mo City will be recreated. The combat professionals must help them guard Mo City in the secret realm in order to dispel the resentment of the people of Mo City who were isolated and helpless when facing the sudden attack of demons 10 years ago. The examiner in charge of this assessment briefly introduced the rules of the first round of assessment. During the assessment, if you can survive 5 rounds of demon attacks, you can enter the second round of competition. If you cannot survive 5 rounds, you will be eliminated directly. Afterwards, each team walked towards the entrance of the secret realm. This special secret realm has a blood-red corridor at the entrance. The 5 members of Yi Chen's team walked along the blood-red corridor. When they came to the other end of the corridor, everyone clearly felt that the atmosphere around them had changed. The originally sunny day turned into cloudy and rainy weather. The pedestrians on the street looked hurried. Some were holding umbrellas, some were wearing raincoats, and some were holding coats or bags to keep out the rain, or taking shelter under the eaves of roadside houses. It was very lively. After Yi Chun and his companions appeared, they immediately hurried towards the city gate of Mo City. 6 or 7 minutes later, a group of people arrived at the city gate of Mo City. At this moment, the guards at the city gate began to panic because they had seen the approaching monsters through the telescope. Although they had informed the city lord, the situation was still very critical. Chapter 128, Escape Underground. Although Mo City is located on the border of Dacia, there are actually not many secret realms in Mo City. Before this, all the pressure Dacia faced came from the pressure of the secret realm. They were worried that the secret realm would be broken and demons and monsters would rush out of the secret realm and kill people wantonly. Therefore, although Dacia has defensive power in Mo City, it is not strong. The situation this time was rather special. The reason why the demons raided Mo City was because a foreign city bordering Mo City was completely occupied due to the destruction of its secret realm, and Mo City suffered an unexpected disaster. Yi Chen's team appeared at the gate of Mo City. Yi Chen moved his mind, and main battle tanks, light machine guns, heavy machine guns, armed helicopters, rocket launchers, and flamethrowers all appeared. They are all poised and ready to fire at any time. Yi Chen has already taken action, so naturally others will not sit idle either. Su Qingning immediately used several enhancing skills on Yi Chen, filling Yi Chen's blood with energy and making him full of energy. The Tong brothers hid their figures and stood on Yi Chen's left and right. They were mainly responsible for protecting the safety of Yi Chen, the main C position, and preventing monsters from approaching Yi Chen. As for Zhao Rian and Xiao Lan, the range of Zhao Rian's telekinetic attack was not too far. She was just ready to attack. Xiao Lan set up an illusion array in front of the city gate. Her illusions included both directional illusions and triggered illusions. Finally, on the city wall, Yi Chen felt the clear vibration. From afar, Yi Chen saw that there were about 100 bull monsters charging towards Mo City. These bull monsters are over 3 meters tall, with sturdy bodies, and a pair of horns on their heads that are nearly 2 meters long. They look extremely lethal. Then, Yi Chen directly controlled the main battle tank and fired a shot. Accompanied by a loud explosion, 20 or 30 bull monsters were blown into the air, then scattered to the ground, creating a mess. The herd of bull monsters continued to rush forward and entered the range of the M134 rapid-fire heavy machine gun. Then, the heavy machine gun began to fire at the herd of bull monsters. One by one, the bull monsters were hit in the limbs or driven away by the heavy machine gun and fell to the ground. At this moment, Yi Chen did not activate unlimited firepower. The number of these monsters was too small. It was not worth it for him to activate unlimited firepower. After only 2 rounds of attacks from the tank's main gun and heavy machine gun, more than half of the bull monsters have been killed or wounded. The original momentum of hundreds of bulls galloping had disappeared, and only a dozen or so bulls were left, which were of little use. These dozen or so injured bull monsters fell down completely after another round of heavy machine gun fire. The cattle herd had just been dealt with when a second wave of invaders appeared. They were a group of leopard monsters. These leopard monsters were faster than the cattle monsters. They were scattered and came from all directions, rushing towards the walls of Mo City. The main battle tanks have limited killing power against these scatter monsters, so Ichin mainly operated light machine guns and heavy machine guns to shoot at these leopard monsters. The high agility value makes Ichin's hit rate extremely high. Even if he does not activate the 100% hit rate, Yichin's hit rate exceeds 90%. A large number of leopard monsters were hit by machine gun bullets and fell in a pool of blood. The Tong brothers, Zhao Ruyin and Xiao Lan, have been ready to take action for a long time, but until now, they have not had the opportunity to make a move. Yichin's range was too far, and his efficiency in killing enemies was too high. It was not their turn to attack at all, and the monsters had already been cleared out by Yichin. Of course, Su Qingning was not idle. She was mainly responsible for wiping Yichin's sweat and rubbing his shoulders to prevent him from getting too tired. Fortunately, with the emergence of the third wave of invaders, the group finally had a chance to show their skills. The third wave of invaders was a large group of fire-tailed birds. They are not big in size, but very flexible, and their tails are burning with golden flames, which looks very beautiful. The fire-tailed birds came from all directions. Because of their fast speed and scattered positions, even Yichun could not eliminate them in a short time. After the fire-tailed birds approached the city wall, they projected the flames from their tails towards the wall. The golden flames bombarded the wall, exploding into golden sparks. It can be seen that the attack power of this fire-tailed bird is not weak. If it falls on a person, the damage value should be not low. However, Zhao Ruyin used telekinesis to form a 5-element shield to keep the golden flames out. At the same time, the fire-tailed birds that approached the crowd were pinched to death by Zhao Ruyin's telekinesis. Their internal organs were squeezed and burst, and it looked very bloody. Yichin also operated the light machine gun and fired at these fire-tailed birds. Soon, the fire-tailed birds were completely eliminated. Zhao Ruyin said, "Finally, I have a chance to make a move. Tong Longhu, I'm afraid you won't have a chance to make a move in this first round of assessment." The Tong brothers laughed and said, "Isn't this just perfect? We can have a good time." After the fire-tailed bird was dealt with, the fourth wave of monsters came. Like the first wave of monsters, there were still a large group of bull monsters. This group of bull monsters are covered with black hair and have strong bodies. When they run, they look like hundreds of bulls galloping, the ground shaking, and they are very aggressive. However, this kind of powerful monster posed no threat to Yichun. It was completely eliminated by 2 rounds of bombardment from main battle tanks and heavy machine guns. However, at this moment, screams were heard from inside Mo City. Yichun and others looked hurriedly towards the city, only to see rat demons breaking out of the ground and attacking the people of Mo City. Yichin's expression changed, and he said, "This 5th wave of monsters actually came from underground." When they were sneaking underground, the bull monster happened to charge, and the ground shook so he couldn't detect the movement underground. Tong Longhu stretched his body and said, "Now that these monsters have entered the city through earth burrowing, Yichun, your firepower may easily hurt the civilians by mistake, so I have to take action." As Tong Longhu said this, he jumped down from the city wall, then entered stealth mode and rushed towards the group of rat monsters. However, at this moment, Yichun said silently in his heart, "Open it and hit the target every time." Then, he raised his heavy machine gun and started firing at the location where the rat demons were. Zhao Ruyin's expression changed, and she said, "Yichun, don't be impulsive. Once you kill the people of Maching, we will be eliminated immediately." Yichun said, "Don't worry, I will never hurt a single civilian." With the blessing of 100% accuracy, the heavy machine gun fired towards the city. Those rat demons that came out from underground mixed with the common people. Yichun's attack method seemed very dangerous. However, with the blessing of the natural talent of never missing a target, it only looks dangerous, but actually absolutely no harm will happen. The bullets seemed to have eyes, accurately avoiding every citizen and then hitting the rat demons that were escaping from the ground. The lives of the rat demons were taken away one after another by Yichun. Chapter 129, Dragon Blood Snapping Turtle. Tong Longhu originally wanted to show off his prowess, but in the end, his speed was always one step slower than Yi-chun. Come to think of it, no matter how fast Tong Long-hu is, could it be as fast as the speed of a bullet? Especially the M134 rapid-fire heavy machine gun. The initial velocity of the bullet is quite outrageous, exceeding 1,000 meters per second, which is equivalent to more than 3,600 kilometers per hour. No matter how fast Tong Long-hu is, he can't catch up with the bullet. Therefore, Tong Long-hu could only watch helplessly as a bullet pierced through the head of a rat demon and killed it every time he rushed to it. In less than a minute, all the rat demons that had burrowed underground were killed by Yi-chun, and during this process, Tong Long-hu didn't even catch a single monster. As for the people in Mo City, none of them were injured and were safe and sound. This fifth wave of monsters is a watershed moment. Being able to pass this level and deal with these rats that have burrowed underground proves that the team is very strong and has strong comprehensive capabilities and is qualified to participate in the second round of the competition. If you are helpless in the face of these rat monsters that burrow underground, it proves that you're not strong enough. When faced with an emergency, you immediately become panic-stricken, and it is natural that you are eliminated. Tong Long-hu finally returned to the city wall in a depressed mood. He looked at Yi-chun and said, "At least give me a chance. I've already rushed out, so just let me kill a rat demon." Zhao Rian also chimed in, "Yeah, you made them go for nothing, and they didn't even find a living rat demon." Yi-chun listened and said, "I'm sorry, I acted too quickly. I will definitely leave one for you next time." After the group of rat monsters were eliminated, the sixth wave of monsters appeared 5 minutes later. This sixth wave of monsters was also the last wave. This last wave of monsters is led by a siege boss, the Dragon Blood Snapping Turtle. This Dragon Blood Snapping Turtle is quite huge, even bigger than Yi-chun's main battle tank. It has dark golden scales on its limbs and a dark golden tortoise shell on its back. When it moves, it looks like a giant fortress. Its head is very similar to that of an alligator snapping turtle in reality, except that it is magnified many times. At the same time, on the top of its head, it has a 3-meter-long spiral horn, which looks hideous and terrifying. Considering the size of this dragon blood alligator turtle and the terrifying spiral horn, it could break through the gate of Mo City with just one impact. Behind the dragon blood alligator turtle, the bull demon, leopard demon, and pig demon were charging along with them. In the sky, there was also a firetail bird supporting them, and their momentum was quite terrifying. Seeing this, Tong Long-hu frowned and said, "It looks like we have a tough battle to fight." The last wave of monsters in this secret realm was obviously very powerful. 10 years ago, the rat demon first escaped into Mo City, causing the guards of Mo City to lose their position. Afterwards, the dragon blood alligator turtle attacked and broke through the city gate. Other demons followed and rushed into Mo City, resulting in heavy casualties in Mo City. Yi-chun looked at the dragon blood alligator turtle from afar and directly controlled the main battle tank to fire at the opponent. Boom, boom, boom. The 125mm smoothbore cannon bombarded the dragon blood alligator turtle mercilessly. The first smoothbore cannon exploded on the dragon blood alligator turtle shell, leaving a black scorch mark on its shell. The dragon blood alligator turtle also roared and quickened its pace. The second smoothbore cannon fired, and the dragon blood alligator turtle stimulated the power of its bloodline. The horn on its head flew out like a javelin and collided with the smoothbore cannon shell. The smoothbore cannon shell exploded in the air, and the dragon blood alligator snapping turtle's horn was blown to pieces. The third smoothbore cannon landed on the head of the dragon blood alligator turtle. The golden scales on the dragon blood alligator turtle did not have the terrifying defensive power of a turtle shell. Therefore, along with the explosion of the smoothbore cannon, half of the dragon blood alligator snapping turtle's head was blown off. It let out a shrill scream and hurriedly tried to turn its body around and flee in panic. Unfortunately, the fourth shell also followed and hit the dragon blood alligator turtle on the butt. Although the turtle shell blocked it, it failed to cause serious damage. Unfortunately, it was flipped 180 degrees, with its shell at the bottom and its belly at the top. As we all know, once any species of turtle is turned over on the ground, it is very difficult to turn over back by its own strength, and the dragon blood alligator turtle in front of us is no exception. Then, the fifth and sixth shells hit the belly of the dragon blood alligator turtle. The shell on its belly was not nearly as hard as the shell on its back. Therefore, under the explosion, the shell on the belly of the dragon blood alligator turtle was blown apart, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. It died on the spot. After the dragon blood alligator turtle was dealt with, the remaining monsters and demons naturally became even more insignificant. The tank's main gun bombardment, accompanied by heavy machine gun fire, completely cleared out all the monsters. The sixth wave of monsters was completely eliminated, and everyone ended the assessment and left the secret realm. At this moment, at the assessment site, there's a large screen that displays the names of each team and their scores. There were several weak teams that failed to make it past the 5th round of the burrowing rat demon and were eliminated with a score of 0. But now, the lime team is on top, scoring 100 points and ranking first. Because the green lemon team directly passed through the secret realm and defeated all monsters, including the burrowing rat monster and the dragon blood alligator turtle. This World Championship is broadcast live to the whole world, and people are paying more attention to the intermediate division than the advanced division. After all, in the intermediate competition area, with Yi Chun, the strongest mid-level player in history, winning the championship is almost a foregone conclusion. Everyone likes to watch a favorable game. Now that Yi Chun has won first place in the first round of assessment in the championship, he has lived up to everyone's expectations. More than 10 minutes after Yi Chun's team left the secret realm, other teams began to leave the secret realm one after another, and the team that scored full marks was no longer just the green lemon team. However, the lime team cleared the level much faster than them, so they still ranked first. It is worth mentioning that the Fenghua Zhengmo team was rated as the 3rd sequence, which makes sense as they were eliminated in the first round. As for Jean Woody's family, country, and the world team, they also scored full marks. This group of people does have some strength. Finally, the first round of assessments came to an end, and about half of the teams from various countries participating in the competition were eliminated. The following ring competition is the real highlight of today. Representatives from each country come on stage and draw lots to decide their opponents. This process can be said to be entirely based on luck. Even teams from the same country may meet in advance, and one team may have to be eliminated. Chapter 130 Lava Demon. The Lime team was lucky as their opponent in the first round was the Demon team from the French country. The two countries of Ing and Mei were more unlucky. They each had 2 teams that passed the first round of assessments, but in the second round of competition, they each drew their own country's team. In other words, in this round of knockouts, they all had to eliminate one of their own teams. Other countries are lucky, and no country faces this kind of civil war. In this round of draws, the Xia can be said to have put the word shady dealings out in the open. The key is that Ing and Mei countries racked their brains, but had no idea how the Xia was operating behind the scenes, so they could only bite the bullet and accept this reality. They were also very clear that this matter was still a continuation of the last fight for legendary equipment. Yi Chun, this super genius, almost died in Ing country. Even though the Xia had sent out super-class assassins to kill a group of people, he still hadn't completely vented his anger and continued to find trouble. The battle between the Lime team and the Demon team is about to begin. It is worth mentioning that the 2-dimensional formation on the ring is a high-level 2-dimensional formation. The high-level 2-dimensional formation can withstand a full-strength attack from a 10th-level combat professional, greatly improving safety. After all, Yi Chun has a record of destroying both formations. After going on stage, Yi Chun immediately prepared his own weapons, ready to fire at any time. The others also prepared for battle. The Tong brothers, as the only melee physical profession in the team, were at the front. Zhao Rian and Shaolan skills are actually medium-range attacks, and they stand behind the Tong brothers. Yi Chun is a super long-range professional, and Su Qingning is the team nurse, responsible for blood treatment, so she is at the back. The position of the Demon Squad was quite special. There were 5 people in the Demon Squad. All of them were men, 3 black and 2 white. They stood in a row horizontally, forming a fan shape, and each of them was ready to move. Following the referee's order, the members of the Demon team transformed immediately. All of them turned into lava demons with magma flowing all over their bodies and rushed towards the Lime team. The 5 members of the Demon Squad are all of the same profession, Lava Demons. Lava Demon is a standard shape-shifting class, similar to Werewolf or Druid. It's just that the Lava Demon is stronger than these 2 professions. After they transform into Lava Demons, They become extremely powerful, can control magma, have excellent physical defense, and are immune to fire attacks, making them the king of melee combat. Of course, lava demons also have shortcomings. If they're in ice and snow, or in water, their combat power will be suppressed by 30% to 40%. Both their advantages and disadvantages are very obvious. After the battle started, the 5 lava demons immediately chose to charge head-on, as they could only truly show their advantages by getting close to the enemy. Upon seeing this, the Tong brothers rushed forward and kicked a lava demon on the shoulder. The lava demon was kicked 5 or 6 meters away, but Tong Longhu's foot seemed to be burned and he lost a certain amount of blood. Upon seeing this, Zhao Rian immediately released her telekinesis, transformed into a large hand, and slapped a lava demon on the body. The lava demon was knocked to his knees by the powerful telekinesis, and the rocks on his body kept falling off. At this moment, accompanied by a loud bang from the main battle tank, the 125mm smoothbore gun fired out and hit a lava demon. This lava demon was hit by a smoothbore cannon, which directly triggered the protection mechanism of the double formation and teleported him out of the double formation, which also meant that he was eliminated. The expressions of the other players from the kingdom of Fa changed drastically. They did not expect that the attack of this mechanic from the kingdom of Xia would be so powerful. You know, their lava demons have excellent defense, and this is the first time they have encountered an opponent that can kill them instantly. Next, the 4 of them looked at each other and directly used their trump cards. This was their trump card for competing for the title of War King. They had intended to use this trick when they encountered a strong opponent later. But now it seems that if they don't use their trump cards, they will be eliminated immediately. What's the next step? Then, the 4 lava demons said in unison, "Lava hell." As soon as the words fell, the 4 of them slammed their fists on the ground, using all their body heat. Then, Yi Chun and the other 5 suddenly felt a scorching heat under their feet. Originally, this place was the ring, but now it turned into magma. The hot magma was baking their bodies. At the same time, something seemed to be surging in the magma. At this moment, Yi Chun shouted, "Everyone, get on the tank." Yi Chun and Su Qingning are now inside the main battle tank, but they have nothing to worry about. After all, the main battle tank has strong heat insulation and excellent protection capabilities. But other people were greatly affected negatively in such an environment. So, Yi Chun asked them to hide on top of the main battle tank. After hearing what Yi Chun said, several people hurriedly jumped onto the main battle tank. The Tong brothers were the most showy. They stood directly on the gun barrel of the main battle tank, looking very impressive. Just as the 4 men got on the main battle tank, for lava tentacles several dozen meters long shot out from the surging magma pool. For lava tentacles lashed towards the main battle tank like whips. The lava tentacles hit the main battle tank, and the 3 people on the main battle tank also suffered a strong attack. The Tong brothers were extremely agile. He easily dodged on the main battle tank. Zhao Rian used her telekinesis to resist the lava tentacles. Although it looked a bit strenuous, there was no problem in the short term. Xiaolan's strength was indeed a little lacking. Although she created an illusion, the illusion she created had limited effect on these lava demons. Because the lava demons were in the form of demons, the demons had extremely high mental resistance, and illusions had limited effect on them. Therefore, Xiaolan was hit by the lava tentacles and then triggered the double full formation and was eliminated. At this moment, Yi Chun once again controlled the main battle tank and fired at another lava demon. This lava demon was eliminated again. The temperature of the magma zone below everyone dropped significantly. At the same time, the number of lava tentacles attacking everyone decreased from 4 to 3. The remaining 3 lava demons were also anxious because their ultimate skill, Lava Inferno, could only be triggered by at least 3 lava demons. In other words, if they still can't do anything about the main battle tanks, Yi Chun only needs to fire one more shot to eliminate one of them, and then they will not be able to maintain the lava hell. So the 3 of them shouted, "Malta bite." As soon as the words fell, the 3 lava tentacles suddenly wrapped around the heavy body of the main battle tank, and then began to pull hard. These 3 tentacles wanted to sink the main battle tank into the magma pool and defeat it. Chapter 131, A True Strong Man. Unfortunately, the main battle tank is too large, and it is not easy for them to shake it. The main battle tank also fired again. With this shot, one of the 3 lava demons was eliminated, leaving only two. The lava hell that they tried so hard to maintain also disappeared. Below Yi Chun and others, the original magma turned back into a normal arena. The main battle tank's gun barrel turned again, ready to fire at the remaining two lava demons. Upon seeing this, the two combat professionals from the French country surrendered immediately. After all, they have already used the combined skill lava hell, and it still has no effect. Wouldn't it be asking for trouble if they continue to compete? At the same time, the civil war between the Magnesium Kingdom and the British Kingdom did not go on at all. After all, civil war is meaningless and will expose their own means and capabilities, so they directly let the team with a higher ranking in their country win. It can be seen that the responsible persons of these two countries are not in a very good mood. After all, they were targeted by the Xia, and their two teams were eliminated inexplicably. How could they be in a good mood? However, they were also relieved. At least the Xia targeted them in this way. In addition, a large number of people died before, so the matter should be over. Otherwise, they would really be worried that Daxia would retaliate and directly attack their talented players in this championship. This War King contest can be said to be very lively, with all the methods used, and the family, country, and the world team is indeed outstanding in strength. The team they met in the first round was the Han country team. The members of this Han country team were all handsome men and beautiful women, and they were all good-looking. After all, this is a country of plastic surgery. Anyone who is ugly will have their face modified. Although it is unnatural, it is indeed not ugly. They lived up to their name of a cold country, and could be said to be quite shabby. During the War King contest, Daxia provided catering. This group of team members from the Han country acted as if they had never seen anything good before. They just kept eating the watermelons. Originally, watermelons were just fruits after meals, but they were forced to eat them as a staple food. It was so shabby. One year, the King of War Championship was held in the Han Kingdom. It was said that a team from the Great Xia Kingdom ate a few extra slices of meat and were cyberbullied by the people of the Han Kingdom. They thought that the people of the Great Xia Kingdom ate too much and were eating their country into bankruptcy. They're the kind of people who are arrogant and boast about being the best in the world, but are actually shabby and shabby. After the Han country team came on stage, they also acted arrogantly and even mocked the Jiagua Tianxia team. As a result, within less than 3 minutes of the start of the game, the Han country team was completely defeated and all 5 team members were eliminated. It was quick and clean, without any suspense. The first round of the competition ended quickly, and then the second round of drawing lots began. This time, the Green Lemon team drew their old rival, the team from in-country. Among the team members, there was an acquaintance of Yi Chun, the druid Kevin who had once competed with him for legendary equipment. When Kevin saw Yi Chun, he secretly thought that he was unlucky. How could he meet this pervert? Others don't know Yi Chun's strength, but how can Kevin not know it? You know, even an 8th level druid, transformed into a Tyrannosaurus Rex, was smashed to pieces by Yi Chun. What's more, he is only a 6th level druid, and his strength is much weaker than that of an 8th level druid. Therefore, Kevin said directly, "We have no chance of winning this battle, so just admit defeat." How can that be possible? They are Xia's second team. If we just admit defeat, the team leader will be very angry, right? However, Kevin said, "Remember what I said before? How did Mike's family fall? It was because of that Daxia mechanic." As soon as Kevin said this, everyone's expression changed and they whispered, "Isn't it possible? He was the one who killed Mike's uncle, the 8th level druid." Kevin said directly, "Why would I lie to you? Don't I want to win the championship? It's just that there is no chance at all now." The person in charge of in-country listened to the conversation and said, "If you want to admit defeat, I have no objection. They are the younger brothers of the Magnesium country and have always followed the Magnesium country. They're not very tough. Why should they try to be tough when they know they are no match for the Magnesium country?" Therefore, in this round of competition, in-country directly chose to admit defeat, and the Green Lemon team won without fighting and directly advanced to the next round of the competition. The Green Lime team successfully advanced, and the family, country, and the world team also took 10 minutes to defeat their opponents and enter the next round. However, with rounds of elimination and promotion, the number of teams is getting smaller and smaller, which also means that the Green Lemon team and the country and the world team will have to fight sooner or later. Finally, in the 4th round of draw, the family, country, and the world team drew the Green Lemon team, and one of the 2 teams of the Xia needed to be eliminated. This is also inevitable. For this draw, the official only arranged the first round, allowing the teams of Ing and Magnesium to fight each other internally. There will be no shady dealings in the subsequent draws, and it will be completely a matter of luck. By the fourth round of the championship, there were less than 10 teams in total, and the encounter between Team Jiaguo Shangxia and Team Qingning was a high-probability event. After the draw, the leader of the family, country, and the world, Jin Su from the Jin family, said, "There's nothing to fight for in this match, right?" The order arranged by the top management explains everything. The members of the Green Lemon team are still young and will have another chance in the future. Just admit defeat. As soon as Jin Su opened his mouth, Ding Sheng immediately said, "This is impossible. Yi Chun is the strongest mid-level warrior in Xia. There is no way he can admit defeat. Even if I am willing to agree, his millions of supporters will not agree." As soon as Ding Sheng said this, countless netizens wrote in large characters on the barrage, "I don't agree. Why should Yi Chun admit defeat? I don't agree either. How could Xia's strongest mid-level player admit defeat? Just because they are older?" Countless barges emerged, and tens of thousands of barges appeared in just a few seconds, all of which were supporters of Yi Chun. In fact, Jin Su did not have enough confidence in the family, country, and the world team. He was also very clear that Yi Chun could destroy an 8th-level druid with one shot. That's why he thought of using this sequence to make Yi Chun's team admit defeat. But now, Ding Sheng disagrees, and countless Daxiao netizens also disagree, so he has no good solution. Jin Su said, "Principal Ding, I didn't expect that your overall view is not as good as those of a few foreigners. In the first round, when Ing and Mei drew their own teams, they both chose to give up the teams at the bottom of the rankings." Ding Sheng said, "Okay, stop talking nonsense. If you really have a sense of the overall situation, let your team admit defeat." At this moment, Jin Wudi said, "Since you are still stubborn, let's have a fight. I will let these young people know what a truly strong person is." Chapter 132, Rampage. Afterwards, members of both teams came on stage and looked at each other tit for tat. Jin Wudi said directly, "You really won't cry until you see the coffin. Why bother?" Yi Chun said calmly, "I hope your strength is as good as your eloquence." Jin Wudi sneered, and then a purple gold snake over 3 meters long appeared in front of him. It was his pet Ming snake. Now, this Ming snake has reached the 6th level, the same level as himself, and its strength is outstanding. The other members of the Jin Wudi team also summoned their own pets, including black turtles, thunder eagles, and lightning lions, flying in the sky and running on the ground. Moreover, all of these pets have been trained to the 6th level. Coupled with the training of their own resistance and will, their attack and killing capabilities may not be as good as the Lemon team. But their comprehensive capabilities are indeed comprehensive, and they are capable of fighting against any type of opponent. Then, Jin Wudi said, "Each of the 5 of us has reached the pinnacle of the 6th level, and so have our pets. 10 against 5, how can you win?" When Yi Chun heard Jin Wudi's words, he uttered 3 words. "Just me." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Chun and Su Qingning got on the main battle tank. Next, Yi Chun's voice came from the main battle tank. "I'm going to play with them first. You guys protect yourselves." Then, the main battle tank started directly and rushed towards Jin Wudi and his group. Although the competition is held in an arena, the area of the arena is not small, so the main battle tanks can be deployed. When a member of the Family Country World team saw the main battle tucker coming over, he said directly, "Black Turtle, overturn it for me." The 6th level Black Turtle is huge in size, only slightly smaller than the main battle tank, and has a thick shell on its body. It directly follows the instructions of its master and crashes into the main battle tank. When the two collided, the Black Tortoise was knocked away and eliminated on the spot. At the same time, all members of the Family, Country, and World team used their skills on the main battle tank. Their pets were not idle either, and also attacked Yi Chun's main battle tank. However, the main battle tank's protective capability, which was comparable to that of a 1,000 millimeters average steel plate, was no joke. These attacks merely left scratches on the hull of the main battle tank and failed to cause any substantial effect. Jin Wudi was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. How could this be possible? At this moment, the main battle tank fired at Jin Wudi. Jin Wudi immediately wanted to use his body skills to dodge, but at this moment he stumbled. It turned out that it was Zhao Ruyan who took action and used telekinesis to infect Jin Wudi's actions. Jin Wudi's movements were hindered, and he couldn't avoid Yi Chun's shot at all, so he was eliminated on the spot. Although the 2-in-1 formation here is a high-level 2-in-1 formation that can withstand the 10th level attack, the firepower of the main battle tank is too fierce. Therefore, even with the protection of the formation, Jin Woody's abdomen was blasted with a bloody hole, and he looked very miserable. Jin Woody was eliminated directly, and the entire Gaidiangxia team was a little panicked. Jin Woody is the core of their team. Not only is he extremely powerful, but in 5 years, he has also improved his overall strength to the extreme. But now they still can't withstand Yi Chen's attack. How should they deal with Yi Chen? At this time, Xiaolan also sees the opportunity and directly cast an illusion to affect these people's vision, hearing, and smell. Xiaolan's hallucinations originally had limited impact on these people. After all, these people, like Jin Woody, had gone through arduous training, improved their resistance, and had strong mental will. But willpower is related to one's state. If one is full of energy and believes that he will win, then there will naturally be no problem. But now, Jin Woody has been eliminated, and their iron will have been shattered by Yi Chen's shot. Their will is no longer strong enough, and their resistance to illusions has naturally dropped significantly. The illusion took effect, and they were even less fit to fight. Yi Chen was driving the main battle tank, charging forward recklessly, and he didn't even fire anymore. After all, we are all from Xia, so it is better not to hurt others if possible. Therefore, these people were knocked out of the ring one after another by Yi Chen and eliminated. The comments became even more lively as they watched this scene. With just this little bit of strength, you still want to compete with Emperor Yi Tian? Are you kidding me? I just want to know, why is their team ranked higher than Yi Tian's team? Is it just because they are older? If that's the case, I'll have to ask my great-grandmother to help. She's 119 years old. She's much older than all of them. Yi Tiandi is what Yi Chen's fans call him. Yi Chen, the strongest mid-level warrior in history, has created miracles time and time again. Many young combat professionals worship Yi Chen as a god, so Yi Chen has such a domineering title as Yi Tiandi. Along with everyone's sarcasm and ridicule, the faces of the people from the aristocratic families also looked unhappy. They really didn't expect that the family, country, and world team, which had already improved all aspects to the extreme, would still be defeated. Isn't this Yi Chen a little too strong? The expressions of Jin Woody and others were also very ugly, especially Jin Woody. He said a lot of harsh words in front of Yi Chen, saying that Yi Chen had to have no women in his heart to be qualified to be his enemy. But in the end, Yi Chen and Su Qingning were so affectionate with each other, but they still easily beat him up. Such a result was so humiliating that he lost all his face. The smile on Jin Su's face was also a little awkward. Failure was nothing. The most important thing was that their Team 1 lost to Team 2, which was really shameful. The reason why they were able to get into the first team was because of the power of the aristocratic family and the many guarantees they made in front of the top leaders, which allowed them to be ranked in the first team. Now, their Team 1 was easily defeated by Team 2, and their previous assurances were nothing but bullshit. This has greatly reduced the trust of senior management in them, and they may have to pay a heavy price afterwards to make up for this mistake. Therefore, Jin Su no longer has time to care about Jin Woody and others. He only thinks about how to make up for his previous mistakes. After the 4th round of eliminations, there were only 4 teams left. They're the Green Lemon team from Daxia, the Shaman team from Magnesium, the Black Dragon team from Yin, and the Death team from. These 4 teams will have 2 rounds of matches next, 4-2 and 2-1, to decide the winners of the intermediate zone of this Battle King Championship. Chapter 133, Necromancer. As for the high-level battle zone, the winner has been decided, with India ranking 1st and Daxia 2nd. The reason why India was able to win the championship this time must have been because they paid a lot of price. When the high-level battle zone championship was going on, the Magnesium country actually escorted the India team and eliminated many teams. Moreover, when a Magnesium country and India were fighting, the Magnesium country actually chose to admit defeat. Several of the Magnesium country's younger brothers did the same and took the initiative to send India into the decisive battle. And at the time of the final battle, the Hindu team showed their own means. Their core figure was a word master. The word master is a weakened version of the golden words. A low-level word master can make the opponent's luck decline and become unlucky. For example, when a mechanic is firing, the gun may jam or even explode. When a wizard is casting a spell, an accident may occur and the spell may not be cast successfully, etc. A mid-level word master can directly cause physical damage to the enemy, such as making an opponent lose limbs or becoming deaf or blind. However, for any damage caused by the word spirit, the body itself must bear 50% of it. It can be said that it hurts the enemy by 1,000 but suffers 500 losses itself. The word master has special abilities and is also very strong, but a word master alone cannot defeat the Dasya team. However, India's word master is quite special. He has awakened his talent for asceticism and can gain blessings through asceticism. He practiced hard for 10 years and used the blessing of the gods to upgrade his skills to a super level. At the first encounter, he used his word skills to block all the skills of the 5 members of the Dasya team, which lasted for a full 30 seconds. 30 seconds is enough to do a lot of things, and the Dasya high-level team was also eliminated. Of course, the energy of this Master Yenling's 10 years of hard practice has been exhausted. If he wants to use the same trick again, he will have to wait another 10 years. Precisely because of this, India gave up many benefits and asked Magnesium and its younger brothers to help them, so that the word master who could only attack once, could decide the outcome of the final battle. Having said that, although India won the championship, because it ceded many benefits to Magnesium in advance, half of the resource rewards brought by the championship actually went to Magnesium. In terms of resources, the real winner is still Dasya, which ranks second. The reason why the Magnesium country cooperated with India was because their high-level teams had little chance of winning, so they teamed up with India to do this. Unfortunately, there is only one person in India who has both the profession of a word spirit master and the talent for hard training. Every time he makes a move, there is a 10-year cooldown period. If India wants to be glorious next time, he will have to wait another 10 years. At the same time, in the mid-level division, the draw for the top 4-2 match was finally completed. The Lime team played against the Death team, and the Shaman team played against the Black Dragon team. The winners would proceed to the final round of the decisive battle. Members of both teams came on stage one by one, with the main battle tank in front, Yichun and Su Qingning inside the main battle tank, and the armed helicopter hovering in the air. The Tong brothers stood proudly on the gun barrel of the main battle tank, while Zhao Ruyan and Xiao Lan stood behind the main battle tank. On the Death God Squad side, the Death God Squad members from country were seen in a 4-1 formation. 4 of them stood in the front, and behind them was a man in a black robe holding a staff. At this moment, members of both sides just went on stage and were ready to start the battle. The man in the black robe was seen muttering to himself and chanting spells. Next, several mysterious formations appeared on the ground, and then, at the locations of those formations, undead creatures appeared one after another. These undead creatures include 5 skeleton warriors, 2 skeleton knights, and a huge bone dragon. This is the origin of the name of the Death team. Their trump card is a hidden profession, the Necromancer. The Necromancer is a well-known hidden profession. Yichun's father-in-law had also encountered a Death Knight in Dasya. The Necromancer had powerful skill mechanisms and outstanding strength. The Necromancer in front of him was just like that. Although he was only at level 6, he did look very powerful. There's no need to talk about the skeleton warriors. They're just ordinary human-shaped skeletons, holding long swords and look of average strength. The skeleton knights looked quite majestic. Both of them were riding tall skeleton horses with blue soul fire burning on their heads, which made them look very majestic. The most eye-catching thing is the skull dragon. Although this skull dragon only has a skeleton and no flesh and blood, the dark golden skeleton shows that the skeleton is very hard. This bone dragon is 7 or 8 meters tall, much taller than Yichun's main battle tank. There's golden soul fire burning on the head of the bone dragon, which is obviously extraordinary. This Death team, like Yichun's Green Lemon team, has real core members. The core figure of the Green Lemon team is Yichun, and the core figure of the Death team is the Necromancer. Therefore, the Death team operates in a 4-protecting-1 mode, with the 4 people in front and the Necromancer in the back. As long as they ensure the safety of the Necromancer, these powerful undead creatures will solve all opponents for them. Following the referee's order, bone dragons, skeleton knights, and skeleton warriors charged towards Yichun and his companions. The other 4 members of the Death team also used different methods. Melee professions charged with shields, and range professions supported the undead creatures. The same thing happened on Yichun's side. Yichun fired a shot directly at the bone dragon, and then the main battle tank also rushed towards the opponent. The 125mm smoothbore cannon directly hit one of the bone dragon's thick thighs and then exploded with a loud bang. One of the legs of the bone dragon that was charging forward was blown off, and its body suddenly lost balance and fell heavily to the ground. When the necromancer saw this, his expression changed drastically. He muttered something, then took a dagger and cut his palm. Then, the necromancer dripped blood onto the staff and continued to chant, performing the necromancer's secret technique. The necromancer's face turned pale at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was obvious that this skill had taken a heavy toll on him. The bone dragon whose leg bone was broken by the explosion was blessed by a mysterious power. Its broken leg bone was gradually recovering. The bone dragon that fell to the ground slowly stood up, then looked up to the sky and let out a strange dragon roar. Unfortunately, the dragon's roar was interrupted halfway through because the bone dragon had just stood up when a main battle tank crashed into it again. Although the bone dragon is taller than a main battle tank, it has lost all its flesh and blood and only has a skeleton, so its weight is actually average. The main battle tank is a 55-ton steel behemoth, and the charging capability brought by its density is no joke. Therefore, the bone dragon that had just stood up was hit by the main battle tank on its legs, and this time, both of its legs were broken. The horrific impact force caused the entire bone dragon to fly back more than 10 meters and fall to the ground in a mess. Chapter 134 Black Dragon. The main battle tank then fired another shot at the location of the bone dragon, and this shot hit the bone dragon's skull. The golden flame at the location of the bone dragon's skull was extinguished by this shot. The bone dragon's skeleton immediately turned gray and scattered all over the ground, losing its ability to move. The bone dragon has been completely blown to pieces. If it wants to reassemble itself, it needs the necromancer to summon it again with special skills. It will be unable to fight for a short period of time. The bone dragon is the only opponent that Yi Chun feels threatened by. Once the bone dragon is dealt with, the others will be much easier to deal with. The main battle tank rushed forward, and the 2 skeleton knights were crushed into bone fragments by the main battle tank, and the 5 skeleton warriors were no exception. The necromancer still intended to resist, but the 5 skeleton warriors, holding long swords, slashed fiercely on the thick armor of the main battle tank, leaving only faint white marks on the armor. Then the main battle tank's secondary weapon was activated, and the machine gun fired at several skeleton warriors, who were quickly destroyed. The necromancer was stunned when he saw this scene. The necromancer's combat power all lies in the undead creatures, just like the mechanic's combat power depends on his own weapons. A necromancer without undead creatures is as useless as a mechanic without weapons. The other members of the death squad were equally stunned upon seeing this. They had already lost their will to fight. After all, the strongest necromancer among them had been defeated, so how else could they fight? You know, the reason why the necromancer can become the absolute core of this team is because they have fought against each other before. Even if the 4 of them joined forces, they could not defeat the Skull Dragon. The Skull Dragon possessed extremely high physical and spell resistance, as well as extremely strong recovery ability, so it was difficult for them to hurt it. Once a bone dragon charges close to you, its physical damage is extremely high and can easily cause heavy damage to a 6th-level combat professional. Therefore, the entire team will cooperate with the necromancer. Now, the bone dragon that seemed invincible to them had been completely destroyed after 2 bombardments and 1 collision. What was there left to fight? They were quickly attacked by the main battle tank's secondary weapons and eliminated, ending the battle. After the members of the Green Lemon team stepped down, Yi Chun looked at the Yolankub and Magnesium teams that were still fighting. The core of the Magnesium team is still the Soul Shaman that Yi Chun once played against, so this team was named the Shaman team. The Shaman's ability is aimed at the soul. Although it is mainly reflected in the one-on-one aspect, its super strong control makes the Shaman almost undefeated in one-on-one situations. Therefore, the Soul Shaman can have such a high status. The Black Dragon team of the 8 country is also not simple. Their team does not have any black dragons, but they have a black dragon wizard. The so-called black dragon mage refers to a special profession among mages. Translated, it means the god of magic. It is a high-level version of the elemental mage. Because there are so few of them, it is also called a hidden profession. As for the origin of this name, it is related to the myths and legends of the E country. The E country believes in many gods, among which the Black Dragon King is the spellcasting god worshipped by the E country. Therefore, The god of magic is called the Black Dragon Magician, and the combat power of the Black Dragon Magician is much stronger than that of an ordinary magician. At this moment, the entire arena was dominated by the Black Dragon Mage. He was holding a magic staff, muttering something, and waving the staff. The next second, the wind rose, the clouds surged, lightning snakes rolled, and terrifying lightning bolts struck the magnesium players. The entire arena was full of jumping lightning snakes. The strength of their spells was indeed much stronger than that of ordinary mages. When the Soul Shaman saw the Black Dragon Mage's methods, her expression also changed. She immediately activated her shamanic technique, intending to control the Black Dragon Mage. However, after the shamanism fell upon the Black Dragon Wizard Ivan, a dragon roar sounded from Ivan's body. The next moment, a black dragon shadow rose into the sky and rushed towards the female shaman. This black dragon phantom is not an equipment effect, but a product of Ivan's faith. The Black Dragon Mage believes in the Black Dragon King of the Kingdom of Yin. After he was controlled by the Soul Shaman, his own will instinctively turned into his own faith to fight against the Soul Shamanism. The female shaman, Natalie, looked at the black dragon rising into the sky with a hint of fighting spirit in her eyes. So far, the only person who is immune to her skills is Yi-chun. As for Ivan in front of her, although he has a strong will, she is not afraid of him as long as he is not immune to mental control. After all, as a soul shaman, she is an expert at playing with souls. So what about the Black Dragon? It's not the real Black Dragon King, but just the embodiment of the Buddha's will of the Black Dragon Mage, which is not that strong at all. Thinking of this, Natalie held the staff and stabbed hard at the black dragon shadow that soared into the sky. A green ray collided with the black dragon shadow. The black dragon shadow let out a mournful cry and disappeared. It is worth mentioning that although Natalie and Ivan both hold magic wands, the magic wands in their hands are basic magic wands of elite level, and there is nothing special about them. Equipment competitions are prohibited in the tournament, and equipment above epic level is not allowed, but elite equipment is still allowed. After Ivan's black dragon was shattered by Natalie, a look of pride appeared in Natalie's eyes. Then, Ivan's eyes became exactly the same as Natalie's. He directly held the staff and swung it towards his teammates. Ivan lived up to his name as the Black Dragon Mage. Whether it was suppressing the entire field at the beginning or beating his teammates now, his performance was quite impressive. Ivan's teammates also looked very surprised. "Ivan, what's wrong with you?" Ivan said nothing and continued to beat his teammates. One of them had already been eliminated. Upon seeing this, an assassin from the Black Dragon team instantly appeared behind Ivan and stabbed Ivan's back of the head with the dagger in his hand. With the protection of the high-level two-dimensional formation, Ivan's teammates were not worried that anything would happen to Ivan. However, Ivan reacted quickly, and a layer of thunder shield appeared around him, intending to block the assassin's fatal blow. The assassin's dagger touched the thunder shield, and the assassin's body was briefly paralyzed, but his dagger pierced the thunder shield and then made a hole in the back of Ivan's head. Then, the double formation was triggered. Ivan was eliminated and left the ring. There was no suspense in the following games. After all, the Black Dragon team had eliminated 2 people, including the team's core Black Dragon Mage Ivan, while the Magnesium team was intact. Not long after, the Black Dragon team completely admitted defeat. The referee announced the victory of the Magnesium team, and the final battle will take place in half an hour. Chapter 135, Old Rival. Zhao Rian said, "Yi-chun, that soul shaman is indeed tricky. Even a Black Dragon Mage can't escape her control." Xiaolan also said, "Her shamanism is extremely powerful. I'm no match for her." The Tong brothers said, "Don't worry. With Yi-chun here, it won't be a problem at all." Su Qingning looked at her boyfriend and said, "Then Natalie was defeated by my boyfriend. There is nothing to worry about." Several members of the Magnesium team were also discussing in a low voice. One of them said, "Natalie, this guy is your nemesis. Do you have any solution?" Natalie frowned when she heard this, and then said, "That guy is indeed a bit difficult to deal with. Not only is he immune to my shaman spells, but his own output is also off the charts. However, we are not without a chance of winning." Natalie's teammate Jason said, "Oh, what are our chances of winning?" Natalie said directly, "When we competed for legendary equipment before, the equipment was not banned. If Yi-chun's ability comes from a special equipment, then this equipment is at least epic. It is banned in this competition, so we will definitely win this battle. If, on the contrary, shamanism is still ineffective against him, then I can only hope that there is someone among his teammates who is capable of competing with him. I can just control his teammates and make them both lose, and I can also win. Natalie's shamanism is almost unstoppable and invincible in single combat. It is also extremely useful in small-scale group battles. If there is an absolute core person in the opponent's 5-man team, and he is directly controlled, the opponent's team will collapse immediately. If the opponent's team of 5 has 2 core members of equal strength, Natalie can control one of them and make them both suffer losses, which can also secure victory. On the contrary, Natalie's team would not have much advantage if they faced the demon team from France. Because the 5 members of the demon team are equally strong, and each of them is not the core, they only control one person, which has little impact on the demon team. The remaining 4 Hellfire demons can also release the Flame Domain, and Natalie's team will have a hard time. The Green Lemon team also has an absolute core figure, but unfortunately Yi Chun is immune to shamanism. This is something Natalie has experienced before, and this is also the only opponent she has lost to since becoming a soul shaman. She can only hope that Yi Chun's immunity comes from his equipment. If Yi Chun is still immune to her shamanism, Natalie doesn't think he has any chance of winning this battle. Half an hour passed in a flash, and members of Team Lime and Team Shaman took the stage one after another. At this moment, there are a huge number of netizens around the world who are paying attention to the competition. As for Dacia, netizens were discussing. In the high-level battle zone, we got tricked by India. We must win the middle-level battle zone. India is not idle either. Magnesium and its minions have all gone easy on India, but the Magnesium people will not release the eagle until they see the rabbit. India is not seeking profit this time, but fame. They have always wanted to compete with Dacia for the position of the most populous country. The intermediate battle zone is still very stable. Yi Chun's title as the strongest in the intermediate stage is no joke. Natalie was also defeated by Yi Chun. That's right, Yi Chun has never let anyone down. After both sides came on stage, Yi Chun was still at full strength, with main battle tanks and armed helicopters all ready and able to open fire at any time. Seeing this, Natalie said, "Yi Chun, why are you so nervous? Let me guess, the reason you beat me last time was because of a special piece of equipment? Epic and above equipment is banned in this tournament. Are you scared?" When Yi Chun heard Natalie's words, he said directly, "Whether you are afraid or not, you will know it soon." Natalie frowned and whispered, "It seems that he is not afraid of my shamanism. This is trouble." Jason listened and said, "Who are you going to control?" Natalie said directly, "I want to control that telekinesis master. Her telekinesis power is very strong, and she may be able to threaten Yi Chun." As the referee fired the starting gun, the final round of the King of War tournament finally began. The main battle tank immediately fired at Natalie's camp, and Natalie immediately released her Soul Shaman spell toward Zhao Ruyan. At the same time, Jason took a step forward, roared, and stood in the front with a huge shield in his hand, facing the main battle tank shells head-on. The 125mm smoothbore artillery shell hit Jason's giant shield heavily, making a loud explosion sound. Jason flew out with his shield and was teleported out in mid-air by the two-dimensional formation. At this moment, Zhao Ruyan's eyes became exactly the same as Natalie's. She directly used her telekinesis, and an invisible giant hand slapped the gun barrel of the main battle tank. However, the barrel of the main battle tank was extremely hard, and Zhao Ruyan was unable to shake it. The Tong brothers reacted very quickly. He instantly realized that Zhao Ruyan had been hit by Natalie's shamanism. He used his assassin skills and rushed towards Zhao Ruyan with his body as agile as a snake. At this moment, the main battle tank opened fire again, bombarding the members of the Magnesium team. Natalie's teammates immediately helped to resist, but unfortunately, there was no shield warrior to attract the fire this time. Even with her teammates sharing the burden, Natalie was affected, and her body flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. Natalie was attacked, and Zhao Ruyan, who was controlled by shamanism, did not attack again. The Tong brothers came to Zhao Ruyan's side and slashed her neck with a palm knife. This is the assassin's control skill backstab, which attacks the back of the neck, causing certain physical damage, and has a high probability of causing stun effect. The backstab skill is not very effective against professions with excellent defense, but it is very effective against fragile professions. Zhao Ruyan had no power to resist at this moment and fell unconscious to the ground. Natalie looked at this scene, cursed softly, and prepared to cast her shamanic spell again. However, at this time, the M134 heavy machine gun began to fire at Natalie and others. Under the pouring of heavy machine gun bullets, all beings were equal without exception. Natalie today is not like the last time in country, who had equipment that granted her short-term physical immunity. Facing the bullets from Yi Chen's heavy machine gun, she was eliminated in less than 3 seconds. Several of Natalie's teammates had much better defensive capabilities than Natalie, but when faced with a heavy machine gun with an attack power equivalent to level 8, they still lasted less than half a minute before being eliminated. The netizens in Daxiao watched this unexpected scene and discussed it a lot. As expected of Yi Chen, it's really a crushing victory. Yi Chen's strength is comparable to that of a 9th level mechanic. Isn't it like frying fish in a mid-level battle zone? I'm looking forward to it more and more. When Yi Chen reaches the 9th or even 10th level, what kind of weapon can he unlock? At the same time, the referee of Xia was delighted. Congratulations to our Xia Green Lemon team for winning the championship of this competition. Chapter 136 Ambergris. This time, the Battle King Championship only had 2 divisions, high-level and mid-level. In the high-level division, Master Indu Yanling spent 10 years of hard training to win a victory, resulting in Daxiao ranking 2nd. If the intermediary division fails to win the championship, it will indeed be a big blow to Daxiao's morale. Now that Yi Chen has lived up to everyone's expectations and won the championship, all the Daxiao people at the scene are very happy, and many Daxiao netizens who watch the live broadcast are also cheering at home or in the company. Afterwards, the person in charge of this War King competition presented awards to each team. In fact, there are 2 rewards in this War King contest. The first reward is the allocation of resources for some combat professionals. This planet is vast, and some of its resources are distributed in the high seas. These resources are very important to professionals, so how to distribute these resources becomes a problem. Each country's energy is mainly used to fight against the invaders of the secret realm, and there is no extra strength to start a war. It is on this basis that the War King Championship came into being. The top 5 players in the King of War tournament can enjoy the resources of these high seas areas. The higher the ranking, the more resources they will get. The second reward is for the entire team. This reward is also very good. Most of them are rare treasures, which are also very precious to professionals. This time, the Green Lemon team won the championship. Not only did each member receive a gold medal in the King of War contest, but Yichen also got the rare item he had been longing for, ambergris. In addition to ambergris, there are also 2 dragon bone pills, and each person has a 6th level epic equipment. The ambergris naturally belongs to Yi Chun and Su Qingning. As for the dragon bone pill, after taking it, it will permanently increase the upper limit of physical strength by 10 points and the upper limit of strength by 10 points. It can only be taken once. These 2 attributes are useless to Yi Chun, but Su Qingning is a doctor, so her physical strength is somewhat useful to her. Therefore, Yi Chun kept 1 dragon bone pill and distributed the other one to the Tong brothers, Zhao Ruyan and Xiaolon, letting them decide who owned it. The dragon bone pill is useful to the Tong brothers, but Zhao Ruyan and Xiaolon do not need it. Therefore, the dragon bone pill belongs to the Tong brothers, and the Tong brothers need to pay Zhao Ruyan and Xiaolon 2/3 of the price of the dragon bone pill. As for the epic equipment, everyone has 1, so there is nothing to divide. Overall, Yi Chun and Su Qingning got the better deal and got the most, but they didn't say anything. After all, Yi Chun is the captain and he was the one who initiated the team. At the same time, during the battle, Yi Chun's contribution accounted for more than 80%. Yi Chun took the lion's share, and the Tong brothers and Zhao Ruyan had no objection. As for Xiaolon, he is the weakest and is just here to make up the numbers, so he would have no objection. This time she got a 6th level epic equipment, which was already a huge profit. Yi Chun has already collected half of the 6th level epic equipment, leaving only the helmet and the ring. Therefore, Yi Chun chose the 6th level hat, the Red Flame Fangzhan Crown. The Fangzhan Crown is a hat worn by dancers during sacrifices to ancestral temples in the Han Dynasty. The Fangzhan Crown is divided into 5 colors according to the 5 elements. The white square mountain crown belongs to gold, the red square mountain crown belongs to fire, and the black square mountain crown belongs to water. Yichen already has the Burning Heart Heavenly Staff as his 6th level weapon. When the time comes, his gun and artillery attacks will be equipped with the Burning Heart Heavenly Staff's fire attribute. Therefore, Yichen naturally chose the Red Flame Fang's Han crown to further enhance his fire attribute ability. Yichen was also very satisfied with the attributes and entries of this equipment. Red Flame Square Mountain Crown. Rank Epic. Required level 63. Attributes: Intelligence plus 90. Effect: Flame Song. Passive: the Song of Emperor Yin will sound in your ears, increasing your fire damage by 10%. Guard the Mind. Passive: clear the mind and guard the mind. Increase your spell hit rate by 5%. Divine Communication. Active: gain a ray of divine blessing. Your own attacks will have 20% real damage, lasting for 20 seconds. Cooldown of 120 seconds. For Yichen, except for the second effect item, all other items of the Scarlet Flame Mountain Crown are very useful. Among them, Yingu can further enhance the fire damage of the Burning Heart Sky Staff. As for Tong Shun, it comes with 20% real damage, which is also very practical. You know, true damage means ignoring the enemy's defense and resistance. It is a very powerful attribute effect and very rare. Yichen's firepower is already fierce. If he activates his supernatural skill, all attacks within 20 seconds will have 20% real damage attached to them. I'm afraid any boss will be easily defeated by Yichen. The attribute added by the Lord of Fang's Han Crown is Intelligence. Intelligence can improve the recovery speed of ammunition and increase the distance of weapons controlled by mind. It is also an attribute that Yichen urgently needs and can be said to be a timely help to Yichen. Su Qingning picked out an epic pair of boots, Dian Shui. Boots are equipment worn on the feet. Their main attribute is agility, and water boots are no exception. The reason why Su Qingning chose water boots is because there are 2 effect items of water boots that are useful to her. One of the entries can shorten the spell cooldown time, and another one can increase physical dodge, both of which are useful to Su Qingning. As for the extra useless entry, it is also irrelevant. After all, as the equipment level increases, the number of entries will continue to increase. If you want perfection and every entry to be useful, the chance of that is very low. Out of 3 entries, 2 of them came in handy, which is pretty good. Yichen was quite satisfied with the equipment, but he was not satisfied with the properties of this ambergris. Ambergris. Quality: Epic. Requirement level: 0. Effect: slightly increase the upper limit of health points, which can make up for the loss of health and add 3 years of life. Ambergris does have the effect of making up for lost lifespan, but the replenishing effect is very general and can only replenish for 3 years. When Su Qingning used the life and death contract to resurrect Yichen, she consumed 10 years of her life. 1 plant of ambergris was not enough to replenish her. Therefore, Yichen found Ding Sheng and asked, "Principal Ding, is there only 1 ambergris?" After listening to Yichen, Ding Sheng said, "1 plant is already very good. Besides, the effect of ambergris is best when taken for the first time. The effect is halved when taken for the second time, and only 1/4 of the effect when taken for the third time." Yichen frowned and said, "But ambergris can only restore 3 years of life. Isn't the effect too weak?" Ding Sheng explained, "There is no other way. It depends on your future opportunities." Yichen looked at Ding Sheng and said, "Is there no other way?" Ding Sheng thought for a moment before saying, "There's a method you can try. It might work." Chapter 137: Dragon Blood. Yichen immediately asked, "What method?" Ding Sheng explained, "It is said that ambergris is the saliva of a dragon's spit on the ground. It absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the essence of the sun and the moon, and gradually grows. The ambergris I give you as a reward is still planted in a flower pot, so it has a chance to continue growing. The most effective thing is dragon's blood." Yichen frowned and said, "The Dragon Palace Secret Realm is a 9th level secret realm. My level is still far from it." Ding Sheng said, "I'm not talking about dragon blood, but Jiaolong blood. Jiaolong is a subspecies of dragons, and their strength is much weaker than that of dragons. However, their blood can also nourish ambergris and enhance its longevity effect." Yichen understood immediately after hearing this. Jiaolong? I remember there is a 10,000 snake cave in the capital. There is a chance that a Jiaolong boss will be born in the 10,000 snake cave, right? Ding Sheng said directly, "That's right, but the 10,000 Snake Cave is a 6th-level secret realm. If you want to explore the 10,000 Snake Cave, you need to upgrade your level. Yi-chan said, "It's only 1 level away. It shouldn't take long for me." After hearing this, Ding Sheng said, "Then you can give it a try." Ambergris has strong vitality. Even if the dragon blood cannot enhance its effect, it should not destroy its medicinal effect. Yi-chan nodded slightly and said, "Then I feel relieved." Afterwards, Yi-chan found Su Qingning and told her the news. Su Qingning heard what Yi-chan said and said, "Ambergris can make up for my lost lifespan. Will it make me return to my previous state?" Yi-chan heard what Su Qingning said and said, "It's possible." After hearing this, Su Qingning suddenly said, "Then I don't want to take this ambergris. Even if I want to take it, I have to wait a few years." Yi-chan was stunned for a moment and asked why. After hearing this, Su Qingning gently pinched Yi-chan's waist and said, "Why else? Of course it's for you." "For me?" Su Qingning lowered her voice and said, "Don't you like the way I look now? Wouldn't you be disappointed if I went back to my 18-year-old appearance?" Su Qingning is a girl, and she has a clear feeling about this. After she lost 10 years of her life and became sexy and charming, the way Yi-chan looked at her was obviously much more passionate and lustful. Although before, Yi-chan's eyes looking at her also contained love and possessiveness, but it was not as strong as it is now. Therefore, Su Qingning knew very well that Yi-chan liked her current appearance very much, especially the peaks on her chest and the full and firm buttocks, which made Yi-chan often unable to take his eyes away. On several occasions, Yi-chan secretly took advantage of Su Qingning and rubbed her until she felt a little pain. When she went back, she saw Yi-chan's fingerprints all over her body. Women dress up to please themselves. Yi-chan liked her the way she is now, so she naturally doesn't want to change back. Yi-chan said, "You are indeed very beautiful now, but I like you just as much as before. Besides, taking ambergris may only make up for the lost lifespan, but it may not necessarily restore you to your previous appearance." Su Qingning listened and said, "Then I'll check it out. If it really won't change back, I'll take ambergris again." She also feels that she is now sexier and more beautiful than before. Although she has a lot more flesh than before, all this flesh has grown in the right places. The King of War tournament is over, and the members of Team Green Lemon go back to their homes. Yi-chan and Su Qingning did not return to Jingyao directly, but came to the capital and started to look for a house. They decided to move out like the other members of Flying with each other. Originally, this was a privilege only for third-year students, but for Yi-chan and Su Qingning, enjoying such a privilege in advance was just a trivial matter. After all, Yi-chan is full of vigor and vitality, and Su Qingning is also deeply in love with Yi-chan. The time is right, and they decide to buy a house and live together openly. As talented combat professionals, they are naturally not short of money. Although housing prices in Beijing are extremely high, it is a trivial matter for Yi-chan and Su Qingning. They selected a large, luxurious, and well-decorated flat near Beijing Pharmaceutical University, which they could move into right away. This large flat has a ceiling height of 3.5 meters and an area of more than 300 square meters. It is elegantly decorated, with an overall cool blue tone that makes people feel very comfortable. The two returned to the dormitory, packed up their things, and moved into the large flat together. The huge flat has 7 bedrooms, 5 bathrooms, and 2 living rooms, which is a bit too spacious for Yi-chan and Su Qingning. The two sat on the sofa in the living room and snuggled together. Then Yi-chan said, "Qingning, I have been waiting for a long time today." Su Qingning's cheeks and ears were a little red at this moment. "Me too," Su Qingning said as she buried her head in Yi-chan's chest and rubbed it gently. Yi-chan put his right hand into Su Qingning's hair and gently stroked it. The atmosphere gradually became ambiguous. Yi-chan's hands began to behave unruly, exploring the secrets of Su Qingning's body. Su Qingning moaned, squirming in Yi-chan's arms, cooperating with Yi-chan clumsily. After a while, the two were almost ready to be frank with each other, and Su Qingning said to Yi-chan, "Let's go back to the room." Yi-chan naturally would not refuse. He directly picked up Su Qingning, returned to the bedroom, and then closed the bedroom door with a bang. Pieces of clothes were thrown on the floor one by one. In the bedroom, accompanied by a high-pitched cry of pain, the bed began to creak rhythmically for a long time. In the next 2 days, Yi-chan and Su Qingning hardly went out. The boy and girl tasted the forbidden fruit for the first time. Yi-chan was at his most ferocious, while Su Qingning had the heart of an 18-year-old girl and the body of a 28-year-old woman. They could also withstand Yi Chen's ferocious firepower. The two of them hardly even got out of bed except to eat. It was not until 2 days later that Su Qingning discovered that Yi Chen's face had turned pale and his steps were weak, as if he had been hollowed out. Su Qingning also realized that it was impossible for her to party with Yi Chen day and night like this. Their battlefield can no longer be on the bed. It has to be moved to a secret place. Yi Chen also realized why the Land of Gentleness is called the Hero's Tomb. After he and Su Qingning were together, he really became addicted to it and didn't even want to go out. He used whatever energy he had on Su Qingning and didn't even go to the secret realm for 2 days. After Su Qingning's repeated reminders, Yi Chen and Su Qingning recuperated and had a good sleep. The next day, they went to the 5th level secret realm to upgrade their levels. Not to mention, although there are many monsters in the secret realm, it can be said to be easy for Yi Chen, who possesses many hot weapons. Su Qingning is much more difficult to deal with than these monsters, and will consume Yi Chen's physical strength even more. Chapter 138, Huangshi Village. Yi Chen possesses the destructive power comparable to that of a 9th level monster. As one monster after another is blasted into pieces, Yi Chen's experience value continues to rise. A week later, Yi Chen and Su Qingning finally reached level 49. They only needed to complete the breakthrough mission to reach level 6. The levels of the other members of Flying with Wings are around level 45. Even if they work hard to level up, they cannot catch up with Yi Chen and Su Qingning in the end. Therefore, for this breakthrough mission, Yi Chen and Su Qingning could no longer lead the flying duo team, and the level gap between the two sides officially widened. Yi Chen also asked Ding Sheng to arrange a few teammates for him. However, these teammates were not there to help Yi Chen, but to make up the numbers, and Yi Chen would help them break through their ranks. These people are all former alumni of Jingyao. They have graduated for some years and have reached level 49. However, due to their lack of strength, they have tried to break through the mission, but failed and escaped death. Therefore, they lost the courage to face the breakthrough task. Their strength remained at the 5th level, and they dared not break through. Now that they are following Yi Chen, they are riding on Yi Chen's coattails. They don't need to do anything. As long as the teacher follows Yi Chen, he can reach the 6th level. As long as you reach the 6th level and unlock the 6th level skills, your own strength will be greatly improved, and you should not be as timid about the secret realm as before. There are many such people in Daxia. After suffering setbacks in the secret realm and surviving a near-death experience, they have become more and more afraid of the secret realm, and eventually died in the mandatory mission required by the Heavenly Tao. Ding Sheng asked them to follow Yi Chen and see how a real strong man killed everyone in the secret realm. Perhaps this would help them regain their courage as combat professionals. They were also students taught by Ding Sheng a few years ago, so Ding Sheng was so concerned and hoped that Yi Chen could help them. Yi Chen was in need of some people to make up the numbers, so naturally he would not refuse. As for the Tong brothers, or Zhao Ruyin and others, they will not carry out the breakthrough mission with Yi Chen. In the Battle King competition, they had no choice but to become Yi Chen's younger brothers and followers. But in fact, each of them has been a genius since childhood. One has 2 souls in one body, and one is born with telekinesis. Even if they have convinced Yi Chen verbally before, they actually have their own ambitions and hope to surpass Yi Chen one day. The breakthrough mission is somewhat difficult for ordinary combat professionals, but it is easy for them, so they naturally will not follow Yi Chen. After the 5 people gathered, they entered the 5th level secret realm, Huangshi Village. This secret realm is very special. In ordinary secret realms, invaders from foreign lands are sealed, but in this secret realm, the Yellowstone Village seals the native creatures of Blue Star, the villagers of Yellowstone Village. Huangshi Village was a large village 100 years ago, with thousands of households in the village. However, all the villagers in Huangshi Village believed in Wang Tai Sin, and such superstition was nothing unusual. However, things were different during special periods. After foreign demons and monsters invaded the earth, the Wang Tai Sin they worshipped actually appeared. The weasel demon among the foreign monsters, relying on their offerings and the protection of the power of faith of the villagers of Huangshi Village, tore through the secret realm, descended into Huangshi Village, and bestowed the villagers of Huangshi Village with demonic power, commanding them to attack the surrounding people. In the entire Blue Star, there are many places like Huangshi Village where wolves are let into the house, so Daxia is considered a good place. After all, The beliefs of the Daxia people are pragmatic. I will only believe you if you can give me substantial benefits. If you can't, then I'm sorry. No one will believe you even if you talk nonsense. Even Taoism, a native religion of Daxia, and Buddhism, which is an outsider but has integrated with Daxia culture and developed its own characteristics, do not have too many believers, let alone other foreign sects. If the people of Daxia really have faith, then most of them believe in their ancestors. On the 15th day of every Qingming festival, they go to offer sacrifices to their ancestors and ask for their blessings. From this point, we can also see that the people of Daxia are not easily bewitched by those sects. The reason why they worship their ancestors and ask for their blessings is because they are all of the same lineage and connected by blood, so the ancestors will bless them. As for other gods, Buddhas, or demons, if you kowtow to them for no reason and say a few nice words, they will protect you? How can it be that easy? In Daxia, there are only a handful of villages like Huangshi village, where people believe in demons and thus the demons descend upon them. But in foreign countries, there are many more. There are numerous examples of villages, towns, and even cities falling because of wrong beliefs. The villagers of Huangshi village all became lackeys of the weasel monster and fought for it. The heavenly Tao was moved and sealed up the entire Huangshi village, turning it into a new secret realm. The secret realm of Huangshi village is divided into hundreds of copies. Each copy has only dozens of households. However, these villagers are intelligent and have the power of the weasel monster, so they are quite powerful. Therefore, they are positioned as a 6th-level breakthrough task. There are many level-breaking tasks to choose from. Huangshi village is just one of them, and it is an extremely difficult level-breaking secret realm. Yi Chun had enough confidence in his own strength, so he chose the extremely dangerous Huangshi village. After they appeared in Huangshi village, Yi Chun and Su Qingning looked at the main battle tank in front, and 3 middle-aged men following behind the main battle tank with fear on their faces. The armed helicopter was hovering in the air, scouting the surrounding enemy situation. The main battle tank advanced 3 or 4 kilometers along the bumpy village road and officially entered the village. The houses in Huangshi village are all built in a very luxurious manner. The walls, courtyards, and gates of the wealthy families are very imposing. It can be seen that this is a wealthy village. At this time, Su Qingning said, "Husband, Principal Ding said that this Huangshi village is a little weird. The whole village believes in Huang Daxian and has obtained the power of the yellow weasel monster, which has become very weird." Yi Chun said, "Principal Ding did say that Huangshi village is now divided into hundreds of copies. In each copy, there may be dozens of families hiding in the houses in the village. It may be a bit difficult to find them one by one." Su Qingning also said, "Yes, then what should we do?" Yi Chun smiled and said, "This is easy. Just raise this village to the ground. Then no matter what kind of monsters there are, they will have to come out and die." Chapter 139 Wong Tai Xin. As Yi Chun spoke, he directly controlled the gun barrel of the Type 99, a main battle tank, and aimed it at the houses in Huangshi village. There are dozens of Huangshi village villagers in this copy, and Yi Chun doesn't have the energy to go in and look for them one by one. Besides, he is a ranged profession, and it is very dangerous to get close to them. In this secret operation, there are only Yi Chun and Su Qingning, and the 3 people following behind them are all losers and can't be relied on. Therefore, for Yi Chun, the safest way is to raise Huangshi village to the ground, leaving these evildoers nowhere to hide and killing them into ashes. Thinking of this, Yi Chun controlled the main battle tank and fired. With a loud bang, a yard in Huangshi village was turned into ruins. Then, Yi Chun drove the main battle tank. The sound of artillery was deafening, and the rumbling sound never stopped. One yard after another was completely destroyed. Yi Chun was lucky. After destroying more than a dozen houses, he blasted out a family of villagers from Huangshi village. I saw that the bodies of the villagers of this family had undergone significant changes. They had yellow hair growing on their bodies, and their bodies were much taller and stronger than before. There was also a faint layer of black air around them, which looked very strange. They were hit by the aftermath of the explosion and suffered minor injuries. They were now rushing towards the main battle tank angrily. They moved quickly, jumping up and down like animals. When Yi Chun saw this scene, he fired another shot at them, completely destroying the family of traitors. At this moment, the big commotion Yi Chun made in Huangshi village also alarmed other people in Huangshi village. They also realized that it was meaningless to continue hiding. The people who came this time were too powerful. If they continued to hide, Huangshi village would be razed to the ground sooner or later, and they would surely die. Therefore, the only chance of survival was to fight to the death. They came out from the houses where they were hiding one by one and surrounded the location of the main battle tank. Yichan also saw the full picture of these Huangshi villagers. There were dozens of families with a total of about 80 or 90 people, including men, women, young and old. At this moment, each of these people had yellow hair growing on their bodies, and their bodies were generally much taller and stronger than before. In addition, a small number of them had their bodies deformed. There was an old man whose left leg was extremely strong. His left leg alone was 2 meters long. At this moment, he was only relying on his left leg to support his body, while his right leg was completely suspended in the air. There was also a middle-aged woman whose breasts had mutated. It was as if she had grown 2 large pumpkins on her chest. Not only were they huge, they were also extremely long, and they fell directly from her chest to the ground, which was a bit disgusting to look at. At this time, the middle-aged woman opened her mouth and took a deep breath. Then, her pumpkin that was originally hanging on the ground stood up high, and then she roared towards the position of the main battle tank. Suddenly, the sound waves turned into weapons and rushed towards Yi Chun and others. Yi Chun fired directly at the enemy. The shells and weapons collided and exploded. The weapons transformed from the sound waves were blown to pieces. Then a cannonball was fired, hitting the middle-aged woman's pumpkin, which exploded with a loud bang, leaving a ground full of yellow-brown fat and blood. Then the old man with the strong left leg shouted, "Heavenly can leg!" Next, the old man's already strong left leg became thicker and longer again, turning into a super giant leg several dozen meters long. Then this giant leg stepped down from top to bottom towards the main battle tank. Yi Chun directly controlled the main battle tank and fired a shot at the giant leg. Accompanied by a loud explosion, the 125mm smoothbore cannon hit the sole of the giant leg. The giant foot of the giant leg was directly blown into blood by the shell, which spilled all over the ground and dyed the main battle tank red. As for the old man with a crippled foot, he was covering his shattered foot and wailing there. Seeing this, the others tried to show off their skills in an attempt to defeat Yi Chun. Unfortunately, the Type 99A main battle tank was no joke, whether in attack or defense, and they were no match at all. The main battle tanks continued to fire, and the followers of the Yellow Weasel Demon were killed one after another. The aftermath of the fire also destroyed the buildings in Huangshi village, and the entire copy was turned into ruins. The 3 middle-aged men at level 49 were stunned when they saw this scene. It was the first time they had seen that a breakthrough mission could be accomplished this way, simply using firepower to turn the entire secret realm into ruins. Isn't this too fierce? From the time Yi Chun entered the copy until now, it has been less than 20 minutes in total. More than half of the entire Huangshi village has been destroyed, and all of the followers of the Yellow Weasel Demon have been blown to pieces. However, the breakthrough mission is not over yet. Blast those believers to pieces just now only completed the group mission. There are still individual missions to come. At this moment, Huangshi village suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Then, a thin yellow figure walked towards the crowd. This is none other than the boss of the secret realm of Huangshi village, the monster worshipped by the villagers of Huangshi village, Wang Tai Sin, also known as the Yellow Weasel Monster. The strength of the Yellow Weasel Monster has reached a high level, and its real body is not in Huangshi village. However, because of the villagers' faith in it, it was able to send a Dharma body to Huangshi village. This Dharma body does not have very powerful strength, but can create illusions and use illusions to brainwash the enemies and make them become its believers. The assessment of this breakthrough mission is to use one's own will to fight against the illusion of the Weasel Monster. As long as you can use your willpower to persist for half an hour and not lose yourself within half an hour, the Weasel Demon's Dharma body will be unable to do anything to you. In this way, he has passed the test of the Weasel Monster. At this moment, the Yellow Weasel Monster's Dharma body was approaching the crowd step by step. Seeing this, Yi Chun directly controlled the main battle tank and fired at the Yellow Weasel Monster. However, the Weasel Demon is just a Dharma body and has no physical entity, so it is not afraid of the bombardment of main battle tanks. The figure of the Yellow Weasel Demon flashed, and it came in front of the group of people. Then it waved its hand lightly, and a yellow stench enveloped everyone, and everyone was trapped in an illusion. Yi-chun is no exception, but he is different from others in that he can clearly realize that he is in an illusion, and if he wants, he can walk out of the illusion at any time. However, he did not leave the illusion immediately. He wanted to see what tricks this weasel monster could play. At this moment, the situation in front of him has changed dramatically. Yi-chun is no longer in Huangshe village, but in a swimming pool. In this swimming pool, beautiful women with outstanding looks and charming figures were swimming around in the pool and waving at Yi-chun. As long as Yi-chun beckoned his finger, they would throw themselves into his arms. Their bodies were also faintly visible in the water of the swimming pool, bringing out their charm to the extreme. Chapter 140 Illusion. Unfortunately, this didn't have much effect on Yi-chun, and he said indifferently, "Boring." Then, he left the illusion and turned to look at Su Qingning. Next, Yi-chun's eyes revealed an interested look. He actually saw the illusion that Su Qingning encountered from Su Qingning's pupils. Su Qingning was wearing a dragon robe at the moment, sitting in the main hall. Next to her hand was a jade seal with 8 big characters engraved on it: Mandate from Heaven and Live Long and Prosperous. Below Su Qingning, all the civil and military officials bowed 90 degrees to Su Qingning. Greetings to Her Majesty the Empress. Yi-chun almost laughed when he saw this scene. This yellow weasel monster was quite interesting. It actually created an illusion of the Empress for Qingning. It really knows how to think. Su Qingning looked at the civil and military officials who bowed and did not answer. She just picked up the imperial seal and looked at it carefully. Su Qingning looked at the imperial seal for a while, then waved her hand and said, "It's too fake. It's meaningless." Next, Su Qingning's eyes became clear, and it was obvious that she had also escaped from the illusion. Seeing this, Yi-chun asked, "How does it feel to be an empress?" Su Qingning was stunned for a moment. "How do you know?" Yi-chun explained, "I came out of the illusion before you did, and I saw it from your pupils." Su Qingning listened and said, "It's not interesting. It looks fake at first glance. There's no sense of immersion." Su Qingning is a doctor herself, and the doctor profession has a high resistance to illusions. Moreover, like Yi-chun, Su Qingning and her husband are both very determined and have a pure heart, so they have a strong resistance to illusions. The other 3 were not so lucky. They were now in a fantasy world. 2 of them were still struggling, while the last one had already fallen. Although the person who fell is not in danger of life, he will probably be seriously injured. At the same time, this level-breaking mission is considered a failure for him. After all, for the level-breaking task, only when both the team task and the personal task are completed can the level breaking be considered completed. At this moment, one of these 3 people traveled to a parallel dimension in the illusion and became a very good director, moving those excellent movies of Blue Star to the parallel world. He shot art films such as Farewell My Concubine, To Live, and Red Sorghum, and won film awards such as the Oscars and Cannes. He also shot commercial films such as the Lost on Journey series, Detective Chinatown series, and Necromancer series. With one of his movies grossing over 10 billion yuan, he has become the undisputed king of the entertainment industry. The well-known big actresses in the entertainment industry, the Big Four, the twins, Yifei, Yuan, Reba, Naza, and others all threw themselves into his arms and vied with each other for his favor. He had fallen into this illusion and was unable to extricate himself, and was completely unaware of the many loopholes in the illusion. As for the other 2 people, one of them was the same as Su Qingning. In the illusion, he became the emperor, the supreme ruler. However, he vaguely felt that something was wrong. At this moment, he did not sink into it. He used his own will to resist the illusion. As for the last person, his illusion was actually quite simple. In the illusion, he changed from a middle-aged man in his 30s to a teenager. He was in an old building. Inside the building, his father was watching TV on the sofa, and his mother was cooking in the kitchen. While he was doing his homework, he secretly looked at his parents. His eyes were wet with tears. He knew better than anyone that this was an illusion. It was all fake, and he could break free, but he just didn't want to. Because his parents left him many years ago, he no longer has the way to go back. Many times he woke up in the middle of the night, in which he saw his whole family gathered together, talking and laughing, talking about his achievements and his future, and he would burst into tears. It's a pity that his future parents are not around. Sometimes he really wants to let his parents see that your son has grown up and is now a 5th-level combat professional. Although he is not invincible, he can be considered a big figure. Your son has a promising future. Unfortunately, these parents couldn't see it with their own eyes. Now that he was in such a real illusion, he really didn't want to go out. He put the homework aside, walked up to his father, and said, "Dad." His father turned around and looked at him, saying, "What's wrong? Have you encountered a problem that you can't solve?" "You, Dad, only graduated from junior high school, so I may not be able to help you." His eyes became more and more moist, and he couldn't help but let out tears. In this illusion, the look and tone of his father's voice were exactly the same as when he was alive. Seeing him crying, his father came forward and asked, "What's wrong, son? Did you not do well on the test? Or did someone bully you?" My mother also heard the noise here, stopped cooking, and came to the living room. She also said, "If it's because your grades weren't good, that's fine. We'll just work harder next time. If someone bullies you, tell your parents and they'll go find him." As he listened to his parents' words, his tears flowed even harder because now, even if he was bullied, he would not have his parents to support him. Seeing that he was just crying and not saying anything, his parents became more worried, wondering if their son was being bullied at school. The father had already taken out his cell phone, ready to call his class teacher to find out what was going on. He looked at his anxious parents in front of him, sighed deeply, and said, "Mom and Dad, I'm sorry." After saying this, he slowly closed his eyes. He really missed the feeling of being with his parents, but he knew that he was no longer a child and he couldn't be willful. He is now a father and the support of his children. He has to stand up. When he opened his eyes again, he had left the illusion, and then he rubbed his eyes and wiped away the tears in his eyes. His tears are only useful in front of his parents. This society does not recognize his tears. Therefore, the first thing he did after leaving the illusion was to wipe away his tears and act like a man again. Then, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. It seemed that he had passed the rank-breaking mission and became a rank 6 combat professional. His wife and children would be very happy to hear this news, right? His parents in heaven would also be happy, right? As time passed, the middle-aged man who became the emperor finally broke free from the illusion and left. As for the last person, he has completely fallen. At this moment, the plot has developed very bizarrely. He has 12 of top beauties in the entertainment industry, and each of them is devoted to him. He also has indestructible kidneys, and he revels every night. If Louis Fei wants him to perform, she has to wait in line for a month. Chapter 141, J, 20 Stealth Fighter Group. Half an hour later, the assessment was completely over and the Dharma body of Huang Daxian disappeared. Among the 3 middle-aged combat professionals, 2 of them successfully passed the individual assessment, while the last one fell to the ground with a pale face, looking very weak. He failed to pass the illusion test this time, and whatever he did in the illusion would be reflected on his body. This is the harm caused by being controlled by the illusion. In the fantasy world, he reveled every night, had indestructible kidneys, slept with 10 women a night, and slept with all the big and small actresses in the entertainment industry. Now, back to reality, his body was no longer under his control after middle age, and now he's been tormented like this. Now he feels like his yang is being taken away to replenish his yin. His kidneys are almost broken, and his body is completely drained and extremely weak. Then, there was a change in front of everyone's eyes, and they left the Huangshe village copy. The 3 middle-aged men had different expressions at this moment. The guy who had dreamed of becoming an emperor secretly admired his own willpower and successfully broke free from the illusion. The man who had dreamed of a happy family had a face full of nostalgia and hoped that he could dream of his parents at night. The guy who was doing very well in the entertainment industry was now weak and half lying on the ground. Yichin looked at the other party and said, "I can't help you with personal tasks. You asked for everything." The middle-aged man was filled with regret when he heard what Yichin said. "How could this happen? I was clearly killed during a personal mission, and then I traveled to a parallel world, became a big director, and slept with all the beauties in the entertainment industry. How could this happen? I know, it must be because of my recent debauchery that I started having nightmares. It must be like this. Wake up quickly." As he spoke, he slapped his cheeks hard with his hands, but unfortunately, after 6 or 7 slaps, it was of no use and his face hurt terribly. He also realized that he had just had a beautiful dream, and he couldn't help but burst into tears. Yichin ignored him and asked, "Qingning, what skills did you unlock this time?" Su Qingning listened and said, "A 6th level physician has unlocked the poison skill, which can help teammates poison, making their attacks have poison attributes. He has also unlocked the skill Tian Shan's Snow Lotus, which can greatly increase a target's dual resistance for the next 10 minutes and make it immune to one control skill. After hearing this, Yi Chun smiled and said, "That sounds great." Su Qingning asked curiously, "What about you? What weapon did you unlock?" Yi Chun replied, "Bought the sheep. We can sail now." To be honest, even Yi Chun was very surprised by the weapons unlocked after reaching the 6th level. 10 seconds ago, the system prompt sounded, "Congratulations to the host for reaching the 6th level, unlocking the weapons 056 Frigate and J-20 Stealth Fighter Crew. Type 056 Frigate, 89 meters long, 11.6 meters wide, 4.4 meters deep, with a full load displacement of 1,440 tons. The takeoff and landing platform can accommodate a helicopter, with a maximum speed of 28 knots. It is equipped with a 76mm stealth naval gun, a remote-controlled automatic machine gun, a torpedo launcher, an anti-submarine rocket launcher for Eagle Strike, 83 anti-ship missiles, and an aviation missile FL-3000 and launcher. J-20 Stealth Fighter Crew. The crew is equipped with 10 J-20 stealth fighters, with a combat radius of 3,000 kilometers, supporting supersonic cruise and possessing high stealth, high perception, and high maneuverability. It is equipped with PL-15 long-range air-to-air missiles with a range of 400 kilometers, equipped with dual-pulse launchers, and carries 2 PL-10E close-range combat missiles. The weapons unlocked this time are comparable to the 10th and 11th level weapons of ordinary mechanics. And these two weapons did not disappoint Yi Chun. The first was the Type 056 Frigate, which was 89 meters long, 11.6 meters wide, and had a displacement of more than 1,000 tons, making it a behemoth. The frigate is also equipped with many weapon systems, including various naval guns, torpedoes, anti-submarine launchers, anti-ship missiles, air-to-air missiles, etc. It can be said that it has everything. There are nearly 10 kinds of weapons mounted on the frigate itself. Each weapon is not only extremely powerful, but can also cope with different situations. Whether it is anti-submarine or anti-ship, it is powerful enough to give Yi Chun the ability to dominate the waters. As for the J-20, there is no need to say more. What was unlocked this time was not a single fighter jet, but a fighter group, a total of 10 J-20 stealth fighter jets. If the 056 frigate allows Yi Chun to dominate the waters, then the J-20 gives Yi Chun the ability to dominate the air. The J-20 is not as weak as the previous armed helicopters. The previous armed helicopters were relatively slow and had poor capabilities. The weapons they carried were the weapons that Yi Chun had unlocked in the early stages, and their firepower was obviously insufficient. The J-20 can cruise at supersonic speed. At such a speed, even monsters in the sky would find it almost impossible to catch up with it. At the same time, the air-to-air missiles, pulse launchers, and combat missiles carried by the J-20 are enough to allow the J-20 to dominate the sky. Moreover, the J-20 also possesses very outstanding coordinated combat capabilities. Now Yi Chun has unlocked the J-20 crew, a total of 10 J-20 fighter jets. 10 stealth fighters cooperate with each other and provide firepower coverage, which can completely help Yi Chun dominate the sky. Main battle tanks dominate the land, frigates dominate the waters, and the J-20 fighter crew dominates the sky. These are the three weapons unlocked by the mechanic profession at the 9th, 10th, and 11th levels respectively. Yi Chun was naturally quite satisfied with the weapons he unlocked this time. But there was another highlight coming up, which was his own super talent. Yi Chun said directly, "Extract super god talent." Then, 3 super options appeared in Yi Chun's mind for him to choose from. 1. River of Blood. Passive. After the host's weapon causes damage to the target, the bleeding effect will increase, causing continuous loss of health. 2. King of Upgrade. Passive. After obtaining this talent, the experience required for the host to upgrade is halved. 3. True Strike. Passive. After acquiring this talent, the damage caused by the host's weapon is converted into true damage, ignoring the target's defense and not affected by its own attribute bonus. When Yi Chun saw this option, he didn't hesitate for a second and said directly, "I choose 3. It really hurts." Anyone who has played the game knows how outrageous the effect of real damage is. Chapter 142, True Damage. True damage is fixed damage. ignoring the enemy's defense and shield, and ignoring your own attribute bonus. Yi Chen's various hot weapons are not affected by attribute bonuses. The higher the weapon rank, the higher the basic damage. Yi Chen's attribute bonuses, intelligence value increases the ammunition recovery speed and remote control distance, and agility value increases the hit rate. Therefore, the negative effect of the talent True Strike is not affected by attribute bonuses and is not a negative impact on Yi Chen. And its attribute of ignoring the target's defense is too outrageous. After Yi Chen unlocks this talent, he can ignore the defense of all targets, and the damage value is completely fixed. The already fierce firepower, coupled with the real damage and the white fixed damage values, made Yi Chen feel fierce just thinking about it. And now Yi Chen has only stepped into the 6th level, but his damage is already so excessive and outrageous. Yi Chen himself doesn't know what kind of terrifying weapons he will unlock when he reaches the 9th or 10th level. At least at the current unlocking speed, Yi Chen estimated that by the time he reached level 8, he should be able to unlock nuclear weapons or aircraft carriers. The weapons that could be unlocked above, that would probably be some theoretical weapons. At this moment, the other 2 middle-aged men stepped forward and said to Yi Chen, "Xiao Yi, thank you so much. I didn't expect that we could break through to the 6th level in our lifetime." Yi Chen heard what they said and said, "You're welcome. I'm doing this for Principal Ding's sake. Besides, it's because you have enough willpower that you survive the illusion created by Huang Daxian's Dharmakaya." After hearing this, the 2 of them couldn't help but look at the weak guy on the ground with sympathy. This guy originally had the opportunity to pass the upgrade mission and reach the 6th level. It's a pity that one misstep led to eternal regret. He became addicted to the illusion and lost himself. I'm afraid there is no hope for him to reach the 6th level in this life. Given his current mental state, if he cannot adjust himself in time, the next mandatory mission might be the day of his death. Then, Yi Chen and Su Qingning left together, chatting as they walked. Yi Chen said, "Qingning, are you afraid of snakes?" Su Qingning listened and said, "It depends on the situation. If I face it alone, I will definitely be scared, but if I'm with you, I'm not afraid of anything." When Yi Chen heard what Su Qingning said, he couldn't help but kiss her on the cheek and said, "I will definitely face it with you. I plan to go to the 10,000 Snake Cave to see if I can collect some dragon blood." Now that the ambergris is still being grown at home, Yi Chen wants to try whether using dragon blood for irrigation can increase the effectiveness of the ambergris. Su Qingning said directly, "Okay, it's a good opportunity for me to see your new weapon." When Yi Chen heard Su Qingning's words, he smiled evilly and whispered in her ear, "New weapons are actually not that interesting. Let's go back to bed. I'll show you my most powerful weapon." When Su Qingning heard what Yi Chen said, she immediately realized that Yi Chen was doing something obscene. She hurried forward and said with a smile, "I don't want it." Yi Chen chased after him and said, "This is not up to you. Where are you going to escape?" The 2 of them went back home in a playful manner. Although Su Qingning said no, her body was very honest. Not only did she see Yi Chen's magic weapon, she also cleaned it thoroughly and put it back into its sheath. The next day, Yi Chen and Su Qingning woke up at noon. Then Yi Chen saw that there was a missed call on his mobile phone, which was from Ding Sheng. Yi Chen called back directly and said, "Principal Ding, is there anything wrong?" Ding Sheng said directly, "I have to thank you for the rank-breaking mission." Yi Chen listened and said, "It's just a matter of convenience. No need to be so polite." Ding Sheng asked, "Have you and Qingning reached a breakthrough?" Yi Chen said directly, "Yes, we have already broken through." Ding Sheng continued, "Then your strength." Yi Chen didn't hesitate and said directly, "Comparable to the 11th level." In fact, Yi Chen's words were a bit modest. He was not comparable to the 11th level, but stronger than the ordinary 11th level. An ordinary 11th level mechanic may indeed be weaker than other 11th level professions, but Yi Chen is different. In addition to weapons that can only be unlocked by an 11th level mechanic, Yi Chen also has several extraordinary talents. With unlimited firepower, 100% accuracy, mind control, and real damage, Yi Chen can cause extremely outrageous damage in a short period of time. As long as the opponent does not have physical immunity, it will be difficult for him to withstand Yi Chen's attack. Today, Yi Chen can already be described as an army of one man. Ding Sheng was also very happy to hear what Yi Chen said. He said directly, "It is true. Yi Chen, now that you have the destructive power of the 11th level, I am afraid it will be difficult for you to have some free time in the future. Yi Chan said directly, I am very clear about this. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. I will protect Daxia within my ability. Ding Sheng smiled and said, It's rare that you have such a sense of responsibility. I should let you know something. In fact, there are already a large number of invaders on Blue Star. Yi Chen's expression changed, and he asked, What? Where are these invaders now? Ding Sheng explained, The invaders mainly gather at the North and South Poles. The climate in the North and South Poles is harsh and sparsely populated. Humans rarely set foot there. Humans are protected by the Way of Heaven, but the power of the Way of Heaven also varies in strength. Among them, the power of the Way of Heaven is the strongest in the 9 provinces of Daxia. When invaders arrive, they will be immediately sealed into the secret realm by the Way of Heaven. Outside the 9 provinces of Daxia, although the power of heaven is slightly weaker, it can still seal most of the demons, but there are a few places that are more special. The first is Dongying mentioned before. Because it once caused serious harm to Daxia, which was favored by heaven, it was rejected by heaven and destroyed early. The second is the 2 poles. Japan is despised by the Way of Heaven. And as for the polar regions, they're sparsely populated and have harsh climates. The power of the Way of Heaven is too weak in the polar regions, and therefore, the polar regions can be said to be the flaws of the Way of Heaven. Those foreign demons can come to Blue Star through the polar regions, and then use the polar regions as bases to continuously expand and invade. All countries in Blue Star have arranged a large number of high-level professionals to surround the polar regions. The war between the 2 sides has been stalemated for many years, and the demon bases are actually slowly expanding. Yi Chen heard what Ding Sheng said, and said, Principal Ding wants me to go to the 2 poles to participate in the war. Ding Sheng said directly, That won't work. The polar war is extremely dangerous. There is no secret realm to suppress it. There are many monsters and demons mixed together. Maybe a super-level monster will appear from somewhere and take your life. You are very important to our Daxia and even to mankind. Before you step into the 10th level, you can't participate in such a dangerous battle. Yi Chen listened and said, Then what do you want to say when you mention these polar invaders? Ding Sheng explained, According to our investigation, there's a special kind of demon in the polar regions that has sneaked into Daxia. We call it a human demon. Huh? Shemale. Ding Sheng said, It's not the kind of human demon that is neither male nor female, but a special kind of human demon insect. They are only about 5 centimeters long and very fast. Their way of attack is to get into the human brain through the mouth, nose, or ears. Once in the brain, they take over the human brain, feed on it, and give birth to offspring. The offspring will drill out through the 7 orifices of humans and then look for new hosts. We will also call those humans who are inhabited by demon worms human demons. Chapter 143, Human Demon. Yi Chen finally understood. So that's how it is. You want me to deal with these demons? Ding Sheng replied, That's right. I know you have a special way to accurately distinguish between friends and enemies. Currently, the demon insects have sneaked into Hongyu town on the border of Daxia, and the entire town has been blocked. However, how to deal with this town is a difficult problem. If the blockade continues, the demons and monsters will continue to infect people and turn all the living people in the town into demons. If the blockade is lifted, the demons and monsters will spread, and the consequences will be even more disastrous. If we directly raze Hongyu town to the ground, there will inevitably be innocent people killed, and no one is willing to bear this infamy. But you're different. I know you have a special way to distinguish between friends and foes. You can get rid of all these demons, monsters, and insects without hurting innocent people. After hearing what Ding Sheng said, Yi Chen said, Leave this matter to me. Ding Sheng said, You have the protection of a tank, so these human demons and monsters have no chance of staying on you. In addition, you have now broken through the 6th level and are comparable to the 11th level. That's why I feel relieved to let you take action. Yi Chen's life is still very precious. If it weren't for the fact that Yi Chen was the only one who was sure to handle this matter, and if Yi Chen's strength had not broken through again, this matter could be said to be a sure thing. Ding Sheng would not have asked Yi Chen to take action. An hour later, Yi Chen and Su Qingming arrived at the border town, Hongyu town, through the teleportation array. The entire town has been blocked by the Formation Master's formation, and no one is allowed to enter or leave. After Yi Chen presented a token, the blockade formation opened a small hole, allowing Yi Chun and Su Qingning to pass. Then, there was a rumbling sound, and Yi Chun and Su Qingning drove a tank into Hongyu Town. Although this town is located in a remote area, it can be seen that it has developed quite well. There are many buildings in the town, and the roads are basically asphalt roads. The economic development is good and is comparable to that of an ordinary small county town. But the whole town seemed unusually quiet. There was not a single vehicle or pedestrian on the spacious and clean road. It looked very strange. It seems that the matter of the humans, demons, monsters, and insects has spread throughout the town. People also know that the town is now blocked, and they cannot leave, so they can only hide at home. The Type 99, a main battle tank, rumbled along the asphalt road, seemingly startling some people. After 5 or 6 minutes, several men and women appeared on the roadside. On the surface, they looked no different from ordinary people. They were waving at Yi Chun, looking a little anxious. Seeing this, Su Qingning said, "Husband, are they normal people or demons?" The name, human demon, is really too weird. Since they are humans parasitized by human demon insects, Su Qingning gave them a new name, called human demon. Although the name, human demon, may not be very appropriate, it at least sounds better than human she-male and does not have so many ambiguities. Yi Chun said, "Just try it and you will know." As Yi Chun spoke, he moved his mind and first activated the 100 shots hit the target function, then tried to activate the secondary weapon of the main battle tank. The secondary weapon of Yi Chun's main battle tank has an average range. At this distance, if the people in front of him are demons, the secondary weapon will be activated immediately and shoot these people to death. But if these people are not enemies, the secondary weapons of the main battle tank cannot be activated. The talent of never missing a shot means that whenever Yi Chun shoots, he will hit the enemy. Similarly, if there is no enemy within the shooting range, he cannot shoot. In this way, Yi Chun can easily judge who is the enemy and who is friend. The secondary weapon cannot be activated, which means these people are obviously humans. At the same time, there is no security threat within the range of the secondary weapon. Therefore, Yi Chun and Su Qingning left the main battle tank directly and asked, "What's the situation now?" There were about 7 or 8 of them, both men and women. They looked at Yi Chun and said, "Are you Yi Chun?" Yi Chun, who is known as the strongest in the middle rank. Yi Chun looked at the few people and said, "Now is not the time to talk about this. What is the current situation in Hongyu Town?" A young girl immediately said, "I suspect that there are fake people in our town. They look like ordinary people on the surface, but they may be infected by parasites. They are very dangerous. That's why our Hongyu Town is blocked, right?" When Yi Chun heard what the girl said, he said, "They are not fake people. They are parasitized by a kind of demon insect. Anyway, they are almost the same. On the surface, they look the same as humans, but in reality, they are different, especially when you're alone with them. You'll feel very creepy." "Yi Chun, are you here to save us?" Yi Chun said directly, "I am indeed here to save people. You have no problems. You can leave Hongyu Town. I will communicate and coordinate with the people outside." Yi Chun said, took out his cell phone, and called the formation master who was in charge of guarding Hongyu Town outside. Yi Chun said, "I have a way to identify whether they are normal humans or human demons infected by the parasite. I will kill the human demons on the spot. As for ordinary people, I will let them leave Hongyu Town first." The formation master was a little worried and said, "Although the strength of the demon bugs is average, they are extremely dangerous. If one of them explodes, the consequences will be disastrous. Are you sure your method is okay?" Yi Chun said directly, "I'm sure. Principal Ding sent me here because I have this ability. If there is really a problem, I am willing to take all the responsibility." The formation master said, "Okay, you can let them out." Then Yi Chun said to them, "Just keep going out, don't worry about other things." As Yi Chun spoke, he moved his mind and an armed helicopter appeared. A light machine gun and a flamethrower were mounted on the mounting points and were in firing state. In this situation, as long as an enemy enters the shooting range, Yi Chun's weapon will be activated immediately, and no matter whether it is a human, a demon, a bug, or a human demon, they will all be blown to pieces. Sure enough, when the group had walked more than 300 meters, the door of a supermarket on the side of the road suddenly opened. Then, several figures rushed out of the supermarket, and they seemed to want to leave with those people. The moment they rushed out, the light machine gun mounted on the armed helicopter was activated. Da-da-da-da. The light machine gun bullets penetrated these people's brains and shattered their skulls. When a normal person is shot in the head, white brain matter mixed with blood will be exposed, which is red and white in color. However, after these people were shot in the head, their brains were parasitized by the human demon insects, so the brain matter has turned green and the blood has turned blue. Therefore, when these demons were shot in the head, the color that appeared was a mixture of blue and green, completely different from that of normal people. Chapter 144, Gathering. Not only were the human bodies that these demons were living and killed, but the demon worms themselves were also blown up on the spot by light machine guns. However, among the 7 or 8 people who rushed out, there were 2 ordinary humans who were not infected, and the light machine gun perfectly avoided them, allowing them to escape together with the few people who had escaped before. Outside Hongyu Town, the Formation Master can see what is happening in Hongyu Town through surveillance. The Formation Master was also shocked. He didn't expect that Yi Chen's judgment was so accurate. Among the 7 people who suddenly rushed out of the supermarket, 5 were demons and 2 were normal people. Yi Chen was able to screen them out accurately. Judging from their smashed blue-green brains, Yi Chen's judgment was quite accurate, and the Formation Master also recognized Yi Chen's ability. Then, Yi Chen set up a heavy machine gun on the side of the main battle tank, and then he took out a loudspeaker and said, "Hello everyone, I am Yi Chen. Hongyu Town has been invaded by demon insects, so the whole town has been blocked, but I can tell whether everyone is being infested by demon insects. As long as you are within my range, I can guarantee that you are safe. If you are in a safe state, you can continue to hide and wait for my rescue." Yi Chen's new weapon was useless this time. Even a main battle tank was mainly used for protection, and the main gun could not be started. After all, weapons above level 9 are basically like artillery shells. Their lethality is too strong, and the damage they cause is of a bombing nature. Injury of this nature, in an environment like Hongyu Town, is very likely to hurt innocent people. Besides, this demon insect is just weird and difficult to deal with. In fact, its health is very low and its strength is very weak. The power of light and heavy machine guns is enough. Therefore, to clean up Hongyu Town today, Yi Chen mainly used light and heavy machine guns to fire, plus the blessing of his 100% accuracy, to eliminate these human demons. As Yi Chen used the loudspeaker to notify everyone, gradually, people left the room and moved towards where Yi Chen was. The sound of heavy machine gun fire could be heard from time to time. These demons mixed in with ordinary people, trying to get away with it. Unfortunately, Yi Chen's extraordinary talent did not allow them to get away with it, and all of them were killed. Ordinary people were frightened when they heard the gunshots, but when they saw that the brains of those who fell down had been shot out, revealing green brain matter and blue blood, they were no longer afraid. After all, this also proves that Yi Chen is indeed capable of judging who is a normal person and who is infected, which gives them a strong sense of security. In fact, these human demons, monsters, and insects are very weak. If humans are prepared, it will not be easy for them to host a brain. Precisely because of their low strength and the intensity of their life magnetic field, which is very close to that of native creatures on Blue Star, they were able to slip through and enter the territory of Daxia. The way that the demon insects host humans is to take them by surprise. For example, when humans are sleeping or drinking water, they will unexpectedly drill into the human's mouth and instantly control the human's brain. After ordinary people are transformed into demons, although the demons lose their self compared to ordinary people, their strength is not improved at all. If the human demons were obviously much stronger than ordinary people, the ordinary people in the entire Hongyu Town would have been forced to be possessed by other human demons one by one. How could they have waited for Yi Chen's rescue? In fact, there is also a group of professionals in Hongyu Town. If they have the ability to distinguish between demons and ordinary people, maybe they can also deal with these demons, monsters, and insects. With the assistance of the 100-hit shot sword and the support of light and heavy machine guns, it was indeed not difficult for Yi Chen to deal with these human demons, monsters, and insects. The residents of Hongyu Town were all moving closer to Yi Chen. The demons who were trying to take advantage of the situation were killed one by Yi Chen. As for the ordinary people who were not controlled, they left Hongyu Town smoothly. The asphalt road in Hongyu Town has also been dyed green and blue. These are the brains and blood of the human demons. Yi Chen has killed more than hundreds of human demons. Up to now, he has not killed any of them by mistake and has not let any of them go. In Hongyu Town, in the Li family, the richest family in the town, the wealthy Li Haiyang sat in the main seat. Next to him were his 5 wives and concubines, 7 or 8 children, more than a dozen servants, and more than 20 bodyguards. Daxia does not allow polygamy, but as long as they do not get a marriage certificate and just live together, there is generally no problem as long as the people do not report it and the officials do not investigate. As the richest man in Hongyu town, Li Haiyang has a net worth of tens of billions. It is normal for him to have more women and children in his family. After all, he can afford it. It's a pity that today Li Haiyang's family was wiped out. Now all of them have been possessed by the human demon insects and turned into human demons. They also watched the situation in the town through surveillance and only heard Li Haiyang say, "This human has a way to distinguish us. What should we do now? We have already lost more than 200 of our kind. We can't keep going out to die." After hearing this, Li Haiyang said, "Then let's gather our kind, enter the aggregation state, and fight these hateful humans." After Li Haiyang finished speaking, he suddenly reached out, grabbed his own head, and then pulled it hard. His skull was split into 2, revealing the green brain matter inside. In the center of the brain matter lay an emerald green worm, which was the human demon worm itself. The body of the demon worm slowly stopped sucking the brain matter, then stood up and emitted a series of strange infrasound waves. This kind of sound wave can gather all the same kind. There are 2 states of human, demon, and devil worms. The normal state is a scattered state, each of them hosting a host, and then constantly devouring the human brain, splitting offspring, and continuing to host and expand. The second form is the aggregated state. In the aggregated state, they will summon all the same kind they can summon, and use a special way to manipulate these human demons to gather together to form a huge aggregate life form. This life form is huge in size, with thick skin and flesh, and has extremely strong recovery ability. Its combat power is comparable to that of high-level monsters. It is the last trump card of the human, demon, devil, and insect. Afterwards, all the humans and demons in different areas of Hongyu Town were moving towards the mansion of the richest man, and different humans and demons were constantly gathering together. As the aggregation process continued, the size of their aggregate grew larger and larger, until finally, the aggregate burst the villa of the richest man, revealing its huge and evil body. Such a big commotion was noticed by Yi Chun, even though he was more than 10 kilometers away. Chapter 145, Early Graduation. At this moment, the human-demon aggregation formed a gigantic demon worm, which had a diameter of 7 or 8 meters and a length of 30 to 40 meters. The body of the fat worm was made up entirely of human bodies stacked on top of each other. The human heads are randomly distributed on the bodies of the magic insects, while the human hands and feet are densely located on the bodies of the magic insects to support their bodies. This makes the demon worm in front of them look a bit like a centipede, because the demon worm itself is composed of humans and demons, and there are thousands of them. The hands and legs of these thousands of people constitute the demon worm's 1,000 feet, which looks very similar to a centipede. These thousands of hands and feet supported the body of the demon insect as it moved towards Yi Chen's position. When Yi Chen saw this big guy, his expression changed. Then he immediately got in the car and directly controlled the 99 AE main battle tank to fire. The 125mm smoothbore cannon fired out and hit the centipede demon insect hard. The millipede has thick skin and flesh, a large body, and high defense. Under normal circumstances, it is difficult to kill it with one shot. But now Yi Chun possesses the talent for true strike, and all damage is real damage. Therefore, this shot ignored the magic insect's defense and killed it on the spot. It exploded in green brain matter and blue blood spilled all over the ground. After the centipede demon insect was dealt with, Yi Chun drove the main battle tank with an armed helicopter overhead to patrol the surrounding area and inspected the entire Hongyu town. He found a few survivors hiding in the town and asked them to leave. As for the human demons, there was not a single one left. When the human demon insects gathered, they had already gathered all of their kind, and then they were blasted to death by Yi Chun with one cannon, which saved a lot of effort. Afterwards, the couple left Hongyu town, returned to Jingyao, and met Ding Sheng. When Ding Sheng saw Yi Chun, curiosity flashed in his eyes. "Why didn't you show off your 11th level weapon?" When Yi Chun heard Ding Sheng's words, he said directly, "Why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken?" After hearing this, Ding Sheng said, "What a pity. I want to see what methods the high-level mechanics have. Yi Chen smiled and said, "Don't worry, there will be opportunities in the future." Ding Sheng said, "Now you have the strength comparable to the 11th level. Even if your own rank has reached the 6th level, it is meaningless to continue staying in Jingyao. We held a meeting specifically for you and decided to let you two graduate early." Yi Chan was stunned for a moment before he said, "We haven't even finished the first semester yet, and we're about to graduate?" Ding Sheng also said, "You two have made history. Not to mention Jingyao. Your situation is the first of its kind in all universities in Daxia. Unfortunately, there is no other way. It makes no sense for you to continue staying in Jingyao. You can only graduate early. In this world, rank is very important. Only professionals of corresponding rank can enter the secret realm corresponding to the rank. If there's a gap in rank, cooperation will be inconvenient." When Yi Chun was at the 4th level, his rank was already comparable to that of the mainstream senior students at Jingyao University. By the time he reached the 5th level in the entire Jingyao, only the top team in the senior year could barely keep up with him. In order to catch up with Yi Chun, all members of the Double Wings team reached the 5th level. But now, Yi Chun is at level 6. Even the top teams in the senior year do not have any level 6 professionals. So even if Yi Chun and Su Qingning are listed as students of Jingyao, it does not mean much. It would be better for them to graduate early and enter a circle that is more suitable for them. Yi Chun said, "Graduate if you want to. School really doesn't mean much to us." Yi Chun was already very familiar with the basic knowledge about combat professionals and secret realms, so it didn't make much sense. Today's Jingyao is more like a platform for Yi Chun and Su Qingning, providing some teammates or some information. But their rank was too high, and the school was unable to provide teammates to work with them. When they were on a rank-breaking mission before, they had to look for old students who had graduated many years ago from outside the school to get the number of people, which was indeed not very convenient. Ding Xing nodded slightly and said, "After graduation, what path do you want to take?" Yi Chen listened and said, "What routes can we choose?" Ding Sheng replied, "The first is the freelance route, which is not bound by any forces. Your father-in-law took this route. He and Yuan Xiaowai are both freelancers. Whether it is entering the secret realm or choosing a team, it all depends on their own preferences. The second is the team approach. Creating or joining a fixed team can achieve twice the result with half the effort if there's a good understanding and cooperation between the two parties. However, if conflict arises within the team, it can be quite troublesome." After hearing what Ding Sheng said, Yi Chan said, "Let it be. If there's a suitable goal, we can create a team. If not, forget it." Yi Chan never thought about joining someone else's team. At most, he would create a small team of his own and have absolute say. If he is satisfied with the members, then he can continue to cooperate. If he is not satisfied or there is a conflict, he can kick the other party out directly. He must have absolute say. Ding Sheng said, "Then I suggest you wait until you reach the 7th level before creating team. It would be best if the level of your team members is 2 or 3 levels higher than yours. That way, you won't be able to get rid of them in a short time." Yi Chen's strength is so fierce that killing monsters in the secret realm is as easy as chopping melons and vegetables, so his upgrade speed is extremely fast. If you choose teammates of the same level, after a few months, the gap between the levels of both sides may widen again. Yi Chen nodded slightly. In fact, he already had suitable candidates in mind, and they were Su Jian and Yuan Xiaowai. One of them is a sword immortal, and the other is a Taoist priest. Both are in the top 10 most popular professions. Moreover, given their ages, they have rich experience in the secret realm and are very suitable to be teammates of Yi Chun and Su Qingning. Besides, given the relationship between the two parties, it is basically impossible for any conflict to arise. After all, they're all family. Yi Chun and Su Qingning are Su Jian's daughter and son-in-law, and Yuan Xiaowai is Su Jian's comrade in arms, which is equivalent to brothers in life and death. In such a relationship, both parties can work together and trust each other without any worries. There will absolutely be no distrust. Therefore, Su Jian and Yuan Xiaowai are naturally the best teammates for Yi Chun and Su Qingning. As for the Tong brothers, or Lu Ruyan, that is unlikely. They are all super geniuses, and each of them wants to achieve something. They are unwilling to be inferior to others, even Yi Chun. Therefore, in the future they will create their own team with themselves as the core, and hope that one day they can surpass Yi Chun. Afterwards, Ding Sheng awarded graduation certificates to Yi Chun and Su Qingning and informed the entire Beijing Pharmaceutical School of the news. Chapter 146, 10,000 Snake Cave. As for holding a graduation ceremony for Yi Chun and Su Qingning, there is no need for that. Yi Chun and Su Qingning don't like such fancy things either, as they don't make much sense. Afterwards, Yi Chun and Su Qingning left Jingyao. From now on, they officially graduated. If nothing happened in the future, they wouldn't even have to go back to Jingyao. After they left Jingyao, they did not go to their own residence, but to the 10,000 Snakes Cave. Yi Chun has to clear the secret realm of the 10,000 Snakes Cave several times until he encounters a dragon. After the two arrived at the secret realm of the 10,000 Snakes Cave, they saw about 30 or 40 people gathered at the entrance of the secret realm. They are all 6th-level combat professionals. Since they do not have a fixed team and the 10,000 Snakes Cave is a medium-sized secret realm, they need to form a team of 5 to enter. At this time, at the entrance of the secret realm, everyone was bustling around, trying hard to recruit teammates. 3 top-notch range professions, recruiting 2 melee masters, requiring at least 1 epic equipment of level 4 or above. 2 epic warlocks are looking for a suitable team. We can cooperate for a long time if we get along well. A level 59 summoner. Is there anyone willing to take me in? I promise not to betray my teammates. But after Yi Chun and Su Qingning came over, the crowd shouting stopped, and everyone's eyes fell on Yi Chun and Su Qingning. Isn't this Yi Chun? Yi Chun, who is known as the strongest in the middle rank. Why is he here? Isn't that easy? He has reached the 6th level. He wants to play in the 10,000 Snake Cave today. Yi Chun, you don't have any teammates yet? How about choosing me? I also want to try the feeling of winning without doing anything. Can you choose me? 30 or 40 people surrounded Yi Chun and Su Qingning, and all wanted to join Yi Chun's team. After all, they all know that as long as they join Yi Chun's team, they will win without any effort. Yi Chun looked at the crowd and said, I do need 3 teammates, but with you guys surrounding me like this, I can't choose. You guys retreat first. Yi Chun's strength was there, and after hearing what Yi Chun said, the crowd did not dare to continue surrounding him and retreated one after another. Next, Yi Chun randomly selected a few people who looked good, 2 men and 1 woman, and then said, It will be you 3 this time. When the 3 heard what Yi Chun said, they were overjoyed. They followed Yi Chun and Su Qingning and went straight into the secret realm. As for the others, they were very disappointed. After all, Yi Chun failed to choose them. However, they did not dare to have any opinions and could only continue to recruit their teammates or look for a suitable team. Yi Chun formed a team of 5 people and led the team directly into the secret realm of the 10,000 Snakes Cave. As the name suggests, this secret place is a giant snake cave located underground. Thousands of snakes gather inside the cave, which is not very friendly for people with trypophobia. As soon as everyone entered the secret realm, they found themselves in front of a rift. The entrance to the rift was an elliptical crack with a diameter of 5 or 6 meters, which emitted a strong, fishy smell. Following this crack in the ground, you can enter the cave of 10,000 snakes and see the countless groups of snakes in the cave of 10,000 snakes. The 3 people recruited by Yi Chun looked at the entrance of the 10,000 snake cave and volunteered. Yi Chun, shall we go and explore it for you? Yi Chun heard what the 3 said and said, No, I'll do it. As Yi Chun spoke, he moved his mind and the main battle tank appeared on the spot. He did not get on the main battle tank, but instead controlled it with his mind and drove the main battle tank towards the entrance of the 10,000 Snakes Cave. He is now at level 6. During this period of upgrading, all of his free attribute points have been allocated to intelligence, and he also has several pieces of equipment that increase intelligence. Therefore, Yi Chun's mind control distance has been greatly improved, and he can directly control the main battle tank to fight. In fact, the J-20 fighter jet or the 056 destroyer can also fight. However, the main battlefield of the J-20 fighter is in the air, and the main battlefield of the 056 destroyer is in the water. Facing the terrain of the 10,000 Snakes Cave today, they are really not suitable for fighting, so Yi Chun can only use the main battle tank. The main battle tank started and drove towards the entrance of the 10,000 Snakes Cave. Although the 10,000 Snakes Cave was located underground, the slope was relatively gentle. The main battle tank itself has excellent off-road and climbing capabilities, so it entered the cave of 10,000 snakes unhindered. As the main battle tank went deeper The snake monsters in the 10,000 Snakes cave were awakened and rushed towards the main battle tank. These snake monsters are over 10 meters long, with colorful black bodies. Their bodies are entangled with each other, and their tongues are flickering, making people feel physically uncomfortable when they see them. When Yi-chun controlled the weapon with his mind, his field of vision was very large, so he could see the situation inside the 10,000 Snake cave. Looking at these snake monsters, the main battle tanks opened fire directly, and the secondary weapons of the main battle tanks also began to fire. When these snake monsters were attacked, they rushed towards the main battle tanks one after another. Then, they were covered by the firepower of the main battle tanks and blown to pieces. While the main battle tank was bombarding, it was also wandering inside the 10,000 Snakes cave. A snake demon approached the main battle tank, intending to use its own snake body to entangle the main battle tank. Unfortunately, the horsepower of the main battle tank is no joke. Its engine is a 12-cylinder water-cooled turbocharged diesel engine with an output power of 1,500 horsepower. It weighs more than 50 tons, but can reach a speed of 80 kilometers per hour, which shows how powerful it is. With such terrifying horsepower and such terrifying weight, are these snake monsters kidding me if they want to entangle and strangle the main battle tank? The main battle tank easily broke free from the snake demon's entanglement and crushed it into meat paste. Yi-chun was also in a situation where he did not personally participate in the battle. Although the main battle tank was enough to deal with these snake monsters, just think about it. He and Qingning were inside the main battle tank, while the outside was surrounded by snake monsters. Even if he knew there was no danger, it would still be disgusting and creepy. Now we can remotely control the main battle tucker to resolve the battle, which is indeed very good. In fact, these snake monsters have extremely flexible bodies, and their scales are smooth and flexible, which can withstand a lot of damage. Unfortunately, Yi-chun has a talent for real strikes. Every shot he fires causes real damage. Even the damage caused by a main battle tank crushing him is real damage. The true damage ignores the snake demon's defense, so the killing effect is very outstanding. Yi-chun and others were waiting outside the 10,000 Snakes cave, while the other three were still a little confused. However, after 2 minutes, their experience points began to rise rapidly, and they finally realized that Yi-chun could remotely control the main battle tank to fight. Although for such a mission, they can only share 20% of Yi-chun's experience in killing monsters. This 20%, even if divided among the four of them, is more efficient than killing monsters themselves. This is the terrifying thing about Yi-chun. What's even more outrageous is that during the entire process, they didn't have to do anything. They didn't even have to enter the 10,000 Snake cave, and they already had the experience. It was really too outrageous. Chapter 147, Walking Dragon. 40 minutes later, the main battle tank drove out of the 10,000 Snakes cave. The main battle tank had been dyed red by the blood of the snake monsters. There were many remains of snake monsters on the main battle tank, with a snake tail on one side and a snake head on the other. It was obvious that the main battle tank had gone through a horrific massacre. It's a pity that they did not encounter a dragon this time. The 10,000 Snakes cave has multiple layers of copies, and the probability of a dragon being born among the snake group is still relatively low. Afterwards, Yi-chun and the other 5 people left the secret realm of the 10,000 Snakes cave. Yi-chun selected 3 lucky people again and asked them to come and fill in the numbers and gain some experience. Yi-chun and Su Qingning went through the secret realm of the 10,000 Snake cave 7 times in a row, which took nearly 5 hours. However, after 7 times, Yi-chun and Su Qingning still failed to encounter a dragon. The probability of encountering a dragon in the cave of 10,000 snakes was still too low. It was already late, and after 5 hours of exploring the secret realm, Yi-chun was a little tired. Although Yi-chun seemed to have done nothing, he was still very energy-consuming to use his mind to control the main battle tank, go deep into the snake cave, and rush around. Therefore, after Yi-chun and Su Qingning cleared the 10,000 Snakes cave copy for the 7th time, they decided to go home and rest. As for the dragon's blood, they would continue tomorrow. Yi-chun didn't believe that he would not encounter the dragon in the 10,000 Snakes cave. After returning home, Yi-chun and Su Qingning fought each other, as usual. In the end, Yi-chun foamed at the mouth and surrendered, and the fight ended. Then the two of them fell asleep in each other's arms, but at around 2 o'clock in the middle of the night, Yi-chun was awakened by the ringing of the phone. He was sleeping soundly and was woken up by the ringing of the phone, which made him very annoyed. He instinctively took the phone and took a look and suddenly became much more sober. "Uncle, why are you calling at this time?" As he was speaking, Su Qingming's voice rang out. "Who is it? Calling so late?" On the other end of the phone, Su Jian naturally also heard the conversation between the two. It was 2 o'clock in the morning and they were in the same bed. How could he not know what happened? Su Jian should have been angry because his cabbage was eaten by a pig, but he couldn't feel angry now. After all, he had anticipated this kind of thing a long time ago. Ever since Su Qingming ignored her family's opposition and became comrades in arms with Yi Chun, everything had been destined. It was just a matter of sooner or later. Therefore, Su Jian did not say anything, but just asked, "I heard that you need dragon blood?" Yi Chun felt a little guilty at the moment. He held Su Qingming's white waist with one hand and held the phone with the other hand, saying, "Yeah, is there any information from Uncle Su?" Su Jian replied, "In the 10,000 Snakes secret realm, a snake king transformed into a dragon and broke through the seal of the secret realm. After leaving the secret realm, it embedded itself into the Yangtze River in Letzong and followed the Yangtze River with the intention of entering the sea as a dragon. Once it enters the sea, it will be very difficult to catch it. It has at most an hour to enter the sea. You can try to see if you can kill it." When Yi Chen heard what Su Jian said, he immediately said, "I see. I'll be there right away." Then, he hurriedly stood up and prepared to kill the dragon that was about to enter the sea. Seeing this, Su Qingming immediately said, "I'll go too." Although she was also very tired, she couldn't just watch Yi Chen go on the adventure alone. The two of them quickly put on their clothes, and then the J-20 stealth fighter appeared. The J-20 stealth fighter is a two-seater type. Yi Chen and Su Qingming drove the J-20 fighter to chase the dragon. At the same time, the entire process of the Yangtze River flooding was also being broadcast live. Wherever the dragon passed, the water level of the Yangtze River rose sharply instantly. The dragon moved quickly along the winding river. The body and tail of the dragon could be vaguely seen in the surging waves. Therefore, the people living along the Yangtze River live broadcast the entire process of the dragon walking. At the same time, combat professionals also took action to try to stop the dragon. The first person to take action was a high-level elemental mage. After he arrived, he said directly, "Ice thousands of miles." The next second, the water in a section of the Yangtze River was directly frozen. He intended to keep the dragon in this way. However, this section of the Yangtze River was frozen for only 1 second before it freed itself. The dragon did not fight with the high-level elemental mage, but quickly broke through the water and escaped. It did not want to fight with anyone now and only wanted to quickly dive into the sea. Once it enters the sea, it is very difficult for humans to hunt and kill it. In addition to the elemental mage, several other professions also took action to try to stop the dragon, but unfortunately they all failed. There was a sword immortal who hit the dragon with his flying sword, leaving a few bloody scales, but that was all. He failed to keep the dragon. Many people are also paying attention to this matter. After all, after the dragon enters the sea, it can get sufficient food and resources in the sea. Maybe after 10 or 20 years, the dragon will turn into a real dragon, which is comparable to a superclass professional. At that time, it will become a great threat to mankind. Therefore, everyone hopes to be able to capture the dragon before it enters the sea. Just when people were getting anxious, a J-20 stealth fighter jet cut through the sky. Yi Chen was inside the fighter jet, looking down at the dragon in the Yangtze River. Then, he moved his mind, and a huge monster suddenly appeared in the Yangtze River. It was the 056 frigate. When the frigate appeared, everyone watching the live broadcast was dumbfounded. What the hell is this? Why is it so big? This doesn't look like that dragon. Nonsense. How can a Jiaolong be so big? Even a real dragon may not be this big. Wait, there's someone up there. Isn't that Yi Chun? Could it be that Yi Chun has newly unlocked a weapon? This is too big, right? How powerful is this? Yi Chun and Su Qingming have already moved from the J-20 to the Type 056 frigate. This time we have to deal with the dragon in the Yangtze River. The J-20 has supersonic speed, which is suitable for traveling. If we really want to take action, we have to rely on the Type 056 frigate. Yi Chen has the ability to control his thoughts, and he and Su Qingming can transfer between different vehicles at will. Yi Chen and Su Qingming were on the Type 056 frigate. Yichun also controlled the frigate's weapons and opened fire directly. The size of the Type 056 frigate undoubtedly exceeds many people's cognition. It is 90 meters long, 11 meters wide, has a draft of 4 or 5 meters, and a displacement of more than 1,000 tons. What does this mean? The previous main battle tanks are just little friends in front of the Type 056 frigate. At this time, the dragon also noticed the huge monster blocking its way. It felt a strong sense of crisis. At the same time, because the frigate was blocking in front of it, it had nowhere to hide. Therefore, the dragon broke out of the water directly, revealing its huge body. Chapter 148. Comparable to the super level? However, the huge body of the dragon is insignificant in front of the frigate. The dragon in front of us is about 40 meters long and as thick as a water tank, which can be called huge. But it was just a tiny thing in front of the 90-meter-long and 11-meter-wide frigate. Fortunately, the Yangtze River was wide and deep enough, otherwise the frigate might have run aground by now. Yichun also looked at the dragon. Its body was silvery white, covered with silver scales, and it had 4 claws under its belly, but no horns on its head. When horns grow on its head, it will evolve from a flood dragon into a real dragon, and its strength will be greatly enhanced. As for now, the dragon's rank is around level 8, and it has no ability to resist the frigate. At this moment, the 2 triple-mounted 324mm torpedo tubes of the 056 frigate have been activated. Although they are only light torpedoes, their lethality is sufficient. Yichun did not use the anti-ship missiles on the frigate, as that would be like using a cannon to kill a mosquito, and it would most likely have destroyed the dragon in front of him. Yichun needs the dragon's blood to irrigate the ambergris to increase its efficacy, so the firepower cannot be too strong. The 324mm torpedo left the launch tube, moved dozens of meters along the river surface, and then hit the body of the dragon. The next moment, a horrific explosion sounded, and the dragon's body, which was more than 40 meters long, was hit by a torpedo and split into 2. At the same time, the entire river surface was splashed with waves hundreds of meters high due to the explosion of the torpedo. The scene was very shocking. After the dragon was blown into 2 pieces, it relied on its tenacious vitality and tried to take advantage of the splashing waves to take the opportunity to escape with its upper body. Unfortunately, Yichun's navigation radar had already locked onto its position, and the automatic naval gun was activated, attacking the dragon in the air. The frigate is equipped with an AK-176 76mm naval gun from the United States. The initial velocity of the gun reaches 1,000 meters, and the maximum rate of fire is 120 rounds per minute. After only 2 rounds of cannon fire, the dragon, which was already half dead, had its head shattered by the cannon. Under the influence of inertia, the dragon's corpse followed the waves and fell onto the deck of the frigate. When Yichun came over, he brought some ambergris with him. When he saw the dragon's body fall on the deck, he immediately stepped forward and placed the ambergris on the broken part of the dragon's body. The dragon's blood was still flowing out from the broken parts of its body, dripping onto the ambergris, completely dyeing it red. The people watching the live broadcast were also completely dumbfounded. So many people couldn't do anything about the dragon, but Yichun actually solved it? I think Yichun has the potential to be an emperor. I wish he was my son. It seems that everyone's previous guess was correct. Yichun has now reached the 6th level, and the weapon he unlocked has the lethality comparable to the 11th level. That's why the dragon was killed in 1 blow. Doesn't that mean that Yichun is now comparable to a superclass expert? This is simply unimaginable. At this moment, Yichun did not pay attention to the discussions of others. His eyes were fixed on the ambergris, watered with dragon blood. The dragon's blood dripped onto the ambergris, and after touching the ambergris, the blood quickly disappeared. It can be seen that dragon blood is indeed useful for ambergris. 10 minutes later, the ambergris stopped absorbing the dragon's blood, and Yichun also looked at the properties of the ambergris. Quality, epic. Requirement level, 0. Effect, moderately increase the upper limit of health points, which can make up for the loss of health and add 7 years of life. The effect of ambergris in making up for the loss of lifespan has been increased from 3 years to 7 years. Although there is still some gap from the 10 years of life lost by Su Qingning, the difference is not that big. Yichun said directly, Qingning, this ambergris can restore 7 years of life. Eat it now. After hearing this, Su Qingning took the ambergris, pulled it out of the flower pot, and put it in her mouth. Not to mention, ambergris has a crisp texture and sweet taste. It is quite delicious. Su Qingning quickly ate all of the ambergris, and a stream of life energy nourished her body. After a moment, Su Qingning realized that her upper limit of health had increased by a full 1,000 points, which was equivalent to about 20% of her upper limit of health. The effect was quite good. As for making up for the lost lifespan, she didn't have any strong feeling, but she felt that her body seemed to be more energetic. Next, Su Qingning lowered her head to look at her chest, then reached out and touched the curve of her hips. Her figure had not shrunk at all. Apparently, taking ambergris would not reduce her now developed, blood-pumping sexy figure to its original level. This also made Su Qingning breathe a sigh of relief. Women dress up to please themselves, and she didn't want to go back to her previous youthful appearance. After all, she was very satisfied with her current image. Su Qingning took ambergris to make up for the lost lifespan, and a smile appeared on Yi Chen's face. Although it failed to completely make up for the 10 years that Su Qingning lost, 7 years was enough. Afterwards, Yi Chen put away the Type 056 frigate and, together with Su Qingning, took an armed helicopter to rush to the capital. The J-20 stealth fighter, although faster, has a relatively small interior space and is not as comfortable as an armed helicopter. Now that the dragon issue has been resolved, Yi Chen is not in a hurry, so he just sits comfortably and doesn't mind going slower. Besides, armed helicopters can better appreciate the scenery along the way. As for stealth fighters, their lightning speed and high flying altitude make the process rather boring. By the time they flew back to their love nest in Beijing, it was already dawn, and the two decided to take a nap first. I slept very soundly. When I opened my eyes, the sun was already shining on my butt. I looked at the time, and it was already past 10 o'clock. The two of them stayed together for a while and decided to go to the nearby Chen's restaurant. This restaurant was run by a high-level life professional who had changed his job to be a chef. The other party's rank was not low, and he was good at the 8 major cuisines. The food he made was very delicious. These foods are not only delicious, but also beautiful. The food they make glows and is truly delicious in color, aroma, and taste. Yi Chen and Su Qingning had heard of the name of this restaurant a long time ago, so they decided to come and try it. Chapter 149, Tao Dai. Chen's restaurant is very famous, but there are not many customers inside. Because Chen's restaurant is a high-end restaurant, the consumption is not low. It has high-level chefs and high-level ingredients. The cost is there, and the restaurant still has to make a profit, so it must be priceless. Although Yi Chen and Su Qingning are not short of money, they usually don't waste it. The situation this time is quite special. The previous dragon corpse is of great value. The dragon's internal organs can be used to make elixirs, the dragon bones and skin can be used to make weapons, and the dragon meat can be turned into delicious food. The dragon was killed by Yi Chen, so the dragon corpse naturally belonged to Yi Chen. However, whether it was refining pills or refining equipment, it required the intervention of professional high-level professionals, and Yi Chen himself had no way to do it. Therefore, Yi Chen asked Ding Sheng to find a way to help deal with the dragon's corpse. Ding Sheng arranged professional personnel to maximize the value of the dragon's corpse. At the same time, Yi Chen would get 30% of the finished products, whether they were elixirs or equipment. As for the delicacies cooked with dragon meat, they are of the lowest value and can only satisfy people's appetite. Chen's restaurant bought the dragon meat at a high price and presented Yi Chen and Su Qingning with a purple gold VIP card of Chen's restaurant. Holders of the purple gold VIP card can make 3 free purchases at Chen's restaurant every month. After 3 purchases, each purchase will receive a 30% discount. Yi Chen and Su Qingning decided to go to Chen's restaurant with the idea that they would weigh something if they didn't eat it. The restaurant is located in a prosperous area of the capital, and its interior decoration is also luxurious and exquisite. Most ordinary people would be discouraged when they see the decoration of Chen's restaurant. They can confirm at a glance that this is a restaurant they cannot afford. If Yi Chen and Su Qingning did not have VIP cards, they would probably not come to such a place. After entering the door, Yi Chen showed his VIP card, and then the two were taken to the VIP room on the 8th floor. Next, Yi Chen and Su Qingning ordered some food. Yi Chen also specially ordered a dish called Dragon Entering the Sea. If nothing unexpected happens, the main ingredient of this dish is the dragon that was killed by Yi Chen. More than 10 minutes later, the dishes were served one by one, each dish covered with a lid. Then, Su Qingming reached out and opened the lid of one of the dishes. In an instant, brilliant golden light filled the entire room. After more than 10 seconds, the golden light finally disappeared. However, the dish on the plate still emitted a faint golden light. Yi-Chen had only seen dishes with special effects in the Cooking Master Boy before. This time it was truly an eye-opener. Then, Yi-Chen and Su Qingming also began to taste the dish, which was indeed delicious. Not only that, when taking this dish, the two can also feel a strong emotional impact, which makes people feel happy. In the kitchen of Chen's restaurant, a senior chef in his 50s was busy working, and next to him, a young man was helping him. Dad, the two people in the VIP room are Yi-Chen and his girlfriend who were in the limelight recently. Are you really not going to do anything to them? The person who spoke was the young man who was helping out, Chen Gang. When the senior chef heard what his son said, he said directly, "Shut up. This is a critical moment for adults. We must not cause any trouble." After hearing this, Chen Gang lowered his voice and said, "But that guy has outstanding talent. If we sacrifice just one person, the effect will be equivalent to that of thousands of people, right?" After hearing what his son said, Chen Changsheng said directly, "You know nothing. The effect of sacrificing him alone is indeed equivalent to that of sacrificing hundreds of people, but the consequences are even more serious than sacrificing hundreds of people. When all parties conduct a strict investigation, how can we ensure that the master will be born smoothly?" When Chen Gang heard this, he said, "It seems that we can only watch the fat meat slip away." Yi-Chen and Su Qingming had a delicious meal without encountering any problems. After they finished eating, they left Chen's restaurant. About 40 minutes after the two men left Chen's restaurant, a transport truck drove into the backyard of Chen's restaurant, carrying 3 sheep and 2 pigs. Chen's restaurant is quite famous, so it is normal for it to need ingredients such as pork and mutton, and no one would suspect anything. But the expressions of these 3 sheep and 2 pigs were not right. With tears in their eyes, they huddled in a corner of the transport vehicle, unwilling to get off. Seeing this, the people from Chen's restaurant hooked the necks of the pigs and sheep with iron hooks, and then dragged them down amid their screams. Afterwards, the group of pigs and sheep were dragged to the kitchen of Chen's restaurant. Chen Changsheng and his son Chen Gang dismissed other people. Chen Changsheng came to the statue of Peng Zhu in the kitchen and slowly turned the statue. Next, a basement entrance suddenly appeared on the ground in the back kitchen, and the father and son dragged the pigs and sheep into the basement. A strong smell of blood came from the basement, and the pigs and sheep who were forced to move forward became more and more frightened. Finally, they followed the stairs to the basement, passed through a dark corridor, and came to a huge stone statue. This stone statue looks extremely ferocious. It has the body of a sheep and a human face, but this face has no eyes or nose, only an extremely huge mouth. Its eyes are located in its armpits, and it has tiger teeth and human claws, making it look extremely ferocious. Chen Changsheng and his son Chen Gang looked at the statue with admiration in their eyes. They first knelt down in front of the statue, and then they dragged the pigs and sheep in front of the statue. Next, Chen Changsheng muttered something, and the 3 sheep and 2 pigs gradually turned into human forms. It turns out that these 3 sheep and 2 pigs were all created using the method of creating animals, turning living people into livestock like pigs and sheep. After the 3 sheep and 2 pigs turned into human forms, the stone Taotai statue seemed to let out a low roar, and the big mouth on its human face instantly expanded dozens of times and swallowed one of them in one bite. The others were frightened when they saw this and wanted to escape, but unfortunately they were blocked by Chen Changsheng and his son. In the end, they were swallowed by the Taotai statue one by one. After eating these 5 people, the Taotai statue became more lifelike, with saliva flowing from the corners of its mouth, as if it was not full yet. Chen Gang looked at this scene and said, "Dad, the adult's birth is getting closer and closer." Chen Changsheng looked at the Taotai statue, which was a circle larger than before, and said, "Yes, I am really looking forward to the day when the master comes." Chapter 150, Birth. More than 10 years ago, Chen Changsheng was just an ordinary chef, but he was unexpectedly diagnosed with cancer. Such a serious disease is incurable, even by senior doctors. The 7th-level physician's skill of resurrection can bring a person back to life. However, in Chun Chongqing's situation, even if he paid everything and asked a physician above the 7th level to use the resurrection skill on him, it would not have much effect. Because after he is resurrected, the cancer cells in his body will also come alive, continue to haunt him, and devour his vitality until he dies again. The skill of resurrection requires a doctor of level 7 or above to perform. The cooldown time is very long each time it is performed. Even if Chun Chongqing earns money all his life, he can only ask a doctor to help once at most. As for the second time, forget it. Chun Chongqing was very desperate at that time. But fortunately, there is always a way out. He picked up a Taotai statue the size of a soybean. After picking up the Taotai statue, he began to dream. In the dream, a voice told him that as long as he provided enough food to the Taotai statue, he would survive, and even cancer could not kill him. With an attitude of giving it a try, Chun Chongqing provided some meat to the Taotai statue. A few days later, he went to the hospital for a checkup and found that the cancer cells that had already spread in his body had stopped spreading and even shrunk a little. Chun Chongqing was overjoyed and began to provide large amounts of food to the Taotai statue. His original purpose was just to cure his cancer and make himself live longer. But as time went by, he was no longer satisfied with this. He is a chef and has no fighting power himself. But the Taotai statue tells him that as long as he is provided with enough delicious food, Taotai can give him strength comparable to that of a professional fighter, and humans are the most delicious food for Taotai. Chun Chongqing has been lost in the power, and he begins to help Taotai capture humans. At the same time, Taotai also gives him more power. Chun Chongqing can use the art of creating animals to turn people into animals. He can also continuously improve his physical fitness by eating a lot. He is not a combat professional and has no rank, but now he is comparable to a mid-level combat professional. These are the powers bestowed on him by Taotai. Chun Chongqing and his son completely fell into lust and became puppets of Taotai. And because they have the cover of living as professional chefs, and with the help of evil magic such as the art of creating animals, they have been providing food for Taotai for many years without being noticed. Because before they take action, they will conduct a thorough investigation. The targets they capture are all alone and have no relatives or friends. Even if they just disappear, no one will pay attention to them. After so many years, Chun Chongqing's cancer has been completely cured. He has only one goal, which is to let the true God Taotai he believes in come to the world and devour all things in this world. In the following days, Yi Chun and Su Qingming ventured into the 6th level secret realm, and their levels were slowly improving. 10 days later, their levels reached 55, and the 6th level equipment they had prepared before finally came in handy. With this set of 6th level epic equipment, plus the blessing of a legendary equipment each, Yi Chun and Su Qingming's attributes have been greatly improved. Especially Yi Chun, because this set of equipment has a significant increase in intelligence value. Yi Chun's control distance has now been greatly improved. Yi Chun's intelligence value is now as high as more than 500 points, so his current control distance has reached 5 kilometers. This distance is enough for both main battle tanks and 056 destroyers. Of course, this distance is not enough for the J-20 stealth fighter. After all, the combat radius of the J-20 is 3,000 kilometers, and a mere 5 kilometers control distance is not enough. Therefore, if Yi Chun wants to control the J-20 in combat and make the J-20 fighter crew perfectly display its maneuverability and combat effectiveness, Yi Chun cannot control it remotely and can only ride in a stealth fighter and fight together. And in the middle of the night of that day, thanks to the efforts of Chun Gang and his son Chun Chongqing, the ferocious beast Taotai finally obtained enough energy. It could rely on the sacrifices of believers to break out of the secret realm and come to the world. When Chun Chongqing and his son Chun Gang completed their final sacrifice, the statue of the ferocious beast Taotai actually made a crackling sound and shattered. As the stone skin on the surface of the stone statue cracked and peeled off, Taotai gradually appeared. Its appearance did not change much, except that it changed from stone to flesh and blood, and its body was still wet, as if it had just hatched. Chun Chongqing and Chun Gang watched Taotai coming into the world excitedly. Both father and son knelt down and bowed to Taotai excitedly. Taotai fixed its eyes on the father and son. Then its body instantly appeared in front of Chun Chongqing and bit him. The lower half of Chun Chongqing's body was bitten off, leaving only the upper half. Chun Chongqing looked at Taotai in despair and pain, saying, "Sir, I am your believer." Tao Tai ignored him and swallowed Chen Chongqing's lower body in 2 bites. Then he put Chen Chongqing's upper body in his mouth, chewed it twice, and swallowed it. Tao Tai is one of the 4 ferocious beasts. It wants nothing else except eating. As for bestowing power on Chen Chongqing and Chen Gang, it was only to enable them to hunt for themselves better. Now that Tao Tai has come into the world, the father and son have naturally lost all their value and can only become Tao Ye's food. Chen Gang looked at this scene and fled away in a hurry. Seeing this, Tao Tai opened his mouth towards Chen Gang through the air. A powerful suction force came out of the Tao Ye's mouth, and Chen Gang's body flew towards the Tao Tai involuntarily, and then was swallowed whole by the Tao Tai in 1 gulp. However, just 2 people were far from enough to satisfy the glutton's appetite. It roared, and its mouth was like a black hole. It first swallowed up all the food in Chen's restaurant, then rushed out of Chen's restaurant and began to hunt and devour. 3 or 4 minutes later, a shrill alarm sounded near Chen's hotel. The Daxia officials also learned of the appearance of Tao Tai and immediately began to arrange combat professionals to deal with Tao Tai. Chen's hotel was not far from where Yi Chun and Su Qingning lived. The shrill alarm woke both Yi Chun and Su Qingning up. Yi Chun reached out and patted Su Qingning's round buttocks and said, "Qingning, wake up quickly. Something might have happened." Su Qingning opened her eyes dazedly. "What happened? Is the secret realm broken?" Yi Chun said, "It doesn't sound like it. I'll go out and take a look." Su Qingning immediately said, "Let's go together." Then, the 2 of them quickly put on their clothes and rushed towards the location of the alarm. 7 or 8 minutes later, Yi Chun and Su Qingning saw the Tao Tai. At this moment, Tao Tai is being besieged by 5 high-level professionals. The 5 are the archer, swordsman, shield warrior, elemental mage, and warlock. This is a high-level combat professional team with very good coordination. The shield-armored warrior held a shield and fought the Tao Tai head-on, while the swordsman attacked from the side, leaving wounds on the Tao Tai with the long sword in his hand from time to time. The archers and elemental mages provided long-range output and continuously attacked the Tao Tai, while the warlock used various weakening and curse skills to suppress the Tao Ye's strength. Chapter 151. Kill with a Bang. However, even under such suppression, the Tao Tai was not at a disadvantage at all, and the numerous injuries had very little effect on him. At this time, the sorcerer noticed that when Tao Tai was fighting with them, the houses, steel, and even the earth around Tao Tai were constantly disappearing. Then, the warlock frowned and said, "We need a formation master to isolate the Tao Tai from external objects." The shield warrior also spoke up. "We do need support. This Tao Tai can devour everything around it to quickly restore its own blood and energy. If we can't isolate it from the outside world, I'm afraid we won't be able to outlast it." The combat professional holding the bow heard this and said, "It's not easy to find a high-level formation master at this time. Lao Gao, why don't we try to burst out with all our strength to see if we can kill this Tao Tai?" The elemental mage heard what his teammate said and said directly, "Okay, my ultimate skill needs to be charged. After 45 seconds, we will attack with all our strength." 45 seconds passed quickly, and the archer shouted, "Arrows rain down. 1 arrow sets the sun." The elemental mage also said, "5 thunders hit the top of the head, thunderous." The 2 long-range output professions released their strongest killing moves respectively. Dense arrows, like rain, each carrying a tremendous force, bombarded the Tao Tai, while the elemental mage created terrifying thunder and lightning, which also struck the Tao Tai fiercely. Under the rain of swords and thunder, Tao Tai was smashed into the ground and remained motionless for a long time. But this group of people couldn't be happy because their experience points didn't increase at all. Although there's only 1 Tao Tai in front of them, it has outstanding strength and a high rank. If they kill the Tao Tai, their experience will increase to a certain extent. But now, it didn't even get any experience. It was obvious that it was not dead yet. After dozens of seconds, Tao Tai finally broke out of the ground. Its body was bigger than before, and blood was flowing from its mouth. It was like a black hole, swallowing everything around it and repairing its own injuries. At this moment, a J-20 fighter jet cut through the sky and appeared above Tao Tai and a group of high-level professionals. Then, the PL-10 air combat missile carried by the J-20 fighter jet was fired toward the Tao Tai. You should know that the PL 10E is a fourth-generation short-range air-to-air missile with a diameter of 203 millimeters, a weight of 199 kilograms, a length of 3,934 millimeters, and a flight speed of more than Mach 4. It has the capabilities of large angles, high overload, vertical axis launch, and anti-interference. Its performance is extremely powerful, and it can hit whatever it points to. This 200-kilogram missile approached the Taotai at a supersonic speed. Before the Taotai could react, the PL-10E air-to-air missile had already hit the Taoi's big mouth, which then exploded with a loud bang. The power of this missile is of the 11th level of lethality. Although the Taotai in front of them makes a high-level team helpless, in fact, the Taoi's level has not yet reached the super level. However, Taotai has very good defense and extremely outrageous recovery ability, so it can easily deal with a high-level team. But Yi Chun is different. The combat missiles carried by his J-20 fighter jet have a genuine 11th level basic damage. Not to mention, Yi Chun also has a talent for real strikes. Every attack ignores the opponent's defense. Therefore, with this shot, the huge body of Taotai exploded with a loud bang, dyeing the surrounding ground red. The members of the high-level team were looking at the J-20 fighter jets in the sky in horror. Whose general is this? The guy that their entire team is helpless against was actually killed by such a cannon? Could it be Yi Chun, the most popular mechanic who was previously circulated on the internet? After all, this J-20 fighter jet is huge in size, has a sleek appearance, and has extremely outrageous lethality. It seems that there is no other possibility except Yi Chun. But in their hearts, they were quite shocked. Although they knew Yi Chun's name, they had not studied Yi Chun's growth rate and strength in detail. Therefore, in their impression, Yi Chun should be a young man with outstanding strength, whose rank is currently mid-level. He can rely on some powerful weapon to exert destructive power comparable to that of a high-level warrior, but that's all. In their opinion, Yi Chun might be able to unleash an attack comparable to that of a high-level professional at certain times, but there is still a gap between him and a true high-level professional, not to mention compared with their entire high-level team. But now, they suddenly realize that they seem to be wrong. Yi Chun's strength seems to be far more terrifying than they imagined. The body of the Taotai was blown to pieces by the PL-10E air-to-air missile. Not even a complete piece of the body could be found. Such lethality has definitely reached a super-level level. Isn't it too outrageous that a mid-level professional can release a lethal force of more than level 10? Then, the captain of this high-level team said, "Thank you for your help. May I ask if you are Yi Chun?" The next moment, an armed helicopter appeared above the ground, and Yi Chun and Su Qingning also appeared in the cockpit of the armed helicopter. The ability to control with his mind allows Yi Chun to control multiple weapons at the same time. At the same time, Yi Chun can also switch positions between different vehicles. This ability can be said to have greatly increased Yi Chun's safety. For example, when Yi Chun is fighting on AJ-20 and AJ-20 is about to be shot down, Yi Chun does not even need to parachute. He only needs to switch to the cockpit of another vehicle to ensure his own safety. The reason why Yi Chun switched to the ground-based armed helicopter was because the J-20 had no landing conditions here, so Yi Chun could only leave the fighter in this way. Afterwards, Yi Chun and Su Qingning left the cockpit of the armed helicopter, and the J-20 that was still cruising in the air was recalled. Yi Chun said, "Yes, it's me." The captain also looked at Yi Chun in surprise. He didn't expect that Yi Chun was killing everyone in the air just now, and appeared on the ground in an instant. It seems that Yi Chun, the strongest mid-level mechanic, not only possesses an outrageous output ability, but his survivability is also not bad. Chapter 152. Fish. His expression became more serious. It is true that heroes emerge from youth. Others say that you're the strongest mid-level mechanic, but in my opinion, you could take off the word mid-level now. After hearing this, Yi Chun said, "Thank you for the compliment, senior. I am just a lucky man who relies on the favor of heaven." Yi Chun actually agreed with what the other party said. After all, before Yi Chun's rise, there was no late stage for mechanics. A large number of mechanics were stuck below the third level and dare not break through. Even if someone takes the risk to break through, it may not take long, as they will die in the mission due to their lack of strength. Therefore, Yi Chun is now the highest-ranking mechanic. Coupled with his many superb talents, other mechanics are far inferior to Yi Chun in terms of rank or strength. It is absolutely true to say that Yi Chun is the strongest mechanic. Then, the captain said to Yi Chun, "This Taotai suddenly descended on the capital. There must be some hidden story. I will notify the relevant departments and investigate the matter thoroughly. As for the credit for killing the Taotai, we will also report it truthfully." At this time, Su Qingning said, "Isn't the first place that Taotai destroyed the Chen's restaurant?" "It seems so. Even if it's not Chen's hotel, it's not far away." Su Qingning listened and said, "I just had a feeling that I seemed to have sensed the breath of Taotai somewhere before. After careful recollection, I found that it was when I was dining at Chen's restaurant. The appearance of Taotai should have a lot to do with Chen's restaurant." After hearing this, the captain said, "This news is very important. I will inform the relevant departments. Today, this place is a ruin destroyed by Taotai, and after the missile bombing, it is filled with smoke and is not suitable for chatting. Therefore, after a brief exchange between the two sides, Yi Chun and Su Qingning drove the armed helicopter back home. The members of this high-level team were amazed. I have heard of the name Yi Chun for a long time. I thought he was just one of the many geniuses. I didn't expect him to be so strong. Yes, he can no longer be classified as a genius. His strength is already comparable to those superclass beings. However, the youngest of those superclass strongmen must be 50 years old, right? Yi Chun is less than 20 years old. The gap between people is sometimes really too big. In our team, only the captain has the hope of reaching the super level. I'm afraid I won't have the chance in this lifetime, but he is less than 20 years old and is already comparable to the super level. The so-called superclass is above level 10, which is called superclass. The superclass professional is a watershed because starting from the superclass, every level up can increase one's lifespan. However, for combat professionals, reaching the super level is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Before the 9th level, every time you break through a level, there is a level-breaking task. The difficulty of this task increases as the level progresses. However, as long as your profession is not too bad, you're fully equipped and have excellent combat awareness, the task of breaking through the ranks is not too difficult. However, the task of breaking through from the high level to the super level is much more difficult than the previous level-breaking tasks. This task is also called the Ascension task, because once this task is completed, it is like ascending to heaven in one step from the high-level realm to the super-level realm. One's own maximum lifespan is increased, and one's own status is greatly improved. At the same time, the difficulty of this task is as difficult as climbing to the sky, so it is most appropriate to call it a space climbing mission. From the name, you can tell how difficult this mission is. Among the 10th level warriors, the proportion who can complete the mission to ascend to the sky is less than 4%, and the mortality rate is as high as 20%. Although the remaining 70% cannot successfully ascend to the sky, they are lucky enough to escape unscathed. With a mortality rate as high as 20%, many combat professionals do not have the courage to challenge the mission, for fear that they might die there accidentally. It is easy to reach the 10th level, but difficult to reach the super level. This is the current situation of professionals. When the captain heard what his teammates said, he smiled bitterly and said, "Don't flatter me. I don't even have the courage to try the mission to reach the sky now." The next day, Yi Chun and Su Qingning got up, and then Yi Chun started looking at information on his mobile phone. This information was sent by Ding Sheng, and it contains several 6th-level secret realms with relatively high pressure. The so-called high pressure is that the environment of this secret realm is special, and the monsters are relatively strong. Many 6th-level professionals enter this secret realm, which is very dangerous, and the speed of killing monsters is also slow. The monsters in the secret realm cannot be eliminated, and the pressure in the secret realm will gradually increase. After a long time, the secret realm will be broken, and the monsters in the secret realm will pour out. Yi Chun took a look and found that there were several secret realms, and the monsters in them all lived in the water. For combat professionals, those running on the ground are the easiest to deal with, followed by those flying in the sky, and those swimming in the water are the most difficult. Combat professionals, starting from the intermediate stage, gradually gain the ability to fly. Even if they don't have the ability to fly, they still have anti-aircraft capabilities. For example, elemental mages, archers, or sword masters can all attack aerial targets, so this is not a big problem. However, swimming in the water is not that simple. First of all, if you dive into deep enough waters, it will be very troublesome to attack these monsters that swim in the water. Even though these attacks can hit the monsters swimming in the water, because of the seawater, these attacks need to pass through layers of seawater to hit these monsters. In this way, the attack strength will be weakened a lot. Only elemental mages or Taoist priests who specialize in lightning attributes can deal with monsters swimming in the water. However, there are only a limited number of elemental mages or Taoists who major in lightning attributes, and even for them, the creatures swimming in the water are not so easy to deal with, so the pressure in these secret realms gradually increases. The reason why Yi Chun asked Ding Sheng to organize these stressful secret realms for him was to prepare to tackle these tough problems. For others, the secret realm that is difficult to conquer is a piece of cake for Yi Chun. With a lethality of up to the 11th level, who can withstand it in the realm of the 6th level? Soon, Yi Chun selected several secret realms that were close to each other, and prepared to take Su Qingning with him to deal with these hard bones. Half an hour later, Yi Chun and Su Qingning arrived at the Yu secret realm. There were not many people gathered at the entrance of this secret realm, because there is only one mainstream monster in the secret realm of the mullet, and that is the mullet. The fish is extremely powerful and is very difficult to deal with among the 6th-level monsters. It has the body of a fish, the wings of a bird, and sounds like a mandarin duck. It can swim in the water and fly in the sky. It is difficult for 6th-level professionals to deal with it. Therefore, at the entrance of the Yu secret realm, there were only less than 10 people gathered discussing how to kill everyone in the secret realm. Chapter 153 Ascension. After Yi Chun and Su Qingning arrived, several people immediately asked, "Yi Chun, do you want to enter the secret realm of the fish?" Yi Chun said directly, "Yes, the pressure in the Yu secret realm is not small. I plan to go in and clean it up. Indeed, this secret realm has not been very stable recently. It is great that you can help." Then, Yi Chun still randomly selected 3 people to go with him into the secret realm. As soon as he entered the secret realm, Yi Chun discovered that he and several others were on a solitary boat surrounded by the vast sea. This solitary boat could not give him any sense of security. Seeing this, Yi Chun moved his mind and the 056 frigate appeared on the sea. Yi Chun and Su Qingning also appeared directly on the frigate. Then Yi Chun said, "Everyone get on board." As soon as Yi Chun said this, everyone's eyes showed amazement. Although they already knew that Yi Chun owned a large warship, they were still shocked when they saw it with their own eyes today. The ship is 90 meters long and 11 meters wide, with a draft of more than 1,000 tons, which is breathtaking. In addition, this battleship is equipped with many high-tech systems and powerful weapons. Although they cannot understand these high-tech technologies, they can still feel the mechanical aesthetics and violent aesthetics contained in them, which makes people feel awe-inspiring. Just as the few people boarded the 056 frigate, the isolated boat suddenly shattered. This was naturally the masterpiece of the fish in the secret realm. The fish rose from the bottom to the sky, smashed the lone boat, broke out of the water, and the pair of wet wings on its back fluttered, as if showing off its power. The next moment, heavy machine guns appeared on the frigate, and dense bullets bombarded the arrogant fish. The silver carp was shot dead by a heavy machine gun and died on the spot. Then, the 056 frigate started and began to sail in this sea area. At the same time, Yi Chun also turned on the frigate's radar device. Once a marlin appears within the detection range of the radar, the frigate's main gun will immediately launch an attack. These mullets are slightly larger than sharks, and their health points are not very high. If they break out of the water, the damage from the heavy machine guns is enough to instantly clear their health points. If it is just in the water, the hit rate of the heavy machine gun is indeed not high. After all, we have to consider the refraction of water and the resistance of water. If the 100% accuracy function is not turned on, it is not easy for the heavy machine gun to hit the monster lurking in the water. But the weapons of the 056 frigate are different. The frigate's weapons include anti-submarine, anti-ship, and even anti-air weapons. Even if these minnows are in the sea, they can still be dealt with. The frigate's radar equipment scans their position, and once the position is locked, it either fires its main guns or launches torpedoes. After one shot, the terrifying killing power was so severe that the fish could not withstand it at all. Wherever the frigate passes, as long as it is within the radar detection range, no fish can escape alive. On the frigate, everyone only felt that the frigate fired its cannons from time to time, causing balls of water to splash. Then, amid the explosions, The minnows, which were larger than sharks, turned into 3 or 4 pieces of rotten meat and floated to the surface of the water. Their blood dyed a small area of water red. The speed of the frigate was not low either, reaching 80 knots. Yichun controlled the Type 056 frigate to cruise quickly in the copy. 20 minutes later, all the fish in this copy were completely cleared. Yichun and Su Qingning's upgrade experience only increased by 1/10 of their current level. Yichun also understood why no one was willing to come to this secret realm of mullets. It was difficult to kill mullets when they were hiding in the seawater. At the same time, the density of monsters in this secret realm is low and the number is small. If it were other secret realms, the experience gained by Yichun after clearing a copy would be at least 1/5 of the current level. If the density of monsters is high, it is possible that the experience gained would be 1/3. But in this secret realm of the fish, the density of monsters is low, it is difficult to kill them, and the experience gained is also small. In many cases, you get half the result with twice the effort. No wonder everyone is reluctant to come. Fortunately, Yichun has a frigate, and he can kill monsters quickly in this secret realm, so he can come a few more times. Afterwards, Yichun and Su Qingning changed teammates several times and repeated this process in the Luyu secret realm. In more than 4 hours, Yichun and Su Qingning entered the Luyu secret realm copy 10 times and cleared the copy 10 times. The levels of Yichun and Su Qingning were finally raised to level 56, which shows how low the density of monsters in the secret realm of the fish is. In fact, this is relatively friendly to others. After all, the mullet can fly into the sky and dive into the sea. It is extremely fast and can control the water flow, making it very difficult to deal with. The difficulty is already high even with such a low monster density. If the monster density is higher and there are more of them, wouldn't it be even more difficult to fight? It's just that Yichun is too powerful. So this mechanism that was originally designed by the Heavenly Tao to protect professionals has become a mechanism to protect the monsters in the secret realm. 10 copies of the Yu secret realm have been cleared, and the pressure in the secret realm has been relieved a lot. Yichun and Su Qingning are also preparing to change to another secret realm in the afternoon and continue cleaning. At the same time, hundreds of miles away in Jiangsheng, Su Jian and Yuan Xiaowai were also facing a choice. In front of the two people were people from the Yin family of Longchen. Like the Jin family, the Yin family could be called an aristocratic family, but their strength was inferior to that of the Jin family. The visitors were the backbone of the Yin family, the 9th-level painter Yin Jinshan, and Yin Jinshan's brother-in-law, the 9th-level Arhut Bai Cheng. I only heard Yin Jinshan say, Su Jian, the immortal with a sword, Yuan Xiaowai, the great way is not alone. I have long heard of your great name. Su Jian heard what Yin Jinshan said and said, Mr. Yin, you are too polite. I heard that Mr. Yin is known for painting dragons, tigers, and bones. Su also admires him very much. Yin Jinshan smiled and said, I heard that you two are only 1 step away from the 10th level. You should understand the problems you will face after the 10th level, right? Su Jian looked at Yin Jinshan and said, Are you talking about the mission to ascend to the sky? Yin Jinshan said directly, That's right. The 4 words, astronomical mission, show how difficult it is. Although you two are outstanding people, your hope of passing the astronomical mission is slim. I wonder if you two are willing to cooperate. After hearing what Yin Jinshan said, Su Jian said directly, Cooperation is fine, but I don't want to be labeled as a noble family. Yin Jinshan said, There's nothing wrong with being a member of the Yin family. The power of the Yin family is far beyond that of a single individual. Besides, in this world, strength is everything. Even if you are labeled as a member of the Yin family, if you set foot in the extraordinary world, the Yin family will treat you with courtesy and treat you as a distinguished guest. Su Jian said, If I can't step into the extraordinary realm, will the Yin family just ignore me? Yin Jinshan listened and laughed. That's not the case. It seems that Mr. Su is prejudiced against aristocratic families. Taoist Yuan, what do you think? After hearing what Yin Jinshan said, Yuan Xiaowai said, Su Jian is my brother, and his attitude is my attitude. Yin Jinshan shook his head slightly and said, It seems that you two have not yet realized how difficult the mission of ascending to heaven is. Compared to being labeled by aristocratic families and having no hope of transcending for life, it is an even more desperate thing. You two should think about it carefully. Chapter 154. The situation is serious. Afterwards, Yin Jinshan and Bai Cheng left, leaving Su Jian and Yuan Xiaowai behind. Yuan Xiaowai was silent for a moment before he said, "Old Su, what Yin Jinshan said is right. If we don't join the Yin family, I'm afraid we won't have any hope of becoming extraordinary." Su Jian said, "Do you think they are really coming for us? If they really like us, they would have extended an olive branch long ago. Why wait until now?" Yuan Xiaowai's expression changed slightly, and he said, "Are you saying that their target is actually Yi Chun?" Su Jian nodded and said, "Who else could it be?" They knew very well how powerful Yi Chun would be in the future, but they also knew that Yi Chun would not even look at the olive branch they threw out. Yi Chun graduated from university and was respected by the top leaders. He had strength and talent, and he lacked nothing. He looked down upon those aristocratic families. They can only take a roundabout way to save the situation and find us two guys first. As long as you and I become a member of the Yin family, given the relationship between Yi Chun and me, even if Yi Chun is unwilling, he will be forced to put on the label of the Yin family, because his father-in-law belongs to the Yin family. After hearing this, Yuan Xiaowai said, "These noble family children are really cunning. But then again, the temptation of the superclass is really too great. If you step into the superclass, every time you advance one level, you can extend your life by 20 years. Su Jian said, "This is not a big problem. Who said we have to rely on the Yin family to reach a higher level?" "You mean," Su Jian said directly, "my son-in-law. Why did the Yin family take the initiative to stick to him? Isn't it because of Yi Chun? Now Yi Chun's strength is already very outstanding, and his strength is still growing rapidly. My daughter has contacted me before and is ready to team up with us two old bones once they reach a high level. When they reach the 10th step like us, we can carry out the mission of ascending to the sky together. With my son-in-law's talent, isn't he more reliable than the Yin family?" When Yuan Xiaowai heard what Su Jian said, he immediately understood. "I almost forgot about this. Your son-in-law is upgrading so fast. Even though he is 3 ranks lower than us now, it is only a matter of time before he catches up with us. When the time comes, we can carry out the mission together. It will be a great story to have 3 super ranks in one family." There are 3 super-level people in the family, naturally referring to Su Jian, Su Qingning, and Yi Chun. Su Jian himself, Su Jian's daughter, and Su Jian's son-in-law all have a high probability of stepping into the super level. Su Jian smiled and said, "If I carry out a space mission with my daughter and son-in-law in the future, I won't worry about the group mission at all. But I'm afraid that the individual mission will be difficult." After hearing this, Yuan Xiaowai said, "Then we two old bones have to work hard to get a few more high-level equipment and improve our strength." In the following days, Yi Chun and Su Qingning were still busy in the 6th level copy. But at noon that day, Ding Sheng suddenly called Yi Chun and said, "Yi Chun, your parents are in Jiangcheng, right?" Yi Chun listened and said, "Yeah, what's wrong?" Ding Sheng said directly, "Call your parents and tell them to prepare to move to Beijing. I will arrange someone to pick them up." Yi Chun was stunned for a moment before he asked, "What happened?" Ding Sheng was silent for a moment, then said, "Things are not peaceful in Europe, and the pressure from the 2 polar regions is also very high. Our top leaders have been paying close attention to the global situation. According to estimates, many countries in Europe may fall within half a month. Once a large number of secret realms in Europe are shattered and multiple countries fall, then our Daxia secret realms will also have a chain reaction and be shattered in large numbers." Yi Chen's expression changed, and he said, "Europe is so far away from Daxia. How can it affect Daxia?" Ding Sheng explained, "These secret realms are essentially the way the heavenly Tao blocks foreign invaders. You can think of them as a whole barrier or a piece of tempered glass. Once Europe falls and a large number of secret realms are shattered, it means that this tempered glass is no longer so indestructible. By then, a large number of secret realms may be broken, and the situation will be extremely serious. Daxia will use the whole country's strength to fight against these invaders, but priorities must be determined. Daxia will establish 5 super large metropolitan areas and arrange a large number of combat professionals to garrison there to ensure absolute safety. Among them, Beijing, as the capital of Daxia, will be the first of the 5 metropolitan areas. Your parents will be absolutely safe if they move to Beijing." When Yi Chen heard what Ding Sheng said, He immediately said, I understand. I'll notify them right away. Ding Shang said, you don't have to worry too much. Europe should be able to hold out for about 10 days. Once the European secret realm is broken, it will take about a week for a chain reaction to occur in Daxia. Before that, you can ask your parents to go to the capital in advance. After listening to what Ding Sheng said, Yi Chan said, then what about my father-in-law and mother-in-law? Ding Sheng said directly, you don't need to worry about them. Your father-in-law is also a high-level combat professional. The Xia will need him in the future, and he will naturally ensure the safety of his family. The advent of strange beasts has a history of 100 years, and every country is well aware of the importance of combat professionals. The situation is about to become very serious. Under such circumstances, Daxia must ensure the safety of the families of those high-level combat professionals. Only when their families are safe and they have no worries can they fight wholeheartedly for their country and their families. It is worth mentioning that the reason why some high-level professionals were bewitched by demons and fell into depravity is probably because they lost their closest people. These powerful high-level professionals, once they encounter misfortune and lose their close ones, are easily driven to extremes, thinking that their lives are already ruined anyway, so they might as well destroy themselves completely, and then they completely degenerate and become puppets and thugs of demons. On the contrary, high-level professionals have complete families. These families are both their weak points and their strongest points. Many high-level combat professionals would rather sacrifice their own lives for the sake of their families than surrender and beg for mercy or live in disgrace when facing the life and death of demons. They sacrifice their lives for justice and will be awarded the title of martyrs who died bravely. Their families will receive large pensions, preferential treatment, and their lives will be guaranteed. But if they surrender and beg for mercy and become traitors, their own families will also be branded as the fathers or sons of traitors. They will not be able to hold their heads up wherever they go and will be shunned and despised by others. Therefore, high-level professionals who have weaknesses all over their bodies have both parents, happy relationships, and many children and grandchildren are the most loved by the top leaders. The loyalty of such people can be said to be full, and they will never betray. The top leaders naturally have to protect the weaknesses of these people, lest they lose their weaknesses and become isolated. Once they are left alone and with their lives in tatters, they will not be as resolute when faced with desperate situations in the future and may be easily instigated by demons. Chapter 155, Sand Monster. Therefore, now that the situation is about to change drastically, the first thing the top leaders arranged is to transfer the families of those combat professionals to a safe location, starting with the high-level ones and ending with the middle-level ones. As for the families of entry-level combat professionals, there are too many of them. Not only is there a lack of time, but the 5 super-large metropolitan areas cannot accommodate such a large population, so they can only leave it to fate. Yichen did not feel angry about what Ding Sheng said. After all, he was also a vested interest, and his family could be guaranteed to be safe in the chaos that followed. He himself felt that it was natural. This was a special treatment he earned by relying on his own strength and his contribution to Daxia in fighting against demons. He felt at ease and deserved it. Next, Yi-chan seemed to have thought of something and asked, once the secret realm is broken, will it be more difficult to deal with those vixens? Ding Sheng listened and said, indeed, we will take defensive measures for a long time at that time. It will be difficult to take the initiative to attack. Yi-chan said, in this case, I have to hurry up and break through to the 7th level before the secret realm is broken, and then go to the Qingqiu secret realm for a visit. Yi-chan did not forget his previous experience. If it were not for the group of vixens in the Qingqiu secret realm, Qing Ning would not have lost 10 years of life. Now, 7 years have been made up with the help of ambergris, but there are still 3 years that have not been made up. Yichen wants to settle the score with those vixens in Qingqiu secret realm. Ding Sheng said, Yichen, the group of vixens in Qingqiu secret realm are not simple. You have to treat them with caution. Yichen said directly, don't worry, I will pay attention. Yichen may not have much confidence in other monsters and demons, but he is absolutely sure about the fox spirit in the Qingqiu secret realm. The fox spirits in the Qingqiu secret realm mainly rely on various hypnosis and charm techniques to play tricks on people's hearts and souls. One of Yi Chen's supernatural talents is his overwhelming fighting spirit. When in combat, He is immune to all mind control skills and is specifically designed to defeat fox spirits. When Yi Chun reaches the 7th level, he will enter the Qingqiu secret realm and kill those vixen until a river of blood flows. After Yi Chun finished the call with Ding Sheng, he called his parents to inform them and asked them to come to Beijing to live for a while. The changes in the secret realm could not be told to them for the time being, so Yi Chun just said that he missed them and wanted them to accompany him. Yi Zaiwu and Lin Susu naturally would not refuse their son's request and immediately agreed. Afterwards, Yi Chun seized the time and continued to enter the secret realm with Su Qingning, killing monsters and rapidly improving his level. On the one hand, Yi Chun hopes to reach the 7th level before the secret realm is broken and kill a lot of people in the Qingqiu secret realm. On the other hand, a big change is about to happen. Although Yi Chun's strength is not weak now, Yi Chun feels that it is not enough. He hopes that before the big change comes, he can unlock more powerful weapons so that he can have more sufficient trump cards when facing these monsters. Su Qingning also felt Yi Chun's sense of urgency. In the next few days, the two of them even had sex less frequently, and their energy was almost all consumed in the secret realm. 7 days later, after several days of hard fighting, Yi Chun and Su Qingning finally reached the peak of the 6th level, level 59. They only needed to complete the level-breaking task to reach the 7th level. At this moment, the situation in Europe has become quite bad. There are already 3 or 4 countries where more than half of their territory has fallen. A large number of secret realms have been shattered. Demons have rushed out of the secret realms, attacking cities and plundering land. Countless people have become food for the demons, and most of the country has become a living hell. It is worth mentioning that the 4 countries that have fallen so far are Britain, Italy, France, and, coincidentally, the first 4 countries that fell were all part of the 8-nation alliance that invaded Daxia that year. As for Daxia, many ordinary people have not yet realized the seriousness of the matter. They think that these countries are just like Dongying, who once invaded Daxia and were rejected by heaven, so they are suffering retribution. Yi Chun also knew that he didn't have much time left. If he wanted to go to Qingqiu's secret realm for revenge, he had to complete the breakthrough mission as soon as possible. Therefore, Yi Chun asked Ding Sheng to arrange several combat professionals who also needed to break through their ranks, and then went directly to the secret realm of breaking through, the Dark Desert. This secret place, as the name suggests, is located in the desert and is surrounded by darkness. Yi Chun directly materialized the main battle tank, and then he and Su Qingning drove the main battle tank. As for the others, they climbed onto the main battle tank to avoid being attacked by monsters in the dark desert. The main battle tank has excellent capabilities and can move freely in the desert. After driving for a while, the main battle tank finally alarmed the monster in the desert. Then, the sand surged, and monsters broke out of the sand one after another, rushing towards Yi Chun and others. Yi Chun also instantly saw the appearance of these monsters. They were human-like, but with huge eyes and ears. Their faces looked like twisted koalas, and they had devil-like curved claws. Their skin was bluish-gray and extremely rough. This monster is completely different from the ones we encountered before. The monsters that Yi Chun had dealt with before were also monsters, but those monsters were obviously the traditional demons of Daxia. The sand monsters in front of us are even uglier in appearance, and their distorted faces make people feel physically uncomfortable when they see them, and it seems that their rationality will also be reduced. They give people the feeling that they are more like monsters in Cthulhu mythology. Thinking of this, Yi Chun directly controlled the main battle tank, activated the main and secondary weapons at the same time, and began to bombard these sand monsters. The sand monsters have ferocious appearances, rough skin, and excellent defense, but unfortunately, in the face of shock injuries, their defense values are meaningless. Under Yi Chun's fierce firepower, no matter whether it was the traditional Chinese monsters or the mythical monsters of the K-series, they would all be blown into pieces. One after another, the sand-hiding monsters were blasted into pieces and their lives ended. The entire battle process was quick and neat, without any delay. As the sand monsters died in large numbers, they began to flee. Seeing this, Yi Chun drove the main battle tank to chase them, bombarding them while chasing them. Although the main battle tank speed was not high, it could reach 80 kilometers per hour. These sand monsters could not escape the pursuit of the main battle tank. However, after the main battle tank had chased for more than 10 kilometers, the ground suddenly shook, and then the sand in front of the main battle tank suddenly collapsed. The heavy armor of the main battle tank also sank in. The entire main battle tank suddenly lost its ability to move and was completely restrained. Chapter 156, Tactical Nuclear Warhead. Next, sand and stones flew everywhere, and a huge cylindrical object broke out of the ground. It was a gigantic burrowing demon insect. The head of the burrowing demon worm has 6 dark tentacles, which look sticky and slippery, making people feel very uncomfortable. Its body is also extremely large, with a diameter of 2 or 3 meters. As for the length, the part that breaks out of the ground alone is more than 30 meters. This shows that this is a super big guy. The tentacles of the burrowing demon worm have sensed the presence of the main battle tank, and Yichun and others. Its thick and winding body rushed towards the main battle tank from top to bottom. At this moment, the main battle tank fired a shot at the burrowing devil. With a loud bang, a huge hole was blown out on the burrowing devil's body. Sticky green mucus flowed out of the hole, which looked very creepy. The burrowing demon insect had not expected that this lump of iron, which had clearly sunk into the sand and lost its ability to move, could still cause such serious damage to it. The 6 dark tentacles on its head were swinging wildly, and its entire body was trying to retract into the sand in a hurry. Seeing this, Yichun continued to control the main battle tank to fire. Amid the roar of artillery fire, blood holes appeared one after another on the body of the burrowing demon worm. After 3 shots, the burrowing demon worm was completely blown to pieces and fell powerlessly into the sand. Yichun became more and more certain that the monsters in this secret realm were completely different from the ones he had encountered before. For this breakthrough mission, the group mission should have been completed, and the next step is the individual mission. At this time, the main battle tank began to sink again, and the surrounding sand covered everyone. No one resisted. Such obvious changes in the secret realm were controlled by the Lord of Heaven, which was to separate everyone and carry out the second stage of personal tasks. Everyone's bodies were trapped in the quicksand and kept sinking. After an unknown amount of time, Yichun felt his eyes brighten. He was no longer in the dark desert, but in a dense forest. Although there is lush vegetation here, the sunlight can still shine in, making it full of vitality, which is completely different from the dark desert before. Next, several little animals appeared in Yichun's field of vision. There is an elephant that is only the size of a fist, which should be more accurately called a baby elephant, and a herd of cattle that are the size of walnuts. At this moment, the baby elephant had a conflict with the herd of cattle, and several angry bulls rushed towards the baby elephant. But the baby elephant is only the size of a fist and is much stronger than these bulls. The baby elephant swung its trunk and knocked several small bulls away, looking very cute. At this moment, a sharp front paw stabbed the baby elephant and the bull, and the baby elephant and several bulls were skewered on them like candied haws. Then, the front paw was retracted, and the baby elephant and the bull were brought in front of the pair of sharp mouth parts and swallowed in one gulp. Yichun also saw the opponent of this 6th-level secret realm solo mission, an ant of extremely huge size. In the real world, ants are only 1 centimeter long, while elephants are 3 or 4 meters tall and weigh several tons. The two are not in the same league at all. But in this secret realm, the situation is reversed. The elephant is only the size of a fist, while the ant has become a huge monster. It is about 6 meters tall, with 6 thick sickle-like legs, each about 4 or 5 meters long. It has a pair of long tentacles on its head, and looks like Lubu. Its mouth parts are also extremely ferocious, and it looks like it can easily tear a human body into pieces. After the giant ant swallowed the baby elephant and the bull, it rushed towards Yichun at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, a J-20 fighter jet appeared in the sky. When the giant ant's forelimbs were about to touch Yichun, Yichun's body disappeared and appeared in the cockpit of the J-20 fighter jet. Then, the J-20 fighter jet launched a PL-10E close-range combat missile at the giant ant on the ground. The giant ant was instantly blown to pieces by the combat missile and died on the spot. On the other side, Su Qingning also encountered a giant ant. As soon as the giant ant appeared, it rushed towards Su Qingning. However, Su Qingning was in the co-pilot cabin of the main battle tank, and the giant ant's attack fell on the main battle tank, immediately causing a sound of metal clashing. The defense of the main battle tank is no joke. The giant ants in this mirror 6th level secret realm cannot break through it at all. Su Qingning cast a spell directly inside the main battle tank, using the doctor's poison skills to attack the giant ant. The giant ant has a hard body, high physical defense, and average spell resistance. Facing Su Qingning's poison attack, its blood volume is rapidly decreasing. Its attack could not break through the defense of the main battle tank, so after 7 or 8 minutes, the giant ant was poisoned to death by Su Qingning, and there was no suspense in the whole process. Afterwards, Yi Chun and Su Qingning appear at the entrance of the secret realm one after another. Beside Yi Chun's ears, the system prompt sounded. Congratulations to the host for completing the rank-breaking task. The current rank is level 7 and the level is level 60. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the H-6N long-range strategic bomber and unlocking the strategic nuclear warhead. H-6N long-range strategic bomber, 34.8 meters in length, 10.4 meters in height, maximum takeoff weight 95 tons, range 12,000 kilometers, bomb load 12 to 15 tons. The weapons configured include 6 Eagle Strike anti-ship missiles with a range of 400 kilometers, 1 air-launched hypersonic ballistic missile with a range of 3,000 kilometers, and 1 Changjian 20 cruise missile with a range of 2,500 kilometers. The Changjian 20 cruise missile can carry a 500,000-ton TNT equivalent nuclear warhead. Tactical nuclear warhead. The equivalent of a single warhead is about 500,000 tons of TNT. One nuclear warhead is generated every 24 hours, and a maximum of 10 nuclear warheads can be stored. Note, because nuclear warheads are extremely powerful and have extremely destructive power on the blue star environment, the unlimited firepower talent is ineffective against nuclear warheads. When Yi-chan saw the weapon that was unlocked this time, he was stunned at first, and then he was ecstatic. In his heart, he has an unparalleled sense of peace and tranquility. Peace is brought by nuclear peace. Now he has unlocked the strategic nuclear warheads and the H-6N strategic bomber at the same time. With the ultra-high range of the H-6N and the Changjian 20 cruise missile it is equipped with, Yi-chun can use the Changjian 20 cruise missile equipped with tactical nuclear warheads to give the enemy a fatal blow. With such terrifying destructive power, Yi-chun really wanted to know what kind of monsters and demons could withstand his attack. Chapter 157. Restrictions lifted. The only pity is that tactical nuclear warheads are not affected by the bonus of unlimited firepower, so Yi-chun cannot throw nuclear warheads wantonly. Come to think of it, the laws of nature in this world have their own will, which is why secret realms are formed to keep invaders out. The power of nuclear warheads is naturally beyond doubt, but nuclear warheads truly do more harm than good to the enemy. The impact of nuclear radiation on the environment cannot be ignored, and the damage caused by nuclear radiation to the environment, from a certain perspective, is damage to the laws of nature. Therefore, the Heavenly Tao restricted the production of nuclear warheads to prevent Yi-chun from getting too excited and launching too many nuclear warheads. By then, the demons and monsters might indeed be destroyed, but the entire blue planet might be filled with radiation, making it unsuitable for human survival, and humans would then perish. The tactical nuclear warhead is equivalent to the weapon unlocked by an ordinary mechanic at the 13th level. In other words, if Yi-chun uses a tactical nuclear warhead, the destructive power will be equivalent to that of other 13th level combat professionals. Level 13, this is already the best in the super level field, and there are only a handful of level 13 strongmen in the world. Yi-chun is not even 20 years old yet, but he has reached this level. If others knew about this, they would probably be shocked. At this time, the system prompt sounded again. The company host has reached the 7th level and can draw a super talent once. Do you want to draw it? Yi-chun said directly, yes. The next moment, 3 super options appeared in Yi-chun's mind. 1. Son of Lucky. After the host activates this talent, his luck value will increase significantly within half an hour. When killing monsters, there is a greater probability of obtaining high-quality equipment. 2. Restriction removal. Passive, the host's weapon will be free of restrictions, and after the weapon is materialized, you can designate others to control it. Weapons controlled by others cannot share super god talents, and the host can terminate the authorization at any time. 3. River of Blood. Passive. After the host's weapon causes damage to the target, the bleeding effect will increase, causing continuous loss of health. With Yi-chun's current firepower, the River of Blood doesn't mean much. With a bonus of true damage, it is already outrageous enough. As for the Son of Fortune and the lifting of restrictions, both are helpful to Yi Chun, but overall, the lifting of restrictions is more helpful. The Son of Fortune can help Yi Chun to collect high-quality equipment, but for Yi Chun, these equipment are of little help. He already has the H-6N strategic bomber and tactical nuclear warheads, so what else does he need for a bicycle? The lifting of restrictions will be much more useful to Yi Chun. Yi Chun has more and more weapons. Even if he can control multiple weapons with his mind, Yi Chun's brain is not enough. Besides, the distance controlled by mind is 10 times that of intelligence. Although Yi Chun tried hard to increase his intelligence, it only reached over 500, and the control distance was more than 5,000 meters. 5,000 meters is nothing compared to the 3,000-kilometer combat radius of the J-20 fighter or the 12,000-kilometer range of a strategic bomber. Therefore, removing this restriction will allow Yi Chun's weapon to perform better. The J-20 stealth fighter group comes and goes like the wind and fights at high altitudes. The 056 frigate is like a dragon entering the sea and fights in the sea. The main battle tanks fight on land. Finally, there are strategic bombers equipped with tactical nuclear warheads. They can hit whatever they are pointed at. It's simply perfect. Therefore, Yi Chun said directly, "I choose two. The restrictions are lifted." With Yi Chun's choice, all his weapons and vehicles can be assigned to other people to control. At the same time, this control can be terminated at any time. Yi Chun can terminate the authorization with just a thought. It can be said to be quite convenient. Thinking about it, Yi Chun said to Su Qingming, "Qingming, do you want to try driving a tank?" Su Qingming was stunned for a moment before she said, "Driving a tank? Can I do that too?" She used to sit in the co-pilot seat of the main battle tank every day, but she couldn't control Yi Chun's main battle tank. Without authority, the main battle tank was like an iron lump to her. The mechanic's exclusive equipment is like being automatically bound to its owner. In the hands of others, it is just scrap metal and is of no use at all. Now that Yi Chun told her that she could drive a tank, she was naturally very interested. Yi Chun said, "Forget about driving a tank. You can even drive a J-20 fighter, but you have to learn how to drive it first." Su Qingming understood immediately after hearing this. "Is this the new ability you gained when you reached level 7? Yi Chun replied, "That's right. I can authorize others to use my vehicles or weapons. Qingming, you should learn to drive a tank first, and then learn to drive a fighter jet when you are familiar with it." After hearing this, Su Qingming said directly, "Okay, I want to learn." Su Qingming actually realized that her help to Yi Chun in the Secret Realm copy was very limited. Now, she's like a pendant following Yi Chun. Although she is a doctor, one of the top 10 popular professions, Yi Chun is too strong and does not need her treatment at all. She is of no use. Now that Yi Chun's vehicle can be authorized to her, things are different. She can control Yi Chun's vehicle and participate in the battle. She doesn't want to win easily with Yi Chun. She wants to participate in these battles and fight side by side with Yi Chun. Therefore, she naturally had to study hard and maximize the power of these weapons. Yi Chun said, "Qingming, now we are already at the 7th level. I want to go to the Qingqiu Secret Realm." Su Qingming was a little worried and asked, "Qingqiu Secret Realm? The lair of those vixens?" Yi Chun said directly, "That's right. Those vixens have a deep hatred for us. Now that I have finally reached the required level, I have to settle this account with them." Su Qingming looked at Yi Chun and said, "You don't want me to go?" Yi Chun explained, "I can achieve mental immunity and be immune to the control skills of those vixens, but you can't. This time I will go to Qingqiu's Secret Realm alone and kill them all." Su Qingming said, "Qingqiu's Secret Realm is a medium-sized secret realm. It takes at least 5 people to form a team, right?" Yi Chun replied, "That's not necessary. In Europe, nearly half of the countries that were once affiliated with the 8-Nation Alliance have fallen. The rules of the Secret Realm are no longer stable. Since the day before yesterday, there is no limit on the number of people in the Secret Realm. In a day or two, there may not even be a limit on the rank of the Secret Realm. After that, the Secret Realm will be shattered." Su Qingming showed a worried look on her face. If a large number of secret realms are broken, won't the situation of us humans be very bad? Yi Chun said, "There may be a period of chaos, but I believe that the final victory will definitely belong to us." Today, Yi Chun has already unlocked strategic bombers and tactical nuclear warheads. What weapons can he unlock next? Strategic nuclear warheads? Aircraft carriers? or weapons beyond the scope of human technology. Yi Chun is looking forward to it. Chapter 158, Going Alone to Qingqiu. By that time, Yi Chun believed that he could decide the outcome of the battle on the battlefield with his own strength. Su Qingning was silent for a moment before she said, "Okay, I'll learn how to drive a tank first. You have to be careful and don't get into trouble." Su Qingning finally agreed to let Yi Chun go to the Qingqiu secret realm alone. Although Su Qingning is a doctor, she is not sure how to deal with the control skills of the Qingqiu Fox clan. After all, there are a large group of vixens in the Qingqiu secret realm. If the opponent throws several control skills at her, Su Qingning might not be able to withstand it and will lose control. By then, not only will she not be able to help Yi Chun, but she will become a burden to Yi Chun. Secondly, the current situation of the secret realm is different from before. With the fall of Europe, the seal of the secret realm in Daxia is no longer stable. Therefore, Su Qingning always has a sense of crisis. In this case, when it comes to risk, it is better to take the risk alone. If something happens to Yi Chun, she can consume her life again and resurrect Yi Chun. But if something happens to both of them, there will be no chance to start over. Yi Chun nodded slightly after hearing Su Qingning's words, then kissed her on the cheek and said, "Don't worry, Qingning, with my current strength, nothing will go wrong in the Qingqiu secret realm." After the two of them spent some time together, Yi Chun told Ding Sheng that he was going to venture into the Qingqiu secret realm alone. When Ding Sheng heard what Yi Chun said, he asked directly, "How confident are you that you can go into the Qingqiu secret realm alone this time?" Yi Chun said directly, "Now, I am already at the 7th level, and I have unlocked the 13th level weapon of the mechanic. This time I have absolute confidence in breaking into the Qingqiu secret realm. In fact, until now, let alone the 7th level weapons, the power of Yi Chen's J-20 stealth fighter group and the 056 frigate has never been truly exerted. These weapons can only be truly effective in large-scale battles. However, the number of monsters in the copy is too small and not dense enough, so Yi Chen simply cannot use them well. The only time Yi Chen really went all out was when the Dragon City secret realm was destroyed. Yi Chen shattered the secret realm with his own strength. So, from a certain perspective, the fact that the secret realm is about to be broken is a good thing for Yi Chun, as his weapon can truly unleash its power. After listening to what Yi Chun said, Ding Sheng said, "In that case, can you broadcast the entire process of clearing out the Qingqiu secret realm live to the public this time?" "Of course you can, but what's the reason?" Ding Sheng replied, "Now that a large number of secret realms in Europe have fallen, the rules of Daxia secret realm are unstable, and people are in panic. Daxia needs heroes at this time. You are the strongest mechanic and the god in the hearts of the younger generation. At this time, you can single-handedly break into the Qingqiu secret realm, which can boost morale and restore the courage and confidence of the people." Yi Chen listened to what Ding Sheng said and said, "I understand. Prepare the live broadcast equipment for me. I want to have a good fight with Qingqiu secret realm." That afternoon, the live broadcast was ready and Yi Chun was ready to enter the Qingqiu secret realm alone. In order to make this live broadcast popular enough, the higher-ups also promoted the event through official channels. Yi Chun, the strongest mechanic in Daxia, breaks into the secret realm of Qingqiu alone, determined to kill everyone in the secret realm and cause a river of blood to flow. Many people were waiting early to watch Yi Chen's live broadcast, and the comments were very lively. "Now people are in a panic. I hope Yi Chen can kill everyone and give us enough courage. Yeah, several countries in Europe are finished. I have a feeling that we won't be able to hold on for much longer." "You're talking nonsense. We have far more high-level professionals than those in Europe. We are also more united than them. Nothing will happen." Then, Yi Chen took a step forward and entered the secret realm. According to the legend, the land of Qingqiu was located to the east of Sishui, and the same was true in the secret realm. Qingqiu is a hill surrounded by water. It is very beautiful with green mountains, green waters, singing birds and fragrant flowers. After Yi Chun entered the secret realm, he found himself in a swamp, which was the legendary Sishui. Next, Yi Chun moved his mind, and the 056 frigate appeared out of thin air above the Sishui. Yi Chun was in the cockpit of the frigate, controlling the frigate to move forward above the Sishui. As the frigate moved forward, the Qingqiu Mountains appeared within the frigate's detection range, but the entire Qingqiu Mountains were densely populated with a large number of fox spirits. These vixen with 3 tails are in full fox form, crawling around on all fours. The one with 6 tails appears to be half human, half fox, with an enchanting figure, charming demeanor, and outstanding appearance. The nine-tailed fox is the highest level that the Qingqiu fox clan can reach. They can perfectly switch between human form and nine-tailed fox. They also have extremely high IQs and are the boss-level monsters of the Qingqiu fox clan. However, at this moment in the Qingqiu Mountains, there are hundreds of thousands of 3-tailed foxes, tens of thousands of 6-tailed foxes, and even the highest-ranking 9-tailed foxes. There are thousands of them. This is very unusual. At this moment, comments popped up one after another. I remember that in the Qingqiu secret realm, there were hundreds of 3-tailed foxes, dozens of 6-tailed foxes, and less than 10 9-tailed foxes. How could there be so many? You still don't understand this? The secret realm is unstable. The hundreds of copies of the Qingqiu secret realm are probably merged together. The entire Qingqiu fox clan has gathered together. Now, there is only this one copy of the Qingqiu secret realm. No way. Doesn't that mean Yi Chun will have to face the entire Qingqiu fox clan on his own? This is going to be bad. At this time, Yi Chun's cell phone also rang, and Ding Sheng said, Yi Chun, the copies of Qingqiu secret realm have been merged, and the entire fox clan has gathered together. You can't deal with it alone. However, Yi Chun said, I have confidence, don't worry. Ding Sheng's expression changed, and he said anxiously, don't act on impulse. If you are in danger again, Qing Ning will have to spend his life to revive you. However, Yi Chun said, don't worry, I'm not acting on impulse. I'm confident enough. In fact, most of the weapons and vehicles unlocked by Yi Chun are large-scale attack weapons. Previously, these missiles and naval guns had not yet demonstrated their true strength. Now it's time to show everyone the destructive power of a high-level mechanic. Chapter 159, Fire Suppression. Thinking of this, Yi Chun moved his mind and directly controlled the guns in the 056 frigate, ready to fire at any time. At the same time, 10 J-20 stealth fighters also appeared above the 056 frigate, cruising over the frigate. The PL-15 long-range air-to-air missiles were also ready to fire at any time. At this time, in Qingqiu, the center of the water, the 9-tailed foxes also discovered the existence of the 056 frigate. They had never seen such a strange metal giant before. At this moment, the 056 frigate and the J-20 stealth fighter group opened fire at the same time. The 056 frigate activated its 76mm naval gun at this moment. Along with the roar of artillery fire, one shell after another fell on the land of Qingqiu, making a loud explosion and blowing away countless Qingqiu foxes. Not only that, the J-20 stealth fighter also launched PL-15 long-range air-to-air missiles, bombarding Qingqiu. Amid the continuous sound of artillery fire, the originally peaceful and quiet Qingqiu land turned into a sea of fire, and a large number of foxes were blown to pieces in the explosion. The Qingqiu fox clan never expected that Yi Chun could attack them from such a long distance. You know, the frigate is now on the water, and it is still dozens of kilometers away from Qingqiu. But now they were already dozens of kilometers away and started bombing them directly, with such terrifying lethality that even though the Qingqiu fox clan was known for its cunning, they were stunned at this moment. Afterwards, the powerful 9-tailed foxes of the Qingqiu fox clan, some flew into the sky, and some dived into the water, preparing to approach Yi Chun's frigate first, and then find a way to destroy the 056 frigate. Unfortunately, all their actions are within the radar detection range of frigates and stealth fighters. No matter whether they are in the air or in the water, they cannot escape radar detection. Now that the radar has locked onto their position, the next step is naturally to bombard them. The 9-tailed fox diving into the water faces the anti-submarine torpedo launcher of the 056 frigate, while the 9-tailed fox flying in the air has to face the PL-10E close-range combat missile of the J-20. The frigates and J-20 fighter jets are respectively weapons of the 10th and 11th levels of mechanics, and their destructive power has also reached this level. Naturally, these 9-tailed foxes cannot withstand it. Nearly 10 9-tailed foxes that were charging forward advanced less than 10 kilometers before they were hit midway and blown to pieces, leaving no trace of their bodies. Then, Yi Chun controlled the 056 frigate and the stealth fighter group with his mind, making them fire at full power. Air-to-air missiles, air combat missiles, anti-ship missiles, anti-air missiles, and anti-submarine missiles were fired in turn, and the entire Qingqiu land turned into a sea of hell. Those who were watching the live broadcast were originally worried about Yi Chen's safety, but now they were completely dumbfounded. Is this Yi Chen's strength? Using his own strength to fight against an entire clan. I was worried about him just now. It was unnecessary. Why should we worry about such a pervert? The ones we should be worried about are the Qingqiu Fox clan. I used to think that one day we humans would defeat the demons and take them as slaves. At that time, I would like to buy a maid from the Qingqiu Fox clan. Now it seems that the Qingqiu Fox clan is very likely to be exterminated. Don't think too much. Even if the Qingqiu Fox clan wasn't exterminated, do you think you could afford it? Just based on the appearance and figure of the Qingqiu Fox clan, as well as their coquettishness, don't even think about it without 5 million. I feel like Yi Chen is becoming more and more like a big boss. Will these monsters and ghosts be able to defeat Yi Chen, the boss? In the picture, the Qingqiu Fox clan became anxious when they saw their fellow clansmen being killed in large numbers. The strongest nine-tailed fox clan joined the battlefield and intended to get close to the frigate. They all knew that this frigate was just a tool, and the real enemy was the humans in the frigate. As long as they can get onto the frigate, relying on their abilities, it would be easy for them to control a human being. Therefore, they could only rush forward desperately. And Yi Chen looked at this scene, and with an idea, he directly activated unlimited firepower. The already dense bombardment became even more continuous. The sound of artillery fire continued to roar. Thousands of powerful nine-tailed foxes, all at the cost of their own lives, rushed towards Yi Chen's frigate like moths to a flame. One after another, the nine-tailed foxes were killed by the artillery fire. As for the six-tailed and three-tailed foxes, they had no chance to resist at all. They either had to survive or died under the artillery fire. Under the fearless charge of the nine-tailed foxes, they were gradually approaching the frigate. Finally, after more than 400 nine-tailed foxes were sacrificed, 3 nine-tailed foxes boarded the 056 frigate. They could smell the scent of humans, and they kept approaching the cockpit. The comments also changed direction again. Fuck, the nine-tailed fox actually boarded the frigate. Yi Chen is in danger now. Yes, there are too many nine-tailed foxes after all. I'm afraid Yi Chen can't even protect himself now. It shouldn't be that serious, right? Will our human boss fall here today? Finally, 3 nine-tailed foxes came to the cockpit of the frigate, ready to attack Yi Chen. However, the next second, Yi Chen's body disappeared from their sight and was replaced by a heavy machine gun. Yi Chen can switch positions between vehicles. Now he just moved from the frigate to the J-20 fighter. Then, Yi Chen moved his mind and controlled the heavy machine gun to fire at the 3 nine-tailed foxes. The 3 nine-tailed foxes were still in a daze when the heavy machine gun started firing. At such a distance, the hit rate of the heavy machine gun is as high as 99%. Moreover, these 3 nine-tailed foxes had already consumed a lot of physical strength and energy when they attacked the frigate before. They thought they had a hope of killing Yi Chen. They were overjoyed to see Yi Chen. However, Yi Chen disappeared the next second, and only a heavy machine gun was left in his place. They fell into a state of great sorrow again. With such great emotional ups and downs, how could they escape the heavy machine gun fire? In less than 20 seconds, the 3 nine-tailed foxes were shot into sieves by the heavy machine guns, with blood holes all over their bodies, and their white fur was dyed red. Afterwards, the 3-headed nine-tailed fox died on the 056 frigate. The eyes of the 3-headed nine-tailed fox were still wide open, as if it died with its eyes open. In Qingqiu, the other Qingqiu Fox tribe members originally thought that as long as their members landed on the frigate, they could turn defeat into victory. As a result, the frigate's artillery fire continued without any weakening. It was obvious that their people had failed. The Qingqiu Fox clan is not the kind of race that will fight to the death. They are very flexible and resilient. Seeing that they could not do anything to the frigate, the 3 grades of foxes in Qingqiu began to flee in all directions. Chapter 160 Annihilation. Even those nine-tailed foxes no longer thought about fighting the frigates, but fled to the other end of Qingqiu. Although the frigate has a long range, Qingqiu is full of mountains. As long as they hide behind the mountains, they can avoid the frigate's guns. Seeing such a dramatic change, everyone was completely relieved. As expected of the big boss Yi Chen, he is simply the big devil. Yeah, those three nine-tailed foxes were all dumbfounded. They thought they had a chance to kill the big devil, but the big devil turned into a heavy machine gun. I discovered that high-level mechanics not only have powerful firepower, but also strong survivability. They can switch positions between vehicles at any time. It's so hard to kill them. Other mechanics don't have this ability. The awesome one is not the mechanic, but Yi Chun, the great devil. The Qingxiu Fox tribe has begun to flee. I wonder how long they can survive in the hands of the great demon king. The Qingxiu Fox clan began to flee, using the terrain of the mountains to avoid the frigate's pursuit. This was indeed a good idea. However, they could dodge the frigate's guns, but not the fighter's missiles. Frigates cannot land on land, but fighter jets can fly. At this time, Yi Chun was an AJ-20 fighter jet, controlling a group of 10 fighter jets, flew over the sky above Qingxiu, and then continuously launched missiles towards Qingxiu. The fleeing Qingxiu Fox clan continued to lose members under the bombing of fighter jets and missiles. At this time, the J-20 fighter jets were flying at low altitude to accurately lock the positions of the fleeing Qingxiu Foxes. Therefore, the Qingxiu Fox clan finally saw the image of the J-20 fighter jets. They were like big iron birds that could release artillery attacks. The Qingxiu Fox clan, were simply unable to resist. In fact, under the current scenario, the H-6N strategic bomber and nuclear warheads can also be used. However, this is a bit like using a cannon to kill a mosquito, which is a bit wasteful, especially nuclear warheads, which can only be produced once every 24 hours. The blessing of unlimited firepower has no effect on nuclear warheads. Therefore, nuclear warheads are extremely precious. So, Yi Chun did not use nuclear warheads and H-6N strategic bombers, and waited for a more appropriate opportunity to use them. The firepower of 10 J-20 fighter jets is more than enough to deal with these Qingxiu Foxes. Amid the roar of artillery fire, no matter whether it is a three-tailed fox, a six-tailed fox, or even the highest-ranking nine-tailed fox, all are equal. Finally, only less than 200 nine-tailed foxes were left of the Qingxiu Fox clan, a reduction of 80%. Then, the remaining nine-tailed foxes looked at each other and stopped running away. Then, these nine-tailed foxes knelt down obediently in the direction where Yi Chun was. They quickly took off all their clothes and became naked, revealing their snow-white bodies and skin. They were naked, kneeling there with their clothes placed in front of them. Then they prostrated themselves on the ground with their snow-white buttocks raised high, looking like they were ready to be ravaged. Obviously, these nine-tailed foxes chose to submit and surrender at this time, hoping to preserve their own tribe in this way. The comments on the barrage were also stunned when they saw this scene. Damn it, that shameless guy blurred the screen at this critical moment. I can't see anything. Nonsense. Yi Chun's extermination of the Qingxiu Fox clan was broadcast live. If there is no mosaic, what if it corrupts the children? By the way, the Qingxiu Fox tribe is really white, and their bodies are amazing. It would be great if I could really subdue them. It is said that there is no reproductive isolation between the Qingxiu Fox tribe and the human race. Now that our human fertility rate is so low, it seems to be a good deal to capture the Qingxiu Fox tribe and bring them back to have children. Bullshit. Those who are not of my kind must have different hearts. These vixens are very cunning. They tried to frame Yi Chun several times before. Have you forgotten? Don't pay any attention to them. They are a bunch of idiots. Yi Chun will not be as merciful as them. Yi Chun looked at the naked nine-tailed fox kneeling on the ground and continued firing without any hesitation. The snow-white bodies of the nine-tailed foxes were blown to pieces by the shells. It was a horrible sight. Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. Besides, the nine-tailed fox clan has targeted Yi Chun twice before. How could Yi Chun let them go if he were to settle both new and old grudges together? Besides, Yi Chun couldn't accept the surrender of these nine-tailed foxes. He came alone, and his only weapons were his own various firearms. These people surrendered, but Yi Chun had no way to make them surrender their weapons and lose their combat effectiveness, nor did he have any appropriate way to detain and control them. If they were taken directly on the frigate, it would be a trouble. It would be difficult for Yi Chun to handle, and other troubles would easily arise. Besides, Qingming was watching this live broadcast. If I showed mercy at this time, wouldn't it make Qingming sad? Would Qingming think that I was moved by these vixens and therefore couldn't bear to kill them? Therefore, Yi Chun directly chose to kill these people to avoid so much trouble. After all, if we really allow these vixens to surrender, there'll be a lot of trouble afterwards. No one can guarantee whether these vixens are surrendering sincerely or not. After the secret realm was broken, humans were still facing great pressure, but they had no time to focus their energy on a group of vixens. It would be better to kill them directly and be done with it once and for all. After this round of artillery fire, more than half of the nine-tailed foxes were killed, leaving only 30 or 40 nine-tailed foxes. They kept cursing and running away without even having time to put on their clothes. They didn't dare to transform into their original forms because their original forms were larger and more easily hit by Yi Chen's missiles. The J-20 roared and circled over Qingxiu, launching rounds of missiles. After more than 2 hours, this one-sided crushing battle finally ended. This was not just a crushing battle, but also a battle of genocide. Yi Chun, with his own strength and absolute firepower advantage, completely wiped out the Qingxiu Fox clan in the 7th level Qingxiu Secret Realm. Those who watched the live broadcast also congratulated Yi Chun. As expected of the great devil, cruel and merciless, Yi Chun did the right thing. If you don't kill them all now, they will not show mercy next time they attack humans. What a shame. These nine-tailed foxes are so beautiful. Although the six-tailed fox is half human and half tiger, it has its own unique flavor. If you ask me, even a three-tailed fox in full fox form would be great. It would be a good opportunity to develop from a fox to a human. Chapter 161 Plan. One fox is passed down for 8 generations. If the man is gone, will the fox still be there? It takes 100 years for a three-tailed fox to become a six-tailed fox, and 500 years for a six-tailed fox to become a nine-tailed fox. If you adopt a three-tailed fox now, 600 years later, if you have descendants who can pass it on, based on the 30-year generation rule, your 20th generation great-great-grandson will be able to marry a nine-tailed fox. That's too long. The finished nine-tailed fox is better. Unfortunately, the nine-tailed fox offended the great demon king so badly before. There is no way for them to survive. Ding Shun was also watching this scene. He really didn't expect that Yi Chen's strength would be so strong. Is this the power of a mechanic? Ding Shun also knew several superclass professionals, but among these superclass professionals, there were only a few who could easily wipe out an entire clan like Yi Chen could. There is no way, because most superclass professionals cannot achieve such a large-scale firepower coverage like Yi Chun and last for such a long time. Perhaps other superclass professionals can also destroy the Fox clan of Qingxiu, but most people cannot do it as easily as Yi Chun, nor can they be as efficient as Yi Chun. Yi Chen's method was not only quick and efficient, but also left no future troubles. The Fox clan in Qingxiu was directly wiped out. Because Yi Chen's J-20 fighter jets and 056 frigates are equipped with radar detection systems, they could detect the escape location of a nine-tailed fox. This is also a major advantage of mechanics in combat compared to other professions. Ding Shun suddenly had a feeling that if, in addition to Yi Chun, a few more superclass mechanics could be trained, it would probably be of considerable help to the current war situation in Daxia. Although these people cannot compare to Yi Chun, their value is probably higher than that of ordinary superclass professionals. If a soul shaman like Natalie is best at single combat, but not good at dealing with monsters, then the mechanic is the exact opposite. The mechanic is not good at single combat, but is best at dealing with monsters. It is especially suitable for large-scale group combat. Even archers, elemental mages, and Taoist priests, who are also long-range physical professions, are inferior to mechanics. No wonder, even though the Qingxiu Fox copies were merged with each other, nearly 1,000 copies were merged into one, and the number of monsters increased dramatically, Yi Chun was still full of confidence. Yi Chen's method may be that the more monsters there are, the better the effect. Whether it is the naval guns of the 056 frigate or the missiles of the J-20 fighter, they all cause area explosion damage. The denser the nine-tailed foxes are, the more terrifying the lethality. In comparison, the superclass archer has a range comparable to that of a mechanic, but does not have as many range skills. The elemental mage may have a range skill comparable to that of the mechanic, but the casting distance is too short, and it is too easy for the enemy to suddenly attack him and put him in danger. The mechanic, on the other hand, has both the shooting range of an archer and the attack radius of an elemental mage, giving him a clear advantage in large-scale battles. In fact, although ordinary mechanics have these two advantages, they can only choose one of the pill recovery speed and hit rate, and there is always a shortcoming. If they take both into account, both will be mediocre. This is considered a shortcoming of the mechanic. It's just that Yi-Chun possesses a bunch of super talents, which are enough to make up for this shortcoming, which is why the superclass mechanic seems so powerful. On the other side, several guests came to Su Qingning and Yi-Chen's love nest today, including Su Jian, Zhao Yafeng, and Su Qingfeng. Su Qingning said directly, "It's pretty good here, right? Mom and Dad, if you want to stay, you can stay here for a few days." Zhao Yafeng heard her daughter's words and said, "Only a few days? What if we want to stay longer?" Su Qingning heard this and said, "This is not very convenient." Zhao Yafeng heard this and said, "Are you afraid that we'll disturb your world of two? It's true that when a girl grows up, she can't be kept at home. It's only been a short time, and we've become two families. Coming to your house is like being a guest." Zhao Yafeng was actually a little jealous, thinking that her daughter was turning her elbow too quickly. "She was my sweetheart just a month ago, but now she has become someone else's daughter-in-law." When Su Qingning heard her mother's words, she stepped forward and hugged Zhao Yafeng's arm, saying, "Mom, how can you say that? We will always be a family." Zhao Yafeng rolled her eyes at her daughter and said, "We as a family can't live together? Your father and I are also moving to Beijing, so why don't you come home and live with us?" Su Qingning's expression changed slightly. "How can that be possible? What about Yi-Chun?" Zhao Yafeng said, "His parents have also moved to Beijing, so it's a good opportunity for you two to go back to your respective homes." Su Qingning immediately said, "That won't do. She has become accustomed to sleeping in the same bed with Yi-Chun. If she doesn't hug Yi-Chun, she probably won't be able to sleep well." Zhao Yafeng wanted to say something, but Su Jian said, "Okay, honey, stop teasing your daughter. Qingning, we have seen the relationship between you and Yi-Chun. No matter in which aspect, you two are a perfect match, and we have no reason to be the bad guy. You can live with Yi-Chun without worry. We will get the marriage certificate in a while." Zhao Yafeng said, "But Qingning is only 19 years old. What if she gets pregnant?" Su Qingning immediately said, "I am indeed only 19 years old, but because of the resurrection of Yi-Chun, my body is already 28 years old. Although my lifespan has been made up by the ambergris, my body has not shrunk, so I can definitely have children." Zhao Yafeng heard this and said, "Forget it. I can't argue with you." After hearing what his wife said, Su Jian said, "Okay, we are here for a serious matter. Qingning, your uncle is still in the Tianshu secret realm. Do you remember?" Su Qingning said directly, "Of course I remember." Su Jian continued, "Now that so much time has passed, they still haven't been able to break out of the Tianshu secret realm. Now that you and Yi-Chun have reached a high level, I think we should go to the Tianshu secret realm ourselves." Su Qingning listened and said, "We? Dad, who are you talking about?" Su Jian explained, "You two, your uncle Yuan and I, and Chun Ao, sure." Su Qingning was stunned for a moment before she asked, "Chun Aoshi? How did he get involved?" Su Jian replied, "Chun Aoshi's son-in-law, Tong Long, and Tong, whose biological father Tong Rahai, is now also trapped in the Tianshu secret realm. Of course, he will not stand idly by." Su Qingning listened and said, "There are only 5 of us. Isn't that too few? There are hundreds of high-level combat professionals trapped in the Tianshu secret realm. Is there no one who wants to save them?" Su Jian said, "Someone organized a rescue operation before. At that time, more than 40 high-level professionals were organized. I also went there at that time. Unfortunately, although there were many people, there was no leader and no tacit understanding among them. I thought there was no point in such a rescue, so I did not participate. The result was obvious. More than 40 people never returned." Chapter 162, Tianshu. Zhao Yafeng heard what Su Jian said and said, "Are you sure about your actions this time? I don't want my husband, daughter, and son-in-law to be gone and never come back before my brother comes out." Su Jian said directly, "Don't worry, your son-in-law is more powerful than you think. This time we will take Yi-Chun as the core of the operation. What the 4 of us have to do is to ensure Yi-Chun's safety. The Tianshu secret realm should be easy to capture. Although Tianshu secret realm is a high-level, large-scale copy, it trapped 2 groups of more than 100 people. But now Yi-Chun has reached the 7th level, and the weapons he has unlocked are comparable to the 13th level. You know, the highest-ranking professional in the world today is only at level 14, and Yi-chun is already a leader among the super-level ones. Moreover, Yi-chun has a large number of long-range group attack methods, and he doesn't think that the Tianshu secret realm can defeat Yi-chun. Su Qingning said, I also hope to rescue my uncle. Let's discuss it when Yi-chun comes back. Good. Not long after, Yi-chun returned to his home and met his father-in-law and his family. Su Qingning asked directly, Husband, do you think the Tianshu secret realm is dangerous? After listening to what Su Qingning said, Yi-chun said the high-level secret realm shouldn't be a problem for me. Is it because of my uncle's matter? Su Qingning replied, That's right. The two of us, plus my dad, Uncle Yuan, and Chen Aoshi, a total of 5 people will go to Tianshu's secret realm to rescue people. Yi-chun heard Su Qingning's words and said, Then let's set off as soon as possible. Uncle is trapped in the Tianshu secret realm. The longer he stays, the more dangerous it will be. After listening to what Yi-chun said, Su Jian said, You just cleared the Qingqiu secret realm today. Take a good rest for a day and set off tomorrow. Afterwards, the Su family had a meal at Yi-chun and Su Qingning's home and then went back. They have also bought a house in Beijing. In fact, Zhao Yafeng never thought about living here from the beginning. After all, if they move in, not only Yi-chun will feel uncomfortable, but they themselves will also feel uncomfortable. Besides, Yi-chun and Su Qingning are still young and have just gotten addicted to sex. To put it bluntly, they are addicted to sex. If they stay here and hear any noise, how embarrassing it would be. They also went through that age, so they know all this clearly. In the evening, Yi-chun and Su Qingning did a routine set of running and exercises, and then they both collapsed on the bed, with Su Qingning lying in Yi-chun's arms. Su Qingning said, Husband, are you sure? If there's any danger, we won't go. I'll go explain to my parents. Su Qingning was worried that Yi-chun was going to the Tianshu secret realm to take risks for her sake. If something really happened, she would not want to see it. Especially since Su Jian said today that there was no news from the more than 40 people who went to rescue later. Su Qingning became even more worried. If it was really too dangerous, she would rather give up her uncle. After all, he is just an uncle, not his biological parents. What's more, Zhao Yafeng's younger brother, Zhao Yajun, is also a senior combat professional. He is busy with upgrades most of the time and doesn't spend much time with Su Qingning. To be honest, their relationship is not deep. But during the day, Zhao Yafeng was also present, and Su Qingning couldn't say that, as it would hurt Zhao Yafeng's feelings. Now that it was late at night and the couple was alone, she could speak her mind. You could say she was selfish or timid, but Yi-chun's safety was more important than anything else. Yi-chun reached out and stroked Su Qingning's smooth and white thighs, saying, Don't worry, Qingning. I promise there will be no danger on this trip to Tianshu. Yi-chun did not show his real trump card in the Qingqiu secret realm. The firepower of the H-6N strategic bomber is more ferocious than that of the J-20 stealth fighter, and the power of the nuclear warhead is needless to say. The J-20 stealth fighter's strength lies in its maneuverability and stealth capability. The H-6N strategic bomber can carry more than 10 tons of ammunition and cruise missiles. It is the real king of firepower. Of course, Yi-chun still has shortcomings now. His ability to deal with soul-type monsters is limited, but the Tianshu secret realm is not a secret realm dominated by soul-type monsters, so he is not afraid at all. Seeing that Yi-chun was truly confident and not taking risks for himself, Su Qingning was completely relieved. She curled up in Yi-chun's arms, then grabbed a pair of bells in her hands and soon fell asleep. Yi-chun's vitals were grasped, and a hint of helplessness appeared in his eyes. He also gradually fell asleep. This is a bad habit Su Qingning has developed recently. She likes to hold the 2 babies while sleeping. It makes her feel safe. The next morning, Yi-chun and Su Qingning got up early, and Yi-chun also got some information about the Tianshu secret realm from Ding Sheng. The so-called Tianshu means the ruins of the heaven, but this heaven is not the heaven recognized by humans, but the heaven of the demon race. It is said that the demon clan heaven is headed by Di Jun and Tai Yi, who command the 10 great demon saints of the demon clan heaven, as well as countless demon soldiers and generals. After these demons and monsters were exiled by Tianqing, the original heaven was turned into ruins, called Tianshu. Now that the demons have made a comeback, they naturally want to find the ruins of the heaven to see if they can rebuild it. The Blue Star Heavenly Tao took advantage of the situation and directly used Tianshu as a secret realm to suppress a group of demons. Most of the demons in the Tianshu secret realm are demons with the blood of the demon saint. They want to find the inheritance of the demon saint ancestors in Tianshu. Even just a drop of blood from their ancestors may allow their bloodline to return to their ancestral lineage and greatly increase their strength. Because these demons may find the inheritance of their ancestors or the essence and blood of their ancestors, which will suddenly increase their own strength, the uncertainty of the Tianshu secret realm is much greater than that of other secret realms, and the danger of exploring the Tianshu secret realm is also higher. Look, a team of over 100 high-level combat professionals never returned. After Yi Chun and Su Qingning had a brief understanding of the Tianshu secret realm, they met up with Su Jian, Yuan Xiaowai, and Chen Ao Shi. Beside Chen Ao Shi, there were the Tong brothers. The Tong brothers were only at the 6th level. When he saw Yi Chun, he said, "Yi Chun, if there's a chance, I hope you can save my dad once. I will definitely repay you." The Tong brothers have 2 souls in 1 body and outstanding strength. In fact, he has worked hard enough, but no matter in terms of rank or strength, he is still far behind Yi Chun. He could not participate in the journey to the Tianshu secret realm and could only wait at the entrance of the secret realm. Tianshu secret realm is a high-level, large-scale dungeon that can be entered by levels 7 to 10. Although the Tong brothers also want to save their father, they are not strong enough. Yi Chun glanced at the Tong brothers and said, "If I have a chance, I will save them. Thank you." Chapter 163 Descendants. Then, a group of 5 people stepped into the secret realm. Chen Ao Shi was a swordsman by profession and was good at close combat. He walked in front. On the left and right wings are Su Jian and Yuan Xiaowai, respectively, and those who are protected in the center are naturally Yi Chun and Su Qingning. Yi Chun is the real core of the Tianshu secret realm this time and the absolute main output, while Su Qingning is a doctor. With a doctor around, even if teammates are killed, there's a chance to come back to life. Of course, the CD of the resurrection skill is too long, and it can be said to be a limited skill for a 7th level physician. After the group of 5 appeared in the Tianshu secret realm, what they saw were the broken walls and ruins of the demon clan's heaven, which looked like it had been ravaged by a flood. The flood has long receded at this moment, but traces of the flood can still be seen on the earth, and a river channel has been washed out in many places. Just as the group walked for a while in the Tianshu secret realm, they heard a few shrill cries. In the sky, several huge bird monsters with 2 or 3 heads attacked everyone. This is the descendant of the demon Saint Guiche. Guiche is also known as the 9-headed bird. It has 9 heads and is cruel by nature. It is not only cruel to humans, but also extremely cruel to fellow demons and enjoys killing. The same is true for the descendants of the ghost car. Although they do not have the strength of the ghost car, they have inherited the ghost car's brutal character. At this moment, these 2-headed or 3-headed birds rushed over. Some of their 2 heads were spewing poisonous fire, and some were spewing poisonous smoke. They looked extremely powerful. At this moment, a J-20 fighter jet suddenly appeared in the sky and fired at the ghost car. Under the PL-10E close-range combat missiles, the bodies of these 2-headed and 3-headed birds were instantly torn into pieces by the combat missiles and scattered all over the ground in the air. Chen Ao Shi looked at this scene with a hint of surprise in his eyes. In fact, during the battle for the legendary equipment in Ing Country, Chen Ao Shi had already realized that it was only a matter of time before Yi Chun would surpass him in strength. But when he saw it with his own eyes today, he was still shocked. With Chen Ao Shi's strength, he can certainly kill the 3-headed bird in the sky, but he definitely can't do it as easily as Yi Chun. Yi Chun has a total of 10 such J-20 stealth fighters. Chen Ao Shi is not sure how to deal with these 10 stealth fighters alone if they bombard Chen Ao Shi in the air. With Chen Ao Shi's strength, he might be able to find a way to destroy several of the stealth fighters, but he would also have to pay a considerable price. The final result was that 3 or 4 stealth fighters were destroyed, and Chen Ao Shi died in the missile bombing of the stealth fighters. And this is just one of Yi Chun's many weapons. After dealing with several 3-headed birds, the sound of the missile explosion alarmed another monster in Tianshu, the iron-eating beast. The iron-eating beast here is not a panda, but a descendant of the monster cheetah. The iron-eating beast is sized like an enlarged version of a cow. It feeds on iron ore. Its body is blue-gray in color, it has great strength, and its defense is very good. More than 10 iron-eating beasts were running wildly at this moment, like thousands of troops, rushing towards Yi Chun and others. Seeing this, Chun Ao sure rushed towards the iron-eating beast with the jade-cutting knife in hand. Seeing this, Yi Chun controlled the J-20 fighter jet and fired at the iron-eating beast. The missile roared, and the unparalleled defense of the iron-eating beast was completely meaningless in the face of Yi Chun's true striking talent. Chun Ao sure felt that the iron-eating beast was good at defense, especially in its ability to significantly reduce the physical damage it suffered. Even if Yi Chun had fierce firepower, it would probably be difficult to solve it in one wave. Therefore, he had to get close to destroy the formation of the iron-eating beast to prevent more than 10 iron-eating beasts from charging. Unfortunately, when Chun Ao sure rushed to the iron-eating beast and slashed it with his sword, he found that he had only hit its corpse. These more than 10 iron-eating beasts have all died in the bombardment. Until now, Su Jian and Yuan Xiaowai have never taken action. Yuan Xiaowai looked at this scene and couldn't help but wonder, does the mechanic's skill have a built-in defense-breaking effect? The iron-eating beast body is as hard as iron, but it has no effect. Su Jian said, the mechanic's skills should not have the effect of breaking defense, but my son-in-law's skills may not be the same. Chun Ao sure also awkwardly retracted his jade-chopping knife and kicked the corpse of the iron-eating beast on the ground before saying, this so-called iron-eating beast is only good-looking but useless. Afterwards, the group continued to advance in the Tianshu Secret Realm. The Tianshu Secret Realm was extremely vast, which also increased the difficulty of this rescue. Fortunately, the monsters in the Tianshu Secret Realm posed almost no threat to Yi Chun, and the various descendants of the demon saint he encountered were not strong enough to threaten Yi Chun at all. After dealing with a group of three-headed birds and dozens of iron-eating beasts, they encountered a new kind of monster, with a deer body and a single horn. They moved swiftly and came and went like the wind. They were the descendants of the demon Saint Fei Lian, the wind deer. According to legend, Fei Lian has innate control over the laws of wind and can release innate divine wind, making him extremely powerful. Although the wind deer cannot release the innate divine wind, it can ride the wind and create hurricanes, tornadoes, etc., and its strength is extraordinary. After this group of wind deer appeared, they immediately created a terrifying tornado that swept towards everyone. Seeing this, Yuan Xiaowai muttered to himself, Taishang Laojun, hurry up and command. Wind calming spell. As Yuan Xiaowai released the wind-fixing spell, the moving tornado was immediately fixed in place. Su Jian shouted loudly. 10,000 swords returned to the sect. Then, countless flying swords soared into the sky, and then transformed into a giant sword in the air, slashing towards the tornado. Chun Ao sure held the jade chopping knife in his hand, jumped up, and said, cut the sky with the knife. Then, a terrifying sword energy slashed over, and with the combined efforts of the three, this terrifying tornado was finally completely shattered by the sword. Next, several short-range combat missiles whizzed in and exploded in the air. Although the wind deer was fast, it was not faster than a missile that exceeded the speed of sound. With one shot, the wind deer was reduced to ashes and completely destroyed. Then, Yi Chun said the scope of this Tianshu secret realm is too large. We have to speed up the exploration. Su Jian said directly. How do you want to speed it up? We will all listen to you. After hearing what Su Jian said, Yi Chun said directly. Then let's get on the fighter plane. Chapter 164, Mirage Dragon. Yi Chun has a total of 10 J-20 stealth fighters, each of which can carry 2 people. So there's naturally no problem with only 5 people getting on board. Yi Chun and Su Qingning took one, and the other 3 each took one. Then, Yi Chun controlled the J-20 fighter jet and fully utilized its speed. Not only that, the radar system of the J-20 fighter jet was also monitoring the surroundings at all times. On the stealth fighter, everyone felt that everything around them was passing by in an instant, and then a small group of red dots appeared on the fighter's radar display. Chun Ao sure, Su Jian, and others looked over immediately, and then they saw that they were also descendants of a group of monsters. However, the moment they saw the descendants of these monsters, the J-20 stealth fighters continued to open fire. Under the coverage of artillery fire, the descendants of monsters in this area were instantly annihilated, and the stealth fighters continued to move forward, looking for the next prey. In just 20 minutes, The J-20 stealth fighter was cruising at high altitude at a speed of Mach 2. As long as the radar detected the presence of the monster, it would immediately cover it with fire. The J-20 has already killed more than a dozen waves of monsters. As for Chinao Shur and his companions, they have not done anything so far. They just experienced the feeling of riding in a fighter jet. Chinao Shur said to Su Jian and the others, I originally wanted to protect Yi Qin's safety in this Tianshu secret realm. Now it seems that I am redundant. There is no place for me to use my skills at all. Su Jian also said, yes, we seem to be a burden to Yi Qin and have affected his clearing of the secret realm. High-level combat professionals all have some sound transmission skills, similar to the secret sound transmission of martial arts masters. Therefore, even though they were in a fighter jet cruising at high speed, Chinao Shur and others were able to communicate, but they were all sighing at Yi Qin's strength. Today, they were really redundant. The J-20 cruised quickly in the Tianshu secret realm. Wherever it passed, many descendants of the demon saint were quickly wiped out. And 20 minutes later, the crowd saw a strange sight from afar. I saw a dragon with golden-green scales all over its body hovering in the air. Its body kept swaying and circling in the void, forming intricate patterns. Below this dragon is a broken section of the Milky Way. Above the Milky Way is filled with smoky purple air, which looks extremely mysterious and gorgeous. At the bottom of the Milky Way, densely packed crowds of people, each with their eyes closed, their bodies covered by a dreamy, colorful bubble, immersed in the bottom of the Milky Way. They fell into a baby-like sleep. Although their eyes were closed, there were smiles on their faces, and they were obviously still dreaming. Su Jian looked at this scene, his expression changed, and he said, this is... Before Su Jian finished speaking, Chinao Shur interrupted him and said, ancient mirage dragon. No wonder more than 100 high-level professionals were wiped out. This should not be a creature that should appear in a high-level secret realm. After hearing what Chinao Shur said, Su Jian said, I have also heard of this creature. The mirage dragon evolved from the mirage worm after an unexpected encounter. Ordinary mirage worms can create mirages to confuse the enemy, and it is difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. The mirage dragon is an advanced version of the mirage worm. It can create dreams that are difficult to distinguish between reality and fake, and the enemy will be immersed in beautiful dreams day after day, unable to extricate themselves. Each of the beautiful golden-green reverse scales on the mirage dragon has excellent defensive power. Each of those scales was provided by a person who was dreaming under the control of the mirage dragon. The conversation between the two utilized the special skills of high-level professionals, so Yi Qin could hear it clearly. He said directly, so what should we do now? How about I try to kill this mirage dragon directly? Chinao Shur immediately said, no. The scales on the mirage dragon's body were actually provided by humans who were trapped in a beautiful dream. It weaves those beautiful dreams and lets humans immerse themselves in them, and human souls turn into its gorgeous and hard scales, providing it with powerful defense. Now, to kill this mirage dragon, we must break the scales on its body. Every time a scale is broken, it is equivalent to beating a trapped professional to death. When Yi Qin heard what Chinao Shur said, his expression changed, and he said, then what should we do? Chinao Shur explained, to break those people's sweet dreams. As long as they wake up from their dreams, the reverse scales on the mirage dragon will be stripped off. When a mirage dragon loses all its scales, it will degenerate from a dragon into a worm. At that time, it will be easy to kill the mirage worm. At this time, Su Jian said, this is not easy. The bubbles on these people will release mirage when they are broken. The mirage will also pull the people around into the dream. Only by using one's own will to resist the erosion of the dream can we pull them out of the dream. After hearing what Su Jian said, Chinao Shur said directly, this is indeed difficult, but I have to try. I can't let my grandson lose his father. I will go find my son-in-law first. Don't act rashly. The mirage dragon is very powerful. I am old and experienced, so I still have hope of fighting this dream. If you also fall into the dream, it will be dangerous. Su Jian said, okay, we won't act rashly. Please go ahead, senior. After hearing what Su Jian said, Chinao Shur directly sent a message to Yi Qin. Friend Yi Qin, let me leave this fighter plane. I will go find my son-in-law. After hearing what Chinao Shur said, Yi Chen made up his mind and asked him to leave the fighter plane. Then, Chun Ao Shi's body began to fall towards the direction of the Mirage Dragon. The Mirage Dragon naturally noticed Chun Ao Shi's arrival, but did not make any aggressive moves. It just continued to hover in the air, making various gorgeous movements and showing off its beautiful golden green scales. In fact, the Mirage Dragon is not hostile to humans. It is a special creature, proud and unique. It likes all the gorgeous and perfect things in the world, but in its opinion, truly beautiful things do not exist in reality, and only illusion can truly produce beauty. And the beauty it recognizes is not simply external beauty, but so-called perfection. For each of those who fall into the Mirage Dragon's dream, the Mirage Dragon will create a perfect life for them. Whether it is family, love, career, or wealth, they will all be satisfied. In a dream, a perfect life will give the person trapped in the dream an ultimate sense of satisfaction. This sense of satisfaction is also extremely beautiful in the eyes of Mirage Dragon. In short, when someone enters its territory, it will try to make that person have sweet dreams, and then have a perfect life in the dream, becoming a beautiful reverse scale on its body and sharing this beauty. Therefore, it did not attack Chun Ao Shi, but just showed its beautiful reverse scales. Chapter 165, Three Fires. Chun Ao Shi was searching among the crowd, and after a while, he found his son-in-law, Tong Ruhai. Then, Chun Ao Shi reached out and touched the colorful bubbles on Tong Ruhai's body. The bubbles on Tong Ruhai's body shattered, and the mirage also enveloped Chun Ao Shi. At this moment, 3 balls of flame appeared on Chun Ao Shi's head and on his left and right shoulders. These 3 fires are the 3 fires in the human body, which is the so-called spiritual light, and are the embodiment of human spirit. If the 3 fires are strong and the essence, energy, and spirit are sufficient, then people will not be controlled by the mirage and will be completely trapped in a dream. And if these 3 fires are extinguished, they will be eroded by the mirage gas and trapped in a beautiful dream like the other people in front of them, becoming one of the reverse scales on the Mirage Dragon. At this moment, Chun Ao Shi was shrouded in mirage, his eyes were blurred, and his body stood there motionless. And in his consciousness, the mirage had already fabricated the subsequent developments for him. Relying on his 100 years of experience and strong willpower, he easily withstood the erosion of the mirage and then brought Tong Ruhai out of the dream. Afterwards, Chun Ao Shi, Su Jian, and others used the same trick again and rescued more than 100 people trapped in the Mirage Dragon dream one by one. This incident had a great impact. Chun Ao Shi was commended by senior management, and the Tong brothers were also very grateful to their grandfather. Next, the originally shaking secret realm was stabilized, and the invading creatures in the secret realm were sealed inside. Everything was developing in a good direction. Chun Ao Shi was getting older and older. Finally, when he was approaching the limit of his lifespan, he successfully completed the mission of ascending to heaven, reached the 11th level, and gained a full 20 years of life extension. Today, Chun Ao Shi has many children and grandchildren, especially his grandchildren, the Tong brothers, who have now reached the 9th level and become the best of the younger generation with outstanding strength. Therefore, Chun Ao Shi's children, grandchildren, and other people celebrated Chun Ao Shi's 120th birthday together. Originally, Chun Ao Shi's 121st birthday was the date of his death, which was also the limit of human lifespan. But because Chun Ao Shi broke through to the 11th level and extended his life by 20 years, he still had 20 years before death. If he could break through to the 12th level, he could live to be 160 years old. The maximum human lifespan is 120 years. After the 10th level, each level breakthrough can extend lifespan by 20 years. Of course, the rules of life extension may change after the 15th level. After all, so far, the highest level in the world is only the 14th level, and no one knows about the area after the 15th level. In short, at this moment, Chun Ao Shi's life can be said to be perfect. He has broken through the 11th level, has prolonged his life, has many children and grandchildren, and there are many talented people among his descendants. At the same time, these children and grandchildren are very filial, which also makes Chun Ao Shi in a very good mood. Now is his 120th birthday, and his children and grandchildren have gathered together. Tong Long and Tong, who stand in front of Chun Ao Shi, holding a plate of birthday cake. Next, Tonglong Tonghu said, Grandpa, today is your 121st birthday party. You can make your birthday wish. Chun Ao sure nodded, and then made a silent wish in his heart, hoping that the great Xia would be peaceful and prosperous, that the secret realm would be impregnable, and that he could also break through to a higher level. After Chun Ao sure made his wish, Tong Long and Tong Hu said, Okay, Grandpa, you can blow out your birthday candles now. When Chun Ao sure heard what Tong Long and Tong Hu said, he vaguely felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. Therefore, he did not blow out the candles immediately. Seeing this, his other children and grandchildren persuaded him. Dad, what are you doing? Today is your birthday. Blow out the candles quickly. Yes, Grandpa. Please blow out the candles quickly, or your wish will not come true. Chun Ao sure listened to his children's words and suddenly asked, Why are there 3 candles on this birthday cake? Tong Long Tong Hu explained, Grandpa, have you forgotten? You are already 121 years old, and there is no room for so many candles on your birthday cake. So there are only 3 candles. These 2 candles represent 60 years in a Jiazi cycle. 2 Jiazi cycles equal 120 years, plus the year represented by this candle. It represents your 121st birthday. Chun Ao sure immediately understood. Then he took a breath and blew out hard, and the 3 candles went out at the same time. Chun Ao sure felt that everything was much more natural and comfortable. At the same time outside, in the sight of Yi Chun, Su Jian, and others, the 3 fires on Chun Ao sure's body went out at the same time, and then a colorful bubble appeared on Chun Ao sure's body, wrapping him in it. Chun Ao sure also had a sweet smile on his face and fell into a dream. At the same time, a beautiful golden green scale appeared on the Mirage Dragon's body. Su Jian looked at this scene. His expression changed slightly and said, Senior Chin's experience of 100 years is not enough. He fell so quickly. Yi Chen heard what Su Jian said and said, Dad, where's my uncle? How about I give it a try? Yi Chen still has enough confidence in this so-called illusion. After all, he possesses a strong talent for fighting and is immune to all mental control skills. Although the Mirage Dragon is special, it should be helpless against Yi Chen's supernatural talent. As for Yi Chen's way of addressing her, that was also normal. The 2 families had already decided on it. Su Jian and Zhao Yafeng both approved of Yi Chun and Su Qingning's cohabitation. It was also natural for Yi Chun to call him dad. Besides, when Yi Zaiwu and Lin Susu came to the capital before, Su Qingning was even sweeter than Yi Chun. She called them mom and dad all the time, which made the 2 elders very happy. Naturally, Yi Chun could not lag behind. However, Su Jian said, Yi Chun, you have little experience and are easily controlled by the Mirage. Although Mr. Chun has rich experience, he is old and has little energy. I am now in my prime. Not only do I have sufficient experience, but I am also full of energy. It is not so easy for the Mirage to put me into a dream. After Su Jian finished speaking, he left the J-20 fighter jet and flew towards the Milky Way below the Mirage Dragon on his sword. Su Qingning looked at this scene and said worriedly, Dad should be able to handle it, right? Yi Chen said directly, Don't worry, even if our father can't make it, I'm still here. I'm sure I'll be fine. Chapter 166 Will. Those are the only means that Mirage has. They're not even as good as 3 axes, just 1 axe. Therefore, as long as there is one person who can withstand the erosion of the Mirage energy, he can rescue all the other people trapped in the Mirage Dragon dream. Therefore, although Chun Ao sure and Su Jian now watch as the Calabash brothers saving their grandfather. In fact, even if they all fall into a dream, they themselves will not be in any danger, as long as there is one person among the crowd who can withstand the Mirage. Of course, if everyone was wiped out, they would only be able to dream together at the bottom of the Milky Way, and then wait for their own lifespans to run out, and eventually die of old age here. Su Jian flew on his sword at a very fast speed. Soon, Su Jian found his brother-in-law, Zhao Yafeng's younger brother, Zhao Yajun. Then, Su Jian reached out and touched the colorful bubbles around Zhao Yajun. The colorful bubbles shattered, releasing white mirage that enveloped Su Jian. 3 fires appeared on Su Jian's body, fighting against the mirage. What Su Jian said was right. The 3 fires on his body were indeed much stronger than those on the old and frail Chineo Sure. Even the mirage could not suppress the 3 fires on Su Jian's body. However, Although the mirage cannot suppress the three fires, it can allow them to actively extinguish the three fires. Being in a mirage, whether turning off the lights, blowing out candles, or extinguishing torches, such actions may be extinguishing the three fires on one's body. Chun Aoshur was deceived because of this. At this time, Su Jian was trapped in the mirage, but in his mind, he had already rescued his brother-in-law. Not only that, he also rescued everyone else. He and his son-in-law made great contributions in this Tianshu secret realm, and therefore received praise from the top. Afterwards, all the secret realms of Daxia were shattered, and countless demons and monsters came out of droves. Daxia's survival was at stake, and countless heroes stepped forward to fight the demons. Among them, his son-in-law Yi Chun, who he had high hopes for, grew rapidly during the war. In just 10 years, he had broken through to the 10th level and unlocked the ultimate weapon of the 19th level mechanic. In the war against demons and monsters, he made great contributions and defeated the monsters with his super powerful and terrifying weapons. He was called the savior by countless people of Daxia. The demons were completely defeated. Daxia ended the war with war and fell into peace and tranquility. Afterwards, Yi Chun, the savior, held a grand wedding with Su Qingning. Not long after the wedding, they gave birth to a pair of twins, a boy and a girl. Su Jian and Zhao Yafeng became grandparents, and they spent every day playing with their grandchildren and lived a happy life. Su Jian's twin grandchildren were growing up gradually. One night, Su Jian took his twin grandchildren to a secret place to play. Ever since the demons retreated, the secret realms have become various tourist attractions. The secret realms can be transformed into any scene the controller likes, according to his will. As the savior, it is natural and reasonable for Yi Chun to control several secret realms. Su Jian and his twin grandsons came to this secret realm, and the whole realm was a hazy scene in the night. The autumn wind is blowing, the leaves are rustling, and the moon is in the sky, giving a feeling of unusual beauty and sadness. At this time, Su Jian and his two twin grandsons, a boy and a girl, each held a torch and moved forward in the night. Suddenly, Su Jian's granddaughter said, "Grandpa, our torches have scared away all the fireflies. Why don't we put out the torches?" After listening to his granddaughter, Su Jian said, "You're right, the fireflies have all been scared away. Besides, the moon is so round now. There's no need for torches at all." Then Su Jian thrust the torch in his hand directly into the soil and extinguished it completely. Seeing this, Su Jian's twin grandsons also followed Su Jian's example and tried to extinguish the torches. Unfortunately, they didn't have enough strength to do it. Seeing this, Su Jian stepped forward and said, "Grandpa is here to help you." Then, he took action himself and easily extinguished the two torches. In the outside world, Yi Chun and Su Qingning originally thought that Su Jian had a chance. Unfortunately, the fire on his head went out first, and after a few seconds, the fire on his left and right shoulders also went out. Then, like Chun Aoshur, he sank into the dream created by the Mirage Dragon. Su Qingning looked at this scene with worry in her eyes. She couldn't help but ask, "Uncle Yuan, what should we do now? How about I give it a try?" After hearing what Su Qingning said, Yuan Xiaoai said directly, "Old Su has had too much luck in his life. He has never experienced any setbacks, so his willpower is not good at all. When it comes to willpower, you still have to rely on me." As Yuan Xiaoai spoke, he chanted a Taoist name, then used Taoist magic to jump down and go to rescue Su Jian. The three fires on Yuan Xiaoai's body also manifested and fought against the mirage. The development of his dream was the same as Su Jian or Chun Aoshur's at the beginning. He successfully rescued Su Jian and even rescued everyone in the Tianshu secret realm. After leaving the Tianshu secret realm, he was commended by the top leaders for his great contributions. Not only that, Ji Chang'e, the #1 doctor in Daxia whom Yuan Xiaoai had always admired, also looked at Yuan Xiaoai with new eyes. Yuan Xiaoai had never been married before and had intended to help his nephews and nieces. The reason why he didn't get married was not for anything else, but just because the person he liked was Ji Chang'e, the #1 doctor in Daxia. Ji Chang'e's status and position made him have no interest in Yuan Xiaoai, which is why Yuan Xiaoai has remained single. And now, in the dream, he has made great contributions and saved so many people at one time, which has attracted Ji Chang'e's attention. Afterwards, the secret realm was broken, demons invaded, and humans began to confront countless demons and monsters head-on. Yuan Xiaoai's strength continued to improve, and he quickly reached the 12th level. Later, when Ji Chang'e was in danger, Yuan Xiaoai stepped in to save the beauty and won Ji Chang'e's heart. Then Ji Chang'e took the initiative to express her feelings to Yuan Xiaoai. Yuan Xiaoai had always admired Ji Chang'e, so he naturally accepted the beauty's act of confession. In a blink of an eye, Yuan Xiaoai and Ji Chang'e held a grand wedding. Su Jian was the best man, and Zhao Yafeng was the bridesmaid. After the wedding, it was soon time for the wedding night. The two drank the wedding wine and then went to the bridal chamber. 3 red candles were burning in the room, the candlelight flickering, and Yuan Xiaoai excitedly threw himself on Ji Chang'e. However, Ji Chang'e stopped Yuan Xiaoai and said, "Dear, can you blow out the candle first?" Yuan Xiaoai was about to achieve the most desired thing in his life. How could he refuse Ji Chang'e's request? He blew out 3 candles in one breath, then held Ji Chang'e in his arms. It was pitch black all around. Ji Chang'e hugged Yuan Xiaoai and said softly, "Please have mercy on me, my husband." Chapter 167. All failed. After receiving the order, Yuan Xiaoai immediately spurred his horse into a gallop. Yi Chun and Su Qingming watched helplessly as the 3 fires on Yuan Xiaoai's body went out. Not only that, the speed at which Yuan Xiaoai's 3 fires were extinguished was much faster than that of Chun Ao Shi or Su Jian. Chun Ao Shi persisted in the mirage for 10 minutes, and Su Jian persisted for 17 minutes before their 3 fires were extinguished. Yuan Xiaoai only lasted 3 minutes before the 3 fires went out at the same time. Not only that, at this moment, Yuan Xiaoai's expression was extremely lewd and vulgar. It was obvious that his dream was definitely not that healthy. Yi Chun said helplessly, "Isn't Uncle Yuan's will very strong?" "That's it." Su Qingming said, "There are only 2 of us now. We must not be wiped out. Husband, how about I go? If I am also affected by the mirage, then you should leave the Tianshu secret realm first, find helpers again, and then come to save me." Yi Chun heard Su Qingming's words and said, "Let me do it. Now you can easily control the J-20 fighter, so it won't be a problem to leave the secret realm safely." But Yi Chun said, "It's okay. Have you forgotten my talent? In fact, I have long wanted to say that this so-called Mirage Dragon poses no threat to me. It's just that several elders felt that their willpower was amazing, so they had to test it, and ended up failing here." After hearing what Yi Chun said, Su Qingming asked, "Really?" Yi Chun said directly, "Of course it's true. I never brag, just watch it." As Yi Chun spoke, he moved his mind and controlled the J-20 to lower its altitude. Then he left the J-20 fighter jet, leaped to the location of the colorful bubble where Su Jian was, and reached out to touch it. The colorful bubbles shattered, and the mirage enveloped Yi Chun. The next second, 3 flames appeared above Yi Chun's head and shoulders. However, these 3 flames were different from the others. They were dazzling golden in color, and the white mirage was immediately dispersed when it touched the golden flames, and could not allow Yi Chun to enter the illusion at all. Then, Yi Chun pulled Su Jian out of the colorful bubble. "Dad, wake up!" Yi Chun said this while shaking Su Jian's body. After a moment, Su Jian was shaken awake. He looked at Yi Chun with a confused look in his eyes and said, "Where is this? Am I not playing with Sui Feng and Yingwei?" Yi Sui Feng and Yi Yingwei were the names of the twins born to Yi Chun and Su Qingming in his fantasy world. Yi Chun was stunned for a moment and asked, "Sui Feng? Yingwei? Who are they?" Su Jian said directly, "Yi Chun, are you stupid? They are your and Qingming's children." Yi Chun was stunned for a moment before he said, "Dad, we are now in the Tianshu secret realm. About 10 minutes ago, you said you were going to save your uncle, and then you seem to have failed yourself." As soon as Yi Chun said this, Su Jian immediately looked around. Next, Su Jian saw that in the Milky Way, there were people trapped in colorful bubbles, dreaming sweet dreams. Seeing Su Jian a daze, Yi Chun said directly, "Dad, go and rest for a while. I will continue to save people." At this moment, Su Qingming's eyes also showed surprise. Sure enough, at the critical moment, it still has to be her man. The experienced senior Chun Ao Shi, the energetic and experienced father, and the Uncle Yuan with indestructible willpower all seemed to be bragging. Only Yi-chun can truly fight against the illusion. Then, Su Qingming said to Su Jian, "Dad, let me treat you." Su Qingming said this, using her physician's skills to eliminate the negative state that Su Jian had suffered due to the extinguishing of the three fires. Su Jian looked a little dazed, but after Su Qingming released his medical skills, Su Jian's complexion improved. Then, Su Jian said, "Is everything just an illusion? Didn't you and Yi-chun give birth to twins? The son is named Sui Feng and the daughter is named Ingwe." After hearing what Su Jian said, Su Qingming immediately said, "Dad, aren't you experienced and energetic? Why are you still thinking about dreams?" Su Jian said, "I am thinking of my grandson and granddaughter. Qingming, when you have children in the future, your son will be named Sui Feng and your daughter will be named Ingyu." Su Qingming looked at her father and said, "I can't promise you this. I have to discuss it with Yi-chun. Besides, Dad, you are a dreamer. Do we have a gene for twins? Things like twins are purely a matter of genetics. Only if there are twins among elders or close relatives will there be a chance of having twins. However, whether it is the Su family or the Yi family, there has never been twins 5 generations ago, and there is simply no such gene." When Su Jian heard Su Qingming's words, he didn't know how to respond. After a while, Yi-chun also broke Chun Ao Shi's dream. Old man Chun was also in a trance. He looked at Yi-chun and said, "Where is this? Isn't today my 160th birthday?" In the dream, Chun Ao Shi has broken through to the 12th level, and his life limit has been extended to 160 years. Not only that, Chun Ao Shi's grandsons Tong Long and Tong, who have also broken through to the 11th level in the dream and have also become super-level strongmen. Chun Ao Shi felt that his life was complete. He no longer pursued power and planned to wait until his 161st birthday to start his life well. However, he was at the birthday party when he suddenly appeared here, and in front of him was Yi-chun, whom he had not seen for a long time. Next, Chun Ao Shi said, "You are Yi-chun? You are so young. Haven't you been dead for almost 50 years? Am I dreaming? Or has my death come early?" Yi-chun was stunned for a moment when he heard what Chun Ao Shi said, and said, "When you celebrated your 160th birthday in a dream, I have been dead for almost 50 years. Now you are over 100, right? So I will die in 2 years." When Chun Ao Shi heard Yi-chun's words, some things in the depths of his memory surged. What is going on? Could it be that? Yi-chun said directly, "You are right. This is the Tinshu secret realm. After you went to rescue people, you were trapped by the Mirage Dragon. Everything you experienced was a daydream. I am not dead, and you have not lived to be 160 years old." At this time, Su Jian controlled a flying sword, flew to Chun Ao Shi's feet, and took Chun Ao Shi away from the Milky Way. Chun Ao Shi came to the vicinity of Tiana River and saw Su Jian and Su Qingming. Then, Chun Ao Shi had a look of sudden realization on his face. It turns out that everything was just a dream. I thought that I had already broken through to the 12th level and lived to be 160 years old. Su Qingming said, "Old Chun, you have a bad heart. Why did our Yi-chun die in your dream? Is this your wish?" Chapter 168, Wake Up. The dreams created by the Mirage Dragon are all the things the dreamer most hopes to happen. For example, in Su Jian's dream, Yi-chun became a top-notch warrior, married Su Qingming, and had a pair of twins, a boy and a girl. Then Su Jian himself often accompanied his grandson and granddaughter and lived a happy life. In Chun Ao Shi's dream, Yi-chun died. It was obvious that he more or less hoped that Yi-chun did not exist. When Chun Ao Shi heard Su Qingming's words, he said, "I am ashamed. I did have such a thought. Yi-chun is so outstanding. My grandson has 2 souls in one body, but they are completely suppressed by Yi-chun. Maybe in my dream, I hope Yi-chun will sacrifice himself so that my grandson can become a leader of the younger generation." Chun Ao Shi did not hide anything and expressed all his selfish thoughts. After hearing this, Su Qingming looked at Chun Ao Shi with disdain. Su Jian also said, "Senior Chun, you are so broad-minded. We never hope that anything will happen to your grandson." Chun Ao Shi said directly, "My grandson has always been suppressed by your son-in-law and has no ability to resist. Of course, you don't have to be jealous, but I am just dreaming about this. It is impossible for me to hurt Yi-chun. On the contrary, I know very well that with Yi-chun's talent, he will be a pillar of Daxia in the future. If he is really in danger, I will definitely try my best to protect him." Su Qingning looked at Chen Ao Shi with suspicion. She was very skeptical about the truthfulness of what Chen Ao Shi said. At the same time, Yichen also broke Yuan Xiaoai's dream. Yuan Xiaoai was surprised. Yichen, why are you coming to my house instead of going to the front line? Where's my Chang'e? When Yichen heard the word Chang'e, he was stunned for a moment before he said, Uncle Yuan, the Chang'e you're talking about, could it be Ji Chang'e, the #1 physician in Daxia? Yuan Xiaoai said directly. Nonsense, Chang'e is my first wife. Who else could I be talking about if not her? Yichen looked at Yuan Xiaoai and said, Why don't you think about it carefully? This is the Tianshu secret realm. It's really not your home. Yichen's words stunned Yuan Xiaoai. How is this possible? I must be dreaming. Wake up quickly. As Yuan Xiaoai spoke, he reached out and slapped himself hard on the face, trying to wake himself up. Yichen looked at this scene and couldn't help but laugh. This is not a dream. Uncle Yuan, you can't wake up. He also realized that the longer these 3 people resisted in the dream created by the Mirage Dragon, the longer their willpower would last, and the easier it would be for them to wake up. Just now, Yichen only spoke a few words to Chen Ao Shi, and Chen Ao Shi realized that everything before was just a dream, and he was trapped in the dream created by the Mirage Dragon. Although Su Jin's flower did not react as quickly as Chen Ao Shi, she also quickly accepted the reality and realized that she had just had a dream and that twin grandchildren did not exist. Only Yuan Xiaoai, who said that he had unparalleled willpower, was actually the most deeply trapped in the dream. Even though he was awakened by Yichen, he was still unwilling to leave the dream and even thought that he was dreaming now. After hearing what Yichen said, Yuan Xiaoai still refused to believe the reality. Then he rushed towards another dream bubble, wanting to continue his sweet dream. But at this moment, a flying sword came from the sky and was placed on Yuan Xiaoai's neck. Then Su Jin said, Old Yuan, you are so old. Why are you so stubborn? Do you still want to hide in dreams and escape from reality? Yuan Xiaoai felt the cold touch on his neck and said, Lao Su, put away the sword. I promised Chang'e that I would accompany her for the rest of her life. Please let me go and accompany her. Su Jin said, Stop daydreaming. Ji Chang'e may not even recognize you. Everything is just a beautiful dream made by the Mirage Dragon. The whole life and the vows are all your own fantasies. Afterwards, the flying sword hit Yuan Xiaoai's body, shocking him out of the Tianhe pool. Then, Su Jin reached out and slapped Yuan Xiaoai's face, saying, Wake up. Dreaming is useless. If you are a man, go find Ji Chang'e and confess your love to him. Even if he doesn't agree, at least you have tried your best. If you escape in dreams, you are not worthy of being my comrade. Yuan Xiaoai was sobered up by Su Jin's slap. He smiled bitterly and said, I thought I had a strong will, but I didn't expect that I was the weakest one. Su Jin looked at Yuan Xiaoai and said, Who told you to hide your thoughts so deeply? We have been comrades for decades, closer than brothers, and I didn't even know you liked Ji Chang'e. You have been holding back your thoughts for too long, and you're almost becoming abnormal. You completely released them in your dream, so you are unwilling to leave. After hearing what Su Jin said, Yuan Xiaoai said, You are right. I can't dream anymore. When I leave Tianshu's secret realm this time, I will go to Ji Chang'e to confess my love. I want her to be my wife. Su Jin patted Yuan Xiaoai on the shoulder and said, Don't worry, I'm rooting for you. Although he said this, he actually did not think highly of Yuan Xiaoai at all. After all, Ji Chang'e is too famous. As the only superclass doctor in the entire Daxia who has mastered 100-level skills to save the world, Ji Chang'e's status and influence are far beyond Yuan Xiaoai's comparison. Moreover, Ji Chang'e was very beautiful when she was young. Because she entered the super level, her lifespan was increased. Therefore, even now, she could be described as peerless and stunning. His appearance, identity, status, and strength are all very superior, far superior to Yuan Xiaoai. Among her suitors, there are many influential figures in the entire Daxia, such as the superclass assassin who once helped Yi Chun to vent his anger, and a superclass archer, and so on. Even so, Ji Chang'e has never been tempted. All her thoughts are focused on how to be a good doctor. Therefore, even if Yuan Xiaoai really confessed his feelings, it would probably be of no use. But as a good brother, Su Jin would not discourage Yuan Xiaoai now. Instead, he would encourage Yuan Xiaoai and let him be more confident and break away from the influence of the dream first. On the other side, After rescuing Yuan Xiaoai, Yichen finally arrived at his original destination, Su Qingning's uncle Zhao Yajun. Next, he reached out to touch the dream bubble of Zhao Yajun, and the dream bubble shattered and turned into mirage, enveloping Yichen. The three golden fires on Yichen's body dispelled all the mirage. However, Zhao Yajun did not wake up. Instead, he continued to close his eyes and dreamed sweet dreams. Chapter 169 Dreaming. Yichen's expression changed slightly. He realized something and looked up at the mirage dragon floating in the air. Next, Yichen said, "Dad, Uncle has already escaped from the mirage dragon's bubble. Why can't he wake up?" Su Jian was thinking about what Yichen said when Chun Ao sure spoke up. He is no longer surrounded by the mirage, but he still can't wake up. If I'm guessing correctly, these more than 100 people should have fallen into a common dream. Su Jian's expression changed slightly, and he said, "Mr. Chun, are you talking about dream fusion?" Chun Ao sure explained, "That's right. In the dream of the mirage dragon, everyone was originally dreaming their own beautiful dreams. But this group of people have been dreaming here for too long. Over time, the dreams will merge with each other to form a more solid and powerful dream. The souls of these people are all deeply trapped in this dream and cannot extricate themselves. In this case, if we just break the dream bubble, it will be useless." After hearing what Chun Ao sure said, Yichen said, "Then what should I do?" Chun Ao sure thought for a moment before saying, "Enter this large dream and destroy the dream they imagined. Once the dream is destroyed, their souls will return to themselves and wake up." After hearing this, Yichen said, "But I can't enter their dreams, so how can I destroy them?" Chun Ao sure said directly, "You can do it. Now you can forcefully peel open Zhao Yajun's eyelids. As long as you stare into his eyes for more than 10 seconds, you can enter the dream formed by the fusion of this group of people." Su Qingning asked worriedly, "Will it be dangerous for Yichen to enter other people's dreams?" Chun Ao sure said, "Don't worry, Yichen is determined. With his willpower, he can get out of the dream at any time." Su Qingning heard what Chun Ao sure said and complained, "You seniors, you were all boasting before. Some of you are experienced, some are young and strong, and some are determined. But in the end, it was useless. It was all thanks to our Yichen." Su Qingning's words made Chun Aoshi, Su Jian, and Yuan Xiaoai feel a little ashamed, but they were unable to refute it. They had indeed exaggerated just now. During this trip to the Tinshu secret realm, they did not play any role in the battle. They had originally thought of contributing something to the fight against the dream, but in the end, their efforts were in vain. Everything still depended on Yichen. Even Su Jian, the biological father, couldn't refute when his own daughter complained about him, let alone Chun Ao Sure and Yuan Xiao Ai, whose faces turned red with shame. At the same time, Yichen followed Chun Ao Sure's instructions and reached out to peel open Zhao Yajun's eyelids, revealing Zhao Yajun's eyeballs. Yichen stared at Zhao Yajun's eyes for more than 10 seconds, and then Yichen felt the environment in front of him change. Afterwards, Yichen appeared in a prosperous city, which was the Demon City. The entrance to the Tinshu secret realm is located in the Magic City, and most of the people who explored the Tinshu secret realm this time are combat professionals from the Magic City. Therefore, the large secret realm formed by their combined integration is naturally located in the Magic City. Yichen walked on the bustling streets of the Magic City. The streets were bustling with people coming and going, and it was very lively. The whole city exuded a vibrant atmosphere. However, as Yichen looked at the people coming and going on the street, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. In his vision, these people were like ghosts. All of them were transparent, except Yichen himself, who was in real form. Obviously, Yichen's overwhelming fighting spirit also plays a big role in this dream formed by the fusion of many people. These fully transparent bodies allow Yichen to easily distinguish between reality and dreams, so as not to be really lost in the dream. At this moment, a picture appeared on a street billboard. The person in the picture was Zhao Yajun, and there was a host next to him. The host said, "Mr. Zhao, the high-level demon suppression corps led by you has gone through 40 years of fighting in all directions and conquered all the high-level secret realms in Daxia. The foreign invaders were completely defeated by the demon suppression corps. What do you think?" Yichen looked at Zhao Yajun in the picture with surprise in his eyes. Zhao Yajun is different from other people. Other people's bodies are completely transparent, but Zhao Yajun's body is translucent. Therefore, in this multi-person dream, if it is a real person, it will be semi-transparent, and if it is a character constructed completely in a dream, it will be fully transparent. This dream was quite interesting. More than 100 people were trapped in the Tianshu secret realm and were having a sweet dream here. In the dream, the demon-suppressing legion completely defeated all the demons and monsters. The Magic City originally had many entrances to secret realms, but now they have all disappeared, turning it into a completely safe city. At this moment, Zhao Yajun said in the screen, "Every man has a share of responsibility for the fate of his country. This is the responsibility of our Demon Suppression Corps." The host was full of admiration. Mr. Zhao said it very well. "You are worthy of being the pillar of Daxia." At this time, Yichen noticed the logo on the TV screen. The location was Madu TV station, and it was broadcasting live. In other words, if Yichen goes to the TV station now and waits for the live broadcast to end, he will be able to wait for Zhao Yajun. Thinking about it, Yichen moved his mind, and an armed helicopter appeared. He took the helicopter directly to the Magic City TV station. A lot of people gathered near the TV station, holding light boards in their hands, waiting for Zhao Yajun. Obviously, these people were all Zhao Yajun's fans. Although Zhao Yajun is not a star, he led the demon-suppressing army and completely defeated the demons. He is a true hero and therefore has many admirers. Yichun squeezed in the crowd and finally managed to get in. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Zhao Yajun finally came out. Everyone cheered, and Zhao Yajun waved to them. Yichen looked at Zhao Yajun, who came out, and said, "Uncle." Yichen's address made Zhao Yajun's expression change. After all, everyone else came here to chase stars, but Yichen was the only one who called him uncle, which was really conspicuous. He looked at Yichen carefully for a moment before saying, "I shouldn't have a nephew like you, right?" Yichen heard what Zhao Yajun said and said, "Qingming is my girlfriend. She is your niece. Is it okay for me to call you uncle?" When Zhao Yajun heard what Yichen said, his expression changed, and he said, "Are you Qingming's boyfriend? How old are you, kid? What do your parents do? What's their occupation?" Yichen looked at the large group of people around him and said, "Isn't it inconvenient to talk here?" Afterwards, Zhao Yajun took Yichen away. He loved his niece very much, and now she had a boyfriend. As an uncle, he has to keep a close eye on things. If Yichen is a bad person, he must not bring harm to his niece. Chapter 170 Zhao Yajun. 10 minutes later, Yichen was taken to a private room in a restaurant by Zhao Yajun. Zhao Yajun then looked at Yichen and said, "Are you really my niece's boyfriend?" Yichen said directly, "It's genuine." Zhao Yajun listened and said, "First, tell me, what is your occupation?" Yichen said directly, "Mechanic." Zhao Yajun stood up with a whoosh. "Mechanic? My niece is a doctor, one of the top 10 most popular professions. You are a mechanic. You're not worthy of my niece at all." Yichen said, "Weren't the foreign demons defeated by the Demon Suppression Corps? My profession doesn't seem that important, right?" Zhao Yajun looked at Yichen and said, "Young man, you have something else to say. What do you want to say?" Yichen looked at Zhao Yajun and said, "Have you really defeated all the foreign monsters? Have you never noticed anything wrong here?" Zhao Yajun's expression changed, and he reached out to grab his head. "Something is indeed wrong. I always feel like I forgot something." Yichen said directly, "Since your Demon Suppression Corps has been fighting for 40 years, you must be almost 80 years old now, right? But do you look like you are 80 years old? In addition, Qingming is almost 60 years old. Isn't it a bit too late for her to have a boyfriend now?" As soon as Yichen said this, Zhao Yajun immediately put his hands on his head and said, "Yeah, I'm almost 80 years old, and Qingming must be 60 years old. How come I'm just starting to have a boyfriend? No. Qingming should be less than 20 years old. What's going on? My mind is a bit confused." As Zhao Yajun spoke, he patted his head with his hand, feeling a little confused and bewildered. At this moment, Zhao Yajun's cell phone rang. He answered the call, and a voice came from the other end of the line. "Captain, didn't our Demon Suppression Corps agree to have a drink together? Where are you?" When Zhao Yajun heard this, he suddenly asked, "How old do you think my niece is this year?" "Your niece? That means she must be 60 years old, right?" Zhao Yajun said, "But how come I remember that she was already 18 years old? In my memory, there is no trace of her growing up process at all." The other side said, "Isn't that normal? Our Demon Suppression Corps has been fighting in high-level secret realms for the past 40 years. We have had little contact with our relatives and friends, let alone our nieces. Many members have not seen their own children for decades and have passed by their homes without entering. But all this is worth it. We defeated the demons and protected Daxia. Zhao Yajun heard this and said, "Is this really reasonable? We haven't seen our children for decades. We are all human beings, not war machines. Can we really not see our families for decades? You have a country before you have a home. The peace and prosperity that Daxia has today is all brought about by our demon suppression corps. As for the debt we owe to our families, aren't we still alive? We can make it up slowly. Remember to come early to the cocktail party tonight." Then, the call was hung up, but the confusion on Zhao Yajun's face did not disappear, but became more serious. The common dream of this legion of 100 people is actually indestructible and extremely difficult to disintegrate. But Yi Chun is immune to all mental control skills. Now that he has entered this dream, it is like an uncontrollable virus has been added to a complete program. And Zhao Yajun was so close to Yi Chen's virus, so Zhao Yajun was easily infected by Yi Chen's virus. He was now aware of many problems in this world, just like Yi Chun. Yi Chen said, "Uncle, I wonder if you still remember the Tianshu secret realm?" When Zhao Yajun heard the words Tianshu secret realm, his face turned pale, as if he had thought of something terrible. Yi Chen continued, "In the Tianshu secret realm, there's a monster called Mirage Dragon. It can create dreams and trap people in beautiful dreams. Uncle, you have been dreaming for 40 years, and more than 4 months have passed in the outside world." Zhao Yajun reached out and slapped himself on the face a few times, saying, "Dream? But why does it hurt when I slap myself?" Yi Chun said to Zhao Yajun, "For more than 4 months, the dreams of everyone in your entire legion have merged with each other. Now this dream is a dream that more than 100 of you have had together. The dream is very intense, and it is normal to feel pain." Zhao Yajun looked at Yi Chun and said, "What is your identity? Were you sent by the higher-ups to rescue me? I am indeed Qing Ning's boyfriend." Zhao Yajun looked at Yi Chun and said, "So your profession is true? If what you said is true, then a mechanic who is close to my niece's age has the ability to enter the high-level Tianshu secret realm to save me. Do you really think I'm an idiot?" As Zhao Yajun spoke, his mind moved and a painting appeared in his hand. In the painting was a huge magic mirror. Yi Chun looked at Zhao Yajun's actions and said, "You don't believe what I said?" Zhao Yajun said calmly, "Your words are not credible at all. It seems that those defeated demons have started to revive again. Let me see what kind of demon you are. Demon mirror, show me." As soon as he finished speaking, the magic mirror in the painting in Zhao Yajun's hand broke away from the paper and materialized in midair. Next, this golden mirror released golden light, covering Yi Chen's body. Under the golden light, Yi Chen's figure also appeared in the magic mirror. However, Yi Chun is still Yi Chun, without any change. Zhao Yajun's profession is a painter, one of the top 10 most popular professions. High-level painters can turn the virtual into the real and can draw many things on the drawing paper. Zhao Yajun could draw dragons and tigers. The dragons and tigers he draws can all transform into real dragons and tigers and fight. In addition, he can also draw some functional props, such as the magic mirror in front of him. After it appears, he can see through some disguises and transformation techniques and reveal his true form in the magic mirror. However, Yi Chun himself is not a demon. He is just himself and will naturally not be affected by the magic mirror. Seeing that Yi Chun was not affected by the magic mirror, Zhao Yajun's expression changed slightly and said, You're actually a human? It seems that you believe in foreign monsters and therefore betrayed humans." Yi Chun looked at Zhao Yajun and said, "Is it possible that I am really Qing Ning's boyfriend?" Zhao Yajun said, "Then you should produce evidence to prove yourself." After hearing what Zhao Yajun said, Yi Chun thought for a moment before saying, "On Qing Ning's 16th birthday, you gave her a painting of a peacock spreading its tail. The peacock in the painting was colorful and beautiful, and it could even break away from the painting, jump, dance, and fly into the sky." Chapter 171 Method. Yi Chun didn't know much about Zhao Yajun, and the only thing he could remember at the moment was the picture of a peacock spreading its feathers. At that time, Su Qingning was 16 years old and just in the first year of high school. The two had not yet become professionals, but they got along very well. After Su Qingning got the picture of a peacock spreading its feathers, she once admired it with Yi Chun. At that time, the peacock walked out of the painting into reality and danced gracefully in front of Yi Chun and Su Qingning, which was a beautiful sight. Yichen was also amazed. At that time, Yichen was quite brave and secretly held Su Qingning's hand. When Zhao Yajun heard what Yichen said, he had a look of doubt on his face. He did give Qingning a painting of a peacock spreading its feathers, but this was not a secret. Yichen's knowledge of this did not mean that he was Su Qingning's boyfriend. Zhao Yajun continued, "This incident cannot prove your identity. Can you provide any other evidence?" Yichen thought for a moment, then fixed his eyes on Zhao Yajun's chest and said, "Your left chest was injured, and it was caused by Qingning." After hearing this, Zhao Yajun finally said, "It seems that you are really Qingning's boyfriend. She even told you this kind of thing." This happened when Su Qingning was still breastfeeding, and Zhao Yajun was taking care of Su Qingning for her sister Zhao Yafang. It was summer, and the weather was very hot. Zhao Yajun was only wearing a vest. Su Qingning was hungry and ate anything she could think of. Although Zhao Yajun is a man, he liked to train his muscles when he was young, and his chest muscles are quite prominent. Therefore, Su Qingning regarded Zhao Yajun's chest muscles as her mother's granary and just sucked on them. Children suck very hard, especially when they are hungry. If they can't suck out milk, they will suck even harder. Zhao Yajun was howling in pain at the time, but fortunately Zhao Yafang appeared soon and saved her brother. Even so, Zhao Yajun was injured and bleeding. After Su Qingning grew up, Zhao Yafang once talked about this incident. Su Qingning shared it with Yichen, so Yichen knew about it. Now Zhao Yajun had to believe Yichen's identity. After all, this incident happened so long ago and he had never mentioned it to anyone. It was a bit embarrassing. Therefore, unless Yichen and Su Qingning had a close relationship, it would be impossible for him to know about this. Yichen said, "Do you believe now that you are in a dream?" Zhao Yajun sighed and said, "Actually, I have had my suspicions for a long time." "Oh." Zhao Yajun stood up and looked around, then said, "The entire Demon City has a population of tens of millions, and we have more than 100 people in the Demon Suppression Corps. The chance of encountering them every day is less than 1 in 10,000. But if I want, within an hour, I will meet one or even several members of the Legion on the street, as if this world exists just for us." Yichen said, "In this case, why don't you try to leave here?" Zhao Yajun shook his head and said, "I can't do it. No matter what I try, I can't leave here. The only thing I haven't tried is to die. But what if this place is real? Then wouldn't I have died in vain?" Yichen heard what Zhao Yajun said and said, "You can't do it alone, but if all of you realize the problem here, you can break free from the dream." Yichen has 2 ways to wake them up. The first way is simple and crude. He directly uses the H-6N strategic bomber and nuclear warheads to completely destroy the city along with Zhao Yajun and others. Once this dream is destroyed, Zhao Yajun and others will naturally wake up. However, although this method is simple, the consequences will be serious. After these people wake up from their dreams, their souls will also suffer the same degree of injuries. If they are lucky, their vitality will be severely damaged and their memories will be impaired, but they can recover after a year or 2 of recuperation. Those who are unlucky will have their souls scattered and their bodies turned into a walking corpse, commonly known as a vegetative state, and their life will be worse than death. Therefore, Yichen did not want to use this method unless it was absolutely necessary. The second method is to make everyone here realize that this is not the real world, but a dream, an illusion. By combining the power of everyone's will, they may be able to break free from the dream and wake up from it. This method is more laborious, but it has no side effects. If you can wake up successfully, there will be basically no casualties. Therefore, Yichen tried the second method first. When Zhao Yajun heard what Yichen said, he frowned and said, "This may be difficult. Many people have become accustomed to this place, and they may not necessarily be willing to leave." Yichen said, "Whether they like it or not, they have to leave. Escaping from reality is not a solution. So how can we make them face reality?" Yichen said directly, "Draw your state in the real world and let them see with their own eyes what they look like now. I think this will help." "Okay, you tell me to draw." Zhao Yajun is a painter by profession and is very good at painting. His paintings can even turn the virtual into the real, just like Ma Liang's magic brush, so nothing can stump him. Then, Yichen began to ask Zhao Yajun to draw the situation outside. First of all, there is the general environment of the Tianshu secret realm. The surrounding area is filled with broken walls and ruins. In the ruins, there is a river flowing, which is the legendary Tianhe River. And above the Milky Way, a very beautiful mirage dragon was hovering in the air. The golden-green scales on its body were extremely beautiful. In the Milky Way below the Mirage Dragon, members of the demon-suppressing corps were immersed in the Milky Way one after another. There was a colorful bubble surrounding them, enveloping them. They looked peaceful, with contented smiles on their faces, and seemed very satisfied with the current situation. When Zhao Yajun drew all of this, a look of shock appeared on his face. So, are I and the other members of the Demon Suppression Corps now in the Tianshu secret realm, sleeping like babies? Horrible, really horrible. Then, Yi Chun said, I heard that your army will have a party tonight. Just take out this painting at the party. It should have a good effect then. The speed of time flow in the secret realm is different from that in the outside world. Only a few minutes passed in the outside world, but a whole day passed inside the secret realm. At night, Zhao Yajun brought Yi Chun to attend the gathering of the Demon Suppressing Legion. There were hundreds of people in the Demon Suppression Corps, and they gathered in a high-end hotel in the Magic City. They booked a high-end banquet hall in the hotel and gathered here. As the leader of the Legion, Zhao Yajun attracted even more attention. Everyone looked at Yi Chun beside Zhao Yajun and asked, Captain, who is this guy? Zhao Yajun explained, This is my nephew's son-in-law Yi Chun. Don't look at his young age. He has outstanding talent. Really? Congratulations. Chapter 172, Awakening. In the banquet hall, the demon-suppressing legion gathered, and there were a large number of staff serving them. In Yi Chun's vision, the people of the Demon Suppression Corps appeared translucent, while the ordinary staff were completely transparent. It is worth mentioning that Zhao Yajun's form is also close to being materialized, and somewhat resembles Yi Chun. Obviously, because Yi Chun made him realize that this was an illusion and not reality. The resistance of his autonomous consciousness made him more solid. As long as more than 80% of the people present realize that they are dreaming and not in reality, then the combined strength of everyone will be enough to break free from this dream. Soon, almost all the members of the Demon Suppression Corps arrived, and then Zhao Yajun said, Everyone, I have important news to share with you at this gathering today. Everyone look at me. As soon as Zhao Yajun said this, everyone in the Demon Suppression Corps looked at Zhao Yajun. Then, Zhao Yajun projected his painting onto the big screen in the banquet hall. In the painting, the Demon Suppression Legion was surrounded by colorful bubbles in the water of the Tianhe River, and above them was a beautiful mirage dragon hovering. The moment this painting appeared, the entire demon-suppressing army changed color. This painting evoked some memories deep in their hearts that they did not want to recall, and at the same time, it also shattered some of their inner feelings of luck. Next, the entire hotel suddenly began to shake violently, and then this luxurious building with more than 70 floors began to collapse. This dream was originally indestructible, but now, such a painting makes everyone doubt life, and the dream naturally begins to collapse. Fortunately, all those present were high-level professionals, and everyone showed their special abilities, so no one was injured by the collapse of the building. After the building collapsed, some people flew swords, some walked on clouds, and some held magic wands, floating in the air. Everything around was collapsing. The originally quiet and peaceful demon city was now reduced to ruins. Not only that, even a huge hole was torn in the sky, and the sky collapsed. At the same time, water from the Milky Way poured down through the collapsed hole. The scene was extremely terrifying, like the end of the world. At this moment, the collapsed objects suddenly began to gather together, and the ruins seemed to come alive. They quickly gathered together and formed a terrifying giant that was 1,000 feet tall. It stared at Zhao Yajun and the others angrily and shouted, Why? Why are you destroying all this? This place is so beautiful. Zhao Yajun and his group were undoubtedly very small in front of this big guy, but Zhao Yajun was not afraid. He said directly, No matter how beautiful it is still fake. False beauty has no meaning. The 1,000-foot giant formed by the ruins became very angry when he heard what Zhao Yajun said, and it smashed toward Zhao Yajun with its mountain-like fist. Zhao Yajun and others were not afraid at all, and Yi Chun was not afraid at all either, because Yi Chun saw clearly that Zhao Yajun and other members of the Demon Suppression Corps, their bodies were already close to their physical form. Although the 1,000-foot giant in front of them was terrifying, its body was completely transparent. It was a virtual thing constructed entirely from dreams and could not hurt the real people at all. Sure enough, The mountain-like fist shattered after touching the bodies of Zhao Yajun and others. How could an imaginary giant hurt a real person? At this time, the crack in the sky became bigger and bigger. The water from the Milky Way poured down, and the whole world began to be submerged. Then, Zhao Yajun and others felt a strong sense of suffocation and drowning, and then they opened their eyes in the real world. The colorful bubbles around them have burst, and their bodies are immersed in the Tianhe water, so they feel a strong sense of drowning and suffocation. At this time, they swam away from the Tianhe River one after another, and then gasped for breath on the shore. Su Jian and others immediately came forward. Su Jian and Su Qingning came to Zhao Yajun's side, while Chun Ao Shur came to his son-in-law Tong Rahai. At this moment, all the members of the demon-suppressing legion were wet with water from the Milky Way. Their expressions were complicated, as if they were in another world. But at this moment, the mirage dragon hovering in the sky was no longer calm, because all the beautiful golden-green scales on its body have disappeared. It was originally a very beautiful dragon, and its golden-green scales made it extremely beautiful. But after the golden-green scales disappeared, its entire body was bald, revealing only a few hairs of flesh, which looked extremely ugly. This made it unable to fly at all, as it was originally circling in the air. The strong feeling of shame made it curl up its body, and then it plopped back into the Milky Way. At this time, Su Jian said, "Runner-up, how do you feel now?" Zhao Yajun was in a trance for a moment. Then he looked at Su Qingning and Su Jian and said, "It seems that I really had this dream for 40 years. Brother-in-law, is Yi Chun really Qingning's boyfriend?" Su Jian listened and said, "That's right." After hearing this, Zhao Yajun immediately said, "I heard that he is a mechanic? How can a mechanic like him be worthy of our Qingning? I don't agree with this marriage." Su Jian was stunned for a moment before he said, "Yajun, you just woke up, so you don't understand a lot of things. Yi Chun is not an ordinary kid." Zhao Yajun was trapped in the secret realm for 4 months. Before he was trapped, although Yi Chun and Su Qingning were already in love, no one specifically informed him. During these 4 months, Yi Chun was reborn. Not only did he win the title of the strongest mechanic, but even the reputation of the mechanic profession changed. But Zhao Yajun didn't know any of this, so as soon as he woke up, he immediately opposed Yi Chun and Su Qingning. Even if Yi Chun rescued him from the dream and showed some extraordinary qualities, he would not agree. Su Qingning said, "Uncle, Yi Chun just saved you. How can you repay kindness with hatred?" Zhao Yajun listened and said, "He saved my life. Of course I am very grateful, and I will repay him with all my strength, but I don't approve of him, and this can't be changed. Qingning, a mechanic, is not a good match for you at all." After listening to Zhao Yajun's words, Su Jian said, "Yajun, you've been trapped in the secret realm for 4 months. You don't understand the mechanic." Zhao Yajun said directly, "I don't understand mechanics? Only 4 months have passed in the outside world, not 40 years. How can I not understand mechanics?" Just as Zhao Yajun finished speaking, he saw a mirage dragon breaking out of the water in the Milky Way. However, the image of this mirage dragon has undergone tremendous changes. At this moment, it is no longer in the form of a dragon, but a fat and disgusting giant insect. Its entire body was white and greasy, covered with folds of fat, and its skin looked like a large intestine. There are 7 or 8 tentacles on its head, and at the end of each tentacle is a scarlet eyeball. At this moment, these 7 or 8 eyeballs are staring at Yi Chun and others with hatred. Chapter 173 Zombies. The Mirage Dragon likes beauty. When its body is covered with beautiful golden green scales, it will not take the initiative to attack, even if someone comes to disturb it. On the contrary, after the scales on its body disappear, it becomes extremely ugly. In this state, it will be very irritable and angry, and any creature that sees it will become its target of attack. Zhao Yajun looked at the Mirage Dragon in this form. His expression changed drastically, and he said, "Be careful. The Mirage Dragon our army encountered at the beginning was in this form. It is very ugly, but also extremely powerful. It has very high dual resistance, and its 7 or 8 eyeballs can release attacks of different attributes." Just as Zhao Yalong finished speaking, Yi Chun moved his mind, and the huge 056 frigate appeared above the Tianhe River. Yi Chun stood on the frigate, waved his hand gently, and gave the order to launch. Next, the 056 frigate's fully automatic machine guns, torpedoes, anti-submarine rocket launchers, anti-ship missiles, and other weapons all fired at the Mirage. The weapon with fierce firepower approached and fell on the Mirage Dragon. The next moment, the Mirage Dragon's body exploded directly, breaking into pieces and scattering all over the ground. The Mirage Dragon has high dual resistance and excellent defense. Even the previous siege by the 100-man Legion failed to kill the Mirage Dragon in the first place. But Yi Chen was different. His damage was real, and real damage ignored defense. Therefore, after a round of volleys, the Mirage Dragon was directly blown to pieces. Zhao Yajun was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. What the hell is this? Zhao Yajun had never heard of the 056 frigate, and the destructive power of this frigate also scared Zhao Yajun. Even with a siege of 100 men from their demon-suppressing legion, they were unable to defeat the ugly Mirage Dragon. Instead, they were controlled by the Mirage Dragon and sent into a dream. But now this big guy killed the Mirage Dragon in seconds with just a single encounter. Isn't the gap too big? Su Jian heard his brother-in-law's words and said, "Didn't you say you know the mechanic? That's Yi Chen's weapon, the 056 frigate." Zhao Yajun was dumbfounded. What the hell? A frigate? Doesn't a mechanic only have two kinds of weapons? Su Jian said, "So I said, you don't understand, Yi Chen. There have been a lot of changes in 4 months. Yi Chen has completed the profession of mechanic. The mechanic now is completely different from the past." Zhao Yajun was incredulous when he heard Su Jian's words. Is this true? Am I still in a dream? A dream within a dream? Su Jian said directly, "Don't worry, you have left the dream. The real world is not as beautiful as the dream." Su Qingning also said, "Yes, in Europe, several countries have already fallen. The seal of our great Xia's secret realm is no longer stable. It may not be long before the secret realm era is completely over. We have to go to war with those monsters head on." Zhao Yajun's face changed drastically when he heard this. The secret realm is extremely important to humans. The demons are sealed in it and divided into countless copies. Each time you enter the secret realm, you only need to deal with a small number of demons, which greatly increases the survival rate of combat professionals. But as Su Qingning said, if the secret realm is broken, when there is a direct firefight, the casualty rate of the combat professionals will increase tenfold or even 100-fold. At this time, Yi Chen, who was on the frigate, suddenly said, "Now that the people have been rescued, can we leave now?" After hearing what Yi Chen said, Su Jian said, "It seems that there is still a group of people missing." Yi Chen was stunned for a moment before he said, "Are you talking about the group of people we rescued last time?" Su Jian nodded and said, "Yes, last time a rescue team of 40 people entered the Tianshu secret realm for rescue, but unfortunately they never returned. It seems that they did not encounter the Mirage Dragon. I don't know where they are now." At this time, a member of the Demon Suppression Corps suddenly said, "I know where they are. My brother is about 30 miles to the south." Su Jian heard this and asked, "How did you know?" The member explained, "I have a piece of equipment on me called the Golden Orchid Buckle. Both parties wearing the Golden Orchid Buckle can sense each other's position." After hearing this, Su Jian said directly, "Then let's go there now." Then Yi Chen moved his mind, and a J-20 fighter jet group appeared. Yi Chen and Su Qingning got on a fighter jet. Su Jian, Chen Ao Shi, Yuan Xiaowai, and others also boarded the J-20 fighter jet. Su Jian and Zhao Yajun were on one fighter jet. Zhao Yajun was still confused. "Is this also Yi Chen's weapon?" Su Jian said directly, "That's right. It not only has fierce firepower, but also has extremely fast speed, faster than my flying sword." As Su Jian was speaking, the J-20 fighter jet flew at full speed and entered supersonic speed. Zhao Yajun was also dumbfounded. How could there be such a big change in just 4 months? "No wonder you don't object." Su Jian said, "The problem is that it's useless for me to object. When this kid just awakened his profession, he and Qingning became comrades in arms and lived and died together. I also objected, but it was useless." However, the facts proved that Qingning's vision was extraordinary. Yi Chen completed the mechanic profession, and his strength was far beyond his peers. Zhao Yajun suddenly said, "Yes, I almost forgot to ask, his upgrade speed is too fast, isn't it? He has reached the 10th level at such a young age. How did he do that?" Su Jian laughed and said, "Who told you that Yi Chen is at level 10? He is only at level 7. After hearing this, Zhao Yajun immediately said, "How? Is this possible? Our Demon Suppression Core was completely wiped out by the previous Mirage Dragon. Yi-chun is only at the 7th level. How could he be a match for the Mirage Dragon? Su Jian explained. He is only at level 7, but the weapons he has unlocked are as high as level 13. In short, Yi-chun is the most talented combat professional I have ever seen. If there is a savior in this world, then it is very likely that Yi-chun. Is it so outrageous? As the two were talking, the J-20 fighter crew had already arrived 30 miles away and looked down from above. Next, Zhao Yajun's expression changed, and he asked, "Is that a zombie?" I saw a group of combat professionals entrenched in this ruin. They all had green faces and fangs, red hair on their bodies, red eyeballs, and a strong fishy smell emanating from their bodies. Su Jian also said, "It is indeed a zombie, and the bloodline level is not low. They must have encountered a high-level zombie in the Heavenly Palace." Yi-chun heard what Su Jian said and said, "They have turned into zombies. Is there any possibility of recovery?" Chen Ao sure said directly, "It's basically impossible. The reason why people become zombies is because they lose their souls and their bodies become like walking corpses. It's harder to revive a zombie than to bring the dead back to life. There is absolutely no precedent." After hearing what Chen Ao sure said, Yi-chun said, "If that's the case, then I'll open fire." Chapter 174 Flying Zombie. Yi-chun said, and directly controlled the J-20 fighter crew to start the bombing. There are about 30 zombies, and their strength barely reaches the high-level level. They are completely unable to withstand the firepower of the J-20 fighter jets. Under the bombing of the J-20 fighter jets, all the zombies were wiped out in just 2 or 3 minutes. However, after the zombies were completely wiped out, the ground suddenly shook, and then the earth cracked, and a heavy black coffin broke out of the ground and appeared in everyone's sight. Then, the lid of the black coffin shot up into the sky, like a hidden weapon, and flew towards a J-20 fighter jet. The flying speed of the coffin lid was very fast, but the J-20 was even faster. After all, the word supersonic was no joke. Therefore, the black coffin lid failed to shoot down the J-20 in the end. Then, a flying zombie left the black coffin and stood in the air. This flying zombie is not tall, but rather thin, with golden hair all over its body and golden eyes. It has a pair of golden wings on its back and looks extremely powerful. Fei Jiang looked at his descendants, who were killed, with an angry expression. Unlike those zombie descendants, this zombie had obvious intelligence. It roared angrily, and its body appeared on the side of a fighter plane as if it had teleported. Then it used its body as a weapon and slammed into the fighter plane. The flying zombie's body is extremely hard, and a layer of golden light covering its surface makes it indestructible. As a result, the fighter plane was directly hit by the flying zombie and was damaged and exploded. But in the next moment, countless shells also bombarded the flying zombie, and the flying zombie's body surface emitted golden light. This is a defensive skill with excellent defensive effect. Su Jian looked at this scene and said, "Old Yuan, why don't we take action? The flying zombie is already indestructible, and this flying zombie is covered in golden light. This should be a defensive magical power. With the combination of the two, the flying zombie's physical defense has reached a rather outrageous level. I'm afraid only thunder magic can hurt it." Yuan Xiaoai also said, "Okay, we Taoist priests are professionals in dealing with zombies." At this time, the flying zombie stretched out its body with a look of contempt on its face, as if it didn't take these missiles seriously at all. This flying zombie has a high IQ. It is very clear how excellent its physical defense is. Not to mention high-level combat professionals. Even super-level physical professionals may not be able to break through its defense. The only thing that really scares it is magic, especially thunder magic. The power of thunder is especially effective against zombies. Although these missiles in front of it look scary, the flying zombie cannot sense any magical power, and they still belong to the category of physical attacks, so they do not pose a threat to it. Under Fei Zhang's confident eyes, the missile hit Fei Zhang's body. The next moment, Fei Zhang's body was instantly blown into pieces. The head was the head, the arms were the arms, the legs were the legs, all scattered on the ground. He was dead on the spot. The flying zombie's defense is indeed outstanding. Even super-class physical professional may not be able to cut it. It's a pity that Yi-chun is not only comparable to the super level, he also has the talent of real strike. With the blessing of the true strike talent, physical defense is a joke to Yi Chun. He can ignore any high defense. Currently, the only monsters that can make Yi Chun feel difficult are soul-type monsters. Soul-type monsters are immune to physical damage. Although Yi Chun has a flame gun to deal with this type of monsters, the level of the flame gun is too low and the damage can no longer keep up. Su Jian and Yuan Xiaowai were just about to leave the fighter jet and deal with the flying zombie themselves. As a result, they saw in the next second that the flying zombie, which seemed to have an absurdly high physical defense, was smashed to pieces by Yi Chun. Su Jian was silent for a while before he said, "It seems that our worries are a bit unnecessary." Yuan Xiaowai also said, "Yes. It seems that thunder magic is not necessarily needed to deal with zombies." Chun Ao sure said, "Although the flying zombies have been dealt with, how should we explain it to them?" Over on the Tianhe River in the Tianshu secret realm, more than 100 people had just woken up. They had just left their dreams and had not yet completely accepted the reality when they received such bad news. These 40 people were willing to break into the Tianshu secret realm to rescue them. Obviously, they were all blood relatives. Otherwise, who would be willing to take the risk? Apart from anything else, the reason why Yi Chun and others were able to lock on to their location was because of the Jinlan buckle, and the wearers of the Jinlan buckle were a pair of brothers. The others were no different. Some were brothers or biological parents, and they were all willing to fight for each other. Now, more than 40 people have been killed by flying zombies. This is also a big blow to the demon-suppressing legion. After hearing what Chun Aosher said, Yi Chun said, "Explain it however you want. Reality is cruel." Afterwards, the J-20 fighter crew returned to Tianhe's location. As for the fighter jet destroyed by the flying zombie, it would take half an hour to reappear. Soon, the group reunited. The man wearing the gold orchid buckle looked a little nervous. "How is my brother? Is he okay?" After hearing his words, Chun Aosher said slowly, "My condolences." The man's expression changed drastically, and he asked, "How did my brother die?" Chun Aosher explained, "They encountered a flying zombie 30 miles away and were completely wiped out." The flying zombie in the Tianshu secret realm is a 10th order boss level. It is extremely powerful, has very terrifying physical defense, is extremely fast, and has the ability to fly. Therefore, it destroyed one of Yi Chun's fighter jets at first sight. This is the strength of the flying zombie. After their group encountered the flying zombie broke out of the coffin. Relying on its own terrifying speed, it was likely to transform several of them into its own descendants in just one encounter. The 40 people were instantly defeated, and it was only a matter of time before they were transformed into zombies one by one. When the man heard what Chun Aosher said, his face was filled with regret. He reached out and grabbed the Jinlan buckle, crying, "On! I hurt you." The expressions of the others were not much better when they heard the man's crying. It is impossible to be sure now who participated in the rescue. But judging from a number of people, at least 1/3 of their entire demon-suppressing army had lost their loved ones. Such a blow was not small for them. Chapter 175 Painter. After all, behind every life is a family or even a clan. Especially those who died were qualified to enter the Tianshu secret realm. They were also high-level combat professionals, and the meaning behind them was even more extraordinary. Now that they have died here, it may not just be one family, but the entire clan may be silenced. Chun Aosher looked at this scene and said, "Everyone, I know you are all very sad, but the current situation is very bad. Many countries in Europe have fallen, and a large number of secret realms have collapsed. Now the state of Daxia's secret realms is also unstable. We have to leave here as soon as possible." Zhao Yajun heard what Chun Aosher said and said, "Old Chun is right. We can't let our relatives and brothers sacrifice in vain. We have to leave here and use our lives to avenge our relatives and brothers so that they can rest in peace in their graves." What Zhao Yajun, the head of the corps, said was quite influential. He was right. It was useless to be sad now. It was more important to leave alive and avenge them. The sadness among the crowd diminished a little and was replaced by a shared hatred of the enemy and a fighting spirit. Next, a scroll of painting appeared in Zhao Yajun's hand, and then he unfolded the scroll and muttered something. In the scroll, there is a huge rock with gray feathers and golden claws, but the feathers on its head and tail are pure white, which looks quite beautiful. Now that the Peng bird has flown out of the painting, Its body length has exceeded 60 meters, and its pair of wings, when spread out, are more than 100 meters long, making it extremely huge. Of course, although this rock looks huge, it has little combat capability and exists today as a means of transportation. After the Daping bird appeared, the members of the demon-suppressing legion jumped onto its back one by one and rode on it to leave the secret realm. Yichen looked at this scene with surprise in his eyes. Yichen said, "Qing Ning, our uncle's job is very convenient." Su Qingning said, "Of course, painter is also one of the top 10 popular professions. Not only does it have both offensive and defensive capabilities, but it can also draw a lot of functional props." Yichen nodded and said, "I know this. My uncle once used a magic mirror to look at me, wanting to see if I was transformed from a demon." Su Qingning smiled and said, "In addition to this, painters can also draw many interesting things. For example, superclass painters could draw any door." "Anywhere door? Is it what I imagined?" Su Qingning replied, "There's a little difference. The arbitrary door drawn by the super-level painter cannot go wherever you want, but passing through that door will randomly teleport you to a corner of the blue star. It may appear in a desolate desert or in the vast ocean. Although it is a bit risky, it is still possible to escape in a crisis. This portal sounds like a random version of a teleportation array. The destination is uncertain and the risk is quite high. However, the teleportation array needs to be set up in advance, and the teleportation process cannot be attacked in any way. Otherwise, there's a high possibility of being exiled into the void with disastrous consequences. In comparison, the Anywhere door does not have these concerns and is very good for escaping at critical moments." At this moment, Yi Chun seemed to have thought of something, and he said, "I found that the top 10 most popular professions are either range professions or spellcasting professions. It seems that there is no melee physical profession." Su Qingning listened and said, "That's right. Among the top 10 popular professions, there is not a single melee physical profession, because there's only one criterion for evaluating the top 10 popular professions, and that is the total number of demons killed by all the practitioners of that profession. The top 10 most popular professions are not selected by people, but selected by nature. Tiandao selected the top 10 popular professions based on their performance when fighting against invaders. Therefore, among the top 10 popular professions, there are quite a few awakened people in each profession, and only those who are strong enough can be selected. For example, some professions with high intensity but small numbers are called hidden professions, and they cannot be called popular professions. In fact, the contribution made by melee physical professions in the team is not low. However, they lack long-range means and the means of large-scale and efficient killing. Naturally, their performance in the secret realm is not as good as that of long-range professionals and spellcasting professions." When Yichen heard what Su Qingning said, he said, "So that's how it is. Does that mean that mechanics also have a chance to become one of the top 10 popular professions?" Su Qingning listened and said, "Of course, but the ranks of other mechanics are not high now. If you want mechanics to become one of the top 10 popular professions, you have to work harder." Not long after, everyone left the Tianshu secret realm. The Demon Suppression Corps went home. They were eager to know whether they had lost any relatives. Zhao Yajun followed Su Jian to the capital. He had been out of contact for 4 months, and Zhao Yafeng was very worried. Zhao Yajun had to find his sister to report his safety. In Beijing, at the Su family, brother and sister Zhao Yajun and Zhao Yafeng stood face to face, while Su Jian sat on the sofa next to them. Then Zhao Yafeng slapped Zhao Yajun on the head. "You stinky boy, I thought you would never come back." Zhao Yajun rubbed his head and said, "I am a lucky person. How can I not come back?" "Brother-in-law, don't you think so?" After hearing this, Su Jian said, "If it were just me, I might not be able to come back. This time it's all up to Xiaochen." Zhao Yajun said, "No matter who I rely on, I, Zhao Yajun, am lucky. I have always believed that I will not die so easily." Zhao Yafeng slapped Zhao Yajun again and said, "You're already buried in the dirt. It's not that easy to die. You've escaped death this time, so be quiet." Zhao Yajun said directly, "I want to be quiet, but how can I be quiet in the current situation?" Zhao Yafeng said, "If the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. Anyway, you better behave yourself for a few days." Zhao Yafeng has been worried during this period. If something really happened to Zhao Yajun, she doesn't know how to tell her parents. Now that Zhao Yajun is back alive, Zhao Yafeng is both happy and angry. Zhao Yajun looked at Zhao Yafeng and said, "Who is the tall guy? My brother-in-law or my nephew-in-law?" Once the secret realm is really broken, all the combat professionals will probably have to risk their lives. Then you should stay with your brother-in-law and your nephew's husband. They are strong, and it will be safer to be with them. Zhao Yajun listened and said, "That makes sense. I will go to Yi-chan to learn from him now." "Stop right there. I haven't finished yet." However, Zhao Yajun quickly fled the place, fearing that he would be scolded again. Chapter 176. Changes in the Sky. Su Jian said, "Okay, you have taught him a lesson. Let him go and get the scriptures." Zhao Yafeng heard this and said, "Are you serious?" Su Jian listened and said, "Of course. The profession of painter is different from other professions. Have you forgotten?" Zhao Yafeng reacted. "You mean, let the runner-up draw Xiaoqin's weapon?" Su Jian nodded and said, "That's right. Painters can draw high-level spirit beasts that can only be summoned by summoners, such as Azure Dragon, Fire Phoenix, etc. These spirit beasts drawn are no worse than those summoned by the summoner. Xiaoqin's weapons have extremely high destructive power. If the runner-up can draw these weapons, then the runner-up's strength will be greatly improved." On the other side, Zhao Yajun soon met Yi-chan. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhao Yajun put forward his request. "Xiaoqin, we are not outsiders. Uncle will get straight to the point. Uncle wants to see your weapons and see if he can draw them." After hearing this, Yi-chan said, "Uncle wants to use his painter skills to replicate these weapons?" Zhao Yajun said directly, "That's right. If it is possible, my uncle's strength will be greatly improved." Yi-chan immediately said, "No problem. What kind of weapon do you want to draw?" Zhao Yajun thought for a moment and said, "Let's try the fighter planes from last time. They're not only fast and powerful, but also easier to draw." After hearing what Zhao Yajun said, Yi-chan said, "Okay, let's go to another place. The space here is too small." Half an hour later, Yi-chan and Zhao Yajun arrived at Zhao Yajun's painting base, which was located on a desolate hilltop outside the capital and was sparsely populated. After Yi-chan and Zhao Yajun arrived here, Zhao Yajun directly used his painting skills to turn a small mountain villa into reality. The villa is not only exquisitely decorated and elegant in environment, but also contains a variety of fruit delicacies, which is very exquisite. Yi-chan picked up a lychee at random and asked, "Can I eat this?" Zhao Yajun said directly, "Of course. The painter's skills can turn the virtual into the real. It is exactly the same as the real lychee. Not only does it have the taste of lychee, it also contains the nutritional components of lychee." "That sounds good," Zhao Yajun said. "It's much worse than a mechanic like you. In the current situation, only lethality is the most important. Everything else is castles in the air." Yi-chan nodded slightly, and then with a thought, the J-20 fighter jet appeared in front of Zhao Yajun. When Zhao Yajun saw the J-20 fighter jet, he was like a lustful ghost seeing a beautiful woman. He couldn't help but step forward and touch the cold outer shell of the J-20 fighter with his hand. There was a look of amazement in his eyes, and he exclaimed, "It's so beautiful. This is a mechanical beauty that is completely different from the beauty of nature. The touch and lines are so beautiful." Yi-chan looked at Zhao Yajun's actions and said, "Uncle, why don't you restrain yourself a little? You look like a pervert now." Zhao Yajun wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, carefully observed the details of the J-20 for a while, then took out the drawing board and began to paint. About 20 minutes later, Zhao Yajun finished painting. He said to Yi-chan, "Xiaochun, come and see how my painting is." Yi-chan came to the drawing board and looked at the J-20 fighter jet in the painting. The J-20 fighter jet in the painting is exactly the same as the real J-20, but Yi-chan has a feeling that the J-20 fighter jet in front of him lacks soul. Thinking about it, Yi-chan said, "Uncle, your words are similar in form, but not in spirit. I feel that they should not be used in combat." After hearing this, Zhao Yajun said, "You'll know if you try it." As Zhao Yajun spoke, he chanted a spell, and a moment later, a fighter jet that looked exactly like the J-21 appeared. In appearance and color, it is exactly the same as the real J-20 fighter. Zhao Yajun looked at his masterpiece and waved his hand lightly, causing the fighter jet he had drawn to take off. However, the fake plane did not move at all and did not fly at all. Zhao Yajun was dumbfounded. How could this happen? When Yi-chan heard what Zhao Yajun said, he suddenly said, "Why don't you try to disassemble these two fighters? Their internal structures should be very different." Zhao Yajun listened and said, "There's no need to take them apart. If you want to see their internal structure, you can use a magic mirror." As Zhao Yajun spoke, he took out a painting and then let the magic mirror turn the virtual into real. Next, under the illumination of the magic mirror, the difference between the two fighter jets became clearly apparent. Yi Qin's fighter jet has a sophisticated internal structure with many complex and delicate structures. Various immortal paths are intertwined, and the wiring is meticulous. Every pipe and every cable has its meaning. In comparison, the fighter jet drawn by Zhao Yajun is completely superficial. Its interior cannot replicate the real fighter jet at all, so it naturally cannot display the strength of a fighter jet. Yi Qin looked at this scene and said, "Uncle, can you see the difference between them?" Zhao Yajun listened and said, "Such differences have always existed. For example, my main fighting force, the Fire Phoenix I drew has a gorgeous appearance, with golden flames burning all over its body, and it looks exactly the same as the Fire Phoenix summoned by the summoner. However, under the magic mirror, the Fire Phoenix summoned by the summoner has organs such as the heart, liver, spleen, and lungs inside, and magma flows in its blood. The Fire Phoenix I drew is just a facade, but does not affect its ability to exert the power of a real Fire Phoenix." Yi Qin thought for a moment before saying, "That is because mechanics and painters are incompatible. A mechanic's machine must perfectly replicate its internal structure in order to truly demonstrate its strength." After hearing this, Zhao Yajun said, "That's a pity. I'm afraid I won't be able to successfully replicate the internal structure of the J-20 even if I'm given a year. The internal mechanical structure of the fighter jet is too sophisticated. Zhao Yajun is a painter, not a god. It may take him 10 years, let alone 1 year, to successfully draw the J-20 fighter jet from the inside out. As for the mechanical structures inside a fighter jet, if one circuit or part is of the wrong size, the fighter jet may malfunction. Therefore, the path Zhao Yajun wants to take is extremely difficult." When Yi Qin heard what Zhao Yajun said, he was about to say something when the earth suddenly shook. The originally blue sky also turned red at this moment, as if there was a raging flame burning the sky and burning the remaining clouds. Yi Qin's expression changed, and he said, "Something might happen in the secret realm. Let's go back to the capital first." Afterwards, Yi Qin and Zhao Yajun hurriedly flew back to Beijing on a J-20 fighter jet. The entire daxia was also plunged into fear. After all, the celestial phenomena had undergone such bizarre changes. Who would not be afraid? And it wasn't just the celestial phenomena that changed, the earth was also shaking, as if there was an earthquake. Many people fled their homes and went to open areas to avoid the earthquake. Chapter 177. The Golden Crow appears. 2 suns appear in the sky. In the capital, the Yi family and the Su family gathered together. Su Jian and his wife looked solemn, and Yi Zaiwu and his wife also had worried looks on their faces. In order to avoid causing panic among the public, the fact that the secret realm was destroyed has never been disclosed to the public. However, the news of the fall of Europe was not concealed. In fact, many people had guessed something during this period of time. Therefore, people all over Daxia were actually in a panic. Some people have speculated that the destruction of a European secret realm will have an impact on Daxia, and some have even expressed this view publicly online. The top leaders neither encouraged nor stopped it, but adopted a laissez-faire attitude. Therefore, although Yi Zaiwu and his wife were just ordinary people, they could guess that the changes in the world today were related to the secret realm. Finally, the flames in the sky became more and more real, and then the clouds seemed to be torn apart, and then a strange beast bathed in golden flames appeared in the sky. Its entire body was burning with raging flames, and its body looked like a golden crow, but it had 3 legs. The flames covering its entire body made it look like a little sun. This monster was none other than the former ruler of the demon clan in heaven, the 3-legged golden crow. After the 3-legged golden crow appeared, it waved its golden wings and released the sun's true fire into the void. Wherever the true fire passed, one void secret realm after another was destroyed by the golden crow's sun true fire year. Then, batch after batch of demon soldiers flew out from the broken secret realms. Large numbers of demon soldiers appeared, gathering in a large black mass. They bowed down in the direction of the 3-legged golden crow. Then, the three-legged golden crow flapped its golden wings and gradually flew higher. No one could see the image of the three-legged golden crow anymore. It is parallel to the original sun in the sky, hanging high in the sky, forming a strange sight of two suns across the sky. In Dacia, everyone looked at the strange sight of two suns rising across the sky with fear on their faces. Is the era of secret realms finally coming to an end? This is bound to happen sooner or later. Didn't everyone predict it a long time ago? The golden crow appeared, and two suns crossed the sky. There are also hundreds of millions of demon soldiers waiting to go. The moment of life and death for Dacia is approaching. There can't be two suns in the sky. If there are two suns in the sky, the ground temperature will rise sharply. Crops and humans will not be able to survive due to the high temperature. If it were you, I would shoot down this extra sun first. How can it be that easy? The three-legged golden crow is the bloodline of the demon emperor. It just flapped its wings and destroyed so many secret realms and released countless demon soldiers. Who can defeat the three-legged golden crow? Unless Ho-E is resurrected. In the capital, Su Jian and Yi Chen looked at each other, and then Su Jian said directly, "This three-legged golden crow is not something we can deal with. Let's deal with those demon soldiers first." Yi Chen listened and said, "Okay, my weapon has been thirsty for a long time. Nuclear warheads have already been available, but there has been no suitable scenario for their use before. Now that hundreds of millions of demon soldiers have appeared, it is time for nuclear warheads to show their power. Besides, Yi Chen has been storing nuclear warheads every day these days. Now, there are as many as 8 nuclear warheads, which is enough to cause quite terrifying damage. And the most important point is that the destructive power of 8 nuclear warheads is enough to quickly improve the levels of Yi Chen and Su Qingning. And when Yi Chen reaches the 8th level, the weapons he can unlock will definitely be more powerful and more lethal. And if the weapons unlocked at level 8 are stronger than nuclear weapons but have no nuclear radiation, that would be even more perfect. Because of the nuclear radiation, nuclear weapons are ineffective against unlimited firepower, which greatly limits Yi Chen's performance. If the weapons unlocked at level 8 do not contain nuclear radiation and have unlimited firepower, Yi Chen will become a killing machine on the battlefield. No matter how many monsters there are, what does it matter? Yi Chen will let them know what firepower is king. When Zhao Yajun heard what Yi Chen said, he said directly, "Add me one more." The painter's lethality on the battlefield should not be underestimated. At this moment, Yi Chen's cell phone rang, and Yi Chen answered the call directly. "Hello, Principal Ding." Ding Sheng's voice rang out. "Yi Chen, are you with your father-in-law's family now?" Yi Chen said directly, "Yes, what's wrong?" Ding Sheng replied, "Now that a large number of secret realms have been shattered, the defense pressure of each city is very high. There are many high-level professionals in the capital, which is much safer. Now that the secret realms are shattered, the power of space is unstable. The teleportation arrays between cities cannot be activated, so support is far less convenient than before. Your stealth fighter has a fast flight speed, strong support capabilities, and stealth capabilities, which can avoid monster attacks. Therefore, the higher-ups want you to form a rescue team, and you will lead the team to provide support wherever the situation is most tense." Yi Chen heard what Ding Sheng said and asked, "Who are the members of this rescue team?" Ding Sheng said directly, "They're all the people around you, you two, your father-in-law and his comrades, and Qing Ning's uncle. Although there are not many people, they're all elites among the elites. Because you lack short-range professions, the top management has specially arranged 3 teammates for you, namely Chen Aoshi, Tong Rahai, and Zhao Tiegu, who will join you soon." Yi Chen is very familiar with Chen Aoshi. As for Tong Rahai, he was a former member of the Demon Suppressing Corps. However, as things stand now, each member of the Demon Suppressing Corps has returned to their own homes. They all have their own hometowns and relatives to protect, so it is likely that it will be difficult for the Demon Suppressing Corps to get together again. Yi Chen saved the lives of the entire Demon Suppressing Corps, and Tong Rahai is Chun Ao-shi's son-in-law and the biological father of the Tong brothers, so he is easy to deal with. Zhao Tiegu had never heard of him before. Thinking about it, Yi Chen said, "I know Old Man Chun. What are the other 2 people's occupations?" Ding Sheng explained, "Tong Rahai's profession is a soul-collecting messenger. We know your strength. Your team's physical output is full, but it may not be enough to face soul monsters. The soul catcher is good at countering soul monsters, so he can make up for your shortcomings. Zhao Tiegu is a high-level shield warrior with unparalleled defense. He can also help you attract hatred, which is also a great help to your team. Yichen listened and said, "Okay, when we meet up, will there be any cities that need rescue?" Ding Sheng smiled and said, "That's right. Your first stop is Yunlan City, located in the south of Daxia. Yunlan City is located in a remote area, and there's a severe shortage of high-level professionals. According to the news from Yunlan City, a large number of demons and monsters have gathered in Tianyan Mountain near Yunlan City, and they are ready to attack the city at any time." After hearing this, Yi Chan said, "I understand. Once everyone is gathered, we will set off immediately." Chapter 178, Nuclear Warhead, Launch. When Yi Chen was on the phone, the speakerphone was on the whole time, so Su Jian and others could hear it clearly. Zhao Yajun said, "Can a small team of 8 of us really turn the tide? In a war of this scale, a high-level army of at least 100 people is needed to influence the situation, right?" After listening to Zhao Yajun's words, Su Jian said, "That's because you don't know Yi Chen well enough. Yi Chen's destructive power is comparable to that of a legion of 100 people." As Su Jian spoke, he recalled that when the Dragon City secret realm was broken, Yi Chen single-handedly defeated the monsters in the secret realm so that they dared not show their heads. Finally, everyone rushed into the broken secret realm together and completely cleared out those monsters and demons. After hearing this, Zhao Yajun said, "Then I can really broaden my horizons this time." Not long after, Chun Ao Shi and the other 3 arrived. After meeting, Tong Rahai immediately said to Yi Chen, "Friend Yi, I haven't thanked you properly for saving my life last time." After hearing this, Yi Chen said, "Uncle Tong, you are too polite." The Tong brothers have a good relationship with Yi Chen, and Yi Chen and Tong Rahai are also quite polite. Chun Ao Shi said, "The situation in Yunlan City is critical. Let's set off first. As for the rest, we can chat slowly on the way." After hearing this, Yi Chen nodded slightly and said, "Okay, let's go first." 40 minutes later, 10 stealth fighters roared over Yunlan City. However, at this moment, Yunlan City was already caught in a difficult defensive battle. Countless demons and monsters poured out from Tianyan Mountain like a tide, frantically attacking the defenses of Yunlan City. Although Yunlan City had arranged a defensive formation and had a large number of high-level professionals guarding it, there were too many demons, and these demons attacked fearlessly, so Yunlan City could not be defended at all. The outer defense line has been breached, and a large number of professionals have been torn to pieces by demons and then devoured on the spot. Not to mention corpses, even a piece of intact flesh and blood may not be left. At this time, Yi Chen controlled the stealth fighter to lower its altitude, and then Su Jian and his group left the fighter and started to attack directly. Su Qingming was flying a stealth fighter and firing at the group of demons. During this period, Su Qingming was not idle. She not only learned to operate a main battle tank, but also learned to fly a fighter jet. After all, doctors mainly increase intelligence. Although intelligence does not directly increase IQ, it can improve a person's mental strength. Strong mental power can greatly improve her learning ability. Coupled with some of the doctor's enhancement skills, her learning state can be improved. Therefore, Su Qingming learns very quickly. Now, she has become a qualified pilot, flying a stealth fighter and continuously firing at these monsters. At the same time, Su Qingming also used her medical skills to add poison attributes to the fighter's shells. Although the effect of the attached poison attack was limited, it was better than nothing. The other stealth fighters, also under Yi Chen's mental control, continued to bombard the demons. However, although the stealth fighter has strong lethality, it still cannot play a decisive role when facing such a large number of demon soldiers. The rest of the rescue team was also trying their best. Su Jian controlled the flying swords, and thousands of swords flew together. Wherever the flying swords passed, blood and flesh flew everywhere. Zhao Yajun materialized a titan giant ape from the painting and also entered the battlefield. The giant ape could smash 7 or 8 demon soldiers in a meat paste with one punch. Chun Ao Shi and Zhao Tiegu are melee professionals, but their killing efficiency is also not low. Wherever Chun Ao Shi's long sword passes, the demon is immediately cut in 2. As for Zhao Tiegu, he held a giant shield 2 meters high and 1 meter wide. used his skills to attract a large number of monsters, and then smashed down with one shield, smashing more than a dozen monsters into the ground. Tong Rahai is a soul catcher. After he uses his skills, the black and white impermanents appear behind him and directly attack the souls of the demon soldiers. With one blow, the demon soldiers' bodies remain intact, but their souls have been hooked away and they fall to the ground powerlessly. However, even so, Yunlan City's defense line was still being breached. As Zhao Yajun said, they were just a team of 8 people and it was difficult for them to reverse the situation on the battlefield. However, Zhao Yajun did not notice that there was a big guy in the sky, the H-6N strategic bomber. The H-6N strategic bomber is much larger in size and has a much larger bomb load than the J-20 stealth fighter. The word bombing in its name indicates its value. At this moment, Yi Chun is already in the cockpit of a strategic bomber. The bomber's mounting system and the Changjian-20 cruise missile are ready. And below the cruise missile, a nuclear warhead is ready. This is a nuclear warhead with an NTN equivalent of 500,000 tons. You know, the 2 atomic bombs that magnesium dropped on Dongying were only 15,000-ton atomic bombs. What kind of damage did these atomic bombs cause at that time? It exploded at an altitude of 580 meters, and a terrifying shock wave destroyed all the buildings in the city. At that time, Hiroshima had a population of 250,000 and 80,000 people died on the spot. The total number of casualties reached more than 200,000, and now, the atomic bomb carried by Changjian-20 is more than 30 times more powerful than the original atomic bomb. Its destructive power can be imagined. This atomic bomb must not be dropped near Yunlan City, otherwise, Yunlan City will suffer a great impact, and the damage caused by nuclear radiation to Yunlan City will be extremely terrifying. Therefore, Yi Chun decided to attack Tianyan Mountain, where the lair of this group of demon soldiers was located. Once the demons and monsters in Tianyan Mountain are eliminated, these demons that are now attacking the city will not be worth mentioning at all. They will lose the support of follow-up troops and will be killed soon. At this moment, the appearance of the H-6N strategic bomber has also attracted the attention of many people. Everyone asked, is this Yi Chun's latest weapon? It's much bigger than the previous stealth fighter. It's a pity that there are too many demon soldiers now. Even Yi Chun's weapons seem to be inadequate. Yi Chun is the strongest mechanic. I hope he can turn the tide of the battle. At this time, Yunlan City was also broadcasting live to the outside world. Now at the critical moment of life and death, no one wanted to die in obscurity. Therefore, some war correspondents directly filmed the front line of Yunlan City. The civilians in Yunlan City who had no combat capability stared at the battle scenes nervously, while praying that Yunlan City could survive this disaster. At this moment, the Changjian-20 cruise missile carrying a nuclear warhead was launched towards Tianyan Mountain. Chapter 179 Mushroom Cloud. Supersonic cruise missiles are beyond the range of what the naked eye can capture. But because the war correspondent's equipment is also extremely professional filming equipment, they were actually able to be photographed. People watching the live broadcast asked one after another, why did Yi Chun fire at Tianyan Mountain? From Yunlan City to Tianyan Mountain, it's dozens of kilometers, right? Even if the range can be reached, it's meaningless. Resolving the crisis at the gate of Yunlan City is the most important thing, right? Let the bullets fly for a while. Maybe Yi Chun has his own plans? The Changjian-20 flew at supersonic speed. 2 minutes later, the Changjian-20 cruise missile carrying a nuclear warhead with a yield of 500,000 tons arrived over Tianyan Mountain. Then, Yi Chun directly controlled and detonated the 500,000-ton nuclear warhead. The next second, an extremely strong and dazzling white light suddenly burst out above Tianyan Mountain. Whether it was the demons in Tianyan Mountain or the residents of Yunlan City, dozens of kilometers away, they were all attracted by this white light. Everyone looked towards the direction of Tianyan Mountain and saw a small sun appearing in the sky above Tianyan Mountain. The terrifying light and shock waves spread in all directions. Then, around this white ball of light, a huge and hot fireball quickly formed, with a temperature of tens of millions degrees Celsius, which was higher than the temperature inside the sun. The fireball was orange-red in color, constantly rolling and expanding towards the edge. In Tianyan Mountain, the demons' bodies were carbonized and turned into black bones the moment they touched the orange-red fireball, leaving them no chance for resistance. The fireball was still rising and expanding, and the dust, debris, and corpses of demons below were constantly rolled up, eventually forming a mushroom cloud with a height of tens of kilometers and a diameter of more than 10 kilometers. The scene was spectacular and terrifying. After the mushroom cloud appeared, the shock wave of the nuclear warhead began to spread in all directions. Although Yunnan City was dozens of kilometers away from Tianyan Mountain, it still could not escape the attack of the shock wave. The formation used by Yunnan City to protect against demons, as well as the sturdy city walls, were completely destroyed in just one encounter. Fortunately, Yunnan City is some distance away from Tianyan Mountain, and the city walls and formations weakened the shock wave. Therefore, the impact of the shock wave on the Yunnan urban area was greatly weakened. But even so, hundreds of buildings in Yunnan City, near Tianyan Mountain, still collapsed. At the same time, the glass of all buildings in the entire city of Yunnan City was completely destroyed. This shows the terrifying power of the nuclear warhead. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. What the hell? Is this the destructive power of the strongest mechanic? No wonder he wants to launch it towards Tianyan Mountain. If he launches it directly at the demons attacking the city, the entire Yunnan City will be reduced to ruins in an instant without the demons having to do anything. Yunnan City has been guarding the gate for so long, but the demons failed to break through. Instead, it was destroyed by the shock wave of Yi Chen's weapon. This is too dramatic. Everyone watching the live broadcast was stunned. This is the case for those watching the live broadcast, let alone those who were present at the scene. Su Jian, Zhao Yajun, and others witnessed with their own eyes the explosion of a nuclear warhead with a yield of 500,000 tons, the formation of the little sun, the appearance of a mushroom cloud, and the spread of the shock wave. The whole process was so terrifying that Zhao Yajun was so frightened that he couldn't close his mouth, and his face became completely O-shaped. Next, Zhao Yajun said, "Brother-in-law, no wonder you said that Yi Chun can change the entire battle situation by himself. Isn't this too much?" Chen Ao sure also swallowed his saliva, and then said, "In fact, I also know a superclass professional. His destructive power is simply a joke in front of Yi Chun." Su Jian was actually also very surprised at this moment. He knew that Yi Chun's strength was terrifying, but it was only a guess. He knew that Yi Chun had unlocked a more powerful weapon, but Su Jian had no idea how powerful this weapon was. He just felt that based on Yi Chen's performance in the Dragon City Secret Realm last time, as long as all of Yi Chen's weapons were materialized and fired at full power, it would be enough to repel this group of demons and protect Yunnan City. However, he still underestimated Yi Chen's strength. This time, Yi Chun did not use all his firepower to repel the demons. Instead, he attacked the demon's lair, Tianyan Mountain, directly. With one shot, he completely destroyed the entire Tianyan Mountain. Other high-level professionals looked at this scene and said in unison, "Yi Chun is awesome. The strongest mechanic is awesome. Yi Chun, the eternal god. Yunnan City has been defended. Yi Chun is so awesome." In the J-20 stealth fighter, Su Qingning was also very happy. Her man was getting stronger and stronger. The human camp was so shocked and excited, not to mention the demon camp. Although the demons attacked the city fearlessly, the prerequisite is that they have a hope of conquering the city and then turning all the humans in the city into their blood food. But now, the super strong man of mankind has taken action, and with one shot he almost created a small sun and destroyed the entire Tianyan Mountain. How can we fight back? You know, Tianyan Mountain is their lair, and their subsequent reinforcements all depend on the support of the monsters in Tianyan Mountain. Now that Tianyan Mountain has been destroyed by a nuclear warhead and all the demons have been turned into ashes, how dare they continue to attack the city? Therefore, the demons surrounding Yunnan City quickly began to flee for their lives. Seeing this, Yi Chun directly controlled the H-6N strategic bomber and stealth fighter and began to chase the monster. Eagle Strike missiles, supersonic missiles, and cruise missiles were fully fired and bombarded the monster. The monsters in front of us are not big enough and are too close to Yunnan City, so they definitely cannot carry nuclear warheads. However, these missiles themselves are quite powerful, and when they're fired at full power, horrific explosions continue to be heard. The fleeing demons died one after another under Yi Chen's missile bombardment. The scene was very shocking. Unfortunately, whether it is the monsters here or the monsters in Tianyan Mountain, Although there are many monsters in number, their ranks are not high. Most of them are mid-level or even low-level monsters, and the number of high-level monsters is limited. As for the 7th level professionals, there is no experience value to be gained from low-level and mid-level monsters. Therefore, although Yi Qin's nuclear warhead wiped out all the monsters in Tianyan Mountain, the experience points he gained only allowed him to level up by 3 levels. Of course, even so, once Yi Qin has thrown out all the 8 nuclear warheads he has stockpiled, it should be more than enough to upgrade to the 8th level. Chapter 180 Seeking Help. Under Yi Qin's pursuit alone, about 40% of the defeated demons were killed by Yi Qin, and the remaining 60% were luckier and managed to save their lives and fled in all directions. In this case, it would be quite difficult to completely wipe them out. At this time, the benefits of the secret realm are reflected. If they are in the secret realm, these demons will have nowhere to escape. In the capital, Ding Sheng also saw the scene where Yi Qin bombarded Tianyan Mountain with a nuclear warhead. He was completely dumbfounded. Is this something a human can do? The little sun that was formed at the moment of the nuclear warhead explosion reminded Ding Sheng of the almighty three-legged golden crow. You must know that the three-legged golden crow is the emperor of the demon clan and the most powerful existence among the demons. It even has the ability to shake the way of heaven. Therefore, after the secret realm in Europe was shattered, causing a chain reaction, the three-legged golden crow was the first to take action. With endless true fire from the sun, it burned and shattered the secret realm of Daxia, releasing hundreds of millions of demon soldiers. Yi Qin's weapon, however, is comparable to the scene when the three-legged golden crow appeared in the world. How could this not shock people? This means that Yi Qin already has the qualifications to approach the top combat power of the demon clan. Of course, Yi Qin is most likely not a match for the three-legged golden crow. After all, the three-legged golden crow is now hanging in the sky, comparable to a second sun. The nuclear explosion created by Yi Qin is terrifying in terms of its killing range, but in terms of pure killing power, it is still not enough to deal with the top monsters. Those top demons, taking the three-legged golden crow as an example, possess extremely terrifying power. First of all, in terms of destructive power, the three-legged golden crow can release the true fire of the sun, the temperature of which is no less than that of the real sun, and its destructive power and killing range are more terrifying than a nuclear explosion. Secondly, the three-legged golden crow also possesses the magical power of transforming into a rainbow. This magical power gives the golden crow a very terrifying displacement ability. Although the range of a nuclear explosion is large, it may not be able to catch up with the three-legged golden crow. Finally, the three-legged golden crow possesses extremely terrifying survivability. Its vitality is quite strong, and its blood bar is stacked up, which is simply not something that one can deal with on its own. If one really wants to deal with the three-legged golden crow, one would probably have to arrange for several superclass warriors, and each of these superclass warriors must be no lower than the 13th level. Then there might be a chance of success. Even though Yi Qin is not as good as the three-legged golden crow, judging from his performance in protecting Yunlan City this time, Yi Qin can already be regarded as a strategic-level powerhouse. Ding Sheng originally thought that it would take some time for Yi Qin to grow to be truly comparable to those strategic-level powerhouses. But now it seems that Yi Qin's growth rate is faster than he imagined. Yi Qin controlled a strategic bomber outside Yunlan City and chased for dozens of kilometers before ending this defensive battle. Afterwards, all the combat professionals at the gate of Yunlan City cheered, and ordinary people inside Yunlan City also cheered and rejoiced. For them, this time it can definitely be said that they escaped danger and death, so they should naturally cheer. Yi Qin and his group were surrounded by many combat professionals, especially Yi Qin, who was held high in the air by everyone, and was repeatedly thrown high into the air and then caught, in order to express their gratitude to Yi Qin. Su Qingming looked at this scene, and an expression of honor appeared on her face. This was her man, and she was proud of all the honors Yi Qin had. At this time, Zhao Yajun said, "Qingming, your taste in choosing a boyfriend is really amazing." Su Qingming was about to say something after hearing what Zhao Yajun said, but Su Jian said, "How can Qingming have good taste?" When she chose Yi Qin, she couldn't imagine that a mechanic could have such strength. She is just stubborn. Once she falls in love with someone, she will never look back. Zhao Yajun said, "That's right. I heard that you and my sister were also against them at the beginning." Su Jian smiled and said, "Yes, when you just woke up, you knew that your nephew's husband was a mechanic. Didn't you react very strongly? Because mechanics are known to be weak." Qingming also ignored all obstacles and became comrades with Yichun. Between comrades, most tasks will be carried out together, and it can be said that they share life and death. A most popular physician, paired with a weak mechanic, they have a high chance of dying in the secret realm after reaching the 3rd or 4th level. Can your sister and I agree? However, Yichun proved with his strength that he is completely different from other mechanics. Zhao Yajun also said, maybe this is what they call everything turns to its opposite when it reaches its extreme. Mechanics have been at the bottom of the list of combat professions for so many years, and finally something big has happened, completely changing the landscape of this profession. After accepting the gratitude from the combat professionals of Yunlan City, the group prepared to return to the capital. Just in the sky, several young figures flew over on swords. They were 2 men and 1 woman, all in their 20s. They looked a little panicked and embarrassed. After they got off the flying sword, they immediately asked, "Excuse me, where is Yichun? We are from Rongqing. There is a big problem in Rongqing. The ground in the square in the city center collapsed, and a sinkhole at least 100 meters deep appeared. There are endless demons pouring out from the depths of the Tianqing. Now the entire Rongqing has suffered heavy casualties. We would like to ask Yichun to help save our Rongqing." Afterwards, the combat professionals from Yunlan City immediately brought them to Yichun, and they also told him the purpose of their trip. After listening to what the 3 said, Chun Ao Shi said directly, "The square collapsed? It seems that the situation is very critical. We have to hurry." Zhao Yajun also said, "That's right. Saving lives is like putting out a fire. We have to hurry." However, Yichun said, "Wait. Since you are from Rongqing, then tell me, what is the name of the governor of Rongqing?" The 3 of them were stunned for a moment and looked at each other. No one could answer. The woman said, "We usually fight in secret places. How can we know the governor's name? At this critical moment, when lives are at stake, you ask these irrelevant questions. How dare everyone call you a hero?" Chun Ao Shi also said, "That's right, Yichun, human life is at stake. Why are you concerned about these things at this time?" Yichun said, "Since you don't know the name of the governor of Rongqing, let me ask you a simple question. What is the beginning of the license plate number of Rongqing? You may not care about the governor of Rongqing, but you have to take a car when you travel, so you should know this, right?" The 3 of them still couldn't answer this question. Chun Ao Shi finally realized the problem at this time. "Who are you? It's normal not to know the governor's name, but not knowing the beginning of the license plate number is not normal. Are you really from Rongqing?" Chapter 181 Infants. When the 3 heard what Chun Ao Shi said, they attacked Yichun suddenly. However, Yichun's body disappeared in an instant, and then appeared on a stealth fighter parked hundreds of meters away. His ability is comparable to teleportation, and it is very effective in saving lives at critical moments. Chun Ao Shi, holding a long sword, fought with the 3 men. The ages of these 3 people are only mid-level, but Chun Ao Shi is a high-level swordsman. The swordsman profession is still very powerful after reaching a high level. Therefore, with just a few moves, the 3 were defeated by Chun Ao Shi and fell to the ground in embarrassment. Then, Chun Ao Shi asked coldly, "Who are you?" The 3 men ignored Chun Ao Shi and looked as if they were ready to kill or chop him up as they pleased. Yichun came over again only after he saw that it was safe. Chun Ao Shi immediately asked, "Yichun, how did you find out that there was something wrong with them?" Yichun said calmly, "It's just a hunch. After a little exploration, I found the problem." After hearing this, Chun Ao Shi showed a look of shame on his face. "I have lived for 100 years, but I was almost deceived by them." Yichun said, "There is actually nothing wrong with the 3 of them, but they are all controlled by demons and have lost their self-awareness." Chun Ao Shi's expression changed, and he said, "No way. They don't look like they are being controlled. That's because the demons are too high-ranking. I guess only a super-ranking physician can restore them." When Yuan Xiaowai heard what Yichun said, he said directly, "Superclass doctor? Then I will take them to ask Dr. Ji for help." After hearing this, Yichun said, "Okay, then I'll leave this matter to you." In fact, Yichun knew there was something wrong with these 3 people when he first encountered them. Because Yichun's super talent has been activated, Yichun's super talent can make him immune to mind control skills when in combat. Similarly, whenever Yichun encounters a mind control skill, he will enter a combat state and become immune to this skill. The three people in front of him were controlled by superclass demons and turned into puppets. They wanted to trick Yi Chen away and kill him. At the same time, when they spoke, their words contained some misleading meanings. The persuasive effect of their language is not strong. It just makes their words easier for others to believe. That's why Chen Aoshi and Zhao Yajun spoke for them. They were bewitched by each other. However, this move was unnecessary. Even though it was just a simple instigation, Yi Chen's supernatural talent was activated, and he directly concluded that there was something wrong with them. Yuan Xiaoai has always admired Ji Chang'e. Previously, in the Tianshu secret realm, Ji Chang'e appeared in Yuan Xiaoai's dreams. Now, they had to seek the help of superclass doctors, which gave Yuan Xiaoai the opportunity to contact Ji Chang'e. At this time, Su Jian said, "It seems that Yi Chen has attracted the attention of the demons." After hearing this, Zhao Tegu said, "Yi Chen's killing power is too strong. He killed countless demons with one strike. It would be strange if the demons didn't pay attention. Yi Chen, you should be more cautious in your actions in the future. As for people asking you for help, I don't think you need to pay any attention to them. We could just follow the orders from above." Zhao Yajun and Chen Ao sure felt a little ashamed when they heard what Zhao Tegu said. After all, they didn't think so much just now and directly asked Yi Chen to help. If Yi Chen really listened to them and followed these three people to Rongqing, he would probably be ambushed, which would be terrible. If something really happened to Yi Chen because of this, it would not be an exaggeration to say that the two of them were sinners of humanity. Afterwards, everyone prepared to return to Beijing. As for Yuan Xiaoai, he took the three guys to the Magic City because Ji Chang'e, the superclass doctor, had always lived in the Magic City. At the same time, hundreds of miles away, in a dark and deep pool, a huge snakehead suddenly broke out of the water, and then several more snakeheads floated to the surface. These snakeheads, 4 of which are red and 5 of which are black, look very strange. One of the red snakeheads said, "The snake's slave has been gone for so long and hasn't come back yet. Could he have been discovered?" This is clearly a huge red snakehead, but the sound it makes is like that of a 6 or 7-year-old girl, cute and lovely. If you don't look at the picture, you would think it is a little girl talking. A black snakehead next to him replied, "I said it wouldn't be that easy. If the human race were idiots, we would have conquered them long ago." The voice of this black snakehead is that of a little boy, which also sounds innocent and lively, and has nothing to do with its appearance. After hearing this, the red snakehead said, "That human must die." Lord Jinwu said that he felt the power of the sun's true fire from that force. This is no joke. The black snakehead said, "So what if the sun is really fire? My poisonous water is not afraid of any flame." The red snakehead retorted, "Bah, your poisonous water can't even put out my poisonous fire, and you dare to challenge the real fire of Master Jinwu." The red snakehead and the black snakehead started quarreling while talking, and then the 4 red snakeheads and the 5 black snakeheads started fighting each other. The red snakehead can spit out poisonous fire, while the black snakehead can spit out poisonous water. The two fight back and forth very fiercely. In the end, the black snake had one more head than the red one, and gained a slight advantage, pushing the red heads back into the pool. This creature is the 9 Infants, one of the super powerful monsters of the demon race, known as the Monster of Water and Fire. The Monster of Water and Fire is a demon formed from the essence of the Kan and Li hexagrams. The Kan hexagram has 4 short strokes and 1 long stroke, for a total of 5 strokes, and the Li hexagram has 2 short strokes and 2 long strokes, for a total of 4 strokes. Adding the 2 strokes together, there are a total of 9 strokes, which are the 9 heads of the 9 infants. Kan is the middle male, representing water and dark in color. Li is the middle female, representing fire and red in color. So the 5 black heads of the 9 infants make boys' voices and can control poisonous water, and the 4 black heads make girls' voices and can control poisonous fire. Water and fire cannot coexist. Kan and Li are in conflict, so the 9 heads of Jiuying often fight with each other. In the Magic City, Yuan Xiaoai brought 3 young people controlled by Jiuying and found Ji Chang'e. As one of the few superclass doctors in Daxia, Ji Chang'e is very busy. It is not easy for ordinary people to see her. However, after Yuan Xiaoai revealed his identity, Ji Chang'e still met him quickly. Yuan Xiaoai's identity is nothing special, but he is a member of Yi Chen's team, which is extraordinary. After all, Yi Chen is still very famous, especially in the Battle of Yunlan City, Yichen defeated the demon of Tianyan Mountain with one blow. The horrible explosion, the mushroom cloud, and the shock wave that covered the entire city afterwards all made people look sideways. Chapter 182 Nuclear Radiation. Therefore, Yuan Xiaowai also met Ji Chang'e smoothly. Ji Chang'e was more than 10 years older than Yuan Xiaowai, but her appearance was totally inconsistent with her age. Ji Chang'e's appearance gives people the feeling of a young woman in her 30s, sexy and charming. Ji Chang'e asked, "Master Yuan, what do you want to talk to me about?" Yuan Xiaowai pointed at the three people tied up by the immortal rope and said, "They were controlled by the demon and wanted to deceive Yichun. I would like to ask you to help them return to normal and find out the demon behind the scenes." Ji Chang'e heard what Yuan Xiaowai said and did not hesitate. She just thought about it, and a guanine bottle appeared in her hand. Then 3 drops of nectar flowed out of the bottle and dripped onto the 3 people respectively. The 3 men were originally silent and had fierce expressions, but after the nectar dripped on them, the 3 men suddenly fell to the ground. Their breathing became slow, and it was obvious that the 3 men had fallen into a deep sleep. Then Ji Chang'e snapped his fingers, and the 3 of them slowly opened their eyes. Then they couldn't help but struggle, saying, "Who are you and why are you tying us up?" Seeing this, Yuan Xiaowai said coldly, "Shut up. Think carefully about what happened. You were controlled by the demon and almost made a big mistake. Be honest." When the 3 heard what Yuan Xiaowai said, they seemed to remember something. Then one of them said, "At that time, the earth was changing color in the middle of summer, and the secret realm was in danger of being broken. The 3 of us were all from Huiqing. In order to protect our hometown, we hurriedly left the university and rushed home. However, on the way, I seemed to hear the voice of a little girl, and then I lost consciousness." The other person said, "I also heard someone talking, but it wasn't a little girl, it was a little boy." "No, it's obviously a little girl." At this time, Ji Chang'e said, "The voices of a little girl and a little boy? If I guess correctly, it should be the 9 infants, known as the water and fire monster. It can make the voices of a boy and a girl to seduce humans with such voices. At the same time, it spews out poisonous water and fire, and its strength is extremely strong." After hearing this, Yuan Xiaowai said, "So it was it? No wonder it was so confident in ambushing Yichun. This 9 insects should be somewhere between Yinlan City and Rong City. Dr. Ji, I hope you can spread this news so that no one will fall into its clutches." Ji Chang'e listened and said directly, "I understand. I will spread it. As for the 3 of them, they're also eager to protect their hometown. I think we should let them go home." Yuan Xiaowai said directly, "Dr. Ji is a kind-hearted doctor. I will naturally obey your orders. You can go home now." As Yuan Xiaowai spoke, he moved his mind and used Taoist magic to collect the ropes that were binding the 3 people. The 3 came back to their senses from the panic, and then realized that the one who rescued them was Ji Chang'e, the #1 doctor in Daxia. In fact, there are more than 1 superclass doctors, but Ji Chang'e is the only doctor who has mastered 100-level skills and can save lives. Therefore, only Ji Chang'e can actually use this incredible mass resurrection ability to save the world. This is why Ji Chang'e is so famous. Afterwards, the 3 of them hurriedly wanted to take a photo with Ji Chang'e and even asked for his autograph. Ji Chang'e had a gentle personality and was too embarrassed to refuse the 3 young men, so she agreed. The 3 of them took photos with Ji Chang'e, asked for his autograph, and left. However, Yuan Xiaowai did not leave. Seeing this, Ji Chang'e asked, "Master Yuan, do you have anything else to do?" Yuan Xiaowai was stunned for a moment before he mustered up the courage to say, "Dr. Ji, I have admired you for a long time. I wonder if Dr. Ji can give me a chance so that we can get to know each other better." When Ji Chang'e heard Yuan Xiaowai's words, she looked at Yuan Xiaowai in surprise. Then, she said without hesitation, "No." When Yuan Xiaowai heard Ji Chang'e's words, his face suddenly turned pale. He seemed to hear the sound of his own heart breaking. Then he left Chang'e Clinic where Ji Chang'e was in a daze. Ji Chang'e smiled and shook his head, then continued to busy himself with his own things. She is already at this age and has long given up the idea of falling in love or getting married. Now that the secret realm is broken, she is the only doctor in Daxia who can save people and has a huge responsibility on her shoulders. So, it is even more impossible for her to fall in love. In the capital, Ding Sheng came to see Yichun in person, and he only heard Ding Sheng say, "Yichun, The top management needs to have a comprehensive understanding of your strength to ensure that everyone can make the best use of their talents at the critical moment. After listening to what Ding Sheng said, Yi Chan said directly, "Principal Ding, if there's anything you want to know, just ask directly." After hearing Yi Chen's words, Ding Sheng said, "Okay, what I want to ask this time is about the explosion that was like a small sun in Tianyan Mountain before. That kind of attack should have some limits for you, right?" Yi Chen heard what Ding Sheng said and said, "There are indeed restrictions. The explosive ammunition is called a nuclear warhead. It can generate one every 24 hours and store a maximum of 10. I currently have 7 nuclear warheads in reserve and can release them at any time." When Ding Sheng heard Yi Chen's words, he immediately became very careful. It can produce one in 24 hours, and it can also be stored. That's great. Ding Sheng originally thought that Yi Chen's outrageous attack would take at least a few months to cool down, perhaps even several years. For example, Ji Chang's Xuanhu Jishu, this group resurrection skill, doesn't it have a cooling period of 10 years? Unexpectedly, Yi Chen could actually drop a nuclear warhead in 24 hours. It was really outrageous. Then, Ding Sheng said, "Does the nuclear warhead have any shortcomings?" Yi Chen listened to Ding Sheng's words and said, "Yes, and it is quite serious. After the nuclear warhead explodes, it will leave very serious nuclear radiation within tens of kilometers of the explosion center. Nuclear radiation is a serious threat to both humans and demons. It can cause acute radiation damage, increase the risk of cancer, cause genetic changes, or cause organ degeneration, etc." After hearing Yi Chen's words, Ding Sheng's expression became more serious. "Is it so serious?" Yi Chen said, "Of course it is serious. The destructive power of the nuclear warhead is naturally sufficient, but the negative impact of nuclear radiation will last for decades. For decades afterwards, the contaminated areas will not be suitable for human habitation and survival." After hearing Yi Chen's words, Ding Sheng said, "I see. It seems that the use of nuclear warheads does need to be cautious." Chapter 183, Sun God. At this moment, Ding Sheng has a love-hate relationship with this nuclear warhead. He loves the power of the nuclear warhead and the fact that it only takes 24 hours to generate it, but he hates the negative impact of the nuclear warhead. Because of the horrific radiation from nuclear warheads, the scenarios in which they can be used are instantly restricted. Of course, if the situation deteriorates further and the human beings of Daxia are really at the critical moment of life and death, then Yi Chen's nuclear weapons will no longer be scrupled. Even if he has to disregard the consequences, he will make the demons pay a heavy price. Then Yi Chen asked, "Principal Ding, what is the current global situation?" Ding Sheng listened and said, "The global situation is very tense. Secret realms all over the world have been broken. Demons and monsters have rushed out of the secret realms, and many weakened countries have fallen. Even those big and powerful countries are under great pressure. The 5 permanent members of the United Nations, Ing and Fa, are all located in Europe, and Europe is the first region to fall. They have to deal with not only the monsters after their own secret realms are broken, but also the monsters from those countries that have already fallen. Therefore, Ing and Fa have already lost a quarter of their territory, and it is only a matter of time before they fall. As for Mei and Yi, their current situation is similar to that of Daxia, because they have made preparations in advance and have enough high-level combat professionals. They are able to fight against the demons." After hearing what Ding Sheng said, Yi Chen suddenly said, "Principal Ding, I remember you mentioned before that there are also demons entrenched in the polar regions. What is the situation now?" Ding Sheng said directly, "After the European countries began to fall, the forces arranged by various countries to guard the 2 poles had long been withdrawn, and our Daxia was no exception. Now the demons from the 2 poles will be deployed to the battlefield one after another, further increasing the pressure on humans. But there is nothing we can do about it. What we have to do is to protect the land of Daxia Jiuzhou." After hearing this, Yi Chen was about to say something when Su Qingning suddenly walked over quickly. Seeing this, Yi Chen asked, "What's wrong, Qingning?" Su Qingning said directly, "Something happened. A group of crazy people attacked Shuiwei community, and my parents seem to have been kidnapped by those guys." Yi Chen's expression changed, and he said, "What's going on?" "Principal Ding, I'm hanging up first." Then, Yi Chen hung up the phone and hurriedly asked Su Qingning, "What's the situation now?" Su Qingning said directly, "Those guys kidnapped a group of hostages and are now in the central square of Shuiwei community broadcasting live. It's simply lawless. When Yi Chen heard what Su Qingming said, he said directly, "I'll go over now." Su Qingming said, "Let's go together. I have mastered the skill of resurrection." At the same time, Ding Sheng immediately called to inquire about the situation in Shueihua community. After all, Yi Chen's importance is obvious to all, but now Yi Chen's parents have been kidnapped. How can this be possible? Ding Sheng was furious and said, "Do you know the importance of Yi Chen better than I do? Didn't I arrange for you to protect Yi Chen's parents?" The person who answered the phone said, "I'm sorry, Principal Ding, we didn't expect that there would be people from the Sun God cult in Shueihua community." Ding Sheng frowned and said, "Sun God cult? When did this come out?" The person on the other end replied, "The Sun God cult appeared after the twin suns appeared in the sky. The top demon, the three-legged golden crow, turned into a second sun, hanging high in the sky, causing the average temperature of the ground to rise by as much as 8 degrees. In some areas that are already hot, cooling down and resisting the heat is imminent, so the Sun God cult came into being. They believe in the three-legged golden crow in the sky, the so-called Sun God. They believe that the human body is a bondage and a hell, and that only by embracing the Sun God, accepting the sun's scorching heat, and burning the body under the scorching sun can the soul be freed and thrown into the arms of the Sun God." After hearing this, Ding Sheng angrily cursed, "These lunatics, isn't it better for them to go crazy themselves? Why do they have to kidnap others?" Ding Sheng was also very angry. Once troubled times come, there will never be a shortage of crazy people who mislead people and fools who go with the flow. The person on the other side said, "Principal Ding, those who attacked are all combat professionals. Their ranks are not high. The highest is only level 4. They kidnapped about 60 people and said they wanted to sacrifice them to the Sun God." Ding Sheng immediately said, "More than 60 people? You don't have to worry about the others for now. You must find a way to save Yi Chen's parents, understand?" "I understand, Principal Ding." In the central square of Shueihua community, several middle-aged men and women with fanatical expressions gathered together. From time to time, they looked at the two suns above their heads with piety in their eyes. These people are believers of the Sun God cult. Although they are combat professionals, they have poor psychological endurance when faced with the chaos of demons and monsters. The three-legged golden crow above their heads has become the object of their worship. These people set up a wooden platform more than 10 meters high in the central square of the community. On the platform, the innocent people they had kidnapped were tied up and gathered together. Under the wooden platform, there was a pile of dry firewood and kerosene. With just a fire, these hostages would be engulfed in the raging flames and would soon be burned to death. The Sun God cult believes that as long as the physical body is burned completely, the soul will be freed from the constraints of the physical body and will be able to join the arms of the Sun God. Being burned to death is the most noble way to die in the teachings of the Sun God cult, as it allows one to be close to the Sun God after death. However, drowning or freezing to death is the most despicable way to die, as one will never be recognized by the Sun God after death. At the same time, 1.3 kilometers away, in a green belt of Shueihua community, Yi Chen set up an M134 rapid-fire heavy machine gun, hiding his body among the grass and trees, and then silently said in his heart, "Hit the target every time, fire." Then, Yi Chen aimed directly at the city center square of Shueihua community and pulled the trigger. In an instant, bullets from the heavy machine gun poured out, shooting wildly at the group of people. Faced with this situation, Yi Chen had no choice but to choose a heavy machine gun as his weapon. As for the more advanced weapons, all of them have mass-killing effects. This group of Sun God believers are too close to the hostages and can easily be injured by mistake. Therefore, Yi Chen chose the heavy machine gun, which is a single-target attack weapon with the longest range. When the 100% hit rate function is turned on, every bullet will hit the opponent and there is no need to worry about accidental injuries. The firing rate of the M134 heavy machine gun is quite terrifying. It can kill all the believers of the Sun God cult in the shortest time possible, ensuring that no surviving believers will be desperate enough to harm the hostages. Therefore, when Yi Chen activated his talent of 100% hit the target, he just had to pull the trigger and leave everything else to the talent. Chapter 184, Cleaning Up. After Yi Chen pressed the trigger, bullets from the heavy machine gun immediately spurted out and fired towards the believers of the Sun God cult. Dense bullets hit the bodies of these people, making continuous sounds of bullets penetrating into the flesh. On average, each sun god cult believer was hit by more than 10 heavy machine gun bullets. Each of them was shot into pieces on the spot and then fell to the ground helplessly. Their strength is not strong. Otherwise, they would not have the opportunity to sneak attack ordinary people in Shueisha community. Now that the demons have left the secret realm, the situation is tense. Anyone who has the strength is mostly on the front line fighting the demons. Therefore, the lethality of the heavy machine gun is more than enough for this group of people. As for accidental injuries, that is impossible with his natural talent of never missing a shot. Yichun pressed the trigger for only 10 seconds before he could no longer shoot. All the sun god cult believers had been killed on the spot. With the 100% hit rate activated, he would not be able to pull the trigger if there were no enemies. Then, Yichun immediately stood up and rushed towards the central square of the community. Seeing this, Su Qingning immediately followed, and then Yichun took action and rescued his parents first. Su Qingning asked, "Mom and Dad, are you okay?" Yi Zaiwu stretched his arms and said, "I was just frightened. It's nothing serious." After hearing this, Su Qingning released a skill to replenish qi and soothe the soul towards Yi Zaiwu and Lin Susu to adjust their states. At this moment, an old woman's voice rang out. "What are you doing standing there? Why don't you come and save me? My son is a high-level archer. If something happens to me, can you bear the responsibility?" Next to the old woman, a fat little boy in his teens also said, "Hurry up and save me. My hands are numb." After hearing what the little boy said, the old woman said, "I'm telling you, my grandson has been promising since he was young. If he suffers any sequelae because of your slow rescue, I will never forgive you." After hearing what the old woman said, Lin Susu was immediately displeased. "What do you mean by that? My son and daughter-in-law came to save people, and you blame us?" The old woman shouted, "Who made them move so slowly? Besides, isn't it their duty to save us? Let me go." After hearing this, Su Qingning said directly, "Just wait." Then, Yichun and Su Qingning came on stage and started to rescue them one by one, but they saved everyone and ignored the old woman and her grandson. The old woman also became anxious and yelled, "What do you mean? Are you targeting me? Do you believe I will file a complaint against you? You two bastards, just wait for me." After hearing this, Su Qingning walked straight towards the old woman. The old woman looked at Su Qingning with a smug look in her eyes. "Little bitch, are you scared? Untie your mother quickly." Before she could finish her words, Su Qingning slapped her in the face. Su Qingning is a doctor, and her strength is not outstanding. But she is a combat professional after all, and this slap is still quite heavy for ordinary people. The old woman was slapped in the face and remained silent for a few seconds before she started cursing again. "You fucking bitch." Su Qingning didn't tolerate her and slapped her in the face, causing the other side of the old woman's face to become swollen. This old shrew was quite stubborn and even wanted to continue scolding, so Su Qingning continued to slap her. As she fanned him, she said, "I want to see who is harder, your mouth or my slap." Yichun is a man, and he seems a little petty to argue with an old woman. Besides, Yichun is now known as the strongest mechanic. If he were to take action, it would have a significant negative impact on his now booming reputation. But Su Qingning is different. She is a woman, and this society is much more tolerant to women than to men. Besides, she doesn't have any celebrity baggage and will slap you if she's upset with you. As for the consequences, there's no need to consider them. Her father is a high-level swordsman, her uncle is a high-level painter, and her husband is the strongest mechanic. With such a background, she wouldn't have to worry about just slapping the shrew today, or even killing her. The old shrew was slapped 8 times by Su Qingning, and finally, she became obedient. She was hit on both sides of her face, her mouth was swollen and still bleeding. Her triangular eyes were fixed on Su Qingning. Although she didn't dare to scold her anymore, her eyes were full of resentment. At this time, the little fat boy was looking at Su Qingning with fear, not daring to say a word. Then, Su Qingning stood up and said slowly, "It seems that my slap is harder than your mouth." Next, Su Qingning left the wooden platform and came to Yichun and his companions. Seeing this, Lin Susu said, "Qingning, you slapped him beautifully, but that old man is so shameless. Is your hand okay?" As Lin Susu spoke, she picked up Su Qingning's hand with concern and looked at it carefully. Sure enough, Su Qingning's palm was red from being fanned. Lin Susu felt sorry for her daughter-in-law and said, "Next time, let mom do this kind of thing. You are so delicate and tender. You are not suitable for this kind of thing." When Yi Chen heard what Lin Susu said, he took Su Qingning's hand and rubbed it for her. Then he said, "Mom is right. This kind of thing is not suitable for you." After hearing this, Su Qingning smiled and said, "Okay, next time something like this happens, let mom do it for me." Afterwards, everyone present expressed their gratitude to the Yi family and dispersed, leaving only the old shrew and her grandson on the wooden platform, basking in the sun under the two suns in the sky. There were other professionals and members of the rescue team present, but they all knew Yi Chen. This pair of grandparents and grandchildren had obviously offended Yi Chen and Su Qingning. How could they possibly offend Yi Chen and let them go? Besides, although it is very hot today, the temperature in Beijing is not outrageous. Even if you're exposed to the sun for a whole day, there will be no danger to your life. At most, you will just suffer from heat stroke. So they were tied there for the entire day until around 7 o'clock in the evening, when the old shrew's son finally found his mother and son. When the old woman saw her son, she felt as if she had found a backer. She shouted, "Son, your mother and your precious son have been bullied terribly. Look at how my face has been slapped. You must avenge me." The old shrew son looked at his mother's red and swollen face and immediately said, "Who dares to hit you? I will never let him go." The old woman said directly, "There are surveillance cameras in the central square of the community. If you go to check the surveillance, you will know who it is. You must avenge your mother. And your son has been tied up for a whole day, and his arm is almost broken." The little fat boy also said, "Grandma is right. Dad, you must teach that couple a lesson." The old woman's son was named Wang Zili. He said directly, "Don't worry, Dad will help you get rid of this anger." Chapter 185, Settlement of Accounts? Afterwards, the family of three angrily went to the property management of Shuiwei community and angrily demanded to check the surveillance footage. He wanted to see who dared to beat his mother. The community property management immediately cooperated with Wang Zili and started watching the surveillance footage. Soon, Wang Zili saw that it was the believers of the so-called Sun God cult who kidnapped his mother and a group of people, and then someone took action to deal with those believers. The other person first went to rescue his relatives, and then his mother started to throw a tantrum and curse. Wang Zili frowned slightly. He felt that his mother was a little wrong, but it was okay. The old lady was old and loved her grandson. What was wrong with that? Afterwards, Su Qingning took action and slapped his mother in the face more than a dozen times. Wang Zili saw this and said coldly, "It's this woman, right? Don't worry, Mom. Your son will definitely help you get rid of this anger." As Wang Zili was speaking, Su Qingning came to Yi Chen's side. Yi Chen turned around and was facing the surveillance camera in the central square of the community. In this way, Yi Chen's appearance was clearly displayed in front of Wang Zili. It is normal that Wang Zili's old mother and son do not know Yi Chen, but for a 7th-level archer like Wang Zili, it is impossible for him not to know Yi Chen. After all, Yi Chen, the strongest mechanic, is very famous in himself. Just before that, Yi Chen created a brilliant record in Yunlan City and destroyed all the monsters in Tianyan Mountain by himself. Everyone has an estimate of Yi Chen's current strength in their minds. Yi Chen's strength should be comparable to that of a superclass strongman of the 13th level. Moreover, simply speaking of the group killing power against demons, Yi Chen is much more terrifying than other 13-level superclass strongmen. Therefore, Yi Chen can now be regarded as a national treasure-level strongman in the entire Daxia. However, Yi Chen's real rank is only the 7th rank. If Yi Chen reaches the 10th rank, perhaps the entire Daxia and even all of humanity will need Yi Chen to save them. Now, his old mother actually took the initiative to provoke Yi Chen. Isn't this courting death? Although they are both at the 7th level, Wang Zili is like an ant in front of Yi Chen. Whether it is Yi Chen's own strength or the power behind Yi Chen, he can be easily crushed to death. At this time, Wang Zili's old mother pointed at Yi Chen and said, "Son, this is the couple. Remember their faces. You must avenge your mother." Wang Zili's chubby son also said, "Grandma is right. Dad, my arm still hurts. Go break their arms." Wang Zili's expression suddenly changed after hearing his son's words. He then slapped his son and sent him flying. He said, "Shut up. Stop talking." When the old woman saw Wang Zili's actions, she immediately helped her precious grandson up and said, "Zili, what are you crazy about? Why are you beating my precious grandson instead of seeking revenge on that couple?" Wang Zili said directly. Okay, shut up. Let's forget about this. The old shrew immediately said, Forget it? Why should I forget it? I got 8 slaps in the face today. Wang Zili said angrily. Why? Because we can't afford to offend him. That Yi Chun is a super powerful person. Why should I be his enemy? The old shrew's expression changed and she said, He is so young. How could he be a superclass expert? Don't lie to me. Although the old woman didn't know much, she knew that those superclass masters must be at least 50 or 60 years old, right? How could a 20-year-old young man be a superclass master? Wang Zili said directly. It is precisely because he is so young and a super powerful person that he cannot be offended. I think you are really stupid. Let's go back quickly. Wang Zili knew very well that Yi Chen's identity was too special. His safety and the safety of his family might even be directly related to the survival of the country. Especially since Yi Chen's parents seem to have been kidnapped today, the top leaders will definitely increase their protection of Yi Chen and his parents. Now that my mother has had a conflict with someone else, who will the higher-up side with? Is there any need to say anything? One is a 7th-level archer with little presence, and the other is Yi Chen, who is comparable to the super-level 7th level and may be the savior of mankind in the future. Everyone knows how to choose, right? Now Wang Zili can only hope that Yi Chen will not care about this matter. Otherwise, their family will continue to be unlucky. When the old woman heard what Wang Zili said, she looked a little skeptical. Is it really that weird? Wang Zili didn't want to waste any more time talking, so he just dragged the old shrew and prepared to leave. But as soon as they went out, 2 people stopped them. One of them showed his ID and said, We are from the War Alliance. Come with us. The old shrew's expression changed and she said, Why? I didn't commit any crime. Not only was I kidnapped today, I was also beaten. Wang Zili also said, My mother did not recognize the real talent and offended Yi Chen, but she was also beaten and received the punishment she deserved. Is there any need to hold on to her? After hearing what Wang Zili said, the members of the War Alliance said calmly, The followers of the Sun God cult kidnapped the residents of Shuiwei community, including Yi Chen's parents. However, these kidnapped residents were grateful to Yi Chen and Su Qingning because they saved them. Only your mother is hostile to Yi Chen and Su Qingning, who save people. We now suspect that you and your mother have something to do with the Sun God cult. Come with us. Wang Zili's expression changed drastically after hearing this, and he said, Impossible. We have nothing to do with the Sun God cult. Even if we have offended Yi Chen, there is no need to kill us, right? The member of the War Alliance said, Really? But as far as we know, the followers of the Sun God cult will have a Sun God Mar tattooed on their right arm. Roll up your sleeves. After hearing what the Alliance members said, the old woman looked unnatural. She hastily rolled her sleeves down and said, I don't have any tattoos of the Sun God. The Alliance member's expression turned cold, and he said, Roll up your sleeves. Wang Zili saw this and said, Mom, you're not a follower of the Sun God cult. Why don't you just roll up your sleeves? As Wang Zili spoke, he took the initiative, grabbed the old shrew's arm, and rolled up the sleeve of her right arm, exposing her arm. And on the old shrew's arm, there was a mark of the Sun God. This so-called mark of the Sun God was a tattoo. It consisted of a round sun, and inside the sun, there was a lifelike 3-legged golden crow. The possibility of such a mark being a coincidence is very low. It is obvious that she is indeed a believer of the Sun God cult. Wang Zili looked at the mark, and his expression suddenly changed. Mom, how did you get involved with the Sun God cult? The old woman felt guilty when she heard Wang Zili's words. Before, they said that if you attend a class, you can get free eggs. If you get a tattoo, you can get 3 pounds more than others. I was greedy at that time. Chapter 186. Lure the snake out of its hole? After hearing this, Wang Zili said angrily, Mom, how can you take advantage of this? Mom, my mother just wanted to take advantage of her, and she was also deceived by someone. The member of the War Alliance said, We will slowly investigate what happened. Based on the mark of the Sun God on her body, you can go back with us to assist in the investigation. After hearing this, the old woman angrily said, I just received a few pounds of eggs. Why did you arrest me? At worst, I can return the eggs. The members of the War Alliance ignored her and directly controlled her and Wang Zili and took them back. Wang Zili also looked as pale as death at this moment. He was badly hurt by his old mother this time. In fact, the matter of the Sun God's mark can be big or small. If it is confirmed that he is just old and is trying to take advantage of others, We will take him back for investigation and then release him. However, the War Alliance will definitely not let this old shrew off easily this time. After all, this guy not only has the mark of the sun god on her body, but also has a feud with Yi Chun and Su Qingning. She's obviously more suspicious than others. Even if she really has no problem, the War Alliance will have to lock her up for a period of time, at least 3 to 5 years, to teach her a lesson that will last a long time. At the same time, at Yi Chun's home, Yi Chun and Su Qingning were entertaining several guests, led by Ding Sheng, and several of them were over 50 years old, giving people a sense of high status and power. Of course, Ding Sheng was the main person in this group. Ding Sheng said, "Yi Chun, it was indeed our fault this time that we almost put your parents in danger. I came here specially to apologize to you." Yi Chun said, "There's no need to apologize. I want to know, were my parents implicated by accident this time, or were they deliberately targeted? This sun god cult has only recently emerged, and they believe in the second sun hanging in the sky since ancient times. If the sun god cult accidentally chose Yi Chun's parents, then Yi Chun would have nothing to say and could only consider himself unlucky. But if it is a deliberate targeting, it will be more troublesome, and there may be a series of means waiting for it later. After all, as the saying goes, you can only be a thief for 1,000 days, but you can't guard against thieves for 1,000 days." Ding Sheng thought for a moment and said, "According to the intelligence we have, your parents' residence must have been leaked. We are already arranging new accommodation for him." After hearing this, Yi Chun asked, "But how did this news leak out?" Ding Sheng said slowly, "There may be human traitors hiding in the upper echelons of the Alliance, but unfortunately they are hiding too deeply, so we were unable to catch them this time." After hearing this, Yi Chun frowned and said, "Traitors to the human race? Why would they do that? What good would it do for them if the demons defeated the human spinning thread?" Ding Sheng explained, "Yi Chun, I once told you that these demons once lived under the same sky as humans in ancient times, right? But due to the resistance of humans, they were exiled from the blue planet." Yi Chun nodded and said, "I know. I am impressed." Ding Sheng continued, "Since they once lived under the same sky as humans, although the two were hostile to each other, they could not avoid intermarriage. So some humans have a trace of demon blood in them. This bloodline has been very weak because it has been passed down for many generations. However, now that demons have arrived, even the weak demon bloodline may be stimulated. For most people, even if their demon bloodline is stimulated, it will not affect their own position. However, a small number of people, after their bloodlines are stimulated, trace their origins, confirm which demon saint their bloodlines come from, and then define themselves as descendants of the demon saint. They even naively believed that after the demons defeated humans, they would become the noble descendants of the demon saints, living a life of luxury and superiority, so they, like the cultists, sabotaged the people from within." Yi Chun frowned and said, "We are facing a powerful enemy, and we still have so many problems internally. The situation is worrying." Ding Sheng said, "I can only say that some people are too stupid. These so-called descendants of the demon saint have 99% human genes and only 1% demon blood, but they actually think they are descendants of the demon saint. Mixed blood bastards like these will probably be treated as food even if they really seek refuge with the demon saint in the future." Yi Chun said slowly, "Is there any way to find them out?" Ding Sheng looked at Yi Chun and said, "We came here for this matter. To resist foreign aggression, we must first stabilize the internal situation. If these internal pests are not eliminated, the consequences will be very serious. However, the blood of these demon saint descendants is too thin to be detected by instruments. Fortunately, we have determined the approximate range, but to confirm their identities, we still need your help." Yi Chun asked directly, "How can I help?" Ding Sheng looked at Yi Chun and said, "Your importance is now clear to everyone in Daxia, and those traitors naturally know it too. I want to arrange for you to go back to Jiangqing. Now that the power of space is unstable and the teleportation array is ineffective, you can only use your vehicle to travel a long distance back. During this time, we will strictly monitor those suspected targets and ensure your safety along the way. This trick will lure the snake out of its hole and make them take the bait." When Su Qingning heard what Ding Sheng said, she frowned and said, "Principal Ding, do you want my husband to be the bait?" "No, I absolutely don't agree to that." Ding Sheng said, "Qingning, our trick of luring the snake out of its hole and providing protection along the way can ensure Yi Chen's safety. But if we don't pull out these termites, What will you do if something similar happens next time? Su Qingning said directly, I don't care. Anyway, I don't want my man to take risks. Cleaning up the termites is your job. Why are you pushing the responsibility to my husband? Are you too incompetent that you need Daxia's youngest genius to take risks? Su Qingning's words were harsh and unpleasant to the ear, but Ding Sheng could not refute them because they were indeed somewhat incompetent. At this time, Yi Chan suddenly said, I actually have a better way, which is to expose their true colors directly. Ding Sheng said, Oh, tell me about it. Yi Chan said calmly, Principal Ding, do you know? In fact, other people can also control my vehicle. Ding Sheng's eyes were filled with shock. How is that possible? The weapons of a mechanic are different from those of other professionals. Only the mechanic himself can control these weapons. Chapter 187 Training. Yi Chan said, You also said that they are other mechanics. I am a mechanic different from others. Ding Sheng said, I understand what you mean. You want others to drive your vehicle and pretend to be you to lure the enemy. Yi Chan said calmly, That's right. If necessary, you can arrange more than one person. I have 10 stealth fighters. You can arrange 10 people for me, and I will train them for a while. After they mastered how to control the stealth fighters, they were arranged to control the stealth fighters and choose 10 routes to fly back to Jiangxing. With the speed of the fighters, it would take less than 2 hours to return to Jiangxing, plus the stealth fighters flew at high altitude and fast speed. If no one deliberately leaks the routes, it is almost impossible to be attacked. But you can leak these 10 routes to different suspects. When a stealth fighter on which route is attacked, you will know which guy is the traitor. Ding Sheng's eyes also revealed excitement. This is a good idea. You don't have to take risks yourself, and you can know more clearly who is the problem. I will arrange 10 suitable candidates to come to you for training as soon as possible. Okay, it's settled then. After the matter was settled, Ding Sheng took his men away. In the short term, he did not dare to let Yi Chen's rescue team take action. After all, the internal situation is not very safe now. If Yi Chen encounters an ambush or something happens, it will be a huge loss for Daxia. Now Yi Chen's personal safety is even more important than the safety of the city. Yi Chen is now a strategic weapon and must be protected. In the afternoon, Yi Chen and Su Qingning accompanied their parents to move house and let them live in another community. The next morning, the 10 people arranged by Ding Sheng arrived. All of them were over 40 years old. Each of them was a high-level professional with strong strength. Even if they were attacked, they had enough resistance. Then, Yi Chen materialized 10 stealth fighters, gave them the authority to control the fighters, and began to instruct them on how to fly the stealth fighters. On the original Earth, it was extremely difficult to train an ordinary pilot, let alone a fighter pilot. However, on Blue Star, this matter is actually not that difficult. The main reason is that these people are high-level professionals, and their attribute values are far higher than ordinary people. If they are compared with the original Earthlings, they are equivalent to extraordinary existences. Therefore, their high attribute values make them extremely capable of learning, and they can learn to fly a stealth fighter in just a few days. Yi Chen estimated that it would only take about 3 days for this group of people to become masters. Yi Chen was also very busy during this period. He taught these people how to fly fighter jets during the day, and was also very busy at night. He didn't need to teach, but he needed to personally go in a battle, drive Su Qingning, and gallop on horseback. 3 days passed in a flash, and all 10 people went out. Then, Yi Chen and Su Qingning also went out. They needed to change places and disappear for a while. After all, these 10 people would fly to Jiangxing via different routes in the name of Yi Chen. If Yi Chen showed up in the capital in a swaggering manner, wouldn't this plan be ridiculous? Therefore, Yi Chen and Su Qingning had to disappear for a few days until the plan to catch the termites was completed. The place they chose was their uncle Zhao Yajun's residence. If nothing else, it was definitely remote enough. Zhao Yajun did not buy a house in Beijing, and he did not have a house anywhere, but he could live wherever he wanted. He just had to draw a house. Today, Zhao Yajun lives in the wilderness of Beijing. He has a villa that he drew himself. It is rarely visited by people and is definitely hidden enough. It is comfortable and has a good environment, making it suitable for Yi Chen and Su Qingning to live in. On that day, Yi Chen and Su Qingning concealed their tracks and quietly arrived at Zhao Yajun's residence. It was only after the two arrived at Zhao Yajun's villa that they noticed that Yuan Xiaoai was also there, and the two seemed to be fighting. Of course, the two did not take it seriously. Yuan Xiaoai did not use Taoist magic, and Zhao Yajun did not use his painter skills. The two of them simply used their physical strength, punching and kicking each other back and forth. Half of Yuan Xiaoai's face was swollen, and one side of Zhao Yajun's eye socket turned purple. Su Qingning saw this and watched the fun, shouting, "Stop fighting. You won't kill anyone if you fight like this." As soon as Su Qingning said this, Yuan Xiaoai and Zhao Yajun immediately got up from the ground. They looked at each other hatefully, and then said to Su Qingning, "Qingning, Yichun, why are you here?" Su Qingning said, "Uncle, Yichun and I came to your place to hide for a few days, but why did you two fight?" Zhao Yajun said directly, "You have to ask this old guy. Who knows why he suddenly went crazy?" After hearing this, Zhao Yajun looked at Yuan Xiaoai and said, "Uncle Yuan, what's wrong with you? Did you really start it first?" Yuan Xiaoai said, "It's true that I was the first to attack. This guy deserves to be beaten." Zhao Yajun said angrily, "Why should I be beaten? Explain it to me clearly." Yuan Xiaoai hesitated for a moment before saying, "Who told you to have a maid like Ji Chang'e and Dr. Ji in your house? Bastard, did you use that maid to do anything disgusting?" Zhao Yajun immediately asked, "Does this have anything to do with you? Does Dr. Ji know you?" After listening to what Zhao Yajun said, Su Qingning said, "So that's how it is, Uncle. You are wrong. Although Dr. Ji doesn't know me, Yuan Shu, she is Uncle Yuan's dream lover. Uncle Yuan dreamed of Dr. Ji in the Tianshu secret realm before." As Su Qingning was speaking, she saw a young woman who looked to be in her 30s and had a beautiful appearance walking out of Zhao Yajun's villa. It was Zhao Yajun's maid, Ji Chang'e. Zhao Yajun is a high-level painter who can turn the virtual into the real. Ji Chang'e is very famous in Zhao Yajun's generation. Yuan Xiaoai regards Ji Chang'e as his dream lover, and Zhao Yajun is not much worse. Therefore, Zhao Yajun painted a maid in the style of Ji Chang'e to satisfy his eyes. After hearing what Su Qingning said, Zhao Yajun said, "Old Yuan, how dare you say that to me? I just drew a picture of Ji Chang'e's maid. What happened between you and Dr. Ji in your dream? And you still say I'm disgusting? Are you disgusting yourself?" Yuan Xiaoai said, "Anyway, I don't allow you to use Ji Chang'e's maid, otherwise I will never let you go." Zhao Yajun said angrily, "What's your business? If you don't accept it, keep fighting." Chapter 188 Restrictions. Yuan Xiaoai was about to take action, but Su Qingning said, "Uncle Yuan, you don't have to be so angry. Although my uncle has a maid like Ji Chang'e, he can't do anything." Yuan Xiaoai was stunned for a moment. "What do you mean?" Su Qingning didn't waste any time and went straight to Ji Chang'e's maid. Then she lifted Ji Chang'e's chin with one hand and pinched Ji Chang'e's cheek with the other hand. The next second, Ji Chang'e's maid's voice rang out. "Warning, the Heavenly Tao Harmony System is activated. Please stop the inappropriate contact immediately, otherwise you will bear the consequences." Su Qingning did not stop the so-called inappropriate contact and continued to pinch Ji Chang'e's cheek. Then, Ji Chang'e's maid instantly caught fire, and in just a few seconds she was burned to ashes. Su Qingning was also startled and hurriedly took a few steps back. Then, Su Qingning said, "Uncle Yuan, you may not understand painters. Although painters can draw some opposite sex, don't forget that the abilities of all professionals are essentially derived from the way of heaven. Everyone's profession is a combat profession system, so everyone's abilities will be restricted and controlled by the laws of nature. Ji Chang'e's type of maid can only do things that a normal maid can do, such as serving tea, pouring water, or cleaning. As for other aspects, let alone excessive behavior, I just held hands and pinched faces, and the Heavenly Tao Harmony System was activated, and it turned into ashes directly. What can my uncle do?" Zhao Yajun heard what Su Qingning said and complained, "Why did you ruin my painting? It's not easy for me to draw Ji Chang'e so close to the real person." Su Qingning said, "It's ruined, so let it be. Uncle, although Uncle Yuan's reaction was a bit extreme, you really shouldn't have done this. Dr. Ji is highly respected. He has been resurrecting so many people at once in the Magic City. He is respected. How can you let it be a maid?" Zhao Yajun listened and said, "You are right. Has my uncle changed his career in the future? He should still be a maid like an older sister, serving me tea and water at home, and acting as a nanny." Su Qingning said, "That's fine. Anyway, my mother has oppressed you for so long, so it's reasonable for you to secretly vent your anger. Zhao Yafeng has a bad temper. She is nice to her husband, but she will beat her younger brother Zhao Yajun without hesitation. The last time Zhao Yajun was rescued, he was not only scolded in front of Zhao Yafeng, but he was also slapped countless times. Su Qingning, as a daughter, felt that her mother was really cruel when she was a sister. She beat Zhao Yajun as if he were her son. It is reasonable for Zhao Yajun to draw Zhao Yafeng and use her as a nanny to vent his inner depression. Yuan Xiaoai said, "Zhao Yajun, I think you should stop drawing portraits casually in the future. You should find a girlfriend to accompany you. If you keep drawing people to accompany you, you might become a pervert." Zhao Yajun immediately said, "You are the pervert. My mental health is very good. At least in my dreams, I am fighting demons with the demon suppression core. Not like you. Fantasizing about Ji Chang'e, you have the ability to confess." After hearing this, Yuan Xiaoai suddenly sighed deeply and said, "Do you think I don't have any? Last time I met Ji Chang'e, I said I wanted to make friends with her and get to know her better, but she directly rejected me." Zhao Yajun was originally very unhappy with Yuan Xiaoai, but after hearing what Yuan Xiaoai said, he couldn't help but feel some sympathy for him. He patted Yuan Xiaoai on the shoulder and said, "Ji Chang'e is not an ordinary person. It is natural for him to be rejected." Then, the two of them went back to drink, arm in arm. Su Qingning and Yi Chen followed them. As they walked, Su Qingning asked, "Honey, how come they reconciled all of a sudden?" Yi Chen explained, "We share the same suffering. Maybe my uncle has also confessed his love to Ji Chang'e." Su Qingning asked, "Who do you think is prettier, me or Ji Chang'e?" Yi Chen said without hesitation, "Of course you are more beautiful. Besides, Ji Chang'e is older than our parents." Su Qingning was also very happy to hear Yi Chen's words. She leaned in Yi Chen's arms and kissed Yi Chen on the face. Zhao Yajun and Yuan Xiaoai watched this scene. They were originally planning to drink some wine together, but they ended up eating too much dog food. Then, Zhao Yajun said, "Qingning, you two want to live here for a while, so I'll move out. Lao Yuan, how about we stay together for a few days? Okay, let's drink some wine and play some cards together." Zhao Yajun didn't want to stay and eat the dog food of his niece and nephew's husband, especially since he was still a single man. Therefore, as soon as Yi Chen and Su Qingning arrived, they entangled with Nestle and occupied Zhao Yajun's luxurious villa, while Zhao Yajun went to live there with Yuan Xiaoai. Zhao Yajun also specially repainted a portrait of Ji Chang'e, turning her into their maid. Yuan Xiaoai also understood Zhao Yajun's idea. Since he couldn't get her, he would just order her around and let her serve them tea and water. In this way, the depression in his heart would be reduced a lot. "You don't want to accept my pursuit and be my girlfriend? Then you can be my maid, serve me tea and water, sweep the floor, and cook for me." As for drawing Zhao Yafeng to serve, Zhao Yajun was just talking about it. How could he have the courage to do it? First of all, because of Zhao Yafeng's violent temper, Zhao Yajun would not feel happy when serving him tea or water. Instead, he would feel frightened. He was always worried that this maid who looked like Zhao Yafeng would splash the tea on his head and face at any time. Secondly, if Zhao Yafeng really knew that her brother had drawn a maid who looked exactly like her to serve him, she would be furious. She would probably just pick up a stick and beat Zhao Yajun. She would not let it go until Zhao Yajun was crippled to the 3rd degree. Yi Chen and Su Qingning were enjoying themselves in the villa drawn by Zhao Yajun, while Yi Chen's 10 stand-ins, flying to Jiangchen via different routes in J-20 stealth fighters. In the end, 3 routes were leaked and attacked by demons. Of the 3 people attacked, 1 was slightly injured, 1 was seriously injured, and 1 died. This is also inevitable. If there is only 1 route, and Yi Chen is the one acting alone, there will definitely be enough protection forces arranged. But now there are 10 routes, and the protection force allocated to each route is only 1/10 of the original. Even if these substitutes are extraordinary, the danger is low. Before they set out, they had already prepared themselves mentally. In the current situation, a large number of people die every day all over the world, and humanity is facing the crisis of genocide. Necessary sacrifices are inevitable. Fortunately, 1 person was sacrificed this time, and the 3 traitors of the Capital War Alliance were caught. The top leaders also quickly arranged for superclass strongmen to take action and subdue all 3 people. Chapter 189, Island of Rebirth. Among these 3 people, 2 of them have the blood of the demon clan, and they consider themselves to be descendants of the demon saint. Therefore, they want to help demons defeat humans. They're very proud of the demon blood in their bodies. Another person is a very hidden believer from the rebirth religion, who holds a high status in the rebirth religion. After finding out the three traitors, Ding Sheng moved Yi Chen's parents to another place to ensure their safety. 2 days later, Yi Chen and Su Qingming returned to their residence, and Su Jian and his wife were also present. Su Jian said, "Yi Chen, do you know that the War Alliance has obtained important information from the captured traitor?" Yi Chen listened and said, "Really? What information?" Su Jian explained. He revealed a stronghold of the Wangxing sect, located on an island in the south of Daxia. They named that island Wangxing Island. A large number of believers gathered on the island to perform some unspeakable tasks for the leader. Yi Chen looked at Su Jian and said, "You mean air raid on Wangxing Island?" Su Jian nodded and said, "That's right. The Wangxing sect and my Su family have a deep hatred. Now that I know their location, I will not let them go." Su Qingming said, "Husband, the rebirth cult has a long history. My great-grandfather and grandfather both died in the riots caused by the rebirth cult." After hearing this, Yi Chen said directly, "Is that so? Dad, tell me the exact location of the rebirth island." After hearing this, Su Jian said, "Let's act together. I will make those beasts pay with blood." Yi Chen said, "I can do it alone." Su Jian's expression changed slightly, and he said, "Are you going to use nuclear warheads? The impact of nuclear radiation is too great. Although I am eager for revenge, I don't recommend you to do so. The nuclear radiation explosion has a wide range and far-reaching impact, which Su Jian is already well aware of. Therefore, Su Jian does not want Yi Chen to use nuclear warheads unless necessary. From a certain perspective, nuclear warheads are weapons that are detrimental to human nature. Yi Chen said, "There is no need to use nuclear warheads, just conventional weapons." Su Jian heard Yi Chen's words and said, "Then wouldn't it be more appropriate for us to act together?" Yi Chen smiled and said, "Dad, the conventional weapons I mentioned have a range of more than 1,000 kilometers. Those followers of Wangxing Island can't even see me." "What?" Su Jian was shocked. 1,000 kilometers, what does that mean? Originally, because of the existence of the teleportation array, many people lost the concept of distance. But now, because the secret realm has been broken and the force of space is unstable, all the teleportation arrays have become decorations and can no longer be used. People have once again realized that sometimes distance is a big problem. For an ordinary car, the normal driving speed is about 100 to 1,000 kilometers per hour, which means the car will take a full 10 hours to drive. Yi Chen could actually attack the followers of Wangxing Island from a distance of 1,000 kilometers? Isn't this too outrageous? This was the first time that Su Jian truly realized how terrifying the mechanic's shooting range was. In fact, in the past, Yi Chen's shooting range had never really worked because those monsters and demons were all in the secret realm. The secret realm is used to seal demons. The space in the secret realm is limited. Therefore, Yi Chen's missiles have a range of 1,000 kilometers or even 2,000 kilometers and are completely useless. It can even be said that more than 90% of the range of the missiles of the vehicles that Yi Chen unlocked to the 6th and 7th levels is wasted and cannot be used at all. But now it's different, since he knows the location of the island of rebirth in advance. Yi Chen can finally let the world truly experience the charm of modern thermal weapons. This is the unique charm of the mechanic compared to other professions, destroying the enemy from thousands of miles away. In fact, it is impossible for other long-range professionals to have such an outrageous range. No matter whether they are archers who draw their bows and shoot arrows, or sword immortals who fly with swords, it is quite difficult to reach a range of 100 kilometers, let alone 1,000 kilometers. For mechanics, ammunition is actually one of the biggest limitations, as only one nuclear warhead can be restored within 24 hours. As for other missiles, such as the supersonic cruise missile of the H-6N strategic bomber and the CJ-20 cruise missile, the recovery time of both is basically about half an hour. They only shoot once every half an hour. Even if the range is far and the lethality is strong, there's actually no outrageous advantage compared to other professions. But don't forget, Yi Chen has a super talent. His first super talent is unlimited firepower, which can now once again exert a terrifying effect, making Yi Chen's destructive power directly go up a level and reach a whole new height. Of course, the mechanic also has limitations, That is, just like this time, he must know the opponent's coordinates in advance. At the same time, the location of these coordinates is basically all enemies, with no one of his own present. If the battlefield is one in which enemies and friends are mixed together, and it is difficult to distinguish between them, the mechanic's attack cannot distinguish between enemies and friends, and it is easy to injure teammates by mistake, so the mechanic becomes somewhat useless. Su Qingning looked at her father's shocked expression and said directly, "Dad, Yi Chun is so good in many ways. If he doesn't have any skills, how can he hope to become the savior of Daxia?" Su Jian said, "Okay, Yi Chun has created so many miracles, I should be used to it." Yi Chun smiled and said, "Then let's choose a suitable shooting location." Su Jian said directly, "What are your requirements for the shooting location? I will help you arrange it." Yi Chun said slowly, "First, this location cannot be more than 1,500 kilometers away from Wangxing Island. Secondly, there needs to be a stretch of water for the 056 frigate to anchor. There are no other requirements. The naval gun missiles, air-to-air missiles, and anti-ship missiles carried by the 056 frigate also have a range of more than 1,000 kilometers and can also be used. In addition, there are 10 J-20 stealth fighters and H-6N strategic bombers. These three vehicles all have ultra-long-range shooting capabilities and can truly take someone's head from thousands of miles away as easily as taking something out of a bag. By then, Yi Chun would use all his strength, and it might only take a few minutes to turn the entire Wangxing Island into a hell on earth." After hearing what Yi Chun said, Su Jian said, "This request is not difficult. I will prepare a few coordinates for you later. You can choose one." "Good." Chapter 190, Beyond Visual Range Attack. Afterwards, Su Jian contacted Ding Sheng and explained Yi Chun's action plan to him. After listening to what Su Jian said, Ding Sheng also took a breath of cold air. Thousands of miles away, will Wangsheng Island be turned into a ruin? If Yi Chun can really do this, then some strategic plans should be slightly changed. Thinking about this, Ding Sheng said to Su Jian, "Just take action on this matter. All relevant departments will fully cooperate with you." Su Jian said directly, "Thank you, Principal Ding." After saying that, Ding Sheng hung up the phone and contacted the president of Shuimu University, Ji Fenghua. Ji Fenghua said, "Old Ding, you're not here to show off your student again, are you?" Ding Sheng said, "I'm not here to show off this time. I have something serious to do." Ji Fenghua listened and said, "Tell me, what's the matter?" Ding Sheng said directly, "Yi Chun is preparing to bombard the Rebirth Island where the Rebirth sect members are hiding." Ji Fenghua was a little anxious and said angrily, "Old Ding, you don't keep your word. Didn't you say you were not here to show off?" Ding Sheng said, "Look, you're anxious again. Haven't I finished talking yet? Do you know how far Yi Chun's weapon range is?" Ji Fenghua thought for a moment and said, 60 kilometers. Ding Sheng said directly, "Nearly 2,000 kilometers. Ji Fenghua immediately said, "This is impossible. What does 2,000 kilometers mean?" As far as I know, the #1 archer in Daxia, with the legendary equipment Sun Shooting Bow, can only shoot at a range of 120 kilometers, and this is already a miracle. Yi Chun can actually shoot at 2,000 kilometers? That's 20 times more than the #1 archer. Ding Sheng said, "I will arrange people to observe whether Yi Chun can do it or not. He will choose a bombing point 1,500 kilometers away and launch a super long-range bombing towards Wangxing Island." Ji Fenghua said angrily, "You old man, you still say you're not showing off? Aren't you showing off?" Ding Sheng said, "Old Ji, I haven't started the main topic yet. Introducing Yi Chun's abilities is just to lay the groundwork. You see, Yi Chun has such a terrifying range, and you must know the power of his nuclear warhead. So should we change the way we treat those demons and monsters? Let them achieve their goals and have a place to stand." In fact, during this period of time, the monsters and demons that rushed out of the secret realm all wanted to occupy one side and form their own monster kingdom. A group of demons found the ruins of the demon court and intended to rebuild it. A water demon found the dragon palace under the sea and intended to occupy it. A group of ghost kings found the ghost city of Fengdu and intended to occupy this ghost city on the human world. In short, they all want to have a base of their own, then stabilize, develop their strength, and fight humans for a long time. Daxia did not want these monsters to own their own territories, so during this period they did everything they could, even sacrificing many high-level professionals, in order to prevent them from owning their own territories. However, it now seems that it is unstoppable for the demons to have their own territory. Once they have their own fixed territory, it will be a benefit for Daxia. That is, Yi Chen will have the coordinates that can be bombed, which seems to be a good thing. In the next battle, Yi Chen can directly carry out long-range bombing and fire suppression on them from thousands of miles away. After hearing what Ding Sheng said, Ji Fenghua also said, "You mean, let them have their own territory, and when the two sides go to war, let Yi Chen directly bomb their territory from a long distance to suppress these monsters?" Ding Sheng said directly, "Yes, Yi Chen's firepower is undoubtedly sufficient, and his range is also super long, but his flexibility is relatively poor. For example, when the demons attacked Yanlan City, his weapons had little effect on the demons near the city gates. On the contrary, the farther away they were, the more effective they were. In this case, why not let the demons have their own territory? This will also make it easier for Yi Chen to attack them from distance." Ji Fenghua said, "This is just your current guess. For most professionals, the farther the distance, the weaker the lethality. Take our Daxia's top archer as an example. His shooting range is 120 kilometers, but if it is only 1 kilometer, the damage of his arrows is as high as 180,000 points. At a distance of 10 kilometers, the damage is reduced by 1/3 to only 120,000 points. At a distance of 120 kilometers, the damage is only 10,000 points. Yi Chen's 2,000-kilometer range. If the damage caused is just scratching the surface, or even just setting off a few fireworks over the enemy's head, wouldn't that be a joke and also disrupt our original strategy?" Ding Sheng said, "Then let's see how Yi Chen performs in this ultra-long-range battle against Wangxing Island. As long as Yi Chen's performance is good enough, you will immediately give up interfering with the demons. You should also know very well in your heart that in order to prevent these demons from having their own territories, how many high-level professionals have been sacrificed. Even if you force yourself to persist, you won't be able to hold on for too long." After listening to this, Ji Fenghua thought for a moment and said, "Okay, if Yi Chen can really destroy Wangshang Island from a distance of more than 1,000 miles, then I will make a suggestion to the top leaders with you to stop preventing the demons from establishing territories." On the other hand, Yi Chen quickly selected the location for his action, which was a body of water 200 kilometers away from the capital, which completely met Yi Chen's requirements. After Yi Chen arrived at this area, the relevant personnel present immediately notified Ding Sheng and Ji Fenghua. The two university presidents, Ding Sheng and Ji Fenghua, actually both possess impressive abilities and social status. Otherwise, they would not be qualified to serve as principals. They are also very concerned about Yi Chen's ultra-long-range strike plan. If it succeeds, it will be good news for Daxia. At this time, there were multiple large screen displays in front of Ding Sheng and Ji Fenghua. One of the displays showed the location of Yi Chen and others, as well as Yi Chen's longitude and latitude. It was indeed a full 1,400 kilometers away from Wangxing Island, far exceeding the range of 1,000 miles. The other screens showed the situation in all directions of the island of rebirth. Ding Sheng has contacted the members of the War Alliance in the city of Wangxing Island and asked them to approach Wangxing Island from all directions. They carry high-powered long-distance cameras and can observe the situation on Wangxing Island from multiple perspectives at a distance of more than 10 kilometers. Later, as long as Yi Chen launches the attack, they will be able to see clearly the intensity of the attack on Wangxing Island, whether the combat professionals on the island can make an effective counterattack, etc. Chapter 191, Bombardment of the Island of Rebirth. At this moment, Wangxing Island was still calm. The believers on the island disguised themselves as ordinary people and did what they were supposed to do. There seemed to be nothing unusual. On the other side, where Yi Chen was, he had already materialized all the weapons that would be used in this battle. 056 frigate, H, 6-inch strategic bomber, and 10J, 20 stealth fighters. The 056 frigate is on the ground, while the J-20 stealth fighter and H, 6-inch strategic bomber are in the sky. Then, Yi Chen said silently in his heart, "Turn on unlimited firepower." Yi Chen did not activate the talent of never hitting the target, because this talent is sometimes useless, especially for powerful weapons such as missiles. If a missile is launched and it will hurt an innocent person, then it will not be launched. Yi Chen was also very clear about the situation on Wangxing Island. Wangxing Island was a gathering place for Wangxing followers. It could be said that 99.9% of them were Yi Chen's targets. But if 1 in 1,000 people was innocent, would Yi Chen give up bombing Wangxing Island? That was impossible. In the current situation, sacrifice is necessary. Combat professionals are dying every minute. Yi Chen gave up bombing the island full of followers of the rebirth religion for the sake of a few innocent people? Are you kidding? After the unlimited firepower was turned on, Yi Chen immediately used his mind to control the frigates, strategic bombers, and J-20 at the same time and bombarded the rebirth island with missiles. One missile after another, emitting red exhaust gas from its tail, was fired towards the island of rebirth. Each of these missiles is very large. Take the Changjian 20 cruise missile as an example. It has a range of 2,500 kilometers, a speed of 0.7 Mach, a length of 8.3 meters, and a weight of 2.5 tons. It could be called a big guy. Because Yi Chen did not use a nuclear warhead this time, he carried a conventional warhead, which was a 500-kilogram high-explosive warhead with extraordinary power. Of course, the speed of the Changjian 20 cruise missile is relatively slow. With the speed of the Changjian 20 cruise missile, it takes a full 2 hours to fly to Wangxing Island, 1,400 kilometers away. After all, 1 Mach is 1,000 kilometers per hour, and the speed of the Longsword 20 is 0.7 Mach, which is about 700 kilometers per hour. It will take just 2 hours to reach the island of rebirth. However, in addition to the CJ-20, Yi Chen also has other missiles, such as the DF-100 supersonic cruise missile. The speed of DF-100 is much faster than that of CJ-20. The speed of DF-100 reaches Mach 4, which is 4,900 kilometers per hour. It only takes less than 20 minutes for DF-100 to reach a distance of 1,400 kilometers. At the same time, the DF-100 has a range of 3,000 to 4,000 kilometers and is equipped with inertial navigation, Beidou satellite trimming, and terminal radar image matching systems. Its strike accuracy is extremely high, with an error of less than 1 meter. This shows how outrageous the DF-100 is. The range of the J-20 missile is much shorter than that of the guided missiles carried by the H-6N strategic bomber. Taking the PL-15 as an example, its range is only 400 kilometers, far from 1,500 kilometers. However, if the range is not enough, then just fly there by yourself. The J-20 has a combat radius of 2,000 kilometers. If the range of the missile is not enough, then just fly there by yourself. Yi Chen's control distance is far from the combat radius of the J-20, so the J-20 fighter can only be piloted by others to fight. As long as they fly within 400 kilometers of Wangxing Island, they can use the PL-15 long-range missiles to attack Wangxing Island. However, the J-20 fighter jet, controlled by others, cannot share Yi Chen's unlimited firepower talent, so its firepower is limited. Therefore, the main force in this operation is the H-6N strategic bomber and the 056 frigate, and the J-20 serves as a supporting role. After missiles were launched one after another, Ding Sheng, Ji Fenghua, and others were staring at the screen and waiting. After more than 10 minutes, Ji Fenghua yawned and said, "This speed is a bit slow." Ding Sheng said, "It's a distance of 1,400 kilometers. How fast do you want it to go? Don't be in a hurry. Let the missile fly for a while." After another 6 or 7 minutes, the DF-100 finally arrived over Wangxing Island and accurately bombarded a building on the island. Accompanied by a loud explosion, the followers of the Rebirth sect were blown to pieces. Ji Fenghua looked at this scene with excitement in his eyes. It's finally here. The first DF-100 missile was like a beginning. Along with the explosion of this missile, the second DF-100 missile, the J-20's PL-15 air-to-air missile, and the 056 frigate's air-to-air missiles and anti-ship missiles all arrived at Wangxing Island. The entire Wangxing Island was suddenly covered with flowers blooming everywhere, and horrific explosions continued to sound. On Ding Sheng and Ji Fenghua's side, they could see through the images taken by the high-power long-distance camera that the entire Wangxing Island had been caught in constant explosions. Wailing and screaming sounds continued to be heard, and countless members of the Wangxing sect had died in the explosions. At the same time, the followers of the Rebirth sect also began to seek help from the higher-ups. This Wangxing Island is one of the major strongholds of the Wangxing sect. There are quite a few masters of the Wangxing sect on the island. Currently on the island is the deputy leader of the Wangxing sect, Bai Chong. Bai Chong is a superclass master, an 11th class monk. It is precisely because he is a superclass master that he can serve as the deputy leader of the rebirth sect. Bai Chong also rushed out immediately and shouted, "Who are you bastard, to dare to attack my followers?" As Bai Chong was speaking, several missiles poured down from the sky like raindrops. Seeing this, Bai Chong shouted, "Buddha's Dharma is boundless. The golden body protects you." As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Chong's body suddenly released a strong golden light. The surface of his body seemed to be coated with a layer of gold paint. The whole person looked golden and shining. Bai Chong was very confident in his golden body. He shouted loudly and punched a missile. Bai Chong's luck was not very good, as he attacked with one of the most powerful missiles in this bombing. The Dongfeng 100 supersonic cruise missile launched by the H-6N strategic bomber carries a 500-kilogram high-explosive bomb and has a destructive power of level 13. Although Bai Chong's golden body protection is good at defense, he is only an 11th level monk after all. How can an 11th level monk withstand the attack of a 13th level missile? Therefore, in just one encounter, Bai Chong's golden body was blown to pieces, and the whole person was blown into meat paste, torn to pieces on the spot, leaving no trace of his body. This scene was also fully transmitted to Ding Sheng and others in Beijing through a high-power long-distance camera. Ji Fenghua's face was full of disbelief. At a distance of 1,500 kilometers, a single artillery shell killed an 11th level monk? This is too outrageous, right? Even a number 1 archer in Daxia would have difficulty killing this guy at a distance of 120 kilometers. Chapter 192, Stairs. After hearing what Ji Fenghua said, Ding Sheng said directly, "Don't you understand? Mechanics and archers are different. Archers rely on their skills and their own physical strength to shoot arrows. The closer the distance of the arrow, the greater the lethality, and the farther the distance, the weaker the lethality. Within 5 kilometers, the damage of the superclass archer far exceeds that of the superclass mechanic. Within 5 to 10 kilometers, the lethality of the two is comparable. At a distance of 20 kilometers, the damage of the mechanic is far greater than that of the archer. As long as the mechanic is within the range, the damage of the mechanic will hardly be reduced at all." Ji Fenghua said, "This is too outrageous. If Yichun was born 30 years earlier and led other mechanics to upgrade their levels, then I estimate that by now, all the secret realms may have been cleared out by these perverted mechanics." As the two were talking, the artillery shells on Wangxing Island became more and more frequent. As time passed, slower missiles also flew over Wangxing Island and exploded. Because these missiles have precise guidance capabilities and can even adjust their landing points at any time during the journey, the cultists on the island of Rebirth have no room to escape. Amid the constant sound of missile explosions, the entire Wangxing Island was devastated by missiles. The island was littered with ruins and corpses. The entire Wangxing Island was transformed into a purgatory. This stronghold on the island of Rebirth is also a considerable force of the Rebirth cult. The deputy leader is a superclass strongman. In addition, there are many other high-level strongmen, but now they have all been eliminated by Yichun. The only pity is that all the people on the island of Rebirth are human beings, not demons. However, no experience can be gained by killing humans, so Yichun's experience bar did not increase at all. As for Yichun's nuclear warheads, their maximum storage capacity has reached 10. His nuclear warheads are already a little thirsty. In Beijing, Ding Sheng said to Ji Fenghua, "How is it? Do you recognize Yichun's super long-range destructive power now?" Ji Fenghua said directly, "The facts are in front of us. I have no choice but to acknowledge them. Just do as you said. Abandon the harassment plan. Let the demons from all over Daxia establish their own territories, and we will fight a protracted war with them." Ding Sheng also laughed and said, "Old man, you are finally reliable for once." Ji Fenghua said, "You're talking nonsense. When have I ever been unreliable?" The two of them left together while bickering. At the same time, Su Jian was also looking at the ruins of the entire Wangxing Island. Although he is more than 1,400 kilometers away, don't forget that the Dongfeng 100 supersonic missile is equipped with a terminal imaging radar system that can detect the scene before the missile explodes. Therefore, Su Jian could see the current situation of Wangxing Island through the terminal imaging radar system. It was in ruins and full of corpses. Even the deputy leader of the Rebirth sect could not withstand Yi Qin's supersonic missile. At this moment, Su Jian seemed to be much more relaxed. He stepped forward and patted Yi Chun on the shoulder, saying, "Xiao Chun, thank you." Yi Chun said directly, "Dad, we don't have to be so polite as a family." Su Jian decided to go to the Su family's ancestral tomb to pay homage later. He could tell his father and grandfather that his daughter had found a good son-in-law, and that his son-in-law had avenged the blood feud. In fact, over the years, Su Jian also wanted to settle the score with the Rebirth sect, but the Rebirth sect was very hidden, and there were super powerful people in the sect, so Su Jian's strength was still far behind. Unexpectedly, Yi Qin used himself as bait and caught the big fish of the Rebirth sect. He also took action personally and directly killed the stronghold of the Rebirth sect and its deputy leader. The Su family's blood feud has been mostly avenged by Yi Chun, the prospective son-in-law. Therefore, Su Jian was grateful to Yi Chun from the bottom of his heart, and he was even more accepting of Yi Chun as his son-in-law. Ji Fenghua and Ding Sheng found the top leaders of the War Alliance. They showed them Yi Chen's ability to carry out targeted strikes and proposed that they should no longer stop the demons from carving out their own territory and establishing their own strongholds. In fact, the top leaders of the War Alliance could no longer bear it, because in order to stop the demons from carving out their own territory, many high-level professionals have been sacrificed, and the key effect was very mediocre, so they were ready to stop this action. However, if they stopped this action directly, wouldn't it mean that their previous decision was wrong? Wouldn't the previous sacrifices have been in vain? Therefore, they were hesitating, hoping that there would be a step to smoothly overturn the previous plan. Now Ding Sheng and Ji Fenghua have pointed out that Yi Chun possesses super strong pinpoint attack capabilities, and it will be easier to deal with him if he is demonized as the queen. Therefore, the top leaders of the War Alliance pretended to hold a small meeting to discuss the details. And then 30 minutes later, they issued an order to stop sending professional combatants to harass and let these monsters establish their own territory. Of course, the human race has arranged various means to monitor these monsters. In the future, the human race must know clearly which forces these monsters and monsters have, so that it will be convenient to continue fighting with them. Knowing ourselves and the enemy, we can fight every battle with no danger of defeat. The first is the former Tianshu secret realm. Tianshu is the ruins of the demon court, which was once the demon clan's heaven in ancient times. After the secret realm was shattered, the Tianshu secret realm appeared in reality, located on Daong Mountain. Due to the special nature of Tianshu, the entire Daong Mountain was shortened by more than 30 meters. Bai Zhe, the demon saint of the demon clan, followed the order of the demon emperor, the three-legged golden crow, to rebuild the demon court in Tianshu. Countless demons and monsters rushed to join in. Countless monsters began to work on the infrastructure and started to repair the former demon heaven. Bai Zhe is the think tank among the demon saints and the confidant of the demon emperor. He is highly trusted by the Golden Crow clan. Now the three-legged golden crow is hanging high in the sky in order to completely burn and destroy all the secret realms. When the era of the secret realms of Daxia is completely over, the three-legged golden crow will return to the demon court and lead the demon soldiers to officially go to war with humans. Today, the three-legged golden crow is still hanging in the sky in order to destroy the remaining superclass secret realms with the power of its own solar true fire. Sealed in these superclass secret realms are the top demons and monsters. Once they are born, the power of the demons will become even stronger. Chapter 193, Tianqing. The demons are unwilling to be lonely, and the ghosts will not be idle either. The 3 ghost emperors and 8 ghost kings summoned all the ghosts in the world, used Fengdu's secret realm as the foundation, and established Fengdu Ghost City as their stronghold. Many ghosts began to build the Naiha Bridge in Fengdu secret realm, plant red spider lilies, and construct the 18 levels of hell. Of course, the Fengdu Ghost City today does not have the function of reincarnation. It just gathers ghosts from all over the world to form the underworld forces, which are committed to cooperating with the demon clan to subvert the world of the living with the underworld, turning the world into a chaotic world with demons dancing wildly and ghosts roaming every day. In addition, the demon master Kuanpeng occupied the secret realm of the Dragon Palace and recruited water monsters in the East China Sea, under the banner of rebuilding the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas and ruling over thousands of water creatures. Kuanpeng is extremely powerful and once rebelled against the three-legged golden crow. Although the golden crow was high above, it could do nothing to Kuanpeng, who could enter the water and transform into a Kuan. Ji Ming, one of the 10 great demon saints, followed in Kuanpeng's footsteps and completely cut off ties with the demon clan's heaven. These are the 3 top demon forces in the territory of Daxia, which are respectively affiliated with the three-legged golden crow, the demon master Kuanpeng, and the 3 ghost emperors. As for other demons and monsters, they have also formed their own forces, but they are far inferior to these 3 forces. The 3 forces are rapidly absorbing demons and monsters and are growing stronger. The pressure faced by Daxia's combat professionals is actually much smaller, because these monsters and demons now have a home and can no longer move around at will and attack human cities. Now the primary task for all demon forces is to develop infrastructure and build their own territories first. Only when everything is ready will they officially go to war with the human race. At the Yi family, Yi Chun and Su Qingning came to visit their parents. Lin Susu prepared a table of delicious food in the kitchen. Su Qingning originally wanted to help, but was rejected by Lin Susu. She is not the kind of evil mother-in-law who likes to bully her daughter-in-law. On the contrary, she has always loved Su Qingning and really treats her like her own daughter. After all, when Yi Chun awakened his mechanic, Su Qingning resolutely became his comrade. Just based on this point, Lin Susu will never control Su Qingning in her life, but will love her even more. Since Yi Hao and Lin Susu didn't have a daughter, they adopted Su Qingning as their daughter. The dishes cooked by Lin Susu this time were all the flavors that Su Qingning liked. Su Qingning has a light taste and doesn't like spicy food. None of the dishes on the table today are spicy at all. While eating, Yichen complained, "Mom, this dish is too tasteless, isn't it? Our family is rich now. Don't be reluctant to add seasoning." Lin Susu said, "Eating too much is not good for your health. From now on, just follow Qingming and eat lighter." Yichen has a strong taste and likes spicy food. Lin Susu used to cook to satisfy Yichen's preferences, but now everything has changed. After hearing what Lin Susu said, Yichen smiled and said, "Qingming, Mom really loves you. I think you are a child." Lin Susu said, "In my eyes, Qingming is just like my daughter. Qingming, if this boy dares to do anything to let you down, tell me, and I'll show you how I'll deal with him." Su Qingning heard this and said with a smile, "Don't worry, Mom. Yichun is very good to me." Lin Susu smiled and said, "That's almost right." Just as they were talking, Su Qingning suddenly asked, "Mom, are you worried about something? Why don't you tell me?" Lin Susu was stunned for a moment before she said, "Mom is fine." After hearing this, Su Qingning stood up, took Lin Susu's arm, and said coquettishly, "Mom, just talk to me." Yichun was a little puzzled. "What's wrong, Mom? Why didn't I see it?" Su Qingning rolled her eyes at Yichun and said, "That's because you don't care about me. No wonder I only cook the dishes I like." After listening to Su Qingning's words, Lin Susu hesitated for a moment and said, "Something happened to your uncle's family. Many years ago, your uncle and his family moved to Rongqing. We haven't seen each other much in recent years. We mainly just called each other. But the day before yesterday, the entire Rongqing fell, and I couldn't contact your uncle." As Lin Susu spoke, she turned on her cell phone and played a piece of news on the loudspeaker. In the video, a reporter said solemnly, 2 days ago, the center of Rongqing City collapsed, and a sinkhole over 100 meters deep appeared. Countless demons and monsters rushed out of the sinkhole. The entire city has been paralyzed. Water, electricity, network, transportation, etc. have all collapsed. So far, less than 1,000 survivors have escaped from Rongqing. The relevant departments are planning a rescue plan. As the video played, Lin Susu's face was full of worry. "I have not been able to contact your uncle. He may still be trapped in Rongqing, or even have passed away." Yichen heard what Lin Susu said and said, "Mom, don't worry. I'll go find out about the situation in Rongqing now. If there's a chance, I'll try to see if I can go and save people." Lin Susu said, "Son, you're my flesh and blood. You can save others, but saving yourself is the most important thing. A biological brother is not as good as a biological son." Lin Susu can still tell this clearly. Yichen said directly, "Don't worry, Mom. I will be fine. By the way, Qingning, how did you know that Mom was worried?" Su Qingning listened to Yichen's words and said, "Of course I observed it. Mom's expression is obviously different from usual. Can't you see that?" Yichen shook his head and said, "I can't tell at all. No wonder people say that daughters are carrying little cotton-padded jackets who know when they are cold and when they are warm. Yi-chan said, stood up, took out his cell phone, and called Chuneo Shur. After a while, the call was connected, and Yi-chan said, "Old Chun, do you know anything about Rongqing?" Although Chuneo Shur is much older than Yi-chan, they have become teammates since Chun-Ao Shur joined Yi-chan's team. The two are now of the same generation, so Yi-chan calls Chun-Ao Shur Lao Chun, and Lao Chun calls Yi-chan Xiao Yi. Of course, although Su Jian is also Yi-chan's teammate, their relationship as father-in-law and son-in-law is obviously greater than that of teammates, so Yi-chan still calls Su Jian dad. Chun-Ao Shur said, "I do know a little bit. It's a coincidence. Do you remember that a few people were deceived by the demons and went to Yunlan City to inform you and asked you to go to Rongqing for rescue? At that time, they said that the central square of Rongqing collapsed and a 100-meter sinkhole appeared and countless demons poured out of it." Yi-chan said directly, "Of course I remember." Chun-Ao Shur continued, "That's a coincidence. When they informed you of the news, nothing like this had happened in Rongqing. We personally contacted Rongqing to confirm it. But a few days later, such a thing really happened in Rongqing. Ji Chang'e judged that the mastermind who intended to deceive you to go to Rongqing was Jiuying, who is known as the monster of water and fire. The current situation is that either Jiuying's previous plan to deceive you failed, and he became angry and really created the demonic Tianqing, causing Rongqing to fall, or Jiuying has a certain ability to predict the future and predicted the future disaster of Rongqing and used it to deceive you. Chapter 194 Demon Saint. After hearing what Chun-Ao Shur said, Yi-chan said, "I think the former possibility is more likely." Chun-Ao Shur nodded and said, "I think so too. It will be very difficult to deal with Jiuying. Jiuying is a monster at the level of the 10 great demon saints, and its rank should be considered as the 15th rank. The strongest human being is currently only at the 14th level. To defeat Jiuying, at least several super-level masters are needed to join forces. The number of super-level masters in Daxia is limited, and each of them has important responsibilities, so they are really unable to deal with Jiuying." Yi-chan frowned when he heard what Chun-Ao Shur said, and said, "It's difficult for us to deal with a demon saint, but above the demon saint, there seems to be a demon emperor, right?" Chun-Ao Shur sighed and said, "Who said it wasn't true? Compared to those demons, we have always been at a disadvantage. Even with the protection of the heavenly Tao, we still can't make up for the gap in strength. Do you know where the demons get their strength from?" "Have no idea." Chun-Ao Shur replied, "Take the demon saints of the demon race as an example. They have a long lifespan and rely on devouring the flesh and blood of humans or their own races, coupled with their own practice to improve their rank. Because we humans are blessed by heaven, we can gain experience and increase our levels by killing monsters. Therefore, in just a few hundred years, we have produced 14th level strongmen. However, those 14th order demons need at least thousands of years of practice to reach this level. We humans have taken a shortcut, but naturally there is a corresponding price to pay, which is our bottleneck, which will be more difficult than that of the demons. The 10th and 15th levels are the two major bottlenecks. The breakthrough mission of the 10th level is what we call the Ascension mission, which is as difficult as ascending to the sky. The Ascension mission makes the number of super-level strongmen pitifully small, and the breakthrough mission from the 14th to the 15th level is what we call the sky repairing mission. For humans, ascending to the sky is possible, but repairing the sky is hopeless. That is something that only the Creator can do. Therefore, up to now, there are no 15th level strongmen in the world." After hearing what Chun-Ao Shur said, Yi-chan said slowly, "My uncle is trapped in Rongqing. I was originally thinking about whether I could go and rescue him. Now it seems that even I can't do anything. If he were to fight against Jiuying, Yi-chan would have a chance to defeat him. Yi-chan can directly use the nuclear warhead to lock the position of Jiuying, mount the nuclear warhead on a supersonic cruise missile, and bombard Jiuying. However, Jiuying may be in Rongqing now. Although Rongqing has become a paradise for demons, there is still a large number of survivors there. Nuclear weapons must never be used. Otherwise, the survivors in Rongqing would be killed by the nuclear explosion and nuclear radiation before being devoured by the monsters. Without using nuclear warheads, Yi-chan obviously could not threaten the Jiuying, who is as high as the 15th level. Chun-Ao Shur said, "Don't worry, I'll find someone to find out more and call you back later." "Okay, thank you for your hard work." Then, After hanging up the phone, Yi-chun came to his mother and said, "Mom, don't worry. I'll ask my friends to find out about the situation in Rongqing." Mom, don't worry. In this chaotic world with demons and demons, life and death are determined by fate. Mom can take it easy. Having said that, the worry between Lin Susu's brows doesn't seem like she is very optimistic. After a while, Yi-chun's cell phone rang, and he answered the call immediately. "I only heard Chen Ao sure say, Yi-chun, things may not be that bad." "Oh, what happened?" Chen Ao sure explained. "We have further understood the monster Jiuying. It is said that it was transformed from the traces of the 8 trigrams on Fushi's 8 trigrams platform in ancient times. The essence of Jiuying is the essence of the can and the trigrams. Fushi's innate bagua has the function of predicting good and bad luck, and even foreseeing the future. Jiuying is formed from the essence of Kan and Li, so it is not surprising that it has such ability. The most important thing is that the War Alliance arranged people to go to Rongqing to investigate the situation. Although Rongqing is occupied by monsters, there is no water or fire disaster. If Jiuying were in Rongqing, with Jiuying's strength, the whole Rongqing would be in dire straits. Otherwise, the painting would not live up to its reputation as a monster of water and fire." After hearing this, Yi-chun said, "There is no demon Saint 9 infants in Rong City. Can we go and rescue them?" Chen Ao sure said directly, "That's right. Our rescue team's target this time is Rongqing. The entire team will cooperate with your actions." After hearing what Chen Ao sure said, Yi-chun said, "Okay, then you notify the other members of the team, and we will set off directly to Rongqing." "No problem." On the one hand, the reason for this trip to Rongqing was that Yi-chun's uncle was trapped there, and he had to be rescued. On the other hand, Yi-chun's level has to be taken into consideration. Now Yi-chun is at level 7. He has already mastered the 13th level, but his destructive power is comparable to that of a 14th level nuclear warhead. So if Yi-chun were to advance one more level and reach the 8th level, what level of strength would Yi-chun be able to reach? Perhaps by then, Yi-chun's own strength will be enough to rival those demon saints. This is undoubtedly good news for Daxia. However, in the current situation, the demons are establishing their own territories. They are either too scattered, making it difficult for Yi-chun to quickly level up, or too concentrated. For example, the Heavenly Palace re-established by the Demon Clan, the Dragon Palace rebuilt by Kuanpeng, or the Fengdu reshaped by the Ghost Emperor, all of them gather tens of millions of demons. If Yi-chun directly attacked these places, the originally relatively peaceful situation would be broken and the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, in comparison, Rongqing is very suitable for Yi-chun to gain experience. The number of monsters is relatively dense, but at the same time, it will not disturb a hornet's nest and cause immeasurable serious consequences. Afterwards, Yi-chun also told Lin Susu the good news that the monsters in Rongqing should not be a big threat to Yi-chun. Yi-chun plans to gather the entire rescue team and go to Rongqing to destroy the demons, and at the same time see if he can rescue Linqing. When Lin Susu heard her son's words, she felt both hopeful and worried. "You too, please put yourselves first. When you are safe, see if you can rescue your uncle." Su Qingning said directly, "Don't worry, Mom. Xiaoqin's strength is no joke. Besides, I'm a doctor. I will definitely ensure his safety." Lin Susu nodded and said, "Well, Mom believes you." At the same time, in a small county town 30 kilometers away from Rongqing, Linqing lived in a shabby little hotel, watching the news every day and paying attention to the development of the situation in Rongqing. Linqing was lucky. He was actually one of the survivors who escaped from Rongqing. However, Linqing's wife and son were not so lucky. They fled on a bus with more than 30 people on it, intending to escape from Rongqing. There were more than a dozen combat professionals covering them at the time. Chapter 195 Rongqing. Unfortunately, the bus was attacked by demons at that time. Linqing's wife and children flew out of the bus window due to the violent shaking of the bus, and their lives and deaths were unknown. Linqing was lucky. He managed to save his life and escape from Rongqing. However, Linqing did not go to Daxia's rescue center. Instead, he concealed his identity and even threw away his original mobile phone card. Linqing knew that his nephew Yi-chun was extremely powerful and now had a great reputation. If his wife and son still have a chance of survival, he can only rely on his nephew Yi-chun. However, if Linqing himself had escaped from Rongqing safely, Would Lin Susu still invite Yi Chan to rescue him? Lin Susu does have feelings for her brother Lin Cheng, but it is completely different for Lin Cheng's wife and son. After all, Lin Cheng had moved out of Jiangcheng a long time ago and lived in Rongqing. Lin Cheng's wife and children had met Lin Susu less than 10 times in total, so their relationship was naturally very weak. Lin Cheng left safely. Even if he knelt in front of Lin Susu and begged her to let Yi Chan go to save people, Lin Susu would most likely not agree. People are selfish. In Lin Susu's heart, Lin Cheng is not as good as her own son, not to mention her sister-in-law and nephew, whom she rarely sees. Therefore, Lin Cheng could only hide, cut off contact with the outside world, and create the illusion that he was still trapped in Rongqing. Lin Susu must still have feelings for Lin Cheng. In this case, perhaps Lin Susu would ask Yi Chun to help save her uncle. At that time, Lin Cheng's wife and son would still have a chance of survival. Therefore, Lin Cheng has been paying attention to the news, waiting for the news that Yi Chun is going to Rongqing to rescue people. The day he had been waiting for finally arrived. The War Alliance issued a notice that a sinkhole had appeared in the central square of Rong City. Demons were rampant, and the situation was critical. Yi Chun, the #1 genius in Daxia, will lead his team to Rongqing to save the people of Rongqing from the dire straits. Lin Cheng looked at the news, clenched his fists excitedly, and murmured, "Wife, son, you must hold on. Help will be here soon." At around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Yi Chun and his party arrived outside the gate of Rongqing. There was a collapse more than 10 meters deep at the gate of Rongqing, which seemed to be caused by the impact of some large monster. The collapsed area was filled with dark red blood and clothes stained with blood. Obviously, these were a group of fugitives. When they were about to escape from Rongqing, they were caught up by demons and smashed into meat paste by the demons. It could be said that they died a very tragic death. Yi Chun looked at this scene with a cold look in his eyes, and then he waved his hand lightly, and the J-20 stealth fighter appeared over Rongqing, and the main battle tank also appeared. There are a large number of survivors in Rongqing. The attack range of the H-6N strategic bomber is too large, and a nuclear warhead cannot be used. Therefore, today's main combat power is stealth fighters and main battle tanks. Among them, the PL-10 close-range combat missile of the stealth fighter plays a very important role on today's battlefield. Afterwards, the main battle tank drove in the front and, under Yi Chun's control, drove into Rongqing to attract firepower. Yi Chun and Su Qingning were in a J-20 fighter jet, and the radar system was searching for all the monsters in Rongqing. As for other members, they also have their own practical methods. Su Jian flies on a sword, looking heroic. Yuan Xiaowai wears a Taoist robe and can call the wind and rain. Chun Ao Shi, Zhao Tiegu, and Tong Rahai also use their own methods. Among them, Zhao Yajun was the most showy. He used his ability to turn the virtual into the real and conjured up a lifelike green dragon. Zhao Yajun stood on the dragon's head, dressed in white, with his hands behind his back, looking like a peerless master. The giant green dragon was flying in the air. When it encountered a demon, it slapped it with one claw, and the low-level demon was killed instantly. Therefore, Zhao Yajun looked the most impressive at the moment. Even Yi Chun and Su Qingning couldn't compare to him. Such a large battle naturally attracted the attention of the demons lurking in Rongqing. They rushed out from all directions and surrounded and killed Yi Chun and his group. The monsters in Rongqing this time are basically all kinds of reptiles. Between the high-rise buildings in Rongqing, there were centipede monsters that were more than 20 meters long, climbing between the tall buildings. Their bodies were as thick as water tanks, and hundreds of densely packed centipede legs supported their bodies to move quickly, rushing towards Yi Chun and others. Seeing this, Su Jian directly controlled the flying sword and slashed it with one sword, cutting the more than 20-meter-long centipede monster into 2 pieces. At the same time, there were fire rat monsters breaking out of the ground. They were much larger than calves, with gray hair all over their bodies. Their tails were extremely long, at least 3 or 4 meters long. The long tails were like whips, thick and powerful. As it moves, its tail will rub against the ground strongly, generating heat from the friction, and then flames will start to burn at the end of its tail. Then, the fire rat demon swung its tail in a certain direction, and a flammable, oily substance spewed out of its mouth. Then the two combined to produce a chemical reaction, and with a bang it turned into a huge fireball, attacking humans. Seeing this, Yi Chun directly controlled the J-20 fighter jet and released PL-10 air combat missiles towards the group of monsters. Amid the loud explosion, the fire rat demon's sturdy body was blown away, and the centipede demon was blown into 4 or 5 pieces. The J-20 stealth fighter group swept through the formation at high altitude, while detecting the surrounding situation and quickly annihilating the enemy. During this period, Yi Chun and others also discovered that there were actually quite a few survivors in Rongqing. They were hiding in the corners and secretly watching Yi Chun and others eliminate these monsters. Although Rongqing is chaotic, it is a densely populated city with many places to hide. Therefore, even though Rongqing was occupied by demons, there were still many survivors waiting for rescue. Yi Chun and others sped up their pace. If they move a little faster, more people might be rescued. After more than 20 minutes, Yi Chun and others finally arrived at the city center square of Rongqing. The number of monsters here was much more dense than before. The city center square, which was originally a place for citizens to entertain themselves, now has a bottomless sinkhole. The diameter of this sinkhole is over 500 meters, and its depth cannot be observed by the naked eye. It is at least 1,000 meters deep. The rock walls of this chinking are uneven and not smooth, and a large number of demons are attached to them. Some of these monsters climbed up the rock wall and then spread to the whole Rongqing to hunt for food, while others climbed on the rock wall of the Tianqing and rested there. Therefore, the number of monsters here is far greater than other places. Chapter 196, Nuclear Warhead versus Demon Saint. After Yi Chun and other combat professionals arrived at the Tianqing, countless demons opened their eyes and looked at the uninvited guests. Next, on the rock wall of the Tianqing, demons roared and prepared to attack. At this moment, the H-6N strategic bomber appeared in the sky, and then the supersonic ballistic missiles and CJ-20 cruise missiles it carried were launched towards the location of the sinkhole. The Tianqing was extremely huge and bottomless, making it suitable for the use of more powerful missiles, so Yi Chun directly deployed strategic bombers. Boom, boom, boom. The missile fell into the sinkhole, and then there was a terrifying explosion. The originally dark sinkhole, under the continuous explosion, seemed to have turned into a crater, constantly spewing flames into the sky. During the successive bombings, the rock walls at the mouth of the Tianqing were gradually burned red due to the continuous explosions, as if they had turned into magma. And the demon at the mouth of the Tianqing was also blown to pieces by the explosion and was roasted on the spot. Under Yi Chun's terrifying firepower, the demons in the sinkhole were rapidly decreasing in number. At the same time, Yi Chun's experience value was also constantly increasing. In just a few minutes, he had risen 1 level and reached level 64. Before long, the demons at the mouth of the sinkhole were completely eliminated, but there might still be demons deep in the sinkhole. Seeing this, Su Jian asked, "Should we go down and take a look?" Yi Chun said, "No need. I could just blow up the entire Tianqing. My missiles have a range of 2,000 to 3,000 kilometers. No matter how deep this Tianqing is, the missiles can reach it." As Yi Chun spoke, he continued to control the H-6N strategic bomber, launching supersonic ballistic missiles and CJ-20 cruise missiles towards the depths of the Tianqing. Yi Chun had already activated his unlimited firepower talent. The two types of missiles whizzed continuously into the sinkhole. As long as they encountered demons on the way, they would bomb them directly. If the demons were eliminated, they would continue to go deeper into the sinkhole and bomb them again. Because the Dongfeng 100 supersonic ballistic missile has a radar imaging system at the end of the missile, the situation in the Tianqing is very clear, so there's no need for everyone to go deep into the Tianqing, and everything can be left to the missile. As for the J-20's air combat missiles, they also did not stop. Although their power was relatively small and their range was short, they could also assist the H-6N's missiles in bombing and maintain strong firepower suppression. There are many kinds of monsters in the Tianqing. In addition to the centipede monster and fire rat monster mentioned earlier, there are also some spider monsters, loach monsters, etc. Each of them is huge in size and ugly in appearance. They are located deep in the Tianqing, away from the sunlight. Now, under the continuous missile bombardment, these demons have no chance to see the sun above their heads and are completely killed. As the two missiles penetrated deeper, finally, the scene at the deepest part of the Tianqing was captured by the radar imaging system of the DF-100 supersonic missile. When Su Jian saw this scene, his expression changed, and he said, "This looks like Chi Tai, one of the 10 great demon saints. Chitai, one of the 10 demon saints under the demon emperor, looks like a buffalo, has huge horns on his head, black hair, feeds on iron ore, and his excrement is fine steel. His physical strength is extremely terrifying. And at the deepest part of this Qianqing is the so-called demon Saint Chitai. It is extremely huge, with its head and upper body exposed outside, being more than 50 meters long. At this moment, the iron ore is still digging deep in the Qianqing. There should be a large iron ore stored here, and the iron ore is what the iron ore feeds on. With its huge head and mouth, it can eat dozens of cubic meters of iron ore in one bite, which shows how big its appetite is. The body of the iron-slicing monster is stronger than pure steel, otherwise it would not be able to feed on iron ore and then produce fine steel. The two missiles bombarded the huge body of Chitai, leaving only faint black marks on it, which shows how terrifying its defense is. However, Chitai was also enraged by such an attack. It roared and began to crawl out of the sinkhole with its huge body. Yi Qin's expression changed, and he said, "My missiles are ineffective against it." Su Jian asked, "What about nuclear weapons?" Yi Qin listened and said, "Nuclear weapons will definitely be effective, but once they are deployed, Rongqing will no longer be suitable for human habitation." Su Jian heard Yi Qin's words and said, "This sinkhole is bottomless. The radiation from a nuclear explosion shouldn't spread that easily, right?" Yi Qin replied, "Indeed, the nuclear explosion took place deep in the Qianqing, and the nuclear radiation will not spread in a short time, but the impact of nuclear radiation is extremely far-reaching. At most half a month, the nuclear radiation will still spread." Su Jian said, "Half a month is enough time for all the residents of Rongqing to evacuate. But if this demon Saint Chitai rushes out, not only Rongqing, but other cities may also suffer." Yi Qin heard what Su Jian said and said, "The demon saint level is a huge threat to humans, but why don't we do our best to destroy other demon saints?" Su Jian explained, "There are also differences between demon saints. Among the demon saints of the same 15th level, some have extremely high IQs and are smarter and more far-sighted than ordinary people. Taking the demon saint Bai Zhe as an example, his purpose has never been to exterminate humans, but to defeat and enslave humans. The demon master Kunpeng intends to keep humans in captivity, treating them like cattle and sheep, allowing the young to grow, reproduce when they grow up, and become food for demons when they are old. These highly intelligent monsters all pursue sustainable development, because in their view, humans are an indispensable link in the monster food chain. Once humans perish, it will not be of any benefit to them. However, some demon saints have little intelligence and only great strength. They have only pure desire for destruction and killing. The three demon saints, including Shirtai, Guiche, and Jiuying, are all like this. Once they appear in the world, we must do our utmost to kill them, otherwise it will cause terrible casualties." After hearing what Su Jian said, Yi Qin nodded slightly, directly mounted the nuclear warhead on the Changjian 20 cruise missile, and then launched it into the sinkhole. Su Jian and others looked at the appearance of the nuclear warhead with awe in their eyes. Of course, nuclear radiation has less impact on them, and they are not particularly worried. The harm of nuclear radiation to human beings is subtle and takes a long time to form. Moreover, the negative impact of nuclear radiation is greater for ordinary people, but relatively small for combat professionals. In addition, this time the nuclear warhead exploded in a Qianqing that is thousands of meters deep. It will take at least half a month for the nuclear radiation to spread, so there is no need to worry too much. Chapter 1, 97 Kill. The Changjian 20 cruise missile, carrying a nuclear warhead, flew into the Qianqing at a speed close to the speed of sound. A few seconds later, the Changjian 20 cruise missile and the demon Saint Chitai met. The speed of the demon Saint Chitai was not that fast. In the 10 seconds that Yi Qin and Su Jian were talking, it only climbed 200 or 300 meters. There is nothing that can be done about it. The defense of the demon Saint Chitai is ridiculously high, and its weight is also ridiculously high. Its body density is greater than that of lead. Coupled with its huge size, it would be strange if it could be fast. At this moment, after the demon Saint Chitai and Long Sword 20 collided, Long Sword 20 exploded first. The horrific explosion was like a tickle to the Iron Beast. It had a disdainful expression on its bull face and was ready to continue climbing. However, at this moment, Chitai suddenly felt a strong threat and his expression froze. In the next second, a terrifying white light burst out, and the eyes of the demon Saint Chitai were almost blinded. Not only that, the entire Tianqing was illuminated by this terrifying white light, and it even spread from the depths of the Tianqing to the surface. Yi Chun and others saw a pure white light blooming from the depths of the Tianqing, which shows how dazzling the strong light at the moment of the nuclear explosion was. Then, deep in the Tianqing, a terrifying fireball instantly formed. Due to the influence of the Tianqing environment, the fireball formed by the nuclear explosion was very concentrated and could not really expand. Therefore, this also makes the fireball more powerful. After all, under the same explosive power, under normal circumstances and under high-pressure circumstances, the latter will obviously be more powerful. At the center of the terrifying fireball formed by the nuclear explosion, even its steel-like body began to melt. The long black hair on its body quickly evaporated, and then the flesh and blood on its body were burnt and melted. Then, under the horrific shockwave, Chitty's body fell towards the depths of the sinkhole. In fact, although nuclear weapons are terrifying, they're ultimately only products of the 13th level. For the demon Saint Chitai, although they are a threat, they are definitely not well known. However, the bad thing is that one of Yi Chin's super talents, True Strike, all damages real damage, completely ignoring the target's physical defense. The most terrifying thing about the demon Saint is precisely his own defense. It could be said that the demon Saint Chitai was completely defeated by Yi Chun. In addition, the nuclear warhead itself has an extremely high damage value, which is why it caused such terrible damage to Chitai. The shock waves of a nuclear explosion were directed in all directions. One shock wave pressed the iron back into ground, while the other shock wave went up along the sinkhole. Therefore, more than 10 seconds later, a gray-brown mushroom cloud suddenly rushed out from the Tianqing, flew high for thousands of meters, and then scattered all over the ground. A normal mushroom cloud is whitish in color and filled with dust, debris, etc. from below. But this time the mushroom cloud was formed in an underground sinkhole, and the material swept by the mushroom cloud was all black and gray soil from the ground. So the color of the mushroom cloud was so dark. Next, the shock wave spread, but because this nuclear explosion took place deep in the sinkhole, Yi Chun and others felt a strong tremor, but the buildings were not too damaged. Thousands of meters deep of soil was enough to absorb the shock wave, so the nuclear explosion did not cause much damage to the city. At this time, Yuan Xiaoai said, "Open the heavenly eye." As soon as he finished speaking, a crack appeared between Yuan Xiaoai's eyebrows, and then an eye appeared. Then Yuan Xiaoai frowned and said, "Yi Chun, although Chitai was seriously injured, he is not dead. Give him another nuclear warhead." After Yuan Xiaoai opened his third eye, he could see everything from the 9 heavens to the 9 underworlds. Although this iron creature was seriously injured by the nuclear explosion, all the black hair on its body has disappeared, nearly 1/3 of its body is melted, and half of its body has been almost roasted by the terrifying high temperature created by the nuclear explosion, but it is still a long way from death. Therefore, Yuan Xiaoai asked Yi Chun to make up for it. The demon Saint Chitai is a real 15th level demon, and it is a relatively crazy existence among the demon saints. It is the absolute enemy of mankind. Not to mention the price we have paid now. Just letting the people of Rongqing move out within half a month is worth it, even if the price is that Rongqing will be buried with him. Because if Chitai were allowed to live, the subsequent damage caused to humans by such a demon might be far greater than that of a city. After hearing what Yuan Xiaoai said, Yi Chun did not hesitate and went straight to finish off the enemy. The second nuclear warhead was launched directly into the Tianqing using the Changjian 20 cruise missile. At this moment, Chitai, who was already seriously injured, had no way to hide. The horrific nuclear explosion was repeated again. A white beam of light and a gray-brown mushroom cloud emerged from the sinkhole. At the same time, Yi Chun's level also instantly increased by 4 levels, directly from level 64 to level 68. After all, this is a level 15 Demon Saint Iron. The experience it brings is outrageous. Su Jian, Yuan Xiaoai, and others also shared a lot of experience. Su Jian and Yuan Xiaoai were originally level 88. With the help of this wave of experience, they directly reached level 89, only 1 step away from the 10th level. At this time, Yuan Xiaoai suddenly said, "Zhao Yajun, let your dragon go down to the Tianqing." Yi-chan killed the demon Saint Chi-Tai, and it seems that a great equipment exploded. After hearing what Yuan Xiaoai said, Zhao Yajun said, "Really? Then let my dragon go." As Zhao Yajun spoke, he jumped off the dragon's back, then arranged for his green dragon to fly into the Tianqing and continue to go deeper. After about 4 or 5 minutes, the azure dragon flew out of the Tianqing, and on its claws was a dark golden armor emitting red light. Qinglong handed the dark golden armor to Zhao Yajun. After Zhao Yajun took it, surprise appeared in his eyes. Zhao Yajun said, "This is a 15th level epic equipment." As soon as Zhao Yajun said this, Su Jian's expression changed, and he said, "15th level? There is no 15th level combat professional in the entire daxia, right? Who can wear it?" Zhao Yajun also said, "Yes, the effect of this equipment is quite good, but it's a pity that the rank requirement is too high." Zhao Yajun said, as he handed the dark gold armor to Yi-chan. Yi-chan also looked at its properties. Dark scale armor. Quality, epic. Required level, 140. Attribute, strength plus 360. Constitution plus 420. Effect, Earth Eater. When you stand on the ground, you will automatically recover 1% of your maximum health every second. Unmovable as a mountain. When you do not move within 3 seconds, your physical defense and spell defense increase by 50%. Life extension. When you suffer fatal damage, you will be forced to retain 1% of your health. The cooldown time is 1 hour. Chapter 198 Shock. No wonder the first nuclear explosion failed to kill the demon Saint Chi-Tai directly. The ability of this dark-scale armor was most likely the ability that Chi-Tai possessed when he was alive. It has a life-extending effect, retaining 1% of its health, and then relying on the earth-eating effect to quickly restore its health. Fortunately, Yi-chan was equipped with the legendary Burning Heart Staff, which allowed Yi-chen's attacks to carry fire damage. At the same time, its passive blood-burning ability could reduce the target's recovery by 50%, and its body-burning effect could reduce the target's defense by 50%. The combination of these two basically offset Chitty's recovery ability. In fact, this time, Yi-chen's successful killing of the demon Saint Chi-Tai was also closely related to the right time and place. The demon Saint Chi-Tai is, after all, a demon saint of the 15th level, and Yi-chen's nuclear warhead is a weapon unlocked by the 13th level mechanic. Normally speaking, it is almost impossible for Yi-chan to kill the demon saint. However, the demon Saint Chi-Tai was already in an injured state. Otherwise, it would not have hidden deep in the Tianqing and continued to eat the iron or deep underground. Devouring those iron ores is the main way for Chi-Tai to recover from his injuries. Before this, Chi-Tai and Guiche had a fight. Both of them were demon saints with bad tempers and a love of killing, so conflicts were inevitable. Guiche eventually had 2 of its heads bitten off by Shirtai, and Shirtai himself was also poisoned and needed to devour iron or to recover. The demon Saint Chi-Tai was injured because of the right time, and the right location was because Chi-Tai was located deep in the Tianqing. The environment deep in the Tianqing is narrow, and it is a bottomless underground cave. Here, the power of the nuclear explosion will not spread out. It is like a pressure cooker inside, making the instantaneous destructive power of the nuclear explosion even greater than that on the surface. Therefore, this special environment makes the power of the nuclear explosion at least 1 level higher. The threat to the iron is even greater. Of course, even so, it is still unlikely for Yi-chan to kill Chi-Tai. In the end, it all depends on Yi-chen's own talent, a real blow. With the blessing of True Strike, Yi-chen's damage is all real damage, which completely ignores the target's defense. The most powerful feature of the iron is its defense. It can be said that its advantage is useless to Yi-chan. Therefore, these 2 nuclear warheads can directly skip 2 levels and kill this demon Saint Chi-Tai. At this time, Chun Ao sure exclaimed in admiration. Who would have thought that we could actually hunt down a 15th level demon saint? In my opinion, the attributes of this equipment are not important. The equipment itself is the most important. Zhao Tiegu also said, "That's right. Killing a 15th level demon saint is a major breakthrough for us humans. This is the first demon saint to die on Blue Star. If we humans can kill one of their demon saints, we can kill the second and third. Boosting morale is the most important thing." It can be seen that everyone is very excited. After all, this is a demon saint. Then, Su Jian said, I will inform Ding Sheng now that this matter must be publicized. After hearing what his brother-in-law said, Zhao Yajun said, since we want to promote it, why don't we take out Chitty's corpse? With Chitty's corpse and this 15th tier equipment, it will be even more shocking. After hearing what Zhao Yajun said, Chun Ao Sure said, is there any body left of Chitai? With such a horrific explosion, shouldn't there be no body left? Zhao Yajun said no. My Qinglong has observed that although the flesh and blood of the iron were burned, its bones are extremely hard. Its bones are intact and can be used for exhibition. Then what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and ask your Qinglong district to bring up the skeleton of Chitai. Then, Su Jian contacted Ding Sheng and said, Old Ding, do you know what happened to us in Rongqing? After hearing this, Ding Sheng laughed and said, could it be possible that we are encountering a 15th level demon saint? Su Jian asked directly, how do you know? Ding Sheng's expression changed, and he said, did you really encounter the demon saint? That's no joke. Retreat quickly, and don't let anything happen to Yi Chun. The demon saint is a being of the 15th level, and it is impossible for a few people to contend with him. If Su Jian and others really encounter the demon saint, the first thing to do is to ensure Yi Chen's safety. Even if the other 7 people in Yi Chen's team die, they must ensure that Yi Chun is alive. After all, Yi Chun is too special and important. Su Jian said, don't worry, the demon saint has been dealt with by us. To be more precise, he was dealt with by my son-in-law. After hearing this, Ding Sheng immediately said, how is this possible? Are you kidding me? Although Yi Chun has a 13th level mechanic weapon, he can't kill the demon saint, right? That's a 15th level existence. Ding Sheng was naturally very clear about Yi Chen's strength. There was no doubt that Yi Chun was already one of the top strong men in Xia. His real rank was only level 7, but his actual strength was comparable to level 13. But there is still a big gap between the 13th level and 15th level demon saint. How could Yi Chun kill the demon saint? Su Jian said, but the facts are here. The demon saint Chitai was killed on the spot. Not only that, Yi Chun also revealed a 15th level epic equipment. Ding Sheng was silent for a moment before he said, Brother Su, are you kidding me? After hearing this, Su Jian said, why would I joke with you? Although Chitty's flesh and blood evaporated after the nuclear war had exploded, his skeleton is still there. How about I take a picture and send it to you? Ding Sheng said, no need to bother. I'll take people over right away. Ding Sheng was quite excited at this moment. If Yi Chun really killed the demon saint with his own hands, then he must publicize it well now. Because now humans are not at an advantage when facing demons, especially the 3-legged golden crow above their heads. The 2 suns have been hovering in the sky for such a long time, and humans have been unable to do anything about it. This is a big blow to human morale. If we really kill a 15th level demon saint, we must publicize it well to let all the people of Daxia know that we are not powerless to resist. Even a demon saint must die. Su Jian listened and said, okay, then come here as soon as possible. We will continue to eliminate the demons in Rongqing. Although the Tianqing has been cleaned up, there are still many fish that slip through the net in Rongqing. This Tianqing is the stronghold of demons, and there are a large number of demons. However, many demons have left the Tianqing before and were looking for food everywhere in Rongqing, causing many casualties. Therefore, at this moment, Yi Chun and others have to continue hunting down these fish that have escaped the net. However, the density of these monsters was low and their locations were scattered, so Yi Chun recalled the strategic bomber and continued to control the J-20 to fight them. The J-20 has a very advanced radar system that can easily lock onto the position of the monsters, and then the PL-10 close-range combat missiles whiz in and easily kill these monsters. Chapter 199, The Whole Nation is Shocked. Yi Chun was cleaning up these monsters efficiently, but after more than 10 minutes, Yi Chun ran into trouble. He encountered his nemesis, a group of soul monsters. This group of soul-like monsters, each of them is pale and thin, and looks weak and powerless. They're called waste ghosts. A wasted ghost is one that has exhausted its vitality for some reason during its lifetime, and due to its own resentment, it is turned into an evil ghost. The waste ghost can cause the enemy to fall into various negative states, such as poisoning, fatigue, dizziness, etc., which is quite annoying. Yi Chen's physical attack was ineffective, and when he used a flamethrower to attack, the effect was equally mediocre. Although the flame gun is an attribute damage, the grade of the flame gun itself is too low, and the output effect is only equivalent to the damage of a third-level mechanic. It is still far from enough to deal with this group of wasted ghosts. Seeing that he had no way to deal with the waste ghost, Yi-chun had to ask his teammates for help. Seeing this, Tong Rahai immediately stepped forward to help. He shouted loudly, and two shadows of black and white impermanence appeared behind him. Then Tong Rahai said, "Soul-catching chain, come out." Next, more than a dozen pitch-black soul-catching chains shot out from Tong Rahai's body and fired towards these wasted ghosts. These wasted ghosts seemed to have a natural fear of the soul-catching chains, and their ability to resist was much weaker. Their bodies were directly entangled by the soul-catching chains and then dragged towards Tong Rahai. Behind Tong Rahai, the phantoms of the black and white impermanence were holding mourning sticks and hitting the waste ghost on the head. With one blow of the stick, the wasted ghost was beaten to pieces and completely died. From this we can see that Tong Rahai's profession of soul catcher is too restrained against soul-type monsters. No wonder Ding Sheng asked Tong Rahai to make up for Yi Chen's shortcomings. In less than 10 minutes, Tong Rahai completely dealt with this group of wasted ghosts. Seeing this, Yi Chen said, "Thank you, Uncle Tong." Tong Rahai smiled and said, "After being in this team for so long, I can finally make some contributions." Tong Rahai's ability can restrain soul-type monsters, but his lethality against other types of demons is average. Therefore, he has not had a strong presence in this team. Now that he can finally show his skills and even help Yi Chun, the strongest mechanic, Tong Rahai is in a good mood. After nearly 2 hours, the demons and monsters in the entire city were finally cleared out, and Ding Sheng and others finally arrived. After they arrived at Rongqing, they immediately found Yi Chun and his group and asked, "Where's the body of the demon Saint Chitai? And where is the 15th level epic equipment?" Su Jian said directly, "Don't worry, these things can't be lost." Su Jian said this and brought Ding Sheng and others to the body of the demon Saint Chitai. The body of the demon Saint Chitai is very huge. It is nearly 70 meters tall and 120 meters long. Its body is extremely strong. Even though it has no flesh and blood left, only a body of steel and iron, it can still be seen that its skeleton is very strong and thick. Ding Sheng and several other people stepped forward. Among them was a high-level appraiser. The high-level appraiser held a silver staff and performed an appraisal skill. Then, the high-level appraiser said, "Yes, this is indeed the corpse of Demon Saint Chitai, and he died no more than 5 hours ago." After hearing this, Ding Sheng was overjoyed and said, "That's great. By the way, where's that tier 15 epic equipment? Let me see it." Su Jian handed over the dark scale armor and said, "The level requirement of this equipment is too high. My son-in-law can't use it for the time being, so I'll leave it here." Ding Sheng said, "This equipment is not very meaningful now. Its publicity effect is more important. Only with this equipment can we prove that we have truly killed the monster." Su Jian said directly, All right, I understand what you said. I'll leave it to you." Then, Ding Sheng started working with his team to shoot videos, photos, etc. Today, Ding Sheng has a great influence among combat professionals. He was originally just the principal of Jingyao, but because Yi Chun was too outstanding, Principal Ding Sheng also benefited from it and stood out among all the principals in Beijing and received attention from the top management. Therefore, in addition to continuing to serve as the principal, Ding Sheng also works in the publicity department of Daxia and holds a relatively high position. Before this, when Yi Chun took action several times, Ding Sheng specifically asked Yi Chun to do live broadcasts to boost the morale of Daxia's combat professionals because of his identity. And this time, it was even more shocking than the previous live broadcasts. After all, this was the killing of a demon saint. The only pity is that the process of killing the monster was not filmed and broadcast live, so the effect was relatively poor. Under the operation of Ding Sheng and his subordinates, the skeleton of the demon Saint Chitai and the 15th level epic equipment obtained by killing Chitai were quickly filmed and uploaded. Afterwards, Ding Sheng's team began to use the power of the state apparatus to push this news. Shocked, the first demon saint killed by Daxia turned out to be this one. He was only 20 years old, and he actually did such a thing. It's simply shocking. Where did the 15th level epic equipment come from? Why did the demon Saint Chitai die? Why did he, who is 20 years old, and it, which is 15th level, come to such a deadly end? As the shock department was dispatched, the news that the demon saint was killed by Yi Chun quickly spread in Daxia, causing a strong response. Countless Daxia netizens also expressed their opinions on this. Is this true? Yi Chun actually killed a demon saint? Why do I feel like I'm dreaming? Could it be that Yi Chun has already reached the 8th level? Isn't his growth rate too fast? A genius should be like this. Let alone Yi Chun killing the demon saint. I wouldn't be surprised even if he knocked down the golden crow hanging above our heads. Heaven protects, humanity prospers. At the critical moment of Daxia's survival, a genius like Yi Chun appeared in the human race. It is our Daxia's fortune. Everything else is fine, but the way of publicity is too vulgar. He is only 20 years old, and it is 15th level. I thought it was some kind of moral and ethical news, but it turns out that Yi Chun killed a demon saint. Chapter 200 Reaction. The news of the demon saint being killed instantly caused a strong response. Now, the golden crow above their heads put too much pressure on humans, so everyone urgently needs a victory to replenish their confidence. Now that Yi Chun has killed the demon saint Chitai, this victory is like timely rain and is very important to everyone. The human race cheered and were encouraged, but the demons were not happy at all. The demon clan's new heaven, the broken remains of the original Tianxiu, have been completely disposed of by the demon clan. Thanks to the efforts of countless demons, the construction of a new heaven has been completed by more than half. Now the demon saint has been killed. It can be seen that Bai Zhe, the controller of the new heaven, is in a very bad mood. Although the relationship between the 10 great demon saints is average, and some are even hostile, they are all demon saints. If Chitai can die at the hands of humans today, then in the future, Bai Zhe, the demon saint, will not be an exception. That's why Bai Zhe was in a heavy mood. At this moment, Bai Zhe, wearing a white robe, was sitting in the almost completed demon court hall. In front of him were the core members of the demon court. Regardless of whether it is Bai Zhe or other backbone members of the demon court, they all present perfect human form. They are all superclass demons, possessing perfect transformation skills. Not only can they become exactly like humans, but they have also refined the transverse bone in their throats, allowing them to speak fluently. However, in most cases, demons do not like to completely transform themselves into humans because they think it does not look good. The demon race has its own aesthetic. Take Bai Zhe as an example. He is dressed in a white robe, but has a pair of golden horns on his head and a few white beards on his chin, highlighting his identity as Bai Zhe. The same is true for Bai Zhe's men. Some of them have a few scales on their faces, some have a tail on their buttocks, and some have vertical pupils. In short, each one has its own characteristics. Bai Zhe said, news came from Rongqing that Chitai was killed by the human race. Bai Zhe's subordinate Li Huan was shocked and said, how is it possible? Chitai is one of the 10 great demon saints. Even though he is impulsive and stupid, he can't be killed that easily, right? Li Huan is an ancient strange beast that has followed Bai Zhe for a long time. Its body shape is like a civet cat, but it only has one eye and 3 tails. It can be said to be very distinctive. After Li Huan transformed, its facial features were very different from those of normal humans. It only had a vertical eye between its eyebrows. Where the eye sockets of normal humans were, there were smooth facial muscles, which looked a bit weird. Bai Zhe said, it was done by the genius of a human race, Yi Chun. The attack he unleashed in Yunlan City was very similar to the methods of our demon emperor. After hearing this, Li Huan said, impossible? How could a human master the methods of the demon emperor? Bai Zhe heard this and said, I suspect he may have the blood of our demon emperor. Otherwise, how could he master the power of the demon emperor? The demon emperor is the 3-legged golden crow hanging high in the sky. The 3-legged golden crow can transform into a little sun and release terrifying heat and light energy. The 3-legged golden crow's true sun fire is very similar to the real core of the sun, and the essence of the true sun fire is actually a nuclear reaction. It's just that the nuclear reaction at the center of the sun is nuclear fusion, while the nuclear reaction of ordinary nuclear warheads is nuclear fission. Although there are differences between fusion and fission, they are both nuclear reactions, so naturally they have similarities. Bai Zhe doesn't understand the principles of fission and fusion. It only knows that the two are indeed very similar. Li Huan said, if that's the case, then shouldn't we be very cautious with this human being? We can't easily touch him. Bai Zhe said calmly, what do you think? If I hadn't suspected that he was related to the Demon Emperor, he would have been dead long ago. The Demon Emperor, the three-legged golden crow, is extremely protective of his enemies, and his bloodline is extremely precious. Now, there's only one three-legged golden crow left in the world. Therefore, if Yichun really had the blood of the golden crow, Bai Zhe and his people would definitely not dare to touch Yichun. After listening to what Bai Zhe said, Li Huan said, I think you should check with the Demon Emperor. If this guy has nothing to do with the Demon Emperor, we should get rid of him as soon as possible. I feel that this human will become a major threat to the demon race in the future. Bai Zhe said, how can it be that easy? Although we have broken through the secret realm, the heavenly Tao of blue stars still favors humans. The Demon Emperor is hanging high in the sky, using his supreme power to fight against the heavenly Tao of this world and win the heavenly Tao's recognition for our demon race. Now, the Demon Emperor can't be distracted at all. Li Huan suddenly said, no wonder that old fellow Kunpeng was so bold that he re-established the Dragon Palace in the East China Sea and gathered the aquatic creatures. It turns out that it is because the Demon Emperor cannot control him for the time being. Bai Zhe listened to what Li Huan said and said, old fellow Kunpeng, the Demon Emperor has his own plans. I asked you to come here today to spread the news that Yichun might have the blood of the Demon Emperor. Tell the Demon Clan not to act rashly. Li Huan said directly, I understand. In Rongqing, the demons were completely eliminated. Ding Sheng and others arranged the members of the War Alliance to start helping the evacuation of Rongqing. After all, Yichun had to drop 2 nuclear warheads into the sinkhole in the city center before he could defeat the demon Saint Chitai. Once the nuclear radiation spreads, it will still be a huge threat to ordinary people. At the same time, Lin Xing also knew that his nephew lived up to everyone's expectations and resolved the crisis in Rongqing. He also hurried back to Rongqing, wanted to find his wife and son. It's a pity that it's so difficult to find 2 people in a chaotic city, especially when everyone is evacuating. As for the phone, he couldn't get through either. Therefore, after Lin Cheng failed to find anyone, he could only look for Yichun. Yichun was being guarded by members of the War Alliance at the moment. After Lin Cheng came over, he said, I am Yichun's uncle. I am here to see my nephew. Don't stop me. After hearing this, the members of the War Alliance said, please wait a moment. We will go and inform you. After a while, Yichun came over and stood in front of Lin Cheng and asked uncertainly, Uncle. He and Lin Cheng haven't seen each other for many years, and at this moment he is really unsure of Lin Cheng's identity. Lin Cheng said, Xiaochen, I haven't seen you for many years. You have grown up. I am your uncle, for sure. This is a photo of your mother and I when we were young. Lin Cheng said as he handed a photo to Yichun. In the photo, Lin Cheng and Lin Susu were less than 30 years old, and Lin Susu was still very young and beautiful. This photo is framed and looks quite old, but it does not look fake. Yichun said, Uncle, I'm glad you're okay. My mother has been worried about you.